extraordinary beauties here. The woman before him had a skin tone not entirely fair, but radiantly healthy with a golden undertone. Moreover, her skin was exceptionally smooth and fine. Her eyebrows resembled willow leaves, her eyes twinkled like stars, and each graceful movement exuded an enchanting allure. Just one glance from her could leave countless men captivated. If it were before, a mere look from such a woman would have seemed like a favor. With Lin Moa's current status, however, he no longer experienced such feelings. For all it would take is a word from him, and a beauty like this would submit below him. Rise, proceed ahead, and lead the way. Lin Moa lightly gestured, indicating he had no intention to question Wu Gu further. Thank you, xuanhuan. Wu Gu immediately let out a sigh of relief and hurriedly led the Han army forward. Upon arriving at Daluo City, Wu Gu escorted Lin Moa into the royal palace and summoned all the civil and military officials of the Savage Kingdom to meet him. What Lin Moa had not expected was that Wu Gu would willingly cede the throne of the Savage Emperor. As soon as he placed Lin Moa on the imperial throne, Wu Gu announced to the officials, "Ladies and gentlemen, the position of the Savage Emperor has always belonged to the capable. The Han King is divinely endowed with kingship and is destined to be the ruler of all lands. Therefore, I propose him as the new emperor of our Savage Kingdom, for the welfare of millions of citizens in this land, and for your glory and prosperity. Together, let us pay homage to our new emperor." After Wu Gu finished speaking, the officials were taken aback. They couldn't have imagined that Wu Gu would suggest a Jiuzhou man to be the new emperor of their kingdom. Moreover, how many days had you, Wu Gu, even been emperor before giving up the throne so easily? While everyone hesitated, Gu Tutu, Hua Zishu, and Feng Dai, who had been released by Wu Gu, all knelt down together and shouted loudly, "We, your subjects, pay homage to your majesty, the new Savage Emperor. Long live the emperor." Hearing their cheers, Lin Moa was speechless. He could never have guessed that Wu Gu would pull such a stunt on him. Out of nowhere, he became an emperor? Seeing the fierce warriors like Gu Tutu bowing down to Lin Moa, the other officials had no choice but to unwillingly kneel down and greet Lin Moa as well. "We pay homage to your majesty, the Savage Emperor. Long live the emperor." Lin Moa waved his hand. "Wait a moment." Then he addressed them, saying, "Heaven appointed me as the Han King, and yet you now propose me as the Savage Emperor. Is this how you defy the will of heaven?" Upon hearing these words, Wu Gu broke into a cold sweat. Quickly changing his tune, he pleaded, "Forgive us for our foolishness, my lord." Then kneeling again, he proclaimed, "Your subject Wu Gu pays respects to your majesty, the Han Emperor. Long live the emperor." Gu Tutu and the others also swiftly altered their salutations. "We, your subjects, pay homage to your majesty, the Han Emperor. Long live the emperor." In their hearts, Lin Moa had long been the master of all under heaven, so whether they called him Savage Emperor or Han Emperor mattered little. However, there were some stubborn ministers from the Savage Kingdom who staunchly opposed this. One of the 9 envoys of the Savage Kingdom, equivalent to the 9 ministers of Great Qian, Minister of Salt and Iron, shouted loudly in protest, "If he is the Savage Emperor, we will follow. If he is the Han Emperor, we shall firmly oppose it." Chapter 300, Han Emperor. The Salt and Iron Commissioner pointed at Wu Gu and began to curse. "Wu Gu, you're about to destroy the 100-year foundation of the Man Kingdom. What face will you have when you meet your ancestors in death? And all of you, while the Emperor's body is still warm, you've already betrayed your nation. Have you forgotten who your ancestors are? I have never seen such shameless people." Among those present, quite a few supported the Salt and Iron Commissioner. They could accept Lin Mo becoming the Man Emperor, since Hu Mingo's ancestors were from Jiuzhou. As long as the title of Man Emperor remains, then at least the Man Kingdom still exists. Lin Mo wanted to change Man to Han, which they strongly opposed. Wu Gu was very humble before Lin Mo, but in front of these people, he didn't back down one bit. He wasn't hesitant when it came to asserting dominance. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to seize power during the chaos and suppress these conservative factions. Without another word, he pulled out his sword and pierced the abdomen of the Salt and Iron Commissioner. The aged commissioner fell, quickly losing his life. This act frightened many of his supporters. Wu Ji's goal was just intimidation. He didn't intend to wipe them out completely. Once they fell silent, he threw the sword aside and bowed to Lin Mo. "Your Majesty, please forgive my rudeness. I absolutely cannot allow anyone within the Man territories to dare challenge you." This guy changed faces faster than turning pages in a book, but having such an astute subordinate meant less trouble for him. Lin Mo nodded, signaling for him to continue addressing the current problem. Though these people had fallen silent, their hearts hadn't yet recognized the great Han or him as the Han Emperor. Lin Mo hadn't initially intended to become an emperor, but with Wu Gu saying so much already, he stopped pretending otherwise. After all, whether being called king or emperor made no difference to Lin Mo, since he had never considered accepting amnesty from the imperial court. "Gentlemen, His Majesty descended from the heavens, is the ruler of all under heaven. To follow His Majesty is to align with the will of heaven. To oppose him is to defy it." The Salt and Iron Commissioner defied the will of heaven, wishing to sacrifice the thousands of commoners in the Man Kingdom, wishing to send all of you to death. You should know that Qian country suffered 3 years of droughts, starving countless people to death. However, since the birth of the Han King, no person in Great Han has starved. Commoners universally support His Majesty, showing gratitude toward His Majesty. Let's talk about His Majesty's army. Invincible in battle, undefeated wherever it goes. When former Emperor Hu Mingao gathered an army of 300,000, His Majesty had only 30,000 soldiers, and the outcome is well known to everyone. Do you think the Man Kingdom stands even a slight chance against His Majesty? Let me make this very clear, there is none. If you persist, the soldiers and civilians of the Man Kingdom will suffer disaster, and neither your ranks nor your wealth will be spared. At this moment, turning away from darkness toward light and swearing allegiance to the Lord is wise. As long as you remain loyal to His Majesty, not only can you preserve your current wealth and honor, but you will also secure blessings for your descendants. Your family will last forever alongside the Great Han Dynasty. I believe everyone here is intelligent enough to know how to choose. Under Wu Ji's combination of favors and threats, the opposing faction began shifting its stance. However, some remained hesitant. After all, this was a century-old nation that surely harbored some loyalty in its bones. And as long as these people weren't too rigidly stuck in tradition, Lin Emo wouldn't give them a hard time. Wu Ge has made everything clear. Why are you still hesitating? Lin Emo turned his gaze towards them and asked casually. At that moment, an elderly man over 60 raised his head. Despite his old age, he looked directly at Lin Emo without fear. He said firmly, "We are mere mortals. We do not dare to defy the will of heaven. But the Man tribe has been passed down for thousands of years. How can it perish in our hands? If the Han King can agree to one request of mine, I will pledge my undivided loyalty. If not, please permit me to commit suicide and atone to my ancestors." Everyone's attention immediately focused on this man. Even Wu Ge, Hua Zishu, and others gave him looks of respect. Clearly, he held an extremely high status in the Man Kingdom, far surpassing that of the Salt and Iron Commissioner. "Speak," Lin Emo said indifferently. He came here to conquer the Man Kingdom, not to obliterate it. Thus, men of such high virtue and prestige must be won over. The elder continued, "Please let the Han King preserve the Man Kingdom, respect the customs of the Man people, and treat the Man and Han peoples equally. If you can agree to these 3 requests, I will do my utmost to assist you." These 3 requests were not unreasonable. Lin Emo did not hesitate to agree. "No problem, but I also have several conditions." The elder bowed. "Please state them." "The Man Kingdom can remain, but it must be demoted to a state level, therefore renamed Manzhou. Second, I will respect your customs, but all the Man people must learn the Han language and Han culture and adopt the practices and rituals of Great Han. Third, I will not treat the Man people differently from the Han. The Man people will enjoy the same rights as the Han, but they must also fulfill the same obligations as the Han. The Man people can move freely in and out of Han territories, and the Han people entering Man areas should face no difficulties. Externally, we are all part of Great Han. Can you meet these conditions?" Based on the elder's requests, Lin Emo refined them. Jiuzhou has a strong capacity for integration. Many ethnic minorities who entered Jiuzhou were Sinicized and became part of its population. Yizhou, Jiaozhou, Liangzhou, and the Hetao region are home to many descendants of the Yi people. Their way of life today is no different from that of the Qian people, and they consider themselves Qian. Thus, as long as these Man people are willing to accept Han culture, Lin Emo can naturally accept their retention of their own culture. Lin Emo was very clear about what measures to take with different races. He would preserve what needed to be preserved, and when it was time to destroy, he would not hesitate. "The conditions proposed by your Majesty are not hard to meet. I believe the Man people will certainly be able to do so." After hearing Lin Mo's words, the elder immediately changed his address to him, showing that he was now willing to respect Lin Emo as an emperor. When Wu Ge and others heard this, they were overjoyed. Starting today, the Han and the Man become one family. Internally, we are like brothers. Externally, we are all people of Great Han, working together. How fortunate we are to follow your Majesty. We shall surely establish a dynasty that lasts for 10,000 generations. Long live the emperor. As the elder knelt before Lin Emo, all the officials present followed suit and bowed. The officials of the Man Kingdom and the generals of Great Han unanimously declared Lin Emo as their emperor and decided to hold a grand coronation ceremony 3 months later. At the same time, Zhang Ming and Sun Shuxing suggested that the Sichuan capital be temporarily designated as the capital of Great Han, where palaces would be constructed, ceremonial robes and dragon chariots prepared, along with various imperial regalia. The coronation ceremony would be held in Sichuan, announcing it to the whole world. In 3 months, most of the Man state would have been conquered. Though Lin Emo had not yet ascended the throne, in everyone's mind, he was already the emperor of Great Han, and thus deserved the treatment fit for an emperor. Chapter 301, Lady Wu Yang. Time flies when discussing state affairs, and before anyone knew it, the sky had darkened. They'd been on a rush journey for several days, and Wu Ge quickly arranged for Lin Emo to rest in the palace after their dusty travels. He called his younger sister aside and instructed her, "Younger sister, you are the master of the harem, and the emperor is now in your care. This matter concerns the honor of our Wu clan, so you must take good care of his Majesty." Wu Yang nodded. She understood her fate. Since the great barbarian emperor was gone, her best destiny would be to become the next emperor's woman. Besides, Lin Emo was handsome and young, far more pleasing to the eye than that rough brute. Men aren't the only ones with an appreciation for beauty, women have it too. Though Wu Yang lacked other skills, she was undoubtedly professional when it came to attending to men. She personally led Lin Emo into the palace. The imperial palace of the barbarian kingdom was rather simple, mostly constructed from bricks and stones instead of the earth and wood structures found in Qian. It therefore appeared somewhat primitive. Moreover, there were no eunuchs within the palace. The outer courts were guarded by male warriors, while only the inner quarters where the concubines lived housed female guards. After Hu Mingo's death, to stabilize hearts and minds, Wu Gu had left Hu Mingo's concubines untouched and even assigned protection for them. Now that Lin Mo had taken control of the palace, these concubines all became his. After bringing Lin Mo to the sleeping quarters of the barbarian king, Wu Yang summoned all the concubines. The number of concubines in Hu Mingo's harem was not large. In total, including the empress, they numbered 24. However, among these women, few were truly beautiful. Your Majesty, these are all the concubines of the harem. I wonder which one will have the privilege of gaining your Majesty's favor. Wu Yang introduced each concubine to Lin Mo. These women were also aware of their own destinies, and thus deployed their charm to attract Lin Mo's attention. By gaining Lin Mo's favor, their positions in the palace would be secured, and it would elevate the status of their respective families. However, among them, none met Lin Mo's approval. As in Deqian, many concubines were not simply pawns used to consolidate imperial power. Their family backgrounds were strong, so as long as they weren't too unattractive, the barbarian king included them in the harem to rally support. These concubines were all daughters of the kingdom's ministers or generals. Among them were 2 princesses from vassal states. Despite their noble identities, their appearances were quite ordinary. Lin Mo's wives were all stunning beauties of rare talent, naturally making these women seem unworthy. Your Majesty, have you made your choice? Is there anyone to your liking? When Lin Mo remained silent for a long time, Wu Yang and the other concubines began to grow anxious. Or, would you like several sisters together? Lin Mo smiled slightly and pointed at Wu Yang. I've chosen you. Everyone else may withdraw. With a wave of his hand, Lin Mo dismissed the others. Disappointed, the concubines departed, having not won the new emperor's favor. Wu Yang flushed red. Although she had summoned all the concubines, deep down, she hoped Lin Mo would choose her. This result delighted her secretly. This subject obeys. Your Majesty, allow this subject to guide you. Wu Yang walked toward the sleeping chamber, but Lin Mo stopped her. I don't like the smell here. Take me to your chambers. Even though everything here had been replaced with new items, the smell of the barbarians still lingered, dampening his mood. Wu Yang paused in surprise. An emperor visiting a concubine's chamber was a great honor, and Wu Yang was overjoyed. She eagerly guided Lin Mo to her quarters. It had to be said, this woman was indeed a seductress. Despite Lin Mo having numerous wives, each as beautiful as celestial beings, no girl compared to her skill in discovering a man's sensitivities. After that night, Lin Mo understood why so many people liked playing the role of Cao Cao. In one word, satisfying. After waking up the next morning, Lin Mo was still reminiscing about what happened last night. You and Wu Yang have become formally married. Family members +1, reward silver coins +1 million, golden bell cover level +1, savage citizens loyalty increases by 100%. A 100% increase in public support? Lin Mo immediately asked the system. Does this mean that all the commoners of the barbarian kingdom support me? No. A 100% increase means the original support has doubled. The system explained. It's easy to understand. If originally 30,000 people supported Lin Mo, now 60,000 do. Of course, the degree of support has also increased. Previously during his southern campaign, Lin Mo's army had earned the goodwill of the savage people. With this bonus reward amplifying the effect, that goodwill instantly doubled. Basically, the northerners of the savage region wouldn't rebel anymore. It was already late in the morning, and Wu Yang got up quietly to arrange breakfast for Lin Mo. Her favor wasn't undeserved. Commoners usually have 2 meals a day, but as royalty, having 3 or even 4 meals a day is quite normal. Breakfast is a must and is always very abundant. However, looking at this table full of delicacies from the Man Kingdom, Lin Mo had no appetite. The food prepared in the Man Kingdom was rather coarse. Regardless of its taste, just the appearance would dissuade many people. It simply could not compare to the culinary excellence of Jiuzhou. This royal feast that was laid out on the table would probably not even appeal to an ordinary landlord family in Jiuzhou. Do you really eat this for breakfast? Lin Mo asked Wu Yang. Your Majesty, is there any problem with it? Wu Yang looked at Lin Mo with widened eyes, confused. She had grown up eating these foods. Take all of this away and give it to the guards outside as a reward. Lin Mo said this to the maidservants attending to him. They were so frightened that they immediately knelt down. We are unworthy slaves, and we will immediately tell the chefs to prepare something more pleasing for your Majesty. If the emperor didn't like what the chef prepared, it meant their heads would be on the line. Even the serving palace maids would face repercussions. I'm not punishing any of you. Please stand up. Lin Mo's tone was gentle, and it instantly eased the fear among the palace maidens. They quickly removed the food as instructed and gave it to the guards following Lin Mo's order. Then, with a light wave of his hand, the table which had been cleared was instantly laden with a banquet of delicacies. A feast that was appealing to all senses appeared. Chapter 302. The Barbarian Queen Conquered by Donuts. Your Majesty, is this the magic of immortals? Wu Yang covered her cherry mouth with her hand, her big beautiful eyes filled with shock. Originally, she did not believe that Lin Mo was an immortal. She thought that Lin Mo merely had greater abilities, and thus became a mythologized figure. But now, having personally witnessed Lin Mo conjure up a table full of delicacies out of thin air, she could no longer doubt it. Ho ho! Faced with Wu Yang's and the palace maid's amazement, Lin Mo simply smiled faintly. At such times, there was no need for any explanation. They already believed without question. Your Majesty, aside from food, can you conjure anything else? Wu Yang propped her cheek with her hand, her eyes fluttering as she looked at Lin Mo with admiration. At this moment, she was like a child encountering a new toy, filled with curiosity about Lin Mo's bottomless sleeve technique. She was very much looking forward to seeing more displays to satisfy her curiosity. What do you want? Lin Mo said with a smile. In appreciation of your excellent performance last night, I can fulfill your request. My lord. Wu Yang coquettishly blushed, her cheeks turning slightly red. Yet this enchanting appearance made people feel irresistibly drawn. After confirming it last night, this little one was indeed a bewitching fox spirit who would charm anyone to death. Speak. Lin Mo picked up a steaming hot bun from the table and began to eat it. Although these buns were made several months ago, due to absolute stasis within his portable dimension space, all items retained their original condition. Hence, neither in taste nor texture were these buns different from freshly steamed ones. Initially, when Lu Yun learned that Lin Mo was going on expedition to Anan, she worried he wouldn't eat well and so instructed Aunt Zhou to prepare enough food for several months. During this period, Lin Mo mostly ate with the troops and barely touched the food in his dimensional space. Had it not been for the fact that this table of food failed to whet his appetite, he would have forgotten about the presence of the delicacies within the space. Being able to enjoy meals prepared by his house cook, while abroad felt just like returning home. Lin Mo quietly savored his meal, while Wu Yang seriously pondered. A short while later, she suddenly lifted her head and revealed a sweet smile. Your Majesty, I would like a flower. Her pair of eyes was like the bright moon in the sky, seemingly speaking volumes. Is it this simple? Lin Mo casually waved his hand, and a red rose appeared in his palm. For you. The rose is also a type of Chinese medicine herb, which Lin Mo cultivated in his spatial medicinal field. Seeing the flower Lin Mo handed over, Wu Yang felt delighted, gladly accepting it. Your Majesty, you are truly amazing. What kind of flower is this? It looks wonderful. She asked. Red rose, it represents love between a man and a woman, Lin Mo explained with a smile. Wu Yang's delicate face turned slightly red, immediately understanding Lin Mo's meaning. Her heart was filled with sweetness. She served Lin Mo originally for her own survival and the glory of her family, but now, she was utterly conquered by Lin Mo. She fell in love with this man before her. Eat first. Once it gets cold, it won't be as delicious. Lin Mo then picked up another dumpling, dipped it in some sauce, and started eating again. Your Majesty, I've also tasted the food made by people from Zhuzhou, but most of them were tasteless. These things of yours, I've never seen before. Are these the foods eaten by immortals? Wu Yang looked at the unfamiliar dishes on the table, unsure where to start. No matter whether from appearance or aroma, all these dishes made her mouth water. Thinking that these were consumed by immortals, she couldn't suppress her excitement. All of these are my inventions, available only around Shidu. Try them out. Let's see if they suit your taste. Lin Mo placed a small bao, steamed bun, on her plate. There is spicy sauce over here, you may try dipping it. If you can't handle spiciness, you can use the fresh sauce here instead. Lin Mo introduced all the dishes on the table, telling her how to pair them for optimal taste. South E area produces chili peppers which are offered to the barbarian kingdom. Thus the royal family of the barbarians can handle spiciness. Wu Yang followed Lin Mo's advice, picked up a bun, dipped it into the spicy sauce, and took a small bite. These buns have thin skin, plenty of meat filling, and are made from premium native pork cultivated in Lin Mo's portable ranch. With abundant juices and excellent texture, paired with Lin Mo's specially made spicy sauce, the flavor is both aromatic and piquant, leaving an aftertaste. Wu Yang had never eaten anything so delicious, and given that she thought it was food for immortals, under this psychological effect, her body and soul both experienced immense satisfaction. Your Majesty, this is so good. Upon finishing, she didn't care about maintaining propriety anymore and ate the rest in one go. She was very skilled at reading others' expressions and knew when to behave reservedly and when to act carefree. Regardless of what she did, it always came across as adorable. After finishing the steamed buns, she couldn't wait to try the dumplings and fried dough sticks. Deep frying was quite a luxury for the people of this era. Even the great barbarian royal family rarely ate deep-fried foods. The fried dough stick, however, was Aunt Zhou's best specialty. It was incomparably delicious. Qin Tai and Lei Tong once had breakfast at Lin Mo's home and ended up eating 45 fried dough sticks between the two of them. Wu Yang picked up a piece of fried dough stick and curiously asked, Your Majesty, how should I eat this? She assumed it needed to be paired with something else since everything else so far had been eaten in combination. Just bite into it. Lin Mo said with a smile. Wu Yang took a bite. The fried dough stick was thick and large, and she couldn't fit it all into her mouth, so she nibbled off just a small corner. Crunch. The crispy outer layer broke with a clear sound. The sweet aroma spread throughout her mouth as she tasted its texture and flavor, liking it even more than the soft steamed buns. In an instant, Wu Yang fell in love with this crunchy yet tender delicacy. The outside is crispy, but the inside is so soft, so delicious. Your Majesty, this is the best thing I've ever eaten in my entire life. Thank you, Your Majesty. Wu Yang felt utterly fulfilled with happiness, and her eyes sparkled with admiration. But Lin Mo just smiled and replied, You said the same thing last night. Last night. Wu Yang rolled her eyes wide, immediately covering her face in embarrassment. Your Majesty. Fortunately, when she glanced sideways, the palace maids looked puzzled, unaware of what they were talking about. Otherwise, she wouldn't have dared to show her face. Your Majesty really should know better than to say such things. After breakfast, after handling court affairs, Bai Lang and Qianzhou requested an audience. Their efficiency was high, and they quickly established contact with the Divine Elephant Mercenary Group. The news of Wu Gu abdicating the throne and supporting Lin Mo as emperor had already spread. As the largest mercenary group in the capital, the Divine Elephant Mercenaries had already received the news. So, upon hearing that Lin Mo wanted to see him, the captain of the Divine Elephant Mercenaries, Mammoth, felt greatly honored. Regular mercenaries only sought a carefree life, avoiding any constraints. However, managing a group as big as the Divine Elephant Mercenary proved Mammoth was someone who craved power. Therefore, when Lin Mo proposed aiding the growth and strength of the Divine Elephant Mercenary group, Mammoth agreed without hesitation. And he showed an obvious desire for authority. Someone with desires is easier to control. Lin Mo believed the Divine Elephant Mercenary group would develop better than the Hunter-Tiger Mercenary group, so he directly invested 100,000 taels of silver. He intended for the Divine Elephant Mercenary group to quickly consolidate 1/3 of the mercenaries in Manzhou. Chapter 303, Hu Ye's Challenge Letter. The next few days passed in relative calm. During the day, he would discuss state affairs with ministers and promote Han culture. This mostly involved compiling books, establishing schools, opening trade routes, and strengthening ties between Yi Province and Man Province. Officials were transferred from Yi Province to serve in Man Province, and officials from Man Province were sent to Yi Province for assignments or training. Then came infrastructure construction, cities, roads, bridges, and so on. The reason why the southwestern area had rarely been visited and trade was not smooth was due to the difficulty of traveling on these roads. Therefore, building roads wasn't just about development, it was also for stability. Moreover, it was already late spring, and farming had to be done quickly. Lin Mo freely distributed seeds and farming tools to the local populace, and farmers from Yi Province were brought over to instruct them on farming. The number of Man natives was not high, there weren't many farmlands, and thus it didn't cost much money. However, this move won him the support of the Man people. The Man people greatly admired how people lived in Jiuzhou, and when they thought that they too would soon live a life of abundance, they were filled with gratitude towards Lin Mo. Even though Lin Mo hadn't yet ascended the throne, he already had numerous supporters. In military terms, Lin Mo reorganized the existing army led by Wu Gu into 3 forces totaling over 40,000 soldiers. These soldiers saw that if they stayed loyal to Han, their families wouldn't have to worry about basic needs, so they willingly accepted the reorganization and became part of the Great Han Army. There was another reason too. Having fought against the Han Army, they knew all too well how terrifying they were. It was certainly better to be allies rather than enemies. Though these matters sounded simple, none of them were easy to deal with. Despite being tired during the day, Lin Mo relaxed at night while exploring intimacy with the Empress of the Barbarians, leading to quite comfortable days. Wu Yang constantly tried new things, giving Lin Mo a different experience every day, causing him to fall more deeply in love, unable to let go. But in this era of war, peaceful days are always fleeting. On this particular day, as Lin Mo had just finished, outside his door came the voice of Urshu. Master, the provincial governor of Man Province, Wu Gu, and others like Lu Qiong request an audience. Because Yi Mao and others were absent, and since this place was the palace of the Man Emperor, the guard's loyalty needed investigation. As such, the safety of Lin Mo was handled by the 4 members of the Silver Fox team, Urshu, Shanxiao, Bai, and Ro Tu. Lin Mo glanced at the time. It should still be before the hour of C. Why were these people here so early today? Recently, meetings to study and discuss state affairs happened daily, so Lin Mo set the morning court session at the beginning of the hour of C, or 9 a.m. A unified schedule made it convenient for everyone to carry out their work without affecting their personal lives. According to the routine of the past few days, he'd wake up and do double-person exercises first, then have breakfast, spend half an hour walking, and then head for the court session. But today, just after finishing the exercise, these people had come, over an hour earlier. Could something have happened? Today you will eat breakfast alone. Lin Mo patted Wu Yang once, and said. The latter shyly turned around, softly saying, Your Majesty has worked hard. Arriving at Baisheng Hall, the place where the court convened in the Man Imperial Palace, there weren't many people. Only 7 or 8 individuals like Wu Gu, Lu Qiong, Sun Shuxing, etc. The lower-ranking officials and generals did not show up. Lin Mo became even more certain that something must have occurred. Speak up, what's happened? Sitting on the dragon elephant throne, Lin Mo looked at the group of civil and military officials in front of him. They glanced at each other and decided that Sun Shuxing should explain. As chief strategist, Sun Shuxing held a status in Han similar to that of a prime minister, making him the most appropriate choice to relay the information. Sun Shuxing handed over something. Your Majesty, take a look at this first. It was a piece of sheepskin paper with 2 words written in the language of the barbarians. Challenge letter. During his free time, Lin Mo studied the Man language within the literary treasure house and used it to communicate with Wu Yang these past few days, so he wasn't unfamiliar with the language, immediately recognizing the characters. He originally wanted to rest and recuperate for some time, as the previous battles had inflicted considerable losses on his elite troops. Yet he hadn't expected that someone couldn't bear the waiting and actually issued him a challenge letter. The content of the challenge was very simple, only one line. April 5th, decisive battle at Maguey Valley. Hu Ye. This was Princess Hu Ye, who controlled several caves in the southeast. Your Majesty, Hu Ye has been actively recruiting soldiers and mercenaries lately. She's also using the pretense of avenging Hu Mingao to incite the public. In just half a month, she's gathered over 60,000 troops. And I've also heard that she's spent heavily on mercenaries, including a group called the Divine Elephant Mercenary Corps taking the lead, assembling over 10,000 mercenaries to fight for Hu Ye. Although the collective combat ability of mercenaries is not as good as soldiers, they are all reckless troublemakers. I just can't figure out why mercenaries, who always refused to join the army for battles, were so easily bribed by Hu Ye. Wu Gu mumbled his complaints. A bunch of mercenaries who haven't even seen a battle yet. What's there to fear? Master, our soldiers have rested for so long that they're dying to fight. All you need to do is give an order, and we'll immediately flatten the southern lands, capturing Hu Ye as your bed slave. Upon hearing Wu Ji's words, Qin Tai waved his hand in agreement, showing total disdain for Hu Ye. A woman was nothing but a bed slave upon her defeat. Your Majesty, Hu Ye must be sending this challenge letter out of fear of rebellion from the southerny countries, Zhang Miang stated. She must know several southerny states have already aligned with us. Once connected, her position will become very precarious. Thus, she aims to eliminate us before our alliance is fully established. Ho ho ho. She just underestimates herself too much, Sun Shuxing chuckled, adding his thoughts. He agreed with Qin Tai. Hu Ye had quite a reputation in the barbarian land, but against the emperor, she still fell short. If she had stuck to her defenses, perhaps she could have held out a while longer. Now her offense would equal suicide. Bai Lang. Lin Mo called out. I'm here. You ride fast on a swift horse to Yao Prefecture immediately, and bring Qian Yu and his wolf pack here, Lin Mo ordered. Understood. Without another word, Bai Lang left Bai Sheng Hall. At this moment, Qin Tai chimed in. Master, is it necessary? Just fighting a woman doesn't seem like enough reason to summon reinforcements from Yao. Lin Mo cast a cold glance at him without responding, instead turning to Hui Ge. You send a message back to Shu capital right now, requesting Xiaohu come over. Xiaohu? Qin Tai was even more confused. The wolf pack of the Yaos could help in combat, but what could Xiaohu possibly do? Could it be that Master thought we weren't sufficient enough to handle the woman, needing beasts to help? Chapter 304. Yelai Cave, Lord's Decision. Your Majesty, aren't you mobilizing too much effort against Hu Yeji? Qin Tai timidly asked. He thought that with the armies under his command, it would be more than enough to deal with Hu Yeji. Even Sun military advisor said that Hu Yeji was overestimating herself. So why should they seek reinforcements? Not only Qin Tai, but everyone else also had a puzzled look on their faces. The usually confident emperor, why was he so cautious today? Lo Xiong questioned. Your Majesty, although Hu Yeji has mercenaries aiding her, we have our newly formed savage army. Whether in terms of soldiers' combat ability or numbers, we hold the advantage. Lin Mo didn't respond. Zhang Ming shook his head and reminded everyone. You are underestimating Hu Yeji. Does she not know the fighting strength of the Han army? The Han army's reputation is known throughout the world. She definitely knows, Gu Tu added abruptly. Since she knows, yet she still brazenly issues this challenge. Do you think this matter is as simple as it looks? Zhang Ming continued. Do you mean this is Hu Yeji's conspiracy? Wu Gu and others were shocked and immediately started thinking. However, after several minutes passed, they could not figure out what kind of conspiracy it was. Judging from the map, Magawe Valley was just a flat area and couldn't even be considered a strategic point. Hu Yeji choosing to issue her challenge here suggested one possibility. She wants to face them directly. Perhaps because she knew the savage army had suffered too many losses in complex terrains, she planned to use this method for a decisive battle against the Han army. Master Zhang, can you analyze for us what exactly is Hu Yeji's conspiracy? Qin Tai respectfully asked. Though he was often impulsive in his actions, if either Zhang Ming or Sun Shu raised objections, he would humbly consult them. But this time, Zhang Ming himself couldn't provide clear answers. His intuition only told him that there was something more complicated behind Hu Yeji's invitation for battle. I don't know specifically what her conspiracy is, I just feel something's off. Zhang Ming's face flushed red as he confessed. Qin Tai and others felt speechless. If you don't know, why act so sure about it? You scared us for nothing. Conspiracy. After some careful consideration, Lin Mo deemed it unlikely that this could be any conspiracy. Given the intellect of the savage people, it would be difficult for them to devise anything too intricate. For Hu Yeji to recognize that Lin Mo wanted to ally with the southern barbarian states to oppose her was already quite an achievement, so this challenge probably aimed solely at direct confrontation. By choosing this spot, Magawe Valley, it showed her confidence. However, if she isn't going to scheme, then he will. In daily life, only small-minded people scheme, but in military warfare, those who scheme become great men. Since the other side is easily deceived, why not deceive them? It would be stupid to go straight into direct combat with her. Spread the word around. Let the whole savage state know that we will send all our troops to fight at Magawe Valley. I want to capture Hu Yeji alive and make her my maid. Lin Mo's words interrupted everyone's thoughts. Soon, the message spread across the entire savage country that the second princess Hu Yeji challenged Lin Mo to fight at Magawe Valley. All parties, the various cave lords, including the southern barbarian states, closely followed the developments in this conflict. At Yelai Cave Camp, upon hearing this event, Yelai Cave Lord immediately convened his followers for consultation. Also participating were Shi, the general of Piao Country, and Princess Rainlight Skirt of Piao Country. Lin Mo has accepted the challenge. Should we agree with Hu Yeji's request and send troops to help? Yelai Cave Lord sought advice from Shi and Rainlight Skirt. As a cave lord of the savage country, deep down he wished to offer assistance. But his forces were limited. He had only 30,000 troops, 2/3 of which were from Piao Country. Therefore, even though Rainlight Skirt was his woman, he had to heed her opinion. Lord Yelai, I believe we should not send troops. After pondering for a moment, Shi voiced his opinion. Why not? Yelai Cave Lord looked at Shi, clearly displeased. People from Jiuzhou say, when lips perish, teeth feel cold. Although we differ politically with the second princess, the goal of the Han King is to annihilate both of us. If we don't deploy our forces now, when the second princess is wiped out, how can we possibly resist the Han army with our strength alone? To him, the only way out at present was to collaborate with the second princess. When they initially received the second princess's plea for help, he really wanted to accept, but was stopped by Shi. Now that Lin Mo confidently accepted the challenge, Yelai Cave Lord believed they were reaching the brink of life or death. If they failed, then the savage country would cease to exist completely. His differences with the second princess were merely internal contradictions within the savage country, and Lin Mo was the real enemy. You calm down first, let me finish explaining. Shi glanced at the princess of Piao country before continuing to explain to Yelai Cave Lord, our advantage lies in Xuanhuan Pass. Without the protection of this pass, we cannot withstand the direct opposition of the Han army. Hu Yeji is determined to fight the Han army at Mague Valley, which is no different from suicide. Even if you send all your soldiers to help, it won't change anything. It will only result in the last strength of the savage country disappearing. If you hold on to Yelai Cave until the end, and with the forces of Piao country, the Han army can do nothing against you. They will eventually leave after some time. At that moment, you launch a counterattack, surely driving away the Han army and gaining the support of all the citizens, becoming the undoubted emperor of the savage country. Compared to Yelai Cave Lord, Shi was much more rational. Of course, his actions were not solely for Yelai Cave Lord's consideration. If Yelai Cave fell, then the Han army could directly invade Piao country. At that time, Piao country would also fall, to be annexed by the Great Han. After great difficulty breaking free from the control of the savage country, would the king of Piao willingly return to being a vassal state? Rain Light Skirt, holding Yelai Cave Lord's arm tenderly, said softly, "My lord, what Mr. Shi said is correct. Though morally and logically we should rescue the second princess, our capabilities are limited. Even if we go, we cannot change the outcome. We would just waste the lives of our soldiers and die alongside the second princess. If you perish, the savage country will utterly vanish. It's better to firmly hold Yelai Cave and preserve the bloodline of the great savage country." At this point, some generals also sided with Shi, beginning to persuade Yelai Cave Lord. "Cave Lord, what Mr. Shi and the lady said is correct. I personally experienced the might of the Han army. Even if we ally with the second princess, we will not be their match. We cannot forsake our own advantages and use our weak points to attack their strong points. For the sake of Yelai, for the sake of the savage country, please reconsider, my lord." Seeing everyone in front of him trying to dissuade him, Yelai Cave Lord felt a chill of heart. These people had been swayed by Shi so quickly. Even his own spouse was no longer on the same page as him. Then came his cold voice. "What if? I insist on helping the second princess." Chapter 305. What conspiracy? Master of the Yelai Cave, if you insist on doing this, then you can only bring your own people. The Piao state will not provide a single soldier to support you. Shi was speechless. He knew that the master of the Yelai Cave was stubborn, but he didn't expect him to be so foolish. The second princess made an appointment in Mague Valley, clearly planning for them all to die. And yet the master still insisted on going along to perish, something Shi couldn't understand. But this was ultimately Yelai Cave, a place in the Mon region. Shi could not stop the master of Yelai Cave, and the only thing he could do was use the army under his command to guard Xuanhuan Pass. However, the Piao army had fewer than 20,000 soldiers, and he was worried there wouldn't be enough manpower. He'd have to request more troops from King Piao. Shi looked at xuanhuan. This mission would have to fall on her shoulders as a princess. Even though she wasn't favored by King Piao, when it came to the safety of the Piao state, surely the king would agree. The master of the Yelai Cave snorted, beginning to rally his subordinates. With less than a month until April 5th, he must rendezvous with the second princess early to discuss their battle plan. To his great disappointment, his subordinates refused to follow him now. Of over 12,000, less than 5,000 were willing to go help the second princess. The others were too cowardly to leave Xuanhuan Pass. In fact, they shouldn't be blamed for being fearful. Having fought against the Han army, they well understood its terror. Thus, their unwillingness to accompany the master of Yelai Cave to certain death was understandable. Knowing this wasn't the time for internal conflict, the master had to compromise with his subordinates. He handed these men over to his 14-year-old son, appointing him commander of Xuanhuan Pass. Initially, he wanted to entrust this task to xuanhuan, but now, the master of the Yelai Cave no longer trusted her. Having arranged some confidants to assist his son to prevent betrayal, the master of the Yelai Cave set off with 5,000 cavalry to meet up with the second princess at her camp. Half a month passed quickly, and the second princess's force swelled larger. In addition to the master of Yelai Cave, 4 or 5 other cave masters brought troops for support. Moreover, the Divine Elephant Mercenary Group gathered 1/3 of the nation's mercenaries, forming a massive mercenary organization exceeding 14,000 people. There was also a mercenary group called Han Tiger, with numbers reaching 7,400. In just over half a month, to develop so rapidly was undoubtedly due to monetary power. On the surface, both of these mercenary groups were funded by the second princess, but in reality, Lin Mo was truly the one helping them grow. Lin Mo invested over 1,000,000 taels of silver, giving them a plan, which helped them flourish swiftly. Lin Mo told them that new members could claim 5 taels upon joining. Those who recruited 3 members would get an additional tael as commission, and apart from the commissions, they could earn extra rewards after completing tasks. Being mercenaries meant risking their lives for money every day. Now faced with such an easy way to make money, who wouldn't join? Encouraged by monetary incentives, mercenaries spread the word in growing numbers, 10 leading to 100, hundreds leading to thousands, and thus developed at a rapid pace. The second princess and others like the master of Yelai Cave believed this to be a powerful boost for their forces. Unbeknownst to them, these mercenaries driven solely by profit were actually time bombs planted by Lin Mo inside their ranks. This was the task assigned by Lin Mo to them, promising a commission of 1 million taels upon completion. Faced with such enormous financial incentives, they had no choice but to follow. With the mercenaries combined with their own armies and reinforcements from various caves, the second princess Hu Yeji amassed an army of 10,000 strong troops. Among them was a troop of 1,000 war elephants, making her confident she had more than enough to defeat the Han army. Second princess, the agreed-upon time is almost here, yet the Han army seems to show no movement. They gathered together discussing the battle. Seated in front was a young and beautiful woman. She wore red armor with a green cape. Because of frequent exposure to wind and sun, her skin was slightly darkened. Nonetheless, her features were exquisitely delicate, exuding a commanding aura throughout her body. Among the savage womenfolk, she was undoubtedly one in 10,000 beauty, like someone as unique as Wu Yang across the entire kingdom. Upon hearing reports from her subordinates, Hu Yeji raised an eyebrow. Lin Mo's acceptance of the challenge had been flamboyant, seemingly broadcasted to the entire world. Why then, nearing the time of the battle, was there no sign of action? Second princess, I feel that the Han people are plotting some kind of conspiracy. They enjoy scheming behind the scenes. We must be cautious, said a tribal general, his expression heavy. Hu Yeji pondered for a moment before asking, have there been any unusual movements among the countries associated with Han? No strange activity has been detected, replied her subordinate. Then has the Han army moved soldiers elsewhere? Hu Yeji worried about the Han army circumventing their defenses to attack her main base. But her subordinate shook his head again. All of the Han army remains stationed in Daluo City. No signs of troops moving elsewhere have been found. Since they neither sought allies nor moved troops elsewhere, but instead hid entirely within Daluo City, what was the situation? Hu Yeji couldn't figure it out. The master of Yelai Cave said, Second princess, could it be that the Han army is too intimidated by the overwhelming scale of our forces to dare engage in battle? Counting everything, the Han army totaled less than 60,000 men. Half of them were soldiers from the Mon state. He believed Lin Mo wouldn't dare use the Mon soldiers since they were attacking their own kin. If the Mon soldiers defected, the Han army would become very vulnerable and could suffer an irreversible catastrophe. In such a scenario, no one would feel confident. That meant the Han army only had around 30,000 men, while they amassed an army of 10,000s. Moreover, this place was the native land of the Mon people, giving them a natural advantage. It made sense that the Han army wouldn't dare to fight. But Hu Yeji didn't think so. I've investigated Emperor Han Lin Mo. He's a man who always keeps his word. Once he accepted my challenge, he wouldn't back down. However, he is also cunning and crafty. Now I'm deeply worried that with all attention focused on Mague Valley due to his highly public declaration of acceptance, he might seize the opportunity to attack somewhere else. At her words, everyone present fell silent. The concerns of the second princess are reasonable, but the problem is that he hasn't mobilized any troops. All his forces are stationed in Daluo City. Without troops, where could he possibly launch an attack? A moment later, someone spoke up. Based on the current situation, Emperor Han attacking the Yelai Cave is most likely. After all, Your Highness and the Master of Yelai Cave are the two remaining powers in the Mon region. Eliminating you or the Yelai Cave will have the same effect. Hu Yeji looked at the Master of Yelai Cave, showing her worry. However, the latter just snorted and waved his hand dismissively. Your Highness, you're overthinking this. The terrain of the Yelai Cave is perilous and treacherous, with winding roads. Even if the citizens of the Mon state entered, they would need guides. As outsiders, they would undoubtedly get lost. Moreover, I have deployed tens of thousands of troops at Xuanhuan Pass, which is easy to defend but hard to attack. Even with an army of 100,000, the Han forces would not cross that pass. The Master of Yelai Cave was extremely confident. Although he and Shiji had some unpleasantness, they shared mutual interests. Shiji would absolutely not stand by and see Xuanhuan Pass fall, so even if he wasn't there, the Yelai Cave would still be safe. Chapter 306, Howling Sky Dog, Lightning Charm. Hearing the words of the Master of Yelai Cave, a group of people chimed in. That's right. Yelai Cave is the safest place in our great barbarian land. If the Han people dared to go there, they would definitely have no return. Yelai Cave has a uniquely advantageous geographical position with winding roads. Unless there are forest birds and beasts to guide them, it would be impossible for anyone to pass through Xuanhuan Pass. I remember 100 years ago, before the Xuanhuan Pass existed, the first generation of the barbarian emperor had paid an enormous price to attack the Yelai region. It cost him as much as 30,000 soldiers before he managed to break in. Later, it was revealed that Yelai only had more than 2,000 people. Now that Xuanhuan Pass has been built and Yelai Cave is equipped with elite troops and sufficient grain, it is virtually a daydream for the Han people to conquer this area. Proudness lit up on the face of the Yelai Cave master from hearing everyone's praise. It is precisely because of the superior geographical location of Yelai Cave and the guarding of Xuanhuan Pass towards the southwestern part of the barbarian kingdom that earned him such support. Otherwise, based on his own ability, who would genuinely respect him? Seeing the master of Yelai Cave himself not worrying, the second princess thus felt less concerned as well. Send out reinforcements to closely monitor every move of the Han king. Meanwhile, in Daluo City, Wu Yang, dressed in a long gown, lay in Lin Mo's arms, a glass of wine in her hand, exuding a seductive aura. In front of them were groups of dancers swaying gracefully, presenting a unique barbarian music atmosphere, making the entire hall lively and joyful. At a glance, this scene might resemble what an incompetent ruler might do, but during enjoyable times, Lin Mo absolutely did not neglect his own welfare. Otherwise, why work hard in battles? Today, Lin Mo was in a very good mood. When one dance ended, he pointed at the leader dancer who possessed a fiery body and said, "You, stay behind." The leader dancer heard this. Her heart secretly rejoiced and immediately knelt down waiting for instructions. She knew who sat before her was like a deity. Being able to serve the deity was her honor. Perhaps she could suddenly rise in status and even allow her parents to live happily thereafter. The other dancers left disappointedly. Half an hour later, the sound of the system came around. Detected increase in the host's family member +1. Rewarded with a medium-sized top-grade iron mine. 1 Chinese field dog. 3 lightning charms. Medium-sized top-grade iron mine. A medium reservoir capable of mining high-quality iron ore. Chinese field dog. A type of large, powerful hunting dog. Lightning charm. Can summon a bolt of lightning within 100 meters range with astonishing power. 3 continuous rewards appeared before Lin Mo. The first reward was great. As the territory of the Great Han expanded, the army increased. The consumption of iron grew rapidly, causing the previous 2 iron mines to fall short. In recent times, the situation relied on the Kirin chamber buying iron at high prices to barely sustain demand. With such a medium iron mine, self-sufficiency can be ensured within a short period. Of course, even if surplus exists, Lin Mo wouldn't sell it externally. Curiously looking at the second reward, this was the second time the system rewarded living creatures. Chinese field dogs were likely the ancestors of modern Chinese rural dogs. They were big and extremely fierce. During this era, they were commonly used as hunting dogs. However, this particular system rewarded Chinese field dog was clearly larger than an ordinary one. Its size surpassed even the wolf king that Lin Mo captured earlier in Liguan. From now on, you'll be called Howling Sky Dog. Looking at the black dog in front of him, Lin Mo gave it a rather uninspired name. Here's your reward. Then, he took out a leg bone from his personal storage space and threw it over. This bone with some meat remaining was left over by Aunt Zhou when preparing bone soup. Howling Sky Dog immediately caught it, wagged its tail slightly while making a sound, then walked to a corner to eat. A sudden crack was heard. The complete leg bone was actually bitten in half by it. Lin Mo was inwardly shocked. Such a stunning bite force. This bite could easily kill someone. He wondered which one would win between it and the Wolf King in a fight. What surprised Lin Mo most was the third reward. Lightning Charm. Judging by the name alone, it sounded extravagant, but alas, there were only 3 of them. However, using it for intimidation should work nicely. Materializing objects out of thin air plus summoning lightning. Who would dare doubt that he was a deity? Wong. Suddenly, Howling Sky Dog chewing on the bones at the door stood up, fur bristling, snarling viciously toward the door. Its face was ferocious, ready for battle as though sensing an enemy. Lin Mo nodded approvingly. This guy had excellent vigilance, detecting someone way before they reached the entrance. Howling Sky Dog, lie down. Lin Mo ordered, and instantly, Howling Sky Dog obediently laid down to continue gnawing on the bones. However, this loud bark startled the person outside. Master. It was the voice of 29, filled with some puzzlement. How could there be a dog inside Master's room? She is the Master's personal bodyguard. When did this dog appear? Full of questions, 29 stood at the door waiting for a response. Come in. 29 pushed the door and walked in, and upon seeing the large black dog by the door, she was indeed startled. Because in all her life, she had never seen such a big dog. It looked quite frightening. At this moment, Howling Sky Dog was also looking at her. Because it was their first meeting, instinctively it showed hostility. A pair of big black eyes glared unfriendly. Even 29, who never feared on the battlefield, felt uneasy under its gaze. Howling Sky Dog, do not be disrespectful. Lin Mo reminded. Howling Sky Dog was a spirit pet rewarded by the system, with intelligence no less than Xiao Hu, and it could understand Lin Mo's words. With an oof, it went back to gnawing on the bone. Master, the last batch has left the city already. There is no detection from any spies inside or outside the city. 29 came close to Lin Mo, her eyes looking at Lin Mo's feet. Although she was a girl, she didn't dare glance at the scene on the bed. Lin Mo nodded. I know. On the surface, he had done nothing while the entire army of 600,000 were stationed in Luo City. But as early as during the battle preparations, Lin Mo had secretly sent out the Xian camp and 1,000 Wudang soldiers disguised as mercenaries, leaving the city in batches. In recent times, mercenaries have been frequently coming and going, naturally drawing no attention whatsoever. 700 Xian camp soldiers, plus 1,000 Wudang soldiers, plus 300 Black Python soldiers. They were all now gathered in the woods outside the city, awaiting instructions. The jungle of the barbarian kingdom was dense, making it incredibly easy to hide more than 1,000 people. Moreover, these individuals had extensive jungle survival experience. If they wanted to conceal themselves in the jungle, no one would be able to find them. What about the Liao tribe? Have they arrived? Lin Mo asked next. Chapter 307. The Yaos, the Wolf Pack. Back to Master. The Yao people have arrived at Drip's cave. In half a day, they will reach Xuanhuan Mountain. Number 29 replied. Xuanhuan Mountain was where the Xian army was stationed, only 30 miles away from Luo City. Lin Mo stood up and said, it seems I should set off as well. He then said to number 29, You go inform Lu Qiong and Wu Gu to gather the troops, preparing to march toward Magawei Valley. The tactics had been discussed long ago. While everyone's attention was on Magawei Valley, Lin Mo would personally lead people to raid Yelai Cave. As for Lu Qiong and Hua Zishu, they would take the main force to Magawei Valley to restrain the enemy, creating an opportunity for Lin Mo. Wu Ping and Wu Gu remained in Daluo City, ensuring logistics supply and stability behind the lines. Though this month, the barbarians in the north had benefited from the Great Han policies and all were enthusiastically supporting Lin Mo as the Lord of Manzhou. Yet with several 100,000 civilians, it couldn't be assured that there wouldn't be some radicals among them. Caution was necessary. A stable rear was a prerequisite for winning the battle. By the time Lin Mo reached Xuanhuan Mountain, the Yao people had also arrived. They had taken small paths and moved quickly, not drawing any attention from the local residents along the way. Master. Upon seeing Lin Mo, Xian Yu and Zhang Nong hurriedly saluted. This time, they had not only brought the wolf pack, but also 300 Yao warriors. You came too, Lin Mo said to Zhang Nong. In the last half year, Zhang Nong's performance had been exceptional, being the first contributor to conquering the Bo tribe. And after 6 months of absence, the aura emanating from him had grown much stronger. Clearly, he had made significant progress. Zhang Nong said, if Master needs me, I would gladly die 10,000 times. Since pledging allegiance to Lin Mo, not just himself, but the entire Yao tribe underwent tremendous changes. Originally, they lived in the era of slash-and-burn agriculture, surviving by hunting. Many families didn't even have clothes to wear, living rather miserably. Now, roads had been built across Yao land, facilitating travel in every direction. They could trade their mountain goods at Tumu Market with the Han people, or work in Han territories to support their families. The Tumu iron mine and the Yao salt field provided jobs for many Yao people. That revered statue proved incredibly effective, curing minor illnesses through prayer and granting hunters success when blessed. Ever since the appearance of the statue, no disasters occurred throughout Yao territory. Even the hardest winters were survived. After following the Great Han, life for the Yao people had genuinely improved, so the entire tribe was very grateful to Lin Mo. As for Zhang Nong, since receiving the Kadi soup bestowed by Lin Mo, his strength skyrocketed, becoming the first and strongest general of the Yao tribe. From a minor tribal leader, he turned into the hero of the whole clan, and his reputation even spread to Guangzhou and Wenshan prefectures. All this was owed to Lin Mo, so in his heart, Lin Mo was his god, his sole master. When he learned Lin Mo needed the Yao tribe, he unhesitatingly rushed over. Where are the wolves? Lin Mo nodded, and then asked Qian Yu. Please follow me, master. Qian Yu led him forward a bit until they reached a valley. Inside, it was densely packed with wolves. The leader was still that wolf king. Seeing Lin Mo, it immediately ran over, lowering its head in submission. The fear from being brutally beaten by Lin Mo lingered, so even without Yao's secret technique controlling it, it obeyed Lin Mo. How many are here? Lin Mo noticed more wolves here than what he had seen before. 2,300 wolves, Qian Yu replied. After subduing the wolf king, we took it westward to the plateau and subdued many other wolf packs, reaching the current scale. These wolf packs have all undergone combat training, possessing formidable fighting abilities. We guarantee we can complete Master's mission. He had already guessed Lin Mo's purpose in calling them. Woof, woof. Suddenly, the heavenly hound beside Lin Mo started barking furiously at the wolf king, baring teeth and showing great hostility. The wolf king wasn't afraid of a mere dog and immediately bared its fangs, crouching low. Only now did Qian Yu notice there was such a ferocious big dog by Lin Mo's side. They were both startled, because the heavenly hound was as large as the wolf king itself. They had never seen such a huge dog. Lin Mo was quite curious about which of the two possessed greater combat strength. But with a major battle imminent, he didn't want these two formidable forces to fight each other and get wounded. Thus, he glared at the wolf king, then glanced at the heavenly hound, making both behave immediately. Now only Xiaohu hasn't arrived, Lin Mo thought. Suddenly, a tiger roar echoed from the forest, instantly agitating the wolf pack in the valley. Even the heavenly hound became nervous. However, Lin Mo could tell that it was Lin Xiaohu's roar. At this moment, Lin Xiaohu also caught Lin Mo's scent and rapidly ran towards him. After being apart for several months, it was extremely excited. Its massive body darted out from the forest and came before Lin Mo. And on its back was a refreshingly elegant beauty. Guya, how did you come here too? Lin Mo was somewhat surprised. Guya jumped down from the tiger's back, while Xiaohu used its big head to rub against Lin Mo's palm. She smiled and said, Sister Lu and the others were worried about you, so they sent me to take care of you. After living with Sister Lu Yun and the others for a while, Guya's Mandarin improved considerably. Her accent was barely noticeable now. Moreover, her personality had become livelier than before. Her smile was beautiful, like a snow lotus blossoming on a snowy mountain, pure and flawless. However, the bow on her back seemed out of place compared to her refined and unworldly appearance. Is everything well at home? Lin Mo saw through her intentions, but since she had already come, he didn't send her back. All the sisters are doing fine. Sister Guangzi said that in less than a month, Sister He and the others will give birth, Guya replied with a smile. Less than a month. Lin Mo was suddenly startled awake. During this period, he had been constantly away fighting, forgetting that his child would soon be born. It would be deeply regrettable if, as a first-time father, he wasn't by his wife's side when she gave birth. Looks like he needed to quickly resolve these problems in Manzhou. Chapter 308. The wolf pack paves the way, passing through Chafeng Pass. With all personnel assembled, Lin Mo immediately issued orders to march toward Yilai Cave. To remain concealed, he chose to traverse through the forest. The soldiers accompanying Lin Mo were all jungle survival experts. The Xian army and Wu Dang army had undergone jungle training. This several hundred-mile journey through the jungle posed no difficulty for them. As for the He Meng army and the Liao army, they had grown up in the forest, so for them, it was as routine as a home-cooked meal. Moreover, this area was a place where the He Meng army often trained, so they knew it well. With their guidance, many troubles could be avoided. For instance, areas of poison gas, swamps, and places with numerous snakes and insects could all be bypassed beforehand. Thus, Lin Mo and his group were fairly relaxed throughout the journey. Dear, Miao Miao has been crying out non-stop that she wants to come find you. Guya mentioned again about family matters while taking a rest and sitting down. She expressed the longing everyone felt for Lin Mo. Others were fine. Even Wang Yuqing had become much more mature since she was soon going to be a mother. But Miao Miao, being young, wouldn't think so much before acting. She said that she's already an independent general and asked Master Gon to forge her a suit of armor, saying that she wanted to help you fight. Guya couldn't help but laugh when recalling Kinsaleo's little scheming expression. However, her martial arts have improved very quickly. Many of the guards in the manor are no match for her now, Guya continued. Did Ling Wei stop her? Listening to Guya's description, Lin Mo also pictured Qin Miao's small and cute figure in his mind. Having been away for such a long time, every mention of them made him miss them deeply. However, Lin Mo wasn't one to be overly emotional. Though he missed them, it wouldn't affect his decisions. He was well aware that what he was doing now was to enable future reunions with them. Guya nodded vigorously. One person can handle another person. She doesn't listen to anyone, except for Sister Wei. She immediately becomes compliant after just one word from Sister Wei. Speaking of this, Guya showed a smile once more. It wasn't hard to guess. Since all Qin Miao's skills were taught by Ling Wei had always been strict in this aspect. So whenever Ling Wei became serious, Qin Miao would fear her. After traveling through the jungle for several days, the date of the approaching battle drew nearer. Since Lu Qiong and Hua Zishu were raising banners in Lin Mo's name, everyone assumed Lin Mo had gone to meet the challenge. Even though they only brought an army of 40,000 troops, Hu Yejia and others still didn't dare to be careless. After all, with the example set by Hu Mingao, no one dared to be complacent. While they sounded confident, in reality, each person lacked any real assurance inside, but they knew they must act, because whether it was the commoners of the Man Kingdom or the vassal states of Southern Yi, they all started leaning towards Lin Mo. The longer it dragged on, the more unfavorable it became for them. On Lin Mo's side, led by the Black Python army, with the Wolf Pack and Tiger King leading the way, they arrived at Cha Feng Pass quite easily. However, Lin Mo and his companions did not see any fortification. Are you sure this is Cha Feng Pass? Lin Mo asked Xiangba, the battalion commander of the Black Python army. Xiangba replied, Your Majesty, Cha Feng Pass isn't actually a single fortification, but 6 gates forming layered passes. Due to the complex and winding paths within, and with the persistent mist swirling year-round, it is very difficult to traverse. The garrison hides within, making it hard for outsiders to discover their location. They are like layers upon layers of traps. Once someone gets caught in it, escaping is tough. 100 years ago, the first-generation Man Emperor lost tens of thousands of men attempting to attack Night Comes Cave, while the opposing force had less than 2,000. Under normal circumstances, passing through Cha Feng Pass definitely wouldn't be easy, but Your Majesty, you can control the Wolf Pack. So for you, getting through Cha Feng Pass is relatively simple. You can let the Wolf Pack lead the way, find the position of the garrison, then avoid them. Lin Mo nodded. This was also why he had called over the Liao clan. Since we found their position, why don't we just take them out? Beside him, Qin Yu curiously questioned. Xiangba shook his head. That would spook the fish. It wouldn't be easy to pass the next 5 checkpoints afterwards. Xiangba is correct. There's no need to lose sight of the bigger picture for a minor gain. Once Yilai Cave is breached, Cha Feng Pass will lose its significance, and the garrison here will certainly retreat. Lin Mo explained. Qin Yu and the others understood. Next, Lin Mo instructed the Silver Fox squad to lead the Wolf Pack ahead. Silver Fox's reconnaissance abilities were extremely strong. Combined with Wolves' inherent sharpness, it wasn't long before they discovered locations suspected to harbor enemy forces. Mountain Goblin, who was leading the team, instructed the wolves to howl. Aoyu. The lead wolf's howl triggered responses from hundreds of wolves, their cries shaking the mountains and forests instantly. There were wolves in the Cha Feng Pass area, but they were always small packs of only a few wolves. A phenomenon of 100 wolves howling together had never occurred. Such a terrifying chorus of wolf howls immediately put the defending troops on high alert. What's going on? Where are all these wolves coming from? Some of the guards were from Piao country and weren't familiar with this region. Humans naturally fear ferocious wild beasts. A few wolves wouldn't bother them, but such an enormous number would make even an army nervous. The guards quickly moved out to investigate the situation with the wolf packs. They needed to ascertain whether the wolf pack posed any threat to them. Before long, the Silver Fox squad located their position and reported it back to Lin Mo. Upon seeing the sheer size of the wolf pack, the defenders were so frightened that their scalps tingled. They didn't dare provoke the wolves. Thus, Lin Mo used the cover of the wolf pack to easily pass through the first checkpoint. Because of the wolf pack's presence, the defenders at the first checkpoint were in a state of high alert all night long. By the second day, they noticed the wolves heading deeper into Cha Feng Pass and immediately sent messengers to notify the subsequent checkpoints. Their intention was to warn the following checkpoints to be cautious and not provoke the wolf pack. After all, a wolf pack of such magnitude could easily overwhelm an army of 3,000 to 5,000 soldiers if it turned vicious. The soldiers had tasks to accomplish and saw no need to clash with the wolf pack. Once the rear checkpoints received the message, they immediately became vigilant. They deliberately avoided the route taken by the wolf pack. Lin Mo's forces, mingling with the wolves, smoothly broke through 5 checkpoints, passing through xuanhuan Pass without difficulty. Your Majesty, continuing forward for over 70 miles will lead us to Yilai Cave. Should we continue crossing through the forest, or take the main road? Xiangba looked admiringly at Lin Mo. He had never imagined being able to pass through xuanhuan Pass so effortlessly. His Majesty truly lived up to his title as a god. At this moment, he resolved even more firmly to dedicate his life to following His Majesty. Continue through the forest, Lin Mo said. Though taking the main road would allow them to reach Yilai Cave in just one day, it was too obvious and might easily alert the enemy. As newcomers, even though they'd passed through xuanhuan Pass, they couldn't let down their guard. Yes, everyone received their orders. Qianyu, you'll stay here with 100 warriors and the wolf pack. Once the xuanhuan Pass guards learn that Yilai Cave has been attacked, they will undoubtedly go to its rescue. Take this opportunity to create chaos among them and slow down their support speed. Understood. Qianyu accepted the order. Chapter 309. Night Attack on Yilai Cave, capturing Yu Qingquan alive. After making arrangements for Qianyu and the wolf pack, Lin Mo continued to lead the soldiers toward Yilai Cave. Since they had to cross a jungle, what was originally a day's journey took them 2 days to complete. By the time they reached Yilai Cave, it was noon on the 3rd day, April 2nd. The villages of the Man Kingdom were different from the cities of the 9 states. They were usually built with fences and stones stacked together on steep terrains, forming effective defenses. Thus, the siege weapons of the 9 states were rendered useless. Even if Lin Mo's cannons could blow up their walls, it wouldn't have much effect since, at its current strength, the Dongfeng cannon wasn't enough to alter the terrain. After reconnaissance by the Silver Fox team, they found there weren't many defenders inside Yilai Cave, roughly estimating about 1,000 or 2,000 people. Hence, Lin Mo decided to launch a frontal attack. The main gate of Yilai Cave was open, with some locals going in and out. Lin Mo ordered Xiangba to infiltrate along with several members disguised as mercenaries, bringing along Shoutian dogs. It was quite common for mercenaries to bring dogs, so it would naturally not attract suspicion. Once they controlled the gates, with the force Lin Mo had, capturing Yilai Cave would be effortless. Xiangba and his group were already dressed like mercenaries. He led 10 Black Python army members along with the Shoutian dog out of the woods. To appear more convincing, they carried a bear they had hunted during the march. As soon as they appeared, they caught everyone's attention. Which mercenary team is this? They actually managed to hunt down a black bear. I don't recognize them. I've never seen them before. They're probably here for the first time in our Yilai. These guys look tough. Best not to provoke them. Mercenaries often didn't leave a good impression among civilians. When regular folk saw them, they would instinctively stay clear. These men weren't known for their peaceful dispositions. They were ready to kill without hesitation. All hardened criminals. Stronger mercenary teams inspired more fear. Even the soldiers guarding the gates showed a hint of apprehension when they spotted Xiangba and his group. Leader, have you seen them before? At the entrance, a soldier asked the commanding officer beside him. First time seeing them. They might be from another village. The officer shook his head and mused. If they're from other villages, what are they doing here? The soldier wondered aloud. To sell the bear. There are nobles who love such meat, explained the officer. The Man tribes had a custom of eating fierce beast flesh because they believed consuming it made their physical strength increase. Thus, a bear sold very well in larger villages. In any case, avoid provoking them. These guys are all desperate men. Getting stabbed by them isn't worth it, the officer warned. He knew exactly what kind of material his subordinates were made of. In a real fight, they'd be no match for these mercenaries. Law enforcement in the Man Kingdom was incredibly chaotic. Once a mercenary killed someone and disappeared into the forest, finding them was virtually impossible. Not even the soldiers wanted to risk angering them. Understood. The soldiers nodded, committing the officer's words to memory. Without any interrogation, Xiangba and his team smoothly arrived at the gate. The guards, rather than questioning them, greeted them warmly, leaving Xiangba slightly stunned. Soon, he realized why. These were all new recruits. Xiangba felt a surge of joy. He walked straight toward the commander with a grin. Officer, could you help us with something? Surprised, the officer quickly questioned, help with what? There's something I'd like to borrow from you. Xiangba's smile grew wider. Borrow what? The officer was bewildered, unsure whether he knew the man before him. My head. Before the officer could react, Xiangba swiftly drew his blade and struck. Before the officer even had a chance to respond, his head was cut off. Roar. The Shoutian dog let out an angry roar, leaping onto a barbarian soldier, opening its massive jaws and biting his neck. With a single rip, it tore a huge piece of flesh from the soldier's neck, blood spraying everywhere. This scene shocked the gatekeepers speechless. What's happening? We haven't provoked them. Killing. Someone finally reacted, letting out a terrified scream. But before the shout finished, a black python soldier rushed forward, slicing him down. Everyone moved into action. Most active was the Shoutian dog, killing one person and immediately pouncing on another. Its large body and formidable strength allowed it to easily take down ordinary soldiers. The dog's claws effortlessly pierced through their armor, while its teeth ensured death upon biting an enemy's neck. It darted from one person to another like a black shadow, moving so fast, it left no time for its enemies to act. In total, 30 guards were stationed at the gate, yet the dog alone had killed 7 or 8. Seeing its ferocity, the Black Python soldiers also felt a surge of competitiveness. They thought to themselves, they couldn't possibly lose to a dog. Thus, they fought fiercely, each one giving their all. But in the end, they still lost to xuanhuan dog. By the time Lin Mo arrived with his men, they had already captured the gate. Since there were no issues at Chafeng Pass, the commander of Yelai Cave never imagined that someone could silently pass through it. Thus, his troops were not prepared for battle. By the time the gate was breached, reinforcements hadn't even arrived yet. Charge inside. Lin Mo rode on Lin Xiaohu's back and, upon giving the order, led the army into Yelai Cave. The civilians around them, upon seeing the fight, fled in panic. After a while, they finally encountered the late-arriving barbarian troops. Xiao Tian led the Xian camp ahead, and with just one charge, the barbarian army crumbled instantly. As Qiangba had guessed, all the elite soldiers of Yelai Cave had been sent to guard Chafeng Pass. Those left behind were only new recruits. Lin Mo's group defeated them as easily as parents spanking children. After routing the enemy in direct combat, Lin Mo quickly adjusted the battle strategy, dispatching the Xian camp, Black Python army, Wudong army, and the Liao soldiers to attack from 4 directions. They cleared the enemies out of the alleys one by one, and then surrounded the cave lord's residence. Shi Ji and Yu Qingquan were so frightened they trembled uncontrollably while hiding inside the cave lord's house. They had intended to use the gate of the mansion to buy some time, but Lin Xiaohu and Xiaotian dog leapt over the walls and wreaked havoc inside. Lin Mo smashed the door with a single spear thrust, and the army stormed in. Not long after, Zhan Nong excitedly ran up to Lin Mo carrying a woman. "Master, all the enemies have been eliminated by us. This is my spoils of war. Please deal with her as you see fit." He dropped the woman next to Lin Mo and quickly left. Lin Mo was speechless. This guy? Guya was still standing right there. Chapter 310. Destroy a country as a favor? Dear, this woman is dressed extravagantly. She must have high status. Why don't we ask her first? Guya noticed Lin Mo looking at her, slightly smiled, and then approached to remove the cloth from the woman's mouth. Although this woman was fairly attractive, she had a fiery temper. She'd been cursing all along the way. Jian Nong grew tired of her ranting and simply gagged her. As soon as Guya removed the cloth, before Lin Mo could even speak, the woman began berating them. "Who are you people? How dare you attack Yalan Dongjai? Do you know who I am? Let me go immediately, or you will end up dead without a burial." In Yalan Dongjai, calling herself princess left no doubt. Except for the Lady Dongzhu's wife, there should be no one else with such audacity. Lin Mo was surprised that that boy Jian Nong had captured the Lady Dongzhu's wife. "Nian Jiao, make her shut up," Lin Mo said indifferently. This woman really fit that saying, big boobs, no brain. Even after becoming a prisoner, she was still so defiant. It seemed that she had always been spoiled and overbearing, relying on her identity as a princess of a kingdom to act arrogantly. Without a word, Nian Jiao stepped forward and slapped her twice. Slap, slap. Yu Qingquan's face instantly swelled, with clear imprints of 2 palm prints. The slaps stunned her right away. It was the first time in her life that someone dared to treat her this way. "How dare you hit me? If you've got the guts, try again. You're..." Slap, slap. Before she could finish her sentence, Nian Jiao slapped her again. Then, Nian Jiao coldly asked, "Do you want more?" Yu Qingquan's face was burning with pain, losing all sensation. She looked at Nian Jiao fearfully, moved her lips, but ultimately didn't dare to say anything. Nian Jiao turned around and told Lin Mo, "Master, it's settled now. How many people in total are stationed at Chafeng Pass and Yalan Dongjai?" Lin Mo asked. Yu Qingquan nervously glanced at Nian Jiao once, then replied hesitantly, "Reporting to Sir, there are 28,000 people at Chafeng Pass and only 2,000 people at Yalan Dongjai. Aside from the troops that Yalan Dongzhu took with him, they only had 10,000 soldiers remaining. Since Chafeng Pass was the gateway to Yalan Dongjai, as long as Chafeng Pass was held, Yalan Dong and the other several caves in the west would be absolutely secure. Therefore, Shi Ji had dispatched the vast majority of his forces to Chafeng Pass. Their blind confidence cost them, enabling Lin Mo to effortlessly raid their base. Has Biao Kingdom sent any troops here? And how many? Lin Mo continued to question. Because Nian Jiao stood beside her, Yu Qingquan dared not conceal anything. Biao Kingdom sent a total of 23,000 troops, all stationed at Chafeng Pass. After my husband led the army to support the second princess, Shi Ji feared you would attack Yalan Dongjai, so he requested some additional reinforcements from my father king. How many men, and where are they now? Lin Mo questioned. Only 10,000 people. I don't exactly know where they are, but they'll arrive here within a day, Yu Qingquan answered. Lin Mo had someone fetch a map showing the surrounding areas around Yalan Dongjai, and asked Yu Qingquan to determine the army's route. With their speed and path determined, they quickly identified their location. Now tell me about Biao Kingdom. How many troops do they have, and where are they stationed? Who are the top generals inside the country, and what is the strength of their military? Lin Mo pressed on with further questions. Yu Qingquan did not wish to betray her own country, hesitating and mumbling. I don't know. I'm just an unpopular princess. I've already been married for more than 10 years and really know nothing about Biao Kingdom. Apparently, she wasn't very skilled at lying. Nian Jiao gave her arm a slight twist, causing it to dislocate immediately. She, who had lived luxuriously for 30-some years, couldn't bear such suffering and almost fainted in agony. Aya, Yu Qingchuan screamed in anguish, fell to her knees, and cried out, "Please spare my life, sir. Spare my life. Do you remember now?" Nianzhou asked calmly. Yu Qingchuan nodded quickly. "I remember something. Yes, I remember something." At that moment, Nianzhou appeared like a devil to her. Nianzhou nodded, grabbed her arm gently, and pushed it forward. It healed instantly. Yu Qingchuan felt the sweat bead on her forehead due to immense pain. Although her arm healed quickly, the experience was excruciating. Devil, this woman was truly a devil. From that point on, Yu Qingchuan no longer dared to hide anything and revealed everything she knew about Biao Kingdom to Lin Mo. Biao Kingdom, though one of the top 2 powers among the 16 southern kingdoms, was still merely a small kingdom with a total population of less than 300,000. Biao Kingdom maintained only a standing army of 20,000 soldiers. This time, due to Hu Mingao issuing a battle order, the Biao King temporarily mobilized 30,000 troops. That meant Biao Kingdom had a total force of 50,000 soldiers. Of course, the only combat-ready forces are the 20,000 standing army. The 30,000 troops hastily assembled were all farmers. In the previous battle between Lin Mo and Hu Mingao, Biao Kingdom had been assigned to attack Yunnan County and thus did not participate in the war, preserving all its military strength. After Hu Mingo's death, Wuga seized the throne. The Biao King then entertained the idea of enthroning the master of Yilan Cave. He retreated his army to Yilan Dongjai, helping the master of Yilan establish dominion over one territory. The surrounding cave lords also chose to comply with the Yilan Cave Lord out of fear of Biao Kingdom's army. Now, of Biao Kingdom's 50,000 soldiers, half were stationed at Xuanhuan Pass. Another 10,000 were on the way to Yilan Dongjai. If these 33,000 men were all eliminated, Biao Kingdom would no longer be a concern. In fact, they could easily destroy the country. Lock her up, then bring Xiao Tian and Xiangba over. Lin Mo instructed Nianzhou. Yes. Not long after Nianzhou left, Zhan Nong and others arrived. Upon seeing Lin Mo, Zhan Nong's face lit up with curiosity. "Master, already done?" He had just brought the person over, which was less than 15 minutes ago. Could it be that Master had finished already? This fast. Lin Mo found this amusing. Yu Qingchuan is plain looking. Even if she were 10 years younger, Lin Mo might not have taken interest. She was captured by you, so she's your reward. Lin Mo glanced at him indifferently and then addressed everyone. The woman caught by Zhan Nong is the wife of the Yilan Cave Master and also a princess of Biao Kingdom. I've just obtained intelligence from her. Most of the defenders at Xuanhuan Pass belong to Biao Kingdom. Moreover, the Biao King sent another 10,000 troops here, who are expected to reach Yilan Dong within a day. They should currently be at this location. Lin Mo pointed to a spot on the map and then told the Silver Fox Squad, "Bai Lang, immediately send someone to scout their movements. Report back to me once you've discovered the whereabouts of the Biao troops." Xiao Tian instantly understood what he meant upon hearing this. "Master, are you planning to eliminate this group?" Lin Mo nodded. "Exactly. Biao Kingdom has merely 40 or 50,000 soldiers in total. If we wipe out these more than 30,000 in Manzhou, their nation will essentially be defunct. Then we can take the opportunity to seize their capital and destroy the country." Hiss. Everyone sucked in a cold breath. Wasn't the plan supposed to be attacking Yilan Cave? How did it end up annihilating the largest kingdom of the southern Yi? Chapter 311. The Cavalry Army, the Fall of the Biao Kingdom. A moment later, everyone's blood began to boil. They enjoyed this feeling, following their master and doing unpredictable things. Even with only 2,000 soldiers, they dared to march forward fearlessly. Originally, attacking the Biao Kingdom was something they didn't dare to imagine, but when Lin Mo proposed it, everyone felt it should naturally be done this way. And it would surely succeed. "How's the situation inside the stronghold now?" Lin Mo inquired. "Master, the remaining resistance forces have been cleared out. Besides dozens who fled, our army has killed over 1,300 enemies, captured 648 prisoners, and lost 9 men. Additionally, Xiang Tianquan and Lin Xiaohu are injured to varying degrees." Xiao Tian reported to Lin Mo. "Our Black Python army is now pacifying the civilians. The situation within the stronghold has largely stabilized." Lin Mo nodded, indicating their efforts were well done. His aim was to rule here, not destroy it. After all, the barbarian tribes and Zhou's people descended from the same ancestry. These years, though the barbarians declared independence and established their own country, their ties with Zhou never broke. What Lin Mo was doing now was nothing more than strengthening these ties, bringing estranged family members back together. "Master, should we chase down those who fled?" Bai Lang asked. He worried that these individuals might leak news, and if Xuanhuan Pass retaliates during an ambush on the Biao army, they'd face a pincer attack. Lin Mo nodded and said, "Just eliminate those fleeing eastward. Those heading east would definitely alarm the 10,000-strong Biao Kingdom reinforcement troops. If alerted prematurely and allowed to escape, plans to conquer the Biao Kingdom would be jeopardized. As for those fleeing west, they could be ignored since that direction had already been sealed off by the Yao's wolf packs. If those dozens of people dared to show up, they'd surely be devoured without a trace." "I understand." After leaving the cave residence, Bai Lang quickly deployed the Yunhuxio team. They tracked relentlessly and found the eastern escapees within 2 hours. Bai Lang immediately strategized, based on their escape route, positioning his team ahead to set an ambush. These men couldn't have dreamed the Han army would move so swiftly. Thus, completely unprepared, most were eliminated in the first round. They weren't even capable of matching the average Han soldier, let alone elite fighters like the Yunhuxio team. The reason Bai Lang spared some captives was to confirm whether others also escaped eastward. Upon confirming there were no others, he promptly executed the remaining few. After clearing the battlefield, Bai Lang dispersed the Yinhuxiao team. Shan Xiao, Hui Shu, Bai, Qingqing, Yin, and himself, each leading 2 members, advanced separately towards Lin Mo's designated location to search for traces of the Piao Kingdom reinforcements. Yu returned to report this situation to Lin Mo. Within half a day, Shan Xiao's team located the Piao Kingdom reinforcements. Shan Xiao instantly signaled the rest. All Yinhuxiao members gathered, monitoring the reinforcements while simultaneously sending information to Lin Mo. At the same time, messages came from the west. Dozens had fled to Chafeng Pass, but every single one met a grim end at the jaws of the wolves. With the wolf pack blocking the road, there was no need to worry about the army from Chafeng Pass for now. After all, it was they who released these fierce creatures. They dared not provoke such ferocious beasts. Lin Mo immediately led his group to rendezvous with the Yinhuxiao team, which brought him to a gorge. Then he began explaining. Master, upon investigation, this place is called Huzhong Gorge, the shortest route connecting the east and west. Currently, the reinforcements of the Piao Kingdom remain unaware of the events at Yilai Fort and thus won't expect an ambush. I believe we can lay an ambush right here. Listening to Bai Lang's analysis, Lin Mo frequently nodded in approval. Bai Lang's growth filled him with great satisfaction. From a powerless scholar, transformed into a resolute decision-maker, he now qualified as a competent leader. Though his martial strength lagged far behind other mighty generals, the effectiveness led by Bai Lang and the Yinhuxiao team was not inferior to anyone else. Yinhuxiao had never disappointed him. Well done. We'll handle this place, but you have another important mission. Lin Mo instructed the Yinhuxiao team to disguise themselves as mercenaries to infiltrate the Piao Kingdom capital, gathering intelligence. Because once he wiped out this army, he would invade the Piao Kingdom with maximum speed, destroying the royal court of Piao. So, it was necessary to understand the situation on the other side beforehand. Before this, Lin Mo had already coerced Shiji into divulging some information about the Piao Kingdom. Given the close ties between the Piao Kingdom and the Man tribes, some mercenaries from the latter would occasionally undertake missions in the Piao Kingdom to earn their pay. By pretending to be mercenaries, the Yinhuxiao team wouldn't attract any suspicion. To ensure better completion of the mission, Lin Mo also arranged for a few Black Python soldiers to accompany them. After they left, Lin Mo immediately deployed his forces at Huzhong Gorge. The Black Python army and Wudong forces were stationed up front, while the Xianxin camp and Liao army formed the rear guard. By dawn the next day, the Piao army entered Huzhong Gorge without a hint of precaution. When they realized something was wrong, it was far too late. Lin Mo, atop Xiaohu, charged forward first. A roar as powerful as a tiger shook the entire gorge. In the mountainous forest, fierce beasts fled in panic, birds flew away. This was the might of a tiger king. In an instant, the cries of battle resounded throughout the canyon. Lin Mo, man and tiger combined, reigned supreme in battle. Although Lin Xiaohu was injured, it performed just as excellently. Xiao xuanhuan, being competitive by nature, charged into the ranks of the Piao army with ruthless destruction. Even though its wounds reopened, it refused to stop. Because as long as it performed well, its master would never run out of meat bones for rewards. Though the Piao army consisted of 10,000 men, their combat strength couldn't compare to that of the Han forces. Under a two-pronged attack, the battle concluded in less than an hour. This time, Lin Mo didn't leave any survivors. Their corpses all became nutrients for his portable farmland. After annihilating the reinforcements sent by the Piao Kingdom, Lin Mo led his army with overwhelming momentum straight to the capital of the Piao Kingdom, conquering it in lightning speed. The Piao King could not have dreamed that the Han forces were so formidable that a mere 2,000 men dared venture deep into the Piao territory. Even though he still commanded 20,000 troops, there wasn't enough time to mobilize before the capital fell. The Piao King was killed, along with 321 nobles who became prisoners of the Han army. The Piao Kingdom fallen. This news shocked several nations of the southerny. The Piao army stationed at Chafeng Pass went dumbfounded upon hearing this. When did the Han army pass? Now it was over. Knightly Fort was gone, and even the Piao Kingdom itself was no more. They had been guarding here in vain. Chapter 312. What? Yelai Cave village was destroyed, and the Piao Kingdom was annihilated? Report. Lord of the Cave, there is terrible news. At Magawei Valley, in the second princess's camp, Princess Huyeji and others were discussing battle plans when a wild soldier stumbled in. He fell to the ground because he ran too quickly. Everyone inside the tent looked puzzled. Whose man is this? The second princess, Huyeji, did not recognize this soldier, so she glanced around at the others. A moment later, Yelai Cave's lord came out awkwardly. Apologies, second princess, he is my subordinate. He walked over with a dark face towards the scout and sternly said, "Get up immediately, follow me outside. Don't disgrace me here in front of everyone." Besides Princess Huyeji, other lords of caves were present as well. Since he controlled the southwest region of Man Kingdom, these lords had opinions on him. They all wanted to see him embarrassed. But just as they were about to leave, Princess Huyeji stopped them. From his appearance, it looks like there is an urgent military matter. Let him speak here. The second princess spoke her order, and Lord Yelai had no choice but to comply. What has happened? He asked. Lord, something terrible has occurred. Yelai Cave village has already been conquered by the Han army. The scout rolled his parched throat and struggled to say. After receiving this message, he had been riding without stopping for more than 300 miles. To this point, he hadn't even had a single sip of water. However, before he finished speaking, he was grabbed by the collar by Lord Yelai, who yelled angrily. Nonsense. The Han army has been confronting us in Magaway Valley all along, never splitting forces to attack our Yelai Cave. Besides, if the Han army attacked Xuanhuan Pass, how could we have received not a bit of news? Lord Yelai had utmost confidence in Xuanhuan Pass. He believed that as long as Xuanhuan Pass remained secure, nothing would happen to the Yelai Cave. Therefore, this person must have been sent by enemies to stir chaos among the troops. The words of Lord Yelai make sense. 2 days ago, the Han army had already arrived at Magaway Valley. We are aware of every movement they make and haven't seen them sending any troops to attack Xuanhuan Pass. Could it be that Paiyu Kingdom took advantage of the situation, rebelled, and captured Yelai Cave? Princess Xuanhuan analyzed. Although her opponent was Lin Mo, yet Yelai Cave Village and several other villages in the southwest also belonged to the Man Kingdom. If these lands fell into the hands of a vassal state, Princess Xuanhuan would not approve of it either. The Han army has never moved. It must be Paiyu. Paiyu has always been restless. This time, they must have taken advantage of the chaos. If they take Xuanhuan Pass, we will be powerless against them even if we repel the Han army. Humph, King Paiyu really played a good game. Lord Yelai, you truly married an excellent woman. Other lords all agreed with Princess Xuanhuan's viewpoint. While they mocked Lord Yelai in various ways, the scout panted and explained, "It's not the Paiyu Kingdom." "Why are you so certain?" Xuanhuan furrowed her brows slightly. She began to doubt whether this scout was problematic. If it wasn't the Han army, why did he insist so fervently? The scout then replied, "Because the Paiyu Kingdom has already been destroyed." "What? Paiyu Kingdom has fallen? When did this happen? Who wiped it out?" The most confused one was undoubtedly Lord Yelai. Just half a month ago, when he left Yelai Cave, the Paiyu Kingdom was still intact. And a few days ago, when he dispatched someone to contact Xuanhuan Pass, there was no issue at all. How could the Paiyu Kingdom just be erased like that? After a brief pause, Lord Yelai pulled out his sword and pointed it at the scout, shouting, "Tell me, who sent you?" "There's no need to ask. Definitely a spy sent by the Han army trying to disrupt our morale." A general from Yelai Cave loudly condemned and said, "Kill him." The scout felt utterly wronged. Kneeling down on the ground, he frantically explained, "My lord, everything I've said is true. 3 days ago, the Yelai Cave village suddenly came under attack. The defending army was almost completely wiped out, including General Shirji and his wife, who were captured. The following day, the 10,000 soldiers Paiyu Kingdom sent to support us suffered an ambush and were annihilated. The Han army seized the opportunity and invaded the Paiyu Kingdom, breaking into their capital and killing their king. The nobles of Paiyu were all captured, officially marking the end of the Paiyu Kingdom. All of this was done by the Han army. Their numbers aren't great, but their combat capability is extremely strong. Neither the soldiers we stationed in the caves nor Paiyu's army could stand against them. As for how they bypassed Xuanhuan Pass, nobody knows clearly. Some say they descended from the sky. Others claim their shadows lurking in the darkness. Regardless, when they entered Yelai Cave village, Xuanhuan Pass didn't detect them at all. If you do not believe what I say, you can send someone to Xuanhuan Pass. Right now, they're retreating toward Magaway Valley. Since Yelai Cave had already been lost, and even the Paiyu Kingdom was wiped out, there was no point in continuing to guard Xuanhuan Pass. Thus, the commanding officer decided to retreat and regroup with Lord Yelai. After hearing the scout's report, everyone's expressions turned grim. Lord Yelai looked as though all his strength had been drained from him. The sword in his hand clattered to the ground. If it weren't for one of the generals rushing forward to support him, he might have fallen. How could this happen? How could this happen? He had left home only to return and find it gone. This was too much for anyone to bear. What about my family? Are they safe? Lord Yelai asked anxiously. Everyone except young master stationed at Xuanhuan Pass has been imprisoned by the Han army. Their condition is unknown. Upon hearing this, Lord Yelai was overwhelmed with grief and broke into loud sobs. "It's my fault. If I had listened to them back then, this wouldn't have happened. It's my fault." Princess Xuanhuan saw this and consoled him, saying, "Lord Yelai, don't despair just yet. We still don't know the full situation regarding Yelai Cave. Let us send someone to investigate at Xuanhuan Pass first. Even if it's true, the scout said that your family members were only captured, and I believe King Han would not kill them. Why are you so sure he won't?" Princess Xuanhuan worried that his sorrow might affect the morale of the troops, so she comforted him further. "King Han wants to rule over our kingdom. He wouldn't massacre your family because that would incite rebellion among the people." Lord Yelai found her reasoning reasonable and felt slightly better. At the same time, on the other side of the battlefield where the Han forces were stationed, they also received the news about the fall of Yelai Cave village and the destruction of the Paiyu Kingdom. The news thrilled them. As soon as they heard the scout's intelligence report, Hua Zishu rushed over and grabbed the scout by the arm, excitedly asking, "What did you say?" His Majesty not only seized Yelai Cave village, but also eradicated the Paiyu Kingdom along the way. "Ha ha ha." Qintai burst out laughing loudly. "That's exactly our master's style. Brothers, our leader is truly invincible. We can't be left behind." Lu Qiong shouted loudly. "Charge ahead. Our king gave us a huge surprise. Let's give him one in return." Sun Shu expressed his excitement. "General, please give the orders." Chapter 313, The Han Army on a Warpath. The news that Lin Mo had led his troops to annihilate the Piao Kingdom quickly spread throughout the army. Upon hearing it, all the soldiers became excited. If their sovereign could destroy a kingdom with just 2,000 soldiers, then they, who were armed with 30 or 40,000 men, should have no hesitation. In a flash, the morale of the entire army surged. From the 3 military commanders down to the ordinary soldiers, everyone was eager for battle. Seeing the army's high morale, Chief Commander Sun Shuxing immediately issued an order to attack. Nearly 40,000 cavalry and infantry, led by over 10 generals including Lu Qiong, Gu Tu, Hua Zishu, and Fang Dai, launched an offensive against the forces of Princess Tu. Hu Yejia's army of 13 myriads was scattered among 6 camps, orderly arranged in a staggered sequence. Sun Shuxing labeled the 6 positions as number 1 through 6. After reconnaissance by scouts, it was determined that position 4 was the main encampment, also known as Hu Yejia's headquarters. Position 4 was situated between positions 6, 2, and 1. Sun Shuxing sent General Fang Dai to lead the Black Python army to attack the enemy's number 1 position at the forefront, while ordering Gu Tu to take 10,000 barbarian troops to launch a right-side assault on position 2. Positions 1 and 2 were identified as the core strongholds of the enemy. Therefore, Sun Shuxing's intention was to have these 2 contingents engage in feigned attacks, drawing out the enemy's firepower and disrupting their judgment. He instructed both leaders Fang Dai and Gu Tu to pretend to fight, holding back enough to tie down the opposition. But after clashing with the enemy, these 2 detachments completely forgot Sun Shuxing's orders and directly took down the enemy's 2 fortifications. As for the primary attacking force, the Tengjiao Wudong army and the Iron Lion cavalry, they were even more ruthless. They faced off against the large numbers stationed at position 6. At the time, the troops from positions 1 and 2, which had been repelled, had retreated into position 6, making it home to a total of 5 myriads of soldiers. Upon hearing this news, Sun Shuxing prepared to withdraw the army. However, before he could issue the retreat order, Lu Qiong had already led the Iron Lion cavalry deep into the heart of position 6. Qin Tai soon followed with the Tengjiao Wudong army, moving surprisingly swiftly despite being foot soldiers, keeping almost the same pace as the Lion cavalry. This war saw the Wudong army fighting like warriors of an invincible camp. Regardless of how many enemies were encountered along the way, they never stopped. One word, kill. Gods blocking their path were killed, Buddhas obstructing them, exterminated. With only 8 myriads in strength, the Wudong army carved a bloody trail through the opposing force of 5 myriads. As Qin Yongdong was slain by Lu Qiong, position 6 collapsed entirely. In just one day, the Han army seized control of 3 well-planned strongholds under Princess Tu, creating an enormous momentum. Hu Yejia hastily reorganized her forces, withdrawing 2 groups from positions 3 and 5 back toward position 4, forming a flanking stance so that if any stronghold was attacked, reinforcements from the other 2 could arrive promptly. Now, the 3 strongholds were crowded with an overwhelming 10 myriads of soldiers. Even so, not a single soldier under Hu Yejia dared let their guard down. Where exactly is the Han army? Hu Yejia summoned all 3 battalion commanders for a meeting to devise new strategies. This battle demonstrated the ferocity of the Han forces, and they realized this was a life-or-death confrontation. Victory meant survival, defeat certain death. Thus, each command issued by Hu Yejia needed careful consideration. Second Princess, the entire Mague Valley is filled with the Han army. They seem to be charging around aimlessly without any coherent plan. We cannot track where they currently are or where they might go. A reconnaissance officer replied bitterly. Despite sending out over a dozen teams of scouts in various locations to monitor the Han army's movements, no matter where his scouts went, they always came across Han forces, seemingly uncoordinated, advancing in small groups of several hundred people. These squads relentlessly advanced, compressing their maneuverable space. At this point, another frontline commander sighed. Liang Weng's report is accurate. The Han army's maneuvers lack any discernible logic. One time I spotted a group of Han soldiers numbering only 300 and assumed they had pushed too far forward and become lost. So I planned to surround and eliminate them. But just as we were about to strike, Han forces emerged from the left, the right, even behind me, all in groups of only 300 or 400 soldiers. Thankfully, they didn't notice us, so I retreated immediately. Recalling the situation still gave him chills. Although the Han force only numbered 2,000 or 3,000, after previous battles, he already suffered from psychological trauma. He felt fortunate to escape quickly. Otherwise, his entire 10,000-strong army might not even know how they died. Haven't you noticed that the way the Han army attacks us resembles how we usually clear bandits from the mountains? Our mountain raiding missions. Everyone pondered this statement carefully, realizing that indeed, it did seem similar. Our operations against mountain bandits are based on absolute numerical superiority, with the goal of not letting a single one escape. How arrogant the Han army is. Only 30,000 or 40,000 strong, yet they dare to cleanse us, an army over 10 times their size. Second Princess, the Han forces are being overconfident and rash. This presents the perfect opportunity for our counterattack. That's correct. General Chu's analysis is spot on. The Han army has its troops too spread out. We can seize this moment, concentrate our superior forces, and destroy them piece by piece. Attack and then retreat, never giving them a chance to regroup. We can let the 2 mercenary groups lead the charge as bait to lure the Han forces into a preset ambush, where we have concealed our main strength. Given how lightly the Han army regards our army, they will surely fall for it. Everyone chimed in with suggestions, growing more excited with each word, as if the Han forces had already fallen for their trap. It sounded like an excellent plan. But the second princess, following her feminine intuition, felt that this method wouldn't work. She sensed that the Han army was weaving a large net, waiting for them to blunder right into it. However, given the current situation, she had to do something. She couldn't simply wait to be defeated. Otherwise, once the Han army completely surrounded them, they would become even more passive in the confrontation. General Chu, General Feng, each of you lead one mercenary group and launch a counteroffensive against the Han forces. Mercenaries fight without formal strategies, so don't constrain them. Let them fight however they wish. Hu Yejia intended to first test the depth and capability of the Han forces before deciding whether to mount a full-scale counterattack or to lure the enemy deeper. Understood. The two generals responded. Master Yi Lai, contact immediately the team at Xuanhuan Pass and establish communication with them as soon as possible. Positioned behind the Han army, this team may deal the Han forces a devastating blow. Hu Yejia continued. She placed her hopes on the 3 myriads of soldiers stationed at Xuanhuan Pass. If used well, not only could they break the current deadlock, but they might even be pivotal in crushing the Han army. Currently, the Han army's strength was very dispersed. She could send some men ahead to divert the Han army's attention, while Xuanhuan forces launched a surprise attack from behind, directly targeting the Han army's command center and eliminating their general. Chapter 314. The entire Xuanhuan army was annihilated, and Hu Yeji fell into the trap. Everyone thought what Hu Yeji said made sense, and placed their hopes on the 3,000 men of the Xuanhuan army. The master of Yelai Cave also relied on these people to help him retake Yelai Cave, and even conquer Piao country. Since the Piao king was already dead, as his only son-in-law, he was the most qualified person to inherit the throne of Piao country. Although the 3,000 men of the Xuanhuan army were mostly soldiers from Piao, the leading officer was his son and trusted generals. Therefore, as long as they helped the second princess defeat the Han army, he, the master of Yelai Cave, would be the great hero who saved the barbarian country. At that time, reputation and status would be within reach for anything desired. Thinking about this, Master Yelai became excited all over. He immediately sent trusted confidants to contact the Xuanhuan army. Meanwhile, Generals Chu Dong and Feng Sun went to find the mercenary groups. Half a day later, Master Yelai's subordinates returned with news. Master, second princess, we have contacted the army at Xuanhuan Pass. They are currently following our deployed plan, transferring to the designated location. How is the situation along the way? Master Yelai asked excitedly. As long as the Xuanhuan army reached the designated place, then their plan could be executed. Hired soldiers drawing attention up front, while the Xuanhuan army launched a surprise attack from behind, giving their main force an opportunity to strike. Their army, more than 10 million strong, if fully mobilized, no matter how powerful the Han army's combat skills were, it would be impossible for them to resist. Reporting to Master, all Han armies are advancing toward our main force, with no one paying attention to the situation at the rear. Upon hearing this, everyone showed expressions of joy. That's wonderful. Haha, my son, despite being young, already shows the demeanor of a great general. Master Yelai exclaimed in excitement. We've finally managed to go smoothly once. It seems this battle will bring great renown to the young master. Congratulations, Master Yelai. Everyone envied silently, wondering why such a fortunate thing didn't come their way. Whoever defeated the Han army now would become the great hero of the entire barbarian country. Master Yelai's son, so young yet achieving such merit, surely destined for remarkable achievements in the future. Since everything is going smoothly, let's follow the plan. Inform General Chu and General Feng to proceed forward immediately. Everyone return to your respective camps and prepare for the decisive battle with the Han army. Hu Yeji declared loudly. Understood. All the generals responded in unison. Upon receiving orders, Generals Chu and Feng immediately sought out their respective mercenary groups. At this moment, everyone was full of confidence, sure of victory, and prepared thoroughly for the final battle against the Han army. However, the next morning, just as Hu Yeji was preparing to issue the order to attack, a dreadful message suddenly arrived. A man dispatched to contact the Xuanhuan army appeared before them, covered in blood, wailing. Master, second princess, something terrible has happened. The Xuanhuan army was attacked last night. 3,000 men. All, completely wiped out. What did you say? In excitement, Master Yelai rushed over, grabbing the messenger. Say it again. Master, the young master also died in battle. Master Yelai's eyes turned dark, collapsing onto the ground, unconscious. Others gave sympathetic glances. Looking at the messenger, Hu Yeji asked, what exactly happened? Yesterday wasn't everything fine? Why, after just one night, were all 3,000 men of Xuanhuan destroyed? Just yesterday, they had learned the Han army had not noticed the existence of the Xuanhuan army. Now, all were bewildered. In response to the second princess, the Han army dispatched some irregular units to mislead us up front. However, their true elite forces stayed hidden. Moreover, they had a very clear understanding of the movements of the Xuanhuan army. As soon as the Xuanhuan army reached the designated location, they were ambushed by the Han army. All 30,000 men couldn't escape. Every single one sacrificed themselves. The courier could hardly suppress his grief. Those were 30,000 lives, the complete hope of their Yelai cave. Now, their hope was shattered. Even the young master was gone. The revival of Piao country was hopeless. Could there be a traitor among us? Someone questioned. Do not hastily accuse your own compatriots without understanding clearly first. Hu Yeji stopped everyone's speculations. Because now was definitely not the time for mutual suspicion. Another person asked, second princess, now that the entire Xuanhuan army has been annihilated, what should we do? This battle mainly depended on the Xuanhuan army. Now that the protagonist was gone, this drama couldn't continue. Some began thinking about retreating. But Hu Yeji did not agree. She said, the Han army consists of merely 30,000 men. They have been fighting constantly and have just ambushed the xuanhuan army overnight. They must be exhausted right now. Now is the best time for us to launch an offensive. The annihilation of the xuanhuan army had struck a heavy blow to the morale of the army. The situation was already very unfavorable for them, and any further delay would only make it worse. So Hu Yeji was fully aware that they had to resolve the battle as quickly as possible. Through her efforts, the morale of the generals was reignited. With a unified command from Hu Yeji, the 100,000-strong army launched an intense assault on the Han forces. They counterattacked position number 1 and position number 2, surrounding position number 1. Hu Yeji had learned that this was where the Han forces' command center was located. However, after fierce fighting, when they finally captured position number 1, they discovered that it was deserted. There were no banners or commanders. Even the forces resisting their attack numbered fewer than 2,000 men. Oh no, we've been tricked. Seeing the scene before her, Hu Yeji immediately realized their predicament. But by the time she wanted to retreat, it was too late. At the foot of the mountain, the Han army could be seen everywhere. Their 500,000 troops had been surrounded in position number 1 by the Han forces. Hu Yeji ordered several charges in an attempt to break out, but was driven back each time. The roads leading down the mountain had already been blocked by Dongfeng cannons. Anyone who dared go down the mountain was met with a barrage of cannon fire. All 40 cannons Lin Mo handed over to Sun Shuxing were deployed right here. Sun Shuxing went through all this trouble to lure the main force of the barbarian army to this place, and wouldn't allow them to escape. After several failed attempts at breaking out, Hu Yeji began to feel defeated. Could it be our fate to perish here? The second princess, please don't lose hope. Generals Chu and Feng are still outside. Once they know we're trapped, they will definitely bring the mercenaries to rescue us. Someone consoled her. Hu Yeji nodded. Now they could only place their hopes on the mercenary groups. After all, there were still 20,000 men out there. Fortunately, there was enough food and water on the mountain to sustain them for some time. By the next day, they indeed received good news. The soldiers responsible for guarding watchposts actually spotted members of the 2 major mercenary groups sprawling aimlessly across the hills. Upon hearing this, Hu Yeji and others rushed to the observation platform to look. It really is the divine elephant mercenaries. Thank goodness, they've come to save us. Their presence here means they've driven away the Han army. Certainly, the Han army must have retreated upon learning of our reinforcements' arrival. In any case, we're saved. Chapter 315. Bring her home to warm the bed for the master. The appearance of the mercenaries rekindled the hopes of the barbarian army. Several cave lords quickly jumped out to greet them. Brothers of the mercenaries, we're here. A group rushed out to welcome the mercenaries. In their eyes at this moment, the mercenaries seemed not as detestable as before. Soon, they led the mercenaries into the main camp. Commander Talon, how did you manage to come here? What about the Han troops at the foot of the mountain? One cave lord asked. They were very surprised that the mercenaries could appear here. After all, they had witnessed the combat strength of the Han troops, which had made even their strongest armies fall apart instantly. Yet, these mercenaries in front of them suffered almost no losses. Could it be that the Han troops, fearing being attacked from both sides upon seeing the mercenaries, retreated immediately? In response to the inquiry, Talon grinned. We just climbed up. Upon hearing these words, Hu Yenji and the other barbarian cave lords were almost certain that the Han troops had already withdrawn. Otherwise, they wouldn't have allowed the mercenaries to ascend. Of course, there was another possibility. The Han troops intentionally let them climb up, then surrounded them again. Where are Chu Dong and Feng Sun? Why aren't they with you? Another cave lord asked. Feng Sun was a capable officer under his command, and he had entrusted Feng Sun to stay with the mercenaries at all times. Now that the mercenaries had arrived, but his trusted officer was nowhere to be seen, this naturally caused some suspicion. The leader of the Divine Elephant mercenary group, Mammoth, casually said, Dead. Dead. The Wind Valley Cave Lord was shocked. How did he die? Their Wind Valley Cave was a small fortress. They only had one such capable warrior. Fullo, standing beside Talon, chuckled ominously. You want to know how he died? Go down there and ask him yourself. What do you mean? The Wind Valley Cave Lord said grimly. Means that you are all going to die. Mammoth grunted, grabbing his large knife and hacking toward the neck of the Wind Valley Cave Lord. Chi. The head of the Wind Valley Cave Lord flew off. Talon and others also suddenly struck, killing 7 or 8 barbarian cave lords within moments. Those who don't want to die should stay still. A mercenary carrying a long spear pointed at the second princess, laughing and saying, This woman is rather good-looking. We'll carry her back for the master to warm the bed. You're not a barbarian, are you? Hu Yenji heard the tone of his voice and instantly understood what was going on. Mammoth, Talon, I treated both of you well. Why betray me? Why betray our great tribe? Betrayal? Talon sneered coldly. We've never betrayed anyone, because from the start, we've always been men of King Lin. They didn't want to betray the great tribe either, but it couldn't be helped. Lin gave them too much. Completing this mission meant a lifetime without worry over food and drink. Moreover, all their achievements today were thanks to Lin. What had the great tribe given them? Second princess, surrender. You've run out of options. There's no need for further casualties, Mammoth advised. This was the last counsel he offered as a fellow tribesman. It wasn't until this point that Hu Yenji realized she had been manipulated by Lin all along. Lin had first accepted her challenge, using her urgent desire to expand her forces to send the mercenaries over. When everyone's attention was on Ma Gue Valley, he launched a surprise attack on Yi Lai Cave Fort. Hu Yenji thought herself foolish, having so easily trusted the mercenaries. If only she'd been more cautious, things wouldn't have escalated to this stage. All the cave lords, generals including herself, were now surrounded by the Han and the mercenaries. With 500,000 strong behind her, they dared not make a rash move. The strategist has arrived. At that moment, a young man dressed in white, with a sword at his waist, rode into the camp on horseback. The false mercenaries stationed at the entrance looked at him with respect. They owed their easy victory entirely to their strategist's meticulous planning, which they admired greatly. Strategist. The generals hurried forward to welcome Sun Shuxing and others. Haha, our strategist is truly wise beyond measure. That woman truly let her guard down completely against the mercenaries. Qin Tai, who controlled Hu Yinji, burst out laughing. Sun Shuxing smiled as he approached Qin Tai. General Qin, how can you treat the second princess with such disrespect? He dismounted from his horse, taking away Qin Tai's iron spear, then proceeded to salute Hu Yinji formally. Sun Shuxing, military advisor under King Lin, greets second princess. Hu Yinji snorted coldly and showed no gratitude. To the victor goes the spoils. Losing to you today, your princess accepts defeat. But you shall never see us surrender. Even if you conquer the great tribe, millions of tribal citizens will not forget their homeland. They will never submit to you. Sun Shuxing smiled faintly. It seems, second princess, you've grown up in the imperial family and therefore don't understand the true feelings of the common people. People, regardless of which nation, only wish for one thing: prosperity and enough food. 100 years ago, the barbarians lived deep in the mountains, coexisting with birds, beasts, and insects. They suffered from hunger, had barely enough clothes to cover their bodies, lacked medical treatment when sick, and had no one to care for them in old age. Therefore, the first barbarian emperor rallied the masses to establish a nation, offering protection to his people, earning the support of all tribes. Now, our king follows the righteous path, bringing a safer and more reliable life to the people of Manzhou, who fully support him. Our king has been occupying Daluo for over a month now. Has second princess Hu Yinji ever heard of any uprisings among the northern barbarian civilians? Hu Yinji remained silent. She knew that everything Sun Shuxing said was true. The people in the northern caves all supported the Han king. Her agents sent there to incite disturbances among the barbarian people and disrupt the rear of the great Han had all failed. At first, she could not comprehend why the barbarians so easily betrayed their own country. Only after hearing Sun Shuxing's speech did she finally realize the truth. Commoners do not care who the emperor is, they only care about who can provide them with a good life. Since surrendering to the great Han, they not only obtained a safe living environment, but also received free crop seeds from the imperial court, who taught them advanced farming methods, allowing them to bid farewell to the slash-and-burn era. Moreover, childbirth would have dedicated midwives attending, and regardless of gender, newborns were granted subsidies. All policies of the Great Han were incomparable to what the barbarian kingdom could offer. The barbarians weren't foolish. They naturally preferred to support the Great Han. Surrender, and the Han king, being merciful, will surely treat you kindly, Sun Shuxing advised. If Wu Gu, Hua Zishu, and others could surrender, it meant that the 500,000 troops behind Hu Yinji could also surrender. If these forces could be absorbed, the combat capability of the Great Han would undoubtedly increase significantly. Sun Shuxing knew that dealing with the barbarian tribes here was just a trivial matter. The real challenges the Great Han would face came from the powerful rebel kings in the Central Plains. Take Xuanhuan alone. There were 70 million troops under his command, countless capable generals and talented individuals. With the current national strength of the Great Han, they could not directly confront these enemies. Thus, absorbing every possible force was the fundamental guarantee for the rise of the Great Han. Besides, Hu Yinji was the sole member of the royal family of the barbarian kingdom. If she could surrender, the remaining barbarians would submit more easily. At this point, Hu Yinji knew there was nothing she could do to turn things around. After hesitating for a long time, she gritted her teeth and said, "If you want me to surrender, I must impose one condition." What condition? A slight frown appeared on Sun Shuxing's brow. If it wasn't too difficult, he could make a decision on behalf of Lin Mu. However, if Hu Yinji proposed an unreasonable condition, then further negotiations would be meaningless. Kill Wu Gu and his siblings, and exterminate the 3 clans of the Wu family. Hu Yinji gritted her teeth as she spoke. Chapter 316. Glory for the whole family when one joins the army. Upon hearing Hu Yegu's words, everyone present, including Sun Shuxing, was left speechless. They had assumed that, as a princess, it was understandable for her to request some conditions to retain her last shred of dignity. However, knowing full well that Lin Mo's successful entry into the Savage Nation was all thanks to the Wu siblings, she still made such demands, clearly trying to make things difficult for Lin Mo. Moreover, Wu Yang was now Lin Mo's woman, so there was no way he would agree to her conditions. However, whether to accept or reject them, Lin Mo had to be the one to make the final decision. Sun Shuxing said, "Your terms will be relayed to my king. As for whether he'll agree to them, I can't provide an answer at this moment." He knew Lin Mo definitely wouldn't accept, but for now, they needed to calm Hu Yegu down. How could Hu Yegu not know what was going through his mind? Then before Lord Han replies, "Please take your people and leave the mountain first," Hu Yegu said. Hu Yegu also wanted to keep Sun Shuxing calm to buy herself time. Sun Shuxing laughed heartily. "Then please come with me down the mountain, Your Highness, the second princess." He turned around and addressed the general behind him. "Please escort the second princess and the various cave masters down the mountain. Anyone who resists shall be killed on sight." Qin Tai took up his long spear again and smiled at Hu Yegu. "Princess, if you please." A few of the cave masters didn't want to sit and wait for death, but they were no match for Gu Tu, Lu Qiong, and the others. They were taken down in just a few exchanges. After a few deaths, the remaining ones gave up resistance and obediently followed Sun Shuxing down the mountain. As Hu Yegu and the leaders of the various caves were captured, the 5,000-man strong savage army at the first position surrendered under threats and persuasion from Gu Tu, Hua Zishu, and the others. Sun Shuxing confined Hu Yegu and her followers, cutting off their communication with their troops and eliminating any potential trouble. The good news quickly reached Lin Mo. At that moment, Lin Mo was dealing with some internal troubles in the Piao kingdom. Although King Piao was dead, there were still some stubborn elements remaining. Lin Mo stayed in the capital, instructing his subordinates to remove these stubborn factions. Unlike the Savage Kingdom, the Piao Kingdom had relatively little contact with the 9 states. The people of the Piao Kingdom were unfamiliar with the people of the 9 states, making it very hard for them to accept Lin Mo's rule. Moreover, the language barrier and lack of cooperation from the nobility added significant obstacles to Lin Mo's governance. What Lin Mo hadn't expected was that before he returned, Sun Shuxing had already led forces to suppress the second princess. This was undoubtedly excellent news. Lin Mo immediately instructed Sun Shuxing to stabilize the southeastern parts of Manzhou, then bring the remaining troops to the Piao Kingdom. With tens of thousands of soldiers entering the Piao Kingdom, those resistance groups within the Piao Kingdom were quickly suppressed. The Piao Kingdom originally had a sparse population, and regarding how to govern this area, Zhang Ming proposed a great suggestion, moving part of the savage population here. Although Manzhou was vast and sparsely populated, much of it consisted of mountainous regions. On the other hand, the Piao Kingdom was predominantly flat plains suitable for growing rice and other crops. Moving the savage population here could help develop agriculture and assimilate the Piao locals. Lin Mo renamed the Piao Kingdom as Piao Prefecture, destroyed the clan genealogy of the Piao Kingdom, and incorporated its history into the genealogies of the savages, ensuring their descendants remember they are savages, not Piao citizens. The Piao Kingdom lacked cultural depth and was akin to blank paper with a few lines drawn on it, easily rewritable. By now, the Savage Kingdom had no substantial organized resistance left. Lin Mo officially renamed the Savage Kingdom as Manzhou, appointing Zhang Ming as the prefect of Manzhou, Hua Zishu as the chief commander, and the former Jianning governor Zhao Guoping as the deputy commander. Together, they handled military matters and security to assist Zhang Ming in governing Manzhou. As for the territory of Manzhou, Lin Mo did not clearly delineate it yet. In addition to the original territories of the Savage Kingdom and Piao Kingdom, the remaining 15 countries of the southern Yi tribes could all potentially become part of Manzhou if Hua Zishu's team proved capable enough. Calculating the timeline, there were only 6 days until Qin He's due date. Lin Mo did not want to miss the birth of his first child, so he handed over affairs in the Savage Kingdom to Zhang Ming and asked Sun Shuxing to stay behind to help for a while. Such a massive mess required capable hands to clean it up. Master, what do you plan to do with Hu Yegu? When Lin Mo departed, Zhang Ming and Sun Shuxing came to see him off. Lin Mo had resolved all other issues except for the disposition of Hu Yegu, where Lin Mo hadn't issued clear instructions. On the day Sun Shuxing brought Hu Yegu to Lin Mo, she proposed the same condition, that Lin Mo must kill the entire Wu family before she would truly surrender. There was no way Lin Mo would let himself make the hearts of meritorious officers grow cold for the sake of a woman. Therefore, he decisively rejected Hu Yegu. But given her special identity, executing her might cause panic among the savage populace. Take her to Shu capital, Lin Mo said after pondering for a moment. Hu Yegu's refusal to surrender meant that leaving her in Manzhou could potentially cause unforeseen issues. Moreover, keeping her imprisoned indefinitely wasn't a viable solution. After careful consideration, the only option seemed to be taking her to Manzhou, where in a couple of years, once the locals had fully adapted to the policies of the Great Han, no one would care about the princess of a fallen nation anymore. All right, I'll arrange it immediately, Zhang Ming said promptly. He was more than happy for Lin Mo to take this hot potato off his hands. Master, what should we do with all those mercenaries? Asked Sun Shuxing after Zhang Ming left. Hua Zishu responded. Mercenaries are difficult to control. It might be better to force their dissolution. In the past, mercenaries were hard to manage but not strong enough to pose a real threat to the safety of the Savage Kingdom. However, now 2 mercenary groups combined numbered over 20,000 people. Such an enormous military force outside their jurisdiction would worry anyone. Lin Mo shook his head and smiled faintly. If we dissolve them now, it would backfire. Mercenaries are profit-driven. All they seek is money. We can give them some tasks. As long as they have work and profits, they won't jeopardize the security of Manzhou. Instead, they will become a sharp blade in expanding our territory. The original purpose of forming mercenary units was for territorial expansion. Furthermore, this would eliminate the inherent risks associated with mercenaries. Initially, the savage populace chose to become mercenaries due to the harsh living conditions among the commoners. Now, Lin Mo had provided them with seeds, improved transportation routes, cultural education, industrial production, and more. Young members of the savage population now received education, elders were taken care of, and adults had something constructive to do. Under these circumstances, the savages were unlikely to choose mercenary life anymore. They'd rather join the army. The Great Han promoted the slogan, when one enlists in the army, glory falls upon the whole family. This resonated deeply within Manzhou, making military service an honorable pursuit. A village without soldiers would feel ashamed when visiting others. Military pay wasn't less than what mercenaries earned, plus there was significant room for advancement. Serving in the Great Han, If you had the ability, you could rise to become a squad leader, section chief, or even a general, not like in the old Savage Kingdom, where promotions required enemies' heads. This policy greatly encouraged the enthusiasm of the savages to enlist. Simultaneously, it gave a sense of belonging to the previously surrendered savage troops. Sun Shuxing understood Lin Mo's intention. After seeing Lin Mo off, he quickly sought out Zhang Ming to start formulating missions for the mercenaries. However, first, they needed to establish a mercenary headquarters. Chapter 317. Borrowing a stay in a mountain village, shocking Hu Yejia. After leaving Daluo City Fort, Lin Bo led his army on a march north. Because there was no war, the soldiers' pace slowed down considerably. During rest stops, they could even enjoy the beautiful scenery along the way. The battles in Manzhou had already subsided, so Lin Mo took most of his troops away. This included the troops he brought himself, those he recruited from Jianing after defeating Chu Hong, and the troops belonging to Wu Ge and Hu Yiji, a total of over 80,000 people. Of course, his current military force was definitely not limited to these. 2 million remained in Manzhou to intimidate mercenaries and surrounding vassal states. Among those traveling with him were also Wu Yang and Hu Yejia. It was only that these two women caused Lin Mo quite a headache, constantly bickering when together. Lin Mo had roughly understood the situation. Hu Yiji's mother was the first queen of Hu Mingao and had always been very favored. It was Wu Yang who changed everything, leading to Hu Yiji's mother losing favor and eventually dying in sorrow. Therefore, Hu Yiji blamed her mother's death on Wu Yang, targeting her everywhere she went. Wu Yang wasn't someone who would take it lying down either. While she could endure anything from Lin Mo, she wouldn't allow herself to suffer any loss from Hu Yejia. Master, there is a mountain village ahead. Why don't we borrow a stay for tonight? As they were rushing, Lin Mo did not follow with the main force, but instead rode swiftly with the Xuanhuan cavalry and the Silver Fox team. He initially thought they'd be able to rest at the next city fort, but the distribution of cities and camps in Manzhou was extremely sparse, combined with difficult mountain roads, causing them to miss their accommodation stop. After reconnaissance by the Silver Fox team, they discovered a small mountain village ahead. Such small mountain villages were quite common in Manzhou, with simple surroundings. Staying here overnight wouldn't present any issues. Lin Mo nodded. He trusted Bai Lang's judgment. Upon entering the mountain village, the village chief, upon learning they were Han troops, hurriedly led the villagers to come welcome them. Upon learning that Lin Mo and his group intended to borrow a stay, the village chief willingly had the villagers give up their homes to house the soldiers. This operation completely shocked Hu Yejia, leaving her wide-eyed. When had the barbarian populace become so enthusiastic? In the past, when she led troops to battle, the villagers wouldn't even let the army into the village, guarding against them as if they were thieves. How long have the Han army been around? Yet they're inviting the Han army voluntarily, and are even giving up their own houses. It was jaw-dropping. Old man, if you give us your houses to live in, where will you all stay? Hu Yejia couldn't help but ask. Even though it was already late spring, and the weather had warmed up, the nights in the mountains were still cold. Adults might manage to endure one night outdoors, but what about the elderly and children? Listening carefully to the village chief's explanation, back in the days, when the old king was on the throne, every time his troops passed through here, we'd all have to flee deep into the mountains. We'd spend several nights there, only to return to find our village in ruins, some houses even burnt down entirely. It was terrible. But the Han army is different. At my age, I've never encountered an army that borrows lodgings, pays lodging fees, and leaves everything cleaner than before they came, said the elder. He explained further that when the Han army left, they meticulously cleaned every home they stayed in, didn't consume a single grain of rice, and filled the water jars for the villagers. This is such a good army. All the villagers wholeheartedly welcome them, so naturally, everyone voluntarily offers up their houses. The elder realized Hu Yejia was from the barbarian side, so he kept praising the Han army and their commander, xuanhuan, and the king of Han, truly a kind-hearted gentleman. Hu Yejia glanced awkwardly at Lin Mo standing beside her, seemingly questioning. Was this just a setup by him? Lin Mo wore a smile, inwardly pleased. For a leader, these were perhaps the most comforting words he'd ever heard. Direct flattery could be false, but praise behind one's back reflected genuine feelings. What's so great about him? Hu Yejia asked. When you entered the village, didn't you notice the lush fields? Those are all newly planted rice paddies by us. The old man spoke proudly since their village's terrain was relatively flat, allowing them to cultivate more than 100 acres of land, much envied by other villages. Additionally, the nearby mountain had reservoirs rich in water resources, which suited rice cultivation perfectly. So, out of curiosity, the old man initially approached the fort to request seeds for rice. To his amazement, not only did the Han people provide rice seeds, but they also sent specialists to guide them. Moreover, farming tools and oxen for plowing were all available for free rental. In short, all they had to do was contribute labor power. Such a wonderful thing was something the old man, having lived 60 years, experienced for the very first time. The king of Han proclaimed that this rice comes from a sacred seed variety, producing more than 1,600 gene per acre. With only 10 acres of this rice, it's enough for our entire village to eat for an entire year. Guess how many acres we've sown in total? Like opening a talkative floodgate, the old man began enthusiastically chatting with Hu Yejia without end. Sacred seeds? Hu Yejia shot a questioning look at Lin Mo, skeptical. Lin Mo smirked, indicating that he had not said such a thing. I guess, you've planted 200 mu. At this point, Wu Yang, standing by Lin Mo's side, giggled as she made her guess. Her natural charm was captivating, and the villagers who had never seen such a beautiful woman were stunned. The old man quickly waved his hands. Not that much. Our entire village only has 100 mu of land. Then you planted 100 mu, Hu Yejia said. The old man still shook his head. Not that much. We planted 80 mu. The Han agronomist said we couldn't just eat rice all the time, so they also gave us some vegetable seeds. Our village planted 20 mu of various vegetables. These were things they had never even heard of, so they felt very fresh, and every villager's eyes were filled with anticipation. Oh, Hu Yejia responded indifferently. 80 mu of land would yield more than 10,000 jin, which was indeed astonishing. However, she thought it was simply impossible and must have been false reporting by the Han people to deceive the common folk. In their barbarian country, the best yield for high-quality rice was about 500 jin per mu. A yield of 1,600 jin per mu was unimaginable. She didn't know that 1,600 jin was just the baseline. Lin Mo had introduced high-yield rice varieties. Even for low-yield paddies, each mu could produce 6 or 700 jin. And due to the fertile soil and abundant rainfall in Manzhou, with proper planting techniques, the yields could easily reach over 1,200 jin per mu. These jin referred to future units equivalent to 500 grams. In this era, however, one jin weighed less than 300 grams. After conversion, the highest possible yield could be over 2,000 jin per mu. Although Hu Yejia harbored doubts, she had no intention of exposing Lin Mo right there, because this was the hope of the ordinary people, and it could not be overturned because of a single sentence from her. To voice these doubts now would mean shattering the hopes of the people. Too cruel. But the old man wasn't finished speaking. He then told Hu Yejia, "There's another matter that can prove how good the king of Han is." "What matter?" Hu Yejia curiously looked at him. "Do you see the big yellow dog at the entrance?" The old man pointed to the gate where a plump big yellow dog lay stretched out. What's so special?" Hu Yejia's beautiful eyes flickered with confusion. While it was rare for the commoners in small mountain villages to keep dogs, it wasn't unheard of. As long as someone in their family had served as a mercenary or soldier, they would have the resources to buy a dog. So, there was no need to brag to her. The old man chuckled and said, "This big yellow dog was a reward given last month when my daughter-in-law gave birth to a big, fat boy, rewarded by the Han court." "Is there such a thing?" Hu Yejia's eyes widened in surprise. Giving birth doesn't lead to the collection of taxes, but instead gets you a big yellow dog? Such matters were unheard of and unseen. Of course, many have received such rewards, it can't possibly be fake. In our great Han dynasty, giving birth annually rewards one with 100 dan of grain. If it's a boy, there's an extra reward of a dog. If it's a girl, an additional chicken is awarded. Many nearby households have already received them. Could it be fake? Unfortunately, we didn't become Han citizens early enough. If we had been decades ago, our whole family would already be rich. Hearing this, Hu Yejia's brain buzzed with shock, and she slowly turned around, her large and beautiful eyes staring wide at Lin Mo. The great Han was too wealthy. With policies like these, which country's people wouldn't love it? Lin Mo touched his nose awkwardly, thinking to himself, "Decades ago, I hadn't even been born yet." Chapter 318, Wu Yang, I have a little rabbit. "Old sir, do you know who he is?" Hu Ye pointed to Lin Mo beside her and asked the elder. The latter looked carefully at Lin Mo and shook his head. "I don't know." "Then do you know who I am?" Hu Ye asked again. The elder still shook his head. But then she leaned close to Hu Ye's ear and whispered softly, "Young lady, marrying the general from the Han people is a great blessing for us. This young officer is handsome and evidently holds a high status among the Han people. Don't let this opportunity slip by." At that moment, everything about the Han people seemed perfect to the old man. Moreover, it was considered quite an honor for a barbarian to marry a Han person, even though he could see that Hu Ye held a fairly high position among the barbarians. After these words, Hu Ye turned red in the face instantly. She spat internally. "Puffed. Who said I want to marry him?" However, she did not reveal her or Lin Mo's identities. Lin Mo smiled at the elder and said, "Sir, let the villagers go back. We have our own tents. We don't need your houses." Although the elder tried repeatedly, Lin Mo declined their hospitality. That night, they stayed there. The scenery of the village was beautiful. In front were two peaks, with the sun setting between them, turning everything red. Lin Mo set up the tent beside a pond on the mountain. The place was backed by a large mountain, offering a panoramic view of the entire village. Surrounded by mountains and water, the landscape was pleasant. However, Hu Ye had no heart to appreciate the beautiful views, sitting alone by the water lost in thought. The elder's words struck a deep blow to her. Despite the Hu family's painstaking efforts over 100 years, they couldn't match the influence the great Han Empire achieved in just 2 months in the barbarian region. Still, the policies introduced by the Han Empire were indeed something the barbarian kingdom could never offer. So it was natural for the commoners to support the great Han. Initially, she still harbored thoughts of reviving her country, but now, she dared not entertain such ideas anymore. Since even the common folk no longer supported them, how could she dream of a revival? But if there was no restoration, what would be the purpose of her life? "How come you're here all alone, reflecting? Tell everyone where you went wrong, won't you?" Seeing Hu Ye lost in thought, Wu Yang approached her and began scolding her. In the past, Hu Ye would certainly have retorted. This time, however, she didn't even turn her head, as if she hadn't heard Wu Yang's words. It was the first time Wu Yang saw this normally carefree girl become profound, and immediately realized she was troubled by something. So she walked over and sat down next to Hu Ye. She didn't say anything, but silently kept company with Hu Ye. A while later, Hu Ye broke the silence first. "If you want to laugh at me, Go ahead and do so freely. Hu Ye disliked this feeling immensely. She'd rather be mocked or even berated by Wu Yang than feel her sympathy. Wu Yang lifted her head and gazed at the sunset. Do you know, when I was little, I was the weakest child in my family. Weak constitution, prone to illness. When I was 6, I couldn't even lift the lightest knife. Everyone in the tribe considered me abnormal, calling me the most useless person in the Wu clan. I grew up amidst setbacks, blame, and even curses. During the New Year celebrations, others wore new clothes while I had to wear my older sister's worn-out ones. While everyone enjoyed a happy reunion dinner around the table, I had to hide in a corner, eating the leftovers that had already gone cold. One day, my brother returned from hunting and brought home an injured little rabbit. I begged him to give it to me, and it became my only playmate. Wu Yang continued talking without glancing at Hu Ye, recounting her childhood experiences on her own, with a touch of bitterness in her expression during the memories. She looked radiant now, but who knew the pain she endured in her childhood? Seeing Wu Yang stop there, Hu Ye couldn't help but ask, what happened later? One day, when I came back from outside, I found the little rabbit had died. At this point, Wu Yang's face showed sadness and helplessness. Even though I tried hard to take care of it, it was all just my one-sided effort because I didn't actually know how to treat the wounds of a rabbit. Eventually, it succumbed to its worsening injuries and became food for someone else. At first, I was heartbroken until one day, when my brother caught a bunch of healthy rabbits. He said he would give one to me, and I asked what would happen to the other rabbits. My brother said, of course, we eat them. That's when I realized, rabbits are born to be eaten, whether healthy or injured, they can't escape their fate. Because they are simply too weak. If the rabbit hadn't encountered me, it might have been eaten the same day my brother brought it home. My self-assured meticulous care didn't prevent it from being eaten. It only prolonged its suffering before it ended up on someone's plate. Tell me, if you were that rabbit, would you be grateful to me or hate me? Hu Ye stared blankly at Wu Yang, seriously pondering this question. But as she thought more about it, something didn't seem quite right. Did you make up this story just to say the barbarian kingdom is a rabbit? She looked at Wu Yang with a touch of anger. Wu Yang turned around, her eyes softening slightly. I didn't make this story up. It really happened to me. But your guess isn't wrong either. In front of the mighty great Han, isn't the barbarian kingdom just a small rabbit? And the 16 southerny kingdoms behind the barbarian kingdom are also rabbits. Do you think a bunch of rabbits combined could possibly beat a hunter? No. Hu Ye answered resolutely in her heart. If we truly care about the rabbits, we should hand them over to someone who can treat their wounds and feed them properly, not snatch them back when they're already being cared for, causing even worse injuries. Wu Yang continued persuading. You and your father are different. Your father only wanted to confine these rabbits without caring about their life or death, but you genuinely care about the commoners. So, stop insisting any longer. That way, you will no longer suffer, and neither will the people. Look at how the commoners live now. Aren't they living quite well? Full of hope, smiling faces everywhere. Suppose you had the ability to reclaim the barbarian kingdom and return the people to their previous lives. Would they thank you? Would they? Hu Ye asked herself truthfully. She thought of the elder from the mountain village who had talked with her. When the elder called himself a great Han person, he was so proud. In old times under the great barbarian rule, such pride among citizens never existed. Gradually, she started agreeing with what Wu Yang said. Persisting further would bring nothing but pain to herself and suffering to the commoners. Originally, her despair lay in knowing Lin Mo's strength, which made her realize there was no hope of restoring her country. And now, her pain deepened because even if she did manage to restore her kingdom, the commoners wouldn't be grateful, but rather might even hate her. She suddenly felt as if her belief system had collapsed. Hu Ye clenched her teeth and glared at Wu Yang. Why do you tell me all these things? This woman was indeed venomous. Chapter 319. Or, shall I take care of your feelings tonight? In the evening, Lin Mo took out abundant food from his personal space. Lin Xiaohu went to the mountain to hunt by himself, while the howling dog lay beside and gnawed at pig's trotters, crunching them with ease. Thanks to Wu Yang's advice, Hu Yeji's inner gloom dissipated, and her appetite became excellent. She ate meat in large bites, drank alcohol in large gulps, completely ignoring her princess image. What puzzled people was that despite eating so much, she maintained her figure very well, slender where it should be, and full-figured where it needed to be. This point made Wu Yang very envious because she wouldn't dare to eat like that. As for Lin Mo's ability to retrieve things out of thin air, it had been known by everyone. Although Hu Yeji saw it for the first time, she didn't find it strange at all. She already realized, losing to a deity was no big deal, nothing to obsess over. There wasn't much entertainment in the village at night, so everyone went to bed early. Lin Mo prepared a separate tent for Hu Yeji, but due to the limited space by the pond, the two tents were next to each other. The result was that Hu Yeji couldn't sleep well all night long. Early in the morning, she appeared in front of Lin Mo and others with black circles under her eyes. Lin Mo really didn't know the sound insulation effect of the tent was so poor. When he saw Hu Yeji's big black eye circles, he wasn't the least bit embarrassed and instead teased her, saying, "Are you cosplaying as a national treasure?" National treasure? Hu Yeji looked confused, not knowing what these two words meant. However, she could tell Lin Mo was mocking her. She huffed and ignored Lin Mo as she left. After breakfast, Lin Mo and others bid farewell to the small village, leaving some money for the villagers as thanks when they left. Afterwards, Hu Yeji expressed incomprehension. She asked, "Although your soldiers did not borrow the villagers' houses to live in, why do you still give them money?" Lin Mo just smiled faintly and said one word, "You guess. Why not buy the hearts of the common people with a little money?" The speed of Lin Mo and his group was very fast, and on the second day, they had already arrived at a small county called Xuanhuan in Jiangning Prefecture. Lin Mo rested here for a night. They set off early the next morning and continued their journey. However, he found that Hu Yeji still hadn't slept well last night and looked fatigued in the morning. So he kindly asked, "What did you do last night? I originally intended to take care of your feelings, but I couldn't find you." Lin Mo laughed and replied. Wuyang also mocked on the side. "That's too bad." Hu Yeji rolled her eyes, too lazy to deal with them. Last night, she was not affected by Lin Mo because they weren't even in the same yard. The reason she didn't sleep well was simply because she wasn't used to that soft bed last night. In the wildlands, she slept on a stone bed covered with tiger skins. But last night's bed was arranged by the county magistrate. To flatter Lin Mo, the magistrate naturally prepared everything to the best standard, including the most comfortable big bed. However, Hu Yeji, who had never slept on such a luxurious bed before, ended up sleeping poorly. On the third day, passing through Jiangning further north, they entered Judi. On the fourth day, they arrived at Qianwei Prefecture. The fields along the way were lush and green. Occasionally, one could hear the folk singing folk songs, and sometimes the laughter of farmers could be heard. They followed the main roads, and the merchant caravans gradually increased along the way. The merchant caravans would courteously move aside upon seeing the Han army, allowing them to pass. It wasn't hard to see the respect and gratitude they had for the great Han dynasty. Due to the Han dynasty encouraging trade, many merchants came to operate businesses in Han territories. The land here was rich in resources and produced many goods. Combined with the legend of Lin Mo, more and more people were attracted here. Once an area where no one could be seen within 30 to 50 miles in Shu, now had caravans everywhere. Hu Yeji personally witnessed the prosperity and well-being of the Han people, which reminded her again of the story of the little rabbit that Wuyang told her. It seemed that the great Han dynasty was truly the one who knew how to raise rabbits. Her steadfastness faded away gradually with the strength of the Han Empire. On the fifth day, Lin Mo and his party finally arrived at Chengdu. Since they didn't notify Chengdu, no one knew Lin Mo had returned. Even, there was no welcoming ceremony. Lin Mo originally disliked those formalities. Before entering the city, he specifically instructed Xiaohu and the Swanee Iron Cavalry to enter the city a day later to avoid the officials inside the city causing unnecessary fuss. Conquering Yinan and Manzhou deserved celebration, but there was no need to exacerbate bureaucracy because of it. Celebration can wait until 1.5 months later, when he ascends the throne. Therefore, he only brought a carriage, 2 horses, and a big black dog. Thus, inconspicuously, he entered the city. At first glance, Chengdu looked exactly the same. It neither expanded nor grew taller, only exuding a kind of weathered grandeur. However, outside the city walls, there were many stalls and shops. Due to a sharp increase in population, the markets within the city were no longer sufficient. So, the common folk had spontaneously set up a market near the city gates where they sold their mountain goods, handicrafts, vegetables, and other items. Since food, clothing, and daily necessities were cheaper here compared to inside the city, the marketplace at the city gate was especially lively. Hu Yeji and Wuyang had never seen such bustling scenes before, and both wanted to experience it firsthand. Thus, Lin Mo took them on a tour of the market, sampling local snacks made by the commoners, and purchasing some interesting handmade crafts. After entering the city, Lin Mo realized that in the 2 or 3 months he had been away, Shu's capital had undergone astonishing changes, with various shops flourishing everywhere. The streets were crowded with carts and horses, resembling the commercial streets during promotional events in his previous life. Upon inquiry, he learned that indeed some shops were hosting promotions. Qiling Guild had just entered into a long-term cooperation agreement with Kai's Guild from Jingzhou, so both guilds held a major discount promotion event in Shu's capital. They also organized games, where customers could participate if they made purchases in the exhibition area. The more they bought, the more chances they got to play the games. Through the games, participants could win prizes of varying levels. In different corners of the exhibition area, there were young women specially designated to introduce the content of this event. If anyone had questions, these women would personally guide them, providing impeccable service. Seeing all this, Lin Mo couldn't help but smile. He knew for sure that this was another brilliant idea of his father-in-law. Since that night when Lin Mo gave him a book from the future titled Event Planning, after reading it, his mind was as if opened to a new world. He kept coming up with all sorts of creative strategies. That hoop game looks fun, I want to try it. There's also clay pot throwing. Before long, the few girls around Lin Mo were also captivated by these activities. Chapter 320, Surprise. Wuyang had never made any requests since following Lin Mo. However, this time, her girlish heart was indeed stirred by the games set up by Wang Yukai. Seeing others enjoying themselves so much, she itched to participate as well. In Shudu, there was no tradition of keeping women confined at home. Moreover, after Lin Mo took over, most of the management was handled by Lu Yun and the Qinhe sisters. They established a girls' school, which helped many women become pillars of their families. There was no other choice because the Dagon kingdom had been engaged in continuous warfare for years, and many men had died in battle. The male-to-female ratio in Shu territory was even lower than 1 to 9. This was the result after King Lin Mo attracted many displaced people to move to Shu. Before Lin Mo's rise to power, the male-to-female ratio in Shu territory had already dropped to 1 to 10. Therefore, on the streets of Shudu, one sees more women than men. However, the fair was mostly attended by local and out-of-town merchants, and only a few women were in business, so here the male-to-female ratio was roughly equal. Many local shopkeepers brought their wives or concubines to join in the activities. Thus, some of these games were specifically designed for women. To satisfy their curiosity, Lin Mo personally paid for over 10 items and handed over the tickets for game participation to them. Weiyang wanted to play the arrow-throwing game. She often played it in the palace of the Mangan Kingdom, but Wang Yukai obviously increased the difficulty. Out of 10 arrows, she tried 6 times and managed to score only once. For the last 4 arrows, she had to seek help from Lin Mo to finally get them all inside. Out of 10 arrows, 5 hit their marks, earning her a pair of beautifully packaged cosmetics. Although they were not particularly expensive, it was enough to make young girls happy for an entire day. On the other hand, Hu Ye was dominating the games. She exchanged 2 tickets for 2 attempts at the ring toss game. The first attempt landed 8 out of 10, while the second saw all rings successfully tossed. However, she showed absolutely no interest in the rewards of cosmetics and face powder. Since the day she was born, she hadn't used such things. Gaia also performed excellently with throwing darts at cloth targets. The rule of this game was that each participant throws 1 dart, needing to continuously hit the cloth targets. Hitting 30 consecutive targets, all the cloths, would earn the ultimate grand prize. The ultimate grand prize was a very beautiful dress. The Kylan Guild discovered an exceptionally talented tailor, and Su Churu found that the clothes she designed and crafted were incredibly elegant. Once, wearing a long dress designed by her, Su Churu became the focus of the entire banquet. Therefore, she collaborated with Su Renjia and Wang Yukai to make some ready-to-wear clothing to sell to the wealthy. Or, they would accept custom orders from the wealthy. Ready-to-wear clothing had more market potential and was more favored than raw fabric. And Gaia's reward, this grand prize, could be considered a lucky win during this event. Upon learning this, Su Churu personally intervened and immediately recognized Gaia. Su Churu was delighted beyond measure, because Gaia's appearance meant the person she thought about day and night had returned too. Dear Gaia, Su Churu beckoned Gaia into a room and anxiously asked, "Where is my husband?" "He's just outside." Gaia smiled and replied. She didn't care about the beautiful dress anymore and led Su Churu to look for Lin Mo together. Soon, they found him amidst the crowded game zone. Lin Mo also saw Su Churu. There was no need for words or concern for who else was around. A mere smile was sufficient to express the yearning between the two. Lin Mo walked towards Su Churu, and beside him, Hu Ye noticed the attractive young woman opposite and muttered discontentedly, "This guy really has quite a few women." However, Weiyang nearby laughed and said, "His Majesty is such an outstanding man that all the women in the world belong to him." In her eyes, he was a god. Being favored by the god was the fortune of countless lifetimes combined. Therefore, she wouldn't mind how many women His Majesty had. The more women His Majesty had, the more she would try to make him content. Only then could she curry favor with him. Even if one day His Majesty no longer favored her, she wouldn't harbor resentment, only feeling herself unworthy. How could such a woman not please a man? "Not me," Hu Ye rebutted instantly. "You will be," Weiyang confidently asserted. Hu Ye stared at her strangely, confused. "Why are you looking at me like this? Don't you believe what I said?" As a woman, she trusted her intuition thoroughly. From Hu Ye's performance over the past few days, it was clear that she had been deeply drawn to His Majesty. If His Majesty wished, winning Hu Ye would be a matter of seconds. This girl, who thought she feared nothing, couldn't resist the immense charm of the mighty emperor. Only, Hu Ye was deceiving herself. However, Hu Ye asked with curiosity on her face, "I wonder, seeing Prince Han having other women, shouldn't you be angry or jealous? Could it be that you're just pretending?" Weiyang gave her an annoyed glance and explained, "Whether you believe me or not, I can assure you that I have never been envious or tried to alienate your mother." She knew that Hu Ye still harbored resentment over her mother's death, but she really wasn't to blame for it. All the concubines in the palace of the Mangan Kingdom were never on her hit list, nor did she ever attempt to harm them. Hu Ye's mother suffered from her own narrow-mindedness, always feeling that Weiyang was scheming against her, leading to her depression and eventual demise. This time, Hu Ye didn't argue with Weiyang, because through recent interactions, she came to know Weiyang better. She understood that at this point, Weiyang had no reason to lie to her. Seeing Su Churu throwing herself into Lin Mo's arms, Hu Ye couldn't bear to watch anymore, so she went off to play some other games to distract herself, trying not to overthink things. "Weren't you supposed to rest at home? Why are you pushing yourself so hard?" As soon as Su Churu entered the room, Lin Mo tenderly touched her belly with concern. She too was pregnant, already 3 months along. Though strengthened by the body purification soup, Su Churu's health remained crucial for their child. Still, Lin Mo preferred she not exert herself mentally during this period. "I couldn't stay still, and every time I stopped moving, I'd start thinking about you." Su Churu threw herself back into Lin Mo's arms, coquettishly saying, "Everyone misses you dearly. We ask about you multiple times a day. How could you return without giving us any advance notice?" She pouted her lips and complained softly. Lin Mo wrapped his arm around her waist, gently explaining, "I didn't want to make it too ceremonious. I wanted to give all of you a surprise. Having been away for so many days, he missed his family just as much. Every day, he thought about the child yet to be born. He hadn't expected to bump into Su Churu here. It was indeed a pleasant surprise for him too. But you know what? You've given me quite the big surprise." Lin Mo chuckled as he said this. This commercial event attracted a great number of people to Shudu. He was sure that at this moment, Shudu was the liveliest city in the whole nation. Chapter 321, Meow Meow's Yearning. Shu capital has developed better and better, which fills Lin Mo with immense satisfaction. This is not just a personal honor for him, but also the result of his wife's hard work. "Dear, who were those 2 girls beside you earlier?" Hearing Lin Mo's praise, Su Churu's face lit up with satisfaction. Everything they had done was to help Lin Mo. As long as they could gain Lin Mo's approval, they would be content. But they wouldn't take credit for it, because everything they did was willingly. After all, setting aside romantic feelings, this is still a great cause, and being able to participate makes them proud. The petite one used to be the queen of the man tribe. The one beside her is the second princess of the man kingdom. Lin Mo introduced. Oh, Xuanhuan nodded. The situation in the man kingdom had already been reported back by messengers, so they were aware of what had happened there. Let's go back. They had finished shopping, and Lin Mo was already looking forward to seeing Lu Yun and Qin He. Xuanhuan nodded. Everyone will be very happy when they know you're back, especially Miao Miao. She has been insisting on going to see you every day. Lin Mo had already heard this from Guya. It's been half a year since we last met. I wonder if Miao Miao has changed. Lin Mo smiled. At Miao Miao's age, there might be changes every month. Xuanhuan smirked. She has changed quite a bit during this period. Perhaps it will surprise you greatly. Upon hearing this, Lin Mo became quite anticipatory. Dear, let's return in the business association's carriage. It's parked in the backyard. Lin Mo nodded. Wait for me a moment. He couldn't leave Wuyong and Hu Yejia here. Upon opening the door, he saw Wuyong quietly standing there waiting for him. Is that your wife? Wuyong asked. Yes, she's one of them. Her name is Xuanhuan. Previously, Lin Mo hadn't told her much about his women, including Guya whom she already knew. He had intended to introduce everyone upon returning home, but unexpectedly encountered Xuanhuan. Xuanhuan, she's as gentle as her name suggests. Wuyong said with a smile. You little sprite, you haven't even met her yet, and you're already thinking of flattering her. Lin Mo chuckled. Wuyong was really perfect, skillful, understanding, and empathetic. He thought that anyone who gets to know her, even girls, wouldn't dislike her. Isn't Hu Yejia the best example? I envy her. What do you envy? Lin Mo asked. She and Guya's sister have both conceived your child. Wuyong's expression darkened, and she lowered her head sorrowfully. When she first entered the palace, she was envied for her angelic beauty, and the then queen of the man tribe instructed a concubine to poison Wuyong. Although Wuyong was saved, her body was left with problems, rendering her infertile. In the future world, being infertile may make many women secretly glad. However, in this era, infertility would be considered a physical disability, a woman's lifelong pain. This was something Wuyong admitted to Lin Mo from the start. Lin Mo took her hand and gently consoled her. Don't worry, I will definitely make you a complete woman. Trust me. Wuyong nodded. At this moment, she felt an immense sense of peace. She knew Lin Mo wouldn't lose affection for her just because she couldn't bear children. This man was worth her full devotion. With Wuyong, the two quickly found Hu Yejia in the gaming area. Come with me, Lin Mo said to her. Why? I'm not done playing yet. Hu Yejia found it hard to stop. Indeed, ever since she was born, it was either martial arts training or battles. She almost never experienced a childhood. These games awakened her playful side, making it hard for her to stop. She said, you guys go ahead, I'll find you later. Then, she threw a hoop. Lin Mo grabbed the hoop from her hand and scattered it all at once. All 5 hoops landed accurately. This move stunned Hu Yejia and everyone around her. A chorus of applause erupted from nearby women, who cast envious glances at Hu Yejia. When they noticed Lin Mo's handsome appearance, many were mesmerized. The unmarried young ladies looked at him like wolves spotting sheep. Seeing this, Hu Yejia reluctantly followed Lin Mo away. Xuanhuan had arranged the carriage already. Leaving through the back gate, they soon arrived at the xuanhuan palace. The palace was still under construction. The current residence, modified from the prefect's mansion, wasn't large, but after some improvements by a few gardeners, it became quite comfortable and aesthetically pleasing. The xuanhuan palace is divided into the front yard and the backyard. The front yard is the office area, while the backyard is Lin Mo's living quarters. All the guards in the back courtyard are female guards, and they are also the first team that Lin Mo formed. Most of the original members know Lin Mo except for some new ones. It was Lin Mo who changed their lives and rescued them from darkness to give them a bright future. Thus, when they saw Lin Mo get out of the carriage, all of them showed signs of surprise and delight. They forgot about discipline and crowded around him to greet him. Lin Mo was completely surrounded and couldn't move at all. However, just at this moment, a sweet and clear voice came from afar, brother-in-law. The female guards immediately dispersed upon hearing it. A petite girl with a long spear came rushing over. These female guards seemed afraid of this girl and quickly returned to their posts. Meow meow. Lin Mo smiled and waved his hand. Qin Miao threw the spear aside and then leaped into Lin Mo's arms. Big bad brother-in-law, you promised to be back in 1 month, but now 3 months and 21 days have passed. Qin Miao burrowed in Lin Mo's embrace, whining her complaints. Though she understood all the reasons, she couldn't control her emotions like an adult. Meow meow, don't be impolite. At this moment, a group of women walked out. There were 4 leading figures, all with big bellies, accompanied by a group of maids. The one who spoke was Qin He, Qin Miao's sister. Husband fights for the country. How could he determine the exact return time? Meow meow, careful not to get locked up again. Wang Yuqing reminded her with a smile. Qin Miao pouted in grievance, but refused to leave Lin Mo's embrace. Qin He wanted to reprimand her, but was stopped by Lu Yun. Never mind, his sister. Let her be. Perhaps due to the earlier excitement, or because Lin Mo had come back, Qin He suddenly felt a kick in her stomach. Then something small began pushing downward. She felt a sudden sharp pain in her abdomen, and then her water broke. Ouch! Qin He cried out in pain, clutching her belly. Seeing this, Lin Mo rushed over immediately. He'd seen this scene too many times before and instantly understood. Qin he was about to give birth. Chapter 322. Qin he gives birth to a girl. 10,000 birds sing in harmony. Quick, take her back. Lin Mo called out and gently picked up Qin he. Although he had helped others give birth many times, this was the first time for his own wife, and he couldn't help but feel a little nervous. At this moment, Qin Miao looked foolishly at her sister in pain and asked Xu Churu beside her with some self-blame. Sister Churu, did I do something wrong? Su Churu patted her head and smiled softly. Little silly Miao, your sister is about to give birth. Qin Miao paused in surprise, then jumped happily. Really? I'm going to be an aunt. After speaking, she quickly chased after Lin Mo. Sisters, it's all sudden, so please bear with us. Everyone left, so Su Churu could only assume the role of the hostess and found Wu Yang and Hu Yejian. Hu Yejian had a face of indifference. Wu Yang also didn't care, laughing said, we met such happy news as soon as we came, and we're thrilled. You've been on the road for so long. Why don't I arrange for you to rest first? Su Churu wanted to go too. She was afraid she would miss the birth of Lin Mo's first child. They had agreed that whoever bore the children, they would be their children. Therefore, she definitely could not miss it. Wu Yang saw through her thoughts and smiled. Could sister let us go and see too? On the way, Su Churu and Wu Yang had a conversation and liked each other. Not because of her noble identity, but because she spoke and acted with great consideration for others. Moreover, she was one of Lord Lin's wives, a member of this family. According to the principle, the child born to Qin he is also her child. So Su Churu didn't refuse and took them to Qin he's room. By this time, the place was already full of people. The first child of Prince Han was about to be born, so all the maids and nursemaids of the mansion were here waiting to serve the upcoming little prince or princess. Servants were sent to notify Mrs. Chun and Wang Yukai. Women giving birth are not suitable to have men around. Thus, Lin Mo was pushed out by the old nurses and waited outside with everyone else. Inside the room, Guangzi was there, which made him more assured. Also, Qin's body was in good condition, so normal delivery shouldn't be much of a problem. Hot water, quickly bring several basins of hot water from the kitchen. The Empress has sweated a lot. Bring more dry towels. Oh, stop standing there idly. Get to work. Several experienced midwives looked anxiously at the newly arrived young maids who didn't know what to do. These people were older but worked like energetic youths. Still, their experience was rich. Though they were anxious, they remained composed. However, the childbirth process was not very smooth. An hour passed quickly, yet the baby in Qin he's belly showed no signs of coming out. Even the broth that Aunt Zhou specially stewed for Qin he was ready. But Lin Mo knew that childbirth speeds varied from person to person. Some felt the sensation and gave birth within less than an hour, while others might endure pain for a day and still need assistance during delivery. If it were someone else's child, Lin Mo would find it normal and provide comfort accordingly. Yet now, it was his own child, his own lady lying inside. Hence, the risks associated with childbirth were amplified at this moment, causing Lin Mo to become increasingly worried. How is it going? A short while later, Mrs. Chen arrived and asked Lin Mo. After a period of separation, her mother-in-law looked younger than ever. However, Lin Mo had no mind for these observations now. There's still no movement. He replied tersely. Seeing his worry, Mrs. Chun hurried to reassure him. It's still early, no need to rush. This is Heer's first time giving birth. It will surely be slower. When I gave birth to Yuner, I endured 4 hours of pain. Lin Mo chuckled slightly and nodded. Soon, more people arrived. The elder Quan Liang, Mr. and Mrs. Wang Yukai, Grandpa Su Zhang's entire family, and even some officials hearing the news were waiting outside the residence. Almost every space in Qin he's courtyard was filled. As the minutes ticked by, Guangzi and the midwives kept busy inside the room. They went in and out, doing their best to ease Qin he's suffering and making her as comfortable as possible. At 1.5 hours, a surprise shout suddenly came from the room. It's here. The head is out. This was Nurse Li's voice. Her voice was the loudest in the whole Han Palace. Empress, push a little more. It'll be over soon. Breathe deeply. Follow the rhythm with the child, don't panic. Guided by these experienced midwives, the child emerged smoothly. Wah! When the infant's cry echoed through the room, the hearts of everyone outside finally settled down. Joy spread among everyone as they began to celebrate. The Empress succeeded. That's wonderful, the child is here. With the Empress's excellent health, everything was bound to be fine. Upon hearing the cries of the infant, Qin Miao froze for a moment. I'm an aunt. Amazing, I'm an aunt now. At this point, Guangzi rushed out excitedly to deliver the good news. It's a little princess. Mother and daughter are both safe. Approaching Lin Mo, she continued. I've checked. The little princess is in perfect health. Aunt Li and the others are currently cleaning her up. It won't take long. Lin Mo exhaled a breath of relief at this moment, nodding with a smile. You all have worked hard. Pass on my orders. Every servant in the estate will be rewarded. Upon hearing this, the servants grew even happier, doubly celebrating their good fortune. Just then, someone shouted, Look above. Everyone looked up to see that, at some point, many birds had flown into the sky. They were circling above Qin he's courtyard. Various types were present. Magpies, cuckoos, message birds, bulbuls, and even eagles flying higher up, though showing no signs of attacking the other birds. Countless birds swirled and sang as if celebrating this special moment. Their sight captured the attention of everyone in the city, gazing upwards in awe. 100 birds celebrating. It's truly the 100 birds celebrating. This little princess must be the reincarnation of the 9-colored phoenix. Some elderly people exclaimed in amazement. Recalling Lin Mo's identity, many believed such a phenomenon was highly possible. The common folk also guessed that a noble personage had been born. Looking at where the birds gathered, precisely over Han Prince's mansion, they naturally assumed it was related to Lin Imo. However, Lin Imo himself was dumbfounded at this very moment. His daughter's birth caused such a grand uproar. Isn't this a bit too exaggerated? Lin Imo muttered silently in his heart. As for why it happened, he had no idea either. Congratulations to Master, greetings to Master. Your first child has already been so extraordinary. How much more remarkable will the next ones be? Huang Liang, deeply convinced that this girl was the reincarnation of the nine-colored phoenix, quickly came over to congratulate him. Others followed suit, offering their congratulations one after another. Not long after, a maid emerged carrying the little princess. And as she stepped out, throughout the entire Shu capital, 10,000 birds sang harmoniously, while eagles let out long cries. Chapter 323, Lin Baoling. Lin Imo held the baby, feeling her strong vitality. Because of a reward from the system before, all his children were born with natural martial arts bodies. This meant that others might spend their whole lives without reaching the extraordinary realm, but his children could achieve it just by eating and sleeping. If they worked a little harder, the process would be even shorter. Lin Imo looked at the hundreds of birds circling in the sky and thought to himself that he was increasingly unable to comprehend this world. Your Majesty, can I hold the baby for a moment? Everyone gathered around to look at the child. Wuyong walked up to Lin Imo, her beautiful eyes filled with pleading. Lin Imo knew she loved children, so he handed the baby over to her. Wuyong was delighted and carefully took the baby into her arms. Looking at the pink, chubby baby in her arms, maternal love immediately overflowed within her. The baby seemed to like her too, reaching out with its little hand to grab hers. Her hand was soft and warm. Haha, she's grabbing my hand. So cute. She's melting my heart. Wuyong extended her finger, lightly touching the baby's fingers, extremely happy. Let me see. I want to hold her too. Qin Miao rushed over. Perhaps due to practicing martial arts, she had grown quite a bit in height recently, and her features had become more refined than before. The one who changed the most was little Mantu, almost catching up to her sister. Wuyong knew Qin Miao's identity, and although she adored this child very much, she didn't hog the baby. She carefully placed the baby in Qin Miao's arms. Miao Miao, be gentle. Ling Wei quickly reminded her. Others worried she might not hold on tightly enough, but those who knew Qin Miao understood that she was quite strong. Seeing them all surrounding the baby, Lin Imo walked alone into the room. Several maids and attendants were taking care of Qin He. Just like Wang Yuqing and the others, Qin He had a personal maid named Tingxiang. However, this was Lin Mo's first time meeting her. My lord. The maids and attendants nearby saw Lin Imo and hurriedly paid their respects. Qin He also tried to raise herself to pay respect to Lin Imo. Your body is still very weak. Lie down and rest. Lin Imo quickly walked over and gently held her down. I'm fine. Qin He softly replied. Her body indeed had no major issues. The physical strengthening soup improved her constitution, granting her great resilience and healing ability. She appeared weak only because childbirth drained all her strength. A short rest would make her fine again. Lin Imo checked her pulse and confirmed there was nothing wrong before feeling reassured. The entire birthing process was under the control of Kuang Zi, who had abundant experience. Throughout the process, everything was sterilized, significantly reducing the risks of childbirth. Kuang Zi had participated in no less than 30 births during this period, with zero mishaps. Moreover, she promoted new birthing methods, training specialized medical practitioners, dispersing them across different regions for guidance, with significant effects. Where's the baby? Qin He had just glimpsed the baby before it was hurriedly taken away. As a mother, naturally, her first concern was the baby. Lin Imo immediately sent someone to bring the baby back. Why are there bird calls outside, even eagles? Am I having hallucinations from pain? Qin He looked at Lin Imo, weakly asking. Hearing magpies or sparrows here was normal. But eagles usually live deep in the mountains. How would they come to Shu capital? There was no food for them here. Holding her hand, Lin Imo smiled and said, You're not hallucinating. There are tens of thousands of birds in the sky outside, all welcoming the birth of our daughter. Huang Liang and others say this is 10,000 birds paying homage. Our daughter is the reincarnation of a nine-colored phoenix. Really? I want to see. Qin He widened her eyes. Such a spectacle was something she did not want to miss. Sister, that mustn't be done. You're physically weak now and shouldn't be exposed to the wind, or you might develop health problems. Auntie Li quickly dissuaded her. Lin Imo nodded. Though Qin He's body was in good condition, right now, it truly should not be exposed to the wind. Besides, hygiene conditions were not ideal here. Without things like sanitary pads, infection could cause trouble. But as he couldn't deny his wife's request, Lin Imo jumped onto the beam and removed a piece of tile above, creating a skylight. Although unable to see the scene of 10,000 birds swirling overhead, the partial view allowed one to appreciate the magnificence of the entire spectacle. Witnessing the strange phenomena triggered by her daughter's birth, Qin He felt deeply content. Soon, everyone brought the baby inside. Sister, the baby's here. Qin Miao gently placed the baby beside Qin He. At the moment she held the baby, she felt she had grown up. Sister He, how do you feel? Lu Yan approached with concern. Sister He, does it hurt? Wang Yuqing rubbed her swollen belly, a bit worried, because she would also give birth soon. Qin He looked at the child in front of her and revealed an affectionate smile. Nothing was more blissful than this moment. However painful it may be, it's worth it. Her childbirth wasn't as easy as others described, even after her body was strengthened by the physical strengthening soup and carefully nurtured. If she were still in the condition when she first met Lin Imo, it could have been dangerous. It can thus be seen that giving birth is indeed a painful and risky process for women. but seeing the baby born safely made her feel that everything was worthwhile. Wang Yuqing nodded earnestly. She had already seen the baby, pink and chubby, and she adored it very much. At the same time, she was looking forward to the birth of her own child. As the baby was brought in, the birds above gradually dispersed, and the sky returned to calm, but the city still buzzed with discussions about the event. Soon, news spread across the whole Shu capital that Princess Wangfu had been born. All the commoners rejoiced for Prince Han. Some even knelt down and prayed to heaven for the safety of the princess and the princess's mother. And from the moment this child was born, it was surrounded by all sorts of legends. Everyone squeezed inside, making the room crowded. After visiting Qin He, they all left one after another. Only the closest people remained. Mama Zhou had already prepared the nutritious soup, and Lin Mo personally fed Qin He. After being away for so long, this was all he could do. Han Prince, have you thought of a name for the child? Mother-in-law Chen asked. Everyone's gaze turned toward Lin Mo. Qin Miao smiled and said, my cute niece deserves a nickname. I call her Dudu. Everyone couldn't help but laugh. It was simple but vivid. Being the child's aunt, and this being Qin Miao's first time naming someone, no one discouraged her, and it was tacitly approved. The nickname didn't matter too much. Everyone cared more about the official name. Lin Mo had already decided on names for his daughter, and including the 4 children expected by Lu Yun, Wang Yuqing, and Ling Wei. 4 girls, Lin Pengpeng, Lin Nanxiu, Lin Qingqian, etc. 4 boys, Lin Junzhao, Lin Zhenlin, Lin Xingshi, etc. However, seeing tens of thousands of birds flying together and countless larks chirping harmoniously just to welcome his daughter, Lin Mo thought of a name. Let's call her Lin Baoling. Chapter 324, Brother-in-law, I want a child too. Her formal name is Lin Bailinging, her nickname Nei Wang, symbolizing the reincarnation of the 9-colored phoenix. Though Lin Mo thought this impossible, since everyone else believed it, he saw no reason to go against the majority opinion. Her pet name was given by Qin Miao Daodu. Mrs. Chen nodded approvingly and said, Bailing, this name is quite good. Your Highness, princess birth celebrated with myriad birds arriving as blessings. This is an immense auspicious omen. I suggest we exempt all taxes for 1 year and celebrate alongside our people. Thus, the commoners will appreciate Princess Bailing even more, giving her greater respect. This was suggested by Wang Yukai at the moment. The birth of a monarch's child typically warrants acts to bring merit to the offspring and gather public support, like amnesty across the land, tax exemption, and sacrifices to heaven, etc. Lin Mo adopted Wang Youtsai's suggestion. Just 1 year of taxation relief was certainly doable. At present, national treasury revenues mainly did not come from agricultural taxes, but instead from the income of the Qilin Commerce Guild. The Qilin Commerce Guild was the commercial guild of the Great Han Empire, so all their profits were returned directly to the state treasury. Even so, Lin Mo would not completely eliminate taxes. Although exempting taxes was a good thing, actions must be taken step by step. Taking too big of a leap may turn a good deed into a bad one. Notify Shan Yimiao and have him make the arrangements. Lin Mo said. Wang Yukai replied affirmatively and went to find Shan Yimiao. The great victory in Manzhou, along with the birth of the princess, brought dual joy to the Han royal palace. Hence, those coming to visit and offer their congratulations continued in an endless stream. Because their responsibilities varied, some arrived at different times. Lin Mo understood that well. It wasn't until the 9th watch that Lin Mo finally bid farewell to the last batch of guests. That night, Lin Mo originally wanted the nursemaid to look after the child, but Qin He insisted on sleeping with her. And Qin Miao also insisted on sleeping with the baby. There was nothing to be done. They had to all cram together onto one large bed. Fortunately, when designing it, enough consideration was given. Each lady's room had beds spacious enough. The baby, having eaten and drank to satisfaction, quickly fell asleep. Qin He, who expended much energy during the day and still felt somewhat weak, followed suit shortly after. Only Qin Miao was wide awake. She faced away from Lin Mo, propped up her head with her hand, and stared intently at the child. Lin Mo felt exasperated. He thought her interest was only fleeting, yet she'd been looking all day and still hadn't tired. Lin Mo decided to simply ignore her. He opened the system to check the rewards. Bailing was his firstborn, and according to the system's past patterns, there would be extra rewards for the first child. The reward was already issued at the time of the child's birth, but Lin Mo was too busy throughout the day to take a look. With Lin Mo's intention moving inward, a virtual panel appeared before him, visible only to himself. On it were 4 items, exactly the rewards from the birth of the child. First reward, 300,000 dan of grain. Second reward, 5,000 bolts of premium silk. Third reward, 2 intelligence birds. Exclusive firstborn bonus, 10,000 advanced Xuanhuan iron riders, the great snow dragon riders. Holy shit. Upon seeing the exclusive firstborn bonus, Lin Mo shot straight up in surprise. The great snow dragon riders, he knew, were an incredibly formidable cavalry force, arguably the pinnacle of cavalry warfare. When Lin Mo received the Xuanhuan iron riders reward earlier, he compared them with the great snow dragon riders, believing both should be about the same. After all, the combat power of the Xuanhuan iron riders was already absurd. In terms of strength, endurance, and defense, there was no glaring weakness. The great snow dragon riders, logically, shouldn't surpass that. But the reward stated clearly, the great snow dragon riders were the advanced version of the Xuanhuan iron riders, and it awarded 10,000 outright. To put it in perspective, Lin Mo wrung every ounce of resources out of the whole military camp just to assemble 500 Xuanhuan riders, superior martial artists level warriors. Even if it wasn't the advanced version, simply having 10,000 Xuanhuan riders would be horrifying enough. Before, Lin Mo had been somewhat worried about powerful forces like King Xuanhuan and Sima Lan with countless elite generals. But now with these 10,000 Xuanhuan riders, Lin Mo's concerns vanished instantly. His sudden commotion woke Qin Miao next to him and disturbed the child sleeping in the middle, although the child merely shifted its head without crying out. "What's wrong, brother-in-law?" Qin Miao curiously turned back to look at him. "It's nothing," Lin Mo casually replied. System matters were difficult to explain, so Lin Mo generally didn't talk about them. Oh, seeing her sister still asleep, Qin Miao hurried to soothe the child. Meanwhile, Lin Mo continued examining the rewards. He wanted to know why the Great Snow Dragon Riders could be considered the advanced version of the Xuanhuan Riders. Great Snow Dragon Riders. Strength, Late Superior Realm. Equipment, Xuanhi Armor, Xuanhi Battle Sword, Xuanhi Chainmail, 4 horse, Wolf Tooth Leg Guards, 4 horse, Sturdy Horseshoes. Battle Horse 1, Premium Warhorse, Light Load. Battle Horse 2, Premium Warhorse, Light Load. Battle Horse 3, Premium Warhorse, Heavy Load. Formation, Great Snow 9 Dragons Formation. Special, for every addition of 100 riders, strength and endurance increases by 1.5%. Alright, 1 rider, 3 horses. Just this point is enough to make them superior to the Xuanhuan Riders. The Xuanhuan Riders are 1 man, 1 horse, and with heavy armor, their endurance is limited. Of course, Lin Mo could equip them with 3 horses per person as well, but that would just cost more money. Even the same as the Great Snow Dragon Riders, arming every warhorse to the teeth. But in terms of cavalry level, the Great Snow Dragon Riders have reached the late superior realm, while the Xuanhuan Riders start at the early superior realm. Hence, the Great Snow Dragon Riders surpass. Additionally, the Great Snow Dragon Riders have battle formations, an extra attribute increased by 0.5%, and more endurance. Thus, calling them the advanced version of the Xuanhuan Riders makes sense. More importantly, they can share attributes with the Xuanhuan Riders. Lin Mo currently has 10,000 Great Snow Dragon Riders and 463 Xuanhuan Riders, so the strength and endurance of the Great Snow Dragon Riders increase by 156%, and the Xuanhuan Riders increase by 104%. With a glance, one can tell which is better between the Xuanhuan Riders and the Great Snow Dragon Riders. After closing the panel, Lin Mo approached his daughter, kissed her chubby cheek, and said softly, "Little good fortune." This truly was a great surprise brought by his daughter. Lin Mo suddenly remembered that he had 4 more children on the way soon. If they all follow this pace, the Great Han would become invincible. But he also knew that the 10,000 Great Snow Dragon Riders were the reward for the firstborn. The rewards for the subsequent children probably wouldn't be as good. As Lin Mo lay down, Qin Miao suddenly crawled onto him. "What's wrong, Miao Miao?" Lin Mo stroked her loose hair and smiled as he asked. "Brother-in-law, before Daodu was born, I always thought of myself as a child. But after seeing Daodu, I feel like I've grown up." "What are you talking about?" Lin Mo curiously looked at her, puzzled why she started musing at such a young age. Qin Miao suddenly laid her head on Lin Mo's chest and softly said, "Brother-in-law, I want a child too." Lin Mo. Chapter 325. Sima Lan wants to woo Lin Mo. In the blink of an eye, half a month had passed. The army sent to suppress the southern tribes gradually returned to Shu Commandery. Lin Mo divided them into 3 units, respectively stationed in Yinzhou, Xindu, and Diang. Including the troops in the capital of Shu, the total number of soldiers exceeded 100,000. Of course, it did not include the 10,000 Shui Dragon Riders. That was Lin Mo's trump card, and he did not plan to summon them now. The returning army also brought back the latest news from the southern barbarian states. Lord, Governor Zhang and military advisor Sun have already released extermination tasks for mercenaries through the Mercenary Guild. After hearing this news, the southern states were all very panicked. 3 small countries have already announced that they will abolish their own nations and join the Han dynasty. Although the populations of these 3 small countries are not large, it is still a good start. Lu Qiong reported to Lin Mo. Lin Mo smiled and nodded slightly. The 16 southern states were indeed a fine place. Surrounded by sea on 3 sides, abundant in resources, and with very fertile land. If developed properly, it would certainly become the backyard garden of the great Han dynasty. In addition, your statues have appeared in various places in the southern barbarian regions. The barbarians venerate them en masse, and the divisions among the tribes have mostly disappeared, greatly increasing the people's sense of belonging to the great Han. Lu Qiong continued. Like the divine statues in the Liao region, the divine statues that appeared in the southern barbarian areas had some mysterious effects as well. They could increase public faith, consolidate the hearts of the people, and resolve disputes. As long as Lin Mo's statue remained standing, these ethnic groups, which originally had few conflicts with the Han people, would wholeheartedly embrace the Han and become part of the great Han. Upon hearing these pieces of good news, Lin Mo felt reassured. It was easier to conquer than to maintain control. The worst fear was seizing power but failing to hold on to it. It was quite normal for the southern barbarians to harbor some resistance sentiments currently, as long as they remained within controllable limits. Once time elapsed and they fully integrated into the great Han, taking pride in being Han, then thoughts of rebellion would no longer exist. Having settled the 3 armies, Lin Mo began preparations for his ascension to the throne. He didn't intend to ascend so early, since out of the 14 provinces of the world, he only controlled E province right now. However, everyone under him looked forward to him becoming emperor. Becoming emperor at this time could boost morale. There was another important reason. If he declared himself emperor now, then the other conquered tribes would more quickly integrate into the Great Han, regarding themselves as Han. Otherwise, in the eyes of those barbarians, Lin Mo was still someone from the Dry, Deqian, realm. Thus, in their hearts, they belonged to Dry rather than Han. Declaring himself king of Han, Lin Mo would merely be seen as a rebel lord by others. But if he declared himself emperor of Han, then he became a true warlord who carved out his territory, establishing a new dynasty. So declaring himself emperor was absolutely essential at this moment. Moreover, the time for discussion was just a month away. But after 2 months of preparation, the Fengshan altar, dragon robe, sacrificial vessels needed for ceremonies, and even the odes for the ceremony were all ready. After deliberation by the ministers, the Fengshan altar was constructed on Mount Mucha, located west of the Shu capital. Mount Mucha soared up 4,600 zhang, its peak piercing deep into the clouds. The locals called it the heavenly staircase or the road to heaven. From its summit, you could overlook the 9 realms of the earth, embracing the stars and moons, standing at the top of the world. Therefore, choosing this location for the Fengshan ritual was undoubtedly majestic and formidable. As the Great Han actively prepared, various powers also noticed the rise of the Great Han. Luoyang City, the Prime Minister's residence. Recently, Sima Land's intelligence organization has been continuously gathering information about the Great Han, and every few days, they compile this information and present it to the real power behind Deqian. Prime Minister, Han has already annihilated the southern tribes, gathered 600,000 to 700,000 southerners, and returned to the capital of Shu. Furthermore, our operatives discovered that they are constructing a Fengshan altar near Mount Mucha and building palaces north of the city, revealing intentions of proclaiming themselves emperor. The Prime Minister's advisor smirked with a touch of mockery on his face, seemingly quite disdainful of Lin Mo's actions. In his view, someone from such humble origins wanting to become an emperor seemed incredibly laughable. But Sima Lan did not see it this way. Cunning and experienced, he would not underestimate anyone, especially after learning that Lin Mo had actually wiped out the southern tribes. You see, while the southern tribe's strength was far inferior to Deqian, for decades they engaged in dozens of battles with Deqian. Deqian seldom gained an advantage, let alone annihilating the southern tribes. At the beginning, perhaps Deqian had entertained such ideas. But before long, the frontier generals changed their attitude towards the southern tribes. We'll be happy if you don't come harassing us anymore. From then on, there was no longer any thought of wiping out the southern tribes. Even though Sima Lan understood that this generation of southern tribe rulers was not as brilliant as previous barbaric emperors, the foundation of the southern tribes was still strong. Furthermore, having conquered the 16 southern east states, with 16 subordinate kingdoms under the southern tribes, their might was something not to be underestimated. Most terrifyingly, the terrain within the southern tribes' territory was complex, with rugged terrains, poison springs, toxic fogs, poisonous beasts, and insects everywhere. Many warriors from the 9 realms suffered from water and soil incompatibilities when entering there. Sima Lan remembered an instance when the Qian army invaded the southern kingdom, only to be completely wiped out because they mistakenly entered a toxic marshland. The poisonous fog rendered their troops powerless, allowing the southern tribe's soldiers to rest while they struggled. Out of 600,000 soldiers, merely 36 managed to escape. After that incident, the Qian Empire's attitude towards the southern tribes changed drastically. Their main strategy became defense. They no longer harbored any intentions of conquest. But this tough nut, which even the mighty Qian could not crack, had now been defeated by an unknown peasant. How could Sima Lan not take this seriously? Did we thoroughly investigate his background? Is he really just a commoner? Sima Lan inquired. The strategist replied, we have thoroughly investigated him. Going back 8 generations, his family consisted entirely of lowly serfs. A commoner, able to subdue Lei Tong and gain the voluntary allegiance of the nobles in Yi province? Sima Lan furrowed his brows. In this era, let alone the nobility, even some regular landlords or impoverished families looked down on common peasants, to say nothing of submitting to them. Therefore, he found it incomprehensible. The strategist scoffed mockingly. It's laughable. He claims to be the reincarnation of a deity, yet many ignorant people believe him. It's only in such an uncivilized place like Yi province where simple folk might fall for it. Claiming to be the reincarnation of a deity. Sima Lan knitted his brows tightly. This trick had long been overused. Even if he could deceive commoners, there was no way he could fool someone from a prestigious family like Lei Tong or the strategist from Yi province, all of whom were wily and experienced. They certainly wouldn't believe such absurdities. He felt that Lin Mo must possess other extraordinary talents. You immediately send one of your trusted operatives secretly to Yi province to find this Han King and try to win him over. Remember, spare no effort. Sima Lan emphasized earnestly. He believed this man was a talent and should be co-opted. Compared to other rebel kings, Lin Mo's humble origin made him easier to recruit. Counselor, I don't think it's necessary. Sooner or later, he will be destroyed by other rebel kings. The advisor sneered at Lin Mo. Don't underestimate him. If we can recruit him before he declares himself emperor, we might still have some opportunities. Once he becomes emperor, he will inevitably become our enemy. This man is highly capable, and I do not wish to make him my enemy, said Sima Lan with deep significance. Chapter 326, Xian Ye's Emissary. Regarding the rise of the Great Han, the attitudes of various factions were different. Some were like Sima Lan, who wanted to court alliances, while others were like the Prime Minister's advisor, who dismissed Lin Mo with disdain after learning of his identity. Of course, Lin Mo did not care about their attitudes. He only wanted to manage his Yi province, Man province, and Liao district well, consolidate his achievements, and strengthen his power. Yi province has a natural geographical advantage. As long as all the passes are secured, it is not easy for others to invade. Therefore, he can now either advance eastward out of Fuzhou Pass to capture Jing province, or launch a northern offensive against Hanzhong, going through Yangping Pass to aim at Yong province. If he retreats, he can defend Jian Gate and Fuzhou Pass, developing patiently and building up strength. With Lin Mo's current military strength, attacking Yong province or Jing province would be more than sufficient. However, his army has just gone through the southern campaign and needs some time to rest. Besides, he will soon ascend the throne and proclaim himself emperor, making it an opportune to engage in warfare. So Lin Mo wasn't in a hurry, because he knew he wasn't playing a sandbox game where one could conquer the entire nation in a day. Real wars involve too many issues: public sentiment, weather, terrain, logistics, all need consideration. What Lin Mo desired was not destruction, but submission. Thus, he had to proceed gradually, step by step. Moreover, they couldn't keep fighting all the time. They must also find time to enjoy life. One day, after helping Qin He with her postpartum recovery, Lin Mo then led Lu Yun, Wang Yuqing, and Ling Wei in prenatal exercises. Wu Yang and Qin Miao were busy amusing little Belan. Since little Belan was born, these two have cared for her more than her actual mother, spending most of their time on her. But before they finished exercising, Shan Mao walked in. Master, the Wu King's envoy requests an audience. Wu King. Lin Mo slightly furrowed his brows. He had anticipated that someone would come to him, but he didn't expect the first to arrive would neither be the governor of Yong province nor the king of Xinye, but instead, the distant Wu King. The Wu King's territory does not overlap with his own, so there was no current conflict of interest between them. Therefore, the Wu King's eagerness to send emissaries here was likely aimed at cooperation. Have Dan Yimiao receive them. Since the other side only sent an emissary, there was no need for him to personally appear. Soon, Dan Yimiao represented Lin Mo to meet the Wu King's envoy. Not seeing Lin Mo, the envoy appeared somewhat displeased. Despite Dan Yimiao's significant position within Great Han and being the governor of Shidu, the envoy felt that since Lin Mo was an outsider, Great Han was not the true lineage. Meanwhile, the Wu King was the legitimate grandson of Emperor Qiansheng, with pure bloodline. By sending this emissary, the Wu King already gave enough face to Lin Mo. Therefore, Lin Mo should have personally welcomed him, rather than casually dispatching someone to handle it. In his subconscious, only Lin Mo and he were on equal footing. Perhaps even, Lin Mo's status wasn't as high as his. His purpose for coming, just as Lin Mo had guessed, was for cooperation. The Wu King and the King of Xinye have always been in a standoff. Both sides were evenly matched, and neither could subdue the other. Therefore, when Lin Mo rose to prominence, the Wu King hoped to collaborate with Lin Mo to eliminate his longtime nemesis, the King of Xinye. Though the idea seemed good, this person's attitude greatly annoyed Dan Yimiao. Mr. Dan, our Wu army will control the main force of Jing province from the waterways, and your forces can attack Jiangling by land. Jing province will certainly fail to coordinate its defense. At that time, vast lands of southern Jing will be open for you to conquer. For you, this is truly a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. The Wu envoy said in a mocking tone. It was as if they weren't seeking cooperation but dispensing favors. That arrogant demeanor was really irksome. Mr. Wu, this matter is of great importance. Please take a rest at the inn while I report this to the Han King and let him decide. Even though Dan Yimiao strongly disliked this guy's attitude, he knew it might be a good opportunity. Therefore, after dismissing the Wu envoy, he immediately went to Lin Mo to report this matter. However, upon arriving at the Han Royal Palace, he learned that Lin Mo had stepped out. Hu Yejia said she was bored at the Royal Palace, and Qin He hadn't been outside for quite some time. The weather was good, so they decided to go out for a walk. Hence, Lin Mo took them out of the city for a spring outing. Just as they arrived at the city gate, they encountered a cavalry group. The leader was negotiating with the city guard official, appearing to be someone sent by the King of Xinye. As soon as the people from the Wu King had arrived, those of the King of Xinye followed right behind, prompting Lin Mo to take another glance. He thought with Dan Yimiao, Hai Hu, and Qin Shi inside the city handling things, this situation would be managed easily, so he didn't plan to intervene. However, a middle-aged man in the group kept staring at Qin Miao, who was riding Lin Xiaohu's back, which greatly annoyed Lin Mo. You're damn old, yet still leering at little girls on the street? How shameless. At this moment, Qin Miao seemed to notice the man's gaze, turned her head, and looked back at him. The two stared at each other for several seconds, and then that middle-aged man actually walked toward Qin Miao. Roar! Upon seeing the stranger approach, Lin Xiaohu immediately let out a warning growl. His massive tiger eyes glared angrily at the man, warning him not to come any closer. The tiger's roar frightened the surrounding crowd, who hastily retreated, including the soldiers guarding the city gate, who became noticeably tense. Even the city gate official and the envoy from Xinye were startled by the sudden commotion. The middle-aged man dared not move forward any longer, yet his gaze remained fixed firmly on Qin Miao, filled with confusion. What's wrong? Curious about why Lin Xiaohu had roared, Qin He lifted the curtain of her carriage and peered outside. The middle-aged man glanced in her direction, and upon seeing Qin He, his body shook suddenly. His expression changed from one of confusion to certainty. He wanted to greet Qin He, but his hand paused mid-motion, and he slightly turned his head, as if considering those behind him before withdrawing it. Then, he returned to stand before the Xinye envoy. "What's the matter, General Huang?" the Xinye envoy asked. The middle-aged man improvised an excuse. "I was just surprised to see such a large tiger." The envoy nodded and told him, "We've already arranged everything. We can enter the city now. I will go find the Han King, and you can lead your people to the inn and wait there." "Understood." The middle-aged man bowed in agreement. Qin He and Qin Miao clearly recognized this man and wanted to go over to ask questions, but Lin Imo stopped them. It was obvious that the man did not wish to reveal his identity in public, and recognizing each other now might cause trouble for him. Lin Imo cast a glance at Shan Mao, who immediately understood his meaning and stayed behind to keep an eye on this middle-aged man. Meanwhile, Lin Imo continued leading everyone out of the city. After seeing off the Xinye envoy, the middle-aged man did not join his team to rest at the inn. Instead, he instructed his subordinates to go there themselves while he quickly exited the city. These accompanying soldiers were all his lifelong brothers, trusted completely. There was no worry they would betray him to the Xinye envoy. Not long after, he caught up with Lin Mo's group, to Li outside the city. Since Lin Mo anticipated that he would chase after them, he deliberately slowed down to wait for him. Chapter 327, The Old Servant. Upon seeing the middle-aged man pursuing them, Qin Miao immediately urged her tiger forward, pointing her spear at him. "Speak. Who are you really?" She had already guessed his identity. This was simply to make him admit it in person. Seeing this, the middle-aged man hastily dismounted and bowed deeply. "Your humble servant Huang Su greets young mistress and second young mistress." "It's really you." Qin Miao erupted with anger, thrusting her spear towards him. "Dog villain, I'll kill you." The middle-aged man made no move to dodge. Just as Qin Miao's iron spear was about to pierce through his chest, Qin He shouted in time to stop her. "Miao Miao, halt." Qin He stepped off the carriage and approached the middle-aged man, asking, "Are you truly Huang Su?" The latter raised his head to look at Qin He. He lifted part of his hair, revealing a complete face beneath. It was clear to see that the half-face hidden by his long hair looked like it was stitched together from different pieces of skin, some burned, some cut, with even a missing piece in between. It appeared ruined and fearsome. No wonder he used his hair to cover his face. Walking down the street, it could certainly scare children to tears. However, despite his grotesque appearance, his gaze towards the two Qin sisters was extremely gentle. "Miss, your humble servant is indeed Huang Su." Suddenly, the eyes of the middle-aged man became moist as he looked up to the sky. "Heaven has eyes. It must be Master's spirit watching over us from above that ensured both of you young mistresses were unharmed." At the mention of their father, both he and Miao's faces revealed expressions of grief. Qin Miao jabbed her iron spear forward, pressing it against Huang Su's chest as she yelled furiously. "You still have the nerve to mention my father? That day, if it wasn't for you opening the city gates and letting the rebels in, how would the civilians in the city have suffered slaughter? How would my parents have met such a tragic fate? Today encountering you, dog traitor, proves that my parents' spirits are guiding me to seek revenge." Huang Su painfully explained. "Second young mistress, you misunderstand your humble servant. It was not your humble servant who opened the city gate, but Zhongyi. When your humble servant discovered this, it was too late. Your humble servant fought desperately, trying to hold on to the city gates, but alas, there were far too many of the rebel army. Moreover, there were quite a few enemy soldiers within the city walls. Once the city gates were breached, chaos erupted within the city. After meeting up with the master, we intended to break through via the northern gate, but master said he could not leave without finding both of you young mistresses, so he ordered me to search for you. Who would have thought that master never intended to escape? Instead, he led his brothers into a fatal battle and eventually died at the hands of the rebel forces. Your humble servant failed to locate both of you young mistresses and sustained severe injuries before fainting. By the time I woke up, Shan Yu had already fallen to the rebels, and I had become their prisoner. Later, my subordinates informed me that madam and both of you young mistresses had tragically perished. In despair, I considered taking my own life to follow my master into death. But unexpectedly, I discovered in the female prisoners' camp that madam was alive. It turned out that Mother Zhao had swapped clothes with madam, and thus, when the rebels killed Mother Zhao, they mistakenly believed they had slain madam. Upon learning that madam was still alive, your humble servant discarded all thoughts of suicide. To save madam, your humble servant had no choice but to surrender to the rebel army. I lied, claiming madam was my sister, and thus managed to rescue her from the female prisoners' camp. After hearing Huang Su's words, both sisters had already broken into sobs. Qin He stepped forward excitedly, grabbing Huang Su, saying, "My mother, she is still alive?" Nothing could have made them more overjoyed than this news. "Is everything you're saying true?" Qin Miao also leaped off her tiger and came closer, filled with excitement. "Each word spoken by your humble servant is true. If madam knew that both of you were still alive, she would surely be overjoyed beyond words." Even Huang Su, such an iron-willed warrior, shed tears. They were tears of happiness. "Where is mother now? Quickly take me to her." Qin Miao pleaded anxiously. Huang Su hesitated. "Madam is currently in Xianyang City. Prince Xuanhuan, to control me, has sent people to monitor her. If both young mistresses were to meet her, there might be some complications." Prince Xuanhuan. Qin He slightly furrowed her eyebrows. "Did you not surrender to the rebel army? Why are you under Prince Xuanhuan now?" Huang Su's complexion suddenly darkened as he clenched his teeth angrily. "Young mistress may not know. Your humble servant originally planned to utilize Prince Xuanhuan's strength to destroy the rebel army and avenge our master. But little did I know that Prince Xuanhuan is a hypocrite, spouting righteousness and morality while being thoroughly despicable. The spies inside the city during the initial attack by the rebel army, all of them were Prince Xuanhuan's men. I later learned that the group of rebels was none other than Prince Xuanhuan's followers. Under the guise of suppressing the rebellion, he recruited troops, yet at the same time, he incited disorder through his confidants, using this to seize land. Master merely refused to align with him and consequently met a disastrous end at his hands. Realizing this truth, Huangsu understood he had no hope of revenge. Attempting to leave then, he found out that Madame had been placed under house arrest by Prince Xuanhuan. Therefore, he didn't dare act rashly and decided to wait for the right moment. This time, Prince Xuanhuan sending emissaries to Yizhou was actually a task Huangsu voluntarily took upon himself. Because he had heard that the Han King was divinely ordained, possessing unfathomable power capable of wiping out even the barbarian states, eradicating the Xuanhuan king should not be a difficult task. So he had come to try his luck, hoping to use the Han King's strength to break free from the Xuanhuan king's control and perhaps even avenge his master. Unexpectedly, here he encountered his young mistress. During their conversation, Lin Mo observed them closely the entire time. Huangsu was likely telling the truth 8 out of 10 times. But in this era, everyone was an actor. Lin Mo would not easily trust a stranger, even if he was his lady's former servant whom they hadn't seen for over a year. So he quietly ordered Bai Lang to inform Qianzhou to investigate the matter. By the way, second miss, how did you end up here? Huangsu asked. The story is long. Let me ask you, what brings you to Shu this time? Qinhe asked. Even though she greatly missed her mother and wanted to immediately send someone to rescue her, she was still the lady of the Great Han. For her now, the interests of the Great Han came first, because Great Han was her husband's life's work. What if Huangsu harbored sinister intentions? Therefore, she had to remain calm. In reply to the elder miss, this old servant has been sent by the Xuanhuan king to seek cooperation with the Han king. The Xuanhuan king and the Wu king have been in conflict for a long time, neither able to overcome the other. When he learned that the Han king had wiped out the barbarian states and possessed formidable power, he intended to court the Han king to deal with the Wu king. As he spoke, he also noticed Lin Mo standing beside the two misses. Anyone who could ride such a carriage, own such a ferocious tiger, and command such magnificent warhorses must certainly possess an extremely high status. And in the Great Han, those with the highest status were none other than the Han king. Judging from Lin Mo's intimate actions with the elder miss, it was not hard to deduce her current identity, Lady of the Han king. Seeing that both misses were living well, he felt genuinely pleased. Upon hearing his words, Lin Mo found it interesting. Just now, it was the people of the Wu king, now it was the people of the Xuanhuan king. Evidently, these sworn enemies had thought along the same lines. However, after listening to Huangsu's words, Lin Mo held no good feelings towards the Xuanhuan king. Killing his father-in-law, imprisoning his mother-in-law made him an enemy of Lin Mo. How does he plan to cooperate? Lin Mo asked. Chapter 328. Is proclaiming emperor now a wise move? Han Wang. Huangsu turned around and bowed to Lin Mo. The exact intention of the Prince of Xenia is unclear to me, but one thing is certain, he absolutely has no good intentions. On the way here, I probed Kai Chio's opinions. The Prince of Xenia wants to set a trap for you, making you and King Wu fight until both are weakened so he can gain advantage from your mutual losses. How exactly he plans to set this trap, I am not sure. His position in the Xenia army wasn't high enough to know about these high-level decisions. Tell me, what kind of person is the Prince of Xenia? Lin Mo waved his hand, signaling him to stand up, talk while we walk. Here on the main road, it was easy for people passing by to take notice. Lin Mo led them onto a small path and eventually reached an expansive grassland. Outside the capital of Shu, there were mountains, rivers, and grasslands, all perfect for outings. Hu Yejie didn't want to be involved in these matters. She took a few attendants into the mountains to hunt. Qin Miao originally wanted to join her in hunting a couple of mountain chickens or rabbits to nourish her sister's body, but her mother's affairs were more important, so she stayed behind. Through his conversation with Huangsu, Lin Mo further understood the Prince of Xenia. The Prince of Xenia was only moderately capable, probably at the master level in strength, but he was very adept at cultivating his own reputation. He executed corrupt officials, wealthy bullies, and powerful landowners, gaining support from the common people, then defeated rebels and won the backing of local gentry and landlords. In reality, those so-called rebels were actually his own people, and what was called eliminating rebels was simply having them change their uniforms. During one battle against King Wu, Wu's forces were well prepared, while his main army was being restrained by another faction. Wu's forces sent out a small cavalry to chase after him, and in order to escape, he dragged the entire populace of the county along with him, claiming nobly that he cared about the safety of the people and refused to abandon anyone. In truth, he used the common people as shields for himself. That war saw him flee with 10,000 civilians from Luan County. By the time they reached Jiangxia, fewer than 3,000 survived. Though he had caused the deaths of 70,000 civilians, the Prince of Xenia proclaimed himself as saving 30,000. He even wept openly by the riverbank for rituals and prayers for the 70,000 souls lost. He manipulated hearts too cleverly, transforming himself from a sinister man into a benevolent ruler. It was because of this talent that he grew rapidly from a minor Prince of Xenia to a powerful feudal lord in possession of Jingzhou, governing the Yangtze River alongside King Wu. Dealing with someone like this, one careless move could result in utter disaster. and this sort of disaster would leave nothing but ashes behind. So his arrival seeking cooperation certainly didn't harbor any good intentions. Regardless, knowing that their mother was still alive, they needed to rescue her as soon as possible. This was respect for filial piety. However, directly demanding the Prince of Xinye return their mother under the title of xuanhuan, or using her as a bargaining chip for negotiation, would be too conspicuous and could easily fall into his manipulations. Thus, careful planning was required. Lin Emo sent Swallow to fetch Qianzhou over. Meanwhile, Qin He and Qin Miao, the two sisters, spoke separately with Huang Su. How is mother doing now? Qin He asked Huang Su about their mother's situation. Huang Su sighed softly. Lady has always been in poor condition, sometimes confused, sometimes dazed. She often mumbles the names of the two of you. She keeps saying that she dreams of seeing you in her sleep, telling herself you are not dead, but have it bad. Mother. At this, the eyes of the two sisters became wet again. They wished they could rush to Xianyang and reunite with their mother immediately. Madam, the princess has awoken. Tingxiang carried by Ling over. She woke up, likely hungry and crying. Seeing the child, Huang Su looked surprised. Who is this? This is the child of myself and Han Wang. Qin He took the child to feed her. Huang Su felt joy and sentiment. If Lady knew you were still alive and had children, she would surely be extremely happy. Your father's soul would also finally rest in peace. Brother-in-law, can you save our mother? Qin Miao came to Lin Mo's side, grabbing his arm pleadingly. She was burning with anxiety, with her mother's image filling her mind. What started as a day out playing, now left her without any interest in fun at all. Lin Mo held her hand, smiling consolingly. Don't worry, I will definitely figure out a way to rescue my mother-in-law. Qin Miao obediently nodded. She believed that in this world, there was nothing her brother-in-law couldn't accomplish. At this moment, Huang Su suddenly said, Han Wang, I have an idea. I wonder if it is appropriate to speak it aloud. Speak. How about this? You cooperate with King Wu. Given that King Wu and the Prince of Xinye are equally matched, if you assist King Wu, the Prince of Xinye will certainly be in a difficult situation. At that time, their full attention will be on the war, thus loosening their guard on people like me. I will seize the opportunity to bring Lady Qin away from Xianyang to reunite with you here in Izhou. What do you think? Cooperating with an enemy's enemy was indeed a strategy. Huang Su continued. According to what your old servant knows, King Wu is also trying to reach out to you. In about half a month, when the rains decrease, waters slow, and the eastern wind blows westward, King Wu will definitely send his fleet to attack Jiangxia. Jiangxia is crucial. King Wu would spare no expense to take it. This piece of information was the first Lin Mo had heard of it. By cooperating with King Wu, they would surely defeat the Prince of Xinye. But half a month later was precisely the date for his coronation. Lin Mo hesitated while Qin Miao suddenly blurted out. In half a month, brother-in-law will proclaim himself emperor and cannot send troops. Huang Su was shocked by the news. This revelation was earth-shattering. Even mighty Hejian Wang wouldn't dare randomly declare himself emperor. Yet Lin Mo, a farmer by origin with no family background or prestige, dared to proclaim himself emperor? Wasn't this inviting criticism and condemnation from all across the land? Huang Su immediately thought that Lin Mo was too short-sighted. Even though they possessed Izhou and destroyed the barbarian country, it still wasn't sufficient to proclaim emperorhood. After all, among the 14 states under heaven, Izhou was merely one. He wondered whether Lin Mo's actions might harm the two young misses. You may speak freely. I will not hold it against you. Lin Mo saw through his thoughts and smiled faintly as he spoke. Huang Su clenched his teeth before saying, Pardon my blunt words, but Han Wang claiming the throne now is far from a wise move. How so? Lin Mo chuckled, asking without choosing flattery, instead presenting differing opinions, which made him more rational than many officials in the great Han Empire. This raised Lin Mo's regard for him significantly. Huang Su said, In today's world, various princes exist side by side, yet none dare proclaim themselves emperor, because the Son of Heaven still exists. Being proclaimed king allows for recruiting soldiers under the banner of rescuing the nation and attracting talents. If you declare yourself emperor, it would equal openly opposing the entire world and cutting off the path for acquiring talented individuals. The common people everywhere will fear you as a result. From then on, you'll face the revolts of all and also suffer impacts on recruitment, taxation, salt and iron monopolies, etc. Han Wang, your old servant pleads with you not to do this under any circumstances, at least until you possess half of the empire. Chapter 329, I have a condition. Huang Su mentioned all these points that Lin Mo had seriously considered. Once he proclaimed himself emperor, he would inevitably become the common enemy of all. Every royal prince and high-ranking official of Deqian would denounce him, perhaps even uniting to attack him. Despite this, Lin Mo still chose to proclaim himself emperor. There were 3 reasons. First, even if he did not proclaim himself emperor, other feudal lords could never truly accept him. Once he grew stronger, he would certainly become others' primary target for attacks. Imagine this. Lords are vying for inheritance, and suddenly an outsider comes in wanting a share of it. Would those lords agree? They would surely expel the outsider first, using this opportunity to expand their own territory and strength. So, Lin Mo never thought of cooperating with them. A strategy of allying far enemies while attacking near ones was simply useless for him. Secondly, it was the will of the people. The population of the Great Han comprised 4 groups. First, natives of Izhou. Second, refugees who fled from disasters. Third, the Yao ethnic group. Fourth, various southern tribes. Due to its remote location, Contact between Izhou and Central Plains was sparse. Deqian's court also had the weakest control over Izhou out of all 14 provinces. Consequently, the sense of belonging to Deqian among the people of Izhou was the weakest. As for the refugees, they had suffered much hardship and persecution, harboring only hatred towards Deqian. They lost their homes. How could they maintain loyalty to such a nation full of suffering? Thus, they desperately wished to secede from Deqian and start anew. As for the Yao and the various southern tribes, they looked forward more to the establishment of the Great Han, as it meant they would become founding ministers. From this point alone, Lin Mo saw that proclaiming himself emperor and establishing a country was more advantageous than detrimental. Thirdly, Lin Mo had the system. He didn't have to care about any economic blockade, salt iron blockade, or grain blockade, because all these things he could produce independently. Now that the Kylin Chamber has grown powerful and is intertwined with many merchant families, this aspect can instead restrain various royal clans. In terms of military force, Lin Mo does not need to fear any royal clan. Even if they unite, Lin Mo is confident enough to hold Izhou. As long as they dare to come, Lin Mo can make sure they come, but cannot return. Therefore, there's no need to wait until possessing half the empire before proclaiming himself emperor. On the contrary, Lin Mo hoped that after he proclaimed himself emperor, local princes could unite to attack Izhou. That way, he could annihilate the enemy's main force right at his doorstep. After that, he could deal with them one by one. You're quite good. Follow me from now on, Lin Mo said to Huang Su. After pondering for a moment, Huang Su said, You are master-in-law, I am bound to serve you. But my lady, even though Lin Mo didn't take his advice and insisted on declaring himself emperor, he would unswervingly submit to Lin Mo. Because Qin He and her sister were here. He could stay now, but he couldn't ignore the madam. If he betrayed, Madam Qin would surely be harmed by xuanhuan. Don't worry, my people will save her. Lin Mo planned to send the Silver Fox squad to Xiangyang. With the cooperation of the silver-edged embroidery envoy, rescuing a person wouldn't be difficult. Qin Miao said, Trust brother-in-law, there's nothing in this world that he cannot accomplish. Alright, then we'll leave it to Han King. Since Qin Miao said so, Huang Su had nothing else to add. But there is one more thing. We still have over 400 brothers in Xiangyang. I wish to bring them all together. They were all soldiers under Qin Taisho. Of the original 8,000 plus soldiers, only 400 remained. Huang Su could not abandon them, because once news of his betrayal reached Xinye Wang's ears, Xinye Wang would definitely cause trouble for Lady Qin. If they discovered that Lady Qin was also missing, they would certainly kill his brothers in vengeance. Sure, Lin Mo nodded. You arrange it yourself. I'll instruct my people to go with you. Feel free to seek help from them if you need anything. Thank you, Huang Su responded. To avoid unnecessary troubles, he bade farewell to Qin He and Qin Miao and returned to the station quickly. As for Lin Mo's group, they played around until evening before heading back. Hu Yeji managed to hunt several mountain chickens and a wild boar. Upon returning to the Han Kingdom mansion, Shan Yimiao reported the situation regarding the reception of envoys from two kings to Lin Mo. Regarding attitude, Kai Chiu, the envoy of King of Xinye, seemed much more friendly. But Shan Yimiao said that neither side sincerely intended to discuss cooperation. Both wanted to use Lin Mo as a pawn. So he advised Lin Mo to refuse directly. Given the current strength of Great Han, there was no need to endure this kind of disrespect. Lin Mo, however, felt they could be exploited a little. Thus, the next day, he summoned both of them simultaneously. When they entered the reception hall and saw the other party's men, they were both displeased. Mr. Shan, what does this mean? Upon seeing Shan Yimiao, Wu Wang's envoy Wu Yin expressed dissatisfaction first. However, he did not leave because securing the support of the Han King was crucial for King Wu's expedition against Jingzhou. Thus, despite his displeasure, he had to bear it. On the other hand, Kai Chiu, although dissatisfied as well, refrained from expressing it. Instead, he was pondering why the Han King had summoned both of them at the same time and what his intentions were. For us Great Han, you two are guests. Shan Yimiao gave a nonchalant response to Wu Yan's dissatisfaction. He was hinting to Wu Yan that Great Han could also choose to cooperate with King Xinye, warning him not to be too arrogant. If Great Han cooperated with King Xinye, King Wu's campaign against Jiangxiao would be impossible to succeed. Wu Yan was an intelligent person and immediately understood the implication, becoming more subdued. Gentlemen, the Han King has been waiting for you for a long time. Please enter. Shan Yimiao led them into the meeting hall, where besides Lin Mo seated on the main seat, there were some important officials of Great Han present. This time, Great Han gave them ample respect. I am Wu Yan, the envoy of King Wu. I pay my respects to the Han King. Despite inwardly looking down on Lin Mo, Wu Yan couldn't afford to neglect formalities, given his need for cooperation. I am Kai Chiu, a strategist under King Xinye. I greet the Han King. Kai Chiu made a deep bow, even more polite than Wu Yan. Wu Yan's face turned somewhat sour, because Kai Chiu's actions deliberately made him lose face. Lin Mo didn't concern himself with these nuances, waving a hand and smiling. I understand your requests. I can satisfy the demands of either side, on the condition that one must first agree to one of my terms. Hearing this, Wu Yan was delighted and hastily said, Please rest assured, Han King, if you agree to cooperate with our King Wu, not just one term, but several more, our King Wu will readily agree. But Kai Chiu did not rush to make promises. Instead, he patiently inquired, May I ask, Han King, what is your condition? He felt that their own requests weren't simple, as Shan Yimiao had previously countered them. Yet after just one night, the Han King so easily agreed to them? Therefore, Kai Chiu believed the Han King's condition would definitely not be a simple one. Chapter 330, 3 Sons and a Daughter. Lin Mo smiled gently at the two men. My conditions are very simple. Please state them, Your Highness, Kai Chiu and Wu Yin said. After finishing, they glanced at each other, silently competing. Lin Mo stated, I desire to become emperor and establish the great Han Empire. Whichever of your two families can support me, I will help you annihilate the other. Upon hearing these words, both present were shocked speechless. They had anticipated Lin Mo would make some harsh demands, such as troops, grain, or even cities and beauties. But never had they imagined that Lin Mo would want to proclaim himself emperor. A moment later, Wu Yin was about to laugh. Mocking laughter. How could Lin Mo, who rose from the dirt, be content with merely being a king and now dared to covet the title of emperor? This must have been a dream born from too much wine. Seeing Wu Yin silent, his face full of disdain, Kai Chiu quickly mocked. Well, mister, didn't you claim you'd agree to any condition put forward by Han Wang? Why so quiet now? You. Wu Yan's complexion darkened immensely. He could agree to anything Lin Mo asked for since Wu King was merely using Han Wang anyway, and had no intentions of keeping his promises. However, this particular demand he absolutely couldn't accept. Firstly, supporting Lin Mo's ascension to the throne would equal declaring war against all the warlords, making Wu King the common enemy. Secondly, Wu King himself is from the Chun royal lineage. There's no way he would ever support an outsider becoming emperor. If Wu Yin dared to promise, it wouldn't just mean drowning in public disdain, but also being executed by Wu King. The opportunity, then, shall be left to xuanhuan. Wu Yin snorted coldly, eyes narrowing slightly as he looked at Lin Mo. Han Wang, let me advise you. Wear shoes according to the size of your feet. Blind arrogance will only bring about your own doom. For someone like you, claiming land as your kingdom is already unreasonable, yet now you dare to dream of becoming emperor? This will surely become the laughingstock of the entire world. His tone was exceedingly arrogant, showing no regard for Lin Mo whatsoever. After the officials and warriors on both sides heard this, they all glared furiously. You ignorant fool, what nonsense are you spouting? How dare you insult our king? Are you asking for death? Had Lin Mo not stopped them with a look, Qin Tai would have already rushed over to rub his face into the ground. Even the guards outside the door wanted to rush in and beat him up. Master, we've treated him with great respect, yet he remains this insolent. Such an overconfident maniac must die to relieve my pent-up rage. Qin Tai had already drawn his sword. Lin Mo waved a hand dismissively, saying, How could swallows understand the ambitions of hawks? There's no need to argue with a mere ant. Kaiser, what are your thoughts? If xuanhuan supports my claim to the throne, I will immediately dispatch troops to attack Wu and destroy them within 6 months. Lin Mo looked at Kai Chiu, his face carrying a faint smile. Kai Chiu pondered and replied, To His Majesty, this is a grave matter, and I cannot decide hastily. Could you please tell us when exactly you intend to proclaim yourself emperor? June 6th. Lin Mo did not hide the date. The reason he proposed it was to ask the two of them to spread the word across the world that he, Lin Mo, intended to proclaim himself emperor. June 6th. Kai Chiu calculated the time. It would be just half a month from now, and said, I'll return to Xianyang at the fastest speed possible. In 10 days at most, I can give you a reply. How does that sound? Agreed. Lin Mo nodded and consented, allowing him to leave. As for Wu Yin, despite his rudeness, Lin Mo didn't make things difficult for him, because such an enemy was not formidable. On the contrary, it was Kai Chiu, who had always remained courteous, that needed vigilance. After the two envoys left, Lin Mo immediately drafted a declaration to the world, stating he would ascend the throne and proclaim himself emperor on Mount Mucha, establishing the great Han Empire. Once the news spread, it caused quite a stir. Within Izhou province, there was widespread jubilation. Although there were some opposing voices, they were almost negligible. Outside Izhou, however, dissenting opinions resounded everywhere. All believed Lin Mo harbored delusions of grandeur, paving his way to ruin. Within 10 days, a message returned from Xuanhuan, who sent letters warning Lin Mo not to proclaim himself emperor. Otherwise, the army of Jingzhou would invade Izhou and extinguish Lin Mo's 9 generations. Faced with such threats, Lin Mo naturally paid them no mind. Moreover, he even retaliated with a taunt, welcomed the Jingzhou forces to deliver gifts to Izhou. In every corner of Izhou, preparations were underway enthusiastically. The tribal chiefs of Manzhou, Lao Jun, and the recently conquered by Jun all gathered in Shu capital. Before long, it was June 1st, just 4 days before Lin Mo's enthronement day. Prior to this, the Han Palace received 4 joys. At dawn, Lu Yun gave birth to a son. This was the first prince of the great Han dynasty, named Lin Junzhao by Lin Mo. People came to congratulate in droves, from morning until night. Before one batch left, another arrived. Surprisingly, within the same day, Wang Yuqing and Ling Wei also gave birth. Wang Yuqing delivered a boy, and Ling Wei bore a pair of dragon phoenix twins. Within a single day, the Lin family welcomed 4 new lives, 3 boys and a girl. Lin Mo named Wang Yuqing's son Lin Jinlin, the boy born to Ling Wei Lin Jinshao, and the daughter Lin Qingyue. Because when Lin Qingyue was born, the sky had been shrouded in dark clouds that obscured the moon. But at the moment Lin Qingyue let out her first cry, the clouds parted, revealing a clear and luminous moon against the bright sky. Thus, the name, Qingyue, meaning clear moon, was chosen. The birth of these 4 children brought Lin Mo great rewards. With Lin Junzhao's birth, Reward 1. 8,000 imperial guards, all with late superior level strength, equipped with armor and weaponry, and unwavering loyalty. With them guarding the palace, security could be guaranteed without fail. Reward 2. 1 million taels of silver. Reward 3. The ability to control weather enhanced by 1 level. At Lin Mo's current skill, he was capable of sitting in the Shu capital while manipulating the weather across the entire Great Han Empire. Whether it be summoning rain for drought-stricken regions or clearing skies where there is too much water, he had the power to alter the conditions wherever needed. He could ensure every inch of the empire enjoyed favorable weather. Moreover, when Lin Mo invoked the winds and rains, it would present as a divine miracle, letting the common people know who was helping them. Upon receiving this reward, Lin Mo immediately tested his powers. At that time, Guangwu County in Yinping Prefecture was suffering from a drought, and its citizens were desperately praying for rain. Lin Mo conjured a downpour using his abilities, fulfilling their wishes. When the local villagers learned that it was xuanhuan who used supernatural powers to bring them rain, they all knelt down in gratitude, their loyalty shifting entirely to Lin Mo. These people acknowledged only Han and no longer recognized Qian. With Lin Jinlin's birth, Reward 1. A 10% increase in national harvest within 1 year. This was an excellent reward, as it applied to all citizens within the borders of Great Han, boosting any crops regardless of what was planted. For example, if an acre of land usually produced 1,000 caddies of grain, after Lin Jinlin's arrival, it would produce 1,100 caddies of grain that year. While the individual increase seemed small, across the entire Han Empire, a 10% boost represented an astronomical number. Reward 2. Personal storage space doubled. Reward 3. Upgraded herb garden quality. This reward increased the effectiveness of herbs grown in Lin Mo's garden. For instance, whereas Quedatang previously could enhance a person's constitution up to 5 times stronger than an ordinary person, it now reached approximately 5.5 times. With Lin Jinshao's birth. Reward 1. 3,000 Xinjiang soldiers. The Xinjiang army had previously lost many men, but now, being rewarded with 3,000 warriors was exhilarating. Reward 2. 5,000 taels of gold. Reward 3. 3 sets of golden silk armor. Golden silk armor is a lightweight, close-fitting defensive gear that stays warm in winter and cool in summer, weighing next to nothing, causing no discomfort when worn, and providing remarkable protection. Since Lin Mo already possessed the iron bell guard technique, he didn't need such armor himself, so he decided to give it to his wives. Unfortunately, there were only 3 sets, far from enough. With Lin Qingyue's birth. Reward 1. 1 fearless class warship. This ship could hold 3,000 people and was equipped with 10 gun platforms and 10 cannons. Reward 2. 3,000 sheep. Reward 3. 10,000 pounds of white paper. Chapter 331. Fufeng Mountain Enthronement Ceremony. Proclamation to all under heaven. In the following few days, Lin Mo was completely immersed in the happiness of having many children and blessings. Lu Yun and the others also recovered quickly. After a couple of days of recuperation, they were able to walk again. After being strengthened by the body-refining soup, they naturally wouldn't be as fragile as ordinary women who need to sit for confinement after childbirth. It was a crucial moment, and as the mistresses of Prince Han's mansion, Lu Yun and the others dared not rest. Lu Yun and Qin he prepared for internal affairs. Wang Yuqing allocated resources. Ling Wei personally supervised the procession. Guya, Su Qiru, and Wu Yang all joined in to help. The enthronement ceremony had yet to begin, but the common people of Shu capital had already spontaneously organized themselves. Every household decorated with lanterns and banners, creating a festive atmosphere. Because for them, this was also a grand event. They finally had their own country. However, as the enthronement ceremony drew near, the riots in the city increased as well. Some spies attempted to cause chaos to stop Lin Mo from becoming emperor. Lin Mo directly dispatched 1,000 imperial guards to work with the silver-bordered embroidered clothes agents and shadow warriors, conducting a sweeping operation within the city. Within a day, over 300 spies were arrested. The soldiers and civilians in the city deeply despised these spies, and quite a few were beaten to death by the common folk during the arrests. Daring to sabotage the founding of Great Han and King Han's ascension, that made them enemies to all. The sudden appearance of the imperial guard stunned everyone, including the officials of Great Han, because no one knew when this army was trained, nor how strong they were. With such an army protecting the safety of the Shu capital, everyone felt very secure. Spies sent by various rebellious kings could not even enter the city, detained directly outside. Initially, Sima Lan had sent people to recruit Lin Mo, but upon learning that Lin Mo had already proclaimed his enthronement to all under heaven, they returned midway. Because they knew that coming to Yizhou at this time would be meaningless, and they might even be captured as hostages or even killed. After half a day of deliberation, they decided to return to the capital to report. Time flew by, and soon it was the 6th day of the 6th month. On this day, the sky seemed brighter earlier than usual. Many commoners had spent the night awake and gathered early at the base of Mount Fufeng, just to witness the birth of a great empire. There were not only commoners from the Shu capital, but also those from Jianyuan, Pixian, and even Guanghan Prefecture, Jianwei Prefecture, and Wenshan Prefecture. When Lin Mo's entourage arrived at Mount Fufeng, they found hundreds of thousands of commoners gathered there. Some had been waiting for several days, and more were continuously arriving. Seeing so many people support him, Lin Mo felt deeply comforted. Since everything had been prepared for over 3 months, every detail was perfectly handled, and the process went extremely smoothly. According to the rites of enthronement, the first step was purification. This purification was not the Buddhist practice of abstaining from meat, but rather a traditional ritual often used in sacrifices or major ceremonies, to show respect for the deities and emphasize the importance of the ceremony. In this case, purification not only meant refraining from eating meat, but also bathing and changing clothes, cleaning both body and mind, and not drinking alcohol. 3 days before the coronation, everyone from the king down to every participant in the ceremony had to undergo purification. These past few days, Lin Mo did not indulge in excessive eating, maintaining this state of purification. The second step is the actual Fengchan ritual, which involves sealing first, then worshipping. Fengchan actually consists of 2 rituals, Feng and Chan, combining the sacrifice to heaven and earth. During the sacrifice, the one receiving the seal stands on the main altar and recites the ceremonial text. Other emperors would recite texts praising the deities, but Lin Mo was considered divine himself, so he didn't need to praise other deities to highlight his identity. As Lin Mo recited the text, the civil and military officials of Great Han knelt beneath the altar in response. Next came the golden register and jade script, which were documents used in the sacrificial rites. The fourth step involved sacrificing cattle. Carving stones to commemorate achievements followed. Over the past year, many lives were lost, and behind each victorious battle lay countless sacrifices. Therefore, Lin Mo erected a monument to honor heroes. At this moment, the names of those with merit were carved onto the stone, ensuring remembrance by future generations. The final step was announcing the change of era name and granting amnesty to the entire nation. Lin Mo renamed the era xuanhuan to honor his previous life. This year became known as the first year of xuanhuan under the Great Han Dynasty, where prisoners and convicts were pardoned, forced labor and taxes reduced, celebrated universally across the land. Upon hearing the news, the commoners below the mountain were overjoyed, shouting their congratulations. This was the moment the common people had most eagerly anticipated. And once the sacrifice concluded, it reached the part that all officials awaited with anticipation. Lin Mo rewarded according to merits and conferred noble titles. Everyone present was an original contributor to the founding of the Great Han Dynasty. From the 3 dukes and 9 ministers to the 4 generals and governors of provinces, all played significant roles. For anyone with outstanding merits, Lin Mo had them all listed out without missing a single one. On this day, the sovereign and ministers shared joy together, and so did the ruler and people. In the end, Lin Mo revealed the mighty military strength of the Great Han to the world. The cavalry was solemn and disciplined, the infantry firm and resolute, along with the bow and crossbow unit, scout camp, and more. The most eye-catching was the artillery. After relentless efforts from the Artillery Research Institute, the Dongfeng II had been developed. However, Lin Mo did not show it to the public. What they saw was still the Dongfeng I. 50 cannons in total showcased the powerful military strength of the Great Han. Especially when 50 cannons fired together, their power of breaking mountains and shattering rocks left the spies shaken to their very bones. After the Fengchan ceremony, the spies rushed back home. They couldn't wait to inform their kings about the formidable military strength of the Great Han. Cannons. They opened their eyes. This was the first time they witnessed such terrifying military weaponry. A wave of fear swept across the whole of Jiuzhou. They finally understood why the Great Han could defeat stronger forces and annex the barbarian countries. With such dreadful weapons, they could do it too. After the enthronement ceremony ended, Lin Mo hosted a grand wedding feast. Although he had many women, only Su Churu had gone through the formal ceremonies with him. This time, Lin Mo made up for all the weddings he owed. Now that he was the emperor, naturally, he needed to have empresses, consorts, and concubines. The universally expected choice for empress was Lu Yun. During Lin Mo's military campaigns outside, she took care of everything at home. Moreover, Lu Yun contributed the most and was the strongest in ability. Yet, during the discussions, she persistently declined. She said Qin He was the first to marry Lin Mo and should be the empress as she was Lin Mo's first wife. However, choosing an empress should not be based on order, but rather on capability. Lu Yun was the universally recognized choice, and she couldn't decline. Nevertheless, their relationship was good, and there were no conflicts between them. Persuaded by Qin He and others, Lu Yun eventually agreed to become the empress. Qin He, Ling Wei, and Wang Yuqing were all honored as noble consorts. Guya, Huangzi, and Wu Yang became secondary consorts. Lin Mo initially intended to appoint Yan Zi and Shan Mao as concubines, but they both refused unexpectedly. They said that once given titles, they wouldn't be able to accompany Lin Mo on his expeditions anymore. After founding the new country, Lin Mo replanned the territories of the Great Han. The original 2 provinces and 1 county were changed into 3 provinces: Man Province, Yi Province, and Yao Province. Man Province remained unchanged for now, without fixed boundaries temporarily. If the governor of Man Province is capable enough, the whole 16 countries of the southern barbarians can be included in Man Province. The land of Man Province was also the largest among the 3 provinces. Currently, it was equivalent to the total area of Jiao Province plus Jing Province. If all 16 countries of the southern barbarians are counted, it would equal to half of the 9 regions. Yi Province currently only had the Hanzhong County not subdued yet. The other 14 counties were all under the control of the Great Han. As for Yao Province, there were no fixed boundaries as well. Currently, it consisted of Yao land and Bai land. But in the west and south, there were still many scattered tribes. Some of them rarely interacted with outsiders. These places were waiting for Qian Yu at this time in Yao Province and Director Zhan Nong of Yao Province to develop. Although Lin Mo had established 3 dukes and 9 ministers and assigned frontier grand officials, these were not fixed positions but adopted a rotational job system. Only those capable people qualified to take up these important positions, and if you lack the ability, you should step aside. Opportunities were given to them. Whether or not they could seize them depended on themselves. This may sound cruel, but that's just how things had to be. After all, the talent pool in the Great Han was still too small. Such arrangements were also made to facilitate the rise of future talents and give them goals to strive for. At the same time, it could also urge the current grand ministers to work hard to improve themselves and serve earnestly. After ascending the throne, Lin Mo did not indulge in pleasures. With the social stability and prosperity of the Great Han today, what he needed to do was to expand outward and expand the territory of the Great Han, consolidating his position. Therefore, the theme of the first court meeting was to formulate national policies. Your Majesty, Jingzhou has fertile land and a large population. I think we should target Jingzhou as our first objective. Once we conquer Jingzhou, it will surely spread the prestige of the Great Han far and wide, intimidating all rebel kings. Lei Tong proposed. He believed that the Great Han's reputation was not enough yet. Some distant areas from Yi province had even not heard of the Great Han yet. Even if they had, it wasn't a good reputation. Upon hearing about the establishment of the Great Han, the various rebel kings started smearing the Great Han and defaming Lin Mo. Such official propaganda easily influenced public judgment. Thus, in the eyes of the majority of the citizens across the 9 regions, Lin Mo was a rebel, not legitimate. So Lei Tong believed that the Great Han must use its powerful military force to quickly conquer and let the citizens change their views on the Great Han as soon as possible. The longer we delay, the deeper rooted the misunderstanding among the citizens towards the Great Han would become. However, Haihu held different opinions. He said, Your Majesty, the Great Han has just been founded. The citizens urgently need stability. Moreover, the soldiers have been fighting for several months and need rest. I believe we should restore strength and increase the population. As for the rebel kings outside Yi province, due to their differing political views, for their own interests, they will inevitably fight each other. Let them fight their own battles. When they are injured, disabled, and exhausted, our Great Han will also be fully rested. Then when we send troops, it will be twice the result with half the effort. Lin Mo slightly raised his eyebrows and looked at Haihu. His method somewhat resembled what Lin Mo had analyzed about Sima Lan's approach before. Sima Lan accumulated heavy troops in Luoyang and watched indifferently while the warlords outside the pass fought. The more the warlords and rebel kings fought, the weaker they became, while his power grew stronger. If the Great Han were a bit weaker or lacking in resources, this strategy would have worked. But at present, the Great Han was more powerful than anyone imagined, so there was no need to adopt such a cautious approach. In the court, the ministers divided into 2 factions, arguing incessantly. Haihu's faction advocated attacking Jingzhou, whereas Lei Tong's faction opposed this move. Both sides were deadlocked. At this moment, Qin Tai, whose head hurt from the noise, went to Sun Shuxing and asked quietly, Prime Minister, what do you think? In the entire court, except for Emperor Han Lin Mo, Qin Tai admired Sun Shuxing most for his intellect. The latter replied, A nation must establish authority upon its foundation, so a battle is definitely necessary. Upon hearing Sun Shuxing's words, those supporting Lei Tong immediately showed a look of satisfaction. They thought the Prime Minister was backing them. However, their smiles did not last long when they heard Sun Shuxing continue. But the first battle cannot be chosen as Jingzhou. When this statement came out, Lei Tong and others' faces instantly turned awkward. Confused, they asked, Why? Sun Shuxing explained, First of all, Jingzhou has plenty of water bodies and their army is skilled at naval battles. But up to now, we do not have a single formal navy force. If we blindly launch an attack on Jingzhou, it would definitely cost us dearly. Secondly, Jingzhou is vast. Even if we could seize 1 or 2 cities, we may not be able to defend them properly. In the end, instead of being proactive, we will be caught in a passive situation. Lastly, this point is the most important. Since the foundation of our Great Han Empire, it would surely be seen as a thorn by various rebel kings. As for Sima Lan, it's a good opportunity for him. He must incite other rebel kings to reconcile past grudges and jointly exterminate the Great Han. Therefore, once we are held back by the forces of Jingzhou and other armies from rebel kings arrive, our situation would become dangerous. If they hadn't founded the country and attacked Jingzhou, they would face only the forces under Sima Lan. Now, with the empire established, they had to deal with all the powers under heaven. The other rebel kings would certainly not tolerate further expansion by the Great Han because after seizing Jingzhou, Yangzhou, Yuzhou could be next. So even their archenemy King Wu of Xinya would put aside his grudge and join others to fight against the Great Han. Upon hearing Sun Shuxing's analysis, Lei Tong and the others fell silent. They had indeed been overconfident during these days, blindly arrogating themselves above everyone else. Although the Great Han was strong, it had yet to reach the point of invincibility. Thus, letting Sun Shuxing knock some sense into them wasn't such a bad thing. Lin Mo smiled and asked, In the Prime Minister's opinion, where should our first battle take place? Sun Shuxing's thoughts were basically in line with Lin Mo's. He replied, Your Majesty, in my humble opinion, the first battle should target Hanzhong. Hanzhong, Haihu and others frowned. Hanzhong might be a commandery of Yi province, but it was close to Yong province. Its governor had already surrendered to King Yong, who happened to be King Wuwei's younger brother. They were family. Once they attacked Hanzhong, it meant starting a war with these 2 brothers. After all, both King Yong and King Wuwei commanded formidable military forces. King Yong excelled in infantry and King Wu Wei in cavalry. Moreover, Hanzhong's terrain was perilous, making it easy to defend and hard to attack. Launching an offensive on Hanzhong was no easier than attacking Jingzhou. Therefore, Haihu retorted, Prime Minister, since His Majesty took Shu capital, Hanzhong has been on high alert against our great Han. With the establishment of the empire, King Yong would surely send reinforcements to guard Hanzhong. Seizing Hanzhong won't be easy. Sun Shuxing chuckled. Indeed, everyone believes that Hanzhong is the hardest target for us, and precisely for that reason, we must strike Hanzhong. Chapter 333, The Throat of Shu, Yangping Pass. 18 lords form an alliance at Mianxi. Sun Shuxing's words left the crowd in the grand hall thoroughly confused. What did he mean by knowing that Hanzhong was hard to conquer, yet we insisted on attacking it anyway? Isn't this just asking for trouble? Faced with questioning from the group, Sun Shuxing explained, Hanzhong is the gateway to Shu and an essential part of Yizhou. If our great Han establishes a nation based in Shu but fails to subdue Hanzhong, it would be like having jade with flaws, our territory incomplete and subject to ridicule. Everyone nodded, finding his reasoning convincing. Before the establishment of Great Han, some had suggested reclaiming Hanzhong first. However, since Hanzhong was a tough bone to chew, no military action had been taken until now. Sun Shuxing continued, Hanzhong is also a crucial hub, playing an important role in our future military campaigns. How so? Chen Qi asked in confusion. 3 months from now, the various rebel kings will inevitably unite to overthrow Great Han. They are unlikely to choose to invade through Jingzhou, opting more likely to attack through Hanzhong. If we do not retake Hanzhong in advance, it's equivalent to handing over the key to the enemy, said Sun Shuxing. Invading through Jingzhou poses rugged and difficult routes unfavorable for large armies. On the other hand, invading through Hanzhong via Dinging Mountain and Jian Gate Road presents a mature route. Breaking through the Jianmen Pass could secure Zitong, capture Mianzhu, and lead straight to the capital of Shu. For large armies numbering tens of thousands, taking the Hanzhong route is much more feasible. The Prime Minister makes sense. Qingtai agreed. Seizing Hanzhong will enhance the national prestige, shouted Lu Qiong in a deep voice. After a discussion, it was ultimately decided at court that the first battle should target Hanzhong. First, let's take back the entrance to Shu. Mr. Qian, please arrange for intelligence gathering about Hanzhong as soon as possible, Haihu said to Qianzhou. No need. Lin Mo waved his hand. Let's send the troops immediately. Send the troops right away? Stunned, everyone looked at Lin Mo and began to guess why His Majesty appeared so confident. They realized Emperor Lin had probably made up his mind to attack Hanzhong a long time ago. This is the first battle after the establishment of Great Han. I will personally lead the army. Lei Tong, Lu Qiong, Xiao Tian, Wu Ping, Gutu Mulai, you shall lead 8,000 horse and foot soldiers to invade Hanzhong. With the emperor leading the campaign personally, governance of the court was handed over to Lu Yun. In Dagon, Great Peace, there was a rule forbidding women from political involvement, but currently, Great Han does not have such restrictions. Firstly, Lin Mo trusted Lu Yun. Secondly, she was capable. There would be more wars to come. The stronger her abilities were, the more stable the rear would be. In the future, when his children grew up, Lu Yun could personally teach them instead of leaving their education to ministers. Ling Wei commanded the Imperial Guards and Shadow Warriors to protect the safety of the Shu capital, while Qingtai stationed a detachment of troops at Fuguan to prevent an ambush from Jingzhou. Once all arrangements within his household were settled, Lin Mo personally led the 8,000-strong army to attack Hanzhong. At the same time, the news of Lin Mo's ascension to the throne spread throughout Dagon. It also reached the ears of Sima Lan in the capital city. Sima Lan initially felt angry that Lin Mo, a mere villager, became emperor, something he wanted to do but couldn't at the moment. However, calming down, Sima Lan burst into laughter, thinking it was an excellent opportunity. An opportunity to quickly achieve his dreams. Sima Lan summoned his closest confidant. Draft a declaration in the name of the Son of Heaven immediately, calling upon heroes across the land to rally against the traitor Lin Mo. The confidant immediately understood what his master meant. So, Lord's plan is to weaken the various rebel kings using Han forces and use this war to consume their strength? Precisely, Sima Lan nodded. I always thought the king of Hejian would be the first to proclaim himself emperor. I even prepared a proclamation against him, never expecting someone with the least renown to lose patience first. So let him be the bait. The confidant voiced his concern. Lord, Lin Mo is in Yizhou, such a remote place. I doubt many of the rebellious kings would want to make such a long journey. He believed that the princes of Yong and Xuanhuan might be more likely to respond. But princes like the king of Hejian and the king of Beihai were far from Yizhou. Would they leave their bases to fight Lin Mo? The likelihood seemed slim. Sima Lan smiled gently but confidently. They will surely come. Please elaborate. The confidant was puzzled. Because, although those rebellious kings are all royal relatives of Dagon, none of them have the reputation needed to replace the current emperor. Each one of them desires to use this opportunity to raise their own fame and prestige. This is reason number 1. Sima Lan patiently explained. Secondly, the present situation among the various rebellious kings has stabilized and is difficult to break within a short period of time. Hence, they would all want to use this opportunity to expand their territories and eliminate opposing forces. Prince Xuanyi and Prince Wu lured Lin Mo precisely because of this plan. Upon hearing these words, the confidant immediately understood. He nodded and said, Our Lord speaks wisely. Whoever annihilates Lin Mo will gain the prestige and status to command the heroes. Those ambitious individuals will surely not miss this opportunity. They immediately issued a declaration in the name of the Son of Heaven, summoning the whole country to rally against the Great Han. Upon hearing the news, the 9 rebel kings all expressed their willingness to join the war, along with some smaller forces looking to seize this chance for recognition. As kings of Dagon, they absolutely could not allow another emperor to exist on Dagon's soil. If anyone were to ascend the throne, it would be them, the royal kin of Dagon, not some lowborn villager like Lin Mo. Simlan, in the name of the Son of Heaven, declared an alliance at Mianxi. In the final count, excluding the Imperial Guard, a total of 18 individuals participated in the alliance. 16 of them bore the surname Chu, meaning they were royal kin of Dagon. The other 2 were the king of Mang Mountain and the governor of Yanmen. This coalition was known as the 18 Lords Campaign against Han. The larger forces had up to 50,000 troops, while the smaller ones still numbered 20,000. Adding the 10,000-strong Imperial Guard, there were a total of 546,000 soldiers. However, the so-called Imperial Guard was not the emperor's personal army, but rather Sima Lan's private troops. They used the flag of the Imperial Guard and were led by 2 of Sima Lan's trusted lieutenants. These 2 held key positions in the court, making it appear that they were representatives of the emperor. Thus, the 18 lords had no grounds to object. At the Mianxi alliance, their first order of business was selecting an alliance leader. Sima Lan's men proposed that the king of Hejian be made the leader, due to his immense power. Furthermore, the king of Hejian was also the current emperor's cousin, sharing the same grandfather. In terms of bloodline, strength, and renown, this leader should rightly belong to him. Seeing that even the emperor's men agreed, the others naturally had no objections and acknowledged the king of Hejian as their leader. The 10,000-strong Imperial Guard would then be responsible for coordinating the distribution of supplies and ensuring everyone's logistical support. With the leader chosen, they discussed their offensive routes. Some suggested attacking through Jingzhou, but the proposal was rejected by the king of Xuanhuan. The roads into Shu from Jingzhou were rugged and narrow, not only delaying their journey, but also causing hardships for the troops. More importantly, the terrain was complicated. Should the Han forces set an ambush en route, the coalition would be unable to defend themselves. After deliberation, they decided to follow the path taken by the founding Emperor Gaozu of Dagon into Shu, advancing southward from Yongzhou. Incidentally, Hanzhong was still under the control of the king of Yong. Chapter 334, Go Around Yangping Pass. Report, my lord governor. Our scout has reported that 8 Han armies are on the way to Yangping Pass, only 2 days away. The governor of Hanzhong was at home drinking tea, enjoying some music, and watching newly recruited dancers. However, one of his generals suddenly interrupted this pleasant time. Hearing that an army of 10,000 men was approaching, Sun Lu was greatly shocked, losing all interest in the performance. He waved his hand to dismiss them. Is the information reliable? Sun Lu asked. Absolutely correct. I personally sent someone to confirm it, replied the general. Sun Lu's expression turned grim. He knew Lin Mo would eventually come, but never imagined there'd be so many people. When Lin Mo had earlier captured Shu's capital, he sent envoys for surrender negotiations. Sun Lu, thinking himself from a noble family, couldn't possibly ally with someone who once was just a commoner. A man without fame or status is not worthy to be his lord. So, Sun Lu decisively refused the Han envoy, and instead pledged allegiance to the king of Yong. Because of Hanzhong's rich resources and strategic significance, the king of Yong accepted him. But even the king of Yong didn't take Lin Mo seriously, believing Lin Mo and other rebels he defeated were not worth mentioning, giving only 3,000 soldiers to Hanzhong. Including his own forces and the new recruits over these past months, they totaled less than 20,000 troops. Before the establishment of the Great Han, Sun Lu would surely have looked down on Lin Mo. Yet Lin Mo's coronation day witnessed firsthand by Sun Lu's spies revealed the terrifying power of Dongfeng cannons. Sun Lu greatly feared Lin Mo might bomb him. Those terrible cannons could flatten mountains. No wall, no matter how solid, could withstand it. Besides, today's Great Han was entirely different from the one when Lin Mo initially sought their surrender. Back then, the Han only numbered in the tens of thousands. Now, however, it had more than 100,000 troops, almost matching the king of Yong solely in numbers. And the Han had wiped out the Man tribes, something the great Qian dynasty had been trying to achieve for centuries. Now, as the Han came knocking, Sun Lu was panicked. He immediately gathered his generals and representatives from the king of Yong to discuss countermeasures. Gentlemen, we've just received news. 8 Han armies are heading towards Yangping Pass. There are less than 20,000 defenders at Yangping Pass, likely unable to hold out. Mr. Ma, given the crisis in Hanzhong, could you please travel to Chang'an and request reinforcements from the king of Yong? Even though Yangping Pass was known as the throat of Shu, formidable, easy to defend, and hard to attack, the Han had artillery. Yangping Pass gates could resist ramming machines, but not cannon fire. Thus, Sun Lu had absolutely no confidence left. Because once the gate falls, the Han armies would utterly crush him. Ma Hui hesitated. It's most unfortunate, His Majesty issued an announcement declaring war on the Han, asking all vassal kings to join the Mianxi alliance. The king of Yong departed yesterday and isn't in Chang'an. What? Sun Lu was dumbstruck. Could Lin Mo have known the king of Yong would leave exactly at this time? Mr. Ma, although the king of Yong isn't here, there are still those in charge. If we lose Hanzhong, Yongzhou will be endangered. We sincerely ask Mr. Ma to go to Chang'an and bring back reinforcements. The county chief of Hanzhong pleaded. Ma Hui nodded. I'll try. When the emissaries reported the power of the Dongfeng cannon and the glory of the Han army during Lin Mo's coronation, Ma Hui was also present. Therefore, he was very clear that the current force of 20,000 in Hanzhong would definitely be unable to stop 80,000 Han soldiers. After Ma Hui left, Sun Lu sent all available troops to Yangping Pass, leaving only some low-level clerks and irregulars to guard the city. Now they could only hope to delay at Yangping Pass and wait for reinforcements. On the other side, Lin Mo personally led the main army to the front of Yangping Pass. Not surprising that this is mentioned alongside the Jianmen Pass. Lin Mo's side in all, Yangping Pass was several times more magnificent than the passes he had seen before, tall and imposing, extremely sturdy. My lord, whatever kind of pass it may be, let's use the big cannon and just blast it open, Gu Tu exclaimed bluntly. But Lin Mo shook his head. The Dongfeng cannon can indeed blast open Yangping Pass, but it would also destroy this renowned historical pass. Building such a pass required countless human and material resources. Lin Mo did not want to destroy it in a single war. Moreover, he already knew about the meeting of the 18 feudal lords. At that time, Yangping Pass would be a crucial pass hindering the 18 feudal lords from entering Shu. Destroying it now would be equivalent to tearing down his own gateway. But my lord, if we do not use the cannon, forcing our way through will cause heavy casualties, Lei Tong said curiously. Though they brought along some basic siege equipment, they were not sufficient to conquer Yangping Pass. So, breaking the stronghold using conventional methods was nearly impossible. Even with 80,000 troops, they couldn't fight like this. On the journey, everyone thought His Majesty would use the cannon strategy, blowing up Yangping Pass, then driving straight in and taking over Hanzhong. However, when they approached, His Majesty negated their plan, leaving everyone puzzled. Lin Mo chuckled. Sun Lu must be scared stiff knowing we dispatched an army of 80,000. He surely sent all his troops to Yangping Pass. Right now, Hanzhong City is defenseless. He had set up information birds within Hanzhong City long ago. Every move in Hanzhong was meticulously recorded here, including yesterday's dispatch of the final 3,000 men from Hanzhong to strengthen Yangping Pass defense. There were only 100 officers and 300 hastily assembled laborers left within the city. The combat ability of these people could be almost disregarded. But Your Majesty, if we can't breach Yangping Pass, our main forces won't be able to attack Hanzhong. Everyone looked at Lin Mo with confusion on their faces. It was definitely impossible to bypass Yangping Pass. Could they just fly over it? But Lin Mo grinned faintly and said, "Who says there's no way?" This time he brought along Qian Yu and a pack of wolves. The wolf pack walked through the mountains while always following the main force, but without revealing their whereabouts. Everyone simply didn't know about it yet. Also present were Lin Xiaohu and its two cubs, Lin Depang and Lin Bai. These little ones grew rapidly and within a few months had reached the size of ordinary adult tigers, appearing very fierce. Although they weren't short of food in the Han mansion, Lin Xiaohu and Lin Xiaohua often took them hunting in the mountains. Qin Miao would also train them in fighting, so their combat capabilities were not weak. Lin Xiaohu brought them for two reasons. One was to instill gratitude towards their master, and the other was as a form of training. Lin Xiaohu, its two cubs, and Xiantian dog were constantly accompanying Lin Mo. Humans couldn't easily cross the mountain forests, but they could do so effortlessly. Lei Tong, Lu Qiong, divide the army into two teams. One team stays at Dingjun Mountain, and the other in front of Yangping Pass narrow path to draw their attention. Team Yinxia will join me in going around Yangping Pass. Lin Mo decided to personally lead Team Yinxia, working together with the Wolf Pack and the Liao soldiers, to raid Hanzhong. Hanzhong hadn't surrendered to Great Han, but it belonged to Yi Province. Thus, in the map of the country, Hanzhong was split into two parts. South of Yangping Pass belonged to Great Han, lit up on the national map. However, north of Yangping Pass wasn't part of Great Han and therefore invisible on the map. From what was visible, Lin Mo discovered a steep slope. Chapter 335, Infiltrating Hanzhong, Capture Sun Lu. With the navigation of the Xuanhuan map, Lin Mo led his team easily through a dense forest and arrived at an uninhabited cliff. This place was concealed by dense woods with no traces of human activity around it. Lin Mo searched for a long time in the Xuanhuan map to find such a location. The cliff ahead, though not perfectly vertical, had an incline that looked about 70 or 80 degrees steep, and the slope was far from flat. Even wolves would face danger descending it, let alone humans. However, for the warriors of the Liao tribe who grew up among the mountains, climbing rocks and trees were as routine as meals. Move out. Lin Mo took out a thick hemp rope, tying one end to the trunk of a big tree and tossing the other down the cliff. This rope was very sturdy, each 50 meters long, and every group within the Silver Fox team always carried two during their missions. One end of the rope was equipped with an iron hook capable of catching walls easily. Usually, the Silver Fox team trained using these ropes to climb walls and descend quickly from them. Your Majesty, the rope is too short, Jan Nong hurriedly reminded as he saw Lin Mo about to go down along the rope. The rope's length could only reach 1/3 down the cliff. Nevertheless, the Silver Fox team ignored Jan Nong's advice. Following Lin Mo's actions, they secured one rope after another, threw them down, and then clutched the ropes to descend swiftly. Without safety harnesses, the Silver Fox team wore specially designed gloves. With both hands gripping the rope, their feet stepped on the cliff sides, hopping downward. Your Majesty, this is too dangerous. Jan Nong quickly ran to the cliff's edge to inspect the situation, worried about mishaps with the Silver Fox team. You needn't worry. You can follow down using our ropes shortly, Lin Mo said while also gripping the rope to descend rapidly. The Liao tribal warriors were all rock climbing experts, but none of them had ever seen anyone descend so fast before. Everyone was deeply impressed by the Silver Fox team. Jan Nong commented, "No wonder your majesty places extra emphasis on this special operations force. Their abilities are truly amazing." Even he, the first warrior of the Liao tribe, was awestruck by the technique of the Silver Fox team. Soon, Lin Mo and the Silver Fox team reached the end of the rope. They found a foothold, then pulled out a large iron nail with a circular ring at the end and a hammer. Selecting gaps in the rock, they drove the 50-centimeter-long nails slowly into the cliff face. They tested the stability of the nails before pulling out another rope and binding it to the nail. Thus, the second rope for descending was set up. "I understand now," exclaimed Jan Nong and others, showing even more admiration. As Lin Mo reached the end, he pulled out a similar large iron nail. However, without using a hammer, his palm glowed with a golden light, and with a single slap, he drove the nail into the solid rock. After securing the second rope, Lin Mo continued to slide down. Following the same procedure, the third rope was also fixed. Slapping nails with bare palms, Jan Nong and others felt their scalps tingle, thinking, how terrifying is the strength of His Majesty. Because it wasn't a perfectly vertical cliff but had a certain incline, descending was relatively easier. In a short time, Lin Mo landed on the ground first. The ground was still a dense jungle, yet there was a row of shrubs at the foot of the cliff. After landing, a venomous snake attempted to attack Lin Mo, but ended up nearly breaking its own teeth. Lin Mo grabbed the snake by its 7-inch mark and crushed it instantly. By this point, Bai Lang and Nian Jiao had also descended. Lin Mo warned them, "Be cautious, there may be poisonous snakes here." He had a golden bell cover, so he didn't need to worry about venomous snake attacks. However, the Silver Fox team lacked such protection. If bitten by a snake, they might not be able to participate in the subsequent operation. Of course, as long as Lin Mo was present, keeping them alive was no issue. Not long after, all members of the Silver Fox team, 36 in total, had descended safely and participated in the action. They possessed extensive wilderness survival experience and would naturally pay attention to poisonous snakes and insects, dangers common in forests, even without Lin Mo's warning. "Your Majesty, we'll scout ahead," Bai Lang requested. "Go ahead," Lin Mo nodded. Beyond this cliff lay an area beyond the range of detection by the Xuanhuan map. With the ropes deployed by the Silver Fox team, 300 Liao tribe warriors also quickly descended, without injury. The Silver Fox team scouted in front, leaving marks behind them. Lin Mo led the Liao warriors following close behind. Half a day later, Wolf King, Lin Xiaohu, and Xiaodian Dog brought the wolf pack to rendezvous with them. At nightfall, they arrived under Hanzhong City. The city gates closed after dark. Due to all the soldiers being dispatched to reinforce Yangping Pass, the defenders were mainly laborers and constables. Believing themselves safe as long as Yangping Pass held, these guards relaxed their defenses significantly. The Silver Fox team spent less than an hour to ascertain the patrol patterns. "Your Majesty, their patrols switch every 2 hours, with 6 men each time," Bai Lang reported to Lin Mo. "So lax. It seems we can capture this city without shedding any blood." Lin Mo's lips curled slightly. He let the soldiers rest for a while and waited until midnight. Then he personally led the team, using the ropes to hook onto the city wall, climbing up first with the Silver Fox team. Although the Liao warriors had not used ropes to climb walls before, they all had taken physical enhancement soup, giving them far superior physical abilities compared to ordinary people. Thus, they too followed the ropes and ascended the city walls. The defenses inside the city were indeed very loose. More than 300 people infiltrated into the city undetected. Their patrols were mere formalities, completely unaware. "You find places to hide. The Silver Fox team will go with me to the prefect's mansion." Avoiding the night patrolmen, they crossed several streets to reach the prefect's mansion. Lin Mo noticed that the number of guards at the prefect's mansion had also decreased significantly, as most of them had been sent to defend the city. "Go ahead." Lin Mo leapt onto a high building, watching the Silver Fox team enter one by one. The entire Hanzhong city was eerily quiet, no one realizing that their city had already been breached. After entering the prefect's mansion, Bai quickly captured a guard, inquiring about the location of the prefect's quarters. Then Bai Lang led Nian Jiao, Qing Miao, and Han Bing to stealthily approach. This old guy really knows how to indulge himself. Qing Miao couldn't help but ridicule when seeing Sun Lu surrounded by 2 beauties on each side. At this critical moment, he still has time to play with women, and even with 2 at once. Looks like he's not a good official. Just kill him with a single slash. Han Bing said coldly. He pulled out a dagger that was cold like ice. But Bai Lang stopped him. His Majesty didn't say anything about killing. We should aim to take him alive. Upon hearing this, Han Bing put his dagger away. "The women are yours to handle," Han Bing said to Qing Miao. Then he grabbed a cloth ball, and, as Sun Lu opened his mouth wide snoring, Han Bing shoved it inside. "This guy," Qing Miao shook her head, mocking him. "With such pretty girls here, you don't even glance at them. I suspect you might be interested in men." However, Han Bing paid no attention to her, and directly lifted Sun Lu up. Sun Lu woke up suddenly, and saw so many unfamiliar people in the room, which made him shout. But he soon realized that his mouth was blocked, and could not make a sound. The 2 women beside him were awakened as well. To prevent them from making noises, Qing Miao had to knock them unconscious with her sword hilt. "Are you Sun Lu?" Bai Lang placed his knife against Sun Lu's neck, removed the cloth ball from his mouth, confirming his identity. Sun Lu was almost scared to death. He wouldn't dare to lie. "Righteous heroes. All my money is in the 3rd cabinet outside. You can take it all." He mistook Bai Lang and others for burglars. "Our boss asked if you're Sun Lu." Han Bing wasn't polite at all, delivering a punch to Sun Lu's face, knocking out 2 front teeth. Tears welled up in Sun Lu's eyes from the pain, but he didn't dare to cry out upon seeing the blade at his neck. He could only nod and ask, "I am Sun Lu. May I know which righteous hero you are, so I, Sun Lu, may die with clarity." Chapter 336, Sun Lu Surrender. After capturing Sun Lu, Inshu's men immediately notified Linhua. Only then did Linhua slowly enter the Taisho residence. At this moment, the Taisho residence was still very quiet. The guards who should be dozing off were sleeping soundly, and no one had noticed that their Taisho had been captured. "Are you Sun Lu?" Linhua held up the oil lamp to shine on Sun Lu's face to see his features clearly. "Alas, I am Sun Lu. May I ask if there is anything I have offended any of the heroes here? I will immediately apologize." Sun Lu hadn't yet understood the situation. Seeing that Bai Lang and others weren't moved by his wealth, he thought they were seeking revenge. After all, he had offended quite a few people. "You have indeed offended us, but merely apologizing isn't enough." Linhua shook his head. Sun Lu thought these people were truly here for revenge, and quickly said, "What do you want? I guarantee I will agree to everything. I only beg the heroes to spare me. Perhaps you can't do it." Linhua smiled faintly. "I will do my best if you say so." Sun Lu, seeing an opportunity, reiterated his promise multiple times. "Given your sincerity, we'll give you a chance." Linhua patted his shoulder. The latter was overjoyed and gratefully said, "Thank you, hero, thank you. What does the hero wish me to do? Please say." This place was the Taisho residence. As long as these people didn't intend to kill him, his chances of escape would be much greater. Therefore, Sun Lu thought that regardless of the conditions, he would agree, just to keep them at bay for now. However, this small trick couldn't possibly go unnoticed by Linhua. Linhua said, "If you do 2 things, you can save your life. Please say." The first thing, issue an order to Yangping Pass to withdraw all troops. Ah. Sun Lu was shocked and looked up at Linhua in disbelief. At this moment, he started to suspect Linhua's identity. "Who exactly are you?" Those seeking revenge wouldn't demand control over Yangping Pass. The second thing, announce your surrender to the Great Han Empire. Linhua ignored his inquiry and continued, "Do these 2 things, and I, the emperor, will spare your life." The Sun family was the local emperor of Hanzhong, holding the position of Taisho of Hanzhong for 4 consecutive terms. Of course, the Sun family was very good to the people of Hanzhong and enjoyed a good reputation. So, as long as the Sun family pledged allegiance, they could gain the loyalty of the Hanzhong people. That was why Linhua chose not to kill Sun Lu. Politics isn't about exacting vengeance whenever someone offends you. If you are useful, even an enemy can become a subordinate. Qianzhou was the perfect example. He lived until now because he truly served Linhua with loyalty. Hearing Linhua refer to himself as the emperor, Sun Lu was utterly dumbfounded. It turned out that the intruder before him was actually the emperor of the Great Han. How exaggerated is that? If you've already declared yourself an emperor, shouldn't you be cuddling beautiful women in the palace instead of running around in someone else's house? Could you give me some time to consider? Sun Lu's heart was racing as he tried to delay making a decision. If he could capture the Han Emperor, the Sun family's name would become world famous, perhaps even gaining him a dukedom. Certainly. Linhua saw through his intentions at once, took out a stick of incense, broke off 9/10 of it, lit it with the nearby oil lamp, and stuck it into the adjacent wooden table. "I'll give you the time of this incense stick." Sun Lu, totally stunned. Is this supposed to be the time of 1 stick of incense? It's barely enough time to drink a cup of tea. Clearly, Linhua didn't want to give him too much time. At this moment, Sun Lu's inner conflict was immense. Because glory and riches were right in front of him, seemingly within reach. But his own life was also in others' hands. If the knife at his neck moved half an inch forward, he'd have to meet Yin Wang, the king of hell. Seeing the incense getting shorter and shorter, Sun Lu's internal conflict intensified. Surrendering to the Great Han would definitely invite criticism from the world. Worst case scenario, the Sun family would face eternal ruin. But refusing to surrender meant certain death. The Han Emperor was present, which meant he had no other choice. Should he pretend to agree? "Time's up," Linhua reminded him. I agree. Seeing Bai Lang preparing to move, Sun Lu shut his eyes tightly out of fear of witnessing blood splashing everywhere. "Kneel down and swear your loyalty." Bai Lang pressed Sun Lu down on the ground. The latter tremulously said, "I, Sun Lu, pledge to serve the Great Han willingly. From today onwards, I will obey His Majesty unconditionally, without any second thoughts." Spoken without sincerity, clearly as a way of stalling. However, Linhua didn't care about those things. If he genuinely surrendered, Linhua could spare his life. However, he chose to stall and deceive. "Your Highness, I will write to Yangping Pass immediately and order them to withdraw their troops." Sun Lu planned to use this opportunity to seek help from Yangping Pass. He guessed that Linhua must not have brought many people, with only a few infiltrating the city. If he could bring back a few thousand troops from Yangping Pass, Linhua would have no chance to escape. Not only would he be rescued, but he'd also gain the merit of capturing the Han Emperor, a double success. "No need. The letter has already been written for you." Linhua took out a letter and handed it to him. "Just stamp your seal on it." He had everything arranged beforehand. Sun Lu's face immediately turned as bitter as a gourd, and he stuttered, "Your Majesty, this isn't my handwriting. I'm worried the commander at Yangping Pass won't recognize it, and it might expose a flaw." "That's not your concern. You just need to follow instructions." Linhua lightly sniffed. "Yes." Sun Lu dared not say anything more and hurriedly fetched the Taisho seal, pressing it firmly onto the letter. Linhua handed the letter to Bai Lang. instructing him to send it overnight. There were two commanders at Yangping Pass. One was Ma Ying, a major general of Hanzhong, and the other was xuanhuan, a general from Yongzhou. Although most of the soldiers were under Ma Ying, xuanhuan held a higher rank, making xuanhuan the true authority in charge. The letter stated that withdrawing the troops was an order from the king of Yong, citing the strategy of luring the enemy into a trap. During the Mianxi alliance, the allied forces had gathered an army of 450,000 to attack the Great Han. Their mission was to lure the Han army into Hanzhong and annihilate them all. Presenting their retreat as part of a task was far more convincing than an arbitrary command. When Sun Lu stamped the seal, he accidentally saw the contents of the letter, breaking out in cold sweat. He knew that if this letter reached its destination, Ma Ying and xuanhuan would very likely believe it. Once they withdrew their troops, Yangping Pass would fall into the hands of the Great Han. Now, his only hope was that after dawn, the guards in the mansion would discover that he had been captured and come to rescue him. As long as they captured Lin Mo, everything could still be salvaged. The rest is up to you. I'm going to rest. Lin Mo yawned, walking toward Sun Lu's bed. Clear these women away. The two women on the bed had average looks, and they had already been defiled, definitely not Lin Mo's type. Niu Jiao and Qing Miao quickly moved them aside. Lin Mo relayed fresh bedding and sheets before dozing off soundly. Niu Jiao and Qing Miao stood guard beside him. As for Sun Lu, he was taken out. He sneered inwardly. You fools are so reckless. Once dawn breaks, you will be done for. Chapter 337. The Great Han is our true allegiance. Sun Lu was locked in a side room, watching the sky grow brighter outside. His nerves tightened with each passing moment. Because as soon as it became daylight, surely the people of the residence would discover he had been kidnapped. No matter what, there were still hundreds of clerks and servants in the city, plus the guards of the governor's mansion. They should be more than enough to deal with these few intruders, right? However, after waiting for quite some time, none of the things Sun Lu anticipated occurred. The guards and servants in the mansion, as if they hadn't noticed their governor's disappearance, continued to act as if nothing was out of the ordinary. What's going on? Sun Lu's initial agitation slowly transformed into anxiety and even anger. Are these people all idiots? How have they not discovered yet that their governor is missing? In his estimation, by now, the clerks and soldiers should have already surrounded the place thoroughly. Emperor Han and his men should have been forced to surrender by now. Yet almost an hour had passed since dawn, and there was still no commotion. Sun Lu felt that he couldn't just sit here helplessly anymore. Perhaps Emperor Han's people had already left, while those in the estate thought he was merely asleep and dared not disturb him. So, he wiggled his body towards the corner and used a brick from the wall to try cutting the ropes binding his wrists. But before long, the door opened. He assumed it must be his own men who finally found him, so he eagerly turned towards the doorway. However, who entered weren't his subordinates, but Lin Mo's people. The big and small officials of Hanzhong are here. His Majesty asks you to go discuss matters. A cold voice from a member of the Silver Fox group said this, then tossed a set of official robes to him. Sun Lu was utterly confused. What situation? If Emperor Han hadn't fled, which made sense, why did he summon all the high and low-ranking officials of Hanzhong? Did he really not fear death? And to top it off, he was summoned to deliberate. How audacious this abduction was. Or perhaps, were all his officials bound too? Seeing the Silver Fox member about to leave, Sun Lu quickly uttered a sound. If you don't bother removing the cloth gag in my mouth, at least untie me so I can change clothes and go outside. Annoyed, the Silver Fox member approached and cut the ropes on his body with a knife, reminding him, be quick, don't keep his Majesty waiting. Daring not waste any time, Sun Lu quickly removed the ropes and rags on him, putting on his official robe. It wasn't his old official attire. Instead, it was the uniform of a prefect under the Great Han. When Sun Lu, dressed in his official robes, entered the Hall of Governance, he saw officials large and small, all wearing unfamiliar robes. He immediately realized all these officials were brought forcibly. Lin Mo hadn't arrived yet. In the council chamber, apart from Hanzhong officials, there was only the Silver Fox squad. Sun Lu didn't see his own guard. Director Li, why are you here too? Seeing Director Li Yu, Sun Lu hurriedly walked up and asked. Because Li Yu was responsible for the security of the city and should have been stationed at the gate tower. His presence here implied something. Could it be Li Yu had betrayed? Li Yu gave him a cold sniff, turned his head away, and didn't respond. Only then did Sun Lu notice that Li Yu's face was swollen, clearly indicating someone had greeted him intimately. Recalling his own ordeal, Sun Lu seemed to understand something. If Li Yu, the guardian of the city, had been forcefully brought here, it meant the city had fallen. In these few hours during which he was detained, the Silver Fox group had already eliminated all the guards in his residence and taken control of the governor's mansion. Meanwhile, they used the governor's seal to let false replacements infiltrate and easily subdued the guarding troops. Li Yu had been beaten up badly by Zhang Nong and quickly complied. All this was accomplished under the cover of night. Thus, neither the common folk of Hanzhong nor Sun Lu knew what had happened. Markets carried on bustling as usual, and cries filled the air, just like any other normal day. Only the officials present knew that a new order reigned over Hanzhong. Hanzhong no longer belonged to Sun, but to Lin. It had become part of the Great Han. His Majesty has arrived. Not long after Sun Lu got there, a voice came from behind the doors. Upon hearing it, everyone hurriedly knelt down in greeting, saying in unison, "Long live the Emperor." Clearly, they'd been trained. Lin Mo emerged from the back, smiling and saying, "Rise, my dear ministers." "Thank your Majesty." Everyone replied in harmony. They looked at one another, all showing surprise and confusion on their faces. for they truly couldn't fathom why the Emperor of Great Han would personally come to Hanzhong. All ministers are gathered. Let's start today's conference. Lin Mo ordered. Zhang, you draft an announcement immediately, proclaiming to the entire populace. The content will be as follows. Prefect Sun Lu sought welfare for the citizens of Hanzhong and sincerely aligned himself with the Great Han. From now on, the people of Hanzhong shall be subjects of the Great Han. They will enjoy its policies, with exemptions from taxes and tributes for 3 years. There will also be rewards for childbirth and production. Lin Mo intended to announce the return of Hanzhong to the Great Han in Sun Lu's name. Soon, the proclamation was issued and posted at the 4 city gates and in the marketplace. What does this magistrate's announcement mean? People gathered around, but most of them couldn't read. Those who could read helped to explain it out loud. What? Magistrate Sun has submitted to the Great Han. The citizens were shocked. Someone said, didn't Magistrate Sun just call on us to resist the Han army a few days ago? How come now we're already part of the Han people? I heard that the court issued a proclamation condemning the Great Han. Princes from all over have formed an alliance at Mianxi, assembling a 1,000,000-strong army. If they attack, won't we be in trouble? How could Magistrate Sun think like this? Submitting to the Han right now? Is he trying to doom all of us? Scholar Zhang, if this whole document is so long, does it only talk about one thing? Though everyone was worried and confused, some keen-eyed individuals noticed the length of the proclamation's content. Scholar Zhang replied, of course not. It says here that after our submission to the Great Han, we'll enjoy the Han policies. For 3 years, all harsh taxes and corvée labor will be exempted. Moreover, there will be a general amnesty across the entire district. Really, some were immediately moved. If a general amnesty could happen, then their imprisoned family members might have a chance to be released. What other policies are there? The crowd urged him to continue. Although Hanzhong was prosperous, successive droughts had made life tough for them. This year, when the weather finally improved a little, various heavy taxes still weighed heavily on them. Exemption from 3 years of taxation would be fatally attractive for any group of villagers. There's also a reward for childbirth and production. What's a reward for childbirth? The crowd asked in confusion. The proclamation included detailed explanations, and Scholar Zhang explained them to everyone. After hearing, the crowd felt extremely astonished. No tax on newborns, with such generous rewards? This is incredible. This is too good. If this is true, then we can rest assured about having more children, and girls will no longer bring fear. Each village's household with the highest grain output gets an extra ox as a reward. This kind of policy is something I've never heard of in my 70+ years. Does the Great Han treat commoners so well? This is truly a government that genuinely cares for us, ordinary folks. It's our true allegiance. I want to join the Great Han. Magistrate Sun did a good deed for us. In no time, the entire city erupted in excitement. If this proclamation had been issued in the name of the Great Han, the common people might not have believed it so easily. However, Lin Mo issued it in Sun Lu's name, and since the citizens trusted Sun Lu, they naturally believed that the contents of the proclamation were true. Chapter 338. Born as a Han, die as a Han ghost. After the policy of the Great Han was announced, it immediately won the cheers and support of all the people in the commandery. No taxes for having children, but instead, there are rewards. All the grain harvested within 3 years belongs to oneself without paying any heavy taxes. Moreover, each family in the village that grows the most grain will be rewarded with a cow. The skilled farmers instantly became excited. With such good policies, only fools would refuse them. On the day the policy was announced, outside the office gate of Nanjing County in the commandery of Hanzhong, there was already a long queue. The county magistrate of Nanjing personally received these citizens accompanied by Bai Lang. Everyone, line up properly. One by one. As long as you meet the conditions, you can get the reward. Our Great Han will not leave anyone behind. Mud, a member of the Silver Fox group, maintained the order at the scene with several clerks. There were many citizens, and the queue stretched over 100 meters long. They had come to claim their childbearing rewards. Old Zhang, I remember your grandson is already 9 months old. Go away, don't cause trouble here. The first person in the queue happened to be known by the county magistrate, who intended to drive Old Zhang away. He understood that the policy stated that only those born after the announcement could receive rewards. At least newborns during this period should qualify. Since Old Zhang's child has been born for 9 months, there is no eligibility for receiving this reward. Court grains do not just fall from the sky. Old Zhang was just trying his luck, and dared not argue with the county magistrate. Turning around, he left unhappily. There were quite a few people in the queue in similar situations, also preparing to leave, avoiding being scolded and losing face. At this moment, Lin Mo suddenly came over. Hold on. He called out to Old Zhang, who was about to leave. Elderly man, is your child 9 months old? Who might you be? Old Zhang did not recognize Lin Mo. Seeing him so young yet dressed in fine robes, he quickly bent down, afraid of offending this nobleman. Your Majesty, why have you come? It's too chaotic with so many people. Let this subordinate handle it. The county magistrate of Nanjing hurriedly stepped forward to greet. Upon hearing this, the commoners, realizing the visitor was the Emperor of the Great Han, hurriedly knelt on the ground to pay respects. The commoner bows before His Majesty. A queue spanning more than 100 meters fell onto their knees. Lin Mo waved his hand. Fellow villagers, please stand up. He asked Old Zhang again. I heard from the county magistrate that your child is 9 months old. Is it a boy or a girl? Although Old Zhang's household had some money, the highest official he'd ever met was the county magistrate of Nanjing. Facing the emperor, he felt extremely nervous. Why are you looking at me? Answer whatever the emperor asks. The county magistrate was embarrassed, thinking inwardly that if he looked now, wouldn't it seem like he was bullying them under normal circumstances? Old Zhang mustered up his courage and replied, "Replying to your majesty, our humble household has a 9-month-old grandson." Mentioning his grandson, happiness instantly appeared on his face. "Oh, congratulations." Lin Mo's gentle smile quickly eased the tension among the surrounding commoners. They curiously looked at the Han Emperor, thinking that even the highest-ranking official had no heirs. "Has your grandson paid the head tax?" Lin Mo continued to ask. According to the laws of Dacian, one must pay the head tax for having children. In times of prosperity, boys did not need to pay the head tax, only girls needed to pay upon birth. But now, it's an era of chaos, and the power of the Dacian dynasty has long since declined. The national treasury is empty, corrupt officials run rampant, leading to various arbitrary taxes everywhere. These were policies set by higher authorities, which lower-level officials had no choice but to implement. Boys have been taxed for more than a decade. Everyone grumbles bitterly, but can only quietly accept it. However, Lin Mo's inquiry made Zhang Old Man rather nervous. Some people queuing up even wanted to sneak away. "Replying to your majesty, we have already paid it." Zhang Old Man carefully replied. Their child's head tax was paid to the Dacian dynasty, so they worried that the Han dynasty would make them pay again. The head tax is paid all at once, and it isn't cheap. "Do you have proof of payment?" Lin Mo asked next. "Yes, I carry it with me." Proof of payment is the receipt for various taxes, stamped with the official seal. Zhang Old Man originally intended to use it to prove that he had a child, so he carried it with him. Now, he pulled it out from his chest and handed it respectfully to Lin Mo. Nianzhou took it and passed it to Lin Mo. It was indeed the proof of payment from the Dacian dynasty, and Lin Mo also had one such receipt at home. Lin Mo glanced at it and returned it to Zhang Old Man, saying, "You are now subjects of the great Han. Our country encourages childbirth and offers rewards for having children, so there is no need to pay the head tax." Then, he addressed everyone. "Anyone who has paid the head tax within the last year can apply for a refund at the county office with your receipt. You will be refunded exactly what you paid." Upon hearing this, everyone thought they had misheard and stared at Lin Mo in disbelief. They had never heard of money already paid being refunded. Could there actually be such a benevolent court under the heavens? "Your Majesty, is what you said true?" A middle-aged man standing beside Zhang Old Man trembled as he asked. His family had terrible luck. His wife gave birth to triplets, forcing him to pay 3 times the head tax, which completely ruined their already struggling household. Years of savings were wiped out in an instant. So when he heard about the possibility of a refund on the head tax, he was almost overwhelmed with joy. The words of a ruler carry no jest. If I say it can be refunded, then it certainly can be refunded. Lin Mo spoke earnestly. Whether it's in Hanzhong or any other place, as long as you acknowledge yourself as a citizen of the Great Han, you can enjoy the policies of the Great Han. Not only can the head tax be refunded, but the childbirth rewards will also be distributed as usual. Plop. The middle-aged man knelt down again and repeatedly kowtowed to Lin Mo. "Boundless imperial grace. Boundless imperial grace. Boundless imperial grace." His 3 children would qualify for refunds on 3 head taxes and receive 3 sets of childbirth rewards. 3 head taxes amounted to 30 taels of silver, while 3 sets of childbirth rewards consisted of 3 share of grain per year and 2 dogs and 1 chicken. With these resources, not only would he have no worries about living, but his life would become quite comfortable. Boundless imperial grace. The commoners behind the middle-aged man all knelt down and expressed their gratitude, shouting "Boundless imperial grace" aloud. The policies of the Great Han are too good. If we had known earlier how great the Great Han was, we would have joined much sooner. I am the person of the Great Han for life, and I will never change. Whoever dares to stop me from being a Han, I will fight them. Since His Majesty treats us so well, whoever dares to oppose the Emperor, we will fight them. The people of Hanzhong firmly declared their stance, showing their determination to be subjects of the Great Han. "Your Majesty, we don't have that much money in the treasury." While the commoners were overjoyed, the magistrate of Nanzhong was frowning in worry. He came near Lin Mo and quietly whispered. They had just submitted the head tax last month, and the funds in the treasury were low. If every child born within the city in the past year came for a refund, there wouldn't be enough money to cover it. Just do as I said. Record everything properly, and you don't need to worry about the rest. The Great Han now had no shortage of money or grain. As for livestock like chickens and dogs, Lin Mo could breed them from his portable farm, which was both cost-effective and ensured good quality. Once again, as long as money could buy the loyalty of the people, it was always worth it. "Zhang Old Man, come collect your money." With Lin Mo's guarantee, the magistrate of Nanjing felt reassured and started processing refunds for the citizens. Since Zhang Old Man's household had a boy, he received 10 taels of silver for the head tax refund, along with 1 share of rice and 1 dog. Smiling broadly, he went home happily. The others, upon realizing it was true, were all extremely excited. Those who hadn't brought their receipts rushed home to fetch them. Soon, the news spread quickly. Chapter 339. Are the policies of the Han dynasty really that good? Should we also surrender to Han? After receiving the news, Mai Ying and Xia Run, the commanders of Yangping Pass, soon withdrew from Yangping Pass. Since Lin Hua had already sent someone to inform Lei Tong and others, they had just left when Lei Tong immediately took over Yangping Pass. "General Xia, don't you find this matter very suspicious?" Upon hearing about this, Mai Ying began to suspect. He could never understand why Yangping Pass was abandoned. Even if going to support the Allied army, one shouldn't abandon Yangping Pass. Abandoning Yangping Pass would mean abandoning Hanzhong. Would Governor Sun agree? Also, they were worried that once they retreated, the Han troops would immediately advance, so they set up decoys within the pass, planting flags and fake soldiers. Under normal circumstances, the Han troops should hesitate for a while before discovering the truth. But as soon as they left, the Han troops seized Yangping Pass, indicating that the Han army knew they were leaving. Therefore, Ma Ying became more convinced something was off. There is something suspicious, but for now, we can only retreat. Sha Ren sighed deeply and said, if my guess is correct, Hanzhong has fallen, and Governor Sun is most likely under control of the Han army. What should we do? Ma Ying exclaimed in surprise. If that was the case, it wouldn't be possible to return to Nanqing. Furthermore, at this point, retaking Yangping Pass would be unrealistic. Let's first send some people to inquire about the situation in Hanzhong. If Hanzhong is indeed lost, our only choice is to retreat to Yongzhou. Sha Ren sighed. To lose Hanzhong and Yangping Pass so effortlessly, if the king of Yong finds out, they'll face severe punishment without exception. I'll follow your advice. With no other opinion, Ma Ying could only act according to Sha Ren's plan. In less than half a day, the people they dispatched returned. How is the situation? Is Hanzhong heavily guarded? Ma Ying and Sha Ren, along with all the generals, gathered around. Even if Hanzhong had truly been lost, they must still figure out how it was lost. After all, they had blocked the Han army outside the pass. The scout's expression looked somewhat strange. My lords, the gates of Hanzhong are wide open, with no signs of defense whatsoever. Everyone found this incredibly hard to believe. Sha Ren asked, could I have guessed wrong? Was Hanzhong not lost? The scout shook his head. No, General Sha, your guess was correct. Hanzhong has fallen. Governor Sun has surrendered to Han. The city guards have all been replaced by Han troops. What exactly happened? Sha Ren and Ma Ying et al. Felt even more perplexed the more they listened. If the Han people had already taken Hanzhong, why wasn't there any preparation? Did they not fear this group might strike back? The scout said, you too. Don't be anxious, let me explain slowly. It was like this. We thought it would take considerable effort to investigate the situation inside the city. But when we got there, we found the city gates open, with many people coming and going. We easily blended in too. However, upon entering the city, we noticed the gate guards were from the Man tribes. The locals said they were Lao people, and the Lao had long ago aligned themselves with the Great Han, so we concluded that the city had already been occupied by the Han people. Even more bizarrely, the citizens of the city showed no resistance at all to the Han troops. Instead, they welcomed them warmly. Everyone praised the greatness of the Great Han. I questioned several people, and they all said they wished to live as Han people and die as ghosts under the Great Han. Anyone who dared to oppose the Great Han would be their enemy. At this point, Sha Ren and Ma Ying et al. Were already stunned. How did things change so fast? Previously, the people of Hanzhong were quite fearful of the Great Han, dreading the invasion of the Han troops. Yet in such a short span of time, just a single day, their attitudes towards the Great Han completely flipped upside down. What was going on? Could it be that Emperor Han is truly as legendary as they say, a godlike being? One general suddenly remarked. I don't know if Emperor Han is a deity, but he does genuinely care for the common folk. The scout sighed after taking a deep breath. Do you know why everyone supports the Great Han so much? Everyone. Where would we know? Why? Ma Ying asked. General Mai, do you remember Xiao Zhao who went into the city with me? The scout inquired. Ma Ying nodded. He was originally from the reconnaissance unit, and he knew all the dozens of brothers there. I remember. 6 months ago, he had a daughter, and I even named her Xuanhuan. Yes. The scout quickly confirmed. Exactly this Xuanhuan. After entering the city, Xiao Zhao was worried about his family and ran home immediately. His family, seeing him return, insisted on dragging him to surrender to the Great Han immediately. Why? Sha Ren was utterly confused. At first, we couldn't understand why Xiao Zhao's family acted this way. Aren't they ruining Xiao Zhao? But after investigating, we found out it was due to the Han dynasty's wonderful policies. When Xuanhuan was born, the family paid 10 taels of silver as a head tax. However, the Great Han not only returned those 10 taels to Xiao Zhao's family, but also gave them a birth reward, 1 dan of grain and an old hen. That's the reward for having a girl. If it were a boy, the reward would be 1 dan of grain and a dog. Many people in the city had their head taxes refunded and received birth rewards. The scout excitedly relayed this information, and upon hearing it, he almost wanted to rush home and jump into bed with his wife despite the awkwardness. Is this real or fake? Every general stared wide-eyed, unable to believe that such generous policies could exist. Especially among the lower-ranking officers and soldiers nearby, many were deeply attracted. It's certainly true, otherwise why would the citizens of Nanqing so strongly support the Great Han? Besides the birth reward, the Great Han offers many other great policies, all aimed at helping ordinary people. The scout had seen the notice by the city gate and recited every word to everyone present. Birth rewards, tax reductions, production incentives. Hearing all these, everyone was left astonished. If the court doesn't collect taxes, where does the grain needed for military campaigns come from? Where will the funds required for national construction come from? Sha Ren countered. The notice said that if families have excess grain, the court will buy it back at a uniform price to store as reserve grain. The scout continued. The court buys grain from the common people. Everyone was shocked again. In the Great Qian dynasty, they requisitioned grain, beginning with 1/30 of the harvest being taken and progressing to taking 1/12 now. Not enough even for the state to meet demands. And yet the court continuously devised new ways to exploit and oppress its citizens. Every time war broke out, grain was forcibly requisitioned without concern for the welfare of the populace. Yet, the Great Han not only exempted taxation for 3 years, but actually spent money buying grain from the common folk. No matter how far back you search through the history books, you won't find a better court than this. As everyone listened, they became more engrossed, and the scout grew more passionate while recounting. All these are policies beneficial to commoners, but the Great Han treats us soldiers even better. The scout said, "Explain in detail." A few assistant generals eagerly asked. The standard salary for an infantryman in the Great Han is 10 dan of grain and 2 zhang of cloth. If someone prefers neither grain nor cloth, they can exchange it for the equivalent amount of silver, which is twice our current salary. The scout explained. Everyone nodded in agreement. Precisely speaking, it was even more than double. Their foot soldiers only received 5 dan of grain and half a zhang of cloth per year. As for archers and cavalrymen, it's roughly the same. They're also paid double. But what's most enviable is the artillerymen who receive 30 dan of grain and 5 zhang of cloth each year. And they enjoy the best rations. Meat every meal, alternating between rice and white flour, with hardly any repetition. Not even the royal troops in the entire Great Qian can compare with this. No one can. Everyone agreed unanimously. With such good policies in place under the Great Han, why don't we surrender to the Han? Many were swayed by the thought. Chapter 340. My Ying, I want to defect to Han. Borrow your head for a moment. The policies of the Great Han are so good. How about we defect to Han too? Upon hearing the soldiers' discussions, Sha Ren's expression immediately turned grim. Shut up, he roared loudly. King Yong has treated us well. How can you have such traitorous thoughts? The soldiers immediately stopped talking and dared not speak again. But in their hearts, they were still thinking about something. The idea of those 3,000 soldiers from Yongzhou was just an assumption, but over 10,000 soldiers from Hanzhong were very much looking forward to it. They secretly sought out spies who had been to Nanjing to learn more details. Lao Tong, is it true that the military pay of the Great Han is doubled? Of course it's true. It's clearly posted on the notice. Could it possibly be false? And that's just the pay for new recruits. What do you mean? Isn't military pay related to position? What does it have to do with whether one is a new recruit or an old soldier? Everyone looked confused. There's no difference in our army, but it's vastly different in the Great Han's army, Lao Tong explained. In the Great Han's army, after serving as a new recruit for a year, one can participate in the non-commissioned officer exam. After passing the exam, one becomes a 7th level non-commissioned officer, increasing their pay by 20%. A 7th level non-commissioned officer, after another year, can continue to take the exam. After passing, one becomes a 6th level non-commissioned officer, with another 20% increase in pay, and so on. The highest level is 1st level non-commissioned officer. The notice says, even if you're just a regular soldier, as long as you reach 1st level non-commissioned officer, your pay will be equal to that of a battalion commander. Upon hearing this, all eyes lit up. Could ordinary soldiers like them really earn the same pay as a battalion commander? They wouldn't dare to dream of such a thing. The Great Han must really care for its soldiers. You don't need to rush to get excited just yet. Besides the non-commissioned officer exams, there are also officer exams. What are these officer exams? One can take the officer exam after reaching 5th level non-commissioned officer. After passing, one can enter some kind of military academy for training. After graduation, one directly becomes an officer. I heard from a Han army officer that the minimum rank after graduating from the military academy is company commander. Lao Tong continued speaking, with envy flashing in his eyes. He had already served for 6 years and was still only a squad leader. For non-combat personnel like him to be promoted to company commander was far more difficult than for combat personnel. Other soldiers also envied greatly. It was clear that the Han army had more promotion opportunities than theirs. On the other side, Ma Ying and others including Sha Ren were still discussing. General Sha, what should we do now? According to the spies, although Hanzhong had been occupied by the Han army, there didn't seem to be many troops within the city, and there was no preparation. With their advantage of 200,000 strong armies, taking Hanzhong seemed very easy. Seeing through Ma Ying's thoughts, Sha Ren shook his head. We mustn't act rashly. The Han army was able to quietly conquer Hanzhong without us knowing. Now, pretending as if they're completely unprepared against us, it's obviously a trap to lure us into a battle. We mustn't fall for it. Governor Sun might have already been killed. We should immediately retreat to Yongzhou and await King Yong's orders. Ma Ying frowned inwardly. He was from Hanzhong, and most of his soldiers were also from Hanzhong. Now that Hanzhong was lost, Sha Ren was asking them to retreat to Yongzhou, which equated to abandoning Hanzhong and their families. Whether Governor Sun is alive or dead is unknown. Let's station here in the city for tonight, and make plans tomorrow after further investigation. After finishing his statement, Ma Ying directly left with his own guards. Sha Ren could only helplessly watch him leave because Ma Ying commanded more troops than him, and a conflict at this moment would be disadvantageous for Sha Ren. Ma Ying's subordinates understood his thoughts and said to him after leaving, General, that Sha Ren isn't from Hanzhong. His words showed no consideration for our relatives. His behavior isn't even as good as that of the Great Han. Lao Chen is right. At least the Great Han treats our relatives kindly. I think Governor Sun is fine. The Great Han has been so good to common people. Why would they harm Governor Sun? Commander Mai, how about we defect to Han? That's right. With your abilities, if you join the Great Han, you'll definitely be heavily relied upon. Our Lord has already surrendered to Han. If we go to Yongzhou, aren't we betraying our Lord? If Governor Sun is still alive, doing this would only harm him instead. The underlings spoke one after another, persuading Ma Ying. After listening to Lao Tong's introduction, Ma Ying himself had the intention to defect to Han. The last sentence convinced him. At dawn tomorrow, Send someone to contact the Han army. If our lord is unharmed, then we shall surrender to the great Han. Ma Ying made the decision. The next morning, Ma Ying sent someone to Nanjing. However, shortly after, the person's head was thrown back by Sha Run. Ma Ying climbed up the wall and saw that Sha Ren had already surrounded his residence with troops. Ma Ying became furious. Sha Run, what do you mean by this? The person who killed him and led the troops to surround him was obviously planning to kill him too. Sha Run, riding on his horse, shouted curses. Ma Ying, you're a general of Deqian, yet you dare to conspire with the bandits of Han. Bring me his head, dead or alive. He had someone watching Ma Ying closely and was informed early in the morning that Ma Ying intended to contact the Han army. So, he quickly brought his troops to encircle the area. If Ma Ying were eliminated, the more than 10,000 soldiers in Hanzhong would come under Sha Ren's command. Then, the sin of losing Yangping Pass could be offset by these more than 10,000 men. Realizing Sha Ren's determination to kill, Ma Ying responded with a cold laugh. We'll see who dies today then. With a roar, countless soldiers suddenly emerged from the surrounding alleyways. It turned out Ma Ying worried that showing up empty-handed might make the great Han look down on him. Therefore, he decided to use Sha Ren's head as an offering for allegiance. He quietly stationed troops within the city. Once confirmation came back from the envoy sent to the great Han, signaling hope of defection, he planned to immediately take action against Sha Ren. But Sha Ren acted first, saving Ma Ying the trouble of looking for an excuse. Sha Ren only had over 1,000 soldiers nearby, while Ma Ying's side had 4,000 or 5,000. Realizing it was a bad situation, Sha Ren tried to flee. But Ma Ying's men had already blocked all escape routes, making it impossible for him to get away. General Mai, this is a misunderstanding, purely a misunderstanding. Sha Ren hastily smiled nervously. With the enemy at our doorstep, we mustn't fight among ourselves. How about this? You stay here to keep searching for news about Governor Sun, and I'll return to Yongzhou to bring reinforcements. Once we drive the Han forces away, I'll definitely recommend your merits to King Yong. Ma Ying dispelled any pretense. King Yong? He never cared about Hanzhong nor us. Let me tell you something. Today, I intend to defect to the great Han. Worrying about not having a proper tribute, I thought to borrow your head. Kill. At Ma Ying's order, all of the Hanzhong troops rushed forward together. In no time, the more than 1,000 men Sha Ren had brought were overwhelmed. Sha Ren was surrounded by several of Ma Ying's subordinates and died after being stabbed multiple times. The other 2,000 soldiers from Yongzhou became prisoners. Ma Ying carried Sha Ren's severed head along with the captives and marched grandly towards Hanzhong. Chapter 341. Can ordinary soldiers have 3 meals a day? Their food is too good. Congratulations, host. Sun Qiang has become your wife. Family members +1. Reward: 300,000 stones of grain, 3 million taels of silver, and 3 million caddies of refined iron. Lin Mo heard the voice in his ear and looked back. A young girl with not much age was covering her head with a quilt, only exposing a pair of black shiny eyes, staring at him curiously. The girl's name is Sun Qiang, the daughter of Sun Lu. At the tender age of 18, she is a well-known beauty in all of Hanzhong. Those coming to propose could line up from the governor's residence to the east gate. But Sun Lu has only this one daughter, who he cherishes as a pearl since her childhood, which cultivated Sun Qiang's high standards, and she looks down on every man. Those proposing include valiant sons of military families, distinguished gentlemen of noble houses, and even royal nobility, yet Sun Qiang did not find any of them worthy. Moreover, she posed a riddle, stating that only the one who answers correctly would be qualified to marry her. Her question was, how many stars are there in the sky? Some fool counted for 2 years and still couldn't figure out how many stars were in the sky. During the day, Lin Mo learned that Sun Lu had a beautiful daughter, so he asked her to come out for a meeting. However, Sun Qiang was very arrogant and didn't take Lin Mo seriously, refusing to come out no matter what. As a result, she was knocked unconscious by Qing Miao in the middle of the night and sent to Lin Mo's bed. However, Lin Mo felt somewhat disappointed. Because this time, the reward given was quite ordinary, without any special award. Compared to the rewards brought by his own few children, it was far behind. Lin Mo noticed a phenomenon. The recent rewards for conquering women seemed less than ideal. It was true for Wu Yong, and now Sun Qiang too. He didn't know why, but these material rewards were pretty nice. They could do a lot for the Han dynasty. Your Majesty, may I ask you a question? Sun Qiang pulled the quilt down a bit, revealing a cherry mouth, and spoke. By then, the dawn had already broken. Sunlight seeped through the window, lighting up that handsome face, captivating. Ask away. Lin Mo nodded. In other people's eyes, Sun Qiang is a haughty woman who disdains everything. But Lin Mo thought she was easy to satisfy. Given her cooperative behavior, fulfilling some of her other requests wouldn't hurt. Everyone says you're a god. Then, do you know how many stars are there in the sky? Sun Qiang couldn't let go of this question. Although whether Lin Mo could answer it or not would not affect her admiration and satisfaction. If he could answer it, wouldn't that be perfect? After asking, her eyes were full of expectation. All the stars in the sky, such a simple question, don't you know? Lin Mo didn't know that she used this question as a criterion for choosing a husband, and casually replied. All the stars in the sky. Sun Qiang was dumbfounded. She had heard many answers, such as 10 billion, 100 billion, even trillions, countless various kinds of answers. They all seemed sincere, but none could convince Sun Qiang. Only Lin Mo's answer was unique, impeccable. You're absolutely right. It's indeed all the stars in the sky. This answer satisfied her greatly. Your Majesty, Chief Xuanhuan is here to see you. Outside came the sound of 29. All right, Lin Mo responded, then pinched Sun Qiang's pert nose. I'll be out for a while. After leaving, Lin Mo instructed 29. Call 2 maids to take good care of Miss Sunday. Yes. 29 nodded. She was already very familiar with this kind of task. Subject pays respects to your majesty. Seeing Lin Mo, Xuanhuan quickly bowed. Lin Mo waved his hand. What is it? Replying to your majesty, an army appeared outside the city. They claimed to be the defenders of Yangping Pass, seeking to surrender to the Han dynasty, currently waiting outside the city. My subordinates dared not allow them in. Please your majesty decide. Xuanhuan replied. That's nearly 20,000 men, and they only had a few hundred. If the intention wasn't good, the consequences of letting them in would be unimaginable. But Lin Mo smiled faintly. Let them in. They are indeed here to surrender. Indian Xiao has been keeping a close eye on this group. Their troubles had already been reported to him by 29 earlier. Ma Ying killed Xuanhuan, and so many soldiers from Yongzhou. They had no way out, except for surrendering to the Han dynasty. Therefore, the possibility of them pretending to surrender was relatively small. Yes. Upon hearing Lin Mo's order, Xuanhuan wasted no time and immediately went out of the city to bring Ma Ying and others inside. General, may I ask you something? Ma Ying cared deeply about Sun Lu's safety. Thus upon entering the city, the first thing she did was ask Xuanhuan about his situation. May I inquire if Governor Sun is well? Xuanhuan replied, rest assured, General Mai. Governor Sun is doing well. Once the soldiers are settled, you can meet him. Dang dang dang. Just at this moment, the sound of gongs suddenly came from the city gate. Everyone in the army knew that it was mealtime. Ma Ying and others were filled with curiosity. It was noon. What would they be eating? The military operates on a 2-meal system. One meal at C hour, called Deshur, big meal, and another at U hour, called Shaoshur, small meal. It was just past C hour, and they had only just finished the big meal. In less than an hour, why was there another serving? Ma Ying asked, General Qian, how come you ate the big meal so late? Wasn't this mistreating the soldiers? He couldn't help but start to doubt whether the information Old Tong obtained was true. Han troops eat their big meal by midday, which is an hour later than us. Ho ho, General Mai, you've misunderstood. This isn't the big meal, and we no longer call them big or small meals. Xuanhuan smiled as he replied, if not big or small meals, then what do you call them? Ma Ying asked curiously. We now call them breakfast, lunch, and dinner. We're eating lunch right now. Breakfast was eaten during Mao hour. Xuanhuan smiled as he explained. 3 meals a day? After hearing this, Ma Ying and others were shocked. Wasn't that a privilege reserved for nobles? Could it be that common soldiers of the Great Han also enjoyed 3 meals a day? Exactly. The emperor has decreed that all soldiers in the army must switch to 3 meals a day. No soldiers' rations are to be withheld. Seeing their astonished expressions, Xuanhuan wore a smile on his face. Ma Ying and the others didn't know what to say. Ordinary soldiers have 3 meals a day. Their treatment is truly too good. He stretched his neck to see what the soldiers were eating. At that moment, the soldier responsible for serving the food lifted the lid, releasing a strong and rich aroma. Ma Ying's eyes lit up, fixedly staring at the bucket of food. Is that meat? What a huge piece of meat. Their rations are far too good. Chapter 342. Another group of captives conquered by delicacies. The soldiers near Ma Ying were eyeing the wooden buckets from which the city gate guards were being served food, their mouths watering. They had originally assumed that such a large piece of meat would surely be beyond the reach of ordinary soldiers, and only officers could eat it. However, soon they noticed that the soldiers serving meals dished out a full bowl of meat to the guards, along with some yellowish chunky food whose identity was unclear. Cooked together with the meat, it looked aromatic. There were 4 buckets in total. The first bucket contained stewed meat. The second bucket was filled with bone soup, its fragrance permeating around. The passers-by couldn't help but look over, drooling at the sight. The third bucket was full of vegetables. Although Ma Ying couldn't name them, the oil shining on top of the vegetables surprised her and her comrades. These vegetables were stir-fried in oil. How luxurious. Making vegetables this way seemed like something fit for royal feasts. The fourth bucket held white flour steamed buns. They were so white, clearly made from fine flour, soft to look at and mouth-watering. 2 dishes, 1 soup, and fine flour steamed buns. Could this really be the daily rations for the Han army's regular soldiers? Unbelievable. It was even better than what their own general ate. General Qian, is this the food ration for your regular soldiers? Ma Ying asked curiously. If the soldiers ate this well, then what about the generals? Xuanhuan smiled and nodded. Yes, 1 meat dish, 1 vegetable, and 1 soup. This standard was established by His Majesty himself. He says that combat requires a strong physique, and we mustn't skimp on nutrition. So our military food has always been pretty good. What about the generals? What do you eat? Ma Ying asked again. We eat the same things as our soldiers. This is already very good. Are you not satisfied? Xuanhuan said. No, this is more than enough. Ma Ying replied awkwardly, shaking his hands. Indeed, the food eaten by the Han army soldiers was something he, as a general, rarely tasted in his normal life. Have you all eaten yet? Why don't we share a meal? Xuanhuan politely offered. Although they initially wanted to say they had eaten, the inviting aroma coming from the dishes was simply too hard to resist, so they hesitantly responded. That would be embarrassing. Bring over a few more sets of bowls and chopsticks. Xuanhuan instructed his subordinates, then apologized to the soldiers behind Ma Ying. Sorry, we didn't expect you to come, and we haven't prepared enough meals. Please forgive us. Seeing how courteous their opposing general was, the Central Han troops did not dare complain any further. They could only watch silently as their own general enjoyed the delicious food. Ma Ying and his companions did not hesitate either. eagerly sitting down after grabbing some plates of food and gobbling away. In just a short while, a full bowl of meat was gone. With little left in the bucket, my Ying and the others felt embarrassed asking for more, so they took a bowl of soup instead. The bone soup was also extremely delicious, containing refined salt and various spices. The taste was unfamiliar to them, but delightful. In the past, if their soup even contained a bit of salt, it would have been considered decent, often bland without flavor. At most, it would only have some of the original freshness of the ingredients. This soup is so tasty. My Ying quickly finished a bowl and exclaimed, and that meat, so fragrant. There's definitely the kind of refined salt that only nobles can usually afford. I've tasted it once before, and I'm sure it's refined salt. Cooking with refined salt or coarse salt creates entirely different tastes. Only refined salt produces the level of delectability found in these dishes. General Qian, what is that dish called? What type of meat was used in the stew? And what are those soft, golden chunks? I've never seen or tasted anything like them before. Ma Ying inquired. Not only were the items in the meat unfamiliar to him, but the vegetables too were new. Qian Yu explained. It's called potatoes stewed with beef, and the yellow part is potato. It's exclusive to our great Han. Potato stewed with beef? Ma Ying widened his eyes. You actually eat beef? In the Great Han dynasty, eating beef is illegal. Even princes or high-ranking nobles who want to consume beef have to eat in secret, avoiding detection by others. After all, cattle are critical production tools. Unless cattle die from disease or injuries, they are not meant for food. Yet, such a scarce item was treated as everyday fare for regular soldiers in the Han army. Beyond belief. In our Great Han, eating beef is legal. We have plenty of cattle, raised specifically in ranches, and these cattle are destined to be food for our soldiers. Qian Yu smiled as he explained. Ma Ying and his men were at a loss for words. The Great Han truly treated their soldiers exceptionally well. They had been harboring some hesitation initially because, after all, betraying the Great Han wasn't a decision to make lightly. Now, all doubts were gone. Such excellent benefits would be foolish to pass up. Moreover, not only they but also their families would benefit from these advantages. If they continued to oppose the Great Han, their families would probably not agree, even without the Han army punishing them. Just then, a timid voice spoke up. General Qian, we also wish to join the Great Han. Could you give me a portion of your food as well? Qian Yu turned back and saw one of the bound officers. Curiously, he asked Ma Ying, General Mai, who is this? Ma Ying replied, he's Sa Ren's subordinate. This morning, Sa Ren wanted to kill me and take my authority, but I countered him. These people are all captives. They belong to the Yongzhou army. General Qian, does this count as my first contribution to our Great Han? Having killed one of Yongzhou's generals and captured 2,000 soldiers indeed counted as an achievement. Are you genuinely surrendering to the Great Han? Qian Yu approached the tied-up officer and seriously asked. The emperor had said that all from the 9 provinces could be given a chance if they wished to surrender. Yes. The man quickly nodded. The Great Han treats its soldiers so well. I want to surrender to the Great Han. I also wish to become a Han soldier. The other captives behind him shouted in unison. We're all willing to surrender. We want to become Han soldiers. Please give us a chance. Every day we can eat such delicious food. It would be worth dying for the Great Han. Seeing these men enthusiastically declare their determination, Qian Yu broke into a wide smile. Well done, another group conquered by delicacies. It was just like how the officials and servants inside Nanjing were won over. All right. Haha. As long as you sincerely surrender, the Great Han will open its arms to you. Qian Yu personally untied the bindings of that officer and then instructed his soldiers to serve him some food. Although Ma Ying and others had eaten earlier, as prisoners, they hadn't even had water to drink. So facing such sumptuous meals, how could they resist? Without hesitation, they dug in heartily. Delicious. The banquets at the Xuanhuan palace don't taste this good. While stuffing his mouth, he mumbled incomprehensibly. In no time, a big bowl of meat and vegetables was finished, along with 2 large white flour buns and a bowl of soup. All right, everyone go into the military camp. I'll arrange food for all of you. Seeing others drooling continuously, Qian Yu hurriedly called them into the city, as it wasn't practical to keep blocking the city gate. Besides, the loyalty of these people needed testing. What if there were spies among them? Chapter 343. King Yong. Everyone, rest assured, Hanzhong is in my hands. The news of the Hanzhong army returning to the city soon spread throughout the city. Part of the army consisted of soldiers from Nanjing, and their families came onto the streets to search for them. Soon, touching scenes unfolded on the streets. Doggy, you've finally come back. Do you know how worried your mother has been? I feared you might do something stupid and become an enemy of Han. I have never seen a dynasty as benevolent as the Great Han. You little bastard, if you dare to oppose the Han, I'll break your legs. You scoundrel, do you even know to come back? Your wife is waiting at home, and I, your father, want a grandson. It's good that you're back, very good indeed. From now on, you must sincerely fight for the Han. Do you understand? Seeing that their families were safe and sound, the Hanzhong army let out a sigh of relief. As they listened to their families extol the virtues of Han, smiles gradually appeared on their faces. Since they were not currently on leave, even though they had returned to the city, they couldn't reunite with their families. After all, armies have their own discipline. After a brief reunion with their families, they returned to the barracks. This place was where they lived and trained. There was no need to tidy up. They could go straight to their quarters. Qian Yu did not renege on his promise, immediately arranging food for them. During this time, they discussed what their families and themselves had said. There were those who had just become fathers, mentioning how the tax on male laborers had been refunded, and they had also received a childbearing bonus, making others envious due to their younger age. Some mentioned how their 15-year-old brothers, forcibly conscripted into military service, were sent home after the Han took over Hanzhong City. Chatting away, a fragrant aroma suddenly wafted over. The promised meal by Qianyu had arrived. Looking at the tempting meat chunks in the food buckets, the fragrant bone soup, and the mouth-watering white steamed buns, they began swallowing their saliva. Such meals were simply something they had never dared to dream of before. Wow, it's so delicious. So this is the taste of beef? For the first time in my life, I am eating beef. And these potatoes are soft and glutinous, almost as good as the meat. The soup tastes fresh and sweet, with no gamey smell at all. The older brother serving the food gave me a big bone with meat. The white steamed bun is so sweet, I can eat 5 without any hesitation. No words needed. I'm giving my sorry life to the Han from now on. If the Han Emperor asks me to kill someone, I will. After being full and satisfied, they rested while some of the Yongzhou troops gathered together and quietly chatted among themselves. General, are we really going to join Han? They were not natives of Hanzhong. Their families were still in Yongzhou. Surrendering might bring disaster to their families. Han treats civilians and soldiers genuinely well. If only our families could move here as well. Who says otherwise? Taxes already paid have been refunded. Isn't the Han Emperor the first truly benevolent ruler in history? No one disagrees, right? Let's take things step by step. I've heard that King Yong, along with others, formed a grand alliance at Mianxi and mobilized a 1,000,000-strong army against the Han. Although the Han Emperor is kind, whether or not he can resist such an enormous force remains uncertain. An event that they should have celebrated made them worry instead. Precisely speaking, they were utterly conflicted. On one hand, indoctrinated from childhood with loyalty and patriotism, they were unwilling to be traitors. At the same time, they were afraid to die. On the other hand, the Han treated civilians and ordinary soldiers exceedingly well. They hoped their families could live under the Han, where having children would exempt them from taxes and even earn bonuses. Soldiers could receive double pay, with much greater chances for promotion. As soldiers, who doesn't dream of becoming a general? In the next few days, peace prevailed in the city as the Han policies were rapidly implemented in other parts of Hanzhou. Soon, even neighboring regions like Fufeng Commandery and Weixing Commandery were affected. Some commoners started migrating to Hanzhong, leading entire villages moving stealthily. Meanwhile, the Grand Alliance at Mianxi had ended, and under the leadership of King Hejian, the large army split into 5 routes, advancing towards Hanzhong in a magnificent manner. Deputy Leader, I've heard the spies of the bandit Han are everywhere in the country. Surely, our gathering at Mianxi has already been revealed to the bandits. Tell me, what preparations do you think they'll make? On the road, the rebel kings deliberated strategies to counter the Han. Though they were numerous and formidable, they didn't underestimate the Han. Because of the glorious victories of the Han, because of the impressive weaponry displayed during the coronation, and because of the complicated terrain of Yizhou, a misstep could lead to utter annihilation. King Yong Chu-yun chuckled. Rest assured, all of you, Hanzhong is in my control, and Yizhou will fall effortlessly. It's widely known that Hanzhong is the gateway to Yizhou. Seizing Hanzhong is like holding a sharp sword over the throat of Yizhou. Whenever I wish, I can obliterate Yizhou with one strike. Truly worthy of being the deputy leader, you have far-sighted wisdom. If Hanzhong fell into the hands of the bandit Han, we'd be in deep trouble. In this battle, the deputy leader deserves top credit. The various kings lavished insincere flattery on him. But Chu Yun, the king of Yong, relished every bit of it. Among all the rebel kings, his reputation was the smallest, incomparable to those of the orthodox ones like the king of Hejian and the king of Wu. However, this time, he had been chosen as the deputy leader. It wasn't because of his extraordinary abilities, but because he ruled Yongzhou. The allied forces used Yongzhou as their base for the campaign against the Great Han. Thus, naturally, the king of Yong became the host. Appointing him as the deputy leader was also practical, simply ensuring more resources from the king of Yong. It doesn't matter who holds Hanzhong. What matters most is Yangping Pass. King Chu Hongxi of Hejian spoke gravely. Even if Hanzhong were under the Great Han's control, their overwhelming numbers would allow them to retake it easily. But if Yangping Pass were in the hands of the Han army, entering Shu would become extremely difficult. Just a few tens of thousands of troops could hold back hundreds of thousands at the gate. Don't worry, leader. Before leaving, I deliberately dispatched an additional force to support Yangping Pass. And currently, there has been no news of an attack on Yangping Pass, indicating everything remains under control. The king of Yong laughed confidently. That's good. Chu Hongxi nodded. But before the conversation concluded, a scout arrived on horseback urgently, shouting, "Report. It's the king of Yong's man. Bring him forward." "What news do you bring?" the king of Yong asked. "Report to the king of Yong. 8 legions of Han troops are en route to Yangping Pass," the scout announced. Upon hearing this, Chu Hongxi grew solemn immediately. He turned to ask Chu Yun, the deputy leader, "How many guards does Yangping Pass have?" After a brief moment of thought, Chu Yun replied, 15,000 or more. He quickly added, "There are another 5,000 soldiers stationed in Hanzhong. If they hear that Yangping Pass is under threat, they will surely rush to support it. So, at maximum, Yangping Pass only has 20,000 men." Yuan started to worry aloud. 20,000 against 80,000, not a promising situation. However, the king of Wu remarked, "Yangping Pass is impregnable, easy to defend but hard to assault. With 20,000 defending the gate, it should suffice." Chu Hongxi nodded. Under normal circumstances, 20,000 defenders for Yangping Pass would indeed be enough. Still, Something lingered in his mind, causing uneasiness. Everyone, Yangping Pass is critical to our mission of eradicating Han. There must be no failures here. Please follow me and bring 10 legions of our troops, hastening our way to reinforce the pass. Chu Hongxi declared. Understood. Everyone comprehended the importance. However, before they had even traveled half a day, a new report came from the scouts. Terrible news, King of Yong. Yangping Pass has fallen, and Han Zhong has defected to the Han. Chapter 344. Take Lin Mo's head. Upon hearing the report from his underlings, Prince Yong Chuyun's face turned extremely grim. That morning, he had been boasting to everyone about having control of Han Zhong and how he could easily manipulate Yizhou. However, by afternoon, he was humiliated. Not only was Yangping Pass lost, but Han Zhong as well. What exactly happened? Chu Yun asked with a darkened expression. How disgraceful. Our brothers who escaped back from Han Zhong said that Han Zhong inexplicably defected to the Han dynasty. Governor Sun Lu claimed that you and the other kings allied at Mianxi and decided to attack Xuanhuan through Jingzhou, ordering the troops at Yangping Pass to withdraw and rendezvous with you to jointly suppress Xuanhuan. As soon as they left, the Han army occupied Yangping Pass. By the time General Sha Ren realized this, it was too late, and they had no choice but to retreat further. During the retreat, the Hanzhong General Maiying suddenly betrayed us, killing General Sha and slaying 1,000 soldiers from Yongzhou, capturing 2,000 more before defecting to Han. The scout gave a brief overview of what had transpired in Hanzhong. Due to the urgency of the situation, their information wasn't entirely detailed. Hanzhong suddenly betrayed. Prince Yong's military advisor Du Ji couldn't help but frown. He felt there was something wrong with this incident. What's troubling you, master military strategist? Prince Yong asked. Du Ji replied. Your Highness, Sun Lu is not an inconsistent rogue. He didn't originally accept Han's recruitment. Why would he suddenly betray now? Even if Sun Lu were to rebel, the over 10,000 civilians in Nanjing wouldn't have agreed either. They had granted certain preferential treatment to win favor in Hanzhong. For instance, taxes were reduced from 12 liang of silver to 10 liang. The grain tax went from 1/10 of harvest to 1/17. The people of Hanzhong were quite grateful to Prince Yong, supportive of him, and wouldn't abandon such benefits to support a rebel. Moreover, commoners would not easily welcome a traitor. The people of Hanzhong must have been coerced. Let's quickly dispatch troops to attack Hanzhong and annihilate these rebels. Prince Yong angrily declared. He suggested to swiftly encircle Hanzhong and destroy the enemy within, thereby easily taking back Yangping Pass. They might even advance straight into Shu to eliminate Xuanhuan. Prince Hejian and others found this reasoning valid. Instead of retreating to Yangping Pass, the Han forces took control of Hanzhong, making everyone feel this was an unprecedented opportunity. As long as they moved fast enough, they could annihilate the Han forces in Hanzhong. Now was the moment to seize glory, so these rebellious kings acted enthusiastically, leading their entire armies to rush toward Hanzhong at top speed. Their speed was incredible, and within less than 2 days, they reached the border between Hanzhong and Yongzhou. Report. New intelligence has come from Hanzhong. Speak. Everyone surrounded Prince Hejian. Lord Alliance Leader, our spies have discovered Emperor Lin Mo of Han inside Chengdu Nanjing. What? Upon hearing this, everyone nearly stood up on their horses, utterly shocked. Is this true? Prince Hejian Chu Hongxi anxiously inquired. 100%. The scout was highly confident because his men personally saw the Han Emperor strolling on the streets. And the city's residents all knew that the Han Emperor was indeed within the walls. Because there was indisputable evidence, he rushed back to report urgently. Haha, wonderful. Prince Hejian was overjoyed, clapping his thighs and exclaiming. It's Lin's own fault for seeking death. How dare he go to Hanzhong? Isn't this asking for death? Beihai Wang coldly laughed. He probably thinks we'd invade through Jingzhou and into Shu. Regardless of what he's thinking, we should surround Hanzhong as quickly as possible so that he doesn't escape. Puyang Wang is right. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. I thought it would take some effort, but I didn't expect Lin to be this foolish. Truly ancestral protection. A mere outsider like him, daring to proclaim himself an emperor, it's laughable. Each king made similar comments, acting completely arrogant. It seemed as though Lin Mo's life was already firmly within their grasp. Lu Chong, a strategist for Prince Hejian and one of the 8 great strategists from Longzhong and senior apprentice to Sun Shu Xing, warned, Esteemed princes, we absolutely cannot underestimate this situation. Emperor Lin of Han is crafty, with capable individuals serving him, and he wouldn't likely commit such a rookie mistake. This is most likely his trap. Though Lu Chong was Sun Shu Xing's senior, when it came to ingenious strategies, he believed himself inferior to his junior. Before this point, he meticulously studied Lin Mo, along with the wars conducted by the Han dynasty in recent months. Lu Chong found that many victories of Han were attributed to strategic warfare, often occurring before Sun Shu Xing had joined, implying that Emperor Lin Mo himself was also skilled in strategy. How could such a supremely intelligent person put himself at risk? Prince Hejian nodded, recognizing that Lu Chong's concerns held weight. Doubt began to cloud his mind. However, the others thought that Chu Hongxi was overthinking things. Leader of the alliance, we cannot miss this opportunity. If Lin manages to detect and escape, wouldn't we need to go through a lot more trouble? Glory is right before our eyes, so why hesitate? If you're afraid, I'll take my troops alone. Who among you dares to join me? Their stance was clear. If your thoughts align with ours, we will respect you as our leader. But if you oppose, then sorry, you mean nothing. In the face of benefits, such an alliance was very fragile. Though Hejian Wang had formidable power, he couldn't offend so many people at once. Thus, he could only ask the scout, Do you know how many troops are inside Hanzhong City? The scouts seemed well prepared and quickly replied. Besides the 2,000 surrendered troops from Hanzhong, Han forces sent in another 20,000 soldiers. I can affirm that the number of troops inside Hanzhong does not exceed 50,000. Everyone's eyes lit up. Not exceeding 50,000, out of which 20,000 were surrendering soldiers from Hanzhong. They all knew well that newly surrendered armies couldn't be fully relied upon. These men would not sincerely fight hard for their new ruler. Therefore, these 20,000 surrendered soldiers' combat capability needed to be discounted, approximately equal to 5,000 men, or even fewer, and possibly even less than zero. After all, if the situation turned bad, it was likely they would rebel. Haha, heaven assists me. Leader of the alliance. What reason do they have to hesitate when there are only this many? Even if it's a trap, do we, with several 100,000 troops, have anything to fear? Under the urging of the various kings, Xuanhuan had no choice but to set aside Su Chang's concerns and nodded his agreement. Spread the order, mobilize the entire army at the fastest speed to encircle Hanzhong. Wait. Xuanhuan suddenly spoke up. All of you, Lin Mo is within reach, and the glory of conquest awaits us. But how shall the merit be divided? Isn't this something that needs clarification beforehand? They all came here after long journeys, all for the sake of merit and renown. Thus, Xuanhuan's words reminded everyone. I propose that whoever captures Lin first shall claim chief merit. As long as Lin is captured, dead or alive, the court will bestow rewards. I agree. The standard should be based on Lin Mo's head. Add one more rule. Whoever obtains Lin Mo's head shall also gain Ezhou. After the kings discussed and agreed, each rushed to spur their troops on through the night. What originally required 3 days of march, they forced into 1.5 days. Nearly 500,000 troops covered the land like a black storm, completely encircling Nanjing without any gaps. Chapter 345. Unity between the army and the people. Dark clouds hang over the city, threatening to crush it, while armor shines in the sunlight like golden scales opening. Using this poem to describe the current situation of Hanzhong City would be most appropriate. 40,000 troops form various battalions, completely encircling Hanzhong. Not even a fly could escape. The rebel kings show off their strength and compete for glory, bringing only the best warriors to the battlefield. Each formation brims with murderous intent. Every unit is dignified and formidable. Spearheads gleam in the sunlight. Armors reflect the light, as if ready to trample the fortress of Hanzhong. If viewed from above, Hanzhong appears like a fragile flame surrounded by overwhelming darkness. It seems as though it could be swallowed at any moment. The allied forces traveled day and night to reach Hanzhong, surrounding it thoroughly. Yet they did not immediately launch an attack. Firstly, their soldiers were exhausted and far from optimal battle readiness. In order to trap Lin Mo within the city, they never rested, eating on the run. Now that their objective was achieved, they received reliable information confirming the Han Emperor was still in the city. There was no need to rush. It wouldn't hurt to wait until everyone had time to rest before attacking. After all, Nanjing is now completely besieged, and not even a single insect could escape. The timing of the assault made no difference. Secondly, they wanted to sway the local citizens within the city to reduce their losses. All of them understood that after eradicating Lin Mo, with the common enemy gone, their alliance would dissolve into hostility. There would inevitably be battles among them. Thus, prior to this, they must conserve their power as much as possible. To incite rebellion among the people inside the city, the king of Hejian deployed over 100 kites tied with propaganda leaflets. For a moment, these leaflets fell like snowflakes across the entire city. Citizens gathered in the streets upon seeing this phenomenon. Curious, they picked up the falling papers. What's written on this? Old Zhang, read it for us. An elder wearing a turban picked up one of the leaflets, glanced at its content, and his expression turned severe. He informed everyone. This comes from the rebel kings outside, encouraging us to riot and cause chaos in the Han army so that it will assist their siege. They also claim that if we help, we'll be regarded as loyal subjects of Deqian, and our previous surrender to the Han will not be held against us. We'll continue paying taxes and remain equally treated as before. Hearing Old Zhang's words, the crowd exploded with anger. To hell with them. They think we'll work for them like oxen? Dream on. How dare they ask us to betray the Han? Never. The good days under Emperor Han just started. Do they want us back to the hard times again? I am absolutely against it. Right? Drive them out of Hanzhong. Out of the great Han. No matter what, Emperor Han gave us a good life. We won't allow anyone to destroy it. Those people outside intend to enslave us again. Absolutely unacceptable. We vow to defend the great Han. We swear to protect Hanzhong. Realizing that Emperor Han was still in the city, the people rushed to gather below the walls, spontaneously organizing themselves to defend Hanzhong City. From elderly men who walk unsteadily to children aged 11 or 12, they are all fearless, willing to follow Lin Mo into battle against the enemies. 2 bookstores inside the city quickly printed some materials and sent them outside using the same method. Countless kites flew out beyond the city, towards the sky over the allied armies. Seeing this scene, King Yong and others were overjoyed. Our call has been answered by the people inside. Once the kites were launched, the civilians cut their strings, letting the kites fall freely. The allied army awaited the results with anticipation. Soon, pieces of paper floated down like snow, landing within the ranks of the allied forces. When they picked them up, every white sheet carried merely 4 words. Either leave Hanzhong, or get out of the great Han. King Hejian and others looked extremely furious at this response. This must be a trick from the Han army. The people within must have been coerced. Order the troops. 1 day of rest. Then begin the attack at dawn tomorrow. The day passed without incident. Early the next morning, the thunderous sound of drums echoed throughout the city. The citizens, hearing the war drums and horns, hurriedly left their homes, gathering beneath the city walls. Your Majesty, we request to join the fight. We've all served in the military, and we're capable of defending our homeland. If the enemies want to invade the Great Han, let them face my blade first. Some civilians brought their own weapons. De Qian implemented a system of universal conscription, so possessing weapons at home wasn't illegal. Wealthier households even had armors and horses. Seeing how impassioned the citizens were, Lin Mo felt deep satisfaction. This proved that everything he had done was right. There will always be a reward for effort. Since he treats the people well, they would fight for him. However, it hasn't reached the point where the commoners need to join the war yet. He dared stay here, of course, not out of impulsiveness, but due to his full confidence. As Su Chong guessed, Lin Mo used himself as bait to lure all the allied forces to Hanzhong. At this very moment, another unit of his was already on the way to Chang'an. Countrymen, I can understand your feelings. Because I am like you, wanting to drive away the enemies and protect every inch of the land of Great Han. Lin Mo's voice spread, and the crowd fell silent to listen. Nevertheless, protecting our homeland and the lives and property of the people is the responsibility of the soldiers. Please trust in Great Han soldiers. They are capable of protecting everyone. Go back home and wait for good news from us. If our soldiers all sacrifice themselves, at that time, Great Han would need your strength. I would surely call upon everyone to rise up and fight back, defend our homeland. The citizens were deeply moved and shouted loudly. When that day comes, we have no excuse to refuse. In times like these, Emperor of Han was still considering their safety. Such a great emperor certainly deserved all-out support with one's life. Some of the citizens followed Lin Mo's advice and went home. However, some stayed behind. Lin Mo didn't allow them to participate in combat, but they could provide logistical support for the frontline soldiers. These commoners organized themselves voluntarily, transported supplies, started fires for cooking, and delivered water and medicine to the soldiers on the city wall. Unity between the army and the people. Your Majesty, allow me to go outside the city and confront them. Seeing the enemy's troops advancing step by step outside the city, Lu Qiong requested to battle. Before the battle begins, a renowned general usually issues a challenge first, an unspoken rule of the battlefield. It is done to demonstrate both sides' military prowess and boost morale. If Lu Qiong goes out to challenge, the other side must accept the challenge. Otherwise they will be seen as cowardly, affecting their morale. Lin Mo nodded. Go ahead. When he first met Lu Qiong, the latter was only at the initial stage of extraordinary realm, and his strength ranked only around the top 30 in Dagon. This time, the allied forces brought many famous generals over, and Lu Qiong would surely not be a match for them. But having trained under him for half a year, Lu Qiong's strength skyrocketed. Especially after drinking the body-strengthening soup, it was as if his Run and Du meridians had been unblocked. Not only did his sword techniques reach the later stage of the extraordinary realm, but also the thunderous barbaric spear technique entered the initial stage of the extraordinary realm. With 2 extraordinary abilities, plus physical enhancement, his strength entering the top 5 was no longer an issue. Accepting the mission, Lu Qiong rode a pure-blooded Arabian stallion and led 20 soldiers, galloping out of the city. Chapter 346, An Unknown Figure. Lu Qiong? Charge. The Allied army's commander stared fixedly at the Nanjing city gate. He couldn't understand why someone would dare to lead troops out of the city at this time. Was it someone who didn't want to live anymore, or was it a sign of surrender? He ordered his army to stop advancing. In the distance, the king of Hejian and others had specially built a high platform for observing the battle. They also noticed that Han soldiers were coming out of the city, so they told their army to hold their ground. A moment later, Lu Qiong arrived at the center of the battlefield, standing majestically, his voice thunderous. I am Lu Qiong, general of the east of the Great Han dynasty. You insignificant rabble, come quickly to your deaths. Upon hearing Lu Qiong's taunt, all the famous generals on the allied side burst into laughter instantly. Is this person here to challenge us? Lu Qiong? This unknown figure, does he dare to act so outrageously? Although Lu Qiong was quite well known in Yizhou, he didn't originate from any distinguished family. These famous generals had never paid attention to him. Hence, even though Lu Qiong's strength surpassed Lei Dong, his fame fell far behind Lei Dong's. When they learned that such an unknown figure dared to challenge them, everyone immediately erupted with sarcastic comments. His voice is certainly loud enough. He reminds me of a Hu general I killed in the desert. If it were Lei Tong, I might be interested. A nameless nobody like this doesn't deserve me to draw my blade. Haha, maybe Lei Tong heard our names and was scared away, sending an unknown figure like this to die. Since you all look down on him, let me take care of it for everyone. General Chung, please rest. Let me go. Haha, then that horse belongs to me. A young general laughed loudly, galloping forward amidst the jeers of the crowd. Seeing this, the other generals decided not to compete with a junior officer for the kill, so they stepped back. It's truly unexpected. Such an unknown soldier actually has this kind of steed. This exactly shows how the rebel forces lack talent, all consisting of second-rate individuals. Hearing the discussions among the generals and seeing the young officer charge forward, King Hejian hurriedly asked, whose subordinate is this? The governor of Bingzhou replied, reporting to the alliance leader, this is Wei Dao, a famous general from Hedong. A person from the Wei family of Hedong? King Hejian was surprised. The Wei family of Hedong belonged to the royal relatives and nobility. Historically, several renowned figures had emerged from this family. Although their influence waned somewhat in this region, they could still be considered a first-class family. No one underestimated the foundation of the Wei family. Thus, although King Hejian hadn't heard of this person named Wei Dao before, his eyes showed a hint of interest when looking at him. Because the governor of Bingzhou hadn't pledged allegiance to any of the anti-kings yet, he could still be swayed. If support from the Wei family could be obtained, it would be possible to break the current stalemate and expand his power further. Bring wine for General Wei. King Hejian decided to personally toast him upon his triumphant return after cutting down the enemy general. Drumroll. Encourage the warriors. King Hejian shouted next. The burly soldiers pounded on the war drums fiercely, creating a heavy rumbling sound that reverberated across the entire battlefield. Wei Dao, riding swiftly away, heard the drum beats of his own army and became more confident, quickening his horse's pace. But soon after, the drum beats ceased. King Hejian and others stood up immediately, gazing towards the center of the battlefield. Ha ha! No wonder he's a general of the Wei family, ending the fight so quickly. King Hejian laughed heartily. Report. Alliance leader, General Wei has been slain. A soldier rushed over, panic-stricken. What? Everyone was shocked. King Hejian suddenly felt embarrassed. This phrase, no wonder he's a general of the Wei family, ending the fight so quickly, now sounded extremely ironic. What happened? King Yong asked. They believed that Wei Dao should have had plenty of room to handle an unknown opponent. Could it be that the opponent cheated somehow? Reporting to Deputy Alliance Leader, General Wei met the enemy general, and in just one move, he was struck down beneath the horse. One move. All the kings looked at each other speechlessly. Even though Wei Dao was just a younger member, he was still from the Wei family and his skills were not inferior. Could it be that the opponent is not as unknown as we thought? King Hejian's expression turned rather grim. He originally wanted to use this opportunity to rally the Wei family, but ended up with a death from the Wei family. I will confront him. A bearded giant wielding a mace rushed forward. Clatter, clatter, clatter. The sound of galloping hooves echoed very loudly. And who is this? King Hejian questioned the other kings. This is xuanhuan, a famous general from the north. He is a famous general under the command of King Wu Wei. Furthermore, the Nero family is a prominent northern family. xuanhuan is also an outstanding student from the Longmen Academy and has earned many war merits in Xiliang. His abilities are definitely not to be underestimated. So it's General Nero. Everyone had heard of his name, all sighing in relief. With a famous general going against an unknown fighter from Shu, they should have no trouble overcoming him. Drum roll to encourage. King Hejian ordered the soldiers to play the war drums once again. Wei Dao's death in a single move had already affected their morale, so they needed this battle to regain their fighting spirit. xuanhuan was a towering figure on his horse, riding a famous steed from Xiliang, looking extremely impressive and dignified. As his warhorse galloped to the center of the battlefield, xuanhuan cast a disdainful glance toward Lo Qiong with an air of arrogance. State your name, O challenger. Lo Qiong shouted. This would be the battle where he made his fame, so naturally, he wanted to know whose names he would claim. However, xuanhuan was overly arrogant and did not respond. Instead, he swung a spike-covered iron rod at Lo Qiong as if to say, "You are not worthy." Lo Qiong let out a cold laugh, refusing to embarrass himself further, and lifted his double-edged trident to meet the challenge. Humph, you're asking for death. xuanhuan sneered and smashed down with his mace. Lo Qiong showed no fear and raised his weapon to strike back. Boom! The weapons collided, metal clashing with thunderous sound. xuanhuan immediately felt an overwhelming force transmitted through the iron rod into his arms. The rod violently trembled and flew out of control from his grasp. Before he could react, Lo Qiong had already charged forward, swinging his blade in one smooth motion to sever xuanhuan's head from his body. Another turn. Just another turn. All the soldiers surrounding them were terrified by what they saw. They stood there dumbfounded, watching xuanhuan's body fall off his horse in silence. That was xuanhuan, the renowned general of Xiliang. He had once slain many barbarian generals and earned a fierce reputation in the northern borders. Yet even this formidable warrior met the same end in a single move, falling to the unknown fighter from Yizhou. Who was this man? Lo Qiong? Never heard of him before. But in that moment, everyone remembered this name, Lo Qiong. Report. Alliance leader, General Nero has been slain in a single move. The scout reported the news in sheer terror to all the kings. What? Chu Hongxi and others abruptly stood up, unable to stay calm. Unbelievable. xuanhuan couldn't stand against this person either. Everyone felt uneasy. If an unknown fighter from Yizhou could humble them like this, how much more daunting would it be when famed generals took the stage? Moreover, 2 consecutive defeats had already dealt a significant blow to their morale. The soldiers began to worry. If an unknown warrior could so easily cut down their famous generals, just how powerful was the Great Han? Samurai horror spread throughout the allied camp as they absorbed the shock of these events, with every king questioning what could possibly counteract such strength emerging from the south. Chapter 347, number 10 on the commander list. xuanhuan was killed not because he was weak, but because of his excessive arrogance. From the beginning, he underestimated Lu Qiong. By the time he realized Lu Qiong's true strength, it was too late for him to react. If he could have used all his strength, he might have been able to fight at least 10 or 20 rounds with Lu Qiong. The consecutive loss of 2 key generals dampened the morale of the allied army. Some commanders lost the arrogant attitude they had earlier. No one was clamoring to claim the first glory and seize Lu Qiong's fine horse anymore. Seeing this change among the generals, Chu Hongxi frowned inwardly. If no one dared to fight again, Wouldn't that imply their leading general had turned coward? It would be a major blow to their morale. Is there anyone left who dares to fight? Chu Hongxi looked at the assembled great generals. At this moment, he didn't care whose general it was that stepped forward as long as they could kill that Han commander. I'll go. A tall general with a narrow, horse-like face rose from his seat wielding a large broadsword, leaped onto a chestnut-colored steed, and charged out. Chu Hongxi recognized him, and immediately relaxed. This man was named Chen Dao. A powerhouse in the intermediate extraordinary realm, he was known for his immense strength and fierce, aggressive blade techniques. On the Great Gan ranking list for battle commanders, Chen Dao held the 10th position. It's General Chen Dao. When soldiers saw him galloping into battle, their eyes lit up with renewed excitement. Everyone grew agitated. That's the renowned warrior on the commander's ranking list. He really does have an awe-inspiring aura. I've heard his blade is called the blood-drinking crescent moon, and he once single-handedly slaughtered 300 bandits, including 3 grandmasters. Great. Our general has finally taken the field. With General Chen Dao here, he can surely defeat the enemy commander. Carrying everyone's expectations, Chen Dao rode up to Lu Qiong. Are you Lu Qiong? 50 paces away, Chen Dao reined his horse to a stop and asked indifferently. Yes. Lu Qiong acknowledged briefly. Learning from previous futile attempts, he no longer bothered to ask for his opponent's name, only adopting a combat-ready stance. He could feel that this person had impressive skills. Very well. You're worthy enough to be my opponent, Chen Dao. But next, you're going to die, said Chen Dao arrogantly while gripping his sword, pointing it at Lu Qiong. Chen Dao thought, how lucky Lu Qiong was as some unknown guy from a remote place. Dying after shining like this today would already be worth it. Ha ha. Chen Dao's words made Lu Qiong laugh with anger. You people talk exactly alike, and you're equally irritating. Looking for death, Chen Dao roared angrily when seeing the other's disdainful manner toward him. But he also knew that someone capable of killing Wei Dao and xuanhuan wasn't ordinary. So despite his fury, he did not become overly arrogant like xuanhuan had been. With that, Chen Dao charged ahead, displaying his signature blade techniques. Chen Dao's blade methods were brutal and overbearing, bold and unrestrained. Every swing of his blade carried terrifying force. Lacking any intricate tricks, Lu Qiong actually preferred this style. Because when it came to brute strength, except for Lin Mo and Gu Tu, Lu Qiong feared no one. So without hesitation, Lu Qiong raised his weapon to join the fray. Both warriors used blade techniques. The flashes of their swords overlapped as their war horses turned rapidly in combat, entwining them both in a fierce clash. As for the quality of the blade techniques, Chen Dao's slightly exceeded Lu Qiong's. His family-inherited technique, passed down from a famous general through countless generations of refinement, was truly formidable. Although Lu Qiong was also from a prestigious family, his family lineage couldn't compare with Chen Dao's. Consequently, his blade technique was inferior in quality. What lacks in technique, make up for with strength. Being nearly twice as strong as Chen Dao, Lu Qiong never took any damage in their exchanges. They quickly crossed blades 50 times. By then, Chen Dao's arms were already numb, and his moves started becoming erratic. Relying purely on his rich experience in battles, Chen Dao managed to hold out against Lu Qiong. On the contrary, Lu Qiong fought with increasing vigor. This was thanks to Qin Tai and Wu Ping, et al. When Lu Qiong first joined Lin Mo, Qin Tai and others would call him daily for spars, leaving him exhausted each time. Over time, Lu Qiong's stamina and resistance to blows significantly improved. After consuming the body-tempering soup, this improvement was amplified further. Thus, while others grew tired from prolonged combat, Lu Qiong became increasingly invigorated. Damn it, is this guy really a nobody? Chen Dao felt alarmed and apprehensive, contemplating retreat. Although fleeing during battle might invite ridicule, compared to saving face, life was more important. Dying would result in much harsher laughter anyway. With that in mind, Chen Dao fended off Lu Qiong with a swift slash and swiftly retreated by crouching on the back of his horse, glancing backward with the hope that Lu Qiong wouldn't pursue. However, Lu Qiong's horse was faster. Regaining his balance, he quickly gave chase. Don't run, leave your life behind, shouted Lu Qiong loudly. Chen Dao was infuriated, his teeth grinding in frustration. This guy just won't let go. Does he not know fatigue? Realizing his steed was no match for Lu Qiong's horse, fleeing would be futile. Thus, he decided to take a desperate risk and employ the dropped blade feint. As a master of blade combat, Lu Qiong was no stranger to this tactic and saw through it instantly. Despite this, confident in his superior skills, he continued the pursuit anyway. Relying on the unmatched speed of his pure-blooded warhorse, he quickly positioned himself behind Chen Dao. Swinging his broadsword, he slashed fiercely towards Chen Dao's back. Humph, naive fool, die now. Chen Dao, seeing his ruse working, smirked inwardly. He poured all his strength into his left arm, spinning his blade like a wheel above his head before hacking downward with full force toward Lu Qiong's crown. This was an ultimate, lethal strike. No one had ever escaped his dropped blade ambush. What Chen Dao didn't realize was that Lu Qiong had anticipated this move. He had deliberately swung a false blow to expose Chen Dao's true intention. With Chen Dao's blade descending upon him, Lu Qiong skillfully countered with a diagonal slash, striking against the flat side of Chen Dao's blade. Clang! A deafening metallic clang echoed as Chen Dao's weapon slipped from his grip and fell to the ground, causing him to tumble off his horse in shock. Before Chen Dao could even get up, Lu Qiong spurred his steed forward. The iron hooves of the powerful, pure-blooded warhorse came crashing down onto Chen Dao's head, splitting it apart like a melon smashed from a great height. These horses possessed immense strength. Unfortunately, Chen Dao, who had been wise throughout his life, met a tragic end beneath the hooves. General Chen Dao is dead. My goodness. A commander ranked among the top generals has been killed by him. Who is this man? Chen Dao ranked 10th on the commander list. If this person can so easily kill him, doesn't that mean his abilities have long been top 10 material? At the very least, he should be ranked 10th. The commander list rules state, slaying a listed individual allows one to take their place. So now this Lu Qiong becomes the 10th ranked general on the commander list. Lu Qiong? Lu Qiong. Upon witnessing this scene, the allied army soldiers were struck dumbfounded by sheer disbelief. They never imagined such a seemingly certain victory would end in such a surprising outcome. News quickly reached the ears of the various kings. Upon hearing of Chen Dao's death in battle, the atmosphere immediately grew somber and heavy. Chapter 348. Fight for the Great Han. Fight for the Han Emperor. Is there anyone else who wants to come out and die? Lu Qiong was brandishing his knife, with Chen Dao's head at its tip, arrogantly displaying himself before the enemy formation. His loud voice reverberated throughout the allied military camp. Upon hearing it, all the soldiers of the allied army seethed with anger but dared not speak a word. The princes and kings, upon hearing his voice, all wore extremely grim expressions. Chu Hongxi greatly hoped that someone would stand up confidently at this moment and say, "I'll go and cut off his head." But as his gaze swept around, no one dared to say such words. Even Li Rong, ranked 7th on the list of generals, remained silent. Although he ranked 7th and had slightly more strength than Chen Dao, it would take over 300 rounds to defeat him. However, Lu Qiong only needed several dozen turns to kill Chen Dao. Li Rong knew that if he went out, the result would be the same. There was no guarantee he could beat Lu Qiong. And worse, if the opponent still had some strength reserved, Li Rong might even lose his life. So naturally, such a reckless act knowing full well of the danger ahead was something he wouldn't do. Seeing that all the famous generals chose silence, Chu Hongxi felt rather helpless. It's a pity that my 4 pillars have matters that prevent them from coming. If any one of them were here, how could it be his turn to behave arrogantly? Now, no amount of talk would make a difference. Seeing Lu Qiong boasting in front of the troops and no one stepping forward to fight, if this continued, the morale of the soldiers would dwindle before the battle even began. After careful consideration, Chu Hongxi could only issue the command to attack. Pass down the order, attack from all 4 sides. They outnumbered the enemy, and in order to prevent Emperor Lin Mo from escaping, the plan discussed beforehand was to attack all 4 gates together. This way, pressure could be applied to the defenders, keeping them busy on all fronts. Boom, 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 boom. Soon, the sound of the war drums announcing the assault came from all directions. The various battalions of the Allied forces received the order to advance, slowly and methodically pushing toward the city. Upon seeing this, Lu Qiong had no choice but to abandon his challenge and retreat back into the city. "Old Lu, you enjoyed yourself today, didn't you?" Once inside the city, Gu Tu said enviously. Today, Lu Qiong truly shone in front of all the heroes under heaven. After this battle, Lu Qiong's name would resound across the land. Haha, indeed, I got enough excitement. General Gu, it's your turn next time. Lu Qiong laughed loudly. He then went to report to Lin Mo. Your Majesty, the enemy is attacking. At this point, the enemies outside the city walls had already closed in. Their footsteps could even be heard from the walls. The allies had clearly come prepared, bringing along many large siege weapons, such as mantlets, battering rams, and siege ladders, among others. With such an overwhelming lineup, even attacking the capital Luoyang would be more than sufficient. Seeing these siege weapons approach like huge beasts, the Han Central Army began to feel somewhat intimidated. Your Majesty, the enemy is quite prepared. Can we hold them off? Ma Ying asked anxiously. He knew that there were barely more than 40,000 people within the city walls. But just glancing at the situation outside, he could estimate that the number of enemies was at least 30 to 40 times greater than theirs. With such an overwhelming force, they could simply wear them out with continuous assaults. If the city fell, all the illusions about joining the Great Han would become a mere dream. What's worse, his family would also be implicated. For those who surrendered to the rebels and supported a false government, they would surely be treated differently. They might even be enslaved, forced to endure higher taxation, various hard labor, and so on. Therefore, he couldn't help but worry. General Mai, His Majesty is still here. What are you afraid of? Lu Qiong patted his shoulder lightly and laughed calmly. As an old general who had fought alongside Lin Mo in numerous battles, they trusted Lin Mo's abilities completely. As long as the emperor was here, no enemy was unsolvable. Didn't the same situation apply when dealing with the barbarian kingdom? They had far more numbers. Yet what was the final outcome? Be confident. In a while, you may not even complain that there are too few enemies for you to kill. Gu Tu also joined in laughing. Seeing their ease, Ma Ying's heart gradually calmed down. Yes, His Majesty is still here. Am I more valuable than His Majesty? He isn't panicking. Why should I panic? After consoling himself briefly, Ma Ying quietly stood behind Lin Mo, awaiting orders. At a certain place on the city wall, a group of soldiers huddled together. Looking at the vast sea of enemies outside the city walls, they felt incredibly nervous. General, with so many people, can the Han army hold the city? These were the 2,000 surrendering armies brought back by Ma Ying from Yongzhou. The deputy commander leading the troop looked at the vast enemy army outside, gravely saying a single word, difficult. Even though Lu Qiong had achieved 3 victories in 3 battles and eliminated 3 famous generals, the number of the alliance army was just too large. With only 40,000 Han troops and such a broad battlefield, there was simply no way they could possibly hold the city. Then what should we do? Shall we defect? A squad leader asked fearfully. They were the Yongzhou troops, who had been forced to join the Han army. But if they defected at this crucial moment, it would be enough for them to make up for their previous misdeeds. But as soon as these words were spoken, everyone fell silent. Some even glared at him, looking unfriendly. Commanderly, have you forgotten how well the Han army has treated us during our time together? You eat potato braised with meat and white steamed buns from the Han army's rations, and now you actually want to betray them on the battlefield? I may just be an ordinary soldier, but I look down on you. Someone cursed loudly. Could you expect such good food treatment when you return to Yongzhou? Exactly. Have you forgotten the words we spoke? We plan to bring our wives and children to Great Han, and let them become part of the Han kingdom. The Han Emperor truly is a good man. He never doubted us. Instead, he treated us equally and gave us important missions even now. If we betray him, then we wouldn't deserve to call ourselves human beings. For this period of time, they had eaten fish and meat every day, with rice and white flour as the main dishes, delicacies without exception. At first, they still thought about Yongzhou and the Great Qian, but they couldn't resist being fed so well day after day. When they looked around at the lives of the people inside Han city walls, they realized how comfortable living there was. They also wanted their families to enjoy such lives. Gradually, their thoughts began to change, shifting towards loyalty to the Great Han. The Han Emperor treats us generously. We cannot be ungrateful, the deputy commander said gravely. We are wearing the armor of the Han army now, so naturally we must fight to the death for the Han army. Brothers, let's fight with all our might. Even if we die, we'll be able to face our consciences. If the city falls, those brothers who survive can take off their Han army uniforms and find the Yongzhou forces. Just say that we've been prisoners the whole time. King Yong certainly won't harm us. With this resolution, the determination of these Yongzhou surrendered soldiers became stronger. At this moment, they would fight for the Great Han and for the Han Emperor. Rumble, rumble. The siege weapons were getting closer. The enemy had already lined up their shield formations, like a dark cloud pressing toward the Nanjing city. Chapter 349. Start the war, first give a gift. Everyone, don't be afraid. Keep steady. The enemy has only 400,000 troops, while we have 4 million. Hanzhong is our great Qian city, and taking it back from the rebels is our mission. Everyone, continue to move forward. Honor and wealth are right in front of us. Our leader has ordered. The first person to reach the wall will be heavily rewarded. The first one to break through the city gate will be heavily rewarded. The first one to slay an enemy general will be heavily rewarded. Whoever slays the false emperor will be directly ennobled as marquis. The allied army's formations continued to approach Hanzhong's walls, with sounds of leading generals boosting morale heard within the ranks. Despite Lu Qiong having killed their 3 generals, which inflicted a major blow to their morale, they held the numerical advantage, so as long as they were steady and strategic, they would definitely capture the city and take Hanzhong. This battle was extraordinary. Any commendable contributions would certainly not go unrewarded. For this reason, it was a good opportunity for common soldiers and lower-level officers to get promoted. As for those higher-ranked generals, it was a chance to gain fame. If anyone could kill Lu Qiong, they could squeeze into the top 10 of the generals' rankings. In Great Qian, entering these rankings meant direct ennoblement as marquis. All factions would scramble to recruit them. Therefore, they braved up with courage, seeking fortune at perilous times. Your Majesty, the enemy has come into range. Jiang Ning, Lin Mo's artillery commander, stepped forward. This man was Lin Mo's newly discovered talent, originally a master archer. His eyes were like a ruler, able to accurately measure distance and direction. Lin Mo personally taught him how to discern wind direction, the gravitational pull on cannonballs, and air resistance. Jiang Ning learned quickly. Within less than a month, he had mastered both Dongfeng No. 1 and Dongfeng No. 2. Although his combat skills were fairly mediocre, artillerymen didn't need close-quarters combat. All they required was command and judgment abilities. Lin Mo slightly nodded but did not issue an order to attack. In his view, the enemy was still too far away. Even though they were within the range of Dongfeng No. 2, Lin Mo had more than just one type of defensive weapon. To inflict greater damage, they needed to come closer. Let them get a little closer. Yes, Jiang Ning replied. All the generals from each unit continuously paid attention to Lin Mo's movements. Not seeing an attack order, they waited patiently. Soon, the enemies entered the range of 100 steps. The enemy was very cautious, tightening their shield array. Everyone huddled tightly together without any gaps. Because the Taiwood area had already come within bowshot, if poorly defended, a single rain of arrows could send them westward. Something's wrong. A battalion commander observing closely near the well frame began to look increasingly grim-faced. What's wrong, Commander? An adjacent troop leader curiously questioned, failing to perceive anything unusual. Everything seemed smooth sailing. We've already entered the enemy's firing range, yet there hasn't been any retaliation. This is strange. Through the defensive crevice in the well frame, the battalion commander gazed towards the city wall. The height of the well frame was only somewhat shorter than the wall, offering visibility onto parts of the wall from where he stood. Hanyang's archers were fully prepared. In addition, there was a black iron pipe laid out. He wasn't sure what it was, but now wasn't the time to be curious. What he couldn't comprehend was why the Hanyang forces delayed the offensive. What benefit could come from allowing them to approach? Keep in mind, the closer their well frames were to the wall, the more dangerous the situation became for the defenders. Could the Han troops abandon resistance? The troop leader curiously suggested. No. The battalion commander shook his head. The Han troops stationed on the city walls are arranged extremely rigorously. Once they launch an assault, they'd absolutely disrupt our attack. Besides, I've heard that the Han dynasty possesses a powerful weapon called Dongfeng cannon, which can cleave mountains. Have you noticed those large black metal tubes on the wall? I suspect those are cannons. The troop leader nodded. Naturally, he had also heard of the cannon, but he believed the descriptions regarding the cannon's power exaggerated greatly, almost like listening to fictional tales, unrealistic claims. To simply blast a few shells and flatten an entire hilltop? Wouldn't that make them akin to gods? Commander, our well frames are wrapped thickly in iron plates. Maybe his famed great cannon doesn't actually possess its rumored power, posing no threat to us. They might fear embarrassment and thus remain inactive. The troop leader mocked. The fortress was right before them. He imagined he already smelled the scent of victory. If that's really the case, it would be too dull. I'd actually like to experience the power of their cannons, the battalion commander said, sharing similar thoughts. He believed that at this close range, the Han army could no longer stop them. Their well frames were heavily encased in thick iron sheets, and even thunderclap catapults couldn't easily damage them. That's why he dared to make such a boast. However, before the battalion commander's words had fully left his lips, there came an enormous boom from atop the city walls. He watched as a plume of thick smoke rose, followed immediately by an immense black cannonball streaking directly toward them. Before anyone could figure out what it was, the black iron sphere struck the well frame with a resounding bang, instantly blowing it into smithereens. Even the thick iron sheeting couldn't save their lives. The 40 or 50 soldiers inside the well frame suffered grievously. Most were killed or gravely wounded. The battalion commander who had wanted to witness the cannon's might was hurled high into the air. As he met his death, he caught sight of an awe-inspiring spectacle. Rows of cannonballs erupted from the city wall, causing one explosion after another as their well frames disintegrated into pieces. Before launching the campaign against Hanzhong, Lin Mo had already anticipated that the rebel kings of Great Qian would form an alliance to attack him, advancing through Hanzhong into Shu. Hence, he transported all of the 200 cannons that the Han Empire possessed to Hanzhong. The expanded artillery camp also arrived after capturing Hanzhong. To prepare for this battle, Lin Mo brought along all 6,000+ rounds of ammunition. At the same time, he established a temporary firearms research institute within the city, gathering sufficient materials for making more cannonballs, ready to engage in a protracted war. 200 cannons fired continuously, creating an extraordinarily spectacular scene. In a single instant, the initially confident Allied forces were utterly stunned by the bombardment. All large-scale siege weapons were almost entirely destroyed, resulting in heavy casualties. And those soldiers who closely followed behind fell into complete chaos. The archers inside the city had been waiting for just this moment. Following a barrage of cannon fire, a torrent of arrows greeted the Allies. Swish, swish, swish. Arrow shafts rained down like raindrops, felling numerous unprotected enemy troops in mere moments. Hold your ground. Lift your shields. Form up the shield wall. Keep moving forward, no retreat allowed. The officers leading the charge desperately screamed, barely managing to stabilize their ranks, because they knew that retreating at such a short distance carried the same risk as advancing. Furthermore, if they retreated now, all their previous efforts would have been wasted, as well as the sacrifices of their fallen comrades. They also noticed something critical. The most powerful Han cannons could only target from afar. That meant if they could withstand the arrow storms, they stood a chance of boarding the wall. Chapter 350 No Room to Breathe. Leader of the Alliance, what are the Han troops doing? Our men are almost at the foot of the wall. Why haven't they attacked yet? At the Allied forces observation platform, a group of generals and the anti-kings watched the battlefield tensely. The closer their soldiers got to the city wall, the more nervous they became. Chu Hongxi mused. Could there be some kind of conspiracy? As he spoke, his eyes turned to Su Chong beside him. The latter explained. My lord, usually in such situations, the enemy waits for our troops to get closer before attacking. I've heard that the Han army has a weapon called Wu Ho Shin Nu. This weapon can continuously fire 20 arrows within a short period. When the Han army attacked Chu Hong, king of Langjiang, they wiped out 3,000 cavalry in an instant using this weapon. Su Chong differed from others as he had carefully studied every battle fought by the Han Empire. Therefore, he also had some understanding of the Han weapons. The advantage of Zhuge's repeating crossbow is its rapid multi-shot capability, but its disadvantage is its short range. So Su Chong believed that the Han army must have ambushed many archers, waiting for them to get close. I've also heard of Wu Ho Shin Nu. Li Rong reflected. It is indeed a terrifying weapon, but its penetration power is too weak to cause damage to our siege equipment. Even our shield formation might not be broken through. Li Rong thought it was naive if the Han army intended to rely on Zhuge's repeating crossbow to defend the city. Generally, don't forget, the Han army also has a powerful weapon, cannons, reminded Xuanhuan. I think cannons are nothing but nonsense, said Wu Wang disdainfully with a cold chuckle. Think about it. If the rebellious Han really had such a terrible weapon, would they display it openly in front of everyone? If it were you, wouldn't you try your best to conceal it? That's correct. I believe his display of cannons was all about intimidation, echoed voices around. How could anything exist in this world that could collapse an entire hilltop? It was just an optical illusion, argued others. Rest assured, everyone. I've added thicker iron plates to all the siege equipment. Even if the Thunderbolt carts couldn't easily damage them, even if the rebellious Han truly had these so-called cannons, we have nothing to fear, confidently declared Yongwang Chu Yun after listening to the discussion. But no sooner had his words finished when a tremendous rumbling sound echoed above the city walls. Immediately after, one by one, the siege equipment he prided himself on shattered into pieces. Lin and Mo intentionally moved their siege weapons closer so that the artillerymen could better aim. At such a short distance, the artillerymen couldn't possibly miss. Every shell accurately hit a piece of siege equipment. After the cannon explosions, fragments ignited flames, thick smoke rising everywhere. Splintered debris fell into the formations, tearing apart the densely packed shield formations. Suddenly, a mass of dark clouds appeared in the sky, quickly spreading over the battlefield. A closer look revealed that these were not actually clouds, but dense arrow storms. These arrow storms concentratedly targeted those breaches torn open by the cannons, instantly toppling countless soldiers of the Alliance army. Witnessing this scene, silence enveloped the observation platform. A single thought reverberated in everyone's mind. Is this the power of cannons? There had been speculations, doubts, but upon seeing its true power now, they were all stunned. Too terrifying. In just a round of bombardment, over 40 large-scale siege machines on the eastern side were completely destroyed. Just like the heart of xuanhuan, they shattered. These siege machines were created at great cost of manpower and resources. From that moment forward, no one dared to doubt the might of cannons anymore. Immediately contact the other three sides, ask if they've been bombed. Chu Hongxi recovered first. He endeavored to stay calm because he was the leader of the alliance. If even he were to panic, then the upcoming battle needn't proceed further. A direct retreat would be inevitable. He needed to know the status of the other three sides. Because this time they chose to attack Nanjing City from 4 directions simultaneously, arranging siege equipment for each direction. If only his side had been subjected to cannon bombardments and lost their siege equipment, there still remained hope. Leader of the alliance, what? What should we do now? North Siwang trembled seeing the cannons on the city walls continuously bombarding their soldiers. With each shot, more than 10 or even dozens of soldiers perished. This weapon was simply too fearsome, impossible to resist. If the Han army continued to bombard them without pause, their losses would be unimaginable. These rebel kings came to gain merit and fame. None wished for their own undue losses. Don't panic, look carefully. The cannons seem to only attack from afar and cannot deal with the troops at their feet. Some of our soldiers have already reached the foot of the wall. As long as they can climb up, we can turn the situation around. Chu Hongxi strained his eyes, closely watching every move on the battlefield. He saw that the foremost units were not retreating, but moving forward in an offensive stance, giving him a glimmer of hope. The leader of the alliance is right. We must not give up, or those people will have died in vain. Chu Yan said unwillingly. Although everyone had suffered losses, his were the heaviest. If he couldn't conquer Hanzhong, all would be lost. So gritting his teeth, he decided to keep attacking. Charge. Continue to advance. Reach the wall. Set up the cloud ladders. Archers hold the line. Give them a good thrashing. The frontline allied generals finally arrived below the city walls and issued orders to attack immediately. With no large siege weapons left, they could only climb using the primitive rope ladders. And this was exactly what the defenders had been waiting for. Change the crossbow bolts. Seeing the enemies spreading out and bringing the ladders to the base of the wall, the commanding general quickly instructed the archers to switch to Zhuge's repeating crossbows. In an instant, arrows rained down like a storm. The enemy forces below the walls were knocked down like wheat stalks in a gale. Their archers didn't even have time to draw their bows before being killed. After much struggling, they failed to set up a single ladder. So the enemy's leading generals had no choice but to retreat and reform their shield array. Damn it, weren't there supposed to be only 40,000 Han troops? Could they all be concentrated here? A leading general hid under his shield, swearing in frustration. He didn't realize that Zhuge's repeating crossbow allowed for rapid multi-shot capabilities, assuming instead that the Han army had stationed many crossbowmen here. In fact, his comrades were experiencing the same situation. When the enormous Wu Hoshin Nu made its appearance, the allies' confidence was completely shattered. Enemies within the range of 300 to 1,000 steps from the city walls were bombarded row by the heavy artillery. Avoiding the cannon coverage still left them open to the terrifying power of the massive Wu Hoshin Nu, which turned men into mincemeat. Once they managed to reach the foot of the wall, the even denser fire from Zhuge's repeating crossbows awaited them. Just in the blink of an eye, the allied army met layer after layer of devastating attacks. They soon realized they had no room to breathe. Chapter 351. This is the strength of Dahan. On the city wall, Ma Ying and his companions were completely stunned. When the enemies approached, they had already prepared for a deadly fight. But now, they found out that their effort was actually redundant. The artillery, the giant crossbows, and Zhuge's triple bows combo left the enemies too terrified to show their faces. The thunderstones and logs they held aloft never had the chance to be thrown down. Is this the power of Dahan? Watching enemies fall in droves, Ma Ying felt deeply shocked inside. He suddenly rejoiced over making the wise decision. If he had followed Shaorun and fled to Yongzhou, by this point, he might not even know how he died. Don't just stand there like fools. Can you shoot arrows? At this moment, Lu Qiong came over with 2 bows in his hands. Ma Ying nodded. A bit, but I'm not very skilled. His archery skills were just at an entry level. Lu Qiong grinned as he shoved a bow into his hand, saying, "It doesn't matter. As long as you can fire the arrows, that'll do." Although Lu Qiong was powerful, his archery was quite average too. However, there were too many enemies. As long as you could shoot the arrows, you would hit someone unlucky eventually. In front of the heavy artillery and large crossbows, the enemy's shield formations were like paper-pasted ones. Once torn apart, the archers could come into play. All the people in the crossbow corps had switched to Zhuge's multiple shots crossbows, so they could take on the role of archers. Understood. Ying smiled as he took the bow and ordered his subordinates. Brothers, aim hard and shoot with all your might. He pulled the bowstring tightly without bothering to aim, then directly shot. There was a pile of arrows underfoot, no need to worry about wasting ammunition. On the other side, the surrendered troops from Yongzhou also dumbfounded. They thought it would be a tough battle, but after the artillery sounded, the situation completely reversed. 40,000 allied armies became powerless in front of the artillery. Seeing this scene, they became more determined to defect to Dahan. So they picked up the bows and arrows and started shooting. Most of them were foot soldiers, their archery skills were average, some even first-timers using bows and arrows. Thus, instead of comparing who shoots more accurately, they compared who shoots farther. My lord, it seems the enemy still plans to struggle for a while. Sun Shuxing laughed as he approached Lin Mo from behind. Actually, when the Dongfeng artillery destroyed the siege weapons, the outcome had already been determined. But perhaps because of the large number of men or the unwillingness to give up after losing so many lives, the allied forces thought they could force their way through. Beneath the city wall, countless allied troops gathered densely. They formed shield arrays and stubbornly resisted the shooting from the Zhuge's triple bows. Although this method worked, that's all it did. Anyone stepping out of the shield array would instantly be turned into a hedgehog full of arrows. I think they're in a difficult position now where retreat isn't an easy option. Lin Mo chuckled. The enemy's numbers were too massive. In this era without radio communication, it's impossible for orders to be unified. The sound of the artillery covered the entire battlefield, making it impossible for the frontline soldiers to communicate with those at the back. Therefore, the soldiers at the rear kept rushing forward while the ones at the front could only constantly shrink and gather together. At this time, retreating would mean paying a huge price. So they had no choice but to move forward recklessly. What they didn't realize was that moving forward brought no hope, and the longer the delay, the greater their loss. Moreover, Lin Mo still had an ace up his sleeve. Xuanhuan, she is a man of good strategy but indecisive. I suspect at this moment he must be thinking of withdrawing the army, yet continuously finding excuses to convince himself not to withdraw. Sun Shuxing laughed. I don't know if Su Shixiang is in the army or not, alas. He knew Xuanhuan, she wasn't one to recognize and employ talents. The success he enjoys today is due to his identity and status, as well as having a good father. Most of Xuanhuan's resources today are what his father left behind. Therefore, he understood that no matter how good Su Chang's strategies might be, they wouldn't be adopted. The observation deck of the allied army. The princes watched the battlefield anxiously. Beihai Wang repeatedly urged, Allied leader, we can't continue fighting. If we go on like this, our 40,000 strong army won't suffice. He had brought 50,000 men this time, all of which were arranged up front. Currently, he didn't know how many casualties he'd suffered, but it was definitely a lot. He even doubted whether Xuanhuan, she deliberately avoided withdrawing the troops, wanting to eliminate his forces with the help of the Han army. Sai, let's withdraw. Court General Luo Hong sighed. As an outstanding general, he was clear about this kind of situation. There was no way they could break through the city. Their soldiers had reached beneath the city walls already, but after half a watch period, there had been no opportunity to scale the walls. Continuing like this would result in more and more deaths, and the outcome would not change. Ring the bell for retreat. Seeing Luo Hong speak up, Xuanhuan she could only grit his teeth in frustration and give the order to retreat. Ding ding ding. The clear sound echoed across the entire battlefield. Upon hearing it, the allied troops felt as though they had heard celestial music. Everyone's heart was relieved. After losing so many men, they genuinely dared not to advance any further. Especially when it came to the Dahan army's cannons. No one knew where the next shot would land. Some witnessed a general beside them being blown away by a cannon shell, leaving only an empty warhorse behind. Others saw comrades with whom they were speaking moments ago turn into shredded remains in the next second. As terrifying as the cannonballs were, so too were those heavy crossbows. Getting hit by cannon fire didn't always guarantee death, but getting caught by the heavy crossbows almost invariably meant limbs torn off, or even being severed at the waist. Upon hearing the bell for retreat, the allied forces disregarded everything and fled backwards like their lives depended on it. It was easier for those at the rear. They only needed to dodge the incoming cannon shells. But for those who had pushed forward earlier, it posed a difficult situation, particularly for those under the city walls. Having endured 3 life-threatening dangers just to reach old Yan Wang's feet, now they were asked to go back through these dangers once more. But the retreat command had already been issued. The rear soldiers had started retreating. Staying there would be tantamount to signing their own death warrants. They could only follow and withdraw. Of course, the Dahan army wouldn't let this chance slip away. As soon as a shield formation was torn apart by a heavy crossbow or cannon, volleys of arrows would follow. At a terrible cost, they finally retreated. This battle was brief, lasting less than an hour. However, outside Nanjing City, the ground was littered with bodies, and deep craters left from cannon explosions dotted the landscape. It looked like the aftermath of months of warfare. Roar! Seeing the enemies withdrawing, the Dahan soldiers on the city wall excitedly howled in celebration. We've won, they've won. Didn't you see? This is the power of Dahan. If you've got the guts, don't run. Keep fighting. I haven't killed enough yet. Let me practice my archery a bit longer. The civilians inside the city also realized victory and became elated. Dahan had not disappointed them. Chapter 352. Using the Thunderbolt carriage to counter cannons. They are more naive than my son. Ha ha ha. Cannons truly are a great thing, isn't it? If it weren't for the cannons, those siege weapons wrapped in thick iron plates would really be hard to deal with. East Wind Cannon rules, His Majesty rules. As the enemies left their range of fire but were still bombarded by cannonballs, the soldiers on the city wall couldn't help but marvel at the power of the cannons. Long range, immense power, it was simply the enemy's nightmare. Haha, this victory is too easy. Each battalion, tally the casualties. Report. Our battalion has 0 casualties. Our battalion lost 2 men. On our side, 3 were injured. The enemies hadn't fully retreated, but the summaries of the battle were already taking place on the city wall. They didn't know how many enemies they had killed. The only certainty right now was that they had repelled the enemies with minimal cost and inflicted heavy damage. In total, when adding up all the defensive units around the 4 walls, the number of casualties was just 33 people. This battle was indeed far too easy. Cannons mounted on the city wall, too invincible. Gradually, the cannonade stopped, and most enemies had fled beyond the range of the cannons. At this moment, the cannons might misfire, so it wasn't necessary to waste ammunition. Pathetic. Hundreds of thousands of allied troops looked completely disheveled. The various kings gazed at their battered soldiers and saw widespread suffering, their hearts sinking like stones into the abyss. How could this happen? After understanding his unit's situation, Beihai Wang's face turned ashen. A while ago, he tallied up the numbers, and out of his 50,000 men, less than 30,000 remained. He'd originally pushed ahead to grab glory but ended up suffering the highest losses. He brought along all the elite forces from Qing and Su provinces. Even losing 100 or 200 would have made him feel pain, but now over 20,000 were gone. My lord, the thieves' cannons were too ferocious. We simply couldn't hold them back. And then there were the terrifying spiral arrows. Once they fell, they followed no discernible pattern, making it impossible to dodge them. Being hit meant certain death. Some junior officer said the city only had 40,000 troops. My army managed to reach under the city walls and was about to start the assault when the arrows rained down from every direction. From just that section alone, the rebel army probably had 4,000 to 5,000 crossbowmen set up. I estimate there must be at least 100,000 troops inside the city. Surviving commanders rushed forward to question the kings. Having escaped death, they were all boiling with anger. As the alliance leader, Xu Hongxi felt thoroughly humiliated and didn't know how to explain the situation. Gentlemen, such an outcome was unforeseen by all of us. Our leader didn't wish to see any sacrifice. At this moment, Su Chong stepped forward to ease the tension, saying, "Our urgent task is to summarize the experience of failure. Arguments and accusations will not help capture Hanzhou." Luo Hong also intervened as a mediator, addressing everyone. "Mr. Su is absolutely right. From what you've been saying earlier, it appears the rebel army of Han employs 3 terrible defensive weapons. One is the cannon, which has long range and tremendous power, utterly unstoppable. The second is the rotating special crossbow arrow, whose range is fairly long and highly lethal. Thirdly, there is the Wuhou repeating crossbow, capable of firing 20 arrows rapidly from a single person. That estimation of 100,000 soldiers within the city made earlier by that general came from seeing this kind of equipment. To capture Nanjing and seize the false emperor, we need to find ways to counter these 3 weapons. Otherwise, we won't be able to break through the gates. Forget killing the false emperor. Sending more people will merely amount to walking straight to death." Everyone listened silently as Luo Hong analyzed the problem, agreeing that he hit the nail on the head. "Luo General is very correct. I have a way to counter his cannons." Xin Yuang suddenly spoke. All eyes lit up. "What method does Xin Yuang have? Tell us quickly." Xin Yuang said, "I observed that although Han's cannons have long range, once they exceed a certain distance, their accuracy drops considerably. We can position more thunderbolt carriages at 500 paces and use them to counter both their cannons and crossbows. As long as we have enough thunderbolt carriages, we can directly destroy their city walls. Without the obstruction of the city walls, our armies can march straight into Nanjing." After Xin Yuang finished speaking, everyone thought his plan was feasible. Thus, Xu Hongxi ordered the soldiers to cut down trees and build thunderbolt carriages. Within days, surrounding mountains were practically shaved bare. In less than 7 days, they manufactured a batch of thunderbolt carriages. Their every move was closely watched by a pack of wolves. Wolf King sent the message to the city, reporting to Lin Mo. "Wanting to counter us with thunderbolt carriages?" Lin Mo slightly raised the corner of his mouth, thinking the other party was overly naive. Although thunderbolt carriages could strike from a distance, their range was incomparable to that of the cannons. Especially the Dongfeng 2, which has undergone a comprehensive upgrade in performance, can carry out precise strikes on targets within 800 meters. The maximum range of the bolt launcher, however, is only 500 meters. Xin Yuang saw that the cannons had poor accuracy because there were too many enemies, making it unnecessary to aim. As long as they fired, some would always be killed by explosions. Launcher. Sun Shuxing couldn't help but laugh after hearing Lin Mo's translation. It seems they haven't suffered enough from the cannon bombardment. I wonder if they'll give up after this. They won't. Lin Mo shook his head very confidently. 18 feudal lords came from all over to attack him. If they retreated like this, they would definitely be ridiculed by the world. And they would lose their dignity and greatly reduce their prestige in the eyes of the people. If their reputation diminishes, attracting talents will become difficult, and even the loyalty of their subordinates might waver. So, they won't give up easily until the last moment. Alas, truly pitiful. Sun Shuxing shook his head helplessly. After several days, the Allied forces spent a great deal of manpower and resources to build 1,000 bolt launchers. To fight against the Han army, they cut down trees and carved stones out of mountains. The soldiers turned into forced laborers, complaining bitterly. However, The various kings firmly believed that this time they would definitely succeed. Once they broke through Nanjing and captured the Han Emperor alive, their subordinates would have nothing more to say. Lord of the Alliance, 1,000 bolt launchers are ready. Xuanhuan, responsible for building the bolt launchers, excitedly ran to Chu Hongxi. If he succeeded this time, his contribution would be significant. So, he was more enthusiastic than anyone else. Great. Give the order. Attack Nanjing at dawn tomorrow. Chu Hongxi waved his hand with great confidence. On the second day, the Allied forces surrounding Nanjing stirred again. They pushed the cumbersome bolt launchers slowly toward the city. There were 300 bolt launchers on the east side, 250 each on the south and north sides, and 200 on the west side. In total, 1,000 bolt launchers carried enormous boulders, dragged by oxen and horses behind them. These rocks could shatter the walls of Nanjing. So many rocks, I don't believe your wall won't break under the assault. Xuanhuan, Chu Bai, said coldly. Brave warriors of Dagon, do not fear sacrifice. If we can capture Nanjing and seize the Han Emperor alive, the people of Dagon will surely remember your efforts, and you will receive rich rewards. Chu Hongxi personally came to the front line to encourage the soldiers. Because he knew the range of the bolt launchers was less than that of cannons, so once they got close, they would certainly face cannon fire. Seeing the soldiers' morale wasn't very high, Chu Hongxi worried that after suffering several rounds of fire, they might give up. So he promised that the families of the soldiers who sacrificed this time would have lifelong exemption from taxes. He allowed these soldiers to have no worries about what happens behind the battlefield. Hearing Chu Hongxi's promise, everyone immediately regained spirit and firmly believed in their charge. Because those who survived would get rich rewards, while those who died could secure lifelong tax exemption for their families. Either way, they wouldn't lose out. Thus, the Allied troops, pushing the bolt launchers, unafraid of life and death, moved toward the wall. Looking at their determined march, the kings behind were somewhat concerned. Lord of the Alliance, do you think this method will work? The one speaking was Beihai Wang. Though he didn't send many people this time, failure would still severely affect morale. Without morale, future battles would become much more difficult. Must work. Xuanhuan clenched his teeth and tightened his fists. Beihai Wang, do you have a better method? Beihai Wang shrugged, indicating none. If he had a good method, would it be your turn, Xuanhuan, to take center stage? Xuanhuan is right. This is the only way we've thought of now. Hopefully, it will succeed. Chu Hongxi sighed lightly. Even though he encouraged the soldiers, talking confidently, inside he had no bottom at all. As long as half of them survive before reaching the designated position, that's fine. Su Chong said. Out of 1,000 bolt launchers, if half survive, that's still 500. 500 firing simultaneously, no city wall could survive. What made Su Chong worried was the civilians inside the city. The bolt launcher's accuracy was terrible. With so many rocks being thrown, inevitably some would fall into the city, destroying houses and killing civilians. It would surely be inevitable. Therefore, he thought this method was too cruel, as the civilians were innocent. But now, apart from this way, there really isn't any other solution. Mr. Su is right. Let's pray the cannons of the Han army have poor aim and try not to deviate too much. Yongwang Chuyun stared at the battlefield, sighing softly. Boom, 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 boom. The sound of war drums rang out, inspiring the soldiers. Once again, the call for the attack sounded. Inside the city, they had already made full preparations. So many thunderbolt launchers, they really didn't hesitate to spend a lot of resources. So what if there are more? They move slower than turtles. These are our live targets. The artillery camp was already ready. They had known in advance that the enemy planned to use thunderbolt launchers against them. Everyone, stay focused, aim carefully, and try to destroy one thunderbolt launcher with every cannon shot. Jiang Ning, the commander of the artillery camp, patrolled along the city wall, reminding his subordinates. Don't worry, General. If we don't have this confidence, we would be too unworthy of His Majesty's trust. It's so much easier to hit such a big target than the ones we train with regularly. I wonder how those people outside think. Do they believe we'll miss? To use thunderbolt launchers against cannons, they're even more naive than my son. Ha. As the thunderbolt launchers got closer, some soon entered the range of Dongfeng 2. The Dongfeng 2 could reach up to 1,500 meters, but its effective precision range was only 800 meters. Therefore, Lin Mo did not rush to fire. The maximum range of the thunderbolt launchers was only 500 meters. It was still too early. Scaring them off now wouldn't be wise. The thunderbolt launchers kept moving forward slowly, and just like last time, it was eerily quiet on the city wall. It was so quiet it felt suffocating. How come the Han army hasn't fired their cannons yet? It's driving me crazy. Do they run out of cannonballs? Why don't they fire? I feel uneasy instead. Isn't it true? Something bad is bound to happen. On the observation platform, all the kings were extremely nervous. Some paced back and forth, wanting to run down and push the thunderbolt launchers themselves. How far is the frontmost thunderbolt launcher from the city? Yongwang Chuyun asked the messenger beside him. This was the 10th or more time he had asked in half an hour. The deputy leader, it's only 500 steps away. One step equals 1.5 meters, 500 steps, meaning 750 meters. That distance was very close to the range of the thunderbolt launcher. Just hold on a little longer. It will be here. Lin Mo naturally also understood this. Thus, there was no way he'd let them enter the firing range. Everyone pick your targets. Do you see that white poplar tree? As soon as the enemies pass that point, open fire for me. Lin Mo pointed at a white poplar tree outside the city. In these past few days, he had already sent people to clean the battlefield outside the city. After all, with the weather so hot, tens of thousands of corpses surrounding the city would emit an unbearable stench. There might even be a plague. So, he had people gather all the nearby bodies around the city to use them as fertilizer. As for the bodies further from the wall, the Allied forces took care of them. Though the bodies were removed, the scars of the battlefield hadn't healed. Not many trees remained outside the city due to the heavy bombardment. The white poplar tree Lin Mo pointed to stood out clearly. The distance between the white poplar tree and the city wall was approximately 550 meters. After receiving Lin Mo's order, the artillery unit became fully focused. Soon enough, one of the thunderbolt launchers crossed the red line. Boom! The pre-aimed cannon immediately fired, and a cannonball precisely hit its mark. That thunderbolt launcher instantly shattered into pieces. Dozens of soldiers carrying it were also caught in the misfortune. Some died, others were injured. Without their thunderbolt launcher, these soldiers had no choice but to retreat. Good job, you'll get extra chicken legs tonight. Lin Mo praised loudly. Above the city wall, the other soldiers applauded. Upon hearing this, the artillerymen became more energized. The cannons have opened fire. Upon hearing the cannon sounds, the kings on the observation platform quickly stood up. A thunderbolt launcher was blown apart right before their eyes. It's a coincidence. It must be a coincidence. Xuanhuan comforted himself. Soon after, a second cannon sound rang out, destroying another thunderbolt launcher that crossed the red line. Seeing this, the king's faces turned grim. The first hit might be a coincidence, but 2 hits in a row seemed a bit too lucky. Don't worry, we still have plenty of thunderbolt launchers. We'll surely succeed. Trust them, look. Our men are speeding up. The kings tightly gripped the handles of their swords, whispering silently to boost the morale of the frontline warriors. Chapter 353, The Allied Forces Changed Tactics. With the range almost within reach, the general leading the front line shouted loudly, "Brothers, give it your all. Just 30 more steps forward, and we'll be able to retaliate. Have you all been boiling with anger over how badly we've been beaten? Let it all out for me now. Victory is just ahead. Capture Nanjing, and the rewards you'll receive will be enough to return home and take 2 concubines, ensuring your mothers can live out their remaining years in comfort. Brothers, charge." The commanding officers roared with all their might. Hearing this, the Allied soldiers were like they'd been injected with adrenaline, yelling excitedly, "Revenge for our fallen brothers. Kill those sons of bitches. Damn it, let's go all out." Not only were they unaffected by the 2 thunderclap chariots that had been smashed apart, but they redoubled their efforts, pushing the cumbersome machines forward with all their might. Their speed surged at this moment, nearly doubling what it was before. However, the 30 steps distance would become a target forever out of their reach. Boom! Bang! The Dongfeng 2 on the city wall continued to roar, each shot shattering a thunderclap chariot. The thunderclap chariots were unbearably heavy and moved very slowly, giving the Han Army artillery unit ample time to aim. And these artillerymen called by Lin Mo had all undergone rigorous training. For large targets within the effective range, there could be no errors. As they themselves said, these thunderclap chariots were here to serve as live targets for them. 1, 2, 5, 10. Thunderclap chariots entering the precise range kept exploding, the soldiers pushing them suffering heavy casualties. At first, they thought the enemy had merely been lucky, hitting the few visible ones by chance. But as time went on, the leading officer realized something terrible. After half an hour, not even one thunderclap chariot had reached the designated range. Calmly analyzing, he discovered that every shell from the Han Army's artillery hit its mark, destroying 1 thunderclap chariot per shot. At this realization, cold sweat poured down the face of the lead officer. He knew they couldn't continue charging forward. The Han Army had completely turned them into live targets. Rushing ahead would only lead to certain death, without the slightest chance of success. Hurriedly, he called the orderlies. "You quickly find the overlord and report the situation here." Given the present circumstances, they had to retreat, but he was just a minor commander with no authority to issue a retreat order. The only thing he could do was slow down the 20 thunderclap chariots under his command. Initially, there were 30. The messenger hastened with all possible speed to the command post. "Overlord, your highnesses, the front lines are in peril." The messenger relayed the words of the lead commander to Chu Hongxi and others. Actually, there was no need for him to say anything, as Chu Hongxi and the others had already seen it. Of the 300 thunderclap chariots at the east gate, already 1/3 had been lost. This loss hadn't yet reached the limit of what they could bear. But the critical problem wasn't the extent of the loss. Up until now, not a single thunderclap chariot had reached within the attack line. "Overlord, the Han cannons are too accurate. We have miscalculated," the governor of Bingzhou said gravely. "I have counted just now. We have already lost 340 thunderclap chariots. At this rate, even if the entire army is wiped out, none of the thunderclap chariots will be able to carry out a counterattack." Wu Wang clenched his fists tightly and ground his teeth. They felt so wronged. Hundreds of thousands of troops, yet they couldn't capture the small town of Nanjing. This was the first battle, and it had ended so brutally. What about the subsequent Jiang'a and Shu capital? Wouldn't they be even harder to capture? "Let's withdraw, Overlord. This cannot continue." Beihai Wang was pacing anxiously, unable to bear any further losses. "No retreat," Xinye Wang shouted loudly. "We've already persisted this long. To retreat now would mean throwing away everything we've achieved. Keep persisting a little longer, and we will surely succeed. We can counterattack earlier, just change the stones to smaller ones," someone suggested. "That plan works. Small stones may not destroy the walls, but they are sufficient to cause injury and will protect others continuing forward." Xinye Wang rejoiced. Chu Hongxi believed this method was feasible and immediately passed down the order. After receiving the order, the frontline Allied forces stopped at 600 meters from the city wall and began loading stones for counterattack. Lin Mo, who had been closely monitoring the movements of the enemy, immediately noticed this abnormality. They're starting to adjust. Bring Jiang Ning over. Lin Mo said to the guard beside him. Your Majesty, why have some of the thunderclap chariots stopped? Could they be afraid? Lu Qiong also noticed the halted thunderclap chariots and felt something was off. They're preparing to counterattack. Lin Mo said with a smile. Even a rabbit will bite when cornered. The Allied forces have been hit hard, not even firing a single cannonball. They must be anxious. However, their actions seem a bit desperate. Counterattack. Lu Qiong was slightly surprised and scoffed. They're at least 400 paces away. For them to throw stones from that distance? Isn't that daydreaming? Don't let your guard down. Lin Mo reflected deeply and said, I suspect they want to switch to smaller stones to increase their range. Smaller stones might have less power, but they can travel further. The movable thunderclap chariots normally have a range of about 500 meters. Whether switching to smaller stones can reach 600 meters is uncertain. If it does, it would pose a threat to both soldiers and civilians within the city. Your Majesty. Soon, Artillery Commander Jiang Ning approached. What do you need me for, Your Majesty? Lin Mo pointed at the stopped thunderclap chariots. Do you see those thunderclap chariots that have stopped? At this moment, the artillerymen were still unaware of the impending counterattack and continued executing previous orders, targeting the closer thunderclap chariots. Clearly, the closer ones had drawn their attention. Yes, Your Majesty, I see them. Jiang Ning looked at Lin Mo curiously, as he thought the enemy had stopped because they intended to give up. Lin Mo said, focus our firepower and attack those stopped thunderclap chariots first. Your Majesty? Jiang Ning was confused. What about the ones that have moved closer? Attack them later. Lin Mo replied. Those closer ones could not be ignored either, or once they enter the effective range, the destruction they cause would be greater. Understood. Jiang Ning immediately passed on Lin Mo's new instructions to the artillery camp. Upon receiving the order, the artillery quickly adjusted. The thunderclap chariots halted at 600 meters remained well within the accurate range of Dongfeng 2. Moreover, since they had stopped, they were even easier to aim at. With a few cannon shots fired, several thunderclap chariots prepared for counterattack were instantly destroyed. Still, some thunderclap chariots managed to launch a counterattack. Most of the stones landed outside the city walls. But a few isolated stones hit the wall or flew over the soldiers' heads and fell into the city. Only then did everyone realize why the emperor wanted them to change targets. Chapter 354. Returning defeated, seeking another plan. Bang dong. Stones the size of wash basins rained down from the sky, hitting the city walls beneath their feet. The walls quivered slightly, striking fear into the hearts of the artillerymen standing on them. The stones that flew over their heads landed inside the city, destroying nearby houses. Many civilians working logistics below the wall were killed or injured. Damn it, they can actually fire them over here. A group of artillerymen glanced behind them and immediately became enraged. Damn it, if we don't show our strength, they'll think we're weak. Zhu Zi, adjust the platform. Aim for those bastards. The artillery team leader directed his subordinates to make adjustments. Artilleryman Zhu Zi quickly lined up the sight and aimed at the thunderbolt carriage that had just fired on them. A moment later, he locked onto the target and adjusted the angle swiftly. Ready, load. Zhu Zi shouted to the adjacent loader. The latter inserted the cannonball, then ignited it. Boom. The cannon roared, and the cannonball traced a curved arc through the air, striking its target with precision. The target was too large to miss even if one tried. The operators of the thunderbolt carriage reacted quickly. Seeing the successful strike, they excitedly began loading the stones as ordered by the commander. However, operating the thunderbolt carriage is far more complex than firing cannons. Just turning the winch required 5 strong men spending over a minute. Before they even prepared to start, Han Army's cannon already fired again. Lie down. The commander yelled, but it was too late. The cannonball struck the thunderbolt carriage precisely, exploding in a massive blast. Soldiers around were hurled away by the terrifying shockwave and perished instantly. Although the commander managed to dodge quickly, at such close range, he couldn't avoid sustaining severe injuries. The collapsed thunderbolt carriage pinned him underneath, crushing his legs. Scenes like this continued unfolding elsewhere. Though there were numerous thunderbolt carriages, anyone that opened fire instantly became the target of DF-2's retaliation. Even though they caused some damage to the defenders, it could be considered negligible. Because the Dongfeng cannons were incredibly sturdy, unless the main structure was damaged, their functions remained unaffected. Unfortunately, over 10 artillerymen were killed or wounded. Training artillerymen is difficult. Each one is a treasure. Despite the losses, through their relentless efforts, they soon subdued the enemy's momentum. Every thunderbolt carriage within 600 meters was completely destroyed. Helplessly, the Allied forces had to retreat beyond 600 meters. But this distance far exceeded the effective range of the thunderbolt carriages. Despite many attempts, none succeeded. Note that DF-2's effective range reached 800 meters. They merely pressed the line at 600 meters to eliminate more enemies. After 2 hours of bombardment, only fewer than 300 out of 1,000 thunderbolt carriages remained for the Allied forces. Their retaliations, except for small stones, were unable to showcase the true power of thunderbolt carriages. Some tried to attack using large stones from 600 meters away, but they failed to even cross the moat and were mercilessly mocked by the Han army. Seeing no opportunity left, the kings of the Allied forces could only grit their teeth and reluctantly issue the order to retreat. Wanna run? As they began retreating, the artillerymen naturally wouldn't let them go easily. DF-2s raised their elevation, targeting those who fled fastest. In no time, over 100 thunderbolt carriages were destroyed. After nearly 3 hours of continuous bombing, the soldiers of the Allied forces were completely dazed and devoid of any thought. Abandoning the painstakingly constructed Thunderbolt carriages, they prioritized saving their lives. Everyone has worked hard. Seeing the enemy retreat, Lin Mo patrolled the walls. Not tired. I could continue fighting nonstop for 3 days and 3 nights without feeling weary. The enemies retreated too quickly. If they held on for another hour, I'd ensure their entire army would perish. My lord, have we not disgraced you? The soldiers were exceptionally thrilled and felt no fatigue at all. On the other side, the Allied troops were as wilted as frostbitten eggplants, one worse than the other. After painstakingly hauling wood and stones for 7 or 8 days and putting immense effort into constructing 1,000 Thunderbolt carriages, they found these devices demolished by enemy cannons in less than half a day. Even though less than 5,000 soldiers died or were injured, the blow to morale was much greater than during the first attempt. Damn it, where the hell did those cursed cannons come from? Inside the Allied command tent, the various kings roared in fury. If only we had weapons like that. Xuanhuan sighed enviously. If he possessed such weaponry, there wouldn't be a fortress in the world he couldn't conquer. Allied leader, after twice failing our assaults, we've lost soldiers and gained nothing while the enemy remains unscathed. At this rate, even 1,000,000 soldiers won't suffice. Beihai Wang started suggesting retreat. He believed that if they couldn't handle the Han army's cannons, there was no way they could defeat the Han forces. Remaining here would only increase casualties unnecessarily. Moreover, with an army of hundreds of thousands, the daily consumption of grain was quite significant. Tianjin had suffered from drought for 3 years, leaving a severe shortage of food. Although this year's rainfall was abundant, it wasn't yet harvest season. Thus, food remained a major issue for them. They had initially thought they would easily invade Yi province, annihilate Xuanhuan, and seize resources from the Great Han. No one expected the gap between their ideal and reality to be so great. They couldn't even conquer the simplest region like Hanzhou. We can't keep wasting time here. We must find another plan, Xuanhuan said solemnly. His thoughts differed from those of Beihai Wang. He firmly believed the army should not retreat. Once they retreated, pressure would be directed toward him and Yonghuang, because their territories bordered the Great Han closely. If the Great Han were to expand outward, the first choices would definitely be them. They wouldn't bypass their lands to attack Xuzhou or Qingzhou. Only by eliminating the Great Han, now could they ensure their safety. Find another plan? It's all your stupid idea that made us waste our resources, troops, and lose so many soldiers. Beihai Wang criticized sarcastically. Xuanhuan quickly admitted his mistakes. I sincerely apologize for failing to come up with a successful plan. Personally, I am willing to offer 10,000 share of grain to compensate for everyone's losses. An extended hand does not hit a smiling face, so when everyone saw Xuanhuan's polite attitude, much of their anger faded away. Because everyone knew this situation shouldn't entirely be blamed on Xuanhuan. What do you suggest we do then? Beihai Wang asked helplessly. As long as we can't solve the problem of the enemy's cannons, we won't have any way to breach Nanjing and capture the Han Emperor. Xuanhuan nodded. The enemy's cannons indeed pose a serious threat. After thinking deeply for a while, his eyes suddenly lit up. I don't believe these traitorous Hans have that many cannons. Confused stares followed his comment. What do you mean? Cannons like this are incredibly powerful, but extremely complicated to produce. For sure, the treacherous Han gathered all their cannons to deal with us, meaning other places certainly lack cannons. Xuanhuan grew more excited as he spoke. Other places? You're referring to Yangping Pass. River King Chu Hongxi raised an eyebrow, his eyes also brightening. Chapter 355, 300,000 troops attack Yangping Pass. Xuanhuan's words indeed reminded everyone. Wu Wei Wang said, that's right, we've been too stubborn. If Hanzhong is so hard to conquer, why are we fixated on Hanzhong? Shouldn't attacking Yangping Pass be better? That's correct. Though Yangping Pass is perilous, as long as they don't have cannons, the difficulty of seizing it is less than taking Hanzhou. We can use the remaining catapults to attack Yangping Pass. This time, the Han army brought 800,000 troops over. The Han Emperor was arrogant enough to wait for us in Nanjing. Hence, the people left inside the city must exceed 400,000. In other words, the defending forces at Yangping Pass are fewer than 400,000. It's likely they only arranged 200,000 or 300,000 troops. If we focus all our strength on attacking, how difficult would it be to break through? Everyone chimed in one after another, agreeing with the strategy of abandoning Nanjing and attacking Yangping Pass. They felt they had been deceived by Lin Mo. Han Emperor Lin Mo used himself as bait to lure us into a strong attack on Nanjing, resulting in heavy casualties for our army. He probably never dreamed that we would abandon Nanjing and instead attack Yangping Pass. Yonghuang Chu Yun sneered triumphantly. This is what they call being clever and yet making mistakes because of it, Mao Shanwang rumbled. By the way, I heard the Han army took a small road to bypass Yangping Pass and launch a surprise attack on Nanjing. We can also look for that small road to bypass Yangping Pass and send an elite force to raid Shu capital. The Han Emperor has surely brought all the main forces here to deal with us, leaving his rear empty. Once we seize Shu capital, the Han army will inevitably fall into chaos. Wu Wang suggested. The princes shared their views, quickly coming up with a new plan. They selected an elite unit of 3,000 soldiers from the main force to search for the same small road taken by Lin Mo. In addition, they sent another team to continue surrounding Nanjing, pretending not to have given up in order to deceive the Han forces inside the city. This also helped to seal off any news to prevent information from getting out. Additionally, they gathered a 300,000 strong army, heading directly toward Yangping Pass. At the same time, within the walls of Nanjing City, Lin Mo convened the generals for a discussion. Your Majesty, the Allied forces have failed twice in a row, suffering heavy losses. I believe they will not give up easily. Lu Qiong spoke first. Lin Mo smiled faintly and nodded. Tell me, why won't they give up? At first, both Lu Qiong and Qin Tai were straightforward war generals. But Lu Qiong loved learning. Since borrowing some military books from Lin Mo, he started thinking more critically. Unlike Qin Tai, who always left strategic thinking to the strategist, these people value their reputation greatly. They've come such a long way to attack us. If they were defeated, it would damage their reputations considerably. Moreover, they've suffered many casualties, while we seem to be unscathed. Naturally, those arrogant ones will feel Buganxian. Lu Qiong said, well, there's still room for improvement. It seems he's only hit on surface-level reasoning. General Gu, what do you think? Lin Mo turned to Gu Tu beside him and asked with a smile. My view is pretty much the same as General Lu's. Gu Tu hadn't really thought much about it. He just wondered one thing. When can I take action? Though using cannons was satisfying, it was exciting only for the artillerymen, having nothing to do with him. He preferred to fight face-to-face, especially since, after studying with Lin Mo and others for such a long time, he was eager to showcase his own skills. To single-handedly dominate the battlefield, this was the glory of a warrior. Imagine the glory of cutting down an enemy general among a sea of thousands. Unfortunately, the artillery was too effective, depriving him of such opportunities. Governor Sun, what do you think? Lin Mo continued to ask. Initially, Sun Lu had reluctantly submitted, unwilling to surrender, particularly upon learning that Lin Mo had slept with his daughter, feeling as if everything he had was taken away by Lin Mo. When the alliance attacked, he even harbored some hope that they might drive Lin Mo away. But when he witnessed the mighty roar of the Dongfeng cannon shake Nanjing, annihilating enemies in devastating sweeps twice in succession, the thunderous shock resonated deeply within his soul, leaving him profoundly shaken and unable to calm down. Now, he no longer harbored any thoughts of resistance. Instead, he considered serving the great Han dynasty in honor. I think apart from the two reasons mentioned by General Lu, there's another one. They're afraid. Especially of Xuanhuan and Wang. Sun Lu analyzed seriously. Being able to preside over Hanzhong for so many years and be deeply respected by the common folk shows Sun Lu did possess some wisdom and ability. His mind far outmatched that of the warlike generals like Lu Qiong. Go on, Lin Mo encouraged. If they give up this time, no one will be able to stop the expansion of the Great Han. Therefore, Yongzhou and Jingzhou, which are adjacent to our Great Han, will be the first to panic. Once the allied forces disband, neither King of Yong nor King Xuanhuan will have the capability to resist the Great Han. Even if they team up, they would still be no match. Hence, these two will try everything in their power to persuade others to persist. They believe that only by all joining hands together is there a sliver of hope. Sun Lu analyzed thoroughly, basically laying bare the most genuine thoughts of the King of Yong and King Xuanhuan. After hearing this, Lin Mo appreciated him even more and felt gratified. For a period of time, whenever he was asked anything, Sun Lu gave evasive answers. Only this time was he serious. This shows that he has genuinely surrendered. After listening to Sun Lu's analysis, Gu Tu suddenly started laughing foolishly. Lin Mo asked him why he was laughing foolishly, and he replied, it's good that they don't give up. As long as they don't give up, I will still have a chance. Lin Mo remained silent for a moment. This is what your majesty calls, without putting in an effort, one doesn't know what true despair is, Sun Shuxing said with a smile while mocking. Do you think if they don't give up, what will they do next? Lin Mo continued asking. Upon hearing this, everyone began to ponder deeply with heads down. What will they do? If it were me, what methods could I think of? While everyone was thinking, they heard Sun Lu say first, I believe they will abandon attacking Nanjing. With no progress after 2 consecutive attacks, continuing here will not only affect morale, but also waste food supplies. Therefore, their best course of action at present is to abandon Nanjing and attack Yangping Pass. Attack Yangping Pass. The generals looked at Sun Lu in surprise, all shocked. Governor Sun makes sense. Yangping Pass only has 20,000 defending troops. If the enemy risks everything, Yangping Pass will be in danger. The defending army at Yangping Pass is even smaller than the Allied forces imagined. Lin Mo had only left 20,000 men there. Although the combat effectiveness of those 20,000 soldiers is quite good, but the Allied forces have hundreds of thousands of soldiers. Your Majesty, or we send someone immediately to notify General Qin Tai to go support Yangping Pass. Lu Qiong was extremely anxious. Once Yangping Pass falls, the enemy can advance straight to invade Shu capital. At that time, the Great Han will be in danger. What's the rush? Lin Mo frowned slightly, scolding. Such a trivial matter causes your mind to become unsteady. How will I entrust important tasks to you in the future? Lu Qiong hung his head low, feeling wronged. Whether the enemy will attack Yangping Pass can be easily tested. Lin Mo also knows the importance of Yangping Pass. He won't let Yangping Pass be in danger. Chapter 356, Arranging Cannons at Yangping Pass in Advance. That night, Lin Mo sent the Silver Fox Squad and Xiaodian Dog out of the city. Taking advantage of the dark, within less than 2 hours, they had scouted the situation of the Allied forces camp. The scale of the camp hadn't changed, but most of the camps were empty. In other words, they had withdrawn the majority of their troops. The only reason for such a large-scale troop withdrawal at this time was to attack Yangping Pass. After obtaining a definitive answer, Lin Mo personally went up to the city wall, taking away 50 Dongfeng cannons. Then, in the middle of the night, he summoned all the officials in Nanjing City. It's been confirmed that the Allied forces have mobilized the majority of their forces to attack Yangping Pass. Lin Mo shared the intelligence discovered by the Silver Fox squad with everyone. Most people became worried after hearing it, except for Sun Shuxing, whose face revealed a cunning smile. They've gone indeed. In Nanjing, they still have the option to retreat. Once they reach Yangping Pass, they will be under our control completely. Seeing his relaxed expression, Lu Qiong asked in puzzlement. Prime Minister, why do you say that? There are only 20,000 men at Yangping Pass. He understood clearly that the Emperor and the Prime Minister hoped the Allied forces would go to attack Yangping Pass. But he couldn't figure out why. With the current strength of Yangping Pass, it would be difficult to withstand the attacks of the Allied forces. After all, the Allied forces suffered a loss in Nanjing and would definitely want revenge at Yangping Pass. Yangping Pass didn't have cannons for defense, so the pressure on the defenders there would be dozens of times greater than at Nanjing. Ha ha ha. Seeing how anxious Lu Qiong and others were getting, Sun Shuxing couldn't help but laugh. What are you laughing about? Lu Qiong rolled his eyes. At a time like this, he shouldn't be withholding information. Prime Minister, leave Nanjing to you. Lin Mo glanced at Sun Shuxing, meaning it was obvious. Keep holding back if you want. I'm leaving. Yes. Sun Shuxing accepted the command. Your Majesty, are you leaving? There are so many enemies outside the city. Sun Lu and others looked at Lin Mo in surprise. Leaving at a time like this was too risky. The Allied forces could always return to attack at any time. I'm going to defend Yangping Pass. Lin Mo casually explained before leaving with the Silver Fox squad. It wasn't a forceful breakout since he did not bring an army out of the city. As for arrangements within the city, Sun Shuxing was enough. Prime Minister, why don't you stop His Majesty? He's only taking a few people out of the city. It's ridiculous. Watching Lin Mo and the Silver Fox squad rapidly sliding down the city wall using hooks and then disappearing into the night, Sun Lu asked Sun Shuxing incredulously. He thought Lin Mo would lead the army out of the city, but he just took about 20 people with him. Sun Shuxing smiled gently and explained, Lord Prefect Sun, don't worry. No one in this world can harm His Majesty. He had witnessed Lin Mo's prowess firsthand. When golden light flashed, he became invulnerable. Not to mention, the 20 or so people around Lin Mo were no ordinary individuals. If it came down to battle, tens of thousands might not be able to gain the upper hand against them. Moreover, Sun Shuxing believed that as long as the Emperor did not reveal himself voluntarily, no one would discover them. Though Sun Lu still could not understand what Sun Shuxing meant, he now had no choice but to trust him. The Emperor had already left the city. What use is there in arguing further? Military advisor, what should we do next? Lu Xian and Getue and others inquired. Wait. That's right. In 3 days, the enemy will surely be in chaos. General Go and General Lu, when that happens, it'll be up to you. I hope that you can eliminate 1 or 2 rebel kings and remove obstacles for His Majesty. Sun Shuxing said calmly, eliminating 1 or 2 rebel kings. Hearing this, everyone showed looks of astonishment. Each rebel king was not an easy target. It wouldn't be easy to kill them. However, since the military advisor said so, it must be possible. For a moment, Lu Qiong and Getue and other generals felt excited. Getue said, I'm already looking forward to it. Killing a rebel king sounds like quite a challenge. Lu Qiong grinned. Although Ma Ying and other generals didn't speak, they also were filled with anticipation. As surrendering generals who had not played any role in the previous 2 battles, this was a good opportunity for them. After leaving the city wall, Lin Mo said to Bai Lang, you personally go to Chang'an. Furthermore, he handed the Hupa sword over to him. I understand. Bai Lang accepted the sword, symbolizing imperial authority, then quickly disappeared into the night with 2 agile members of the Silver Fox team. Lin Mo continued onward with the others. The Allied forces seemed to have a tight encirclement, but due to the significant personnel withdrawals, most of their camps had become mere shells. Using his acute sense of hearing and night vision, Lin Mo easily slipped through the enemy lines. After bypassing the Allied forces' defensive line, Lin Mo summoned Chi Tu from the portable city he carried with him. He also provided each person under his command with a horse, and then they galloped swiftly toward Yangping Pass. Though he had departed several hours later than the Allied forces, because of the speed of their mounts, Lin Mo arrived at Yangping Pass ahead of them. The commander guarding Yangping Pass was Wu Ping, who immediately opened the gate upon seeing Lin Mo. At this time, it was only slightly bright, and there were still many hours before the main Allied forces would arrive. Your Majesty, why have you come? Wu Ping was greatly surprised by Lin Mo's arrival. This was because he had no knowledge of Lin Mo's plans. The enemy failed to take Nanjing, so they've amassed hundreds of thousands of troops to attack Yangping Pass. I'm here to help you defend the pass. Lin Mo explained. Upon hearing these words, generals like Wu Ping were moved to tears. We are willing to die for your Majesty. Stand up. Lin Mo waved his hand, and then took out all the Dongfeng cannons. Place 1 every 30 paces. Wu Ping was taken aback. Your Majesty, did you bring the artillerymen? He knew that these cannons had tremendous power, but within the pass, there were only the Wudong army, some archers, and foot soldiers, none of whom knew how to operate the cannons. You don't need to worry. Yin will teach you how to use the cannons. Lin Mo had brought Yin specifically to instruct them on using the cannons. As a special operations team, Yin had also undergone bombardment training. Although they only understood the basic operations, they weren't as precise as the bombardiers in the artillery camp. But under the current circumstances, precision wasn't necessary. In Nanjing, the cannons had already left deep psychological scars on the Allied forces. It was precisely because the enemy assumed Yangping Pass had no cannons that they dared to launch an attack. Once the cannons roared, they would definitely terrify the enemy. Also, the terrain outside Yangping Pass wasn't as flat as outside Nanjing City. The Allied forces couldn't carry out large-scale attacks, and it would be impossible for them to deploy a massive number of siege weapons. They could only rely on sheer manpower. Thus, the cannons didn't need precise aiming. As long as they could be fired, they would cut down the enemy. If the enemy used siege weapons, Lin Mo would personally operate the cannon and destroy them. Understood. Wu Ping stopped doubting further and immediately led people to arrange the Dongfeng cannons. And those from the Yin group followed behind, providing assembly and operational guidance. 3 hours later, nearing noon, outside Yangping Pass appeared dense black figures, like a dark tide, rushing forward. Chapter 357. They don't have cannons. This is the place. You see, there was no path here before. All these broken branches are new. We saw them coming out from here. But as for how to go further inside, we really have no idea. Alright, you can leave now. Not far from Yangping Pass, a group of lightly armored soldiers appeared quietly under the lead of General Wang Go. Wang Go looked at the direction pointed out by the civilian who led them and indeed found a newly opened path. The broken branches and cut marks were all fresh, indicating that a team had passed through here not long ago. It must be here. Following these traces inward, there must be a way to bypass Yangping Pass. Wang Go said to the soldiers behind him. Yes, General. All the soldiers were brimming with enthusiasm, because their leader had told them that they bore the mission of saving the Great Gan Dynasty, a glorious and great task. If successful, each would be promoted 3 ranks and rewarded with 1,000 taels of silver. If they achieved military merit, there would be additional rewards. For them, this was absolutely a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, and everyone wanted to seize it. Although the road ahead was filled with thorns, so much so that one might say there was no road at all. In their eyes, it was a bright and clear path. Even if there's a road of knives or fire, we will walk through it. Han traders can take it. So can we. We heard Shu's capital is very prosperous, especially rich and beautiful women. I can't wait anymore. At least I'll capture a few as maids. As they laughed and joked, they continued into the depths of the forest. Following the traces left by the Han army, things seemed easier. However, after about 2 hours, they discovered that there was no road ahead. General, there's no road. It's a cliff. Damn, they came down from the cliff. My God, how did they descend from such a high cliff? Can they fly? Maybe we've made a mistake. They must have gone around from somewhere else. No, it's not wrong. Look at the footprints here and the ones on the cliff wall. They must have come down the cliff. At the front, the soldiers seeing the traces left by the Han army felt despair. Wang Go quickly arrived, and after a series of verifications, he concluded, the Han people indeed came down from the cliff. Damn, how do we get up there? Lin Mo and his companions had taken away the ropes after leaving, so climbing the 60 to 70 meter high cliff without them was something completely impossible. All their fantasies just now were blocked by this cliff wall, leaving the soldiers both frustrated and irate. There must be another way. Search along the cliff wall. We already searched. On both sides are deep ravines, impassable to men. Damn, we've been tricked. Those cunning Han bandits. General, what should we do now? They weren't willing to give up. If they couldn't overcome this cliff, then the bountiful rewards, along with the yearned-for beauties and maids, would all disappear. Wang Go was also unwilling to let go, because completing this mission could earn him a marquisate. Dispatch some agile people to climb up. After a moment of thought, Wang Go said. However, several people volunteered, but got stuck after climbing a dozen meters. Because there was a part with an inverted slope, it was even hard for top-class rock climbers, let alone ordinary soldiers. After trying several times, a few people fell to their deaths, and they had no choice but to abandon the attempt. Despite endless frustration, Wang Go could only lead them away and search for another route. On the other side, Chu Hongxi and others, leading an army of 300,000, had already reached the outer region of Yangping Pass. Looking at the towering pass, they also felt a bit helpless inside. If I had any other choice, I definitely wouldn't attack Yangping Pass. The terrain here is too perilous, hence its reputation as the throat of Shu. River King Chu Hongxi and Martial Majesty Chu Fongjing side. For now, this is the only method. Everyone, prepare for sacrifice. Xingye King Chu Dixuan said, Leader, please issue your orders. Chu Hongxi gave a slight hum through his nose, then pressed on his sword, preparing to order the assault. Su Chong hurriedly stopped him, saying, My lord, we still can't confirm if there are cannons inside the pass. Let's send a small team to probe first. If there were cannon defenses inside the pass, sending the main force would amount to suicide. Having experienced 2 artillery bombardments, they were already afraid. That makes sense. Chu Hongxi nodded, taking Su Chong's advice and dispatching 5,000 men to make a feigned attack first. Kill. These 5,000 men were brainwashed death squads, charging forward while shielding themselves with nothing but a shield each. How are there only so many people? Seeing the enemy's assault force, Wu Ping frowned deeply. Where were the vast enemies lurking in the distance? Humph, looks like there are still some smart people among them. Lin Mo smiled slightly, immediately seeing through Su Chong's plan. Pass the order down. No one is allowed to fire the cannons. Just maintain normal defense. What a joke, trying to trick him into firing the cannons with such a small group. There were 10,000 Wudong flying army inside the pass, plus 3,000 archers and 7,000 infantrymen. With just 2 or 3,000 men, they could beat them so badly that their mothers wouldn't recognize them. There was absolutely no need to waste cannon ammunition. Understood. Wu Ping loudly accepted the command and went to arrange the deployment. Since the enemy was only making a feint attack, the battle lasted for less than half an hour. The defenders in the city repelled the enemies using ordinary defensive measures. To dispel the enemy's doubts, Lin Mo specially ordered everyone to unleash full firepower to expose his numbers. Haha, they don't have cannons. On the newly built observation platform, Prince Yong Chu Yun burst into excited laughter. The soldiers who just ran back reported that the enemy's resistance was extremely fierce, but their numbers seemed to be only 2 or 3 10,000s, even fewer than we imagined. It seems they've taken most of their troops to Nanjing, Prince Beihai Chu Rong guessed. There's something strange about this. However, unlike the excitement of the other princes, Su Chong furrowed his brows. What's strange about it? Prince Xinya Chu Dixuan frowned unhappily. This Su Chong was truly a buzzkill. Su Chong explained humbly but firmly. We only sent 5,000 men to attack the city. There's no reason for the enemy to be so nervous. He simply felt that something wasn't right, though he couldn't exactly point out what. Chu Dixuan said, isn't it easy to understand? With only 2 or 3 10,000s being surrounded by 300,000 troops, they should be nervous, shouldn't they? He thought the defenders at the pass must have been scared, which explained why they attacked the probing force so fiercely. Indeed, that was possible. Seeing that he couldn't persuade anyone, including himself, Su Chong stopped talking. Alliance leader, give the order, Chu Dixuan said excitedly. He was already quite impatient. Like the elite force attempting to bypass Yangping Pass, his mind was filled with fantasies. Chu Hongxi didn't hesitate either. Opportunity must not be missed. Hesitation and doubt might easily cause him to miss a great chance. He drew the sword representing the alliance leader's identity and roared loudly. Charge with all our forces. Chapter 358. Nima, there are cannons here too. How can people survive? Boom boom. The war drums began to roar, invigorating the heart of every soldier. Throughout this journey, the commanding general had already rallied every soldier before the battle, eradicating the panic they felt in Nanjing. Upon learning that Yangping Pass had no cannons, these soldiers put down their fear of Yangping Pass itself and became abnormally excited, as if only without Han Army's cannons could they not be stopped. Kill for me. The one charging at the front screamed with all his might. Take Yangping Pass and take back the land that belongs to our great Qian. Kill all the enemies and avenge our fallen comrades. Charge. In the first wave of charge, they deployed as many as 50,000 warriors. They also had large battering rams and 7 large siege ladders. Since the terrain outside Yangping Pass has a certain slope, it was extremely difficult to move these siege weapons. Nevertheless, the Allied forces were still doing their best, because he believed that the closer these siege weapons get to the wall, the greater their hope of victory would be. This time there shouldn't be any problems. We have reinforced both the battering ram and the ladder vehicle. Not only has the sturdiness significantly improved, but we can also prevent the enemy from using fire attacks. Seeing the several large siege weapons advancing smoothly, Chu Yun finally smiled. This was the first time in more than 10 days that they had shown a smile. We must capture Yangping Pass to prove worthy of the trust of the people of Great Qian. Only then do we deserve to hold our current positions. Seeing victory within reach, Chu Hongxi, as the leader of the alliance, immediately stood up to say some ceremonious words. The leader is absolutely right. Our Chu family's land will not allow outsiders to invade. Wu Wei King Chu Fangjian glanced at Luo Hong meaningfully, implying something deeper. Clearly, he was reminding everyone. Eliminating the Great Han was just the beginning. The real enemy is in the capital. Luo Hong pretended not to hear and continued to be part of the background. However, inside, he was full of disdain. In this battle, the Allied army suffered heavy losses. Even if they won, they would be half crippled. His master had made plans long ago. There was no way he would let these people return alive. I wonder how Wang Go is doing over there. Have they found a small path to bypass Yangping Pass yet? King Wu Chu Gung asked. There's still no news, so I assume they haven't found it yet. But it doesn't matter. Xingye King also began to become arrogant. Just at that moment, a cannon fired suddenly from Yangping Pass. Boom! The massive explosion shook the valley. Soon after, an enormous siege ladder vehicle shattered into pieces. Wood chips and iron blocks splashed into the surrounding military formations. The soldiers who tried to use the giant body of the siege ladder as cover instantly suffered misfortune, and a great number were either killed or injured by the debris. What's going on? Where are the cannons firing from? All kings tiptoed and looked out, only to see Yangping Pass continuously firing a row of cannonballs. Oh no! Damn it! Yangping Pass has cannons. The sly bandits, they hid the cannons. Seeing the siege ladder explode, and cannonballs recklessly reaping their soldiers, the faces of the various kings turned pale with shock. Although only 1 out of dozens of cannonballs hit their siege weapons, despair already gripped their hearts. After traveling such a winding and difficult road to the front of Yangping Pass, they still couldn't escape being bombed. My God, there's no mercy here. On the battlefield, just as Lin Mo conjectured, with the sound of the cannon firing, the deep-seated fear hidden in the hearts of the Allied troops was released all at once, and it expanded infinitely. Almost instantly, everyone gave up resistance. There are cannons. Run fast. Escape. The black armored soldiers surged back like the tide rushing onto the shore. Cannons kept mercilessly spitting out fireballs, arbitrarily harvesting those fragile lives. Because of the vast number of enemies, each shot could kill dozens of soldiers. This indiscriminate attack left them with no idea how to evade. Survival was all about luck. The cannons caused chaos on the battlefield, and when life and death hung in the balance, everyone cared only for themselves. Therefore, different camps collided with each other, stepping on each other, which happened countless times. Even among the same camp, Similar incidents occurred. Is it retreating already? Looking at the chaotic battlefield, Wu Ping hadn't come to his senses yet. It seems too fragile to resist. He felt that this was the worst enemy he had ever seen. No discipline, no courage, and wasn't even comparable to a bandit. Lin Mo, however, maintained a smile. He knew the reason, but the speed at which the enemy retreated was faster than he expected. Your Majesty, what are you thinking? Seeing Lin Mo staring at the retreating enemies in a daze, Wu Ping curiously asked. Your Majesty is wondering what they will do next. Now, Yangping Pass has also instilled fear in them, and Nanjing remains a large shadow in their hearts, a place they no longer dare to approach. Will they retreat next? Hearing his words, Wu Ping was deeply impressed. No wonder it's Your Majesty, who right after this victory, starts thinking about the enemy's next move. The others are still immersed in the joy of the moment. Wu Ping, I am here. Prepare for combat beyond the pass. A short while later, Lin Mo spoke. Yes. Wu Ping accepted the order. Even though there were hundreds of thousands of troops outside the city, and he only led 10,000 Wudong flying soldiers, he would not question His Majesty's command. Moreover, defending the city does not allow Wudong flying soldiers to display their full strength. Only through close combat can the enemy feel their fearsomeness. He immediately went to prepare. And at that moment, Lin Mo had already opened the map of rivers and mountains, watching a team of red dots slowly moving in the forest with a smirk on his lips. Since he had already gained control of the Hanzhong prefecture, Hanzhong had long been illuminated on the map of rivers and mountains. Every single move of the enemy, he could easily know. The Allied army sent an elite force to find the path he once took. For a moment, Lin Mo felt anxious, fearing they might climb over the cliff. Fortunately, his worry was unnecessary as the elite force of the Allied army did not have the ability to cross the cliff. Now, they were wandering like headless flies in a jungle filled with thorns. They couldn't find a way to bypass Yangping Pass, so Lin Mo felt reassured. After the Allied forces retreated 10 miles and set up camp, the kings gathered again. But this time, no one spoke a word, making the tent unusually quiet. After such silence for a few minutes, Chu Hongxi slowly spoke. Please express your ideas freely. Ideas? What ideas now, when several 100,000 troops were stopped by tens of thousands, suffering heavy losses in 3 consecutive battles? It's frustrating. Who exactly is Lin Mo? How can he create such a terrifying weapon? Is he truly just a common villager? We must build cannons. Otherwise, it won't be a matter of destroying Han. We'd be lucky not to be wiped out ourselves. Everyone was filled with complaints, voicing their frustrations. Some said they shouldn't have come, losing both face and soldiers. After deliberation, they eventually decided to retreat. Chapter 359, Indirect Salvation? Before arriving, everyone was in high spirits, like a group of third-grade students causing trouble in a first-grade classroom, believing they were certain to win, and each person walked with an arrogant demeanor. And now they realized that they had walked into the wrong class. What the hell? This is not first grade, it's college freshman level. Retreat. We must retreat, or else even our principal will suffer heavy losses. It is said that those who know when to yield are the true heroes. It's not suitable to directly confront the Han forces at this time. Let us retreat for the moment and wait for the right opportunity. Chu Hongxi helplessly told everyone. He and the king of Xinye, as well as the king of Yong, both didn't want to give up. But there's nothing they could do. The cannons of the Han were too powerful. They couldn't withstand them. Continuing to stalemate would be increasingly detrimental to them. They could only retreat for now and plan accordingly. The king of Xinye, Chu Dixuan, and the king of Yong, Chu Yun, were unwilling to give up, but neither of them could persuade everyone. Even General Luo Hong from the court was thinking solely about retreating at this moment. Their alliance had no choice but to disband. Chu Yun felt abandoned by everyone. Throwing his sleeves angrily, he left the tent furiously. For this period, he contributed money and effort, losing quite a few troops along the way. Now, they talked about withdrawing without any consideration for his life or death. Humph, since all of you are merciless, don't blame me for being unrighteous. After leaving the tent, Chu Yun glanced at the campsite, his eyes filled with somberness. Arriving at his own military base, he immediately summoned his subordinates. You go back to Chang'an immediately. Bring reinforcements to block off Tongguan. Tongguan is the must-pass point for exiting east from Chang'an. The sturdiness of this pass far surpasses Yangping Pass. Although they lacked cannons, as long as a large number of soldiers were sent to guard it, other rebel kings would never leave Yongzhou. He wanted these people who had abandoned him to pay the price. Understood. A loyal follower received his order and quickly rushed towards Chang'an. Chu Hongxi and the others had no idea about Chu Yun's actions. They had already devised a retreat plan. They pretended to withdraw from Yangping Pass, creating an illusion of heavily surrounding Nanjing to the Han army, making the Han forces stay put to defend themselves while using this opportunity to swiftly evacuate from Hanzhong. After the agreement, various kings returned to their respective camps to deliver orders. Elder brother? Chu Fanggan just returned to camp and saw Chu Yun. He instantly understood that the latter sought his counsel. There's no need for elder brother to get angry. Retreating was a decision we had no other options with. We truly have no way to deal with the Han's cannons. Chu Fanggan explained. Chu Yun waved a hand dismissively and replied, Fanggan, don't be deceived by those ostentatious fellows. Although we have no means against the thievery of Han, it would be child's play for Han if they chose to attack us. Chu Fanggan frowned, replying, I don't understand what you mean. Just think about it. Together, we've offended the Han. If the Han retaliates, whom will they target first? Chu Yun asked. Chu Fanggan remained silent. It was clear, it would definitely be Yongzhou or Jingzhou. since these two regions were adjacent to the Han Kingdom. And currently, the main Han forces were in Hanzhong, making Yongzhou the most likely next target. As soon as the allied forces retreated, the Han army might very well begin attacking Yongzhou. Combined, the 18 kings were no match for the Han forces, let alone Yongzhou alone, which would almost surely be wiped out under the Han's assault. Why don't you come with me to Liangzhou? After some deliberation, xuanhuan solemnly proposed. If you consider yourself my elder brother, I shall respect you as my master. He had never harbored ambitions for supremacy anyway, so giving the position of ruler of Liangzhou to his brother made perfect sense. Deep down, Chu Yun felt warmed but bitterly smiled. Fanggan, you're too naive. After the Han conquers Yongzhou, the next step would certainly be Liangzhou. Didn't you see that after occupying Yizhou, they immediately destroyed the barbarian kingdom? They wouldn't possibly leave behind such worries as they marched through Central Plains. Once this was said, Chu Fanggan also fell into a difficult situation. Before coming to Hanzhong, he believed that the iron cavalry of Shiliang could dominate the world, unbeatable. But after witnessing the power of the Han's cannons, he couldn't help but start doubting whether his cavalry could truly resist the cannons. So what do you suggest we do? They have already planned how to retreat, and stopping them is no longer possible. Chu Fanggan sighed. Gathering the strength of the 18 kings might perhaps counteract the great Han, but the hope was faint. Chu Yun let out a cold laugh, saying, it's because they acted heartlessly first, thus don't blame us for our unrighteousness. Fanggan, I have thought of a method for indirect salvation, but I need your cooperation. Indirect salvation? Chu Fanggan curiously asked, what does it mean? What do you expect me to do? Chu Yun said, the reason why we are no match for Han is that we don't have cannons. If we had cannons, defeating Han would be as easy as pie, and even pursuing dominance over central China. The method of making cannons is strictly kept confidential. Our people have been investigating for such a long time, but haven't uncovered even the slightest clue. We don't even know what materials they are made of, so how can we possibly obtain our own cannons? Chu Fanggan was full of doubts. He wanted cannons too. Just setting up a few on Yumen Pass would allow them to bombard the Hu soldiers when they attacked, saving countless lives of their soldiers. However, cannons were core weapons and certainly not easy to steal. So, I plan to surrender to Emperor Han. Chu Yun leaned close to Chu Fanggan's ear and whispered softly. What? This idea startled Chu Fanggan. As members of the Dagon imperial family, they were actually considering surrendering to the rebel army. If others found out about this, wouldn't they scold him to death? If Chu Hongxi and the others knew Chu Yun's thoughts, they would surely immediately unite their forces to eliminate Prince Yo. Lower your voice, Chu Yun said in a low stern voice. Why are you so nervous? I already said it's indirect salvation. Naturally, it means pretending to surrender to the bandit Han. Once we get the method for making cannons, we will annihilate him right away. Then, the empire will be yours and mine. It sounded easy, but Chu Fanggan felt that implementing this would definitely not be simple. Will Emperor Han easily tell you the method for making cannons? Chu Fanggan questioned. That's why I need your help. Chu Yun shared his plan with Chu Fanggan. I am going to ambush Chu Hongxi and the others at Tongwan, kill them all, and send their heads to Emperor Han as a gift. Do you think this present could win his trust? Chu Fanggan suddenly looked up, once again startled by Chu Yun's plan. Soon, his heartbeat began to quicken. Although this plan was bold, it wasn't without feasibility. After all, Tongwan's strategic importance was no less than Yangping Pass. As long as a heavy troop deployment guarded it, wiping out Chu Hongxi and the others would not be difficult. After an intense internal struggle, Chu Fanggan ultimately agreed to assist Chu Yun. I'll immediately dispatch troops from Shiliang. Good. I'll send someone right away to contact Emperor Han. Chu Yun grinned. With Chu Fanggan's assistance, their chances of success had increased several folds. At the same time, from the Jingzhou army camp, a shadowy figure departed, swiftly heading towards Nanjing. Chapter 360. Pay a visit? Rejected at the door. General, if we just return like this, how will we be able to account to the Chancellor? Inside the main camp of the Imperial Army, Deputy General Zhou Hao was discussing the matter of withdrawing troops with the main General Luo Hong. Their mission this time was not only to eliminate De Han, but more importantly to destroy rebels such as Chu Hongxi. So Zhou Hao believed they could take advantage of De Han's strength to wear down the rebels' forces. When their soldiers are almost depleted, it would be a good time to capture them all in one fell swoop. I know what you're thinking, but times have changed. Luo Hong shook his head and explained to Zhou Hao. If there was still hope for them to destroy Han, I would naturally try to deplete their forces. But now Han is too strong, we must change our attitude towards the rebels. In this situation, completely wiping out the rebels won't benefit us at all. Do you think that with just the power of the court, we can deal with the bandit Han? This question left Zhou Hao speechless. Although the court has amassed considerable military strength, even boasting many elite units, even the strongest armies are made of flesh and blood, and they become extremely fragile in front of cannons. Even the sturdy city of Luoyang would find it hard to withstand cannon fire. Seeing that Zhou Hao remained silent, Luo Hong continued. We must use the rebels to restrain the bandit Han, and then figure out a way to get the technology for making cannons. Only when we also have cannons in hand can we stand up against the bandit Han. You're right, I haven't thought this through. Zhou Hao said. This is a major matter. Tomorrow morning, I will personally go back to Luoyang to report this to the Chancellor. The troops here will be handed over to you. Luo Hong said. Rest assured, I will safely bring the troops back to the city of Luoyang. At the same time, almost all the rebel kings were plotting to get their hands on the cannons. No one could resist the allure of De Han. Everyone was well aware that only by mastering the technology of cannons could one remain undefeated in future struggles. Without cannons, one would only be left defenseless. On the second day, during their retreat, various rebel kings sent envoys to Nanjing to seek an audience with Lin Mo. Some of the envoys from different rebel kings even met each other at the city gate, creating an awkward scene. They all assumed that Lin Mo was still in the city of Nanjing. Chancellor, another wave has come, already the sixth one. Should we let them in? General Mai Ying, guarding the city, laughed while seeking advice from Sun Shuxing. It was truly amusing. Just the other day, these people were boasting about wiping out Han Zhong and killing Emperor Han. Now they had all come calling, and they were becoming increasingly polite. However, Sun Shuxing showed no courtesy to them. No matter who came, everyone was stopped outside the city gates. Those who arrived early got there before dawn and had been waiting for 2 hours already. People couldn't help but admire their patience and shamelessness. What's the point of letting them in? If I say so, we should just kill them all. Gu Tu grumbled. Not possible. Sun Shuxing waved his hand with a mischievous grin. You go tell them that His Majesty will only receive the most patient person. In war between countries, messengers are not killed. Now is the time for the Han to establish credibility and authority, thus they could not engage in acts that would lose the trust of others. Still, teasing them a bit was permissible. Mai Ying and others paused for a moment, immediately understanding Sun Shuxing's meaning. It seemed that the Chancellor never intended to meet with these people since the Emperor wasn't even in the city. All right, I'll go. Mai Ying came to the city gate and announced to the envoys sent by the various rebel kings. His Majesty has decreed that he will only meet the most patient individual, which means whoever waits until the end will be received by His Majesty. After saying that, he turned and left without looking back, leaving behind a dumbfounded group. What does that mean? Waiting this long just for that sentence? Aren't they mocking us? There are so many of us asking for an audience, and he'll only see one? The Han Emperor lacks dignity far too much. The soldiers at the gate heard their complaints and jeered. It's quite decent of His Majesty to agree to see you. If it were me, I'd chop all of you into pieces. When you came to attack us, did you ever imagine begging for our help? If you want to wait, do so. If not, go away. They were ruthless, directly setting up a ring of obstacles, blocking them outside the city gates. Subsequently, they closed the city gates, leaving a group of people cursing outside the city walls. In their respective domains, at least each was an official with a salary of 1,000 stones of grain or more. How often had they been insulted like this by some common soldier? Several older figures with strong self-respect nearly fainted from anger. But after cursing, they still endured patiently outside the gate. Because each of them carried important missions, returning empty-handed would leave them unable to explain to their masters. Time passed quickly, and soon it was noon. They hadn't anticipated being refused entry, so none of them had brought dry rations or water. The envoy of xuanhuan had arrived earliest, and his supply of water had long been consumed. Now, under the blazing sun, everyone was drenched in sweat and suffered from parched mouths and tongues. Lord Zhao, could you spare some water? Seeing the envoy of Puyang drinking, the envoy of xuanhuan licked his lips and stepped forward. Had Mai Ying not made that remark, given the relationship between the two factions, even if the envoy of Puyang didn't drink, he would have let the envoy of xuanhuan take a sip. But now, even pouring it out was out of the question for giving a drop to xuanhuan's envoy. Lord Han, I've run out of water too. The envoy of Puyang put away the water bag, which still contained half a sack of water. He couldn't let the envoy of xuanhuan know about it, and instead suggested, Lord Han, your party arrived first, but wasn't received by the Han Emperor. It means he doesn't wish to see you. In my opinion, you should go back. Why torment yourself here? The envoy of xuanhuan noticed the sound of water inside the water bag and turned grim-faced. If it weren't for your interference, I'd have entered the city already. Go back if you want. I'd rather die here than leave. He picked up a broken wooden board to shield himself from the sun and sat on the ground. Seeing this, the others had no more words. Another hour passed, leaving all the envoys famished and thirsty. Dazzled by the fierce sunlight, they began to feel dizzy and their vision blurred. Friends, like this we won't get anywhere. Let's discuss it among ourselves. The envoy of Wu Wang wiped the sweat off his forehead and gathered the group together. Yes, let's discuss. I can't endure this much longer. Another envoy chimed in, agreeing. What is there to discuss? Everyone knows why we're here. None of us can return empty-handed. Go back if you want to, but I'm staying. The envoy of xuanhuan huffed, turning his back to ignore the rest. Lord Han, discussion must be aimed at benefiting all parties involved. Persisting like this will harm all of us, and our missions will remain unfulfilled. The envoy of Beihai Wang pleaded earnestly. xuanhuan also knew it wouldn't work if things continued as they were. After hesitating for a moment, he snorted, Then what do you propose? I have an idea, let me see if you agree with it. Chapter 361. One just left, another arrived. I will represent all of you and negotiate with the Han Emperor in the city. If we successfully obtain the method for making cannons, I will certainly share it with your 5 families. What do you think? The envoy of Beihai Wang said seriously. No way. Your plan sounds great, but why can't I be the one to represent everyone? After you get what you want, will you really tell us? Even if you're willing, your master probably won't agree. You want to use this method to send us away. Not a chance. Everyone disagreed, starting another argument. The soldiers on the city walls watched their endless quarrel, simply entertaining themselves. On the other hand, at Yangping Pass, Chu Yun's envoy had arrived early in the morning. General, we've caught a spy. Soldiers dragged the envoy of Yongwang before Wu Ping, the commander of Yangping Pass. Lin Mo also learned of this news, though he chose not to appear personally. I'm no spy. I am the envoy under Yongwang, and I have important matters to discuss with His Majesty the Han Emperor. The envoy shouted loudly. As soon as those words were spoken, a deadly intent flickered across Wu Ping's face. No one in the allied forces knew that His Majesty was at Yangping Pass, so how did this man find out? This made Wu Ping suspect that there might be spies within Yangping Pass. How do you know His Majesty is here at Yangping Pass? Wu Ping lowered his voice, sounding heavy with lethal intent. Shocked, the envoy looked up and asked, "Is the Han Emperor not at Yangping Pass? Could our strategist have guessed wrong?" Only now did Wu Ping realize it was merely their guesswork. See, the loyal warriors of Yangping Pass could never betray their lord for personal gain. Aren't you the deputy leader? Why would your king want to meet with our emperor? Wu Ping retracted the deadly intent, asking casually. The envoy of Xuanhuan hesitated for a moment before replying. Our king has extremely urgent business to discuss with His Majesty the Han Emperor. General, could you quickly inform His Majesty? Wu Ping questioned skeptically. Why don't you tell me first? You aren't qualified to see our emperor. Not knowing what kind of matter it was, he couldn't just recommend someone to Lin Mo randomly. The envoy understood the rationale. After hesitating briefly, he gritted his teeth and said, "Our king wishes to cooperate with the Han Emperor to eliminate the other rebel armies. Time is of essence. Please report this to the general immediately for swift decision-making." Cooperation? Lin Mo, eating breakfast in a small courtyard nearby, was somewhat surprised by the words of the Xuanhuang's envoy. Did Xuanhuang lose his mind? How dare he consider wiping out the other rebellious kings? Even as the host, who held the home field advantage, Xuanhuang didn't have the capacity to defeat so many rebel kings at once. You must know that, combined, these rebellious kings possessed at least 300,000 troops, nearly all elites. Wait a second. Suddenly, Lin Mo stopped eating. Why would Xuanhuang betray the Alliance army? Could it be? The Alliance army was retreating. Thinking about it, Lin Mo smiled again. Only this reason would make Xuanhuang betray the Alliance army. Because Xuanhuang knew clearly, once the allied forces retreated, he would become prey for the Han dynasty. To prevent being swallowed by Han, the only solution was to keep the allied army engaged. Yet, by coming to cooperate with Han, it was evident that Xuanhuang failed to hold onto the allied army. So, feeling abandoned, Xuanhuang began resenting the other leaders of the allied army. They are retreating so soon. I thought they could hold out for a few more days, Lin Mo murmured. He immediately opened the mountain river chart, seeing that the allied forces were slowly moving towards the northwest. Apparently, they were indeed retreating. Summon General Wu Ping over here, Lin Mo told his guard. Soon, Wu Ping came to Lin Mo. Your Majesty. Wu Ping paid respects. Send an immediate message to Nanjing. Once any sign of enemy retreat is spotted, troops should chase after them without delay. Remember, just chase, don't engage. Dispatch another force to intercept at Ji Valley and place banners on the hillside to create an illusion of an ambush with heavy forces. Lin Mo commanded. The speed of the enemy's retreat was faster than expected, so early arrangements needed to be made. Your Majesty, what about the envoy of Xuanhuang? Wu Ping asked. Since he's already come seeking us, tell him I agree to cooperate with them, instructing them to dispatch troops to Taibai Mountain to intercept. Understood. After receiving instructions, Wu Ping immediately sent someone out of the pass to contact Nanjing. He then personally came to reply to the envoy of Xuanhuang. You say that Xuanhuang wants to cooperate with our Han Empire. But how do I know whether your cooperation is genuine or some sort of deceitful scheme? Wu Ping stated. Given the ongoing conflict between their two forces, such prudence was warranted. That's also the reason why Lin Mo entrusted Wu Ping with the Wudong Flying Army. The envoy of Xuanhuang hurriedly replied. To show our sincerity, Xuanhuang will take the initiative against Tong Pass to intercept the allied army. We only ask that by then, the Han Emperor can deploy troops from behind. All obtained provisions, military supplies, and prisoners of war will belong entirely to Great Han. Xuanhuang hopes for an eternal alliance between Yongzhou and Great Han for long-term cooperation. Wu Ping nodded and said, Our emperor said that cooperation is possible, but you must first dispatch an army to block the Taibai Mountain area. This move must not be discovered by others in the allied forces. This meant that Xuanhuang had to deploy troops from Yongzhou instead of using the forces present here. This is no problem. I'll immediately relay Emperor Han's message to Xuanhuang. He glanced at where Wu Ping had emerged from and sneered inwardly. The Han Emperor is clearly inside the pass. How dare he deceive me? Go. If Xuanhuang has sufficient sincerity, our emperor will say that we can cooperate. Wu Ping ordered someone to escort the guest out. However, just as the envoy of Xuanhuang left, when Wu Ping was about to leave Lin Mo to head back to the camp, the soldiers guarding the city gate dragged another person over. General, we've caught another spy. I'm no spy, exclaimed a middle-aged man bound with ropes, shouting loudly. I am the envoy of xuanhuan and have important matters to discuss with your emperor. Again, Wu Ping sighed silently upon hearing that this person also sought his emperor. Why did all these people know that the emperor was in Yangping Pass? Just after one deputy commander's envoy left, now came the envoy of the main commander. Could it be that xuanhuan also wanted to deal with the other rebel kings? Our emperor isn't inside the pass. What business do you have? Wu Ping approached the envoy of xuanhuan. The latter coldly laughed. Don't try to fool me. Our strategist said that Emperor Han must be within Yangping Pass. Your strategist? Wu Ping furrowed his brow and didn't dwell further on the matter. What urgent business brings you to seek our emperor? Cooperation. The middle-aged man uttered 2 words. Though bound tightly, his air of arrogance could not be restrained. Sorry, I doubt our emperor would find interest in this. Wu Ping waved his hand and prepared to send the guest off. If you'd come earlier, there might have been something to talk about. But since they had already reached a deal with Xuanhuan, there was no longer a need to ally with xuanhuan. Whether xuanhuan could safely return to the North River remained questionable. Wait. Seeing Wu Ping's lack of interest, the envoy of xuanhuan grew anxious. Can you speak for Emperor Han? I'll tell you this. This matter holds immense benefits for your great Han. If Emperor Han finds out how you've treated me, he surely will punish you. Wu Ping couldn't help but chuckle. As a defeated soldier, how dare you speak such words? Escort the guest out. Wu Ping waved his hand, rudely pointing towards the main gate. The guards outside heard this and immediately came in, glaring fiercely at the envoy of King Hejian. The strong sense of oppression scared the envoy of King Hejian, making his complexion change drastically. He hadn't expected that the people here would be so unreasonable. After all, he was also an envoy of King Hejian, holding a high official rank. They didn't bother to give him a warm reception with gifts, and now they were treating him so violently. He originally intended to leave with a wave of his sleeve and not have much more interaction with these rough men. But considering the mission for this trip, he had to console himself with to accomplish great things, one must not quarrel with grass. This general, hold on. What I said earlier was my fault. I apologize. But indeed, I come bearing the utmost sincerity from King Hejian, wanting to cooperate with the Han Emperor, said the Hejian envoy humbly as he faced Wu Ping. Sincerity? Wu Ping waved his hand, signaling the guard to hold off for now. He looked at the Hejian envoy with interest and said, what sort of sincerity? Show it to me first. The Hejian envoy chuckled and replied, General, listen. Our king's sincerity can't be measured by ordinary gold or jewels. A slight smile curled at the corner of Wu Ping's mouth, a glint of cunning flashing in his eyes as he said, so you bring something extraordinary in terms of gold and jewels? Take them out and show them to me quickly. The Hejian envoy shook his head with a laugh and said, why is the general so vulgar? What do you mean? Wu Ping asked coldly. Our king gives the Han Emperor a chance to fight for dominance over the Central Plains. Do you think common gold and treasures could match this? The Hejian envoy laughed. There was a hint of arrogance in his words. Wu Ping felt anger brewing inside him. The Han dynasty's dominance over the Central Plains was just a matter of time. Did they really need this opportunity given? These people still held their haughty attitude even now, completely unaware of the might of the Han dynasty. I, personally, like gold and treasures. Wu Ping slightly raised his head and said indifferently, if you come empty-handed, why should I introduce you to our emperor? After hearing this, the Hejian envoy was surprised for a moment, but immediately understood Wu Ping's meaning. He found it hard to believe. How could the Han emperor entrust such an important place as Yangping Pass to a greedy little man to guard? From Wu Ping's words, he felt that Wu Ping only cared about his own money bag, showing no concern for the development of the Han dynasty. His thoughts suddenly became agile. If he could successfully turn the commander of Yangping Pass, wouldn't the enemy army be able to make a surprise assault straight into Chengdu when it counterattacks? General is correct. It was my impoliteness. The Hejian envoy instantly took out a deep-sea night pearl from his sleeve. It was something gifted by King Hejian, and he considered it an honor, which was why he carried it with him all the time. For King Hejian's interests now, he willingly handed over this symbol of honor. To express my apology, I present this Japanese night pearl to you, General, and hope you will kindly not refuse. Seeing this superior quality night pearl, satisfaction finally showed on Wu Ping's face. If you had done this earlier, you would have met our emperor long ago. Wu Ping muttered softly as he slipped the pearl into his own sleeve. His greed was evident all over his face. The Hejian envoy glanced at him sideways, looking down on him secretly while feeling pleased inside. A greedy person was the easiest to take advantage of. Now, he felt even more confident in getting Wu Ping under control. Let's go then. This general will take you to meet our emperor. Wu Ping's current behavior was exactly like that of a corrupt official taking care of business after receiving money, doing favors only after personal gain. But all of this was arranged by Lin Mo. Lin Mo guessed that the coalition army's various kings wouldn't be content with retreating so easily, and someone was bound to approach him. Thus, Wu Ping acted arrogantly and greedily, giving those who sought him out the impression that the officials and generals of the Han dynasty weren't up to much. These people originally looked down on the Han dynasty anyway, believing that the Han emperor was nothing but a villager and his subordinates were merely ruffians. Since they enjoyed thinking that way, Lin Mo obliged them, allowing them to see what they wanted to see. Of course, there was another reason why Lin Mo let Wu Ping act this way, and that was to give them hope. To make them believe that since attacking the Han externally proved unsuccessful, perhaps they could undermine the Han internally. Only then would their retreat not be too swift. General, no rush. The envoy of King Hejian smiled and called back Wu Ping. Surprised, Wu Ping turned around and questioned, didn't you want to see our emperor earlier? Why are you not in a hurry now? The latter laughed and said, after getting acquainted with your valiant posture, seeing the Han emperor has become less necessary. How do you mean that? Wu Ping came back, carrying half a smirk on his face, seemingly very enjoying the praise given by the Hejian envoy. The Hejian envoy was good at reading people's expressions, noticing this subtle detail and rejoicing silently in his heart. Although I am a civil official, I admire the likes of you, General, a true hero. Pity what? Wu Ping inquired. It is a pity that such a heroic spirit like yours goes unrecognized and unrewarded. Those from lesser families with less talent than you are the ones who can build their achievements in Nanjing. As for you, you are left stationed at this secondary battlefield of Yangping Pass, your talents unfulfilled and your reputation buried. Truly lamentable. The envoy of King Hejian sighed deeply, pretending to mourn Wu Ping's misfortune and injustice. Wu Ping remained silent. King Hejian believed he had struck a chord and quickly added, Were you under King Hejian's banner, with your remarkable war exploits and abilities, your rank would definitely surpass that of the 4 pillars of Hebei. The 4 pillars of Hebei were renowned throughout the great Qin dynasty. Each one was an intimidating force, holding positions and fame far above Wu Ping's. By placing Wu Ping above them, the envoy's flattery was evident. But words like these are always welcome. Even though Wu Ping knew they were false, they still brought him immense comfort. Unconsciously, a look of longing crept onto his face. But moments later, he feigned righteousness and replied, "This general has received much favor from my emperor. Do not speak such words, sir." Upon hearing this, the envoy of King Hejian smiled even more. It seemed as if Wu Ping had rejected him, but his attitude had clearly shifted. If it were earlier, there might already have been men rushing in with cudgels to drive him out. Yet Wu Ping did nothing of the sort. Instead, he addressed the envoy as sir, which clearly indicated that the envoy's words had touched Wu Ping. And the final line, "Do not speak such words," actually meant, "Speak more." Chapter 363, A Self-Inflicted Scheme. After seeing off the envoy from the king of Hejian, Lu Shi, at Yangping Pass, Lin Emo walked out of the city gate tower. "Your Majesty." Wu Ping immediately paid his respects respectfully. If Lu Shi were still here, he would have noticed that Wu Ping's attitude toward Lin Emo was completely different from before. Everything that just happened was an act by Wu Ping. It seems the enemy has fallen for it. Wu Ping grinned and asked for credit. However, Lin Emo was not as optimistic. He shook his head faintly. It's not enough. Lu Shi might believe Wu Ping's disloyalty, but under the king of Hejian Xuanhuan, there are other strategists. Su Chong. This man is extraordinarily wise and will definitely spot the flaws. And worse, we could be counter-manipulated by him. Failing to capture the eagle might instead get our eyes pecked out. Upon hearing this, Wu Ping immediately became serious. "Please enlighten me, Your Majesty. To make them fully believe us, we need a self-inflicted scheme." On the other side, in the main camp of the Hejian army, "Prince, Mr. Liu has returned." The guard reported to Chu Hongxi. "Let him in." Chu Hongxi stood up excitedly from his seat. At the same time, he glanced at Su Chong. After several failures, he relied even more on Su Chong's abilities and became much more cautious. Soon, Lu Shi entered. As soon as he stepped in, he shouted excitedly, "Prince, your servant has returned." "Did you see the Emperor of Han?" Chu Hongxi asked eagerly. Lu Shi shook his head. Chu Hongxi's expression changed. "You didn't see him? Could it be that the strategist guessed wrong, and Lin Mo isn't at Yangping Pass?" It was Su Chong who guessed Lin Mo had reached Yangping Pass, which prompted him to send Lu Shi for negotiations. "If only I had planned for both scenarios." Chu Hongxi sighed. "No, Prince, the strategist guessed correctly. The Emperor of Han truly is at Yangping Pass. However, I've made a new discovery, so there's no need to see the Emperor." Lu Shi smiled and said, "What new finding?" Chu Hongxi and Su Chong were both utterly confused. Could there possibly be something more important than meeting the Emperor of Han? Remember, this meeting with the Emperor was aimed at collaborating with the great Han dynasty, which was not only meant to compensate for their losses, but also to maximize their benefits. Once both sides establish cooperation, they will do everything possible to obtain the secrets of manufacturing cannons. With the reputation and influence of the king of Hejian, once he possesses such a divine weapon as the cannon, acquiring the empire would be as easy as flipping one's hand. Report, Prince, Commander Wu Ping of Yangping Pass is a greedy little man. His loyalty to the Han Emperor crumbles at the face of interest. I managed to bribe him using just one night pearl. Lu Shi repeated in detail the conversation between himself and Wu Ping. He even described Wu Ping's expressions and actions very carefully. After hearing this, King Chu Hongxi of Hejian became incredibly excited. "You mean he's willing to sell us the cannons, and if we offer the right price, he'll open the gates of Yangping Pass?" It was almost unimaginable how easily the Yangping Pass, which had brought despair to the alliance of 50 million troops, could be breached. "You're correct, though this Wu Ping has quite a big appetite," Lu Shi said seriously. "Not only does he want the titles of commander and inspector of each province, but also the rank of county duke and 100 million taels of silver." After listening, Chu Hongxi chuckled lightly. Indeed, that's a huge appetite. However, if this person really can help him, then never mind 100 million taels of silver, 10 times that amount, and he'd be willing to pay. Because by simply eliminating the Han Emperor Lin Mo and obtaining the cannons, he would become the only prince in the world who possesses cannons, making conquest effortless. What about treacherous Chancellor Sima Lan or Princes Puyang and Beihai? They'd all have to bow humbly beneath him. Seeing the smile at the corner of Chu Hongxi's mouth, Su Chong knew his master's old bad habit had resurfaced again. "Prince, I've heard that Wu Ping enjoys great favor from the Han Emperor. How could he betray so easily?" Su Chong voiced his caution, but his words seemed like doubting Lu Shi, making Lu Shi unhappy. "Master strategist, what do you mean?" He intended to improve his relationship with Su Chong and had just flattered Su Chong earlier. Yet Su Chong's words gave him no face at all. Lu Shi retorted immediately. "Who in this world doesn't know that Emperor Lin Mo of Han is just a village bumpkin who didn't even attend private school? How can someone like him judge others properly? Wu Ping is extremely greedy. In the process of our conversation, he kept asking me for favors, and even disclosed the artillery setup of Yangping Pass to me. Are you suggesting, Master Strategist, that I'm lying?" Su Chong waved his hand. "Mr. Liu, don't misunderstand. I am not doubting you. It's just that everything has gone too smoothly. Moreover, during our attack on Yangping Pass, Wu Ping displayed exceptional commanding skills. How could such a remarkable figure be a greedy petty person? He didn't know much about Wu Ping, because although Wu Ping's family background was decent in any province, it wasn't worth mentioning across the entire Deqian. No one would pay attention to someone from a minor clan. It was only recently, while following Lin Mo on his southern expedition against the barbarian kingdom, that Wu Ping earned significant military honors. Moreover, Lin Mo entrusted him with commanding the most powerful infantry force, which clearly indicated he was an extremely capable person. Being capable ensures a bright future, so there was no reason for him to be greedy or betray Emperor Han. That's why Su Chong felt it was too smooth, illogical. Who says heroes aren't greedy? Lu Shi retorted coldly. Master strategist, do you know Chong Tang? Bringing up this example left Su Chong speechless. Chong Tang, a renowned early general of Deqian, was ordered to guard the western region's protectorate. His famous battle involved leading 300 elite soldiers and chasing and killing over 6,000 enemy troops after they invaded the border, traveling more than 1,000 miles. And he left behind a timeless declaration. Any who offend our great Qian, no matter how far, shall be punished. Mentioning this man and his words always stirs passion in people of later generations. However, this famous general turned out to be a notorious corrupt official. Although Su Chong couldn't refute this point, he adamantly opposed Lu Shi's suggestion to alter their strategy and counterattack Yangping Pass. He suspected this was a trap. As the two argued incessantly, suddenly a scout outside the door shouted, "Report! Your Highness, Master Strategist, urgent news from Yangping Pass." "Read it," Chu Hongxi quickly instructed. "Commander Wu Ping of Yangping Pass has been publicly given 50 cane strokes on the back." "What?" Everyone in the tent was shocked by this news. "Why?" Su Chong asked in confusion. It seems Emperor Han suspects Wu Ping of colluding with the enemy, hence punishing him as a warning to the generals under his command. But Emperor Han also stated, due to the current shortage of manpower, death penalty can be avoided, but living punishment cannot be evaded. The scout replied. Upon hearing this, Su Chong furrowed his brows deeply. He thought all this was too coincidental. However, Lu Shi burst into laughter. "Ha ha ha, it truly is heaven assisting your highness. Wu Ping never had any loyalty toward Emperor Han, and now having suffered punishment and humiliation, he will undoubtedly harbor resentment. Your highness, immediately order the army to return. I'll visit Yangping Pass again. Not only can we take Yangping Pass, but we might even capture Emperor Lin Mo alive." Chapter 364, Agreement. Order the entire army to prepare for battle. Lin Mo, who was constantly watching the Shana map, suddenly issued a command, because he saw from the map that one of the enemy's armies had stopped and started turning towards Yangping Pass. This meant that his scheme of self-inflicted torture had worked. Wu Ping's beating had not been in vain. The enemies had fallen for it. When the Wudong army at the gate heard the news, they immediately avoided Chu Hongxi's spies and galloped out of the city to inform the various units lying in ambush outside the pass. Watching each messenger leave, Lin Mo felt that this efficiency was too low. If there were a fast communication method, it would save a lot of trouble. Moreover, it would be more discreet. Upon hearing Lin Mo's order, Wu Ping, who was lying on the bed, immediately tried to stand up. His body, after being strengthened by the herb tea soup, became very tough. 50 military rods could take the life of an ordinary general, but for Wu Ping with extraordinary physical fitness, the injury was not serious. "What are you doing?" Lin Mo called him to stop. Wu Ping said, "The enemy is attacking, and as the commander of the Wudong army, how can I just lie here? I sincerely request your majesty's approval to participate in the battle." Though he willingly endured the beating, there was still a fire of resentment in his heart. He wanted to vent all this fire on the enemies. Enduring the pain on the battlefield was more comfortable than lying here. "You have already completed your task in this war. Rest here well for me," Lin Mo commanded. Wu Ping was an excellent young general with great potential, and his value was even higher than the long-famous old generals such as Lei Tong and Lu Qiong. Such talent was exactly what the Han dynasty needed now, so Lin Mo would not let him take risks. Seeing Lin Mo's firm attitude, Wu Ping quickly became deflated. He knew that his beating had been in vain. He had gone through such a great sacrifice to lure the enemies here, and yet it seemed it wasn't his turn to fight. Of course, his task was not entirely finished. Since the main general Wu Ping was injured and needed rest, Lin Mo decided to personally lead the Wudong army. On the second day, Lu Shi quietly came to Yangping Pass and smoothly met with Wu Ping under Lin Mo's arrangement. Under the guise of showing concern, Lu Shi personally examined Wu Ping's wounds. Although Wu Ping was not seriously injured, he looked terrible, with his entire back beaten to pulp. As Lu Shi was not a professional healer, he naturally couldn't see the depth of the injuries. Seeing how badly Wu Ping was beaten, he pretended to show concern. Then, he heard Wu Ping's complaints and dissatisfaction with the Han Emperor. Lu Shi said, "General Wu suffered such humiliation without reason, which is infuriating. Our king's army is below the pass. As long as General Wu helps us open the gate, we will definitely take revenge for you." Wu Ping raised his head and looked at Lu Shi. The latter also looked at him, waiting silently for an answer. After quite a while, Wu Ping finally spoke. "Helping you open the gate is no problem, but the conditions we previously agreed upon cannot be reduced, and I want to add another clause based on this. Otherwise, there's nothing to discuss." Demanding a better deal, Wu Ping portrayed greed flawlessly, leaving no room for any suspicion. Though angry, Lu Shi dismissed his doubts. If Wu Ping were so greedy, it absolutely couldn't be a trap. "Speak," Lu Shi said following Wu Ping's wishes. "General has suffered so much weight. It's only right for us to make some compensation to you." Wu Ping's lips curled slightly, and his eyes grew greedier. "I hear the Prince of Hejian has a beautiful daughter. If she can be married to me, then we'll be one family, and I will surely do my utmost to assist. Upon hearing this, Lu Shi's facial muscles twitched violently. In his heart, he cursed, "Fellow, you really dare to think." The Prince of Hejian did indeed have a very beautiful daughter, known as the most beautiful woman in Hebei. But she was the prince's beloved pearl, and countless princes and nobles had asked for her hand in marriage, and he never agreed. There was absolutely no way that he would marry her to a treacherous, greedy man like Wu Ping. That would be pushing his own daughter into hell. Even commoners wouldn't do something like this. Lu Shi thought that Wu Ping was just an unworthy toad wanting to eat swan meat, and he could neither possibly nor willingly agree. General Wu, Lady Qianqian has already found someone else in her heart, so it's difficult to fulfill this condition, Lu Shi said. Lady Qianqian liked heroic men, and obviously Wu Ping didn't meet the lady's criteria. Therefore, rejecting him with this excuse made sense. Wu Ping hesitated for a moment and said, "Then that's really regrettable. Mister, do you have any daughters who haven't married?" Lu Shi's face twitched fiercely. He thought in his heart, "You're truly a beast." "No," he refused decisively. "If not, then prepare 10 beauties for me. That should be possible, right?" There was a hint of annoyance in Wu Ping's tone. "That's no problem." Lu Shi nodded quickly in agreement, fearing that Wu Ping might change his mind. "Never mind 10, even 20 beauties can be arranged for you." Then let's agree on tomorrow at the hour of Mao. The signal will be fire. Once you see me wave a torch 3 times to the east from the city gate tower, that's your cue to attack, Wu Ping said with feigned casualness. The latter was overjoyed and hurriedly nodded in agreement. No issue. After Lu Shi left Yangping Pass, he immediately informed Chu Hongxi of this news. Chu Hongxi was similarly thrilled. Because of this plan, he had not told the other kings. Instead, he brought only his most elite troops. Once Yangping Pass fell, he would claim the greatest credit for extinguishing the Han dynasty. At that time, all titles and military technology of the Han would belong to him. Thus, he swiftly dispatched all his forces under his command and prepared them for battle. Meanwhile, the other rebel kings remained completely unaware. However, at this moment, everyone was anxious about being pursued by the Han army, keeping a close eye on Yangping Pass and Nanjing. Chu Hongxi's sudden change in march route naturally drew the attention of others. Upon learning that Chu Hongxi had quietly returned to Yangping Pass, they worried that he had reached some kind of agreement with the Han, which might harm their interests. As a result, several nearby rebel kings gathered their armies together and slowed down their advance. This was precisely the effect Lin Mo wanted. On the next day at the hour of Mao, Lin Mo ordered his soldiers to light the torches on the city gate tower, signaling their agreed-upon sign. Upon seeing the signal, the Hejian army hidden outside the pass charged forward with full force. For myriad soldiers initiated the assault. Chapter 365, Counterattack, Time for Slaughter. Under the leadership of General Gao Sun, the Hejian army rapidly advanced towards the pass gate. The sky was still pitch black, allowing the Hejian soldiers to only see a massive dark shadow stretching before them. In this era, due to unbalanced nutrition and vitamin A deficiency, most people suffered from night blindness. Foods rich in vitamin A mainly include animal liver, meat, as well as vegetables like broccoli and carrots. Even in peacetime, meat was not something common households or soldiers could afford regularly, let alone after the Great Qian had endured 3 years of disaster. The soldiers were already fortunate just to have enough food. Eating meat was an absolute luxury. As for broccoli and carrots, such vegetables weren't cultivated in the Great Qian. But Lin Mo had realized this early on, ensuring his soldiers' meals included sufficient meat as well as various vegetables. It could be said that the diet of the Han army soldiers was absolutely the highest standard of the time. Through Lin Mo's relentless efforts, the condition of his troops improved significantly, with hardly any cases of night blindness left. Thus, what the enemy saw was darkness, while his men were already hiding on both sides of the valleys, able to observe the enemy's movements under the faint starlight. And Lin Mo also had a pack of wolves. Wolves possess excellent vision, acting as guides for the Han forces, locking onto enemies even in darkness. "General, we are about to reach the gate." The Hejian army quietly approached beneath Yangping Pass. However, despite being within dozens of steps of the gate, they still couldn't see it. They could only estimate its position by the path beneath their feet. Send out a small team to investigate. Gao Sun was cautious, needing confirmation that the city gate was opened before sending the main army over. If it turned out to be a trap, they'd have to retreat quickly. An elite squad received the order and silently advanced. Soon, they reached beneath the pass. They saw the gate open with 7 guards holding 3 torches waiting for them. This was the agreed-upon signal. If there weren't 7 people or 3 torches, they wouldn't attack. After confirming the situation, the captain of the elite squad left his soldiers waiting here and informed Gao Sun of the conditions. Gao Sun relaxed slightly. Everything matched the agreement, and he no longer harbored doubts. He ordered the main army to swiftly approach. He personally led a detachment of men to meet those at the gate. A young man stepped forward, gripping a long black spear. Because of the darkness, Gao Sun couldn't clearly see his appearance, but he felt this person exuded extraordinary valor along with a powerful presence. Gao Sun inwardly startled, realizing the great Han possessed someone of this caliber. "Are you a man of General Wu Ping?" Gao Sun carefully asked. "And who might you be?" The other party countered. "I am Gao Sun, general under King Hejian, sent to capture Yangping Pass." Since Yangping Pass hadn't yet been taken, Gao Sun dared not put on airs, maintaining a polite tone. "How many men have arrived, and is everyone here?" The other side continued asking questions. "In accordance with our agreement, all 400,000 of our men have arrived outside the pass. Gao Sun didn't conceal anything, revealing his full force. Good. The other nodded, then instantly transformed into a blur, appearing before Gao Sun. Before Gao Sun knew it, that long spear had already pierced through his chest. You? Gao Sun stared in terror at his assailant, immediately realizing he'd fallen into a trap, wanting to warn his army. But the other gave a violent twist, shattering Gao Sun's abdomen with the spear, cutting him down almost instantly. Only now did Gao Sun see the face of his killer, approximately 17 or 18 years old, with a strikingly martial aura. Most importantly, he wore golden dragon armor. Who else could wear dragon armor? The answer was undeniable, the Emperor. Just before dying, Gao Sun realized that it was the Emperor of the Great Han who had killed him. Kill. After eliminating Gao Sun, Lin Mo roared low, and a contingent of soldiers emerged from within Yangping Pass. They were all extraordinarily brave, slaughtering foes as easily as cutting vegetables, quickly mowing down a group. Within moments, Gao Sun's deputy general and personal guards were all wiped out. Meanwhile, flames lit up along the city walls. The entire Yangping Pass was illuminated. Under the dim firelight, the leading troops of the Hejian army realized they had been surrounded. All around, densely packed Han soldiers filled the area. Kill. You've fallen into a trap. Surrender at once. Massacre them all. Those who offend the Great Han will be shown no mercy. From both sides of the pass, the prepositioned Wudong forces suddenly charged out. Clad in black wicker armor, wielding cold, glinting steel swords, they surged into the crowd, initiating a bloody massacre. The Hejian army was shocked, not knowing what had happened. They expected their general to step forward and take control of the situation, guiding them, but he never came. In no time, everyone fell into panic, and the hastily constructed defense lines were easily breached by the Wudong forces. However, this army led by Chu Hongxi was the elite from northern Hebei. Most of the officers in this unit could handle situations on their own. Thus, it didn't take long for someone to step up and stabilize the troops. As the sky gradually brightened, they realized that there weren't many Han soldiers, so under the leadership of a few officers, they launched a counterattack. Yet, this confirmed the saying, without trying your best, you can never fully understand true despair. Despite their numbers, they held no advantage against the Wudong soldiers. Each soldier of the Wudong army was incredibly brave and extraordinarily strong, effortlessly splitting apart the Hejian soldiers' armor with their steel swords. Every warrior could fight off 5 or even 10 enemies single-handedly. On the other hand, the Hejian army's weapons struggled to penetrate the Wudong soldiers' armor. It took 3 to 5 men to barely match one Wudong soldier, and even then, they often failed. The battle lasted less than half an hour before the Hejian army was utterly routed and retreated in disarray. Lin Mo, riding his red hair horse, personally pursued them, wielding his dawn-breaking spear as if cutting through a crowd of shadows. Bad news, my lord. Chu Hongxi, who was overseeing operations from the rear, suddenly received a report. General Gao has fallen into the enemy's ambush and is dead. Our army has suffered a crushing defeat. What? Chu Hongxi trembled all over, alarmed. How could this happen? At this point, Lu Shi was also utterly confused, stammering, "No. It's impossible. Everything was prepared perfectly. How did this disaster occur?" Not knowing which link in the chain failed, Chu Hongxi couldn't blame Lu Shi. He had no idea how to proceed. Su Chong reminded him, "My lord, quickly order the soldiers to retreat toward the northeast." To the northeast lay the encampments of the Marquis of Xinye, the Marquis of Puyang, and the Bingzhou army, amounting to over 100,000 troops. If they joined forces with these armies, the Han army would surely hesitate to pursue them further. "The enemy has us locked down, making escape impossible," warned the officer bringing the news. "For your highness's safety, please withdraw immediately." He had witnessed the terrifying power of the Han army firsthand, and knew that if reinforcements arrived any later, the Hejian king would be in grave danger. Chapter 366, Full Force Strikes, Surrounding Dinger Mountain. After hearing the situation reported by his subordinates, Chu Hongxi realized the severity of the problem. Now was not the time to think about how to preserve strength, but rather how to save his own life. The entire army of 40,000 had been sent to attack Yangping Pass, leaving only over 300 men by Chu Hongxi's side. If discovered, it would be difficult to escape. "Master of the army, what should we do?" Chu Hongxi could only place his hopes on Su Chong. Su Chong thought for a moment and said, "At this point, we have no choice but to retreat separately." He felt that the Han troops seemed to know their movements thoroughly. If the whole army retreated together, the target would be too large and easy to chase. Only a scattered retreat held a sliver of hope. "What shall we do then?" Chu Hongxi asked again. Reuniting with the main forces at this moment seemed even more dangerous. "Your Highness, Prince Yang's army is nearby. We can seek refuge with him," suggested Lu Shi. For unknown reasons, Prince Yang's group had consistently lagged behind. Thus, the closest force to them now was Prince Yang's army. However, just as the words left Lu Shi's mouth, Su Chong opposed. "It cannot be done." Lu Shi didn't understand. Why not? Regardless of anything else, they were still allies, and Xuanhuan, king of Hejian, remained the leader of the alliance. How could Prince Yong let them perish? Su Chong explained, "I fear that Prince Yong has already reached an agreement with the Han army and may pose a threat to us." In reality, Su Chong clearly understood that even if Prince Yong hadn't aligned with the Han dynasty, he wouldn't help either. The alliance had dissolved, making them adversaries of Prince Yong. If they sought shelter under Prince Yong at this moment, there would likely be 2 outcomes. 1, they'd be imprisoned by Prince Yong, turning into puppets. Prince Yong could use xuanhuan to issue commands and indirectly control the forces of northern Hebei. But Su Chong believed that the second outcome was more probable, that Prince Yong would hand xuanhuan over to the Han army as proof of allegiance. After all, once the allied forces withdrew, Prince Yong's territory would face retaliation from the Han dynasty head-on. Not being a match for the Han army alone, the best strategy for Prince Yong would be to ingratiate himself with the Han, becoming an ally. But why would the Han army want to ally with them after fighting against them? A substantial gift would surely be necessary, and xuanhuan could very well become that gift. So who do you suggest we seek refuge with? Lu Shi furrowed his brows. He wasn't foolish and naturally understood what Su Chong feared. Chu Hongxi also anxiously looked at Su Chong. Upon hearing Su Chong's explanation, he now believed that no one could be trusted. Su Chong replied, "We will seek refuge with no one. We will disguise ourselves in civilian clothes and quietly flee this area. And we cannot retreat north. We must go south. I sense that Yongzhou province is no longer safe. We should move through Wexing to Jingzhou and find another way around." He outlined the route of withdrawal for Chu Hongxi. Chu Hongxi was astonished. Our army? What would happen to his 40,000 strong force if he fled south? Your Highness, we can no longer worry about them. Issue the order for them to break out individually. Those who survive will return via Bingzhou, instructed Su Chong. From Su Chong's perspective, these 40,000 troops were beyond saving. When sacrifices were necessary, decisiveness was required. But Chu Hongxi hesitated. Although he currently commanded hundreds of thousands of soldiers, these 40,000 were elite. If they were lost, the combat effectiveness of the Hejian army would decrease by 30 or 40%. Your Highness, there's no time. We're too close to the battlefield. If you don't leave soon, there might be no chance to leave, urged Su Chong earnestly. This wasn't mere scaremongering. Through recent observations, Su Chong had discovered that every movement was monitored by the Han army. Thus, staying here was far too perilous. All right, I'll follow your advice. After some hesitation, Chu Hongxi gritted his teeth and agreed. Next, Su Chong divided the 300 men into 10 small squads and directed them to escape southeastward. At this moment, Lin Mo was leading his troops in pursuit of the Hejian forces while simultaneously keeping an eye on the changes in the landscape of the land. Through analyzing the direction of the Hejian retreat, he had noticed Chu Hongxi's position and speculated that this was definitely where Chu Hongxi was located. According to the current rate of advance, it would take just an hour to approach Chu Hongxi. However, he suddenly observed that those red light dots representing the forces quickly dispersed into 10 smaller clusters, swiftly moving toward the southeast. Lin Mo paused for a moment and immediately confirmed that these were indeed Chu Hongxi's forces. Nevertheless, their dispersion meant that through observing the land layout, it was impossible to determine which group Chu Hongxi belonged to. Thus, calling over the Silver Fox squad would prove meaningless now. Truly cunning. Seeing the chance to capture Chu Hongxi slip away, Lin Mo sighed regretfully. Evidently, someone highly intelligent served as Chu Hongxi's strategist. Soon, the vanguard suddenly reported, "Sir, Your Majesty, the enemy has dispersed and fled. Should we split up to chase them?" Lin Mo shook his head. "No need. We continue to pursue northward. Let Zhao Liang take 1,000 men and circle around from the south to prevent the enemy from escaping that way." During this time, Lin Mo had set up many ambushes in Hanzhong. Lin Mo continued to lead his troops in pursuing the main force of the Hejian army. In just half a day, the Hejian army suffered more than half losses. The remaining soldiers scattered on orders. The group that Lin Mo targeted was soon completely annihilated. Meanwhile, other rebel kings learned that the Han forces had emerged, and within half a day they had crushed the elite forces of Hejian. They were frightened and quickly retreated. As xuanhuan's forces passed through Ji Valley, Han troops suddenly attacked from both sides. The Han army set fire to the woods and dropped boulders, cutting off their retreat. Xuanhuan, Chudishuan, and others had no choice but to detour westward. However, before long, another army attacked them from the west. Uncertain of the number of Han troops, their disunited hearts were not focused on fighting. They again detoured southward, searching for a way out. Except for Yongwang Chuyun and Wuwei Wang Chu Fangjiang, half of the 15 other groups were surrounded or chased. Nearly 200,000 strong, their armies were driven by the Han forces. Unbeknownst to them, they were herded toward Dingjun Mountain near Mianyang. Seeing no way to escape, they stationed themselves on Dingjun Mountain and constructed defensive fortifications to resist the Han forces. Damn it, all because of Chu Hongxi. If it weren't for him suddenly bringing his army back, we wouldn't have slowed down. By now, we'd be far away from Hanzhong, not trapped here. On the hillside, some began grumbling, shifting the blame onto Chu Hongxi. Others chimed in, and in a moment Chu Hongxi became the scapegoat. Where is Chu Hongxi now? I heard he was defeated by the Han forces, and thoroughly so. His 10,000 strong elite troops were wiped out. As for himself, nobody knows where he disappeared to. Maybe dead among the chaos, someone said. That's Hebei's elite army, and it's gone like that. Someone marveled at the strength of the Han army. Yeah, I always thought the Han forces were powerful only because they had cannons, but it turns out that in close combat, we can't match them either. You're right. Our plan was to overwhelm them with numbers, but we fell apart almost as soon as we clashed with them. Sigh, our strength is nowhere near equal to the Great Han. How foolish we were to even dare attack the Great Han. A wave of pessimism spread among their ranks. Chapter 367. The Tiger Descends the Mountain. Dingjun eliminates 6 kings. Even though they held a favorable terrain, they knew it wouldn't last long. Such a vast army required an enormous amount of food every day. During their pursuit by the Han army, Most of their supplies had already been lost. The remaining provisions wouldn't even sustain the troops for 7 days. Even if they could hold off the Han army's assault, it wouldn't matter. Once the grain ran out, they were still doomed. Everyone, this is not the time to boost others' morale and weaken our own spirit. We must find a way to leave here, or we'll all die. Xuanhuan Chu Chi showed discontent towards everyone's pessimism and shouted loudly. What do you propose? Puyang Wang Chu Tan gave him a glance with disdain. Chu Chi's territory bordered his, and there had been many frictions between them. If it weren't for the mediation of Xinya Wang and the check from Hejin Wang, he would have definitely eliminated such a minor figure. Now, Chu Chi dared to shout orders in front of them. The other 6 kings also turned their gazes toward him. Chu Chi said, we can use the terrain of Dingjun Mountain to block the Han army and break through in the southeast direction. How do you know that there won't be an ambush by the Han army in the southeast? Xinya Wang Chu Deshuan asked. Breaking through in the southeast was something he agreed with first because as soon as they passed through the Ziwu Valley, they would be within his domain. With fewer soldiers, the Han army wouldn't dare to pursue them over long distances at this point. In other words, once they crossed Ziwu Valley, they'd be safe. Now, the only concern was whether there would be any ambush near the Ziwu Valley area. Chu Chi explained, the Han army doesn't have many soldiers. Given that no matter which path we take, we will always encounter their interception, this indicates that all the Han forces are stationed in the north. The south is unguarded, and that's our one chance. Chu Deshuan rejoiced greatly. That makes sense. The others were also stirred. Their territories were all in the east, and regardless of taking the route through Yongzhou or Jingzhou, getting home was the ultimate goal. They did not want to stay on Han-controlled lands for a single moment longer. However, before they could celebrate for 2 seconds, Chu Chi poured another bucket of cold water over them. All of you, while this plan is feasible, we need someone to stay behind and hold back the Han army. Upon hearing these words, the group felt as if struck by lightning and immediately returned to reality. That's right. If nobody stayed to delay the Han army, they wouldn't even make it to Ziwu Valley. The speed of the Han army was monstrous, and their endurance was unparalleled, as if they neither needed food nor sleep, chasing them without pause. Currently, only due to the terrain advantage of Dingjun Mountain were they able to catch a breather. It was out of sheer desperation that they came to Dingjun Mountain in the first place. After Chu Chi finished speaking, everyone fell silent. They weren't Buddhas. None of them had such selflessness to sacrifice themselves for the benefit of others. Everyone hoped that someone else would step up voluntarily to hinder the Han army. Chu Chi knew it would result in this kind of outcome. Seeing that no one spoke, he opened his mouth. Everyone has seen the fighting strength of the Han army, and even using Dingjun Mountain's topographical advantage for defense won't be an easy task. Hence, we need a substantial number of soldiers to remain for the resistance. To ensure fairness, I suggest each of us contributes 30% of our troops. What say you? If each person contributed 30% of their army, it would sum up to over 70,000 people. Though everyone regretted losing their soldiers, in order to survive, they could only proceed like this. I agree. Chu Deshuan was the first to raise his hand. The others also successively expressed no objections. Everyone confirmed to sacrifice 30% of their troops as cannon fodder and establish the details of their retreat. Due to the scorching weather, the army needed rest to restore their energy so they could escape and fight. Thus, they planned to camp on Dingjun Mountain for 2 days, pretending to prepare for a decisive battle against the Han army, thereby confusing them. In the past period, their soldiers were extremely exhausted, having fought continuously, transported supplies, and marched without cease. Moreover, they lived in constant anxiety every day, unable to get enough rest. This was an excellent opportunity to recuperate properly. On their side, despite setting up defenses, the Han army below showed no intention of attacking and merely maintained their positions. The nerves of the allied army gradually relaxed. By noon, after eating and drinking heartily, drowsiness set in. Some soldiers even discarded their armor and sought comfort under shaded trees, lying down soundly asleep. Since there were rotating guards on the front slope, the officers didn't enforce strict rules. After all, everyone was genuinely exhausted. Even some officers had removed their heavy armor and unbuckled their swords from their waists. Soon, what was originally a noisy forest became eerily quiet. Only the cheerful chirping of birds lingered melodically throughout the woods. Unbeknownst to them, past noon into the late afternoon, everyone had slept too soundly. Apart from those changing shifts, no one wanted to rise. As for those who changed duty and moved forward to stand guard, they did so lazily, dragging their feet and feeling weak in their arms since they hadn't gotten their fill of sleep yet. However, just at this moment, several deafening booms suddenly sounded from the hillside. Several shells landed among the allied army. Some were still in their dreams when they were blown to bits and would never wake up again. The rest were jolted awake, staring in terror at the mountaintop. What's happening? Look quickly, there are people on the mountain. Someone with sharp eyes noticed the flicker of banners on the mountain. Only then did they realize, we've been ambushed. They had camped on the mountain for a day and hadn't even known that enemy troops were lying in wait on the peak. Everyone's scalp went numb as they realized they had fallen into a trap. After a few cannon blasts, an ear-splitting cry of killing echoed down the mountain, as if countless fierce tigers were rushing down. The Allied forces suffered psychological trauma from cannons and immediately became cowardly upon hearing the cannon fire. Moreover, many hadn't put on their armor because they slept too deeply and even struggled to hold their weapons properly. As they watched the Han soldiers descend like tigers leaping off the mountain, panic spread through their ranks. Kill! Xiao Tian suddenly leaped up, his spear sweeping horizontally with the speed of lightning. cutting through several allied soldiers in an instant, slaying them all without hesitation. This was the thunderous barbaric spear technique, overwhelmingly brutal. Ambushing on the mountain were Lin Mo's elite forces, the Xianjing army. The allied forces never expected there could be an ambush atop the mountain. As such, most of these soldiers stationed at the back were sleeping soundly, and many didn't wear armor. Faced with the ferocious Xianjing soldiers, they were like lambs in a sheep pen, left to be slaughtered by a pack of vicious wolves. Meanwhile, below the mountain, Lin Mo, Lu Qiong, Gu Tuo, and others also launched their attacks after hearing the cannon fire. With assaults from both flanks, the allied forces suffered devastating defeats. Li Rong, a renowned general on the wanted list, had his throat pierced by Xiao Tian amidst the chaos. Because there were too many enemies, Gu Tuo and Lu Qiong even started a killing competition to see who could eliminate more enemy generals. The bet was a 6-month quota of fine wine. Whoever lost would have to give half of the wine gifted to them by Lin Mo to the other. For that mouthful of drink, the two worked especially hard, fiercely eliminating generals one after another. The allied forces were thrown into utter disarray by the aggressive Han army, with over 200,000 dying or wounded. The generals sought to issue orders but couldn't find their own soldiers, while the soldiers wanted to fight but couldn't locate their commanders. So no one cared about anyone else anymore, and everyone fled in different directions. Many rolled down the slope and met their deaths. Among them was Guangling Wang, one of the 10 kings. Additionally, Xuanhuan, Beihai Wang, Yujin Wang, and Hongnon Wang perished in the chaos. Puyang Wang had his head chopped off by Gu Tuo. Chapter 368, 18-Headed Demon God. The Battle of Dingjun Mountain claimed the lives of 6 kings. Only Chu Dixuan, the king of Xinya, managed to escape with his life by swapping clothes with a soldier of similar stature. Of the 200,000-strong army, over 110,000 soldiers were either killed, injured, or fled. 90,000 soldiers surrendered to the great Han dynasty. After the battle ended, Gu Tuo returned with a pile of severed heads. He hung them on his body and on his horse, creating the appearance of a cloak made of human heads, a grisly and terrifying sight. Even though he was now a general of the great Han dynasty, he still clung to the barbarian tradition of decorating himself with the heads of his enemies as a display of his triumphs. In this battle, Gu Tuo was practically invincible. In Yineng Valley, he single-handedly fought against 16 generals, killing 10 and driving back 6. At that time, he had 17 heads hanging from his person, all belonging to the commanders of the allied forces. The allies were petrified and referred to him as a demon god straight out of hell. Since he had 18 heads on his body at that moment, they named him the 18-Headed Demon God. However, at present, he carried no less than 40 or so heads, completely covering his body. Blood stains covered him entirely, emitting an intense stench of blood. Strangely, flies, which usually loved such smells, dared not approach him. Even before Gu Tuo reached, his booming voice could already be heard. Ha ha ha, as old Lu returned. Everyone knew about their competition, a wager for 6 months' worth of imperial wine, based on how many enemy generals they each slew. It appeared that Gu Tuo was confident of his victory. After all, these 40-some heads all belonged to enemy generals, including one king. The enemies were not wrong. This man truly was like a demon god. While Lin Mu was yet to arrive, Chen Qi walked over first. Despite fighting in the same battle as everyone else and killing more enemies than Lu Qiong, there wasn't a trace of blood or damage on Chen Qi's person. Under the sunlight, his golden dragon armor shone brilliantly. If Gu Tuo was the demon god who crawled out of hell, then Chen Qi was the radiant war god descending from the heavens. Your Majesty. Bone-tough Gu Tuo, who was usually arrogant, jumped off his warhorse and knelt on one knee to respectfully greet Lin Mu. He did not care about anyone in the world, but His Majesty was the absolute supreme being in his heart. If it weren't for His Majesty, he would never have gained such formidable strength. A single dose of the body-tempering potion transformed his physique extraordinarily, elevating his power to several higher levels. In the past, he would never have been able to achieve such remarkable victories and enjoy such a gratifying slaughter. Ever since drinking the body-tempering potion, his body seemed to have inexhaustible strength, never feeling tired no matter how much he fought. The more he killed, the more exhilarated he became. The more battles he engaged in, the lighter he felt. He had changed his warhorses multiple times, yet he had never slowed down. Not until the enemy surrendered and the battle ended. Do all these heads hanging on your body not weigh you down? Lin Mu gave him a glance and asked indifferently. According to the military merit system of the Great Han, killing enemies could earn rewards based on presenting the left ears of slain foes. A head, along with its helmet, weighed at least 15 or 16 pounds. Therefore, the weight of 40-some heads was quite considerable. Gu Tuo laughed, replying with 3 words, I've gotten used to it. He thought hanging the heads of enemies on his body looked very cool. At this moment, Lin Mu still didn't know that one of those heads belonged to a king. I go, Old Bones, what are you doing? A moment later, Lu Qiong arrived holding a string of human ears, and, upon seeing Gu Tuo covered in heads, was also startled. Each bloody head dangling from his body was horrifying. He had seen barbarian warriors hanging human heads before, but the most Gu Tuo ever displayed was 7 or 8. Now, Gu Tuo bore 43 heads, dragging them along the ground. Had it not been for the weapon in his hand, Lu Qiong might not have recognized him. Old Lu, quickly report your achievements. Gu Tuo quickly got up and came before Lu Qiong. Before Lu Qiong could announce the number, Gu Tuo bent down and started counting the string of ears next to Lu Qiong. However, a while later, his expression turned somewhat difficult. because Lu Qiong's tally was also exactly 43, meaning that despite his utmost efforts, he only achieved a tie with Lu Qiong. As Getuwu counted the ears, Lu Qiong was also counting the heads. After finishing, Lu Qiong wore a smug look on his face. What are you smiling about? Getuwu, puzzled, asked. A tie was not something to be proud of. Then Lu Qiong removed something from behind his waist. Clearly, another human ear. Sorry, I won. Ha ha ha. Lu Qiong burst out laughing and then dismounted his horse, coming to Lin Mu and bowing, saying, Your Majesty, you don't need to give General Gu his imperial wine for the second half of the year. Just have the lesser imperial palace send it directly to my residence. Lin Mu did not stop the competition between the two. He hoped that there would be more such healthy competitions among his subordinates. It didn't harm the camaraderie between colleagues and could enhance their enthusiasm and strength. Approved. Lin Mo smiled in agreement. Wait a moment. Getuwu wasn't satisfied. Old bones, do you want to renege on your promise before His Majesty? Lu Qiong's eyes narrowed into a slit as he taunted. When the two had made their wager, Lin Mo was invited as the witness. Getuwu gave him a glance, but remained silent, starting to rummage through the heads. A moment later, he found one. Your Majesty, this is the head of the King of Puyang. You tell me, can it count for 3 enemy generals? King of Puyang? Upon hearing these words, everyone was astonished. No one had expected that Getuwu had actually killed the King of Puyang. After all, the king held an army of 200,000 troops and wielded immense power. There were still many surrendered soldiers of the King of Puyang nearby, and upon seeing their lord's severed head, they grew even more terrified. With their king dead, how could they dare entertain any other thoughts? The Great Han dynasty truly consisted of a group of madmen. No way. Lu Qiong became anxious. He hadn't anticipated that Getuwu would have such an opportunity, slaying a rebel king. If Getuwu's head really counted as 3, wouldn't that mean he himself would lose? If we calculate this way, I also have a few heads of third-rank generals. Shouldn't they be converted into 2 heads each? Your Majesty, we agreed that the heads of 6th rank or higher battle generals would count, and the King of Puyang falls under this rank, so it should only count as 1. He argued logically. Lin Mo nodded. General Lu is correct. General Gu, the merit of killing the King of Puyang will be recorded. However, for the sake of your competition with General Lu, it will only count as 1. Seeing Lin Mo say this, Getuwu did not dare to argue further. After all, he couldn't contradict the emperor's words. Nevertheless, losing 6 months' worth of imperial wine was almost like a death sentence for this wine-loving general. He simply couldn't accept the defeat so easily. His mind quickly came up with another plan. Chapter 369, The Sole Survivor. Getuwu said to Lu Qiong, Please wait for a moment. Then he was seen carrying King Puyang's head towards another group of generals. No one knew what he was going to do, and Lin Mo was also curious about him. In the hearts of many people, he had always been an image of being physically strong but simple-minded. Now that he could think things through and act smartly, it pleased Lin Mo. Your Majesty, what does he want to do? Lu Qiong looked at Getuwu's back with a sense of foreboding. He wants to beat you. Lin Mo replied with a faint smile. Lu Qiong. Soon, they found out the answer. Generals, I have the head of King Puyang. Let's exchange it for enemy commanders of 6th rank or above. The exchange rate is 3 heads for 1. The highest bidder wins. Getuwu lifted the head of King Puyang to show all the generals. These Han generals were not weak in power. Among them were some fierce warriors, each of whom carried several ears as trophies. Some even possessed over 10 ears. Of course, not all these ears were from 6th rank warriors or above. But faced with such a good opportunity, everyone was extremely tempted. Because a single head of King Puyang could mean exchanging for higher ranks and more resources from His Majesty. General Gu, are you really willing to exchange it? One general asked cautiously. Haha, I happen to have exactly 3 to exchange with you. I'll offer 4. I'll match 4 and add 2 7th rank war generals. For a while, the general's area became extraordinarily lively. The prisoners nearby stared in shock as they saw these men bid for a single head. If King Puyang were still alive now, what would he feel? Sun Shuxing walked over without realizing when, seemingly both amused and baffled. He probably couldn't even dare to imagine it. Lin Mo helplessly shook his head. He didn't expect that Getuwu would resort to this lower strategy. No, it should be described as the lowest strategy. Because the head of King Puyang was enough to get a promotion of 1 rank for him, and if used for trading wine, it would definitely exceed his 6-month quota. Of course, it was his own choice, and Lin Mo wouldn't interfere. General Lu, aren't you going to make an exchange? Sun Shuxing smiled and asked Lu Qiong beside him. If Lu Qiong did not exchange, it meant he was conceding defeat. However, Lu Qiong was far clearer-headed. After hesitating for a moment, he decisively shook his head. No exchange. Even if General Gu manages to win by doing so, it wouldn't be a fair victory. He showed contempt for Lu Qiong's method. But Sun Shuxing just chuckled and quietly reminded. Actually, you can make an exchange too. His gaze was on Getuwu. During this period of time, Lu Qiong fought alongside Sun Shuxing and held him in great respect. There had formed a sort of tacit understanding between the two. Upon seeing the direction Sun Shuxing's gaze pointed to, Lu Qiong immediately understood. A slight smile rose on his lips. Old bone, I will exchange with you. Lu Qiong suddenly shouted loud and clear. Getuwu paused, turning around. What did you say? He still hadn't grasped Lu Qiong's intention yet. I said, I'll exchange with you. Lu Qiong repeated. Since he had already decided to lose to Getuwu, why not strive for greater advantage? While Getuwu was confused, Lu Qiong snatched the head of King Puyang from his hands, then threw him the left ears and identification tags of 3 6th rank war generals. These were important proofs of their identities and crucial for claiming military merits. Looking at the human ears in his hand, Cthulhu felt completely bewildered. I don't understand. He had earlier worried that Lu Qiong might find someone else to trade with, like himself. But this operation by Lu Qiong puzzled him completely. Don't you get it? Our bet. I lost, Lu Qiong said smiling, holding the head of King Puyang. Nevertheless, Cthulhu couldn't feel any joy. I still don't get it. He had this feeling that there was a trap involved, and unfortunately, he stepped right into it. Ignoring Cthulhu, Lu Qiong immediately took the head and human ears to the Military Merits Registration Office. At the banks of Tsinshui River in Qinggu County, a middle-aged man with disheveled hair came to wash his face by the river. However, no matter how clear the water was, it could not wash away the fatigue on his face. It had been 2 days since he last closed his eyes. It was quite difficult to hold out until now. Lord Wang, we found a boat to cross the river. At that moment, a subordinate ran excitedly over with what seemed like a piece of good news. As long as they crossed the Tsinshui River, they would approach Weixing Prefecture, which was under Chu Diyuan's jurisdiction. Order everyone to rest after crossing the river. The man stood up and followed his subordinates to find the ferry. It was a small boat bought from a nearby farming family. Each trip could only take less than 10 people, but their total number wasn't much either. Within half an hour, everyone had successfully crossed the river. My lord, we just encountered a scattered group of troops. They are under King Puyang. While Chu Diyuan was resting, his subordinates who crossed the river later brought another piece of news. How many people? Chu Diyuan asked. Not many. Only about 30 or so, replied the subordinate. However, I learned an astonishing message from them. Speak. Chu Diyuan's face tensed up. He could roughly guess what it was. The battle at Dingjun Mountain resulted in the near annihilation of our 20,000-strong army, with 9-10,000 troops defecting to the Han. The words of the subordinate completely shattered Chu Diyuan's lingering illusions. While crossing the river, he had been praying for more of his men to return. Now it seemed that among the over 10,000 troops he took there, hardly any had survived. These 6 dozen-odd men around him might be the sole survivors. His complexion darkened. He knew they had suffered a severe defeat, but he didn't expect it to be a total annihilation. What about the situation of the other kings? Any word on them? Chu Diyuan asked heavily. The subordinate sighed softly. My lord, only you survived. King Puyang, King Xuanhuan, King Beihai, King Yuzhen, King Hongnom, and King Guangling. All have perished entirely. What? Upon hearing this, Chu Diyuan was utterly shocked. Out of the 7 kings, only he remained alive, unsure whether to feel fortunate or fearful. Had I not fled fast, I would probably have died there too. Chu Dian sighed deeply. Though a few rivals were gone, a much more terrifying presence had risen, which left him anything but cheerful. Moreover, his forces had also suffered heavy losses in this war. Everyone get up. Stop resting. Chu Diyuan wanted nothing more than to escape from Hanzhong and off Han territory as soon as possible. Even if some of his subordinates still lived, he wouldn't wait for them anymore. Meanwhile, in Dongling Valley to the north of Jigu, 7 regional lords gathered here. Wang Mongshan, King Wu, governor of Yanmen, inspector of Bingzhou, Marquis Guangwei, king of Black Mountain, and governor of Lujiang. Because the Han army's troops were limited, they avoided being surrounded and easily circumvented Jigu from the west, arriving at Dongling Valley adjacent to Wudu Commandery. Their numbers were slightly less, numbering only 14 10,000s. When they heard that Xinye King and others were besieged at Dingjun Mountain, they didn't offer any relief but banded together to keep warm. Still, they kept a constant eye on the situation at Dingjun Mountain. They hoped that Xinye King and his allies could unleash formidable fighting power amidst their dire straits and force the Great Han to incur mutual injuries. But the outcome disappointed them greatly. Chapter 370. Why did the Han army stop? Your Highness, Dingjun Mountain and Lord Xinye have been defeated. A swift horse messenger suddenly arrived with urgent news. The 7 vassal lords instantly revealed expressions of disappointment. Wu King Chu Gengxiu asked, how great are the losses of our allied forces? And what about the Han army's losses? Even though this wasn't the news he wanted to hear, he still held a flicker of hope. If those 7 contingents had inflicted equally heavy losses on both sides, then their wait would have been worthwhile, allowing them to reap benefits without direct involvement. Replying to Wu King, our allied forces were almost completely annihilated, yet the Han side suffered very few losses. The voice of the messenger trembled slightly as he reported. It is said that the Han army had prepositioned a force of around 3,000 soldiers at the summit of Dingjun Mountain. They appeared like divine warriors, effortlessly smashing through our army's lines. Despite organizing 6 myriads of men, we couldn't withstand their assault, resulting in heavy casualties. Notable generals such as Li Rong ranked 7th on the battlefield chart, the famous general from Henei Chao Yuan, and the fearsome tiger of Jiangxia Deng Xianji, all perished at the hands of this contingent. As he described the situation of the battle, those listening around him felt an eerie chill down their spines. To think, when initially, the allied forces had amassed 20 myriads near Dingjun Mountain, while the main forces of the Han were held at bay at the foot of the mountain. That 3,000-strong force was effectively concealed right under the nose of the enemy. But they actually executed a strategy akin to snatching food from the jaws of a tiger, relying solely on these 3,000 to disperse a force 20 myriad strong, decimating many generals. Such a victory was sufficient to make its fame resound throughout China, shaking all 8 directions. Even the mightiest troops of Dagon paled in comparison before such ferocity. It was difficult to imagine how in less than a year, Han could train such a formidable fighting force, causing widespread fear and awe. Do we know the name or designation of this unit? Chen Tianluo, the Wang of Mongshan, tremulously inquired. He was grateful he hadn't been blocked inside Jigu Valley. If he had met this force, his 2 myriad strong army might not have even been enough to fill their teeth gaps. Their banner calls them Xian Army. Xian Army. Everyone repeated these words, engraving this unit into their memories deeply. They must warn their subordinates to be cautious whenever encountering this unit in future engagements. With the allied forces defeated, do we know the fates of the other kings? Black Mountain Wang Chu Tiange, a loyal subject of Dagong, anxiously questioned. Though his power didn't place him among the 10 great kings, he truly cared about Dagong's fate, unlike the other relatives who only cared for their own interests. Hence, facing a powerful rival like the Han dynasty, he didn't want Dagong's royal family to suffer losses nor diminish the country's strength. The message carrier replied, from the surviving soldiers, it is learned that out of the 7 Wangs, 6 heads were delivered to Nanjing, and there's no word on whether the sole remaining king, Xingya Wang Chu Xuanhuan, is alive or dead. What? Hearing this news, everyone present lost their composure. 6 kings being killed was astonishing. They once again congratulated themselves on not having been surrounded. Otherwise, the ones dead could have been themselves. Retreat. Retreat quickly. Wu Wangchu Gengxiu lost his cool. He feared the Han army would finish off Lord Xingya and turn their weapons against him. Thus, staying here even a moment longer was unacceptable. Others agreed with him, issuing orders to break camp and head toward Yongzhou. They started from East Lang Valley, crossing the Bao River, and finally reached Mount Taibai. This mountain was the boundary between Yongzhou and Yizhou. There was a crucial pass called San Pass. Although not as magnificent and towering as Yanping Pass, due to its position on high cliffs, it remained a dangerous point. Despite this not being the sole way leading to Yongzhou, taking this route saved them over 300 miles of travel time. Furthermore, this pass was within the control of the Yong king. Yet upon arrival, they found the gate tightly shut. The Yongzhou army barred their path. After hearing this news, Chu Gingxiu stomped his feet angrily, cursing. They couldn't comprehend why King Chu was holding them back at this crucial moment. The Han army was chasing after them. Every delay increased the risk to their lives. King Wu and the others personally negotiated, but the commander refused to open the gate, citing the lack of orders from the king of Yong. They were obstructed for 3 days. Meanwhile, Lin Mo led a 5 myriad strong Han army leisurely pursuing them from behind. The reason they pursued slowly was because further south of San Pass, there was another force, led by King Yong and King Wu Hui. With 47,000 soldiers, they gathered 30 li south of Mount Taibai, at a place called Xingshi. The choice to gather troops at this location served a dual purpose. 1. To coordinate efforts with San Pass. 2. To signify ambition with the name Xingshi. Evidently, King Yong's ambitions were not small. His previous demeanor of indifference to worldly affairs had only been a disguise covering his real aspirations. Lin Mo understood well that King Yong wouldn't genuinely cooperate with him. From the deployment of King Yong's forces, it was clear that he intended to use the power of King Wu at all to weaken the military strength of the Han dynasty. So from the very beginning, he never trusted this ally. Thus, upon arriving at the foot of Mount Taibai, Lin Mo ordered his army to halt and did not launch an attack on King Wu and his followers. Your Majesty, the armies of Yongzhou and Lianzhou are still inactive. Should I go and urge them? Chen Shi, the division general responsible for coordinating with Yong King Chu Yun, was becoming anxious. Because as per the agreement, Chu Yun should have launched an offensive against King Wu and his group by now. But their inaction was highly suspicious. Lin Mo waved his hand dismissively. No need, let them be. Spread the order down the ranks to set up camp where we are. Keep a close eye on the enemy's movements and guard against potential surprise attacks. At present, they were all situated under Mount Taibai, while King Wu and his men held higher ground with a defensive advantage. Although the Han army had superior combat prowess, it would not be wise to attempt a frontal assault right now. Lin Mo was never one to do business at a loss. Upon receiving the orders, all units promptly set up camps. They were not machines. The intense battles and long marches over the past few days had left them physically drained. Everyone wanted to take this opportunity to rest properly. Even if humans could endure it, the war horses beneath them and the oxen and donkeys hauling supplies couldn't hold up any longer. As soon as the Han forces stopped, both King Wu's and King Yong's factions were utterly baffled. Neither side understood why the Han forces weren't advancing. Brother, what does Emperor Han mean? We've already blocked the path for him, so why isn't he attacking? Surely, dragging this out won't benefit them. After hearing the news, King Yong Chu Yun started grumbling inside his tent. King Wu Hui Chu Fong pondered for a long time, but still couldn't figure out the reason behind this decision. He shook his head and said, if he is waiting for us to send troops, he should have sent a messenger urging us into action by now. Yet until this moment, no emissary has arrived from his side. I really don't know what he's planning. They had even prepared their excuses to buy more time, yet there was still no sign of the Han army's envoy. Fine, let him wait if that's what he wants. Anyway, our provisions are abundant enough to last. With an air of impatience, Chu Yun waved his hand, signaling dismissal. As long as the Han army didn't make the first move, he certainly wouldn't dare to act first. At least for now, he hadn't openly turned against King Wu and his allies. He was like a double-edged sword, capable of swaying to either side at will. Meanwhile, on the other side, King Wu and his men were also dumbfounded. Why has the Han army stopped? Chapter 371. The true trump card. The Snow Dragon cavalry descends on Chang'an, with enemies blocking ahead and pursuers chasing behind. Upon learning that the Han army was right behind them, Chu Gingxiu and his men were in a panic. Because their current situation was very similar to that of Prince Puyang and his men, who had been wiped out days ago. They were on the lower part of the mountain. Once the Han army and the Yongzhou army from San Pass simultaneously attacked them, they would have no place to bury their bodies. Some people, in order to survive, even proposed the idea of surrendering to the Han Empire. However, the Black Mountain King, Prince Wu, and the governor of Yanmen firmly disagreed. They would rather die fighting than surrender to the Han Empire. As the two sides argued incessantly, sudden news came from the frontline soldiers. The Han army had set up camp on the spot and did not launch an attack on them. This move left them truly perplexed. Could this be another scheme by the Han Empire? General Zhao Xian of Guangwei doubted. During this period, they had suffered greatly, developing a psychological fear of the Han. Any action by the Han Empire seemed suspicious to them. Our situation now is akin to lambs waiting to be slaughtered. For the Han, this is the best time to wipe us out. Prince Wu Chu Gengxiu walked to the front of the slope. From his position, he could see the distant encampment of the Han army. Even though they were so close, the Han army stopped moving forward, which left him thoroughly confused. At this moment, one of the strategists hesitantly said, "The troops of King Yong are stationed around Xingshi and haven't approached us. Perhaps the Han army is considering them." Chen Tianluo nodded. The Yongzhou army within the Xuanhuan Pass also shows no intention of attacking. From this, they deduced that the Han Emperor and King Yong hadn't reached a real cooperation agreement yet. They still had a chance. Led by Prince Wu, they immediately formed a delegation to negotiate with King Yong at Xingshi. Every move they made couldn't escape Lin Mo's intelligence network, and Yao Tiandong, who handled the information, quickly found Lin Mo. "My lord, they've gone to find King Yong. Should we send troops to stop them?" Yao Tiandong was worried that if they reached an agreement with King Yong, it would affect the Han army's military plan. Considering the current distribution of power among the three parties, half of the Han army was stationed between King Yong and Prince Wu. If King Yong betrayed, it would mean this group would be caught between two armies and placed in a passive position. Some generals became nervous after hearing this. Yet Lin Mo remained composed, smiling as he waved his hand. There's no need to worry about them. Let them go. He knew that King Yong wasn't sincere in cooperating. He was merely selling out Prince Wu to save his own life. On top of that, he was dreaming big, wanting to steal the technology for manufacturing cannons from the Han Empire. Knowing that demanding directly wouldn't work, Lin Mo suspected Chu Yun was employing a small trick, letting the Han army and Prince Wu fight first. Then, when both sides were locked in battle, he would seize the opportunity. Only in such circumstances would he have any chance of getting the cannons. With just one cannon, he could have people study its manufacturing technique and mass-produce them. His calculations were good, but unfortunately, he never realized that he had fallen into Lin Mo's trap all along. At this time, in a small place named Huxian within Fufeng County of Yongzhou, Lei Tong led an army hidden there for over 10 days. To gain Lin Mo's favor, Chu Yun transferred the troops stationed in Chang'an to the San Pass. He also deployed some forces to Tongguan. Originally having a defensive force of 100,000 troops in Chang'an, now only less than 20,000 men remained. Currently, everyone's attention was focused on the San Pass area near Taibai Mountain. Chu Yun could never have imagined that a formidable force had already been lurking on his territory for over 10 days. The Snow Dragon Cavalry. Lin Mo's and Yu's trump card now emerged like a sharp blade piercing straight into the enemy's heart. Lei Tong, Lei Song, and Lei Yun, leading 10,000 Snow Dragon cavalrymen, appeared beneath the walls of Chang'an like a streak of white lightning. Their speed was so fast that even spies outside the city walls of Chang'an could not keep up with them. By the time those informants spotted them, they had already vanished. Thus, the Snow Dragon cavalry arrived at the foot of Chang'an City before either the city's garrison or assisting forces realized what was happening. Although Chang'an had 20,000 troops stationed there, these men weren't entirely inside the city walls. Their camps were located outside the city walls, leaving no time to enter and defend once the Snow Dragon cavalry arrived. The commander guarding the city was Zhou Mingshi, Chu Yun's father-in-law, a veteran general known for his strict discipline. Having fought for more than 20 years, he had experienced all sorts of battlefields. Yet, when 10,000 Snow Dragon cavalry surrounded the city of Chang'an, he was shocked by the sight. Where did these people come from? Hurry, raise the drawbridge. Zhou Mingshi happened to be patrolling the city walls when he saw the Snow Dragon cavalry rushing forward like arrows. He knew it was already too late to close the gates, so he ordered the raising of the drawbridge to buy some time. Nevertheless, Chang'an, as the core of Yongzhou and the capital of the former dynasty, was vast in scale. Not all the city gates could respond in time. The Mingda Gate where Zhou Mingshi was located had closed, but the Jingguang Gate to the west, and Hua Gate to the east, and Xixia Gate to the north were easily breached by the Snow Dragon cavalry. The defenders were no match for the iron hooves of the cavalry. Their defenses were like thin walls before a mighty iron hammer, shattered with one strike. The troops stationed outside the city rushed to aid, only to have their 13,000-plus soldiers scattered by 600 Snow Dragon cavalrymen, resulting in heavy casualties. The battle within the city lasted less than an hour, after which Zhou Mingshi surrendered his forces to protect his family. Lei Tong smoothly took control of Chang'an, capturing 96 members of Prince Yang's family and 172 officials of various ranks from Yongzhou. However, Lei Tong did not linger in Chang'an. He assigned Lei Song with 1,000 men to garrison the city while he and Lei Yun led the remaining 9,000 straight toward Tongguan. Being 360 li away from Chang'an, the Snow Dragon cavalry simply changed horses and dashed there in a single assault. By the time they arrived, it was still daylight. Lei Tong used Zhou Mingshi to trick the gatekeepers into opening the gate. then stormed into Guangzhou with his troops. Despite fierce resistance from the 3 myriads of defending troops, they still couldn't escape the grim fate of being slaughtered by the Snow Dragon cavalry. Invincible on horseback, the Snow Dragon cavalry proved extremely formidable even when dismounted. In under 2 hours, the enemy abandoned the pass and fled. The Han army successfully occupied Tonghuan, the vital choke point of Yongzhou. With control of Tonghuan, they could retreat to defend the 3 Qins or advance directly towards Luoyang. If previously the rebel kings derided Lin Mo for merely skirmishing around Yi province, with Tonghuan now secure, Lin Mo earned the right to challenge for dominion over the empire. Within a single day, both Chang'an and Tonghuan fell successively. The entire realm was shaken. Upon seeing how overwhelmingly powerful the Han forces were, the local families controlling the counties of Yongzhou chose to surrender out of fear. And by the time Prince Yong received this news, it had already been 3 days later. Chapter 372. What the hell is the Han Emperor doing? General, it's a disaster. The door to Zhong Xinxiu's room, the defending general of Yongzhou stationed at San Pass, was suddenly burst open. A blood-covered soldier staggered in. Chang'an has fallen. The soldier's voice cracked with sobs, his face etched with terror. Even though the battle for Chang'an had ended a day ago, the fear still lingered deeply within him. What did you say? Zhong Xinxiu, known as the stabilizing pillar of Yongzhou, was startled upon hearing this news. Who accomplished this? Did the imperial army break through Tong Pass and ambush Chang'an? The court had a formidable army that had long been preparing strategies in Yongzhou. If they broke through Tong Pass, Chang'an would appear to them like a piece of ripe fruit ready to be plucked. As Zhong Xinxiu pondered over when the commander of Tong Pass might have been bought by Sima Lan, the messenger continued to cry out. It wasn't the court. It was the Han army. The Han army ambushed Chang'an, and, within an hour, half our troops were lost. General Zhou, to protect the safety of the citizens and their families, had no choice but to surrender to the enemy. The enemy didn't pursue us further after capturing Chang'an. That's why some of us survived. He knew if the Snow Dragon cavalry had chosen to chase them, there wouldn't have been any survivors. Our forces were too far behind their war horses, especially on the flat terrain surrounding Chang'an, he reasoned. Han army. Zhong Xinxiu was stunned. After listening to all the details, he handed over the heavy responsibility of guarding San Pass to his deputy and personally set off toward Xingshi to report the situation to King Yong. He also instructed his subordinates to shift the defense priority from the south to the north, where the Han army now threatened from. As for Wu Wang, who had been blocked in the south, he no longer posed a threat. Zhong Xinxiu guessed that an alliance with Wu Wang might soon re-establish itself. On the way to Xingshi, another shocking piece of information reached him. Tong Pass had fallen. In just one day, the 2 most solid fortresses of Yongzhou were lost. He couldn't help but wonder how powerful the force that attacked them must have been. Upon delivering these 2 devastating pieces of news to King Yong, Chu Yun fainted instantly. After meticulously scheming for such a long time, Chu Yun had come to find his home stolen from under him. Awakening amidst the calls of those around him, Chu Yun felt utterly humiliated, a mere puppet whose strings had been cut. Could we have made a mistake? Chu Yun's strategist voiced a doubt. From what I know, the strongest cavalry of the Han army is the xuanhuan Iron Cavalry. But the xuanhuan Iron Cavalry consists of only hundreds of men, and it has shown up multiple times in previous battles. It's impossible for them to stealthily attack both Chang'an and Tong Pass. They cannot bypass San Pass anyway, nor do their numbers add up. Zhong Xinxiu shook his head. I don't know, but I trust my men wouldn't lie. Indeed, a cavalry unit bearing the banner of the Han army ambushed us. Each man commanded 3 horses, moving at incredible speed and demonstrating terrifying combat power. Based on my soldiers' descriptions, their combat capabilities might even surpass those of the xuanhuan Iron Cavalry. Even Zhong Xinxiu, feared throughout the 3 Qins, was left trembling after hearing about the overwhelming combat power of that mysterious cavalry. It was unimaginable how someone could train such a ruthless killing machine. Combat capability even stronger than the xuanhuan Iron Cavalry? The strategist grew even more perplexed. To become part of the xuanhuan Iron Cavalry requires extremely strict conditions. Among a 10,000-strong army, only a few qualify. Additionally, the cost of equipping them is exorbitant. The price of making their armor and weapons is dozens of times higher than standard gear. The Great Han simply does not have the resources to create a 10,000-strong xuanhuan Iron Cavalry. Before, he had calculated that even with Yongzhou's wealth, they could afford to produce a xuanhuan Iron Cavalry of only 3,000 soldiers. Of course, money wasn't the main obstacle. Top-quality war horses, high-grade iron, and superlative warriors. All these were hard to acquire. Could it be Sima Lan? But why impersonate the Han rebels? Chu Yun, after regaining composure, couldn't figure it out. He knew Sima Lan had long set traps in Yongzhou, but Chu Yun himself wasn't without strategy either. He had already destroyed nearly all the connections Sima Lan had extended into his territory. Moreover, the commander of Tong Pass was one of his trusted men. For Sima Lan to secretly attack Chang'an, it wouldn't be easy. No wonder the Han army kept delaying their move. They were stalling for time. Realization dawned on Chu Yun, and he clenched his teeth, glaring at the campsite of the Han army. With Chang'an gone and his family captured by the enemy, Chu Yun became increasingly restless. Brother, what should we do now? Chu Fangjian asked. He was unsure whether continuing cooperation with the Han dynasty was wise since they had offended Wu Wang and others. Summon those envoys here. Perhaps we can still use them, Chu Yun said gravely. Previously, he had refused to meet the envoys from Wu Wang and others due to a claimed illness. Now, for the sake of reclaiming his home, he had to collaborate with them. These people were also anxious to return home. An agreement between both parties was quickly reached. On the other side, Lin Mo also received news. They had secured control of Chang'an and Tong Pass. Let's withdraw our troops. Lin Mo decisively ordered the retreat, leading his army of 50,000 out of Taibai Mountain. Chu Yun was stunned. What on earth is Emperor Han up to? He thought that after capturing Chang'an and Tong Pass, the Han army would certainly launch a major offensive against San Pass to link up with the Han forces inside Yongzhou. Instead, the Han forces were retreating? Isn't this just like handing over the 10,000-strong cavalry in Yongzhou to the enemy? Chu Yun had originally planned to pretend a hasty retreat, luring the Han army up to Taibai Mountain, where he could use assistance from Wu Wang and others to repel them. Then, by sealing off San Pass, he intended to execute an ambush tactic, wiping out the 10,000-strong Han cavalry in Yongzhou and reclaiming his lost territory. But Lin Mo's withdrawal spared him all the trouble without a fight. My lord, something abnormal must be suspicious, the military advisor cautioned. The team that snuck into Chang'an and Tong Pass must be an elite unit of the Great Han. Emperor Han wouldn't abandon such a capable force. He must be plotting some cunning scheme. Even the simplest reasoning showed that Emperor Han could never possibly abandon the Snow Dragon cavalry. Having put so much effort into their surprise attack on Chang'an, there was no way they would casually discard it. The advisor's words made Chu Yun more cautious than ever. What do you suggest we do, advisor? Chu Yun earnestly inquired. I believe the Han forces are trying to deceive us. They are withdrawing intentionally to make us drop our guard. When we concentrate all our strength on fighting that cavalry, they will suddenly strike back. Therefore, not only should we not reduce our defensive forces at San Pass, but we must strengthen them even further. The advisor then suggested keeping Wu Wang and his allies stationed before San Pass. With 12 legions under their command, they could effectively block the Han army down at the foot of Taibai Mountain. Chapter 373. Chu Yun, 10,000 against 1,000, I am sure of victory. Chu Yun's envoy soon found Chu Gingxiu and others. They were all too aware that at this point, they could only follow Chu Yun's arrangements. Because once war with Duke Yong broke out, it would undoubtedly give the Han army an opportunity to strike. None of them would make it back to their territories alive if that happened. So despite harboring resentment in their hearts, everyone lined up their armies, established defensive lines, and blocked the Han forces. As for Chu Yun and Chu Fangji, they returned to Yongzhou with their troops. They had to quickly eliminate the Han army within Yongzhou and reclaim their territory. Your Majesty, as you expected, Chu Yun has led his troops back to Yongzhou. Yao Tiandong, who was responsible for intelligence, immediately informed Lin Mo after receiving the news. Upon hearing this, a smile appeared on Lin Mo's lips. The Han army only had 50,000 soldiers and did not have the geographical advantage. If the Yongzhou army joined hands with the other several vassal states, Lin Mo would almost certainly have no chance of winning. Therefore, Lin Mo retreated his troops, adopting a strategy of retreating in order to advance. Chu Yun wouldn't possibly pursue them, and having so many men stationed at Xuanhuan would obviously be a waste of time. So they could only retreat to Yongzhou first and deal with the Dashua Dragon cavalry. Now, there were only 12,000 men led by King Wu remaining before Xuanhuan, along with the original defenders of Xuanhuan. Your Majesty, shall we launch a strong attack next? Lu Qiong asked. Without the armies of Duke Yong and Duke Wuwei, their offensive pressure was much reduced. A strong attack on Mount Taibai wasn't entirely out of the question. After resting these few days, the warriors of each department were eager to achieve great things. No, continue the retreat. Lin Mo negated Lu Qiong's suggestion. He ordered the soldiers to continue retreating, withdrawing more than 100 miles to set up camp at a place named Qian. Your Majesty, can the Dashua Dragon cavalry hold on for that long? Sun Shuxing worriedly asked. He hadn't seen the Dashua Dragon cavalry, nor did he know where this army had come from. Currently, the only thing known about them was that the Dashua Dragon cavalry had broken through both Chang'an and Tongguan in one day. Although their battle achievements were impressive, their numbers were incredibly small. With just 10,000 men trying to guard 2 fortresses, the pressure was unimaginable. Now that Duke Yong had returned to Yongzhou with 5 new regiments under him, and just with a wave of his hand, could quickly assemble an army of 100,000 men within Yongzhou. 10,000 versus 100,000. It was difficult to defend both Chang'an and Tongguan simultaneously. In Sun Shuxing's mind, Lin Mo's decision seemed too risky. Who said the Dashua Dragon cavalry will defend? Lin Mo smiled slightly and consoled. Prime Minister, rest assured. This team never disappoints. This wasn't ordinary Dashua Dragon cavalry. Rather, it was the enhanced form, with power boosted by 100%. One could say that each member of the Dashua Dragon cavalry was no less capable than an ultra-class military commander. Facing the enemy, defense wasn't their style. Their attitude was to attack, not defending. Sun Shuxing immediately understood Lin Mo's meaning and found it even more incredible. I regret not taking up this task when I had the chance. Given his identity as Prime Minister, becoming the leader of the Dashua Dragon cavalry wasn't hard. But who would have guessed how formidable the Dashua Dragon cavalry was? There'll be opportunities. Lin Mo smiled and responded. There was still the entire world awaiting their conquest. It was just beginning. I'll wait and see. Sun Shuxing also became emotionally charged. Chen Shi, standing nearby, hearing the conversation between the two and learning that the Dashua Dragon cavalry could handle Duke Yong and Duke Wuwei on their own, couldn't help but ask. Your Majesty, if the Dashua Dragon cavalry doesn't need our help, why are we retreating so far? I thought your retreat order was meant to let Chu Gengxiu et al. Open the way. He assumed that once Lin Mo pulled back the army, King Wu and the rest would seize the opportunity to move aside. Thus, attacking into Yongzhou would merely require facing the pass. But now, it appeared he'd overestimated the situation. Upon hearing Chen Qi's words, Lin Mo smiled faintly, quite satisfied with the growth of the young scholar who had followed him since Guangzhou. Of course, part of this owed to Lin Mo's guidance. If we stayed near the mountain all the time, he would have only one choice, to fight to the death. So, they would keep the determination to fight fiercely and unite firmly resisting us. By letting them have another path, we're giving them a second option. As a result, inevitably there will be divisions inside their group. Whether they ultimately choose to escape or stay, for us, it's beneficial without any harm. Lin Mo had only taken 50,000 men, but the Hanzhong army's strength had increased to more than 90,000 people. Excluding the 10,000 guarding prisoners, Lin Mo still had 30,000 men under his command. And these 30,000 men were lying in ambush where the enemy couldn't see them. Once Chu Gingxiu and others left Mount Taibai, they would repeat the same mistakes as King Xuanhuan and meet a similar fate, being impossible to escape death. However, Chu Gingxiu and others didn't choose to leave. Although there were disagreements within their ranks, both the most powerful Chu Gingxiu and Qin Tianluo chose to stay. The others didn't dare to break away from them to face the Han army alone, so they abandoned the idea of leaving. 12,000 men set up camp at the foot of Mount Taibai. Meanwhile, Chu Yun, who had led his troops into Yongzhou territory, indeed quickly gathered his generals as Sun Shuxing had anticipated and assembled over 4 myriads of soldiers. Adding the forces he had always kept with him, within 3 short days, his army grew close to 100,000. Clearly, he was also afraid of the Dashua dragon cavalry, which is why he had summoned so many of his generals for total preparation. With nearly 100,000 soldiers under his command, Chu Yun was brimming with confidence, channeling the anger he'd bottled up for days into motivation, determined to crush the force that had launched a sneak attack on his family. What's the situation in Chang'an now? Chu Yun's first target was Chang'an. Firstly, he was concerned about his family. Secondly, as the center of Yongzhou, Chang'an symbolized power and status. Only by reclaiming it could he stabilize morale and inspire the troops. Therefore, he had stationed spies all around Chang'an to observe its every move. Prince Chu, since the fall of Chang'an, the city gates have remained locked tightly. There are only 1,000 enemy soldiers inside. The rest are all at Tongguan. The soldiers responsible for reconnaissance reported the situation of the past few days to Chu Yun. Since he began watching Chang'an, the city gates had never opened. On the day it fell, 9,000 people left, confirming that only 1,000 enemies remained inside. Just 1,000 men? Chu Yun and Chu Fangji clearly found this quite surprising. Had the enemy given up? But if they had truly given up, those 1,000 should have escaped too. Why persist till now? A laughable thought bubbled up in Chu Yun's mind. Do they really think that just 1,000 men can hold off my 100,000 strong army? Brother, if there are only 1,000 men in Chang'an, it means the majority of their troops are in Tongguan. We must beware of being attacked from behind. Chu Fangji warned cautiously. How about waiting a few more days? I've already sent messengers to Wui. I believe my cavalry will arrive soon. He worried there might be other Han armies nearby, so immediately after passing through San Pass, he sent people to Wui for reinforcements. With the speed of the Western Liang Iron Cavalry, it would take at most 2 days to arrive. However, Chu Yun was no longer patient. He believed his 100,000 army against 10,000 enemies ensured absolute victory. Chapter 374. The Terrifying Snow Dragon Cavalry. Are they even human? General Xue, you immediately lead 10,000 men to bypass Chang'an and reach Gaolu. If the enemy comes from Tongguan to support Chang'an, you must intercept them. A delay of half a day will be enough for me to take Chang'an. Chu Yun said confidently. He believed that Chang'an city only had 1,000 defending troops. Even though they had cannons, he could still easily break through the city defenses. After all, even without this 10,000 soldiers, he still had 90,000 troops. Everyone else follows me. We attack Chang'an. Before setting off, Chu Yun saw fear in his own eyes. Although their numbers were large, their morale was not high. Apparently, during this period, they had been scared by the Han army. Especially those who had experienced the Battle of Chang'an and encountered the Snow Dragon Cavalry. They knew how terrifying the Snow Dragon Cavalry was. That shadow was absolutely something that couldn't be dispelled just by having numerical superiority. Chu Yun was worried that this situation would affect the morale and cause unnecessary casualties. So he personally came to the army ranks to encourage everyone. Braves of Yongzhou, the rebel Han not only stole Yizhou from Great Qian, but now they are invading our Yongzhou. They sneakily attacked our home like dirty rats, plundering all the wealth we worked hard to accumulate. And right now, they are bullying our parents and brothers in the city, disgracing our wives and sisters. For several days I couldn't sleep. As soon as I close my eyes, I hear the cries of our relatives within Chang'an city, and visions of our wives being disgraced flash in my mind. Tell me, what should we do? Chu Yun cried and accused the Han army with fabricated charges, arousing anger among the crowd. They truly thought that their relatives and women were being violated. Thus, shouts of rage echoed out. Fight back. We want revenge. Kill them all. Chang'an is our home. Make them leave. Blood debt must be repaid in blood. With fury ignited, morale soared. Chu Yun's vivid speech reignited the army's morale. The 90,000-strong force surged like tidal waves, advancing aggressively towards Chang'an city. Chu Fanggang secretly admired the tactics of his elder brother. With such high morale, how could they fail to recapture Chang'an? Their movements were grand and loud, with 90,000 men moving like a storm across the land, each person determined to fight to the death, vowing to use their lives to reclaim the city. Seeing the soldiers' morale skyrocket, Chu Yun also became more confident. He even boasted that he could capture Chang'an within half an hour. However, just as the Yongzhou army crossed the Feng River, still 30-odd miles away from Chang'an, the ground suddenly began to tremble. In the distance, on the earthen slope, a row of black figures appeared. Could those be cavalry? Because of the great distance, Chu Yun couldn't see too clearly. He only knew they were a group of cavalry. But it was hours away from Chang'an. How could there be cavalry here? So he turned to Chu Fanggang, asking, Fanggang, is it your cavalry that arrived early? Given the size of the cavalry force, Chu Yun assumed it might be the vanguard from Shiliang. Chu Fanggang shook his head. My cavalry mostly wears red armor, but these ones wear black armor, and they're all on white horses. Upon seeing all the white horses, Chu Fanggang's expression grew serious. Even as the ruler of Shiliang, he wouldn't have been able to get so many white horses. Could they be the Chang cavalry? Chu Fanggang muttered quietly to himself. He knew that the royal family of the Chang kingdom had a cavalry unit named Snow Mountain Flying Eagles. There were 20,000 men, all dressed in white and riding white horses, known for their incredible speed and formidable fighting power. The previous governor of Liangzhou, a renowned general of Great Qian with a history of victories, had died at the hands of the Snow Mountain Flying Eagles. As Chu Fanggang was suspecting whether Lin Mo had conspired with the Chang kingdom, the soldiers ahead suddenly pointed towards the cavalry on the hilltop, screaming in terror, "It's the Snow Dragon Cavalry! It's the rebel Han's Snow Dragon Cavalry!" Even though they had built up their courage, when faced with the Snow Dragon Cavalry, the deep-seated fear awakened involuntarily. The Snow Dragon Cavalry? Chu Yun and Chu Fanggang, among others, were puzzled. There must be no fewer than 8,000 here. It seems that the enemy troops from Tongguan arrived earlier than expected, said the military advisor of Yongzhou, Chu Yi. How can they not hide inside the city and instead come out to die? Chu Yun couldn't comprehend. A confrontation of 8,000 against 90,000? Have their minds gone haywire? Pass down the order, deploy the left and right flanks, encircle them from the sides. Don't let one escape. Spearmen advanced to Li, quickly established defensive lines. Order after order was issued from Chu Yun's mouth. The 90,000-strong army moved swiftly like a massive machine. On each side, two 10,000-men groups began to shift towards the side and rear of the Snow Dragon Cavalry. On the hillside, as he watched the enemy's movements, Lei Tong's lips curled up into a slight arc, and with simple words, he spoke for characters. Perfectly to my liking. He raised the Chi Kuei spear Lin Mo had gifted him, pointing its tip at the enemies. Great Snow Dragon Cavalry, attack. Boom. 8,000 of the Great Snow Dragon Cavalry spurred their horses forth, like an unstoppable torrent of steel flowing over the slope, rushing downward. The thunderous sound of galloping hooves was akin to rolling thunder, causing the entire earth to tremble along with it. Their speed and imposing momentum shocked the Yongzhou army. The spear soldiers who attempted to block them could not help but slow down their steps instinctively. They had never seen such a terrifying cavalry before. Even from 1,000 paces away, they could already feel the chill of impending death approaching. King Wu Wei was startled. Realizing that those 10,000 spear soldiers would surely fail to stop the Snow Dragon Cavalry, he gritted his teeth and pushed forward the 10,000 cavalry under his command. His plan was straightforward. Utilize the cavalry charge to mitigate the Snow Dragon Cavalry's overwhelming speed. However, the idea, though sound, played out in stark contrast to reality. At the moment the two groups of cavalry met, their disparity in strength became glaringly apparent. With an overwhelmingly dominant posture, the Great Snow Dragon Cavalry dispersed the Shiliang Cavalry without much effort. These lightly armored Shiliang cavalry appeared powerless against the Great Snow Dragon Cavalry. On the Han side, there were no deafening war drums resounding through the battlefield. Yet, their thundering hooves far surpassed any war drum in awe-inspiring ferocity. The riders brandished steel sabers and wore heavy armor, charging valiantly ahead. Riding upon elite war horses, they kicked up clouds of dust, moving with unrelenting force. Each slash of their sabers effortlessly severed their opponent's weapons. Their terrifying power sent enemies flying backward. Unluckier foes were instantly killed, their lives brutally extinguished. Even their steeds let out fierce whinnies, striking fear into the enemy war horses which quivered uncontrollably, thrown into disarray and no longer obeying their master's commands. Soon, the sounds of trampling hooves, battle cries, and hoarse screams interwove into a hauntingly grim symphony. Beneath their feet, the ground was quickly strewn with enemy corpses. After merely one full charge, the Shiliang Light Cavalry lost all combat effectiveness. Witnessing this scene, Chu Fanggang was completely dumbfounded. Though this cavalry unit under his command was not the cream of Shiliang's forces, they were still experienced veterans seasoned by countless battles. And yet, facing the cavalry of the Han, they proved so utterly feeble? Not only that, the Great Snow Dragon Cavalry did not even decelerate slightly. Are they even human? Chapter 375, The Three Brocade Bags. The battlefield was shrouded in a mist of blood, filled with the screams of the wounded and the mournful cries of war horses. The Great Snow Dragon riders charged forth like an avalanche, unstoppable. After breaking through the lines of the Shiliang Cavalry, they surged toward the enemy formation like an overwhelming tide. It seemed as though those in front were nothing but ants in their eyes, and they showed no intention to slow down or stop. At this sight, the Yongzhou army was terrified. They had never seen such a fearsome army before, and their hands gripping their weapons began to tremble. Some even involuntarily started retreating. As the situation was about to spiral out of control, Chu Yun quickly issued orders for the archers to advance, hoping to halt the enemy's charge. Soon, his bowmen reached their designated positions. Lacking advantageous terrain, they could only hide behind the pikemen. Facing the rapidly approaching great snow dragon riders, every archer and pikeman was extremely tense. Even the commanding generals appeared quite flustered. "Damn it! How is their speed so fast?" exclaimed the captain of the archers in shock. There was no time left for them to arrange themselves properly. He hurriedly gave the order. "Everyone, prepare." Setting up an array at this point would be too late. The general's voice somewhat calmed the archers' panic. They took a deep breath, raised their longbows, and aimed at the enemy. Draw. Upon the general's command, 10,000 archers simultaneously pulled their bows taut. The sound of the bowstrings being stretched resounded into a chorus. "Release!" The general roared, expending all his strength. Sua. 10,000 arrows ascended into the air, forming a black cloud over the great snow dragon riders. Then they fell like rain. However, the great snow dragon riders showed no fear. Leading them, Lei Tong plunged straight into the shower of arrows. He continuously swung his steel spear, creating an impenetrable wall in front of him, shattering each incoming arrow. Though the knights behind did not possess his level of skill, their weapons still managed to block most of the arrows. A few that made it through were deflected by their sturdy armor. Both horse and rider of the great snow dragon riders were clad in armor, presenting virtually no weaknesses. After the first wave of arrows passed, not a single knight fell. They burst through the shower of arrows and charged forward without allowing the enemy a second attack. The frontline pikemen quickly angled their long spears to form a row of sharp spines as a shield. Whinny! Suddenly, Lei Tong's top-class dragon steed let out a loud neigh, leaping high. It carried Lei Tong over the barrier of spears, plunging straight into the midst of the enemy forces. Lei Tong wildly swung his spear, splitting apart the enemy's oncoming spears one after another. When landing, the iron hooves of the top-class dragon steed crushed two enemies' heads. Immediately afterward, Lei Tong unleashed a tyrannical set of Lei family spear techniques, taking down a group of surrounding enemies in an instant. From afar, it looked as if he had bitten off a piece of the enemy. Encouraged by this, the rear great snow dragon riders rushed in, showing no fear of the enemy's spears. Because their horses were covered in armor, these ordinary spears could be easily broken against their armored bodies. Without the protection of the spear shields, the backline spear and bow soldiers now resembled lambs awaiting slaughter. "Retreat! Hurry, retreat!" Seeing the dire situation, the captain of the bowmen, frightened, quickly jumped onto his warhorse and fled the battlefield. However, the bowmen and pikemen who relied on their legs could not possibly escape the iron hooves of the great snow dragon riders. Those attempting to flee actually died faster, having exposed their backs. With one more fierce charge, the second line of defense built by Chu Yun instantly collapsed. The entire Yongzhou army descended into chaos. Although their casualties were not substantial, morale crumbled like an avalanche due to their overwhelming fear of the great snow dragon riders. After breaking through the second line of defense, half an hour of massacre followed, completely draining the enemy's will to fight. Prince Yong, unwilling to accept defeat, narrowly escaped being surrounded and killed by the great snow dragon riders. If it weren't for Chu Fanggang risking his life to save him, he likely wouldn't have seen tomorrow's sun. On the battlefield, the great snow dragon riders galloped swiftly, their hooves thundering, heavily striking against the enemy formations. They rampaged uncontrollably within the enemy ranks, wielding their steel swords to recklessly claim lives. The enemy panicked and scattered chaotically. At this moment, the great snow dragon riders fully unleashed their valor and passion. A feast of slaughter unfolded outside Chang'an City. The great army chased the enemies relentlessly all the way to the Feng River, driving them into the river water. Though the Feng River wasn't as rapid as the Wei River, its wide expanse typically presented significant water flow. However, today, Chu Yun and others felt rather surprised, because they found that the Feng River water seemed much shallower than usual. In some places, it was less than man-deep. This fact went unnoticed when they arrived, but during a potential escape, it caught their attention. Chu Yun said, "It must be the divine protection that helps me escape this calamity. I will definitely build a temple for you and worship in the future." He thought it was the river god who had lowered the water level to facilitate his escape. The river contained mud, allowing people to cross on foot, but horses could easily get stuck. Thus, he believed that once they crossed the Feng River, they would be safe. That terrifying group of cavalry certainly wouldn't dare to chase them any further. However, Chu Yun failed to notice that among the snow dragon riders chasing them, several dozen had headed upstream to the south. Just as the masses of Yongzhou soldiers were scrambling desperately into the river channel to flee with their lives, an ear-splitting thunderous roar echoed from above. In fear, Chu Yun glanced upward. What is that? Such a colossal sound, like startling thunder, sent chills through everyone's hearts. It's not good, it's a flood. The river has flooded. Quick, get to shore. Hurry, hurry. The soldiers looked along the sound and saw a tremendous wave surge down the riverbed like the heavens collapsing. The rushing floodwaters devastated everything within the riverbanks with overwhelming power. Before those soldiers could make it to higher ground, the Yongzhou troops were instantly submerged under the surging torrents. Chu Yun, currently in the middle of the river, was petrified. There wasn't time for him to board a small boat, nor did he care about his appearance anymore. He jumped straight into the river and began struggling frantically. He realized that at the current speed of the boat, it would never reach the opposite bank before the flood arrived. Unfortunately, he forgot that he couldn't swim. After swallowing several mouthfuls of water, he nearly choked to death. Thankfully, a few soldiers arrived just in time to save his life. They pulled him along, quickly swimming to the riverbank and barely managing to rescue him from drowning. On the other hand, his brother xuanhuan met a far worse fate. Having lived in Xiliang since childhood, he didn't know how to swim at all. Worse yet, during his youth, he had been pushed into a lake and almost drowned, instilling a deep fear of water in him. After hesitating for only a few seconds, xuanhuan was swept away by the torrential flood. Haha, that was exhilarating. Thanks to His Majesty's prescient planning, he anticipated all of this ahead of time. From atop the hill, Lei Tong laughed heartily while looking at the flooding river striking the shores, holding a brocade bag in his hand. Before entering Yongzhou, Lin Mo had given him 3 brocade bags. The first one instructed him to attack Tongguan immediately after conquering Chang'an. The second commanded setting up dams upstream on the Feng River to block the flow. Both brocade strategies brought him great victories and countless enemy deaths. As he watched the remaining enemies fleeing in panic, Lei Tong pulled out the 3rd brocade bag from his robe. Master, what does the 3rd silk pouch from the emperor say? A military captain of the Lei family approached curiously asking. This battle was a great victory for them. Although they also lost some people, compared to the number of enemies they had slain, it was negligible. This would absolutely become the turning battle for their Lei family army. 8,000 great snow dragon riders resisted against 10,000 strong armies, slaughtering them to cries of despair and causing heavy casualties. From this day on, any enemy who hears the name of the great snow dragon riders will tremble with fear. There is only one word on it. Lei Tong opened the silk pouch, which clearly wrote one word: chase. Despite needing rest, this was the emperor's order. Even if they were to die of exhaustion, they must execute it. Lei Tong didn't hesitate at all. After the water subsided slightly, he immediately ordered his soldiers to build a pontoon bridge to continue chasing Prince Yong and others. In this battle, 80% of the 90,000-strong Yongzhou army was wiped out, and only fewer than 20,000 remained around Prince Yong. He thought the surging river would hinder the steps of the great snow dragon riders, that they would know when to stop. But he never expected, less than dozens of miles later, thunderous hoofbeats came echoing from behind again. Prince Yong was filled with anger. These fellows are relentless spirits. Do they really mean to completely annihilate me? Lin Mo, you treacherous dog, the heavens will certainly punish you. Exhausted and famished, he wanted to pause for a bit, eat something before running away again. Now it seemed like he could only eat while fleeing. He couldn't understand why the great snow dragon riders, after such an intense battle, still had the strength to chase him. Even if humans could bear it, warhorses couldn't take it. Xuanhuan did not know that each great snow dragon rider had 3 horses. During the time waiting for the river waters to calm down, they had already switched to a horse full of energy and rested briefly themselves. Every warrior of the great snow dragon riders possessed a steel-like will. This level of intensity meant nothing to them. Xuanhuan was chased until dusk before having the chance to catch his breath. However, as soon as the second day dawned, the great snow dragon riders caught up with him again. Xuanhuan fled all the way to Sand Pass, and the more than 20,000 men by his side either died or scattered. Those who followed him to Sand Pass were merely less than 3,000. Seeing Xuanhuan's wretched state, General Zhong Xinxiu of Sand Pass was filled with confusion. Your Highness, what happened? Why have you ended up like this? For 2 days, Xuanhuan hadn't even changed his clothes. Though dry, they were caked in mud, making him appear disheveled and dirty, like a refugee. As a prince, he had never been so disheveled before. No wonder Zhong Xinxiu was surprised. Of course, Zhong Xinxiu was curious about why the prince ended up like this. Wasn't there an army of 100,000 gathered? And now they had been beaten so thoroughly? He noticed that behind Xuanhuan, there were merely 3,000 remaining defeated soldiers, surprising him to the point where he couldn't close his mouth. Han troops, aren't they superhuman? Xuanhuan took a deep breath and sighed longingly. Zhong Xinxiu, what kind of answer is this? Are you confusing me even more? Let His Highness rest a bit. He hasn't closed his eyes for 2 days. Another general, Zhang Sun, said. Only then did Zhong Xinxiu suppress his curiosity and hurriedly arrange clean clothes and a room for rest. From Zhang Sun, he learned the ins and outs of the matter. It was then he realized that the 100,000-strong army was gone, along with the strategist and King Wushi. Out of the 6 tiger generals of Yongzhou, only Zhang Sun and another survived. The other 4 were gone. Even though Zhong Xinxiu was not present on the battlefield, these figures alone suggested how fierce the battle was and how ruthless the enemy was. What should we do now? If those outside the pass learn that His Highness has been defeated so miserably, they might just defect to the rebel Han. Zhong Xinxiu was deeply worried. Though he was confident he could hold off the great snow dragon riders, there were still 10,000 soldiers outside the pass. With Xuanhuan's defeat now confirmed, this meant their hope for retreat was gone. In such dire straits, it would be hard to ensure they wouldn't defect to the Han. And once they defected to the Han, the Sand Pass would be unable to withstand attacks from both front and rear. Facing Zhong Xinxiu's questioning, Zhang Sun had a half-baked idea. Perhaps we can pretend to win, letting Chu Gengxiu and others enter the pass. At this point, they could only rely on Chu Gengxiu and others' strength to help them reclaim Yongzhou. Those 10,000 men were well rested, whereas the great snow dragon riders were utterly exhausted. Thus, Zhong Xinxiu personally left the pass, finding Chu Gengxiu and others. General Zhong, why have you come? Seeing Zhong Xinxiu personally appear, Chu Gengxiu and others were somewhat astonished. Simultaneously, each of them revealed expectant expressions in their eyes. After waiting for so long, was it finally time to return home? Zhong Xinxiu bowed deeply, saying, all of you have worked hard. Our lord has already reclaimed Chang'an and Tongguan. Thank you all for helping me guard the sand pass. Upon hearing this, everyone immediately broke into broad smiles. After waiting for so long, it was finally time to leave. We are allies after all. It's all about contributing to the Dagon dynasty. It's deserved. I'm really happy for him upon hearing that King Yong has reclaimed Yongzhou. General Zhong, does this mean we can pass through the checkpoint? Everyone was eager to go home and would not bother with previous conflicts. Even if they were to settle accounts, it wouldn't be now, but later when they returned home. Of course you can. You may leave immediately, and I will personally guide your way. Zhong Xinxiu had already prepared everything and personally led them through the checkpoint. After passing the xuanhuan checkpoint, Zhong Xinxiu explained, though our lord has defeated the enemies, there are still some remnants within Yongzhou. If any of you encounter them, please offer help in dealing with them. Remnants. Chu Gengxiu frowned, detecting an unusual scent in the air. However, others didn't harbor any suspicion since it was normal for a few enemies to escape considering how vast Yongzhou was. How many people? Chu Tiange, the Black Mountain King, asked through gritted teeth. During this time, they had endured plenty of humiliations from the Han dynasty, and they felt greatly suppressed. Now having the opportunity to beat a dog while it's down, he certainly wanted to vent his frustration properly. Not many, only several thousand. Zhong Xinxiu said, they are loitering around the north of Zhongnan Mountain, near the Feng River. In reality, the great snow dragon riders were closer than what Zhong Xinxiu described. Only several thousand. All right, I'll remember. Chu Tiange coldly responded. He decided to find those several thousand men. The passage of 12 myriads armies took quite some time. Zhong Xinxiu pretended to let them rest inside the checkpoint, but they longed to return home and didn't linger. I have a suggestion. I hope all of you can stay together and separate after passing through Tongguan. After their massive army passed through, Zhong Xinxiu reminded them. Qin Tianluo questioned, why? After leaving Xuanhuan checkpoint, some of them didn't need to head to Tongguan. Separating would make things more convenient. With great sincerity, Zhong Xinxiu explained, those remnants of the Han army are extremely powerful. I'm worried that you might encounter accidents if you deal with them alone. But this statement struck an uncomfortable chord among everyone. If the King of Yong could defeat them, why would we run into problems? You might as well say we're not as capable as King Yong. The impulsive Black Mountain King completely ignored advice and charged straight toward the Fun River with his own troops. Chapter 377. To help or not to help. The Black Mountain King had not gone far when he was caught up by Chu Gengxiu. Also present were the Mang Mountain King Qin Tianluo, as well as the governor of Lujiang and Guangwei Marquis. King Wu, how did you all arrive here? Chu Tiange was a little surprised at the arrival of these few people. After all, they had already agreed beforehand that after passing through the Sand Pass, everyone would split up and go their own ways home. The Yinmen governor and Bingzhou military commander had already left. Besides, King Wu and Governor Kong Lu of Lujiang didn't need to pass through Tongguan to return home. They could just as easily take the Shanglua road in the southeast direction. There was no need for them to take risks with him. Brother Tiange, we are concerned about you facing the Han army alone, so we have come to assist. Chu Gengxiu pointed at the troops behind him. Together with the Mang Mountain King, Lujiang governor, Guangwei Marquis, and the Black Mountain King, their 5 armies totaled over 90,000 men. Even if the Han army was as hard to deal with as Zhong Xinxiu said, they still had full confidence. After all, 90,000 plus men dealing with a group of broken soldiers wouldn't even need much skill, right? Of course, Chu Gengxiu and the others weren't nearly as noble as they sounded. Their reason for choosing to help the Black Mountain King was merely to find an easy target, to salvage some face after previous losses. After all, the 18 feudal lords raised troops to punish the traitors but retreated shamefully without winning a single battle. That was hard to explain. If they could achieve even a small victory in Yongzhou, it would be enough for them to justify themselves to the world. Given their power, they could turn disadvantages into advantages with proper operation and obtain a great amount of benefits. To put it simply, they wanted to avoid tough opponents and crush the weak ones. Had there been no broken soldiers, on their way back, they would have captured mountain bandits or wandering pirates to claim as their merit in the campaign against the Han. The Black Mountain King did not know what these old foxes were thinking. For him, whether knowing or not made no difference. He was happy to receive help. After deliberation, the group once again joined forces and advanced toward Jiangkou. At Qisha, as soon as the allied forces passed through the Sand Pass, Lin Mo received the news immediately. He didn't know the situation within Yongzhou, but judging from their hurried passage through the Sand Pass, everything proceeded as he had anticipated. Lin Mo thought that since the Prince of Yong couldn't handle the heavy snow cavalry dragon riders, he sought the assistance of King Wu and his allies. Although this wasn't entirely true, the effect remained the same. King Wu's and other allies' 12 legions retreated. Lin Mo then immediately led his forces back to the Sand Pass. Commander of the Sand Pass, Zhong Xinxiu knew the Han army would counterattack, but never expected such speed. The troops of King Wu and the others had only been gone for less than 1 hour when the Han army arrived. Had they been slower, it would have been dangerous. Lao Qiong, the mighty general of the Great Han, came under the gate challenging anyone, yet received no response. Though confident, Zhong Xinxiu knew this was a time for low-key actions to stay alive. Before the might of the Han Empire, even generals of repute like Li Rong, Chao Yuan, Deng Xianzi had met their demise. He wouldn't dare act recklessly. Thus, he ordered the gates to be tightly shut and hung the Do Not Battle sign high up. Your Majesty, the Sand Pass flies the non-battle banner and refuses to engage. How about we bring out the Eastern Wind Cannon and launch a forced attack? Lao Qiong cursed for half an hour and received no answer, which ignited his anger. Lin Mo paid no attention. smiling as he said to Gu Tui, "You keep cursing." Yes. Although Gu Tui felt that sending him might not change the situation, as this was the emperor's arrangement, he obeyed absolutely. Half an hour later, Lin Mo sent Zhang Nong to challenge. Thus continued until nightfall. The enemy never accepted the challenge. On the city wall, Zhong Xinxiu watched as the Han army struggled fruitlessly, sighing with relief. By now, the king of Yong had woken up. Upon hearing the Han army's repeated provocations outside the gate, he came to check the situation. "My lord, the Han army is unable to do anything to us." Zhong Xinxiu smiled as he recounted how the Han army kept sending new people to challenge. Upon hearing this, Chu Yun exhaled deeply, yet his face showed not the slightest smile. "Do we know the whereabouts of the military strategist and the king of Wujuan?" Chu Yun asked wearily. When escaping to San Pass, he dispatched some men to look for the strategists and the king of Wujuan. When they were swept away by Feng River, no bodies were found. So Chu Yun sent people downstream to search, to see them alive or dead. These two people were crucial to him, key factors in whether he could make a comeback. Strategist Yang Fu was wise and cunning, while the powerful Shiliang army under the command of the king of Wujuan could be a tremendous help. If the king of Wujuan were dead, the Shiliang aristocratic families would certainly vie for power, doing nothing more to aid him and even possibly giving foreign races an opportunity. Should barbarians such as the Xiongnu raid, he would utterly lose any chance for a comeback. "In reply to your excellency, I've sent 6 teams along the river to search. Should any news arise, I will report it immediately," a subordinate general replied. Because their men feared the heavy snow cavalry, they didn't conduct large-scale searches, so progress was extremely slow. "Where have Chu Gengxiu and Chu Tinga gone now?" Chu Yun then asked another question. "Their army has split into 3 teams, the main force camping by the Cheng River. The left wing is along the Wei River to the north mountain, and the right wing moving southward towards Zhongnan Mountain." A general behind Zhong Xinxiu replied. From such a deployment, it was clear what their plan was. "Prince, should we offer help?" General Hokan looked at Chu Yun carefully and asked cautiously. Although Chu Gengxiu and his group have an army of 90,000 soldiers, Hokan believed they had no chance of success. After all, the same fate had just happened to them. According to Zhong Xinxiu, Chu Gengxiu and his group had no idea how formidable that cavalry unit was. Rushing forward blindly would only end in a major defeat. If it were any other time, they should be glad for the losses of Prince Wu and others. But now with a common enemy, they must unite to have even a slim chance of survival. Not possible. His words were promptly refuted by Zhong Xinxiu. Helping them now is equivalent to telling them I lied, and they might get angry and flee from Yongzhou. "It doesn't matter if my face is lost, but where will the prince's face go? Which is more important, face or life?" Hokan yelled in anger. "Our faces may not matter, but the prince's face is far more important than our lives." Zhong Xinxiu loudly rebutted. The two began arguing. Chu Yun was already annoyed. He wanted to see unity among everyone, not internal strife. "Enough." Chu Yun slammed his hand heavily on the table, immediately stopping the argument. Chu Yun leaned on the city wall, gazing at the firelight outside the pass, lost in deep thought. Should he help or not? Since the first time the Allied forces decided to retreat, he had already harbored resentment against these people, because he felt abandoned. In the eyes of other feudal lords, his life was insignificant. And in Chu Yun's view, the lives of others were the same. Therefore, he wouldn't care about their lives and deaths, instead pondering how to gain more benefits for himself. If only they could harm each other until both are weakened. After much deliberation, Chu Yun finally let out a long sigh. Yes, under the current circumstances, mutual weakening is the ideal outcome. Chapter 378. A pitfall. This is what you call a broken army? Hokan, you lead 20,000 lightly equipped troops, bypassing from the north of Wei River to take Chang'an. I will send someone to inform Xueqing to hurry there and help you as fast as possible. Chu Yun suddenly thought that regardless of whether Chu Gengxiu could win or not, the main force of the Han army would be pinned down. He could take advantage of this opportunity to attack Chang'an. With only 1,000 defenders in the city, it would definitely not be able to withstand the assault of 30,000 troops. When the enemy learns that Chang'an is in trouble, they will certainly fall into disorder. Perhaps he could annihilate this terrifyingly capable team during this time, dealing a severe blow to the Great Han. "My lord, our army has suffered heavy casualties, and the remaining forces are nowhere to be found. It might be difficult to gather 20,000 soldiers in such a short time." Hokan was very troubled. The Great Snow Dragon Riders chased them from Chang'an to San Pass. Out of the 900,000 troops, fewer than 3,000 made it to San Pass. The number of dead and wounded could not be counted. Currently, the military force they could mobilize consisted only of the 30,000 defending troops at San Pass and the 10,000 under Xueqing when they split their forces earlier. Transfer 20,000 troops from San Pass. Chu Yun's eyes were fixed on the outside of the pass as he firmly stated after much consideration. Because he knew that transferring the defenders of San Pass was a very risky move. If the Han army outside the pass discovered the plan and attacked San Pass, they would be in danger. Upon hearing Chu Yun's words, Hokan, Zhong Xinxiu, and the other commanders at San Pass were all dumbfounded. "My lord, this cannot be done." Zhong Xinxiu quickly dissuaded him, saying, "San Pass only has 30,000 troops in total, and if you withdraw 20,000 all at once, it is essentially surrendering San Pass. This strategy is self-defeating and should absolutely not be adopted. If San Pass were lost, they would no longer face just those 10,000 terrifying cavalrymen, but the entire main force of the Han army. The frightening bow and arrow battalion, artillery camp, sunken battle camp, and Wudong army. One cavalry unit was already hard for them to handle. If so many people came together, they would have no choice but to wait for death. The commanders at Sand Pass all tried to dissuade Chu Yun from making an impulsive decision. They didn't want to hand over the defense line they had painstakingly held onto for so long to the enemy. They also didn't want the Han army to enter Yong province and seize their power and property. However, Chu Yun did not listen and silenced them with a cold look. Everyone, if we cannot wipe out the Han army's cavalry, then what use is holding on to Sand Pass? Chu Yun's words hit like a bucket of cold water, shocking the commanders at Sand Pass. It made them realize that the real danger had always been within Yong province. Seeing everyone's silence, Chu Yun continued, "Our only hope lies in taking a risk now. As long as we capture Chang'an before the Han Emperor realizes what's happening, there's still hope." Quietly sending away 20,000 men, seizing Chang'an, and immediately dispatching reinforcements back. If everything goes smoothly, there will be enough time. Although it's very dangerous, everyone knows Chu Yun is right. It's the only chance. I agree. With clenched teeth, Zhong Xinxiu nodded and said, "General Ho, go ahead without worrying until the Han people react. If they figure it out, I'll do my utmost to buy you time." "Thank you." Hokin was choked up. Prosperity and adversity, success or failure, are shared by all. The two put aside their past grievances. At this moment, both understood the mission on their shoulders. Early the next morning, Hokin led 20,000 troops marching northward along the Wei River. "My lord, this place is too dangerous. Please move to a safer location." Seeing Chu Yun had no intention of leaving, Zhong Xinxiu became worried. Though he had confidently assured General Ho before, his heart lacked confidence facing the Han army. But as the commander of Sand Pass, he had to remain steadfast here. Chu Yun, being the master of Yong province, did not need to stay and take unnecessary risks. Chu Yun waved his hand and said, "If General Ho fails to retake Chang'an, there won't be any safe place left in Yong province. Thus, the fate of Sand Pass decides the life and death of Yong province. Your king shall stand shoulder to shoulder with you all and hold Sand Pass until death." All the generals were moved upon hearing these words, grateful to follow such a worthy leader. Every person reignited their fighting spirit. "We vow to protect our king with our lives." Zhong Xinxiu and others knelt down and swore allegiance to Chu Yun. Chu Yun waved his hand and told Zhong Xinxiu, "General Zhong, please immediately order your men to increase the number of banners placed atop the city walls. If usually you have a certain amount, add another 30% more." Zhong Xinxiu understood right away. "I'll do it immediately." Soon, numerous banners were raised high on the walls of Sand Pass. As Hokin set off towards Chang'an, Chu Gingxiu and others broke camp and continued to pursue what they called the remnants of the defeated Han forces. Their scouts had discovered the target near the Feng River. "Report. General, a large number of enemies are chasing us." The spies that Lei Tong had left behind spotted them quickly. A large number of enemies? Lei Tong was slightly startled. He knew that the main force of Yongzhou had been lost in the Feng River, and the 9 armies suffered heavy casualties, making it hard for them to pose a significant threat again. Following the plan given by Lin Mo, he drove the remaining enemies back to Sand Pass before returning to Chang'an. Because on that day, Chu Yun had left 10,000 men at Gaolu, and he needed to eliminate this hidden danger. However, just after a day, the enemy unexpectedly reorganized and launched a counterattack. How many? Lei Tong stopped his horse and ordered the army to halt their retreat. Even though they were exhausted, everyone still had the strength for one more fight. More than 50,000 from the due west direction, and there are messengers heading north and south, which suggests there might be more troops. The scout reported back. "Investigate immediately." Yes. To engage with the enemy, one must know their numbers and deployment. Otherwise, it's very easy to fall into an ambush. Though the great snow dragon riders possessed formidable combat capabilities, they weren't invincible. After enduring numerous battles to earn honor, Lei Tong did not want to fail now. With years of military experience, he knew when to exercise caution and when to take bold actions. It was precisely this rich battle experience that made Lin Mo trust him enough to hand over the crucial team of great snow dragon riders. Swift like the wind, it took less than an hour for the riders to ascertain the numbers and movements of the enemies on both flanks. "Oh, they're opening their mouths wide, wanting to swallow us whole." After hearing about the enemy's deployment, Lei Tong sneered disdainfully. "A tiger's mouth may be fearsome, but when it bites, its vulnerable gums are exposed. If we move fast enough, we can take advantage of this moment to injure it before it closes its jaws on us." Without hesitation, Lei Tong led the army southward. The great snow dragon riders not only boasted strong attacking power, but also unmatched speed as an advantage. Dust swirled as 8,000 dragon riders surged forward, appearing suddenly before the Guangwei Marquis forces in the south before Chu Gingxiu and others could react. Faced with the sudden onslaught, Marquis Guangwei Ling Wunyan was utterly stunned. According to the plan, they were supposed to intercept the so-called remnants of the defeated Han forces 100 miles away. Seeing this orderly formation with an imposing presence, Marquis Guangwei instantly realized he had been duped. Damn those legs. This is what Zhong Xinxiu called remnants. Retreat. Quickly fall back to the mountains. Chapter 379. Reinforcements from the Great Han have arrived. From 1,000 steps away, Ling Wunyan felt an overwhelming aura of death and destruction sweeping towards him, causing the hairs on his body to stand on end. That feeling was just like being locked onto by 100 Dongfeng cannons in front of Nanjing City. So without hesitation, Ling Wunyan decisively led his army to retreat. Abandon all provisions and block the road. 2 legs can never outrun 4. let alone this cavalry unit that was much faster than ordinary cavalry. Therefore, Ling Wunyan didn't think twice and ordered the abandonment of all external possessions. Clothing, fabrics, even provisions were discarded on the ground. Ling Wunyan personally shattered 2 large carts of oil and set them ablaze with fire. The road burned with roaring flames, igniting the supplies he had abandoned. The fires connected into one vast blaze, setting alight the surrounding grass and trees as well. Even though the snow dragon cavalry was incredibly fast, they could not leap over such fierce flames and could only helplessly watch as the enemy fled right before their eyes. General, the accompanying officers, upon witnessing this scene, did not know what to say. They could only feel that the enemy general was far too resolute, without the slightest hesitation. Lei Tong originally did not know who led this team, but seeing the flag, he couldn't help but sigh. No wonder it's Guangwei Marquis. He had once met the Guangwei Marquis briefly, knowing that although he was a man of letters, he was adept at commanding troops. This decisiveness was something many military generals lacked. 10 years ago, during the succession battle among the 3 princes, he had found himself caught in the whirlpool. It was his caution that saved him, rising from 6th rank back then to 3rd rank now, and bestowed with the title of Guangwei Marquis. Such an enemy is truly formidable. The fire will be hard to extinguish. How about we head north? An officer asked Lei Tong for his opinion. No. Lei Tong firmly shook his head. He wanted to meet this Guangwei Marquis, throw dirt on the fire to extinguish it, and pass through as quickly as possible. He knew they absolutely could not allow this Guangwei Marquis to retreat. Otherwise, the Great Han would gain a formidable enemy. The Snow Dragon cavalry dismounted immediately, covering the flames with dirt and swiftly opening a passage. The army quickly advanced together, chasing after the 20,000-strong force led by the Guangwei Marquis, finally catching up with them at the foot of Xuanhuan Mountain. Attack! Seeing the enemy's back, Lei Tong no longer hesitated and instantly commanded his forces to charge. Today he must leave this person here, dead or alive. Seeing the enemy catch up so quickly, the Guangwei Marquis felt a chill run down his spine. The mountain was right before his eyes, yet he knew he had no chance. With no other option, he could only choose the small hill beside him. Everyone, climb the mountain. Cut down trees to block the way. Guangwei Marquis personally stayed behind, cutting down all the trees on both sides of the road and placing them horizontally across the path. In this way, not only would warhorses be unable to pass, but even people would find it difficult. Moreover, the fallen trees formed a natural isolation zone, preventing the enemy from setting the mountain on fire. Once again obstructed, Lei Tong was at a loss. He could only order the surrounding of this mountain. Since the Guangwei Marquis had burned all his supplies during the escape, besieging them for a few days would inevitably lead them to surrender. My lord, the men and horses are exhausted. There's no food left. What should we do next? The officers looked around the slope and realized they were completely surrounded, with no way to descend the mountain. Even if they managed to get down, they wouldn't be able to enter Xuanhuan Mountain before the Snow Dragon cavalry came. It seemed like they were at a dead end. We wait. The Guangwei Marquis sighed helplessly. We can only hope that King Wu discovers our predicament and sends reinforcements. Forcing their way out clearly wouldn't work. Even without direct engagement, he already knew he wasn't the Snow Dragon cavalry's match. This is outrageous. They deceived us. If we can escape here, we must confront Zhong Xinxiu for an explanation. The officers charged all their grievances against Zhong Xinxiu, anger burning within each of them. However, Ling Wunyan bitterly smiled. Zhong Xinxiu deceiving us means Prince Yong has lost to this army. I suspect Prince Yong either wanted us to destroy this Han cavalry or wanted the Han military to wipe us out. Whichever it is, Prince Yong is done for. Therefore, even if they manage to survive and leave, they still wouldn't be able to confront Zhong Xinxiu for justice. It doesn't make sense. This is Prince Yong's territory, add the martial king, and they should be able to assemble at least 10,000 soldiers. But the Han army has fewer than 10,000 riders. How could Prince Yong lose to them? The officers expressed their full confusion. Throughout history, aren't there countless examples of tens of thousands of cavalry defeating enemies numbering hundreds of thousands? The Guangwei Marquis looked at him and sighed longingly. History contains many famous examples of outnumbered armies emerging victorious through strategy. With clever tactics, breaking through 10,000 with just 3,000 riders is no rare feat. Furthermore, Ling Wunyan knew this cavalry unit was extraordinary. My lord, a letter was shot up from below the mountain. At this moment, a soldier ran over with an arrow in hand. Tied to the arrow was a piece of white cloth, on which it was written, to Guangwei Marquis, from Lei Tong. Lei Tong, despite being a warrior, had received a good education since childhood and was well versed in the ways of scholars. He first spoke about how this despicable world was no longer worth their loyalty, then elaborated on the merits of the great Han dynasty and the dignity of its emperor. Finally, he analyzed their current predicament, making Ling Wunyan aware that he was already in a desperate situation where surrendering was the only way out. If not for himself, then at least consider the 200,000 soldiers under his command, and also his family far away in Yuzhou. In these tumultuous times, if he were to die, his family would surely perish. His children would become slaves, and his wives would be disgraced. He was just over 40 with a bright future ahead. Was it not a pity to die like this? Lei Tong's heartfelt words struck a chord with him, explaining thoroughly and sincerely. Guangwei Marquis knew that without reinforcements, continuing the fight would be a dead end. But surrendering to the Great Han wouldn't come easily. After all, there were still reinforcements they could count on. If there was even the slightest hope, who would willingly bear the traitor's name? However, He did not outright reject Lei Tong, but instead replied that he needed time to consider. Lei Tong knew Ling Wunyan was buying time. Jiang Chun, this old fox is delaying us. You lead 4,000 men across the Wei River and crush the enemy's left flank swiftly. Once he realizes no one can save him, he will definitely surrender. Cutting off Ling Wunyan's hopes, he would no longer resist. I accept my mission. Jiang Chun, commander of the Snow Dragon Cavalry, accepted his orders and departed. Just as he left, a voice suddenly appeared behind Lei Tong. General Lei, it seems you have encountered some difficulties. Lei Tong turned towards the voice and saw Wu Ping leading 10,000 Tingjiao Wudong soldiers, having appeared before him at an unknown time. Chapter 380, Beheading the Governor of Lujiang. General Wu, how did you come here? Seeing his own men appear, Lei Tong was indeed surprised. He widened his eyes looking at Wu Ping and suddenly became nervous. Did the emperor also come? Wu Ping's and Wudong army's appearance here indicated Lin Mo had crossed the pass, invading Yongzhou. However, Wu Ping shook his head. The emperor hasn't arrived. Then he explained, I came through a small path called Zaiwu Valley. It's an abandoned trade route unsuitable for large armies. Zaiwu Valley is a minor path connecting Yongzhou and Hanzhou. It was thriving 100 years ago with many merchants passing through. But during one period because of war, Zaiwu Valley was occupied by bandits, forcing merchants to change their routes. After those bandits were eradicated, this path fell into disuse. Only some elderly people still know about it. Lin Mo discovered it on the mountain river map. After defeating Xinye Wang and others, he then sent Wu Ping with the Wudong flying troops through Zaiwu Valley, infiltrating Yongzhou secretly to aid the great Snow Dragon riders. Also accompanying him were Chief Qian Yu of the Yaos and 4,000 Blue Wolves. Wu Ping hadn't expected to run into Lei Tong right after exiting Zaiwu Valley. General Lei, who are they besieging up there on the mountain? Wu Ping asked. Looking at the felled trees strewn across the mountainside, Wu Ping understood that cavalry would find it hard to ascend. However, that wouldn't be a problem for them, the Wudong flying troops. What the Wudong flying troops excel at is scaling mountains and crossing waters. That old fox, Guangwei Ho. Lei Tong shrugged helplessly. Had it been his previous Lei family army instead of the great Snow Dragon riders, they probably wouldn't have even seen this old fox's shadow before he escaped. Is that Guangwei Ho Ling Wunyan? Wu Ping knew a little about this person, recognizing him as a crafty old fox. But in the current situation, if Wu Ping intervened, the old fox would have no escape, wings or not. Yes. Lei Tong recounted the battle process to Wu Ping. After hearing it, Wu Ping highly praised Ling Wunyan's decisiveness. In his place, he probably would have already let Ling Wunyan escape. General Lei, don't worry, leave it to me. Wu Ping laughed while patting his chest. Those trees might obstruct the great Snow Dragon riders, but couldn't hold back his Wudong flying troops. Swiftly lead your troops back to Chang'an City. His Majesty fears that Duke Yong will seize the opportunity to attack. Currently, the great Snow Dragon riders are entangled by King Wu and others, unable to extricate themselves. If Chang'an City comes under attack, they won't be able to provide timely assistance. Chang'an City only has 1,000 guards, both needing to beware the city's citizens and withstand enemy attacks. It's nearly impossible to achieve. A sneak attack by Duke Yong on Chang'an City? Lei Tong chuckled upon hearing this. Impossible. I've already annihilated his army at Fengshui River. There's no way he can gather a city-attacking force within a short time. With just 10,000 men under Xue Qing, there's no possible way they can take Chang'an City. Just 500 great Snow Dragon riders can defeat them. No, you're mistaken. Wu Ping shook his head while explaining. Don't forget, there are 3 armies at the Sand Pass. If Duke Yong mobilizes troops from there, plus the 10,000 under Xue Qing, do you think Chang'an would still be safe? Lei Tong questioned. Would he abandon the Sand Pass? It's not a matter of if, but rather certainty. Wu Ping stated. The emperor said we must prepare for all possibilities and leave no room for the enemy to exploit. Yongzhou has already collapsed. We mustn't give him any chance to revive. As for these people like King Wu, even if we let them go, it's fine. Without such intricate networks as Hanzhong, capturing these feudal lords isn't easy. At most, it will cost us some manpower, which holds little significance. Lei Tong nodded, then bowed respectfully to Wu Ping. Since it's the emperor's command, General Wu, please quickly rush to Chang'an. Wu Ping was slightly startled. Why? Any of them going to Chang'an could defuse the crisis. But the problem lies in the fact that the great Snow Dragon riders staying here can't handle Ling Wunyan. Ling family and Lei family share old acquaintanceship. I wish to persuade Ling Wunyan. Lei Tong explained. On one hand, considering the past relationship, on the other hand, he wants to recruit a talent for the Han dynasty. How will you persuade him? Wu Ping was astonished. If Ling Wunyan stubbornly defends the mountain, Lei Tong has no chance of beating him. I've already sent troops to attack their left flank. Once defeated, we can hold back King Wu's main force. When Ling Wunyan realizes there's no salvation coming for him, he'll surely surrender. Lei Tong was extremely certain. Seeing his confidence, Wu Ping chose not to argue further. Then I shall depart for Chang'an. Thanks to you. Lei Tong clasped his hands in acknowledgement. Wu Ping reciprocated the gesture and swiftly led his troops toward Chang'an. However, he left Qian Yu and the wolf pack behind. Should Ling Wunyan refuse to surrender, the wolves and the Yao troops would assist the great Snow Dragon riders in breaking through the enemy lines. North of the Wei River, the governor of Lujiang led 10,000 troops downstream along the river and quickly arrived at the confluence of the Feng River and the Wei River. The Lujiang soldiers were skilled in water combat, and they swiftly found wooden boats to cross the river. Everything proceeded very smoothly. However, Not long after crossing the river, they heard the thunderous sound of galloping hooves. By the time they realized what was happening, a group of intimidating cavalry had already appeared before them. Kong Lu was not as quick-witted as Ling Wunyan. Seeing this group of cavalry, he still wondered aloud. Where did these cavalry come from? He always believed that the Han army only had scattered remnants left, so such a disciplined and majestic force couldn't possibly be from the Han army. Go ask if they are the cavalry under the command of King Wu Wei. Kong Lu sent a general forward. He didn't know that King Wu Wei was already dead. Moreover, Kong Lu had never seen the Han cavalry and thought that there was no cavalry as impressive under heaven except for those from Shiliang. My master is the governor of Lujiang. May I inquire if you gentlemen are from the forces of King Wu Wei? The general went forward to shout the question. Jiang Chun, who was leading the group, paused momentarily in surprise, thinking to himself how someone could be so naive. Then he grinned, laughed loudly, and said, King Wu Wei wishes to meet you. Allow me to escort you there. King Wu Wei wants to see me? Kong Lu was puzzled. But in the next moment, the general he had sent out was decapitated by Jiang Chun, who charged with his horse at full speed. The 4,000 great snow dragon riders swept over like a whirlwind. Realizing the situation wasn't good, Kong Lu hurriedly ordered a retreat. On open ground, their infantry would be nothing more than fodder for the cavalry. Only by retreating to the river could they have even a sliver of survival chance. However, having learned from Ling Wunyan's earlier example, how could Jiang Chun let them repeat the same mistake? He quickly dispatched troops to encircle both flanks, cutting off their escape routes. The great snow dragon riders moved incredibly fast, reaching ahead of the Lujiang army in no time. With all their retreat blocked, the Lujiang army had no choice but to face off against the great snow dragon riders despite their misgivings. Though they numbered 10,000, they were utterly powerless against the ferocious dragon riders. Swords flashed, blood spilt, weapons clashed. In less than an hour, the entire 10,000-strong Lujiang army was annihilated. Not even the governor of Lujiang, Kong Lu, managed to escape. Mainly it was bad luck for them, meeting the great snow dragon riders precisely at a place perfectly suited for cavalry warfare. The great snow dragon riders charged fiercely along the riverbank, leaving no escape for the Lujiang soldiers. The left flank was destroyed, and the right flank was surrounded. News quickly reached the ears of King Wu and others. They also realized they had been deceived by Zhong Xinxiu. King Yong hadn't defeated the Han army. These weren't remnants. They were the real trump card of the great Han dynasty. A tough decision now faced King Wu and his companions. Chapter 381. Abandoned, Guangwei Marquis surrenders. Damn it, Zhong Xinxiu has deceived us. Black Mountain King Chu Tiange was furious. In just one day, they had already lost more than 30,000 men. If the battle continued, whether these people could leave Yongzhou alive would be very uncertain. With only 4,000 men, they completely annihilated the Lujiang army in an hour. What kind of fighting power is that? Chu Gingxiu couldn't help but shiver at the thought of how many soldiers would survive if they encountered this army. I don't know how many cavalry like that they have. Qin Tianluo also started to worry. Chu Gingxiu's military strategist, Quan Tianyi, said, Yong King and Wu Wei King each had armies of 10,000 men, all defeated by them. And they tricked us, hoping we would deal with these people, which shows they are almost out of forces themselves. To inflict such heavy losses on 10,000 men within such a short time indicates their numbers must not be small. Mr. Quan's words make perfect sense. Qin Tianluo nodded. Defeating 10,000 men isn't impressive under given conditions, as he himself could do that. But wiping out 10,000 men, even with 20,000 troops, wouldn't necessarily be possible in such a short time unless those 10,000 men were simply standing there waiting for you to cut their heads off. Since we know Zhong Xinxiu has tricked us, there's no reason for us to keep sacrificing ourselves for Yongzhou. This army is hard to handle. We'd better leave as soon as possible. Chu Gingxiu worried that if they stayed longer, they wouldn't be able to leave at all. They initially thought they could find an easy target, so they could go back with some results. But now they realized that this was far from an easy target. In fact, who would win against whom wasn't clear. They naturally didn't need to take the risk. After all, compared to reputation, life is much more important. I agree. Qin Tianluo shared his same thoughts, so without hesitation, he directly agreed with Chu Gingxiu's suggestion. Only Black Mountain King Chu Tiange showed some hesitation. Chu Gingxiu asked, Tiange brother, what about you? He wanted to persuade Chu Tiange to give up. After inhaling deeply, Chu Tiange reluctantly flapped his sleeves. He really didn't want to leave like this, watching rebels seize the land of Great Qian. But now, he faced an enemy capable of effortlessly annihilating even 10,000 Yongzhou soldiers. Even with assistance from Wu King and Mongshan King, there wasn't much chance of victory. Now that these two were leaving, he going alone would essentially mean committing suicide. Though annoyed, he wouldn't joke with his own life either. So let's rescue Guangwei Marquis first, then rush straight to Zhongling Mountain. Chu Tiange stated. Past Zhongling Mountain lies Shanglu Dao, where they could use the mountainous terrain to evade the pursuit of cavalry. However, after Chu Tiange spoke, neither Qin Tianluo nor Chu Gingxiu gave any response, remaining silent and hesitant instead. Chu Tiange immediately understood their meaning and questioned them. Are you planning to abandon Guangwei Marquis? He found it unbelievable. Weren't they supposed to be allies? They had promised to fight the enemies together, and now when their ally was in trouble, they planned to ignore him. That's utterly untrustworthy. Such behavior, Chu Tiange could never accept. Brother Tiange, it's not that we don't care, but rather, we lack the capability to rescue anyone. Chu Gingxiu tried to persuade. It's not as if we need to die fighting. All we need to do is create some chaos, which will help Guangwei Marquis leave. Chu Tiange shouted loudly. The magistrate of Lujiang is dead, but we can leave that aside. Yet Guangwei Marquis is still waiting for our help. How could we abandon our ally? Chun Tianluo waved his hands to stop the argument. Black Mountain King. All this is Zhong Xinqiu's fault, and we are powerless. If the number of Han troops is larger than we expected, this trip would merely be throwing ourselves into a trap. Not only won't we save anyone, we might even get ourselves killed. Do you think this is sensible? Mountain Wang is right. If you want to rescue someone, you do it yourself. Don't drag us along as sacrifices. A general under Chu Gengxiu coldly glanced at Chu Tiange, then spurred his horse forward, ordering the army to halt and change direction. Very quickly, the troops of Wu Qing and Mongshan Wang headed southeast. Only Chu Tiange's camp remained stuck on the spot, struggling to decide. If they left just like that, Chu Tiange would certainly feel uneasy his whole life. However, with just the few troops he currently had, rushing over would only end up wasting lives without rescuing anyone. After careful consideration and persuasion from his generals, Chu Tiange eventually followed the footsteps of Wu Wang et al. Like Chu Gengxiu and others, he too chose to abandon their ally. Upon learning about this, Lei Tong immediately came to the foot of the mountain. I am Lei Tong. I seek audience with Guangwei Marquis. Lei Tong shouted with all his might, and his voice quickly reached the mountaintop. After hearing, Guangwei Marquis was shocked and inwardly admired Lei Tong's great strength. Without needing soldier reports, he went up the slope to meet Lei Tong. General Lei, it's been a long time. Ling Wunyan looked down at Lei Tong from the slope, feeling mixed emotions inside. The Lei and Ling families had a close relationship in the past. Although the last 2 generations have been estranged, Lei Tong had met Ling Wunyan once when he was young. At that time, Ling Wunyan had said one sentence. This kid has the bearing of a great general. That prediction came true long ago, but Lei Tong seemed to be at his most confident and spirited moment now. Uncle Ling, how have you been? Lei Tong looked into the distance, paying respect with a traditional salute. Whether I'm fine or not depends on General Lei's intention, Ling Wunyan responded bitterly. I have no intention of harming you, Uncle Ling, Lei Tong explained. Then let me go then, Ling Wunyan demanded. That's impossible, as you know. Lei Tong shook his head. Our families may have a past connection, but now we serve different masters, and I cannot betray mine. That statement coming from your mouth is truly laughable, Ling Wunyan mocked. Lei Tong was originally a general of Deqian, but later became a general for Han, proving he'd betrayed his previous master long ago. Lei Tong understood Ling Wunyan's implication clearly but didn't argue back, saying, I've said all that needs to be said. Everyone calls you the wisest man of your generation, so you must understand better than I do. Now, you're without reinforcements. Surrendering to the Han dynasty is your only hope. Do you expect me to believe your words? Ling Wunyan hesitated, his eyes flickering. He knew too well what kind of people King Wu and others were. Once things went wrong, they would certainly abandon him. Every minute he held out was just self-consolation. You don't have to believe me. You can send someone to investigate. Lei Tong ordered his troops to make way. Seeing this, Ling Wunyan already believed about 70 to 80%, yet he still clung to a shred of doubt. What if Lei Tong was deceiving him? Therefore, he sent a trusted confidant down the mountain. The dragon riders didn't hinder them, and Lei Tong even lent him a fast horse to expedite the news of Wu Wang's defection. The pure-blooded steed moved quickly, and the messenger returned soon. Lord Ho, I learned that Taisho Kong Lu of Lujiang died in battle. King Wu Chu Gengxiu, King Mongshan Qintian Luo, and King Black Mountain Chu Tiange fled with their armies, disappearing. Upon hearing this, Ling Wunyan deflated like a punctured balloon. Actually, since realizing he'd been tricked, Ling Wunyan had foreseen this conclusion. If the Han army could even defeat Duke Yong of Great Qian, how could Wu Wang and his men possibly compete? With Wu Wang's astuteness, he wouldn't risk an impossible battle, so Ling Wunyan naturally became expendable. Even though he anticipated it, Ling Wunyan remained hopeful deep down. But now, Ling Wunyan was utterly disappointed. Enough, enough. With a bitter sigh, he removed his sword, holding it before him as he descended the mountain. Chapter 382, Ling Wunyan's surprise. Seeing Ling Wunyan leading his officers descending from the mountain, Lei Tong quickly dismounted to welcome them. No matter what, Ling Wunyan was still his elder. If Ling Wunyan didn't surrender, they would be enemies, and Lei Tong wouldn't hesitate. But now that Ling Wunyan intended to surrender, Lei Tong had to greet him with courtesy. Nephew pays respect to Uncle Ling. After Ling Wunyan approached, Lei Tong bowed deeply. Ling Wunyan gave him a displeased glance and sniffed. You don't deserve it. Uncle Ling, how can you say such things? If His Majesty knows you're willing to join the Han dynasty, he will surely be very pleased. With your talent, you're destined to shine in the Han dynasty. Lei Tong flattered him. Ling Wunyan handed over his sword, and subsequently, his officers also surrendered their swords and weapons. But Lei Tong pushed them back and said, Nephew only needs one word from Uncle Ling. Although Ling Wunyan's surrender was out of necessity, Lei Tong understood well that he wasn't fickle. Once he admitted surrendering to the Han dynasty, he wouldn't easily change his mind. As for how to win back his loyalty, that was His Majesty's responsibility, not something Lei Tong needed to worry about. Since 4 years ago when Lu Shantong rebelled, causing chaos throughout the land, Ling Wunyan took advantage of the situation to strengthen his own military power. This clearly showed that his loyalty to Deqian was not absolute. Or, perhaps, he harbored even greater ambitions. Therefore, making him betray Deqian was not so difficult. Ling Wunyan comprehended Lei Tong's thoughts and grunted in dissatisfaction right away. I've already surrendered, but if I am to swear allegiance, it must be in front of the Han Emperor personally. He was unwilling to swear allegiance in front of Lei Tong. That goes without saying. With these words from Uncle Ling, it's enough. Lei Tong hurriedly smiled while indicating his subordinates no longer needed to collect the other side's weapons. Then, he asked, Uncle Ling, do you wish to watch an interesting performance? Confused, Ling Wunyan asked. What do you mean? Lei Tong explained. Xuanhuan is gathering troops and heading towards Chang'an. He used you all to tie me down, then launched a sneak attack on Chang'an. Nephew invites Uncle Ling to observe this battle. Furrowing his brows, Ling Wunyan looked surprised. Wasn't Xuanhuan's army already defeated by you? Where did he get troops to attack Chang'an? Though he didn't know how many defenders were in Chang'an, he had witnessed the fighting prowess of the Snow Dragon Riders. To seize a great city like Chang'an from their hands definitely required tens of thousands of people, which Xuanhuan certainly couldn't gather at present. He's diverted the general guarding Sand Pass. Lei Tong replied with a laugh. Upon hearing this, Ling Wunyan trembled with anger and laughed coldly. This is no different than drinking poison to quench thirst. Who says not? But Chu Yun has run out of tricks, so he can only act this way. Lei Tong thought that Chu Yun stood no chance. Even if he could take Chang'an, how would it change anything? For Lei Tong, Chang'an was crucial. Only seizing Chang'an could regain control of Yongzhou. In His Majesty's eyes, however, Chang'an was merely a rest stop along his conquest of the world. So long as Tongguan remained in hand, recapturing Yongzhou wouldn't be too difficult. Do you invite me to observe the battle? Ling Wunyan cut through Lei Tong's thoughts directly. Do you want me to support your side? Lei Tong grinned, but said nothing. With the unrivaled army, Lei Tong didn't worry about Chang'an being taken by enemies. He was trying to tell Chu Yun that Ling Wunyan had joined them. Now, Yongzhou truly became a place isolated and without aid. He aimed to cut off Chu Yun's hope, forcing him to abandon resistance. Despite seeing through Lei Tong's intentions, Ling Wunyan naturally would not refuse since he'd already chosen to align with the Han dynasty. After all, there was no need for him to participate in combat himself. Why not just watch? Still, he wondered, how did you manage to pass through Sand Pass and raid Chang'an? Did you see me during previous battles? Lei Tong chuckled in response. Ling Wunyan instantly understood, inwardly admiring. So, you were already in Yongzhou before we arrived? The Han Emperor, what a cunning planner. Pretending to defend, he had secretly arranged the offensive strategy in advance. Using defense as bait, everyone focused on Hanzhong. Who would have imagined he'd hidden such a terrifying army in Yongzhou? What do you call this force you command? Ling Wunyan continued to ask. The Snow Dragon Riders, Lei Tong responded. There were no secrets here, there was no need to hide them. After this battle, the Snow Dragon Riders would surely gain renown across the 9 provinces and become known to all. The Snow Dragon Riders. Ling Wunyan quietly repeated this name, trembling slightly. You truly are cunning, to train such formidable cavalry in secret. He assumed the Snow Dragon Riders were Lei Tong's achievement. Lei Tong quickly clarified. That wasn't achieved by me alone. I lack that much skill. Really? Then who trained them? Ling Wunyan asked. Why? None other than His Majesty. Lei Tong stated with an air of inevitability. The latter shook his head very confidently. Impossible. I heard that the Han Emperor was nothing more than a farmhand for a landlord a year ago, and he couldn't even afford enough food to eat. How could he secretly train soldiers? Moreover, such a formidable cavalry unit would at least require years of battle honing. At that time, how old was the Han Emperor? For the Snow Dragon Riders to form, they would need at least 5 or 6 years. Wasn't that to say that Lin Mo began organizing this cavalry when he was only 11 or 12 years old? Ridiculous. Upon hearing this, Lei Tong burst out laughing. Ha! Ling Wunyan rolled his eyes. What's so funny? Uncle Ling, please don't be angry. Everyone reacts like this the first time they encounter His Majesty. Once you get used to it, it's fine. Lei Tong's non-sequitur left Ling Wunyan speechless. What do you mean? Lei Tong explained. This cavalry was summoned by His Majesty from the heavens. Otherwise, do you think ordinary mortals could train them? Ling Wunyan. You shouldn't doubt. After you meet His Majesty, you'll know everything I said is true. Lei Tong smiled without saying more. Because no matter what Lei Tong said 100 times, it wouldn't match the effect of Lin Mo showing Ling Wunyan once the boundless treasures in his sleeves. Many people before meeting Lin Mo thought Lin Mo was a charlatan, a liar. After meeting Lin Mo, everyone would exclaim in their hearts, he's truly a divine being. On their journey, the two talked a lot. Since all of Guangwei Marquis' men were foot soldiers, their speed wasn't very fast. However, Lei Tong always kept an eye on the situation in Chang'an. The Wudang army had already entered Chang'an, but Chu Yun's forces had yet to show up. So Lei Tong wasn't worried at all. Everything was well under control. Chapter 383, 10,000 garrison troops. The capital, Chang'an, is just ahead. After a day and night of relentless riding, Hokan arrived with his 20,000-strong army at the outskirts of Chang'an. Despite their exhaustion, the sight of hope before them reinvigorated everyone's spirit. They looked toward the distant city walls, their eyes flickering, making quiet resolutions in their hearts to reclaim this city. Perhaps out of homesickness, Hokan was subtly worried by the unusual silence of Chang'an. He knew that it was their last hope. Only by recapturing Chang'an could they stabilize the morale of the troops. Otherwise, they would have no choice but to flee from here. Where is Xue Qing's unit? Hokan asked the scout by his side. The scout replied, they're in the east of the city. They were currently west of Chang'an. As planned, they were going to attack from both sides, preventing the Han army within the city from coordinating an effective defense. Hokan nodded. This was good news for them. At least until now, nothing unexpected had happened. However, as he was about to order the attack, a rider galloped up with bad news. General, things aren't good. Prince Wu, Prince Wu has fled. The scout panted heavily as he spoke. What? Hokan was shocked. Just when they needed it most, Chu Gengxiu and his forces had run away, leaving them to face the Daishui cavalry alone. Generals who had fought against the Daishui cavalry before looked fearful. They urged him, General, without Prince Wu to hold back those cavalrymen, they'll quickly return. Perhaps we should retreat. Initially, 9 legions tried to counter them head-on, but ended up being pursued for hundreds of miles. Now, with only 2 or 3 legions left, if the Han cavalry attacked from behind while they assaulted the city, they'd be utterly destroyed. Yes, General, retreat. The Han cavalry is too terrifying, said another officer. Ch. As soon as the words left the man's mouth, Hokan's sword flashed, cutting off the man's head. Holding the dripping sword, Hokan glared fiercely at the generals, shouting, with a decisive battle approaching, whoever dares to speak more nonsense and unsettle the army will die. Seeing the body fall, the generals immediately ceased all chatter, filled with fear. At this moment, if we retreat, we will lose our chance to retake Chang'an forever. Do you want to stand idly by and let your friends and family fall into enemy hands? You are soldiers of the Qin dynasty, sworn to protect home and country. Now, bandits have seized our homeland. If we do not take it back, where will we go? If we can't even protect our own homes, how can we protect our nation? Do you feel worthy wearing your armor, worthy of the name soldier? Hokan knew that at a time like this, disorder couldn't spread further. Their final hope was right there, however slim it seemed. He would fight one more time. Ashamed, the officers lowered their heads. Hokan continued, though Chu Gengxiu and his cowards may have fled, the Han army doesn't know of our presence yet. They might still be chasing Chu Gengxiu. Officers, Chang'an is defended by only 1,000 troops, a rare opportunity. If we can seize the city before the Han army realizes it, we can turn the tide, recover our homeland, safeguard our families, and ultimately secure victory. His voice was firm and rousing, inspiring everyone present. The officers regained courage, a fierce determination rekindling in their eyes. To death. My wife and child are still inside. We must get them back. Kill every thief. Drive the Han dogs out of Yongzhou. Every general drew their swords and roared ferociously. Attack. Seeing the fervor, Hokan issued the command to charge. 20,000 men sounded the war horns, carrying siege engines and charging rapidly towards Chang'an. Since Chang'an had fallen to the Han army, its gates remained tightly closed, and no one knew what had transpired inside or how many Han troops were hidden within. 1,000 was merely their estimation. Right then, Hokan was personally commanding the assault. Even as his massive force appeared below the walls, there was no response from within. The city was eerily silent. Hokan's uneasiness grew stronger, but now wasn't the time to withdraw. He could only believe in his assumption that there were indeed only 1,000 Han soldiers within the city. Soon enough, his men rushed up to the wall's base without encountering any form of resistance, not even spotting a single Han soldier. They erected ladders and began scaling the walls. Watching soldiers climb swiftly upwards, Hokan and others held their breath anxiously, fearing a sudden ambush by the Han soldiers at any moment. Despite the swift climbing pace, the 3 zhang, approximately 10 meters, high walls felt as though they stretched endlessly to the heavens, time seeming to freeze. Hurry, faster. Clutching his fists tightly, Hokan urged impatiently. Soon, the vanguard had successfully climbed up the wall. Could it be this smooth? Hokan looked up at the top of the wall with suspicion. Even though they had reached the wall, his unease grew stronger inside. General, perhaps the Han army knew we were coming back with our full force and fled. One of the officers beside him speculated whether the Han army had abandoned the city. However, before he could finish speaking, countless banners suddenly rose on the city walls, followed by cries of battle and clashes of iron weapons. The jingling sounds were excruciatingly sharp. Within moments, the more than 1,000 soldiers who had been first to scale the wall fell silent. Damn! Seeing the situation, one of Hokan's officers cursed loudly. They're sly as foxes. Simply disgusting. They don't have many troops. Keep pushing forward. Hokan gritted his teeth and shouted. The messenger immediately relayed the attack order to the frontline soldiers. At that moment, Hokan's expression relaxed slightly. The enemy's ambush killing his men exactly indicated there weren't many defenders. Otherwise, it would have been far too risky for them to let any soldiers onto the wall. Order a full frontal assault. With Hokan taking command, the final assault on Chang'an began. He now pinned his hopes on pinning down the Han forces with a pincer movement, so they would be unable to manage both sides. But as his main army charged ahead, he gradually realized something was amiss. The defending forces on the walls seemed much greater in number than he had anticipated. No matter how many of his soldiers rushed towards the wall, they died without managing to secure even a foothold. If the Han army really only had 1,000 men, it wouldn't be possible to hold such an extended battle line. General, something's not right, said another officer, also noticing the problem. Despite their all-out assault, throwing every bit of their strength into the fight, the Han army continued handling the situation with ease, preventing their soldiers from breaching the wall. This was enough to show the Han army's numbers must have been more than just 1,000. Go check on the situation to the east, Hokan said gravely. An officer galloped away quickly, returning shortly after with a serious expression. General, the east is facing the same situation, making no progress at all. I saw Han soldiers all over the wall. Their numbers might be no less than 10,000. This piece of news struck Hokan like a heavy hammer against his chest. 10,000 defenders. It was a number that left him feeling utterly despondent. Chapter 384. Capturing Hokan alive, annihilating the enemy. How could there be so many? Hokan's body swayed, almost falling off his horse. Where were the promised 1,000 men? How did they suddenly become 10,000? With the solid defenses of Chang'an, they stood no chance. Send out the order, retreat. In just half an hour, their casualties had been heavy. Continuing would likely mean losing all 3 myriads of soldiers. Though Hokan was reluctant to accept such an outcome, he now had to choose. He consoled himself with the thought, as long as the green hills remain, there will always be firewood, preserving what little strength he still possessed in order to have a future chance to regroup and fight again. Clang, clang, clang. The sound of the retreat bell echoed across the battlefield. The Yongzhou troops fighting fiercely beneath the city walls immediately discarded their siege equipment and retreated. They, too, had grown tired of the fight long ago. Report. A scout rushed abruptly to Hokan. A massive army has appeared from the southeast direction. Southeast. Hokan was startled. Do you know whose troops they are? The scout replied. There are Han flags and also Xuanhuan Marquis flags. Xuanhuan Marquis. Hokan's brows furrowed deeply. He roughly guessed why these two kinds of flags would appear together. Order the main force to accelerate. We must withdraw as soon as possible. This battle had caused minimal losses, but he had to leave. Otherwise, if the Han cavalry managed to corner them, it wouldn't be easy to escape. As for why so many Han forces suddenly appeared to ambush at Chang'an, he no longer had time to ponder this. Saving his life was paramount. General, disaster. To the north. A group of Han cavalry is advancing from the north. How many? Hokan asked, alarmed. The cavalry from the southeast direction was sent to deal with the Xuanhuan Marquis. Who was this new force coming from the north? How many more Han troops had been lurking in Yongzhou? A little over 1,000 riders. One of his subordinates reported. The generals grew worried upon hearing this news. Some of their soldiers hadn't yet left the battlefield. Waiting for them would make escaping even harder, and abandoning them meant sending them to their deaths. Damn. Hokan's mind was in turmoil, but after careful deliberation, he decisively ordered, quickly retreat. He couldn't spare any more thoughts for those who hadn't yet managed to escape. After all, he had witnessed the formidable combat capabilities of the xuanhuan riders. Despite being only over 1,000 strong, none could resist them on the plains. Furthermore, with 20,000 troops from the southeast direction, if they got entangled by those 1,000+ riders, they would be surrounded from both fronts, making retreat even harder. Retreat. His subordinates yelled reluctantly. They also understood they could do nothing else but abandon those comrades. As soon as they started retreating, soldiers who hadn't yet withdrawn from the city walls fell into despair instantly. Curses filled the air. Some even surrendered right where they stood to the Han forces in exchange for survival. If you've come, then don't rush to leave. Seeing Hokan attempt to flee, Lei Tong quickly led the xuanhuan riders in pursuit. He left the troops under Xuanhuan Marquis behind. Yang Zhua, one of Xuanhuan Marquis' subordinate generals, looking perplexed, asked his master, Master, what shall we do? Shall we chase them? Ling Wunyan shook his head. Can you catch up? Yang Zhua rolled his eyes. The xuanhuan riders moved like a gale, quickly vanishing into the distance. All his soldiers were infantrymen. They'd run themselves breathless and still couldn't catch up. If they could move that fast, they wouldn't have been surrounded on the hillock back then. Perhaps we should escape. Another general suggested quietly. Since the xuanhuan riders had gone to pursue the Yongzhou forces and left them alone, this seemed the perfect opportunity to slip away. But Ling Wunyan firmly rejected this suggestion from the general. We're here to spectate. Let the soldiers rest on the spot. Having already agreed to surrender to Lei Tong and join the Han, he couldn't break his word immediately after giving it. Earlier, he had witnessed the defense battle of Chang'an, which deeply shocked him. Even if the Yongzhou forces scaled the walls, they could not enter. The combat power of the Han forces was absolutely several levels higher than Yongzhou's. Not only could they not handle hand-to-hand combat, the Hans also had powerful artillery. Ling Wunyan knew that there was no rival under heaven capable of standing against Great Han. Even if he fled now, it wouldn't change anything. He'd lose to Han later anyway. By the time Han forces reached his hometown, if he attempted to surrender then, he might miss his opportunity. Ling Wunyan had risen rapidly through court politics, climbing from a 6th-rank official to a regional governor because of his ability to make the right choices at crucial moments. The Yongzhou forces already knew he'd defected to Han. The momentum he created for Lei Tong was enough. Let the Han army clean up the remaining mess. If they couldn't, then perhaps he had misjudged. As Lei Tong charged forward, Hokan's army lost its composure. Lei Yun brought 1,000 xuanhuan riders, changing directions to rendezvous with Lei Tong. They were like two sharp swords, blocking Hokan's retreat route. In this area, all were plains. In terms of mobility, no team could compare with the xuanhuan riders. The scene from several days ago replayed once more. The difference was that this time their forces were fewer. Lei Tong saw the determined resistance of Hokan and charged his horse forward. Hokan, if you won't dismount and surrender now, when will you? Seeing Lei Tong, Hokan became furious. You traitorous scoundrel, prepare to die. Lei Tong, a renowned general of the Great Qian, had now defected to the rebel forces, seeking to overthrow the rightful government. This was a matter of national justice. How could he not be enraged? Additionally, Lei Tong had twice driven him to a desperate situation, both times at the same place. This was personal grudge, making him angry. Hokan channeled this anger into strength and charged fiercely towards Lei Tong. He knew that only by eliminating Lei Tong would there be hope for breaking through the encirclement. Kill! Hokan shouted loudly, encouraging himself. Although Lei Tong gained fame at an early age and had a remarkable combat record, Hokan believed in his own abilities and felt he did not fall short of Lei Tong's. 5 years ago, when Lei Tong was ordered to guard the Zonka fortress, he passed through Chang'an. At that time, Hokan had already reached the peak of Grand Master status, while Lei Tong was merely in the middle stage of Grand Mastery. Now, Hokan had stepped halfway into the extraordinary realm, and his martial arts skills surpassed the level of the Lei family spear techniques. Thus, he was confident in defeating Lei Tong, or even slaying him. You came just in time. Lei Tong remained calm and unhurried, spear ready to meet the challenge. Before meeting Lin Mo, he didn't have the confidence to overcome Hokan. But after the past year, someone like Hokan was no longer worth his notice. After just one round of exchange, Lei Tong used one spear thrust to knock Hokan off his horse. The terrifying force made Hokan lose his weapon, with blood streaming from his split tiger's mouth, a metaphor for the thumb and forefinger. Before Hokan could recover, Lei Tong's spear was already pointed at his throat. Several soldiers approached and bound Hokan. Hokan couldn't recover from the shock. Defeated in just one move? How is this possible? Have you already entered the extraordinary realm? Hokan could hardly believe that Lei Tong had stepped into the extraordinary realm earlier than him. Even being extraordinary, it should not be possible to defeat him in one move. Isn't the Lei family spear method primarily about ingenious flexibility? What was that previous spear thrust? It was clearly the Lei family spear technique, but its power must have exceeded 3 oxen's strength. Is this still the Lei family spear technique I know? As Hokan was bound, the battle quickly concluded. Some stubborn remnants were wiped out by Lei Tong and Lei Yun. Of the 10,000 troops Hokan led, only dozens escaped. Over 7,000 were killed in battle, and over 13,000 surrendered. On the other side, the unit led by Xuanhuan also suffered an ambush from Jiang Chun and Wu Ping. Jiang Chun led 4,000 soldiers attacking from behind them, while Wu Ping led 5,000 Wudong army charging out from the city. Surrounded from both sides, Wu Ping killed Xuanhuan and annihilated the enemy completely. Chapter 385. The army surrounds San Pass. In this battle, the Han army also suffered little loss, because after fighting for half a day, the Yongzhou army failed to break through the heavy Snow Dragon cavalry's armor. Thus, the heavy Snow Dragon cavalry lost only 7 men, and the Wu Dang troops lost 9 men. Looking at such achievements, Ling Wunyan was glad he had encountered Lei Tong. If it were a general he didn't know, he might have experienced the despair of being unilaterally slaughtered before Hokan. Truly an excellent heavy Snow Dragon cavalry, truly an extraordinary Wu Dang flying army. In this world, who can still stand in the way of the rise of the great Han? Ling Wunyan led his troops to the city gates and met up with Lei Tong. Just then, Wu Ping and Jiang Chun returned with their forces. General Wu, let me introduce you. This is the Marquis of Guangwei. Lei Tong introduced the two parties. Cousin Ling, this is General Wu Ping from the Wu family in Shu capital. Wu Dang commander, I've heard much about you. Ling Wunyan bowed slightly. Because of Wu Dang's prominent military exploits, Wu Ping's name echoed throughout Yi province. As one of the important generals of the Great Han, naturally, he was also an object of attention for the enemy. Ling Wunyan and his group had studied Wu Ping carefully. The subordinates under the river Intermarch wanted even to use Wu Ping as a breakthrough to capture Yangping Pass. But though Wu Ping's family background was far inferior to theirs, his loyalty to the Great Han could not be shaken by anyone. Wu Ping quickly responded with a respectful bow. I've heard a lot about Marquis Guangwei. Meeting you today is truly gratifying. After exchanging pleasantries, the group entered the city. This battle resulted in the annihilation of 14,000 enemies, capturing over 16,000 prisoners. Furthermore, they killed the enemy commander Xueqing and captured Hokan. General Wu, did His Majesty mention what we should do next? Upon entering the city, Lei Yun asked Wu Ping. Previously, Wu Ping rushed to support them, having left the city to set up an ambush while leaving Wu Dang's flying army to defend the city. They had only exchanged hurriedly without detailed discussions. With the conflict now settled and Yongzhou no longer able to offer resistance, Lei Yun wanted to know if His Majesty had any further instructions. Wu Ping smiled and shook his head. His Majesty only sent me to reinforce you but gave no other orders. However, since the Yongzhou army has been completely wiped out, there is no longer any force that can threaten Chang'an. I want to lead my troops to surround San Pass and welcome His Majesty into Yongzhou. He thought about how Lin Mo was still outside San Pass. I'll go with you. Lei Tong excitedly replied. It seemed he couldn't wait to seek merit with Lin Mo. Is General Lei missing His Majesty's fairy wine? Wu Ping teased. Hee. Lei Tong laughed nonchalantly. This journey to Yongzhou was of great importance, and he hadn't touched a drop of alcohol. Now that the fight had calmed down, a sigh of relief could be taken, and naturally, he wished to celebrate with some drinks. Speaking of alcohol, naturally, he remembered His Majesty's fairy wine. Having tasted the fairy wine, no other drink in this world would suit his throat anymore. That day Lu Qiong and Gu Tui wagered on this fairy wine. Uncle Ling, when you have the chance, you must try His Majesty's fairy wine. Once you do, you won't wish to taste any other wine again. Lei Tong seemed to already smell the fairy wine, intoxicated within its essence. Haha, I must definitely try it one day, Ling Wunyan replied perfunctorily, continuing. General Wu, since we are now on the same side, can you grant me a portion of the honor of welcoming Emperor of Han? His meaning was clear. He wanted to join Lei Tong and Wu Ping on their mission to San Pass to meet Lin Mo. This decision showed that he sincerely intended to pledge his allegiance to the Great Han and desired to contribute to the empire. With the help of the Marquis of Guangwei, things will proceed even better. Wu Ping readily accepted. They allowed the soldiers a day of rest and departed for San Pass the following day. At San Pass, Zhong Xinxiu waited anxiously for updates on the Chang'an battle situation. all the while grateful that the Han army outside the pass hadn't noticed their reallocation of forces. It's been 3 days already. Why haven't we received any news? Could it be that so much time has passed, and Hokan still hasn't captured Chang'an? Inside the gate tower, Zhong Xinxiu appeared restless and uneasy. If too much time passed and the Han army discovered the deception and attacked, disaster could ensue. With just 10,000 men, they wouldn't last long. Chu Yun remained silent, because now, he too merely feigned composure. General Zhong, the Han army hasn't made a single move these past few days. They don't even come to shout insults beneath our walls anymore. I believe they shouldn't be able to notice our repositioning. We need to be patient for a few more days. After all, it's the city of Chang'an. A strategist tried to comfort him. The city of Chang'an was once the imperial capital. Even at the start of the establishment of the Deqian dynasty, it was Chang'an. The defenses of this city were incomparable to those of ordinary cities. Therefore, taking it would inevitably prove more difficult, which was understandable. Fortunately, for 3 continuous days, the Han army hadn't detected anything suspicious. They still had time. Report. Suddenly, urgent reports came from below the gate. Zhong Xinxiu jumped up from his seat. Chu Yun was also stirred enough to stand up. They identified the arriving party clearly. It's General Shue's troops. Has General Shue already taken Chang'an, sending you to report the victory? Chu Yun asked excitedly as he stepped forward. However, the soldier suddenly hung his head and began to cry. My lord, General Shue has fallen in battle. General Ho was captured. Our entire army has perished. What? Chu Yun's eyes rolled back, and he fainted on the spot. My lord. The others were greatly alarmed and rushed to rescue him. After some time, they managed to bring Chu Yun back to consciousness. Weakly, Chu Yun questioned, how could this be? Tell me in detail. The soldier recounted their ambush. Upon learning that there were actually 10,000 defenders in Chang'an, Chu Yun's face turned ashen as he cried out to the heavens. Injustice from the heavens. How could there be so many defenders in Chang'an? Are you sure it was the Wu Dang flying army? Zhong Xinxiu asked, astonished. He had heard from King Wu and others that the Wu Dang flying army had been stationed at Yangping Pass and also performed remarkably at Dingjun Mountain. There was no way they could have been with that terrifying Han cavalry and hidden in Yong province from the very start. I am certain. They wore black rattan armor and held high the Wu Dang military banner. Since the destruction of the barbarian country, rattan armor had become exclusive to the Wu Dang flying army, and there was no possibility of faking the military banners or their combat strength. Zhong Xinxiu mused. Could there be 2 teams of the Wu Dang flying army, one at Yangping Pass and another in Yong province? But why didn't they show up the last time? Perhaps aside from the San Pass, they found another route into Yong province. The strategist said, that's impossible. If they found such a path, why is the main force still here? Zhong Xinxiu pointed toward the 5,000 Han troops outside the pass. The strategist had no response. Who could he ask when asked himself? My lord, the situation is dire. Let us retreat, someone suggested. With the loss of the sole remaining core force, they now only had 10,000 men left within the pass. Staying would mean death. Yet, Chu Yun seemed not to have heard this advice, sinking into a state of stupor. Others might escape, but he couldn't, because he was the king of Yong. If he couldn't even protect his own territory and fled to other places, who would accept him? Who would recognize him? My lord, things have gone wrong. The Han army is attacking from the north. Soldiers guarding the northern side rushed in frantically shouting in terror. Out of the 10,000 soldiers stationed at San Pass, most were positioned to the south. To the north, there were merely hundreds. Zhong Xinxiu and others hurried to the northern city wall, where they saw the enemy swarming like a dark sea, numbering no less than 30 to 40,000. Meanwhile, the northern defenders had all lost their courage. Everything's ruined. Our only escape route is blocked. All is over. The general who previously advised Chu Yun to retreat now looked ashen-faced. San Pass had 2 gates, both now sealed off. They had no means of escape. Chapter 386. Duke Yong commits suicide. General Zhong, what should we do now? The generals looked anxiously at Zhong Xinxiu, hoping he could offer a suggestion. You all probably already have an idea in mind. Why ask me? Zhong Xinxiu snorted lightly. How could he not see that they wanted him to take the lead in surrendering? Some of them even harbored evil intentions. But as long as he was around, no one would harm Duke Yong. How about we go back and ask His Highness the Prince's opinion, said a battalion commander cautiously. Duke Yong was still inside the pass. Whether to fight or surrender would be decided by him. The group immediately left the northern wall and climbed onto the southern wall. Where is His Highness? Not seeing Chu Yun, they questioned his personal guard. His Highness said he wished to be alone for a while inside the city gate tower. It's time like this, a general grunted in dissatisfaction, quickly kicking open the door. His men followed close behind. Zhong Xinxiu feared he might harm Chu Yun and hurriedly followed inside. However, when everyone entered, they were dumbfounded. There they saw Chu Yun suspended midair by a white silk rope, his body rigid and his face deathly pale. Your Highness. Zhong Xinxiu was greatly shocked and rushed forward to save him. He drew his sword and cut the silk rope. Several officers helped support Chu Yun as they lowered him down. However, it was too late. Chu Yun had already passed away. After trying desperately for some time without effect, the military doctor arrived, but also proved ineffective. In fact, when Chu Yun heard of Hokan's defeat, he felt utterly disheartened. He couldn't escape, and he wouldn't surrender. Suicide was the last dignity he claimed for himself. So, upon hearing the news that enemy forces were attacking from the north, he made up his mind. After the generals left, he came alone to the city gate and chose to end his life. After the military doctor announced Duke Yong's death, most of the officers fell silent. Some turned to look at Zhong Xinxiu. His rank was now the highest, and he commanded the most respect. Damn it. They forced our lord to die. Let's fight them to the end. That's right, let's fight them. A soldier from Yongzhou only dies in battle. We don't surrender. Several battalion commanders and deputy battalion commanders, spurred on by their emotions, all pulled out their swords, preparing to wage a final desperate fight against the Han army. But their loyalty did not sway those inside the room. Among the 20-some people present, only 4 wanted to fight the Han forces, while the rest remained silent. What's wrong with all of you? Say something. Generals Zhong and Huang. His Highness treated you well, didn't he? Now that His Highness has died, do you not wish to avenge him? Why aren't any of you speaking? Have you all gone mute? They roared furiously at everyone. That's enough. Zhong Xinxiu shouted loudly and approached Duke Yong, gently closing his eyes with his hand. He knew that Duke Yong's unblinking eyes until his last breath reflected his inner frustration. But the situation was set. There was nothing they could do. Engaging in a reckless battle now would only increase casualties and serve no useful purpose. Not only could they not avenge the Duke, but they would sacrifice themselves in vain. There were still over 10,000 soldiers within the Xuanhuan Pass, and as the commander-in-chief of Xuanhuan, Zhong Xinxiu must bear responsibility for these soldiers. His Highness treated me generously. But have you thought about whether risking your lives can truly avenge him? If I could bring down Emperor Han along with me, I, Zhong Xinxiu, would not hesitate. But the reality is, we couldn't even win against their 8,000 cavalry despite having over 100,000 soldiers. Now, their forces are many times larger than ours. What exactly do you propose to do? Tell me how you would fight. Have you ever seen a group of moths put out a flame? Zhong Xinxiu loudly reprimanded. Are we really going to just stand idly by and watch His Highness die before our very eyes without doing anything? Are we going to allow the rebel army to invade Yongzhou and oppress our families? A battalion commander cried out in anguish. It's not that we're doing nothing. It's just that there's nothing we can do. Zhong Xinxiu's voice choked as he gripped the other man's shoulder tightly. At this moment, his eyes were bloodshot, tears beginning to blur his vision. Duke Yong had saved his life and given him trust. Either form of grace alone was enough to make Zhong Xinxiu dedicate his life to repay it. If he could, he would gladly die in place of Duke Yong. But now that Duke Yong was already dead, that was an immutable fact. Zhong Xinxiu turned to look at everyone and said, if any of you still remember the kindness of Duke Yong, then listen to me. Livewell, why didn't Duke Yong fight to the death with us? It was because he knew if we resisted further, all of us would die. He gave up his own life so that we could all live on. Upon hearing these words, everyone lowered their heads silently. Those who had just moments ago intended to capture Duke Yong and offer him to the Han generals felt deeply ashamed. Zhong Xinxiu continued, brothers, the army of Yongzhou now rests solely with us. If even we die, then the people of Yongzhou will likely be completely at the mercy of others. Only by staying alive can we protect our families, protect Duke Yong's family, and leave behind the last vestige of his lineage. The battalion commander was jolted awake by these words, realizing suddenly. He looked up at Zhong Xinxiu, his eyes no longer holding the same determination as before. You're right. Huang Zhan, the deputy commander of Xuanhuan, was moved by his words. To protect the people of Yongzhou, we must survive. Your Majesty, General Zhong Xinxiu from Xuanhuan wishes to see you. At the foot of Mount Taibai, Lin Mo was reading in his tent when Nianzhou suddenly entered with a letter. With no battles these days, Lin Mo had ample time to study and hone his martial arts skills. Thanks to his ability to simplify and understand complex knowledge, he'd made significant progress in many areas, especially in the manufacture of firearms. He now had a general idea for how to create muskets and grenades once Yongzhou fell. In fact, his current knowledge would have been enough to produce rifles, but the productivity and forging techniques were lagging behind, making it impossible to apply the theory into practice. When there's more time, he could carefully research the forging techniques further. Let him come over. Lin Mo nodded, acknowledging the request. Zhong Xinxiu's desire to meet him indicated that Wu Dang's flying army and the Deshui Dragon cavalry had already cleared all obstacles within Yongzhou's territory, leaving the Xuanhuan defenders with no way out. Moments later, Zhong Xinxiu appeared outside the tent. General Zhong Xinxiu of Xuanhuan greets His Imperial Majesty, Emperor of Han. A deep and powerful voice resonated outside the tent. From the tone, one could tell this man's strength had likely reached the superhuman realm. As soon as the words faded, the curtain was lifted, and Nianzhou said, His Majesty permits you to enter. Zhong Xinxiu stepped inside. Upon seeing Lin Mo, he was deeply shocked. The mighty emperor who struck fear into the hearts of the 18 warlords turned out to be such a handsome youth. Legends spoke of his power surpassing even the superhuman realm, yet Zhong Xinxiu detected not a trace of energy from him. Of course, there were also rumors that Emperor Han was a deity. Deities were immortal beings, appearing as teenagers but possibly having lived for centuries. Did Duke Yong send you? Lin Mo put down the book, looking at him with calm eyes. But Zhong Xinxiu suddenly felt an immense pressure, as though Lin Mo's gaze weighed thousands of pounds, pressing down on him so much he could barely breathe. Was this the might of a true emperor? Zhong Xinxiu was inwardly startled. Clutching his teeth, he struggled hard to keep himself from kneeling down. Seconds passed, and only when Lin Mo diverted his gaze did Zhong Xinxiu feel the pressure lift. By then, however, his back was drenched in sweat. Just one glance, and it exerted such overwhelming pressure. If Lin Mo had acted, Zhong Xinxiu doubted he would have stood any chance to resist. Only now did Zhong Xinxiu truly understand how terrifying Emperor Han was. Standing before him felt like a lamb facing a ferocious tiger. His legs went weak, and he lost all sense of action. He had originally intended to negotiate some conditions before surrendering, but now all thoughts of such negotiations had vanished. Chapter 387. Shock in the court over Yongzhou's submission. Report to His Majesty. King Yong has passed away. Zhang Xinxiu exhaled deeply, then bent down and respectfully answered Lin Mo's earlier question. Previously, he had scoffed at Lin Mo's divine identity, believing it impossible for gods to exist in this world. But now, seeing Lin Mo and feeling the imperial authority radiating from him, Zhang Xinxiu began to believe. Thus, he had no choice but to lower his stance. In front of Lin Mo, he had no capital to be proud. Did you kill him? Lin Mo was somewhat surprised. He didn't know the status of King Yong in Zhang Xinxiu's heart, instinctively assuming that Zhang Xinxiu had killed his master to offer up the fort in exchange for his life. While doing so might make Lin Mo happy, Lin Mo despised such people. Your army surrounded the Xuanhuan Pass. Knowing escape was impossible, King Yong chose to hang himself. We hope your majesty can forgive King Yong and treat his remains with respect. Zhang Xinxiu gritted his teeth and said. He feared that Lin Mo would vent his anger on King Yong's corpse after entering the pass. Suicide. Lin Mo frowned slightly, unsure if what Zhang Xinxiu said was true or not. If it were true, respecting the dead, Lin Mo wouldn't trouble a dead man. Besides, Lin Mo and King Yong were merely enemies in war, with no personal grudges between them. Even though many Han soldiers had died in Yongzhou, Lin Mo wouldn't hold it against the troops of Yongzhou, much less blame King Yong. If King Yong had surrendered, Lin Mo would have gladly accepted it. As for why King Yong committed suicide, Lin Mo saw no need to speculate. Winning the battle was sufficient. You didn't come here simply to surrender, did you? Tell me your conditions. Lin Mo pushed the matter of King Yong's death aside and asked Zhang Xinxiu next. The latter marveled that the Emperor of Han could read people so well. How did you know? Zhang Xinxiu asked in astonishment. If you were simply surrendering, you'd open the gates and welcome me inside. But instead, you came alone to my camp. It's clear you wanted to negotiate conditions first. Lin Mo smiled and gestured lightly. Speak up. I'm reasonable. As long as your terms are justified, I will agree. Compared to unconditional surrender, Lin Mo preferred those who laid out terms. People who set terms were easier to secure their loyalty. One Mountain Su family, Shidu Wu family, barbarian generals, and the citizens of Han. All these groups had conditions for their allegiance to Lin Mo. Unconditional surrender generally came in two forms. One like Qin Tai, who had signed a soul contract with Lin Mo, becoming a mental slave. Such loyalty could be trusted completely, with zero chance of rebellion. The other type were like bachelors, forced into dependence due to circumstances, but could easily take what they need and leave anytime. If Zhang Xinxiu had no terms, Lin Mo wouldn't trust that he had truly come to surrender. How do you know? Zhang Xinxiu was even more astonished. He felt as though he was transparent in front of Lin Mo, whose gaze seemed to pierce through his thoughts. Lin Mo smiled faintly. You don't need to feel tense. I'm an easy person to deal with. Just tell me your conditions. Seeing that Lin Mo wasn't joking, Zhang Xinxiu became less nervous and respectfully stated his terms. Your Majesty, we have two conditions. First, please treat the body and family of King Yong with kindness. King Yong has one son and 3 daughters. Boldly, I request on behalf of the prince a position within your court. Approved. Lin Mo responded without hesitation. King Yong had a decent reputation in Yongzhou. During the past 3 years of famine, he had done quite a few things to help. Because of his care for the common people, he gained the support of the citizens of Yongzhou, making him the sole ruler there. For Lin Mo to win the support and affection of the people of Yongzhou, having a good reputation was crucial. So even without Zhang Xinxiu's proposal, Lin Mo would have treated King Yong's family kindly. As for King Yong's son, his abilities were mediocre, lacking the demeanor of his father. Although keeping him alive was a potential risk, making him susceptible to manipulation by others with ill intentions, Lin Mo saw many exploitable values in him still. When his value was exhausted and he became useless to Lin Mo, others would also find him worthless. Thank you, Your Majesty. Zhang Xinxiu bowed deeply, then continued with his second condition. Secondly, we hope that Your Majesty will be kind to the citizens of Yongzhou and not increase taxes. Yongzhou has endured 3 years of calamity. Lives and livelihoods have suffered greatly. We've barely survived this period, and everyone looks forward to a good harvest this year. According to precedent, when warlords conquer a new place, they often impose heavy taxes or even conscript civilians for labor. Taxes were already high enough. Zhang Xinxiu did not want the people of Yongzhou to suffer further. After speaking, he anxiously watched Lin Mo, fearing rejection. After all, the Great Han Empire needed enormous military expenses for its wars. Seeing Lin Mo shaking his head, Zhang Xinxiu felt his heart shatter, thinking Lin Mo had rejected his second condition. As Zhang Xinxiu gritted his teeth, ready to fight for more, Lin Mo suddenly spoke. I've learned about Yongzhou's situation. Over the past 3 years of disasters, Yizhou was least affected, while Yongzhou was one of the hardest hit areas. In some parts of Yongzhou, there were even reports of parents exchanging children to eat, as the common people needed food to alleviate their current suffering. So, I will not only refrain from increasing taxes, but also allow the ordinary citizens of Yongzhou to enjoy a year of tax exemption. Additionally, they'll be eligible for the Great Han's child-rearing subsidies and labor model benefits. Lin Mo had calculated that Yongzhou's harvest yield was inferior to Yizhou's. Given the present circumstances, even if he levied taxes, it wouldn't produce much revenue. Thus, it made sense to forego this year's tax altogether, allowing the peasants to keep more grain in reserve. This would solve the food shortage problem and win the local people's support, achieving two goals with one action. Zhang Xinxiu thought he must have misheard, as he stood stunned for quite a while. Though unfamiliar with the idea of child rearing and labor model benefits, Zhang Xinxiu understood the immense importance of a year's tax exemption for Yongzhou citizens. Is what you're saying true, Your Majesty? Overcome with emotion, Zhang Xinxiu stepped forward but stopped abruptly at the stern look from 29. Embarrassed, he chuckled awkwardly, bowed, and apologized to Lin Mo. A king's words are no jest. Subject Zhang Xinxiu thanks Your Majesty on behalf of Yongzhou's citizens. Having received Lin Mo's confirmation, Zhang Xinxiu quickly knelt down. At the moment his knees touched the ground, Zhang Xinxiu genuinely decided to pledge his loyalty to Great Han. In other words, he truly surrendered to Lin Mo. Stand up, they're my subjects, so you don't need to thank me. Lin Mo waved his hand dismissively. Zhang Xinxiu rose and personally led Lin Mo into the pass. The defenders collectively removed their armor, standing on either side to welcome the Great Han. Within the pass, Lin Mo saw King Yong's body. Considering King Yong's numerous good deeds for Yongzhou's people, Lin Mo ordered his body be returned to Chang'an for a grand burial. With the defection of war god Zhang Xinxiu, many factions within Yongzhou abandoned resistance and pledged allegiance to Great Han. In just 7 days, out of Yongzhou's 9 commanderies, 6 surrendered entirely except for Longxi, Tinshui, and Anding. Upon hearing that joining Great Han would grant them a year of reduced burden and rewards for childbirth, the people of Yongzhou rejoiced. Crowds poured into the county offices to register their household registrations, leaving the officials overwhelmed. Such a scene was unprecedented. With exceptional speed, Lin Mo had reclaimed 6 commanderies of Yongzhou. With no internal pressure left, Lin Mo split his troops into 2 forces. One advanced northward toward Qixian, and the other headed straight to Tongguan. This caused the court to become completely unsettled. Chapter 388. Dealing with the giant requires cannons. Report. Prime Minister, King Yong has hanged himself at the city gate tower. The Han army has occupied Yong province and dispatched a large force to Tong Pass. An urgent report was delivered to the Prime Minister's residence in the capital. Prime Minister Sima Lan, who was having dinner with his family, trembled slightly upon hearing the news and dropped his chopsticks. Though he had already learned of Prince Beihai's death in battle and Prince Wu's defeat and escape, he could never have imagined that Yong province would fall so quickly. It hadn't been 10 days yet. The speed of the Han army was truly terrifying. Father, let your son lead an army to punish these Han rebels. From the lower seat, a young man stood up. He was Sima Lan's son, Sima Jinxiang. Sima Lan, aged 47, had 8 sons, all young and talented, quite well known locally. Because their names all contain the character Jian, they were referred to as the Sima 8 Jians by the world. Sima Jinxiang, the 7th son, possessed extraordinary martial talent. He was born with immense strength, and it was said that when he was 7 years old, while returning to his hometown with his mother, they encountered river pirates. All the accompanying bodyguards were killed in battle. In the end, Sima Jinxiang alone killed 17 river pirates, thus making a name for himself. Sima Lan also doted on him immensely, using his own power to collect many famous martial arts works for him. Thus, Sima Jinxiang had mastered excellent martial skills from a young age. Even though he was only 22, he was already ranked 2nd on the general list, possessing unparalleled courage. However, his offer to fight was met with Sima Lan's reprimand. Sit down. Do not cause more chaos at this critical moment. Sima Lan threw down his bowl irritably. Months ago, he still thought Lin Mo was merely a bandit leader from the wilderness, deceiving people with tricks. But now, 18 regional lords had been defeated, several princes died in battle, and countless soldiers lost. Even Yong province had been annexed by him. Now the great Han army stationed at Tong Pass clearly aimed to attack the capital. That country bumpkin he once looked down upon had become a mortal threat. Sima Jinxiang, the 7th son, was indeed brave, but due to excessive pampering since childhood, he had developed a conceited and arrogant personality. He didn't look up to anyone. If facing ordinary bandits, Sima Lan wouldn't have said anything, but now they were up against the cunning emperor of the Great Han. With Sima Jinxiang's mind, he would likely be toyed around endlessly. Call everyone to my study. Sima Lan got up and left. He no longer had any appetite for food. His sons also rose one after another. Soon, all his subordinates gathered in the study of the Prime Minister's residence. As the most powerful person at present, 2/3 of the officials in the court were under his control, and he almost ruled the entire court. Therefore, his study was essentially a smaller version of the Fengtian Hall. Of course, this place was spacious enough to accommodate hundreds of people simultaneously. Gentlemen, I've called you here today because of an extremely important matter. This matter concerns the life and death of each one of us. Sima Lan's tone was solemn, his face full of wrinkles looking like a cold pool of water. There were many high-ranking officials present, each controlling considerable resources and possessing their own channels of information. With the rise of the Great Han and the news of the defeat of the 18 regional lords already causing quite a stir in the capital, how could they not know why Sima Lan had summoned them here? Moments ago, I received news that the entirety of Yong province has fallen. Prince Yong committed suicide, and the rebel forces are massing at Tong Pass. Sima Lan informed everyone of the urgent report he had just received. A small portion of those present had already heard the news, but most were hearing it for the first time. For a while, the study erupted into chaos. This can't be true. How long has it been? Yong province has fallen. The rebel army is garrisoned at Tong Pass. Are they planning to strike straight into the capital? I've heard the rebel army's cannons possess the power to split mountains and crush stones. It's hard to say whether the walls of the capital can withstand the cannon fire. How could this happen so fast? Some were angry, others worried. General Luo, you personally witnessed the rebels' cannons. Do you think the walls of our capital can withstand the rebel army's artillery? Some fearful ones began to worry about the strength of their own city walls. They all looked toward Luo Hong, who had participated in the campaign against the Great Han, but he did not respond. Because the answer was truly uncertain. Although the silly commandery had an army of 370,000, equipped with excellent weapons and possessing strong fighting ability, the Great Han had cannons, which were something that good equipment alone couldn't stop. Gentlemen, at the mere mention of the Great Han's name, you all change color in fear. Instead of being like cowards, we might as well surrender to the rebels altogether. If we're lucky, we might even save our heads. Losing our positions would be the worst outcome. Upon hearing the discussions among the group, Sima Lan grew somewhat furious. Everyone sensed his anger and immediately stopped discussing. Surrender? They no longer dared to entertain such thoughts. If they chose to surrender, regardless of whether the Great Han would accept them or not, Sima Lan definitely wouldn't let them off easily. After all, Sima Lan's goal was the throne. Surrendering to the Great Han would render his years of plotting utterly futile, a fate worse than death. Prime Minister, the Han army not only possesses cannons, but also a formidable military. To defeat them, we need even more cannons than they have. Otherwise, I do not recommend engaging in battle. As if reading Sima Lan's mind, Luo Hong quickly stepped forward to reject the idea. The two 10,000-strong troops he had led had already been wiped out entirely. Out of the 54,600 troops from the 18 regional lords, less than 10,000 managed to escape E province. This clearly demonstrated how ruthless the Great Han was. Do you know how to manufacture cannons? Sima Lan snapped at him irritably. How could he not understand the importance of cannons? The problem was, none of them knew how to make them in the first place. In fact, they'd never even heard of such things before. Luo Hong shook his head. I don't know, sir. Sima Lan rolled his eyes fiercely and then asked again, do any of you know? Everyone lowered their heads. If anyone did, they would have long revealed it in exchange for wealth and rank instead of keeping it hidden. My lord, perhaps I have a way. At this moment, the Prime Minister's chief clerk suddenly spoke up, capturing everyone's attention. Chapter 389, The Three Absolutes of Chang'an. Chang'an, the ancient capital of the former dynasty. Taizu of the Daiqian dynasty captured the city of Chang'an and eradicated the previous dynasty, also establishing the capital here. He reigned for 32 years, which made him one of the longer-lived emperors. He outlived his crown prince, and thus passed the throne to his most favored royal grandson. However, the royal grandson was young and lacked competence. Despite Taizu's efforts to clear numerous obstacles for him, the grandson still failed to secure his reign after ascending the throne. He ruled for less than 4 years before his sixth uncle usurped the empire from him. After Taizu's sixth son ascended to power, he moved the capital to Luoyang in order to divert conflicts. But the city of Chang'an has always been known as the Western capital. The prosperity of Chang'an persisted, making it one of the most thriving cities in Yongzhou and the entire Daqian Empire. If we were to compare Shudu to Urumqi, the former western provincial capital of a previous life, then Chang'an would be akin to the mystical metropolis. There's simply no comparison between the two. It takes an ordinary person a full day to walk from the east end to the west end of Chang'an. Meanwhile, it only takes 3 hours to traverse Shudu. According to records from the local registry office, Chang'an's population is at 598,000. This figure, however, comes after 3 years of famine. At its peak, the population of Chang'an could reach as high as 1,500,000 people. It was the most prosperous city in the Daqian Empire, if not the entire world. Even though the past glory may have faded somewhat, the architectural remnants within the city still hint at its once great splendor. After Lin Mo settled into Chang'an, he resided in the palace. Because this was the western capital of the Daqian Empire, the emperor's palace in Chang'an had been preserved and maintained annually. However, during times when the emperor was absent, there were fewer palace maids and guards, lending a somewhat desolate air to the place. Still, it remained the largest palace in Chang'an. Though King Yong declared himself king and rebelled, he did not dare to reside in the palace, as that would have constituted overstepping his bounds, damaging his reputation. Moreover, since the coronation of the new king who had been under the control of Sima Lan, no one had stayed in the Chang'an palace for over a decade, leaving most items within newly preserved. Lin Mo had spent several days handling various affairs in Yongzhou, and finally had some leisure time. Hence, accompanied by a few guards including by Lang No. 29, he disguised himself and ventured outside the palace unannounced. Having crossed over to this world for so long, he hadn't yet truly experienced the atmosphere of this era's cities. In Shudu, most people knew him by face, so wherever he went, he would be recognized with many followers around, preventing any genuine immersion into daily life. Thus, this time Lin Mo brought only a few unfamiliar guards and left without informing anyone else. Rather than going through the main gate, he climbed over the wall with them. With their considerable skills, none of the palace guards noticed them leave. Walking through a quiet alleyway, the group emerged onto the bustling street, immediately greeted by a cacophony of sounds, instantly soaking in the commoner's vibe. As war had ended, civilians had resumed their normal lives, with blacksmith shops resonating with hammering noises and liquor workshops exuding aromatic scents of alcohol. People on the streets greeted each other warmly if they recognized one another. Leisurely people conversed about current affairs. Lin Mo walked a loop around the streets, purchasing a few intriguing trinkets and storing them in his personal space. intending to give them to Meow Meow as gifts. Soon, he spotted a small stall selling cloth dolls. The owner was an 18-year-old girl who appeared rather shy as Lin Mo approached. Perhaps intimidated by the disguise Lin Mo and his entourage wore, because earlier she had been quite enthusiastic in greeting other customers, but upon seeing Lin Mo, her demeanor turned visibly nervous. Such stalls generally attracted ordinary folks. Someone dressed as richly as Lin Mo was a rarity. Born poor, the girl harbored an inherent fear of those high-ranking officials. How much for this doll? Lin Mo picked up a small tiger-shaped doll and gently waved it in front of her, smiling while asking. His warm smile alleviated some tension from the bashful girl, who promptly held up 4 fingers. Four coins. Amused by the girl's shyness, Lin Mo chuckled. So cheap? You're probably not making much profit. Though coarse cloth and old cotton were used, 4 coins could merely buy 2 pancakes or add 1 coin for a bowl of soup noodles in this era. 1 coin profit. The girl curiously looked at Lin Mo and honestly replied. Then how many do you sell in a day? Is it enough to support your family? Lin Mo asked. If she earned just 1 coin per doll, according to the living standards of Chang'an, she would need to sell 20 to sustain her family for a day. I couldn't sell anything during the fighting period. Now that the wars are over, more people come to buy. The girl didn't understand why Lin Mo asked this, but care from a stranger often warmed one's heart. However, it was evident that she felt quite pressured. Are all of them 4 coins? Lin Mo pointed to the remaining dolls in her basket and asked. Although they were all different animals, their sizes were about the same. All of them are 4 coins. The girl nodded. In that case, I'll take 5. Lin Mo took out 20 coins and placed them in front of the girl before selecting 3 little tigers, 1 eagle, and 1 little horse. These items were very delicate, but not very lifelike. Moreover, as children's toys, they weren't cute enough. Thank you so much. The girl was delighted to have sold for it once. After all, there were days when she couldn't sell even 4. Lin Mo handed over the chosen dolls to Bai Lang for him to carry, and then gave the girl some advice. Here's a suggestion. Perhaps you could make these dolls more rounded, chubby looking. Kids would like them better. After saying that, he left with the dolls. These 5 dolls were gifts prepared for his own child. Chubby things, huh? Kids would like them more. The girl mumbled the words Lin Mo had left behind while watching his retreating figure. What a strange nobleman. She had grown up in Chang'an, where high-ranking officials always looked down on commoners like herself. Not only did they never patronize her business, but they also spoke arrogantly to her. No one had ever been as gentle as Lin Mo, and none had offered her any suggestions. Leaving the small stall, they soon found themselves back on the bustling street. It was getting close to mealtime, and Lin Mo suggested going into a nearby wine shop to grab something to eat. A gorgeously decorated wine shop caught Lin Mo's eye. Above its door hung a sign inscribed with 3 large characters, Zue Foam Tower. Good calligraphy. Lin Mo couldn't help praising the writing, which looked strong like coiling dragons, yet carried an air of spontaneity. Hearing this, a waiter at the door turned around. Seeing Lin Mo's splendid attire and dignified bearing, his face lit up with smiles. This gentleman has a keen eye. This sign hanging above our gate was personally written by the calligraphy sage Wang Fu. Wang Fu. Lin Mo had seen this person in the book, Famous People of Deqian. He was the calligraphy sage of 100 years ago, and also the leader of the literary world at the time. Indeed, the writing was quite excellent. Then the waiter continued. You've come at just the right time, gentlemen. We have invited Ling Ting today. There are no more seats on the ground floor. Would you like us to prepare a top-floor private suite for you? Ling Ting will personally offer toasts to guests in the private suites upstairs, said the waiter, with a growing sly smile. Such an opportunity for close contact. Sir, you mustn't miss it. But Lin Mo had a blank look on his face. Who is Ling Ting? The waiter was surprised at Lin Mo's question. What? How can you not know the 3 absolutes of Chang'an? Lin Mo responded. The 3 absolutes of Chang'an? Chapter 390. The first wealthy rogue of Chang'an? Lin Mo and his companions had just arrived and hadn't heard of the 3 greatest things in Chang'an. However, the name Miss Ling Ting. Could it be that she has exceptional hearing? But Lin Mo quickly dismissed this absurd idea. If her hearing was good, the waiter wouldn't have shown that lewd expression that all men understand earlier. It was quite obvious that this Miss Ling Ting must be a beautiful woman. Thinking about this, Lin Mo felt a little moved. Recently, he had been too busy with fighting and studying, neglecting the system for a long time. If this Miss Ling Ting could stir his heart, then he would take some action. I want your best private room. Lin Mo tossed a silver ingot into the waiter's arms. The waiter wiped the silver on his clothes, delighted beyond measure. 2 taels of silver, that was 2 months' salary for him. This young master was truly generous. However, he immediately showed a troubled expression and apologized to Lin Mo. I'm very sorry, master, but the best private room has already been reserved by someone. I'll pay double the price. Lin Mo didn't want to waste time, saying it lightly. But the waiter still struggled. It's not about the money. This important person is someone we can't afford to anger. Never mind, go ahead and open it. Leave the rest to me to resolve. Lin Mo walked straight inside. The tavern was on a grand scale. On approximately the 2nd floor, there was a raised platform with green ivy curtains hanging from it, which should be the performance area. There were seats around the stage on every level, clearly showing that this place wasn't merely for eating and drinking, but also for performances and entertainment. The most luxurious rooms were on the 3rd floor, a total of 5. The one in the middle was both large and comfortable, with the best view. At the moment, there was no one on the stage, yet the surrounding seats were already filled. Everyone's eyes were fixed on the stage, eagerly waiting for something. Led by the waiter, Lin Mo came to the prestigious private room and ordered a pot of fine wine and a table full of delicacies. Indeed, having money means enjoying life, regardless of the era. Not long after Lin Mo sat down, the important person the waiter mentioned appeared. It turned out to be the son of the governor of Jingzhou, who styled himself as the first wealthy rogue of Chang'an. Master Ling Hu, you've come. The waiter hurriedly greeted him. The waitresses on the third floor also greeted him. They were the tavern's waitresses, exclusively serving the private rooms on the third floor. For ordinary VIPs, they only provided normal service. However, for extremely distinguished guests, special services were offered. If chosen by a noble guest, an ugly duckling could instantly turn into a swan, flipping the script. Thus, when Ling Hu Lingfeng appeared, they did their utmost to attract his attention. However, Ling Hu Lingfeng had come specifically for Miss Lingting, and naturally didn't care for these ordinary beauties. Has the wine and dishes I instructed been prepared? Ling Hu Lingfeng asked the nearby waiter. He had already sent someone to order the prestigious private room and food, so he could enjoy it as soon as he arrived. But when he went towards the prestigious private room, the waiter quickly stopped him. Master Ling Hu, please wait a moment. At this moment, Ling Hu Lingfeng also noticed that there were 2 guards standing at the door of the prestigious private room. And they weren't his guards. Who are these blind fools? Don't they know that the prestigious private room was booked by our master? Ling Hu Lingfeng's guard stepped forward and yelled at the guards at the door. However, the other side's mere glance made him feel like facing death, cold sweat breaking out instantly. In that moment, he felt that what pierced through wasn't a glance, but a sharp sword. A sword that could effortlessly take away his life. The intense killing aura immediately rendered him immobile. Ling Hu Lingfeng also sensed this killing aura, shocked inwardly. Just as the other guards were about to step forward to help, he hastily called out, "Step back." The first wealthy rogue of Chang'an always traveled with a group of followers. Among those who climbed upstairs were his confidants, 6 in number. Downstairs, there were still more than 30 people. His subordinates wanted to rely on their numerical advantage, but Ling Hu Lingfeng smelled a dangerous signal. Who in Chang'an could have such terrifying guards? The former Prince Yong? No, it couldn't be. Ling Hu Lingfeng often saw Prince Yong, knowing that even Prince Yong's guards were not as skilled as the secret training he conducted for his own guards, let alone compare to these 2. Other high-ranking officials or wealthy merchants. Even less possible. The reason why Ling Hu Lingfeng had been arrogantly reckless for so many years was because, besides having an immensely powerful father, he knew exactly who he could offend and who he couldn't. Feeling powerless against these 2 guards, he definitely couldn't afford to challenge the person sitting inside. Deeply apologized, sirs. My subordinates have gone astray and rudely offended the 2 of you. Ling Hu Lingfeng immediately apologized to the Xianjiao and Qingmu standing at the door and then told the waiter, "Deliver the feast I ordered to this room as a gesture of apology to the distinguished guest inside." From his reaction, the waiter also knew that this person must be someone of great importance, scaring him to a cold sweat. He quickly went to prepare the arrangements. The commotion outside was heard crystal clear by Lin Mo inside the room. From the initial arrogance to the immediate change in attitude, this young master Ling Hu certainly knew how to act accordingly. Moreover, it seemed as if the other party had guessed his identity. Such acumen was far from that of the extravagant rich boy described by the waiter. Soon, the feast ordered by Ling Hu Lingfeng arrived, though it was intercepted by Xianjiao. After all, since the meal was for His Majesty, they dared not accept anything offered by others. Bring it in. Lin Mo's voice came from inside. However, due to the screen, the people outside couldn't see him. Ling Hu Lingfeng remained standing at the entrance until the last dish was delivered before he prepared to leave. There's no way one person can finish all this food. Please join me, Master Ling Hu. Lin Mo continued. Hearing this, Ling Hu Lingfeng felt quite honored. He glanced at Xianjiao and Qingmu at the door. With Lin Mo's command, naturally they wouldn't block anyone. Go on in. Although they were outside, there were still Bai Lang and Nian Jiao protecting inside. Moreover, who under heaven could harm His Majesty? If this person intended mischief, it would only mean death. Thank you. Ling Hu Lingfeng stepped in somewhat apprehensively. His guards wanted to follow, but were stopped by Xianjiao. They can't go in. The guards were concerned about Ling Hu Lingfeng's safety and insisted on following. They were even prepared to fight. Knowing well that they wouldn't win, yet still ready to fight, showed their loyalty to Ling Hu Lingfeng. Could an extravagant rich boy have such loyal subordinates? Something was amiss. Lin Mo listened with great interest to the sounds coming from the doorway. You wait outside. Only when Ling Hu Lingfeng gave the order did they abandon the idea of following. Once Ling Hu Lingfeng entered, Xianjiao closed the door. He walked around the screen and went straight to Lin Mo's front. Then he knelt down, bowing in respect. Your humble citizen Ling Hu Lingfeng pays respects to His Majesty. Chapter 391, Miss Lingting. Lin Mo glanced at Ling Hu Lingfeng, who was bowing and was slightly surprised. This person had indeed guessed his identity. He was no simple individual. For this covert private visit, Lin Mo originally did not want to bring any guards in order to avoid drawing attention. However, given his current identity, many people would worry if he didn't bring any guards. They might secretly send a group of people to follow him, making it impossible to conduct the covert investigation effectively. Therefore, he brought the rarely seen Silver Fox Squad along. Ling Hu Lingfeng, merely from 2 members of the Silver Fox Squad, had guessed his identity, proving that he was not as frivolous as rumored. Please rise. Lin Mo waved his hand, indicating for him to sit down. However, there was only one table in the room, and it was absolutely impossible for Ling Hu Lingfeng to eat with the emperor at the same table. I can just stand and serve your majesty, Ling Hu Lingfeng said. There's no need to be so formal here. There is no emperor present. We are both ordinary people here to appreciate the music and dance, and to enjoy fine food. Lin Mo smiled faintly. The Great Han Dynasty had just been established, and talents were needed in all aspects. However, the talents of the Great Qian Dynasty were monopolized by aristocratic families. Most noble families recognized only status and family background, so very few came to join Lin Mo. Finally meeting someone like this, Lin Mo naturally wouldn't let the opportunity slip away. Moreover, the Linghu family was a prominent clan in Chang'an City. If he could subdue Linghu, he could stabilize half of Chang'an City. In that case, I'd better comply instead of being courteous. Linghu Lingfeng knew that Lin Mo was testing him. If he continued to behave humbly, it might disappoint Lin Mo. Thus, he picked up a stool and sat on the lower left side. Others say that Linghu Lingfeng is the top rogue in Chang'an City, skilled in drinking, fighting, visiting pleasure quarters, strolling dogs, horse racing, and hunting, but does nothing useful. Lin Mo chuckled lightly as he opened the conversation. Upon hearing this, Linghu Lingfeng hurriedly clasped his hands in respect. I have made the emperor laugh. But I think your reputation as the #1 rogue may be undeserved. Lin Mo's face still carried an inscrutable smile. Linghu Lingfeng felt somewhat apprehensive. He didn't know whether Emperor Lin calling him inside was a blessing or a curse. He even suspected whether booking this room in advance might have offended His Majesty. If that were true, it would be too unjustified. He truly didn't know that His Majesty was going to conduct a covert private visit. Had he known, he would never dare to book the room chosen by the emperor, even if given 10 chances. Let's not talk about this anymore. Lin Mo waved his hand. He didn't intend to expose Linghu Lingfeng's disguise, but he must secure this talented individual. I intend to appoint your father to the position of prefect of Yongzhou. What do you think? Linghu Lingfeng looked at Lin Mo anxiously. If the emperor really wanted to promote his father, it was absolutely impossible to ask for his opinion beforehand. Lin Mo doing this was clearly a test of his understanding of the political situation. This question was extremely difficult to answer. If he praised his father, it might cause resentment from the emperor, which could lead to both father and son ending up in jail. On the other hand, belittling his father entirely wasn't feasible either, considering that the emperor had suggested it. Criticizing excessively would amount to denying the emperor's judgment, similarly displeasing the emperor. Feigning madness wouldn't work either. After pondering for a moment, Linghu Lingfeng got up and respectfully replied, Your Majesty, although my father has a reputation for governing Yongzhou, he lacks the ability to manage a province. If you are willing to grant him this opportunity for training, I will thank Your Majesty on behalf of my father here. I believe my father will always remember the emperor's grace and dedicate himself sincerely, without letting down Your Majesty's favor. If you consider it inappropriate, I'd recommend xuanhuan, the governor of Famine County, to you. He is erudite, both scholarly and military capable, and also upright. xuanhuan. Lin Mo knew this person. A few days ago, during the audience of various governors, they met briefly. Lin Mo had some impression of him, but it was not profound. Since xuanhuan didn't speak much and remained silent, it was evident that he didn't fully recognize Lin Mo as the emperor yet. Although talented individuals like these existed, Lin Mo wouldn't heavily rely on them temporarily. What he needed now was loyalty first, character second, and competence third. Since it's your suggestion, I will carefully consider it. After hearing Linghu Lingfeng's words, he became more convinced that Linghu Fu was the best candidate for prefect of Yongzhou. Because Linghu Fu and Prince Yong belonged to opposing factions, cultivating him could suppress the residual forces of Prince Yong. At this moment, there was suddenly a disturbance below. A graceful figure slowly emerged from behind the curtain, and before her, a chain was placed. The guests on the first and second floors couldn't help shouting and cheering when they saw the figure. Some whistled, teasing the person behind the curtain. Is this Miss Lingting? Lin Mo asked. Linghu Lingfeng quickly nodded and introduced Lin Mo. In response to Your Majesty, Miss Lingting came to Chang'an 3 years ago. No one knows her real name, because the melody she plays resembles the throat of 100 larks, making people listen as if entranced. So people in Chang'an call her Lingting Girl. She, along with Qixian Girl and Xuanhuan Girl, are known as the 3 wonders of Chang'an. Lingtent, Qixian Xuan? Lin Mo smiled slightly. They should all be very beautiful, right? Linghu Lingfeng blushed. In response to Your Majesty, this humble person has not seen the true faces of the 3 wonders. You haven't even seen them? Lin Mo was somewhat surprised. Aren't you the first prodigal son of Chang'an? You can't even handle this. Linghu Lingfeng became even more embarrassed and said, All 3 are talented and stunningly beautiful. This humble person has only drunk wine once with Miss Lingting through a curtain. As for Qixian Girl and Xuanhuan Girl, one needs to be proficient in chess and calligraphy to have a chance to meet them. This humble person is ashamed to admit that he is incompetent at these 2 skills. Of course, it was because he didn't use force. Otherwise, with his means, even sleeping with the 3 would not be too difficult a task. Dong. Soon, a melodious tune sounded, and the noisy crowd involuntarily quieted down. Seeing Lin Mo's attention shift to the qin music, Linghu Lingfeng wisely closed his mouth and also immersed himself in the music. Her qin music was very moving, like the flowing water on a high mountain, causing instant relaxation upon listening. All the worries seemed to flow away with the stream. This kind of sound could cleanse one's thoughts and soul, like quiet mountains and valleys. As they listened, everyone became mesmerized. Lin Mo thought back to his childhood when he used to catch fish in the water, shrimp in the river, fetch beehives up the mountain, invite all the boys from his class to fight chickens with neighboring classes, and knock them all over. One happy memory after another surfaced, driving away all the troubles. Just as Linghu Lingfeng had said, Her music indeed had the power to make people indulge and get lost. When the piece finally ended, many people present were moved into a state of intoxication, some even crying their hearts out and vying to get on stage. That scene somewhat resembled the concert of future stars where fans gradually went crazy. However, those who wanted to act wild were stopped by Miss Lingting's assistants. They had their own rules. If you want to listen, you must pay. Miss, may I request a military tune? Lin Hua took out a bag of silver and threw it down. Chapter 392. Is there something wrong with this woman? It doesn't stop me from collecting my award. When a bag of silver coins dropped, the brothel owner maintaining order at the front immediately beamed with joy, her smile making her wrinkles gather together. Noble guest, Lingting is skilled in all kinds of music. Lingtong, hurry up and play some military music for our esteemed guest. The brothel owner returned to the curtain with the silver coins and quietly urged the woman playing the guqin. Yes. The woman lightly replied. People downstairs were still bickering and debating. They hadn't heard her voice. However, Lin Mo, endowed with extraordinary hearing, could hear her as if she was standing right next to him. Unexpectedly, not only does her music move people, but her voice is also even more beautiful. Lin Mo chuckled and said this. Huh. Linghu Lingfeng's face was full of confusion. Her own voice? He had only heard the clamor of the rough men downstairs and the hoarse voice of the brothel owner. Did Lingting speak? Nevertheless, he had once shared a drink with Miss Lingting while separated by a curtain. Thus, he had heard the sound of Miss Lingting's voice before. It was indeed as clear and enchanting as the cry of a yellow oriole. Soon, the music behind the curtain began again. Ding! The string sound shot into the battlefield like an arrow propelled by the wind, its speed astonishing. Moments later, it struck upon the city gate. Following that, the notes vibrated as though one could hear the fighting and shouting on the battlefield, war drums sounding, iron weapons clanging. The urgent strings made those present who understood Lingting's music feel as though they were personally on the battlefield, experiencing the grandeur of combat. She depicted the bravery of soldiers, the cruelty of war, and every soldier and weapon on the battlefield vividly with her music. For those who have not experienced battle, they felt amazed. But for those who truly participated in battles, it was like the scene was replaying before their eyes. Dagon implemented universal conscription. So many of the people present had been soldiers, and some had participated in wars. This piece of music stirred up their memories. At the same time, it reawakened the dormant fervor within them. People remembered both the glory of defeating the enemy and the pain and regret of defeat. When the performance ended, everyone was still immersed in it, unable to recover. Great! Lin Mo applauded first. Such a musical art would be extremely explosive even in future generations. Too shocking. With just a few strings, the scene of countless soldiers killing each other was vividly portrayed, captivating the audience. This could no longer be described merely as refined music. It might even be called celestial melody. Throughout the tavern, loud applause broke out. Apparently, deep down in every man's blood lies a surging fiery fervor. A piece of military music awakened their dormant fighting spirit. Lin Mo thought that if such military music could be popularized nationwide, it could indeed ignite people's willingness to join the army and fight for the country. I'd like to invite the young lady to drink a cup of wine with me. I wonder if you could honor me with your presence? Lin Mo, captivated by her music, extended an invitation. Of course, surely we can. Before Ling Ting could reply, the brothel owner eagerly stepped out, quickly agreeing on behalf of Ling Ting. She had counted backstage. The bag of money Lin Mo threw contained 50 taels of silver. For such a generous master, she must do her best to please him. Other guests, hearing the voice came from the prestigious private room, knew whoever entered there were unchallengeable big shots, so dared not say anything. Little one, bring 2 more jars of wine here for me. 3 barrels here. Bring us the strongest alcohol you've got. My old days in the military camp. Without Ling Ting's guqin music, the floor below turned back into a tavern. Influenced by that earlier piece of military music, everyone became wildly excited with their drinks, each table requesting small waiters to fetch more wine. Not long after, outside came the voice of the brothel owner announcing that Ling Ting had arrived. Your Majesty, I've suddenly remembered some urgent matters at home. Please allow me leave. Linghu Lingfeng was quite adept at reading the situation. He knew that he shouldn't stay like a third wheel during this moment, thus quickly found an excuse to slip away. Lin Mo nodded. Go ahead, come find me tomorrow afternoon. Yes. The emperor has named him to appear. How could he dare not come? Linghu Lingfeng opened the door to leave and met the brothel owner and Ling Ting. The brothel owner curiously asked, Master Linghu, where are you going? She thought it was Ling who called Ling Ting over. Ling Hu faintly glanced at Ling Ting, saying nothing as he walked off. He wanted to give Ling Ting some advice, but at the last minute, thought it unnecessary. Because the person inside didn't need his help, certainly capable enough to handle this woman. The brothel owner looked bewildered, thinking, could the identity of the person inside be higher than Master Linghu? Jackpot! Jackpot! The brothel owner secretly rejoiced, wanting to lead Ling Ting inside, but was stopped by Shan Xiao. Wait outside. The brothel owner intended to protest a bit, but seeing Shan Xiao's eyes, immediately got scared and shrank back. Shan Xiao quietly said to Ling Ting, Miss, please go in and be careful while serving the noble guest. I know. Miss Ling Ting entered the room alone. At this moment, the curtain of the viewing platform had already been lowered. This humble woman greets the noble guest. Ling Ting came to Lin Mo, bowed slightly as a sign of respect. She held a pipa, dressed in gauze, with a veil on her face, revealing only a pair of gem-like eyes. Lin Mo immediately thought of a poem. After 1,000 calls and 10,000 invitations, she finally appeared, still holding the pipa half covering her face. Isn't this exactly what's being described here? Her eyes were very beautiful. One glance could leave a lasting impression. But Lin Mo noticed something was off about her gaze. When Ling Hu Ling Feng entered and saw the white wolf and Shanjiu behind him, he would subconsciously feel tense. However, this young woman didn't seem to regard these two people as a threat. Her nervousness was all an act. Both of you step outside for a moment. Lin Mo wanted to be alone with this girl. White Wolf and Shanjiu were very clear about Lin Mo's strength. Even if this was not a weak woman, but an army of 1,000 soldiers, it wouldn't harm his majesty. Thus, they turned around and left the room. What was the name of that military music you played just now? Lin Mo gestured for her to sit down, and then asked. The noble guest, it's called Puzhenzi. Puzhenzi. Lin Mo was slightly startled. Could it really be such a coincidence? Who composed it? Lin Mo continued to ask. It was composed by this humble woman. Miss Ling Ting replied. Did you personally experience the battlefield? Lin Mo slightly raised his eyebrows and stared at her eyes. However, the woman was a good pretender. With sorrow on her face, she said, when I was 16, my hometown was attacked by the enemy, and my parents died in that war. To make the noble guest laugh, I have only experienced that one war and wrote this piece rather casually. She's lying. The story was well crafted, but her understanding of war was absolutely impossible to have come from just experiencing it once. Fascinating. Lin Mo looked at the girl in front of him with interest. Chapter 393. I will be your ideal partner. Highness, what other tunes would you like to hear? Ling Tu looked at Lin Mo with her eyes as if spring water, one could easily be entrapped in them. Lin Mo shook his head. Her music was indeed enchanting. Hearing a piece daily helped him relax. However, one shouldn't overindulge in even the best of things, or it might lose its value. Ling Tu will pour you some wine. Seeing Lin Mo's refusal for another tune, it seemed that he wanted her to accompany him with drink instead. For the sake of monetary reward, Ling Tu approached. However, Lin Mo held down the wine pot and shook his head again. Not so urgent to drink yet. Could it be that Highness has called me here for something else? Ling Tu stepped back cautiously, looking at Lin Mo alertly. Worry filled her eyes. One could see that Lin Mo was someone noble, and there were guards standing outside. If Lin Mo forced himself on her now, she would be defenseless. You need not worry, I mean you no harm. Lin Mo smiled slightly. I just want to ask the young lady, under what conditions will it take to marry you and bring you home? Ling Tu, marrying right away upon meeting, isn't this a malicious intention? A person of the highest status marrying her, a courtesan, would likely only result in her becoming a concubine, or worse, a servant. Ling Tu, a proud individual, would never agree. Highness, you jest. Though Ling Tu is but a courtesan, I sell art, not myself. She seriously refused Lin Mo's proposition. Lin Mo continued smiling, saying, I have not said anything about buying you, but marrying you. If simply purchasing her body once would gain uncertain rewards from the system, then marrying her outright would be easier. After all, the palace is vast. Adding an extra consort was inconsequential. Upon marriage, her melodies could be appreciated whenever desired, rather than having to search the entire world each time she wished to listen. Ling Tu was startled by his words, still shaking her head. Ling Tu marries none but the ideal partner. How does one become your ideal partner? Lin Mo continued questioning. Ling Tu merely gave an offhand answer, obviously not expecting Lin Mo's persistence. This sudden question left her somewhat at a loss, because she had been raised in the Prime Minister's residence since childhood, rarely interacting with the outside world. Those who taught her musical arts were mostly old men and women. Before adulthood, she basically hadn't seen any young men. Her sole focus was studying the art of music. She fundamentally did not understand what love was. The idea of spending a lifetime together with the person she admires was something she learned from books. But how exactly defines an ideal partner? She truly couldn't answer. Seeing the confusion in her eyes, Lin Mo was first stunned, and then a slight smile curved his lips. With his present talent for reading people, it took one glance to see through this girl's heart. This person had a questionable background, but their intelligence was simple, entirely unable to hide herself. Otherwise, she wouldn't slip up the moment she opened her mouth. You do not know what kind of person would make you ideal either, right? Lin Mo smiled as he spoke. Ling Tu was slightly surprised and quickly defended herself. Which one? But Lin Mo paid no heed to her explanation and introduced her. An ideal partner is the person you often miss in your heart. You think about him when you don't see him, you feel sweetness when you're together. You would worry if he was hurt, and you'd be happy too if he's joyful. You'll do everything that makes him happy. As long as he's happy, you'd find everything worth it. Listening to Lin Mo's introduction, Ling Tu began dreaming inside her mind. Since childhood, she lost her relatives and had been confined in captivity without a happy childhood, also without a passionate youth. It was because her simplicity enabled her to play sound free from any impurities, which broadened hearts and purified souls. However, after listening to Lin Mo's picturesque descriptions, her heart suddenly felt empty. Because as she thought through every person around her, she found no such person. Finally, Lin Mo added, if you own an ideal partner, it is a very happy thing. This sentence was like a needle pricking into Ling Tu's heart, making her immensely disheartened. What does happiness even taste like? It seems you don't have an ideal partner. Seeing her dejected expression, Lin Mo laughed lightly and said, don't worry, I can be your ideal partner. You? Ling Tu widened her eyes, pondering over Lin Mo's words. Although she had little interaction with outsiders, during these 3 years in Chang'an, She had met quite a number of wealthy lords and rich young masters. Those people who saw her were either flirtatious or demanding, completely boring and repugnant. But Lin Mo was the most unique person she had met thus far. The things he said also made her feel intriguing. If we separate, I will definitely miss him, won't I? Ling Tu thought. Exactly, I completely trust myself. Lin Mo nodded seriously. Huh. Ling Tu was amused by his solemn expression. Why do you want to be my ideal partner? Though she was naive, she wasn't foolish. She knew that Lin Mo must have an ulterior motive. Haven't you heard? The graceful lady is a gentleman's worthy pursuit? Lin Mo said. No. Ling Tu shook her head. She had never read the 4 books and 5 classics. All the books she had come across were related to music. What does this sentence mean? She asked curiously. It means that a beautiful woman is a fine match for a noble man. You are the graceful lady. I am the gentleman. We are a perfect match. Since she was so innocent, he might as well tease her. Although she concealed her identity, Lin Mo could confirm that she was not out to target him. It didn't matter what task she was on. What mattered was her innocence and unparalleled beauty. Besides, she had remarkable talents. Coming across a woman like this, how could he not bring her home? How else would he repay the system's long wait? Is it really so? Miss Ling Tu tilted her head, looking at Lin Mo with pure innocence. It sounds intriguing, but my mother would never agree. She sighed softly. My mother never lets me be alone with men, much less allows anyone to take me away. Aren't we alone right now? Lin Mo smiled. Ling Tu paused, realizing that yes, her mother had been kept outside. If she agrees, can I take you away? Lin Mo continued asking. Actually, there was no need for her reply. Lin Mo already knew the answer. A girl so naive had no say in decisions. Her freedom surely rested in the hands of the brothel madam. The reason she wasn't allowed to associate with other men was likely because they were waiting for someone more important to appear for greater wealth. Ling Tu remained silent, implicitly accepting it. Lin Mo called Bai Lang in and gave him some instructions before continuing to chat with Ling Tu. Not long after, the madam walked in with a cheerful laugh. She approached Ling Tu and instructed her with a smile. Young miss, you must serve this nobleman well. Do whatever he asks, understand? Ling Tu looked at Lin Mo in surprise. Clearly, she hadn't expected that Lin Mo had enough influence to make her mother change her tone. But her mother's word was a decree to her. If her mother told her to do something, she would obey without question or resistance. I know, mother. She nodded in agreement. That's settled, you may leave. Bai Lang escorted the madam out. By this time, Lin Mo had also finished eating, and it was about time to return to the palace. Chapter 394. Lingting's past. The mysterious puppeteer. Detected that you and Miss Lingting have become a married couple. Family member +1. Reward of 100,000 stones of high-quality grain. Lingting's loyalty +100. Mighty General Lu Bu. As Lingting collapsed in exhaustion beside Lin Mo, a long unheard voice rang in Lin Mo's ears. 3 rewards. Lin Mo didn't care much about the first reward because, with the system and Kylan Guild, he wasn't short on grain. Lingting's loyalty increased to 100, which was a very nice reward. From now on, she would be loyal only to Lin Mo. This effect was similar to a contract card. There would absolutely be no betrayal. Of course, what excited Lin Mo most was the 3rd reward, Mighty General Lu Bu. The Han Dynasty was desperately short on manpower. Forget a world-class warrior like Lu Bu, even 2nd or 3rd-tier generals would satisfy him. I wonder what level Lu Bu would reach in this world. Lin Mo was quite looking forward to it. However, he didn't summon Lu Bu immediately because someone was lying next to him, someone who must not see Lu Bu. Besides, there were 2 other things that made Lin Mo curious. One was Lingting's name. In theory, the system should be able to detect her real name, yet it still referred to her as Miss Lingting. The second question was how high her previous loyalty had been. He received an answer from the system, 78, which was pretty high. Therefore, Lin Mo believed even more firmly that her disguise was not aimed at him. As for Lingting's name, the system couldn't explain it either. Is Lingting your real name? Lin Mo grabbed a pillow and leaned back, asking the utterly exhausted Lingting lying beside him. No. Lingting shook her head. Even without the additional loyalty added by the system, this emotionally blank, simple woman followed his every word and command. Now, Lin Mo's strength had conquered her heart, making her unable to resist. Whatever Lin Mo asked, she naturally answered truthfully. I didn't have a name before coming to Chang'an. Mom and the others called me 38. Tell me about your past. 38, what kind of name is that? It was clearly a number rather than a proper name. From that code, one could imagine what kind of life she lived in the past. Lingting loved sharing her past with Lin Mo because she grew up knowing nothing about the outside world. All her education came from those who governed her. Therefore, she wasn't particularly happy, nor did she feel pain. She had adapted to such a simplistic life. Since childhood, she exhibited a natural talent for music and had a very cute appearance, so her guardians valued her highly. Additionally, because she was obedient, she hadn't been beaten. But when Lin Mo asked her about happy memories, Lingting couldn't think of any. Before meeting Lin Mo, the only thing that brought her joy was learning or composing a new tune. Her past was like that of a machine mass-produced in some factory. As for the origin story, she told Lin Mo in the tea house. It was something her mother instructed her to say. After coming from Luoyang to Chang'an, my mother made me use my musical talents to meet the public. People found my music pleasant, so they gave me the name Miss Lingting. Her past was simple, but also tragic. That's a very nice name. Lin Mo pulled her into his arms and gently stroked her hair. This girl was so pure it made one's heart ache. You're from Luoyang. Do you know who trained all of you? Lin Mo asked. Being able to cultivate such a group of people and persist for such a long time surely required someone with power and influence. The emperor has the orthodox Taoist sect, so they can be ruled out. Thus, the prime suspect would be Chancellor Sima. This imperial capital, it's where his ambitions are greatest. I don't know. Normally, we only interact with our trainers. Then my mother took us to Chang'an later. We don't know who cultivated us, nor dare we ask. Miss Lingting pouted and shook her head. They were just tools, not knowing their master was normal. From this, one could confirm that this person held great power. Otherwise, such concealment wouldn't be possible. Do you know what your mission was in coming to Chang'an? Lin Mo continued to ask. Now that he had completely won this girl's body and heart, he naturally wanted to help her resolve any trouble around her. I don't know. My mother never mentioned any mission. She only asked me to play music publicly once a month to earn a little money for them. When we earned a lot of money, my mother became very happy, bought me a lot of delicious food and beautiful clothes and jewelry, and I was happy too. But when we didn't make much money, she didn't scold me. She isn't like that with others. Lingting found this situation rather curious. If another sister didn't earn enough money, they'd surely get yelled at and might even be beaten. Yet she had never faced such treatment. However, the reason behind it, she didn't dare to inquire. It seems they really value you. Not hearing any useful information, Lin Mo became even more certain that Sima Lan was operating behind the scenes. The fact that even the tool herself didn't know her mission indicated extreme secrecy, which suggested a major undertaking. And such an important mission could only be related to one person, Sima Lan. Are the other two geniuses of Chang'an also your people? Lin Mo asked. There were 3 outstanding figures in Chang'an. Lingting for her unparalleled music, Qi Xian for her masterful chess skills, and Xuanhuan for her incomparable calligraphy. All 3 were exceptionally beautiful women, making it hard not to associate them with one another. However, Lingting shook her head. I don't know. I suppose they're not. Suppose not? This answer wasn't satisfactory at all. The power behind Lingting grew increasingly mysterious. Forget about them. Have you rested well? Huh? Lingting nodded, her beautiful eyes looking at Lin Mo in puzzlement. The next second, she let out a shriek. In the following days, Lin Mo stayed within the palace complex. During the day, he conducted research and made some grenades and other firearms. At night, he studied human anatomy. Recently, it was Lingting's dangerous period, so he wanted to see if he could hit the target. Lingting never left the palace either. When Lin Mo was occupied, either 29, Shan Xiao, or Bai would take her around and introduce her to things in this world she had never seen before. Lin Mo also gave her some books to read, but her favorite was still the sheet music. She treated the scores of melodies like treasures, pieces such as Flowing Water on Lofty Mountains and Ambush from All Sides, and would study them thoroughly through the night without sleep. Her greatest joy was to showcase her research findings to Lin Mo. Upon receiving Lin Mo's praise, she would gleefully smile like a child. Whenever he asked why she was so happy, she replied, "Because you're the person I admire most." Time flew by and half a month passed. During this time, the motherly Lingting spoke of visited her twice. But without Lin Mo's permission, no outsider could enter the palace complex. Not even messages could be delivered inside. What surprised Lin Mo was that motherly seemed completely unconcerned. One day, an imperial envoy, Zhongshan Dr. Xuanhuan, suddenly arrived in Chang'an demanding to meet Lin Mo. As an imperial envoy, he naturally had to be received. Chapter 395, The Court's Test. Lin Mo stood in the palace, wearing a golden dragon robe with a purple gold crown on his head, fully decked out to project grandeur, and was certainly majestic and exceptional. On either side were the civil and military officials, all properly attired. The line of civil servants on the left appeared energetic, while the generals on the right exuded an impressive valor. Announced the envoy of Deqian for audience. The voice echoed down from the steps, clear and commanding. Because the Chang'an retreat was used as a temporary palace, Lin Mo did not procure too many items. There were few palace maids and eunuchs. Most of Lin Mo's attendants were his own soldiers. The announcer was also a soldier. As the call reached the Golden Water Bridge, soldiers brought the envoy who had been waiting for some time to the front of the hall. Seeing that the arrangement here resembled the imperial palace, it wasn't just similar, it was identical, even more magnificent. Zhao Lun, the middle-scattered doctor, secretly marveled within himself. It seems Sima Lan was completely right. Han has truly established itself. The person seated at the high place seemed far more imposing than the current emperor. Glancing at Lin Mo, he quickly bowed and greeted. I, Zhao Lun, an envoy of the court, greets your majesty. He did not refer to Lin Mo as the Han emperor because the purpose of this visit was to announce the official title given by the court to Lin Mo. Lin Mo did not concern himself with these formalities and simply waved his hand, saying, "What are you doing in my Han territory? You are an official of Deqian." Quickly, Zhao Luan responded. All people of the 9 provinces are descendants of Yin and Huang. Han and Qian are originally one family. Why differentiate? Previously, your misunderstandings with the court led to drastic actions taken to defend your rights. The court understands your grievances, so it sends me to dissolve the enmity and remove conflicts, letting us reunite as one family again. Beautiful words spoken, but less sincere. How dare you? Who is part of your family? Seeing Zhao Luan exaggerating outrageously, Lu Qiong roared angrily. However, Zhao Luan stared directly at Lin Mo and asked, "Do you not believe that we belong to the same family?" This question was very cunning. If Lin Mo answered no, it would be tantamount to declaring to the world that he was not a citizen of the 9 provinces, but a foreigner. After all, until now, the common people still recognized Deqian as the legitimate authority, identifying themselves as citizens of Qian. All the efforts Lin Mo had put forth previously could go to waste. Ethnic identity held great importance in the hearts of the commoners. Even if treated well by outsiders, they wouldn't forget their roots as Qian citizens, the people of the 9 provinces. Clearly, Zhao Luan intended to set a trap for Lin Imo. With a smile, Lin Imo nodded gently. Of course, we are a family. If we are one family, then there are no lasting grudges. Let you be crowned as king of Han. May we become sworn brothers. Yizhou and Yongzhou will be your fiefdom, Zhao Luan declared. Imperial decree? Lin Imo silently pondered over what plans Sima Lan might have. In the past, when the Grand Ancestor consolidated the empire, he bestowed 6 meritorious ministers with the titles of feudal lords. Later, however, to clear the path for the crown prince, he personally executed those kings. Ever since, over the millennia, there were no longer any non-royal kings under the Daiqian regime. Thus, through the hands of the Son of Heaven, Sima Lan conferred upon Lin Imo the title of a non-royal king, bestowing him as high as an official rank could possibly reach. One could say that in Daiqian, this was the highest honor a non-imperial could receive. His position and fame surpassed even Sima Lan, and never before had a prince's fief included 2 entire regions. Lin Imo receiving both Yongzhou and Yizhou as his land was practically equal to the surrounding empire's strength. Had it been someone else amongst the rebellions, they surely wouldn't have resisted such temptation. But Lin Imo swiftly discerned Sima Lan's intentions. Let me tell you a story. Lin Imo didn't rush to respond to Zhao Luan. Instead, he smiled and began narrating. Many years ago, there was a prominent household with many brothers. After the patriarch passed away, the brothers fought among themselves for the position of head of the household. Eventually, a man named Li won and inherited the position. At first, Li diligently worked for the welfare of the family. But over time, Li became hedonistic, neglecting his duties, which gradually caused dissatisfaction among other brothers. Some brothers then stepped forward and questioned Li's capability to continue leading the family. However, Li was strong. He defeated many challengers and punished them. But one brother named Qian was excellent at winning favor, leading other brothers to defeat Li and successfully take the role of patriarch. Everyone expected Qian to become a wise and virtuous leader of the family, but instead, Qian followed in Li's footsteps. Tell me, would it be wrong if a group of brothers rose up against him? This story was quite obvious, referring to the Li dynasty and the Qian dynasty. Being knowledgeable, Zhao Luan naturally understood what Lin Imo meant. The throne of Daiqian came about this way. If the same way was used to take it back, why shouldn't it be possible? Qian will get better, and if the Han brother is willing to help, he will recover faster, Zhao Luan said earnestly. Qian has been the head of the family for 1,000 years, recognized by everyone in this family as the rightful head. If Han wants to replace him, there would definitely be doubts and opposition. On the contrary, if Han helps Qian manage the family, he would gain everlasting fame and be praised by future generations. Lin Imo gave a faint smile. What a naive suggestion. Qian has a villain by his side, making it impossible for things to improve. Unless he gets rid of that villain first, Han's assistance to Qian would mean harming other brothers. It would be helping an evil ruler continue his tyranny. Lin Imo stated firmly. He knew that Zhao Luan was Sima Lan's person, and he also guessed that Sima Lan had conferred upon him the title of King of Han under the name of the Son of Heaven as a form of testing. If Lin Imo accepted, it would indicate that his rebellion was solely for fame and fortune. And once those were provided, compromises could be reached. If Lin Imo refused, it meant that his objectives were clear-cut. In that case, Sima Lan would see no necessity to pull him into alliance. Zhao Luan's lips twitched slightly. The villain Lin Imo wanted Qian to kill was none other than Zhao Luan's master. Han is now walking down a road fraught with far greater dangers. This will leave you and your family branded with a curse for 10,000 generations. Zhao Luan's gaze grew sharper, and his tone turned colder. I know how powerful you are. Perhaps no one can defeat you. But I also know that you have 3 sons and 2 daughters who are still infants, fragile like tender sprouts. As soon as these words left Zhao Luan's mouth, Lin Imo felt an overwhelming surge of anger rush to his temples. How dare you? He roared, and a terrifying aura of killing intent swept across the entire hall. In one leap, he jumped off the dragon throne and appeared in front of Zhao Luan. One hand tightly gripped Zhao Luan's neck. A dragon has scales that cannot be touched. Doing so means certain death. This man dared to threaten his children. This was simply asking to die. At this moment, Lin Imo paid no heed to his identity. With a gentle flick of his wrist, he snapped Zhao Luan's neck clean off. Only after Zhao Luan's last breath did Lin Imo calm down. Thud! His limp body hit the ground, and immediately a scroll of imperial decree rolled out from his person. Chapter 396, Direct Declaration of War. When they saw Lin Imo kill Zhao Luan in anger, the officials of Yongzhou were terrified. They understood a truth. Do not touch the dragon's reverse scale, or you will die. This was absolutely not just talk. Your Majesty appeared very mild-mannered on the surface, but when he took action, he really left no room for maneuver. Your Majesty, what you have done may attract criticism. An elderly official thought that Lin Mo's actions were inappropriate. But Lu Qiong didn't care at all and said, this person is outrageous, daring to threaten us with princes and princesses. Killing him is already lenient. His entire clan should be wiped out. Even if Lin Imo hadn't made a move, they wouldn't have allowed this person to leave Chang'an alive. The elderly official said, this person indeed deserves death, but it's a common principle that envoys are not killed during wars between 2 countries. Your Majesty's act contravenes this principle, and people will surely consider you a tyrant. In future, probably no one would dare send an envoy to negotiate with you. Killing someone is a trivial matter, but damaging one's reputation would make it not worthwhile. Liang Aijin is absolutely right. I was impulsive earlier, Lin Mo admitted as he picked up the imperial decree that had fallen to the ground and, with a slight kick from his foot, flew back to the dragon throne. Then he said to everyone, all ministers, when treating envoys in the future, don't be as impulsive as I was, understand? The subjects remember your majesty's words. Everyone was speechless. You certainly killed him without hesitation. Now we are forced to pretend being meek. After a short pause, Lin Mo added another sentence. There's also something I hope you could remember. Our great Han might rise from the wilderness, but we treat people clearly in our love and hate. If a person shows respect, we reciprocate with respect. If a person doesn't show respect, we respond with war. Upon hearing this, everyone suddenly raised their heads and silently recited it in their hearts. If a person shows respect, we reciprocate with respect. If a person doesn't show respect, we respond with war. We are the people of the great Han, and we cannot allow ourselves to be bullied. You must remember, whoever offends the strong Han, regardless of how far away, shall be eliminated. Whoever defies the strong Han, regardless of how powerful, shall be annihilated. From now on, wherever the Han go, others must revere and fear them. This is the prestige of our great Han. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone's minds underwent a dramatic upheaval. Boom! It was as if something exploded in their minds. Whoever offends the strong Han, regardless of how far away, shall be eliminated. Whoever defies the strong Han, regardless of how powerful, shall be annihilated. What a domineering declaration this was. Everyone looked at Lin Mo with admiration, including the old man who spoke earlier, whose emotions were stirred. That aged heart, in this moment, felt like it returned to its youthful vigor, yearning for the battlefield resounding with drums and horns. They envisioned the prosperous era Lin Mo described. It was likely the lifelong pride of every Han person. The subjects remember your majesty's words. Everyone knelt down in submission, engraving Lin Mo's words deeply in their minds. Your majesty, how does the court? No, Gon court respond? Asked the elder official. He was the officer responsible for negotiations, and this still required his handling. Lin Mo picked up the ink brush before the throne, opened the imperial edict, and wrote a word on it. War. Then he threw it down. Send someone to hang it on the city wall of Luoyang, and tell Sima Lan that this is the attitude of our great Han. Wasn't Sima Lan trying to test his attitude? Lin Mo responded in this most direct way. Simultaneously, let the whole world know that great Han would never compromise. Great Han has only one goal, to overthrow that corrupt dynasty. He knew that Sima Lan would not give up, so those formalities were unnecessary, leading directly into the war. The army was already stationed at Tongwan. Once through Tongwan, it was Luoyang. Although Sima Lan had arranged a large number of forces before Tongwan, Lin Mo didn't take it seriously. Once his new weapon was ready, he could sweep through Luoyang. He intended to seize Luoyang with absolute superiority, making the lords of the realm surrender upon seeing the wind blow. The more dominant the great Han showed, the less resistance they would encounter later when subduing other commanderies. The subject understands. At this moment, the elderly official also understood Lin Mo's stance, having no further doubts. Lin Mo's strong performance wasn't just for the great Gon court to see, but also for these Yongzhou officials. These officials had just surrendered, not showing the same loyalty as the officials of Yizhou. Each harbored their own thoughts. They gave themselves a retreat path, so that if one day Gon dynasty came back, they wouldn't get involved. However, after witnessing Lin Mo's strength, they had to make a choice. If they continued to deceive like before, they would likely not be tolerated by the great Han. It was precisely the royal presence of Lin Mo that conquered the elderly official, burying a loyal heart beneath Lin Mo's feet. Your Majesty, when do we attack Luoyang? The subject wishes to lead the charge. Hearing there would be a battle, Lu Qiong immediately became excited. Not in a hurry. Lin Mo waved his hand, then asked Su Renjia, how are the materials I asked for coming along? Your Majesty, everything has been prepared. The materials are expected to arrive in Chang'an in 2 days. Su Renjia replied. Lin Mo nodded, satisfied with the ample time. Next, he announced several personnel appointments. He promoted Linghu Zhong, the father of Linghu Lingfeng, to the position of governor of Yongzhou. The elder who had just spoken was named Jianggan. Because of his straightforwardness and high moral standing in Yongzhou, Lin Mo promoted him to the position of censor-in-chief. With the status of the Linghu family and Jianggan's prestige, the implementation of policies and establishment of authority in Yongzhou would proceed much more smoothly. Soon, with the assistance of the silver-bordered brocade guards, Lin Mo's declaration of war to Sima Lan was delivered to the city of Luoyang. The silver-bordered brocade guard's overall leader personally shot an arrow through the city wall, hanging the declaration of war high on the wall. It took considerable effort for the Luoyang guards to retrieve the arrow and the declaration of war. Meanwhile, Zhao Luan's severed head was also thrown at the city gate. The gate commander did not know who had done this, but upon seeing the imperial edict, he immediately understood. The Emperor of Han not only killed the court envoy sent to him, but also boldly wrote a large character war on the imperial decree. This was a public declaration of war against the court. Among the many rebel kings in the land, Lin Mo was the only one daring enough to declare war on the imperial capital. This situation was serious, so the gate commander immediately reported it to the chariot general. As the chariot general served the prime minister, Sima Lan soon knew about it. Infuriating. The rustic villain dares act with such arrogance. He killed my envoy and openly declared war. Does he truly believe our imperial army fears him? Prime Minister, I request permission to lead the troops. Without retrieving the head of this bandit, I will not return to the court. All the famous ministers and generals present requested permission from xuanhuan. Everyone followed his lead like horses responding to their command. This old man undoubtedly possessed some skill. He had already gained the allegiance of most people in the court. Now, the Chu royal family existed in name only. Xuanhuan was the true holder of imperial power, lacking only a formal title. Let us wait a little longer. A middle-aged man quickly dissuaded the impulsive generals, saying, "Please, everyone, wait a while longer. My operatives have successfully gotten close to the enemy and earned great favor. It shouldn't take long before they can send back the technology for making cannons. Once we have cannons too, what do we have to fear from these rebellious Han or anyone else in the world?" Chapter 397. Must obtain the method to make cannons within 10 days. Inside a mansion in Chang'an. Madam Li, you've done an excellent job with this matter. Our master speaks highly of you and has already ordered that your son be given special attention and training. A middle-aged man smiled as he looked at Madam Li, who was bowing respectfully. Although Madam Li had done all the work, ultimately, his leadership was the reason behind it all. Once the task was completed, most of the rewards would go to him. He'd probably just give her a small token from what remained. Just enough to keep her satisfied but not too full, or the pies he dangled before her wouldn't seem tempting enough anymore. However, since Madam Li's head was bowed, he didn't notice how tense her expression became after he spoke. The man continued, "Our master knows that this task is difficult, but he hopes that you can figure out a way to quickly obtain the method for making cannons. The foolish officials in the court are always clamoring about going to war against the rebel bandits. They have no idea how terrifying cannons really are. We need to master the cannons ourselves so we can stand up to the rebels. This mission doesn't only relate to our lives, but also to our master's grand plan. Therefore, you should understand its importance, right?" Madam Li didn't know how to respond, so she could only nod in agreement. The man picked up a cup of tea, sipped it carefully, then set it aside. "All right, I won't disturb you any further. Go ahead and make contact with number 38 as soon as possible." With that, he stood up and headed toward the door. But just as he reached the doorway, he paused. A wicked smile appeared on his face. "Oh, and since the trip from Luoyang was so exhausting, my body feels almost broken. Arrange for someone young and pretty tonight." "Yes, sir," Madam Li responded softly. Every time this person came, one of the girls under her care would be taken advantage of. Although she disliked it, she couldn't do anything to stop him because her life itself was in his hands. Not to mention the other tools they had been cultivating since childhood. Once this mission is accomplished, number 38 can retire gracefully. Remember to send her to my residence. I intend to enjoy her slowly. Years ago, when he first met Lingting, he had already lusted for her body. But since Lingting was a crucial piece in their master's game, he didn't dare to touch her. If this mission goes well, asking our master to grant number 38 to me as a reward shouldn't be hard. Madam Li clenched her teeth as she watched his retreating back. The next day, she went to the imperial palace to find Lingting. Since Lingting entered the palace, Madam Li hadn't seen her again. Any news about Lingting came at great expense from the palace guards. She had originally planned to wait longer, hoping that Lingting would come out to find her. But pressure from above left her no choice but to swallow her pride and go. "How is it you again?" At the side gate of the palace, the guard saw Madam Li approach and immediately frowned in impatience. "I've said it before. Without an order from His Majesty, no one can enter. Go back." Madam Li pleaded. "General, please. I just want to see my daughter. Can you bend the rules just this once?" She took out 2 bags of silver coins and quietly handed them over. But the guard pushed them away sharply and barked loudly. "Do you think we can be bribed?" To be chosen as a royal guard, their loyalty had already been tested. While leaking trivial information occasionally wasn't uncommon, violating principles by letting anyone into the palace was absolutely unacceptable. Even one of the younger guards drew his sword, scaring Madam Li pale-faced. "Please calm down, General. I did not mean it that way. I merely wish to inquire when His Majesty will summon me to the palace." Madam Li hastily rephrased her request. "What His Majesty does is none of our business. Go home and wait patiently," the soldier commanded. "I truly have very important matters to discuss with my daughter. Could you please deliver a message to the generals on my behalf?" Madam Li lowered her stance even further, begging. Initially, she thought that as the mother of an imperial concubine, these soldiers would treat her respectfully. However, several failed attempts later, she learned her lesson. These guards simply did not recognize her. As for her daughter, though she was favored by His Majesty, she had yet to receive formal recognition and therefore did not qualify as a true concubine, meaning Madam Li herself couldn't count as part of the royal family either. Besides, every time Lin Ma knew of her visits, it was Lin Ma who prevented her from seeing Lingting again. "You're giving us too much credit. Is His Majesty someone we can just see whenever we please? Move along. Do you know the consequences of causing disturbances outside the palace gates?" The 2 guards drove her away. Seeing their unwavering attitude, Madam Li could only leave unhappily, realizing there was no room for negotiation. In the evening, the middle-aged man came to her again. "I heard that you went to see number 38. When did she say she could obtain the method for making cannons?" Faced with the middle-aged man's inquiry, Li Yuan knew there was no way to hide it anymore. With a thud, she knelt down on the ground. "What are you doing?" The expression on the middle-aged man's face changed slightly as he put his teacup back down. "Mr. Li, please forgive me. Your humble servant. I didn't see number 38. Li Yuan said. "Oh, was she unavailable today?" the middle-aged man asked. "No, it's not just today." Li Yuan kept her head down and said, "Since she entered the palace, I haven't seen her, and even haven't managed to tell her about the task." The more she spoke, the quieter her voice became. The middle-aged man's face turned completely dark. He slammed his hand heavily on the table and roared, "Li Yuan, do you know what you're saying?" Li Yuan trembled all over from the angry shout and frantically kowtowed in panic. "Your humble servant is trying to figure out a solution. Master Li, please give me a little more time." "How can I give you time? Who the hell will give me time?" The middle-aged man rose angrily, kicking Li Yuan to the ground. "How did you guarantee things were going smoothly before? Now you're telling me that the plan hasn't even started. Playing with me, are you? I'm telling you, if we don't get the method for making cannons within 10 days, you and your son, your entire family, will have to bear our master's wrath." Horrified, Li Yuan clutched the middle-aged man's legs. "Sir, please calm down. Please give me a little more time. Emperor Han holds great affection for number 38. It's possible she already has critical information. If I can only meet with her once, the mission will surely be completed without any problems. Master, you must believe in this humble servant. Please, sir, I've worked tirelessly and never dared to slack off. Please give me a bit more time." The middle-aged man kicked her away furiously. 10 days. If you can't get the method for making cannons within 10 days, nobody will be able to save you. Not even me. As I'll also be implicated because of you, harumph." After saying that, the middle-aged man strode off angrily. But as soon as he opened the door, a long sword pressed against his throat. Chapter 398. The Firearms Manufacturing Bureau achieves success. Lu Bu makes an appearance. "Your Majesty, I've scoured every inch of the ground in Chang'an. All the nails planted by the Sima family have been removed." In the Imperial study, Lin Mo played with a little gadget in his hand as Qianzhou reported beside him. Because just upon meeting, Lin Mo had suspected Ling Ting's identity. After leaving Drunken Phoenix Tower, he instructed Bai Lang to find Qianzhou and investigate secretly. Every move made by Li Yuan during this time was within Lin Mo's control. Yesterday, when Li Yuan failed to find Ling Ting, Qianzhou took along the silver-bordered embroidered uniform agents and followed her, capturing Li Yuan, Mr. Li, and others completely. Even those hidden pawns who never appeared were revealed by Mr. Li himself under Qianzhou's cruel methods. By the time Qianzhou left the interrogation room to report to Lin Mo, neither Li Yuan nor Mr. Li and the others were in one piece. They had already been tortured into a state unrecognizable as human beings. "With you handling things, your Majesty can rest assured." Lin Mo understood Qianzhou's methods. If he wanted to uncover information, there was nothing that could escape him. His methods were something no man could endure. "All thanks to your Majesty's fine guidance." Qianzhou hurried to flatter. In front of others, he was known for being ruthless and cruel, making everyone speak of him in fear. Even some battlefield-hardened generals wouldn't dare to provoke him easily. After all, in his hands lay the intelligence of the whole realm. Whoever fell into his grasp would suffer torment worse than death. But in front of Lin Mo, he only fawned and flattered. Lin Mo waved his hand and picked up the small contraption in his hand, saying, "Now that the nails within Chang'an City have been cleaned up, it's time to dispatch troops to Luoyang next." It had been over a month, and the soldiers had rested well. Moreover, people like Zhong Xinxiu also saw the policies of Han, how Han treated the people so well, beyond words. Therefore, most of the commanders who surrendered from Yongzhou had become sincerely obedient to Lin Mo. A very small number of those enduring humiliation for a greater cause believed themselves well hidden, but in reality, they'd long been under surveillance by Qianzhou and Jin Bianshui. But now wasn't the time to deal with them. When the hearts of men were thoroughly settled or they actively betrayed, then it would be the time to clean them out. With the addition of Yongzhou's forces, Lin Mo's military power in Yongzhou had reached over 120,000. Furthermore, on the Liangzhou side, due to the news of the Prince of Wu Wei's death spreading, several factions vied for power, attacking each other and creating checks and balances, leaving them unable to interfere with affairs in Yongzhou. And because of Han's formidable strength, they all were highly cautious and none dared to actively provoke. Thus, Han had no worries at the moment. There was another reason. Lin Mo's first batch of secret weapons had come to fruition. It was precisely this 2-inch-long stick-like object in his hand. "Shall I inform everyone?" Qianzhou asked for instructions. Notify everyone to meet tomorrow morning." Lin Mo nodded. After Qianzhou left, Lin Mo departed from the palace and arrived at the nearby Firearms Manufacturing Bureau, Chang'an branch. After capturing Yongzhou, he summoned the personnel from the Firearms Manufacturing Bureau. The technology for producing Dongfeng cannons was already quite mature and did not require all attention focused there. Lin Mo had more important tasks. "Your Majesty, you've arrived." "Greetings, Your Majesty." Everyone saw Lin Mo and bowed respectfully. Gan Yu, the director of the Firearms Manufacturing Bureau, greeted Lin Mo. "Greetings, Your Majesty." Knowing Lin Mo's purpose for coming, he introduced without waiting for Lin Mo to ask, "The grenades you requested have all been manufactured and are now stacked in the warehouse. Let me show you." "Good." Lin Mo nodded. Everyone has worked hard. To serve His Majesty is no hardship. Hearing that, everyone shook their heads. They felt proud to be doing this work. At the Firearms Manufacturing Bureau, the most advanced weapons were all crafted by their hands. Just thinking about how their Dongfeng 1 and 2 series conquered everything filled them with pride, as if they themselves had won battles. Besides, their salaries were really high. For someone working at the Firearms Manufacturing Bureau, even an ordinary worker enjoyed the treatment of a 9th-rank official. As for Director Gan Yu of the Firearms Manufacturing Bureau, he was bestowed the rank of 3rd-rank official with extremely noble status and position, so it was fitting for them to work a bit harder. Besides, each period of hard work only lasted a while, and speaking truly of hardship, they weren't nearly as tough as the soldiers fighting at the front lines. Gan Yu led Lin Mo to the warehouse, where dozens of large boxes were stacked in the corner. Lin Mo counted. There were fully 160. How could there be so many more? He asked in surprise. Could it be that each box doesn't contain 30? The task he gave to the Firearms Manufacturing Bureau was 120 boxes, meaning 3,600 grenades. But now, there were 40 extra boxes. Gan Yu quickly explained. I have strictly followed your Majesty's orders. Each box contains 30 grenades. Each box has been carefully checked, without the slightest negligence. Then how about these extra ones? Lin Mo waved his hand, showing no intention of blaming him. Even if each box contained only 20, it would already have reached his expectations. After all, this thing could unleash immense power in close combat. Reporting to your Majesty, it was the Grand Preceptor who brought a batch of ready-made gunpowder from Ezhou. The warriors of the Firearms Manufacturing Bureau worked overtime day and night, therefore producing an additional 1,200 grenades. Your Majesty is about to lead troops to attack Luoyang, and everyone thought that by making more grenades, we can help the frontline soldiers kill more enemy forces. Gan Yu explained. Good. Lin Mo patted his shoulder, quite satisfied with their performance. Tell everyone at the Firearms Manufacturing Bureau that they will receive double salaries for this month. And on the day I conquer Luoyang, I shall reward 10 jars of xuanhuan zue to the Firearms Manufacturing Bureau. Gan Yu also loved alcohol, and many people in the Firearms Manufacturing Bureau had unforgettable memories of drinking xuanhuan zue. But the last time His Majesty rewarded them with this fine wine was when Dongfeng No. 1 was first introduced, which had been a long time ago. Hearing that there would be 10 jars this time, enough for them to drink their fill, Gan Yu was greatly delighted. Thank you, Your Majesty. The next day, in the imperial court, Lin Mo gathered the civil and military officials to discuss the strategy for attacking Luoyang. According to Master Li, Sima Lan was still expecting Ling Ting to steal the cannon-making method, so they were surely not well prepared for battle. Thus, striking now could take them by surprise. After confirming the plan to attack Luoyang, the generals vied fiercely for the position of vanguard. Zhong Xinxiu was the most enthusiastic. He had just joined the Great Han dynasty and wanted to achieve merit to repay the kindness Great Han had shown to the people of Yongzhou. Ma Ying was also the same. In the campaign against Yongzhou, he did not perform significantly, and this time he must not fall behind others. However, Lu Qiongudi et al. Showed no sign of giving way. They did not care whether you were newly arrived or came later. If you want to compete with them, you'd better see if your weapon matches theirs. As everyone was arguing intensely, a mighty voice suddenly boomed from outside the hall. Everyone, stop quarreling. The position of vanguard rightfully belongs to me. Whoever does not agree, step forward and show what you've got. Looking toward the source of the voice, they saw a man wearing a three-pronged purple gold crown holding his hair neatly bundled, draped in a West Sichuan red cotton flower robe, covered with a beast-faced swallow head link armor, girded with a leather-woven lion barbarian belt, carrying bow and arrows, gripping a painted spear in his hand, standing before everyone with extraordinary bearing. Chapter 399. Who is he? Who is he? Looking at the towering man in front of them, everyone in the court was a little bewildered, because none of them had ever seen this person before, yet he could still stand within the court. The sharp ones quickly glanced toward the direction of the dragon throne. Seeing that His Majesty was smiling as if expecting what would happen next, they instantly understood that this man should be someone the emperor invited. But none of the generals cared much about these details. They only knew that whoever wanted to seize the position of vanguard, there's no way. Who are you to dare utter such arrogance? Come on, let's fight for 300 rounds. Goethe suddenly saw the newcomer and became excited for battle, rolling up his sleeves and getting ready to clash with him. Even though this was within the imperial court, no one stopped him. Because everyone wanted to know whether this man really had the ability to look down on all the ministers. And Lin Mo also knew that Goethe was a coarse man and wouldn't pursue his breach of etiquette. He wanted to see whether Lu Bu could humble the pride of these few people. When Goethe noticed the other party didn't refuse, he boldly walked toward outside the hall. Outside Fontian Palace was a vast open space, guarded by soldiers, very suitable for martial arts exchanges. However, after he walked out, Lu Bu didn't follow. Goethe stopped his steps and roared angrily. What? Are you scared? Others also looked curiously at Lu Bu. If he acted so arrogantly but refused to fight when it came to actual combat, Lu Bu would have no place to stay in the court in the future, even though he was someone summoned by the emperor. Lu Bu paid no attention to Goethe's provocations. His eyes calmly scanned through Lu Qiong, Wu Ping, Ma Ying, Zhong Xinxiu, and others. A pair of tiger-like eyes contained disdain. He pointed his finger. Don't waste His Majesty's precious time. If any of you have more doubts, come all together. What? Upon hearing these words, an uproar filled the hall. Everyone stared in shock at Lu Bu. After all, following the Hanzhong battle, Goethe, Lu Qiong, and Wu Ping were already ranked among the top 10 military leaders. The three of them, plus Zhong Xinxiu, were extraordinary realm-strong warriors. There were also Xiao Tian, Huang Hu, and Lei Yun, all being later-stage great masters. Not to mention, there were some master-level war generals too. One man dared to challenge so many powerful warriors. This person must have lost their mind. Goethe felt insulted, roaring furiously. I don't need them. I alone can knock you down. Xiao Tian, however, said. Since this general is so confident, we should all attack together. It makes sense. Let's first take out one competitor, then compare our abilities. Zhong Xinxiu nodded in agreement. 6 more people stepped out. General Wu, aren't you coming together with us? Lu Qiong asked Wu Ping, who did not make any move, puzzled. They were all disdained at the same time, and if they attacked, they should all go together. Wu Ping smiled. It is enough to have all of you. With or without me doesn't matter much. He thought. If so many people were to fight against one, winning would not bring honor, and losing would be very embarrassing. Besides, he hadn't intended to vie for the role of vanguard. He was the commander of the Wudong Flying Army. A place like Luoyang was not suitable for the Wudong Flying Army to serve as the vanguard army. Well then, Lu Qiong waved his hand, not caring whether Wu Ping participated or not. Together they exited the Great Hall and arrived at the open area. Let's go see. Linhua descended from the dragon throne and came outside Fengtian Hall. All officials were curious about the outcome of this battle, and thus followed along. Lu Qiong hereunder. May I inquire your honorable name? Lu Qiong was somewhat courteous, greeting Lu Bu first. However, Lu Bu was extremely arrogant, picking up his halberd of hegemon and tossing it aside. Since weapons couldn't be brought into the court, Lu Qiong and others were unarmed. Lu Bu naturally had to fight barehanded to subdue them. We'll talk after the fight. Lu Bu calmly said 4 words, then abruptly leaped high into the air, swinging his fist and charging at Lu Qiong. Bold move. Lu Qiong roared, raising his fist to meet the strike. After drinking the Qi Ti Tang, a potion enhancing physical strength, his strength had increased significantly. In terms of brute power showdowns, he feared no one. Therefore, facing Lu Bu's aggressive and powerful punch, he decided to confront it head-on. Lu Bu's punch came downward like a meteor. Bang! The 2 fists collided, unleashing terrifying force. Lu Bu landed steadily on the ground, while Lu Qiong took 7 or 8 steps back. Staring astonished at Lu Bu, shaking off the numbness in his arm, he muttered, "What tremendous strength! Such terrifying power might only be matched by His Majesty. Everyone, come on together." Xiao Tian shouted loudly. Just one punch could put the formidable Lu Qiong at a disadvantage. Everyone immediately realized this person's skills surpassed all of theirs. Thus, 9 of them surrounded Lu Bu. Facing the combined attack from multiple generals, Lu Bu showed no sign of panic. Swinging his arms, adjusting his stance gracefully, he parried easily. He seized the opportunity and sent Lei Yun flying with a single punch, temporarily disabling him. Lei Yun retreated 7 or 8 steps and stared at Lu Bu in shock. He knew that Lu Bu had shown restraint. If they were enemies, this punch could have taken his life. So even though he was unharmed, he stepped out of the battle. Following him, in just a few seconds, 3 more warriors withdrew from the fight. Only Gutu, Lu Qiong, Xiao Tian, Zhong Xinxiu, and Huang who remained to tangle with Lu Bu. They also realized Lu Bu's extraordinary strength and knew that none of them individually could defeat him. So, in perfect unison, they chose to cooperate. If they still lost like this, they'd have no face to see anyone. Lu Qiong and Gutu held Lu Bu off from the front, while Huang Hu timed an attack from behind. Unbeknownst to them, that was a deliberate opening left by Lu Bu. As Huang Hu drew near, Lu Bu abruptly twisted his body backward, sending Huang Hu flying several meters away. Had Lu Bu wielded a weapon, Huang Hu would have been impaled by a sword. Thus, he helplessly left the battle as well. Xiao Tian soon followed suit, leaving only Lu Qiong, Gutu, and Zhong Xinxiu on the field. But Lu Bu fought with increasing vigor, whereas they gradually grew weaker. Each time they clashed with Lu Bu, their strength dwindled. After dozens of exchanges, due to one mistake, Zhong Xinxiu regretfully exited the scene. Without others holding Lu Bu back, his attacks became more ferocious. His punches rained down on Lu Qiong and Gutu like a tempestuous storm. They felt as if all their bones were about to shatter. Defeat was just a matter of time. How could this be? The civil and military officials standing aside, watching the battle wore expressions of disbelief. Although Lei Tong wasn't present, Lu Qiong and the rest were already enough to represent the strongest combat power of the Great Han. Even with so many fighting together, they couldn't overcome a single man. Where did such a person come from? He was truly terrifying. Your Majesty, has his strength already surpassed the transcendent realm? Beside him, Sun Shuxing quietly asked Linhua. Above the transcendent lies the divine immortal. It is rumored that reaching this level enables one to open heavenly gates and ascend to paradise. Of course, these are merely legends. No one has ever truly ascended since ancient times. Transcendent perfection is already the pinnacle of mortal capability. Probably not yet. Linhua uncertainly shook his head. Chapter 400. Each person with a box of grenades. Lu Bu and Linghu leave Tong Pass. Despite Lu Qiong and Gutu's best efforts, they still couldn't turn the tide of failure. Lu Qiong didn't know how many punches he'd taken. His arm bones were almost shattered. Gutu wasn't faring any better. When he stepped down, his arms were trembling slightly, already out of control. At this point, although they had lost the battle, no one thought they were disgraced. Because it wasn't that they were too weak, but rather that their opponents were too abnormal. Of course, Lu Bu was not without effort either. Fighting 4 extraordinary warriors at the same time is no easy task. He had used every trick in his arsenal and still endured quite a few blows. And this was only a contest. If it were life or death combat, and everyone had weapons, the outcome would have been hard to determine. Lu Bu, thank you all for your generosity. After the fight ended, Lu Bu walked up to Lu Qiong and the others, bowing apologetically. Although he was still arrogant, there was no contempt for these people, because they were on the same team, and this contest was also to contribute to the glory of the Great Han. There was no question of disrespect among them. Although Lu Qiong and the others felt reluctant inside, they knew that losing meant losing, and they were not those who can't handle defeat. Besides, Lu Bu's strength had won their respect. Everyone then introduced themselves, marking their acquaintance. Surprisingly, he actually defeated all of us alone. My gosh, his strength is terrifying. Even the war god Fan Qing at the top of the general ranking doesn't have such strength. Our great Han actually has such a mighty general. What a joyous occasion. The crowd's eyes looking at Lu Bu gradually became fiery and excited. Your Majesty, may I serve as vanguard? Lu Bu looked at Lin Mo on the high platform and asked respectfully. Approved. Lin Mo waved his hand and said, You will go ahead with your xuanhuan iron cavalry. I will not fail your Majesty's expectations. Lu Bu accepted the command. The vanguard is settled. Who will be the deputy vanguard? Lin Mo looked at the officials present. The deputy vanguard would be the right-hand person to Lu Bu. Though Lu Bu was extraordinarily brave, his mind wasn't quick-witted. Encountering people with deceitful tricks, he might easily be deceived. Thus, someone with strong power and intelligence was needed to assist Lu Bu. Those who had been defeated by Lu Bu just now naturally found it awkward to step forward again. And Wu Ping, as the commander of the Wu Dang flying army, wouldn't suit being Lu Bu's deputy. I request the mission. After a moment of silence, someone from the back responded. Everyone turned their gaze toward him, and strange expressions reappeared on their faces once more. It was Linghu Lingfeng, the top playboy of Chang'an. When did he come into court? Was it because of his father? Everyone knew that Linghu Zhong had been promoted to governor of Yongzhou and enjoyed the emperor's favor. So they naturally assumed that Linghu Lingfeng could enter officialdom thanks to his father's relationship. What they didn't know was that Linghu Zhong's rise to the position of governor was entirely due to Linghu Lingfeng's efforts. Approved. Lin Mo nodded, his face showing satisfaction. I'll also give you 1,000 barbarian soldiers and 1,000 boxes of grenades. Grenades. Everyone widened their eyes, dumbly staring at Lin Mo. What was that thing? Lin Mo casually flipped something out, pulling a grenade and pointing at a row of low houses beneath Fengtian Palace. They were originally the duty stations for eunuchs and palace maids. Because Emperor Daqian hadn't been there for a long time, there were very few eunuchs or palace maids in Chang'an Temporary Palace, leaving many houses unrepaired, broken down over time. Since Lin Mo moved in, he did not recruit new eunuchs or palace maids, so these houses remained unattended. Lin Mo handed the grenade to Linghu Lingfeng, explaining its use. Hold the handle, open the cap behind, and pull out the string inside. Pull the string forcefully and throw it away within 2 breaths. Linghu Lingfeng was clever. Now he was an esteemed minister under Lin Mo, not merely the top playboy of Chang'an anymore. His gaze focused intently, following Lin Mo's instructions meticulously. As the string was pulled, a wisp of smoke appeared at the bottom. After a brief moment, he threw it towards the row of small houses pointed by Lin Mo, accurately through the window cracks. The grenade hit the ground with a loud explosion, startling everyone around. Then the row of houses collapsed with great force. It was astonishing. Wasn't this a cannon? Such a small object produced a cannon-like impact? No, it was much weaker than a cannon. But it was small in size, able to fit several in each soldier's pocket, making it much more convenient than a cannon. Almost everyone could foresee its value immediately. Your Majesty, how many grenades do you have? Sun Shuxing asked excitedly. Distant Dongfeng cannons for afar, grenades nearby, the enemy would have no chance to retaliate. Lin Mo smiled and said, Not many, only temporarily 4,800. SSSS. Everyone gasped. 4,800 isn't a small number, and if the enemy heard you say this, they would probably cry themselves to death. For a moment, they knew that the enemies in Luoyang were about to be in trouble. Order Hu Lingfeng. Each of your men will be equipped with a box of grenades. You must make good use of them. The task of the vanguard is to clear the way for the main army and demonstrate the might of Great Han. Let the whole world know, when Great Han moves, it ensures victory. Both Lu Bu and Linghu Lingfeng quickly knelt down to accept their orders. We, your humble subjects, will not disappoint your Majesty. In the next 3 days, Lin Mo personally prepared the Great Army. Meanwhile, the vanguard troops became familiar with the use of hand grenades. They practiced throwing with props instead of real grenades. It was somewhat like playing a childhood game of throwing stones, which made it easy to learn. Within 3 days, the 1,000-strong barbarian army had basically mastered the operation method and understood the power of the grenades. 3 days later, they set out from the camp with 200 boxes of grenades alongside the xuanhuan iron cavalry. In 5 days, they passed through Tong Pass and reached Hongnong and Sili. Luoyang. Sima Lan already knew that all his spies planted inside Chang'an had been eliminated, including his trusted disciple Li Yang, who also died in the line of duty. With no hope left of acquiring the cannon's blueprints, he could only focus on preparing for battle. Soon after, he received news of the Han army crossing Tong Pass. Damn it! How dare merely over 1,000 people challenge us beyond Tong Pass? Do these Han scum really think there's no one capable in our Qian dynasty? Father, let me fight. With just 500 Feixiong soldiers, I'll annihilate those people, or I won't return. Sima Jinxiang once again asked Sima Lan for permission to fight. A mounted counselor suggested, let the 7th prince lead the battle, it would also suppress their arrogance. Be cautious, Prince Jinxiang, someone kindly reminded. We've heard several of their generals are exceptionally skilled. Even Li Rong, who ranked 7th among the famous generals, fell at their hands. If they dispatched troops to fight, it would mark their first battle against Great Han. The outcome would not only affect pride, but also the morale of the entire court. The regional lords across the land are watching closely. If they lost, it would inevitably diminish their credibility in front of the regional lords. But Sima Jinxiang sneered disdainfully. In my eyes, they're nothing more than butcher's dogs, unworthy of fear. After contemplating for a moment, Sima Lan agreed with Sima Jinxiang's request. This was exactly the time for their Sima family to establish merit and enhance their prestige. If his son could secure an early victory, it would silence some factions within the court. If they managed to destroy Great Han, the Sima family's reputation would surely surpass the imperial house. At that point, he could exploit the victory to force Emperor Qian to abdicate and ascend to the coveted throne. Chapter 401. The Battle of Fonglingdu, Sima Jiang versus Lu Bu. After passing through Tonghuan, Lu Bu did not rush his army forward, but slowed down and waited for the enemy to come to them. Their mission was to clear the path for the main army behind them and to probe the enemy situation as a secondary objective. They were not meant to recklessly attack the heart of the enemy's forces and fall into a trap. Even if Lu Bu were arrogant enough, it would be impossible for him to lead 1,500 men to assault Luoyang City. General Lu, it will be dark soon. Shall we find a village to rest for the night? As evening approached, after Linghu Lingfeng had completed reconnaissance on the surrounding terrain, he suggested this to Lu Bu. It was August, hot during the day, but the evenings turned cooler. They needed shelter from the weather, or else the soldiers might easily fall ill with colds. Is there a suitable place ahead? Lu Bu asked. There is a place called Fonglingdu, with an open terrain ideal for setting up camp. We'll go to Fonglingdu. Lu Bu understood why the emperor sent Linghu Lingfeng to assist him. There were many things that he didn't need to worry about, leaving them to Linghu Lingfeng. Though Linghu Lingfeng lacked combat experience, he was meticulous and good at planning. This journey had saved Lu Bu a lot of trouble. If Linghu Lingfeng said that Fonglingdu was suitable for camping, then it certainly was. The army continued forward, and within less than half an hour, they reached Fonglingdu. However, it was different from what Linghu Lingfeng had observed earlier. Fonglingdu was eerily quiet. By this time, it should have been the last moment for people to cross the ford, and also the time when fishermen returned with their catch. Normally, the ferry crossing should have been bustling with activity. Why wasn't a single person visible? There's something wrong. Lu Bu, riding a top-tier white dragon steed, detected a trace of the enemy's scent. He immediately ordered the cavalry to change formations, protecting the infantry behind them. If the enemy had also ambushed cavalry, it could pose a serious threat to the infantry. Therefore, placing the cavalry up front would block the enemy's charge. Whinny, whinny. At that moment, a detachment of cavalry rushed out from the ferry, with thousands more emerging from both sides. They appeared formidable, strong in both men and horses, unmistakably elite warriors capable of hard fighting. The Great Gan Kingdom has 5 elite units. The strongest is the Royal Guard, which only belongs to the Gan royal family. Their emblem is the Golden Dragon. Only the emperor himself commanding personally or a general carrying the emperor's sword can direct these forces. However, the army before us now, with flags bearing a white background with gray edges and embroidered bear heads, is another elite cavalry force, known as the Flying Bear Army. Upon the appearance of the enemy, Linghu Lingfeng explained to Lu Bu. The Flying Bear Army consists of 18,000 men, each man equipped with 2 horses, for spears, 1 bow, and a large knightly sword. They are covered head to toe in iron armor. Each knight must achieve at least the superior realm in martial strength, making them incredibly fierce in battle. The commander of the Flying Bear Army is Mo Ba, an extraordinary late-stage warrior ranked 6th on the general's list. Judging by their formation, it exhibits a long snake posture, a balanced offensive and defensive configuration. I estimate there are about 3,000 of them. If the enemy possessed an overwhelming numerical advantage, it would definitely not be possible to form the long snake formation. Rather, it would be the spearhead array. Having heard Linghu Lingfeng's introduction, Lu Bu spurred his horse forward to the front of the ranks. If the enemy was limited to 3,000 men, he wouldn't take them seriously at all. And as for the so-called 6th-ranked general on the list, it wasn't even worth mentioning. His Majesty once said, Han stays dormant if there is no reason to act, but if we do, we must win. This was Han's first battle beyond its borders and Lu Bu's first fight for the Han dynasty. They must not just win but utterly crush the enemy with overwhelming power, instilling fear and trepidation, thus demonstrating the superiority of the Han dynasty. Only then would it live up to the emperor's expectations. Just as Lu Bu intended to challenge the opponent, someone from the opposing camp surged ahead of him on horseback. This man wielded an axe-hammer combination, riding a magnificent Qinsong stallion, wearing resplendent silver armor adorned with a lion helmet, radiating with the demeanor of a noble hero. He shouted loudly, startling man and beast alike, "Sima Jinxiang is here. Step forward, you thief, and face your death." Upon hearing this, Lu Bu immediately flew into a rage. This kid stole my line. Meanwhile, Linghu Lingfeng was startled. It's actually Sima Jinxiang. How did he get here? Lu Bu asked curiously. What's special about him? This man possesses godlike strength, ranked 2nd on the general's list, and is astonishingly powerful. They say he once challenged the top-ranked ward god Fan Qing, and after 500 rounds, neither gained the upper hand. General Lu, do you feel confident? Linghu Lingfeng, knowing Lu Bu's competitive nature, refrained from saying, be cautious. Instead, he simply asked if Lu Bu felt sure of himself. The likes of those who show off with banners and weapons mean nothing. Lu Bu snorted lightly and spurred his horse forward. Sima Jinxiang was arrogant, but he, Lu Bu, was even more audacious. With already remarkable abilities, his prowess became even more astonishing after using the physical refinement potion given by Lin Mo. His strength surpassed even Lin Mo. There was no doubt that his martial skills were of the highest level, and his combat experience was rich. Under heaven, there was no one he feared, not to mention a single Sima Jinxiang. Even if Sima Jinxiang and Mo Ba were both present, he would dare to challenge them alone. Even if you added Fan Qing. This was Lu Bu. Regardless of the strength of his opponent, he dared to fight. State your name, for I do not slay nameless fools beneath my axe. Seeing someone dare to step forward, Sima Jinxiang called out disdainfully. He hoped the challenger would be one of the renowned Han generals, preferably Lei Tong. Slaying Lei Tong would be enough to establish his authority. You are unworthy. Lu Bu replied with a low growl. Looking for death. Upon seeing someone more arrogant than himself, Sima Jinxiang erupted in fury. He spurred his horse directly toward Lu Bu. Lu Bu swung his sky-parting halberd, striking down with the force of splitting a mountain, aiming directly at Sima Jinxiang's head. The latter roared loudly, a fine move. Facing Lu Bu's fierce strike, he showed no fear. Having battled Fan Qing for 500 rounds without defeat, he believed no one under heaven could match him. Thus, he did not take this nameless young general seriously. However, it was this very arrogance that caused him to lose an arm in the blink of an eye. Lu Bu's halberd struck with the weight of 10,000 jun. When the sky-parting halberd collided with Sima Jinxiang's axe hammer, Sima Jinxiang immediately sensed the impending disaster. He hurriedly channeled all his strength to resist. Boom! Despite his best efforts, it was far from enough to withstand Lu Bu's overwhelming blow. His left arm was instantly shattered, bones pierced through the flesh, and retreated by an inch. Ah! Sima Jinxiang cried out in agony. Clenching his teeth, he gripped his weapon tightly with his trembling right hand. At this moment, he no longer dared to underestimate his opponent. With one arm lost, he knew he was no match for Lu Bu and quickly fled back. Where do you think you're running? Lu Bu chased after him on horseback. His steed was swift, closing the distance between him and Sima Jinxiang faster and faster. Seeing that he was about to be caught, Sima Jinxiang screamed toward his own ranks in panic. Mo Ba, save me. Chapter 402. Linghu Lingfeng's political talent, persuading Mo Ba to surrender. With just one move, Sima Jinxiang lost his fighting spirit. Right now, he had only one thought: escape. Lu Bu's power was too terrifying. It exceeded his comprehension. Even if he teamed up with the first-ranked warrior of Jiangxing from the general's list, they would likely still be no match for this man. When it came down to life and death, he no longer cared about his pride. As he fled, he shouted loudly, Mo Ba, save me. Mo Ba, who had been watching from within the formation, thought that this battle would go only one way. He understood Sima Jinxiang's abilities very well. Across all 9 provinces, there were few people capable of defeating him. Even those famous generals of the Han at their current peak would likely still fall short against Sima Jinxiang. But in reality, the result was a complete opposite, one-sided victory indeed, except the one who fell wasn't a Han general. It was Sima Jinxiang. Defeated in just one move, his arm severed, Sima Jinxiang now fled disgracefully. Mo Ba thought he must be seeing things. This couldn't be real. It wasn't until he heard Sima Jinxiang's cry for help that he snapped out of his stupor. Without hesitation, he spurred his horse forward, leading 7 or 8 cavalrymen to rescue Sima Jinxiang. Sima Jinxiang was one of the prime minister's most favored sons. If anything went wrong, they would surely bear the blame. However, Lu Bu was too fast. By the time they attempted their rescue, Lu Bu had already caught up with Sima Jinxiang. He lifted his mighty halberd and slashed towards Sima Jinxiang's back. You fool, dare you. Though Mo Ba raged and screamed, it didn't stop Lu Bu. There was a resounding bang, and Sima Jinxiang's body was split into 2 by Fang Tianhua Ji. Grayscales. Having slain Sima Jinxiang, Lu Bu pulled on the reins to stop his warhorse. The horse reared up, neighing loudly as though cheering for its master. Behind, Linghu Lingfeng witnessed this scene and couldn't help but gulp audibly. General Lu is invincible and fearless. Although Linghu Lingfeng had seen Lu Bu defeat 9 men of Tower Dome by himself before, to see Sima Jinxiang being split into halves by him left an even deeper impact on his heart. Too powerful. Absolutely unmatched. Ah! In a fit of rage, Mo Ba shrieked hysterically. You dared to slay young Lord 7. The Chancellor will surely exterminate your entire clan. Still riding, Mo Ba stopped in fear, not daring to advance any further. If Sima Jinxiang couldn't stand against Lu Bu, how could they possibly do so? Lu Bu sneered, full of dominance. Had that old villain Sima been here, I'd have killed him without hesitation. And with that, he raised his halberd again and decapitated Sima Jinxiang. Charge! Grabbing Sima Jinxiang's head, Lu Bu ordered his troops to charge. The Xuanhuan iron cavalry were immensely inspired, charging forth like an unstoppable iron torrent. Lu Bu hung Sima Jinxiang's head onto the saddle and then directly pursued Mo Ba. Mo Ba and his men had already been terrified. Despite their numbers, none dared to challenge him. After a fierce round of pursuit, Mo Ba led his battered remnants away from Fenglingdu. Yet he dared not return to Luoyang. Simon Lan had given them 3,000 flying bear troops, but now Sima Jinxiang was dead, and the flying bear troops had also suffered heavy losses. Returning home like this meant they'd fail their mission, and might even face punishment. So instead, he retreated over 100 miles, setting camp in Hebei County for rest and consolidation, waiting for the opportune moment. The first battle had been a resounding victory, Lu Bu and his Xuanhuan iron cavalry spreading the might of the Great Han. Immediately after, Lu Bu sent messengers to report the triumph to Lin Mo. At the same time, he discussed the next steps with Linghu Lingfeng. I hear that Mo Ba has retreated to Hebei County. We can go find him. Linghu Lingfeng said with a smile. Why should we go find him? Lu Bu was confused. Hebei County lay northeast. While they needed to head east, it wasn't exactly en route. I think we should take advantage of this victorious momentum, capture Hongnom in one swoop, and secure a resting place for His Majesty and our army. Lu Bu shared his thoughts. However, Linghu Lingfeng countered. General Lu, Hongnom is ours eventually. Whether sooner or later doesn't matter since it won't move. But Mo Ba is different. He's a living person, and if we wait too long, he may run away. But even if we go there now, won't he still run? Lu Bu widened his eyes, staring at Linghu Lingfeng. After this battle, Mo Ba had already been thoroughly intimidated. Upon seeing them, he would definitely flee. Could he really be waiting there? Seeing Lu Bu's doubt, Linghu Lingfeng smiled and said, General Lu, think about it. Mo Ba is the commander of the Flying Bear Troops, a position of great importance. After his defeat, why did he not retreat to Hongnom, or even directly back to Luoyang? How would I know? Lu Bu waved his hand dismissively, thinking how could he possibly guess the mind of another person. The smile on Linghu Lingfeng's lips grew wider. Because he's afraid. Lu Bu afraid? Linghu Lingfeng. That's correct. Sima Jinxiang died in battle. The Flying Bear Troops suffered heavy casualties, and Mo Ba, as the commander, has to bear primary responsibility. Sima Lan is particularly fond of his martially gifted seventh son. Now, the old sending off the young. Do you think he would direct his fury towards whom? Naturally, it would be Mo Ba. How could he dare to seek revenge from me? Lu Bu scoffed. Haha. Linghu Lingfeng shook his head. He will surely come for your revenge, General, but before that, he will let Mo Ba take the blame. In Sima Lan's eyes, 1,000 MOBAS are not worth one Sima Jinxiang. This is why Mo Ba dared not return. So what do you plan to do? Lu Bu asked in confusion. Going to Pingyang to intimidate him was beneath him. Of course, we should recruit this man. Linghu Lingfeng knew well that it's easy to find thousands of soldiers, but hard to find one good general. Besides, Mo Ba ranked 6th on the general list, and whether in martial skills or military talent, he excelled. Recruiting him would be no less meritorious than winning a great battle. Perhaps, they could even convince the Flying Bear Troops to join their side. This would greatly assist them in later advancing to Luoyang. Therefore, he suggested heading first to Hebei, then to Hongnom. If that's the case, let's give it a try. Lu Bu didn't think much of it. He considered Mo Ba somewhat overrated. The man lacked the courage to even face him, merely a coward. But still, he decided to heed Linghu Lingfeng's advice. Because before setting out, His Majesty had especially emphasized listening to wise counsel. They left Fonglingdu quickly toward Hebei County. Just as Linghu Lingfeng predicted, Mo Ba indeed hesitated over fearing retribution from Sima Lan after Sima Jinxiang's death. Linghu Lingfeng personally entered the city, persuading Mo Ba with his silver tongue to surrender. Mo Ba, together with more than 1,000 Flying Bear Troops, surrendered. The Flying Bear Troops originally belonged to the Imperial Army, but now had been appropriated by Sima Lan. They felt conflicted inside. Following Sima Lan meant betraying the Empire. Now serving the Great Han, there wasn't much psychological burden for them. Moreover, the rewards given by the Great Han were double those offered by the Sima family. Sima Jinxiang fell at Fonglingdu, and Mo Ba surrendered in Hebei County. News quickly reached the court. Upon hearing it, Sima Lan nearly fainted, and when he recovered, his eyes were already bloodshot. Mo Ba, I'll make sure neither of you has a proper burial place. Chapter 403. Sima Lan's Wrath. The entire army surrounds Lu Bu. The news of Sima Chang's death and Mo Ba's betrayal has cast a somber and oppressive mood over the court. Even Da Qian's emperor on the throne watches Sima Lan cautiously, not daring to make a sound. Everyone is afraid that if this old man gets angry, he might spend another night in the palace, harming his concubines. During every court session, the emperor is practically redundant, almost like background decoration. Decisions are discussed by the ministers, but the final call always comes from Prime Minister Sima. His role is merely to nod and stamp when Sima Lan says it's acceptable. The eldest master has arrived. At this moment, an uproar suddenly arises outside the hall. A young, elegant scholar walks into the hall. The Sima family includes 8 geniuses known as Sima Bajian, each one of them exceptionally talented. But among these 8, 2 people stand out as being especially favored by Sima Lan. His eldest son, Sima Jinxin, and 7th son, Sima Chang. One excels in literature while the other in martial prowess, making them the pillars of the Sima family. Upon hearing of his younger brother Sima Chang's death in battle, Sima Jinxin hurried back. Your subject pays respects to your majesty. Sima Jinxin stepped forward and paid respectful homage to Emperor Qian before asking, Father, what exactly happened? The 7th brother's skills were extraordinary. Who could possibly have killed him? Was it Mo Ba, betraying our side and secretly plotting against the 7th brother? He was aware of Sima Chang's abilities, and if it had been a straightforward confrontation, there wouldn't be anyone capable of killing Sima Chang. The only possibility would be Mo Ba attacking from behind. Sima Lan shook his head and recounted the events of the Fengling ferry battle. Though he also deeply resented Mo Ba, at the moment, their biggest enemy remained the Han dynasty. He wanted Sima Jinxin to understand the true strength of the Han. Only by understanding their true power could they devise a way to eliminate them. It must be because the 7th brother underestimated the opponent. Otherwise, no matter how strong the person was, they couldn't harm the 7th brother. After listening to his father's narration, Sima Jinxin continued to analyze. Mo Ba was likely too afraid of your reproach to return with news, and therefore chose to stay in Hebei County. The rebels must have promised him benefits he couldn't refuse in order to persuade him to surrender. Sima Lan replied instantly, enraged. What a fool Mo Ba is. Though I am furious about the death of my seventh son, I would never place all the blame on him. Send word to him immediately. Tell him I absolve him of any guilt. He still wanted to try and win him back. After all, Imoba was ranked 6th on the general list and the commander of the Flying Bear Army. Although the Flying Bear Army currently followed the Sima family, encountering Imoba in battle would likely cause them hesitation due to former camaraderie, even if they wouldn't directly rebel. Sima Jinshin shook his head. It's too late. Imoba, though not a loyal or virtuous person, was not someone who changed sides arbitrarily either. Choosing to join the Han now, Imoba certainly wouldn't easily come back to the Qian. Doing so would alienate both sides and leave him without a home. Eldest Master, what do you propose we do now? The court has 40,000 soldiers ready to obey your orders. Yuan Chu shouted loudly. As a disciple of the Sima clan, Yuan Chu became a general thanks to Sima Lan's recommendation, which makes him an absolute supporter of the Sima family. They've gathered 9 armies and 24 camps across the entire province of Silu, commanding a force of 40,000 troops, more than enough to hold off the Han army. Even though Luo Hong had already clearly informed them of how formidable the Han forces were, Yuan Chu wasn't concerned. The world's feudal lords may retreat in the face of pressure from the Han army, but we cannot afford to do the same. Sima Jinshin cast a glance at the royal seat before continuing. Luoyang is the capital and the heart of the court. It symbolizes not only the court's dignity, but also its very foundation. This foundation must not be shaken and absolutely cannot be compromised. I propose we immediately recall Fanqing from Finshui Pass. We then gather our forces for a heavy assault to quickly and decisively destroy the leading unit of the Han army. After suffering a major defeat at Fengling Ferry, the morale of their army has plummeted, leaving them humiliated. Thus, Sima Jinshin believed that the only way to restore credibility and regain lost dignity was to completely annihilate this Han army unit, leaving none alive. And, of course, to avenge the death of his full-blooded younger brother. There's no need for Fanqing, Yuan Chu replied. I have plenty of mighty generals under me. Sending just a few of them will suffice. We've already lost one battle. There can be no room for failure in the second one. Sima Jinshin said with a tone of absolute authority. Everyone knew that everything Sima Lan did was for the benefit of his eldest son. If Sima Lan were to seize the throne, it would be Sima Jinshin who would ascend. In the eyes of the Sima faction, Sima Jinshin was the future emperor, and no one dared to contradict him, not even the general himself. Yes. Yuan Chu ceased further argument. He immediately dispatched messengers to Finshui Pass to recall the first-ranked warrior on the general list, the war god Fanqing. On the other hand, Lin Mo, still organizing troops in Chang'an, received good news of Lu Bu's victory. Achieving such merit in the first campaign is truly cause for celebration. Lin Mo immediately sent people with wine and meat to reward the vanguard camp. Sun Shuxing said, Your Majesty, Lu Bu's killing of Sima Jinxiang is akin to poking a wasp's nest. We should let them retreat immediately, otherwise, Sima Lan will surely send a large army to annihilate them. Prime Minister makes sense. We should immediately instruct General Lu to retreat back to Tonghuan. Zhang Ji agreed. The others all felt that under the current circumstances, they should know when to stop. After all, if their reinforcements were to head over there, it might be too late. However, Lin Mo believed one should strike while the iron is hot. The good show has only just begun. Why withdraw at the first sign of success? He immediately wrote a letter, entrusting Bai Lang with it. He asked Bai Lang to personally lead the Silver Fox team to deliver the rewards alongside supplies directly to Lu Bu and his men. Gentlemen, I have a question for you. After the Silver Fox team left, Lin Mo asked the group still puzzling over the situation. If Lu Bu and his troops were surrounded, and our forces moved rapidly to support them, what would the Dry Army do? Everyone hurriedly lowered their heads and thought. Chen Shi was the first to respond. They would undoubtedly do everything in their power to stop us. Sun Shuxing and Zhang Ji both nodded, agreeing with this view. Lu General killed Sima Jinxiang, chopping off the head of the most beloved son of Sima Lan. This old villain will surely go mad, doing whatever it takes to retrieve his son's head to avenge him, Chen Shi added. That's one reason. Sun Shuxing smiled faintly. Lu Bu ventured deep below, slaughtering Sima Jinxiang. It's like slapping the old villain hard in the face. Only by killing Lu Bu and wiping out our vanguard force can he re-establish his authority and regain lost face. If he cannot even achieve this, the 40,000 strong forces in the Luoyang region may lose confidence in him. His smile showed that he had already understood Lin Mo's meaning. Because of this, we must promptly order General Lu's unit to retreat. Lu Qiong looked confused at everyone. Why are you all suddenly so relaxed? Chapter 404, Kumu Ridge. In Hebei County, Lu Bu and his companions soon received the supplies escorted by the Silver Fox Squad. Lu Bu had been here for only a short time, so he didn't know the status of the Silver Fox Squad in the Great Han Dynasty. But Linghu Lingfeng knew very well. He was aware that the Silver Fox Squad was the most mysterious team in Great Han, and they were known alongside the gold-embroidered soldiers as the dual shadows of Great Han. They were two invisible shadow forces. In many of the battles in Great Han's past, the Silver Fox Squad earned countless battle merits. For them to personally escort the reward supplies clearly meant this reward was far from ordinary. General Bai Lang, His Majesty doesn't seem to have any intention of letting us retreat, does he? Linghu Lingfeng asked. How could he not know that they had already stirred up a hornet's nest? If they didn't withdraw promptly, they would surely be surrounded heavily. After all, this was silly, where 400,000 troops were gathered. But their side numbered merely over 3,000. and half of them were recently persuaded enemies. If the enemy attacked, Linghu Lingfeng couldn't guarantee whether these people would defect on the battlefield. He thought that the emperor would certainly let them withdraw. But judging from the current situation, things were not as he imagined. "This is a letter from His Majesty to you and General Liu," said Bai Lang as he took out a letter written by Lin Mo from his bosom. Lu Bu, who was drinking wine at the time, hurriedly stood up and received the letter with both hands. This was an imperial decree. There was no room for negligence. "General Mo can also take a look." Bai Lang spoke to Mo Ba sitting beside him. "Can I really read it?" Mo Ba originally felt disappointed, thinking the emperor did not trust him. Now he turned surprised instead. After all, he had just joined. For the emperor of the Han dynasty to trust him like this, what a display of courage. It probably wouldn't be good. Mo Ba shook his hand and tried to decline. "You, General Mo, do not need to doubt. The emperor has no suspicion towards you. After you finish reading the contents of the letter, the emperor will also give you a gift," Bai Lang said. By this point, Mo Ba would appear affected if he didn't come over. Lu Bu waited for him to approach before they began to read the contents of the letter. All three read very attentively, leaving not even a single word or punctuation mark unexamined. After finishing the letter, their faces showed perplexed expressions. Surrender the city and go outside to find a perilous mountain stronghold to camp? They don't understand why Lin Mo asked them to do this. They looked to Bai Lang for further clarification. Did His Majesty mention anything else? Linghu Lingfeng also felt confused, completely unable to grasp what His Majesty intended. They were proper military soldiers. What sense did it make to hide in a mountain fort? Moreover, if they hid in a mountain fort, they would definitely be surrounded. In that case, they wouldn't be able to do anything. What significance would it hold? Yes. Bai Lang nodded and gestured behind him. Qingmu brought over a wooden box. Upon opening it, shockingly, it contained Sima Jinxiang's head. Lu Bu and his companions were even more baffled. Wasn't this the item they sent to claim credit? How had it returned now? "Your merits have been noted by the emperor. Should you complete this task, your merit will be even greater," Bai Lang said. "Linghu Lingfeng, please enlighten us, General. The emperor instructs you to immediately set up defensive works once you locate the stronghold. You must defend it for half a month. The materials we've sent today are precisely for the purpose of defending. As for this head, hang it on a prominent spot with a stick, ensuring that the Sima family sees it." Bai Lang fully relayed everything Lin Mo had not explicitly mentioned in the letter. Lu Bu and Mo Ba completely failed to understand what kind of strategy this was. To require them to hold their ground while displaying the severed head seemed contradictory. Additionally, holding a random fortress for over 15 days, what was the meaning behind this? Their minds struggled to comprehend the emperor's plan. But Linghu Lingfeng paused deep in thought, as if realizing something. "We understand." He nodded and instructed a soldier at the door. "Go fetch the magistrate of Hebei." Hebei County was a small county, with less than 10,000 people, thus it was called a county magistrate rather than a county official. Before long, a middle-aged fat man was led over by the soldiers. Seeing so many generals, he appeared quite nervous and said tremulously, "Generals, may I ask what brings you to summon me? I support the great Han resolutely and am willing to brave fire and water for the Han." He feared being beheaded at the slightest displeasure from them. After all, in the rebellious areas, the county magistrates were usually the first ones to suffer, and the number of decapitated county officials was countless. These few days, he lived in constant anxiety, unable to sleep soundly at night, fearing that misfortune would fall upon him. "Don't worry, we just need you to tell us whether there are perilous strongholds nearby, or high mountains will do too," Linghu Lingfeng said, while casually drawing his sword and cleaning its blade with cloth right in front of him. The sight of his own reflection on the sword's edge made it impossible for him not to be nervous. The fat county magistrate cried and explained, "General, I truly have not colluded with the bandits outside the city. 2 years ago, when it was peaceful, I even led troops to raid them, but Kumu Ridge is perilous and steep. I am utterly incapable, which is why the bandits have been allowed to flourish up to now. But I have heard that the bandits of Kumu Ridge have connections in the capital. On the surface, they occupy the mountains and rob passing merchants, but in reality, they do some shady things for certain powerful figures. It was common for officials to collude with bandits. Though this place was far from Luoyang, less than 50 li further south lay the only route between Luoyang and Chang'an. For them to remain entrenched here without being exterminated by imperial troops proved that the fat county magistrate's words were true. "How many people are on the mountain?" Linghu Lingfeng asked. "The number isn't much, just over 100 men," replied the fat county magistrate. Upon learning they planned to suppress the bandits, though puzzled, he silently let out a sigh of relief. As long as they didn't bother him, he wouldn't care what they wanted to do. "Kumu Ridge is very steep. Please be extremely careful, my lords," the fat county magistrate kindly warned. "That's enough. You may return." Linghu Lingfeng sheathed his sword. After the fat county magistrate left, he turned to Lu Bu and Mo Ba, saying, "Let's pick Kumu Ridge." Then he turned around and looked at Bai Lang. "Bai Lang, General, can you give us a hand?" From what the fat county magistrate had said, he realized that directly attacking Kumu Ridge wasn't a wise choice. Even if they succeeded, they would lose a significant number of soldiers. Before engaging the main forces of the enemy, he didn't want to expose his trump cards, so seeking help from the Silver Fox Squad was the best option. "No problem." Bai Lang nodded in agreement. A group of bandits was nothing. In E province, dealing with such cases was part of their daily training. The bandits within E province were almost eradicated by them. Without delay, the army immediately left the city and headed toward Kumu Ridge. The Silver Fox Squad moved ahead, and by the time the main army arrived, the Silver Fox Squad had already taken control of Kumu Ridge. This operation involved 3 teams, totaling 36 members. Main members like Bai Lang, Nianjiao, Shanxiao, and Bai were all present. They stealthily climbed the mountain, easily eliminating the leader of the bandit camp, and subsequently subdued the remaining bandits, potentially making them useful during an upcoming battle. When Lu Bu and the others reached the foot of the mountain, seeing how steep the slopes were and the defensive structures built by the bandits, they couldn't help but feel secretly astonished. These bandits know military affairs well, and their defense has been arranged meticulously. If we were to launch a direct attack, it would likely be difficult, Mo Ba sighed. Seeing these defenses reinforced his curiosity about the abilities of the Silver Fox Squad. No wonder the Great Han dynasty rose with such irresistible momentum, possessing such formidable teams. Joining Great Han certainly seemed to be a wise move. General Mo, this is the gift from His Majesty for you. Please accept it. After seizing the bandit lair, the mission of the Silver Fox Squad was completed. Although they wouldn't leave, they also wouldn't stay with Lu Bu and the rest. Bai Lang took out a package of medicinal herbs from his bosom and handed it to Mo Ba. Upon seeing it, Linghu Lingfeng and Lu Bu both brightened their eyes. Chapter 405. The All-Star Cast of the Qian Dynasty. What is this? Upon hearing that it was a gift from His Majesty, Mo Ba quickly and carefully took it over. Looking at the bundles, they seemed like medicinal herbs purchased from an herbalist shop, raising his face full of questions. What was Emperor Han's intention? Knowing he would be injured, had he thus prepared decoctions? This is a divine object. Without giving Bai Lang a chance to explain, Linghu Lingfeng hastily gave an explanation. Seeing this, Bai Lang spoke a sentence to Lu Bu. General Lu, you must hold your ground here until His Majesty's main force arrives. He repeated the instruction, making Lu Bu realize the importance of this matter. Lu Bu vowed. Rest assured, Lu Bu will not betray the Emperor's trust. There is another thing General needs to keep in mind. If the enemy gives up their siege, you should provoke them, making them detest you so much that they attack this mountain no matter what. Bai Lang continued with further instructions. Lu Bu furrowed his brows, failing to understand why he needed to do this. If the aim is to make them stay for longer, then one shouldn't push them too hard. Bai Lang said. Hu and I will remain at the foot of the mountain. We'll offer support when necessary. Thank you. Lu Bu personally escorted Hu down the mountain. On the other side, Linghu Lingfeng had already introduced Mo Ba to His Majesty's gift, the muscle refining decoction. Mo Ba was overjoyed. Although he ranked 6th on the general's list, he was already of considerable age, leaving him with little possibility to enhance his strength further. Without external assistance, soon he would begin to decline, and within a few years, he would be removed from the general's list. Such is the fate of a fading hero. The muscle refining decoction could not only significantly boost his strength, but also improve his physical condition, ensuring that his power wouldn't decrease for at least 10 years. What else could this be but a divine medicine? Had he known earlier that Emperor Han possessed such medicine, he would have come to serve long ago. Now he understood why Lu Bu could defeat Sima Jinxiang with a single move. After enhancing himself, he could easily do the same. However, the muscle refining decoction required cumulative consumption of 7 doses to fully take effect. Lin Mo only gave Mo Ba 6 doses. Whether he could obtain the final dose depended on his performance. Even so, Mo Ba was already ecstatic. Linghu Lingfeng and Lu Bu started arranging the defenses for the stronghold, prompting him to hurry and boil the medicine. Gomu Ridge was a circular plateau-shaped hill about 300 meters high, with an open platform atop where houses, farmland, and wells were all present. If the weather permitted, Lu Bu and his group could reside there forever without issues. The previous bandits had constructed numerous defense works, carving out steps into the slope, resembling layers of natural walls. Thus, anyone attempting to storm this mountain would have to pay a heavy price. However, the number of former bandits was insufficient, and their fortifications lacking. Therefore, Linghu Lingfeng ordered those bandit prisoners to work as laborers, rushing repairs non-stop. By evening, Mo Ba had boiled the first dose of the muscle refining decoction, drinking it with great anticipation. The efficacy of the muscle refining decoction spread throughout his body, surging energy filling every part of his limbs. At this moment, he felt his body revitalized, strength increasing rapidly. It was nearly a 10% increase from his previous strength. At his current level, even an incremental increase was difficult, yet just 1 dose of the decoction boosted him by 10%, astonishing Mo Ba. Yet he also knew that this enhancement was temporary. Without follow-up medication, the improvement would quickly dissipate. Only the last dose could solidify the foundation and stabilize his realm. To gain the final dose, I must prove my worth. Mo Ba now understood that Emperor Han was indeed a deity, not merely a boast. In the blink of an eye, 2 days passed, and Great General Yuan Chu personally led a 100,000-strong army to encircle and exterminate Lu Bu. The imperial sage of the Deqian kingdom, Xiao Rong, acted as a strategist. In addition, there was war god Fan Qing, brave generals Yu Jian, Li Jin, Li Mao, and dozens of other strategists. All these individuals were well-known figures in the Great Qian kingdom, either distinguished for their great achievements or celebrated for their literary contributions. Indeed, it could be said that they sent out their all-star team. Not long before the army arrived at Hebei County, they discovered they were too late. From the mouth of the Hebei County magistrate, it was learned that Lu Bu had taken his forces to escape to Gomu Ridge nearby. Yuan Chu sneered coldly. Looks like the rebels lack military understanding, hiding themselves on Gomu Ridge instead. That place is an absolute dead end. All we need to do is surround it at the base of the mountain, and none of them will manage to escape. The scoundrels killed Lord Seven. Death is certainly justified. This must be heaven delivering them straight onto a dead-end path, the strategist Yang Yu remarked. Xiao Sage, how do you perceive this? Someone looked at Xiao Rong, seeking his opinion. Furrowing his brows slightly, Xiao Rong said, they didn't retreat to Tong Pass, instead staying put at an isolated mountain. That doesn't seem rational. We should still proceed cautiously to uncover what's truly inside Han's military plans. Yu Jian, I give you 30,000 troops. Surround Kumel Ridge. Within 3 days, I want to see the heads of the rebel generals. Yuan Shu commanded. He wasn't in such a hurry to earn merit in front of Sima Lan. With his current status, he no longer needed achievements. What he was doing was to repay Sima Lan's favor. Sima Jinxiang had been dead for several days, but they still didn't even know the name of his killer, which was a disgrace. Now that he knew the enemy was right before them, he naturally rushed the army out to surround and annihilate them. Under no circumstances would he let the enemy escape from under his nose. Order received. That same day, Yu Jian led an army of 30,000 and reached Kumel Ridge. He personally scouted the military situation, circling Kumel Ridge and noticing the well-placed defenses on the mountain. This enemy never once considered running, Yu Jian said to his deputy general beside him. Deputy General Wei Shungjing seemed puzzled. Even if we assume they have 3,000 men at most, how do they think they can defend this isolated peak? Though the defensive structures on the mountain were well established, the mountain wasn't high. They could certainly seize it after some sacrifice. General, looks like heaven has handed us this merit. Shall I immediately lead troops to attack? Wei Shungjing showed impatience. But Yu Jian thought that he underestimated the enemy too much. We cannot be careless. After all, their opponent was the one who could slay Sima Jinxiang, someone whose strength should not be taken lightly. Moreover, given that they had the time to flee yet decided to hold this isolated peak, could there be a conspiracy? Yu Jian worriedly remarked. Dispatch soldiers immediately to conduct scattered reconnaissance. Check if there are any ambushes nearby. Yes. Wei Xingjing thought his commander too timid, wasting precious time. One must understand that quite a number of people were here this time around, and many eyes were set on claiming this credit. However, since Yu Jian was the commanding general, Wei Xingjing had no choice but to obey. Wei Xingjing sent scouts around Kumel Ridge and did not discover any trace of enemies. Immediately, he informed his commanding general. He urged again, General, the merit is right in front of our eyes, just within reach. We must act now or risk letting others come and snatch it. Yu Jian pondered over it repeatedly, but could not figure out what possible schemes might exist. Early in the morning, he gave the order for a full frontal assault on Kumel Ridge. Chapter 406. The initial display of the hand grenade's power. Yu Jian personally came to the foot of the mountain to command, dividing his troops into 3 parts. The first contingent of 10,000 continued to encircle the base at the foot of the mountain to prevent the enemy from breaking through. The second contingent of 10,000 was responsible for attacking. The third contingent of 10,000 stood by, ready to support either the attackers or defenders at any time. General, the southern slope is relatively gentle. We can send our main force there to make a feint attack and draw the enemy's attention. Then we can dispatch a small team to break through from the northern slope, causing chaos. Once the interior of the fort catches fire, the enemy will inevitably panic, Wei Shungjing proposed. His idea coincided with Yu Dian's plan, and the latter nodded in agreement. Let's do it your way. They split the second contingent, sending the main force to carry out a frontal feint attack. A great deal of noise was made, but like thunder without rain, not only Linghu Lingfeng, even Lu Bu could tell that this was a feint attack. Mo Badeo, this is Yu Dian's usual trick, feinting at the front and attacking from behind. Mo Ba immediately saw through Yu Dian's strategy. I'll lead my people to the back mountain. You keep an eye on things up front. Lu Bu personally led 300 xuanhuan iron cavalry to the back mountain. Sure enough, they spotted a group using trees as cover to quickly climb upward. On the mountain, conditions were unfavorable for cavalry combat, so all the xuanhuan cavalry dismounted. Even Lu Bu chose to fight on foot. He strung his bow and aimed at a battalion commander leading the charge. With just a slight effort of his arm, he bent the iron compound bow. Lu Bu's strength was astonishing. After drinking the body-strengthening soup, his power became incredibly terrifying. The bow he held was specifically crafted for him by Lin Mo, a tinstone bow, and his archery skills had reached an extraordinary level. Within 300 steps, every arrow hit its mark. As soon as he let go, the bowstring vibrated, creating a thunderous sound in the surrounding air. The arrow flew like a comet, the surrounding airflow resembling a long tail flame, piercing through the forest, and precisely struck the enemy battalion commander's head. Attack! At Lu Bu's command, the xuanhuan cavalry simultaneously drew their bows. In no time, arrows rained down onto the enemy soldiers. Although there were trees below, the closer one got to the summit stairs, the fewer the trees became. Many enemies were left exposed, getting killed one after another. The first wave of attacks was quickly repelled. Once the enemies retreated, Lu Bu immediately ordered the prisoners inside the fort to clean up the battlefield, retrieving both the arrows they had fired and the enemy's weapons. The prisoners, despite being extremely unwilling, had no choice but to face their fate under the cold threat of arrows. During this process, those attempting to escape were shot dead by Lu Bu, their heads exploding. Seeing how terrifying Lu Bu's capabilities were, the rest dared not escape anymore. Because escaping meant certain death, but staying would most likely mean survival. The smart ones knew what choice to make. To survive, they acted swiftly and brought back many weapons in no time. With the failure of the first offensive, Yu Jian had no choice but to alter his tactics and switch to a frontal strong attack. He relied on his numerical advantage, forming a shield wall and slowly advancing up the mountain. This method initially seemed effective, but when massive rocks started rolling down the slope, their shield wall was instantly shattered. What awaited them next was a horrifying arrow storm. The second round of attacks failed once more. By midday, Yu Dian's forces suffered heavy casualties with no progress. News quickly reached Yuan Shu. Hearing this, Yuan Shu was furious and reprimanded Yu Jian for his poor performance in battle. However, since he promised Yu Jian 3 days and only half the time had passed, he did not hold him accountable. Instead, he sent someone to urge Yu Jian to quickly capture Kumu Ridge. After resting for an hour, Yu Jian readjusted his tactics. He reorganized the shield walls and advanced in columns. In this manner, when rocks rolled down from the mountain, they could evade them in time. This approach proved quite effective against the rolling stones. Dozens of large rocks rolled down, and they managed to dodge each one. Watching the enemies get closer and closer while neither arrows nor rolling stones could stop them, Mo Ba grew anxious. General Liu, let the Flying Bear army rush out, Mo Ba suggested. The southern slope was gentler, allowing cavalry charges that could cause significant damage to the enemy. However, his suggestion was immediately rejected by Linghu Lingfeng. No, that would be suicide. There were too many enemies down the mountain. Although the Flying Bear army might breach the enemy's lines, the momentum down the mountain would be hard to control, and anyone who charged down wouldn't return. General Mo, don't worry. Lu Bu patted his shoulder and smiled slightly. He then shouted to the soldiers nearby, conserve our arrows and rolling stones. Let the enemies come closer. Mo Ba exclaimed, and stared dumbly at Lu Bu. If we let them come closer, they'll climb right up here. There are too many of them. How can I not be nervous? The enemies seemed to have realized that the Han army could not harm them, so they hastened their steps toward the mountain. They formed into columns, like long wriggling snakes moving upwards. Fantastic. Below the mountain, Yu Jian and Wei Xingjing were both delighted at seeing this strategy work. As soon as the leading soldiers broke through the entrance into the mountain, the rest would follow one by one and seize the fort. However, their joy didn't last long. When the enemies approached the foot of the mountain, Lu Bu suddenly stood up and told the nearby maniacal soldiers, brothers, let's conserve our supplies. Linghu Lingfeng added, 1 per team is enough. The others get ready with bows and arrows. Mo Ba was utterly confused, having no idea what they were talking about. Glancing sideways, he noticed the maniacal soldiers around him pulling out a peculiar piece of wood from their robes. Linghu Lingfeng shouted, get ready. The maniacal soldiers holding the peculiar wooden sticks unscrewed the cap on the bottom and hooked their fingers onto a string inside. Fire. Upon Linghu Lingfeng's order, everyone pulled out the strings. Then they hurled these objects down toward the enemies below. Boom, 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 boom. In an instant, the explosions roared in succession. At such close range, hitting the targets was as easy as shutting your eyes. In a flash, the enemy shields were shredded apart, both shield and body blown away. Their supposedly strong defense crumbled instantly. This was followed by a dense shower of arrows, each piercing through their bodies. The sudden calamity caught the Qian army off guard. The explosive force instilled great fear, prompting them to instinctively flee back down the mountain. Since the first step under the Kumu Ridge was completely barren, there was no cover for them. And due to their panic, they momentarily forgot that they had shields in their hands. They ran downhill, leaving their backs exposed to the archers atop the mountain. Naturally, the maniacal soldiers seized this excellent opportunity, swiftly drawing their arrows and reaping the lives of the enemies. After quite some time, the battlefield fell quiet once more. The captives continued to clean up the battlefield. Since the Qian army was thoroughly terrified, they dared not ascend the mountain, keeping the captives safe. Chapter 407. Will they take Kumu Ridge at all costs? Staring at the enemy fleeing in disarray, Mo Ba felt bewildered. What is that thing? He asked in astonishment. It was hard to imagine that such a small piece of wood could unleash such tremendous power. It overturned shields made of steel and sent half a person flying into the air. Too terrifying. He suddenly became very afraid. If he had not accepted surrender back then, these things would have probably been used on him first. Even with his extraordinary late-stage abilities, he could not withstand the power of bombs. This is the hand grenade invented by His Majesty. You've seen its power, Linghu Lingfeng said with a smile. Yes, it's terrifying, Mo Ba muttered in his heart. No wonder they acted so confidently. They indeed had such a terrifying weapon. Yu Jian should be without hope now. Even if Yuan Chu personally came, the result would be the same. The captives in the mountain stronghold were also equally frightened. After witnessing the power of the hand grenade, they were much more compliant when cleaning up the battlefield. Is this what they call the Great Cannon? Mo Ba asked. He had heard from Luo Hong that the Great Han had an extremely terrifying weapon called the Dongfeng Cannon. Such cannons could easily shatter large siege weapons, splitting mountains and crushing rocks, with astonishing power. Linghu Lingfeng shook his head. A cannon's power is many times greater than a hand grenade. You will see it soon. He continued to laugh. Among the supplies delivered by Bai Lang were 5 cannons. Upon hearing this, Mo Ba's face lit up with anticipation. He was now a member of Great Han as well. The stronger Great Han was, the happier he was. Meanwhile, down the mountain, Yu Jian looked at the soldiers who had fled back and inquired about what happened. General, it was the cannon, definitely the cannon. Our shield walls were instantly shattered. We couldn't hold them off. Our brothers suffered heavy casualties and no longer dared to charge. The returning generals complained to Yu Jian. With the steep mountain terrain and the enemy having such a fearful weapon, they simply had no chance. Once Yu Jian heard about the presence of cannons, his mind began wavering. He had seen the explosion earlier. Even from hundreds of feet away, he could still feel the terrifying energy fluctuations. The pressure faced by the soldiers on the scene was unimaginable. Frustrating. I never expected them to actually have cannons. Yu Jian gritted his teeth, considering giving up. But Wei Xingjing did not want to let the credit slip away so easily and insisted, "General, try one more time. From the sound of the cannons earlier, they likely don't have many. With a little perseverance, we can climb the mountain and attack." Unlike Yu Jian, a distinguished general whose status was secure without this merit, Wei Xingjing had a humble background and needed to achieve great accomplishments to improve his standing. If he killed Lu Bu for revenge on Sima Jinxiang, he was sure to gain favor with the prime minister. For him, this was an opportunity to change his destiny. I've heard Luo Hong talk about how incredibly powerful cannons are. They're not something that human bodies can counter. I cannot risk the lives of my soldiers. Yu Jian rejected Wei Xingjing's request and immediately dispatched men to Hobei County to inform Yuan Chu about the news of the enemy having cannons. After hearing the news, Yuan Chu was initially surprised, but then he grew elated. Haha, really stepping through iron shoes looking for something, only to find it effortlessly. The strategist Guoshang was confused. Why is the general so happy? Yuan Chu explained. The prime minister has always wanted the great Han's cannon technology, yet no amount of effort has obtained it. Now, a lone Han army unit carrying cannons is trapped on top of the mountain by us. Once we eliminate this unit, we can seize their cannons. Would it be difficult to replicate cannons once we have them? At this statement, everyone's eyes brightened. The general is completely correct. Indeed, it is a God-given opportunity. We shouldn't delay further. We must support Yu Jian immediately. It is worth deploying the entire army for the sake of cannons. We must do everything possible to capture Kumu Ridge. All gave their advice. Even Xiao Rong had no objection. Yuan Chu left 3,000 men in Hobei County, while the rest rushed towards Kumu Ridge. After meeting with Yu Jian, Xiao Rong asked, "General Yu, are you sure there are cannons on the mountain?" "Absolutely." Yu Jian nodded firmly. "Can you describe the situation to General Luo in detail?" Xiao Rong pointed to the nearby Luo Hong because he had combat experience against Great Han, which is why Xiao Rong specifically brought him along this time. After Yu Jian recounted the incident, Luo Hong shook his head. It wasn't a cannon. Oh. Yu Jian was dumbfounded. The range of a cannon is quite far. Some can reach 400 to 500 steps, while the shorter ones can reach 100 to 200 steps. At such close range, the cannons won't be effective. Previously, when the enemy dealt with us from afar, they used cannons, but for close combat, they used a repeating crossbow that fires multiple bolts called the Wu Ho repeating crossbow. What you mentioned, I haven't seen before. Luo Hong analyzed carefully. The people who came along were somewhat disappointed, thinking their hopes were misplaced. Then someone mocked Yu Jian. "General Yu, aren't you too cowardly? Was it not the cannon that scared you this much? Swap places if you think you can do better. Great general, I will conquer this mountain within a day." Yu Jian paid no heed to these sarcastic remarks and continued addressing Xiao Rong and Yuan Chu. "Great general, state preceptor. Even though it wasn't the cannon, the power it showed was still astonishing. Perhaps it is some secret weapon from the Han rebels, so we must not let our guard down." This remark reminded Yuan Chu and renewed his excitement, despite feeling a bit disheartened earlier. "You're absolutely right. Even if it's not a cannon, it is worth our fight." He realized he had been fixating too much on one thing. If this thing has nearly the same destructive force as a cannon, capturing its manufacturing techniques would certainly offer us great assistance. Li Jin, take 20,000 troops and attack the mountain from the north. Yu Jian, continue your assault from the south. We must at all costs seize this mountain. Yuan Chu again dispatched an additional 20,000 troops. It was indeed extravagant, sending out 50,000 men to storm a relatively small hill simultaneously. With Li Jin's group assisting, Yu Jian couldn't afford to retreat and had no choice but to send more men to keep climbing the mountain. His only hope now rested in Li Jin, expecting him to share more of the pressure. Early the next morning, the two massive armies marched up the mountain in full force. They're getting desperate. Standing atop the hill, Lu Bu and others had a clear view of all the actions below. Seeing countless soldiers climbing steadily upward, they understood the real battle was just beginning. Bring up the cannons. Linghu Lingfeng knew they could no longer conceal their full capabilities. 5 cannons in total, 3 on the southern side and 2 on the northern, were set up immediately. Chapter 4:08. Besieged on all sides? No, it's the center that is going to bloom. On a mountain opposite Witheredwood Ridge, Yuan Chujiao and others personally commanded their observation post. They wanted to see what weapons this enemy force had brought. "Have you found out the name of the enemy commander?" Yuan Chu asked Yu Jian beside him. Before they set off, the prime minister had said they must crush the bones of that enemy general who killed Prince No. 7 into powder. Yu Dian's face turned red with embarrassment. "Report to great general, not yet." This answer greatly angered Yuan Chu. So in other words, you lost thousands of soldiers without even harming an enemy hair? It was indeed true. The defense at Witheredwood Ridge was quite solid, and they didn't even have a chance to counterattack. Currently, we only know the leading one is called General Lu, and there's also a General Linghu. Yu Jian answered softly. "Do I need to tell you this?" Yuan Chu snorted disapprovingly. In Hebei County, he had already learned these messages from the county magistrate. And here you fought the enemy for 2 days without even knowing the name of the main general or his regiment number. This is the famous general of our great dry state. Great general, you don't need to worry. Soon my men will capture him and bring him over for your personal interrogation." Li Jin remarked sarcastically, the ridicule clear in his tone. Yu Jian let out a light humph, a flash of mockery passing through his eyes. He had been cautious enough at first, but still suffered a loss. Li Jin's attitude would surely lead to a big failure. However, good advice was hard to give to the stubborn ones, and he wouldn't kindly remind the other party, because he knew anything he said now would be useless. His good intentions would only invite ridicule as cowardice. "Great General, both sides are ready." At that moment, the messenger ran over. "General Yu, is there anything you'd like to say?" Seeing Yuan Shu about to give the order, Xiaorong preemptively asked Yu Jian. He knew Yu Jian wasn't incompetent. Rather, the reason he suffered setbacks was because the enemy was too strong. Reporting to the national master, "I believe we should combine bows and shields, rushing to the front of the enemy as fast as possible, which might give us a slight chance." After yesterday's defeat, he thought a lot and came up with a new offensive strategy. He originally didn't want to say it, but since Xiaorong asked, he reminded Li Jin. Whether or not they listened was beyond his control. Xiaorong nodded and glanced at Li Jin. "Great General, issue the order. Order the entire army to attack." Yuan Shu ordered the messenger. As the command spread, the massive army surged forward like ants entering a hole, charging toward the mountaintop from all directions. The mountain path of Witheredwood Ridge was on the south side, the other three sides originally without paths. But there were too many enemies. The south road was jam-packed, and people were everywhere in the other three directions. Standing on the mountaintop, Lu Bu and others saw this and knew that the opponent this time was serious. "The three of us each defend a side. If things get desperate, retreat to the second step." Linghu Lingfeng arranged the battle plan. "Understood." Lu Bu and Mo Ba nodded. Linghu Lingfeng led the barbarian soldiers guarding the south side. Lu Bu guarded the east, and Mo Ba guarded the north. Although they led cavalry, excellent foot soldiers were selected to become cavalrymen. Therefore, even after dismounting, the cavalry still remained stronger than regular foot soldiers. The enemy's speed was very fast, dashing headlong up the mountain, especially the enemies from the west and north sides. The enemies from the other two directions were much more cautious, maintaining columns and keeping a close eye on the slope for rolling stones. It's Li Jin's team. When the enemies got closer, Mo Ba finally identified their unit number and smirked disdainfully. "No wonder they're so impulsive." He turned around and said to the Flying Bear Army soldiers, "Brothers, that Li Jin guy used to look down on us before. With pride from being the main line of the Li family, he often mocked me as someone from humble origins. Today, we meet again. It's perfect to teach them some lessons." Though the Flying Bear Army is a top-notch force, the court isn't short of elite units. For instance, Li Jin's Shaoxi camp is also an elite unit. In the capital, a unit's status depends on the identity of its commander. Due to Mo Ba's humble origin, the Flying Bear Army has been ridiculed numerous times. "Screw them. General, now we have hand grenades, too. Let's bomb the bastards." Linghu Lingfeng handed out some hand grenades to them, causing the Flying Bear Army to get incredibly excited. Each of them picked up a hand grenade, preparing to warmly welcome the enemies. But Mo Ba stayed relatively calm and said, "Use hand grenades only at critical moments. Everyone, conserve them. Enemies are coming. Prepare the rolling stones." Within the bandits' fort, they had prepared plenty of rolling stones. At Mo Ba's order, push, rumble, one after another, boulders half a person's height rolled down the slope, making a rumbling sound. Everywhere they passed, the Shaoxi camp immediately developed gaps. The massive boulders rolling down carried tremendous force, and anyone they hit was either killed or severely injured. Because of the large number of enemies, each giant stone that rolled down managed to kill quite a few foes. "Charge! Keep charging!" Seeing this, the commander of the Shaoxi camp gritted his teeth and roared continuously. Archers suppressed them. As they charged forward risking their lives, Mo Ba remained calm and composed. "Ignite the fireballs." From the bandits' storage, many valuable items had been seized. Those grass balls made of dried grass, each as tall as a person, were pushed up one after another. Mo Ba ordered the soldiers to set them alight before pushing them down. Only then did the enemy realize that there was dried grass beneath their feet. In an instant, a massive fire spread downwards from above. Fireballs crashed into groups of people, inflicting heavy casualties once again on the Shaoxi camp. "Fall back first." Seeing the intense flames, the commander could only order a retreat. They would continue organizing the charge after the flames died down. The situation in the other three directions was similar. Although the attackers were particularly ferocious, after over an hour of fighting, they still couldn't break through the first line of defense. Whenever the defenders noticed any signs of breakthrough, they countered with grenades. Being at a height advantage, every grenade was able to accurately fall into the enemy crowd, causing immense damage. Of course, the enemy, relying on their numerical superiority, retaliated with archers, also causing some interference and harm to the defenders. The battle continued for 2 hours. With the attackers relentlessly pressing forward, the pressure on the defenders grew increasingly greater. Linghu Lingfeng was forced to give the order to fire cannons. Boom, boom. Each cannonball, landing among the enemy, sent debris and blood flying everywhere. The powerful firepower blocked the enemy's advance once more. Witnessing their enemies falling endlessly beneath their feet, Mo Ba and the others felt ecstatic. He had originally thought they would be besieged from all sides, but thanks to the appearance of grenades and cannons, it turned into a devastating offensive from the center. 10 times the number of enemies was unable to lift their heads against them. On the opposite mountain, watching such terrifying firepower, Yuan Shu not only didn't feel fear, but instead became exceptionally excited. Cannons, this must surely be the cannons, right? Luo Hong beside him nodded. That's correct. This is what the Han army calls the Dongfeng cannon. Its power, you've seen it now, right? One shot can kill dozens of people, truly terrifying. Haha, good, very good. Yuan Shu burst out laughing in excitement. He felt that this time, he was about to make a fortune. Chapter 409. LV Bu, the great war god of Han, will rescue at all costs. Great general, why are you laughing? Li Mao looked at Yuan Shu, who couldn't stop laughing and was utterly confused. The soldiers on the front line have consistently failed to capture the hill, suffering heavy casualties. As the commander of the three armies, shouldn't you be worried and anxious? Yuan Shu explained with a smile. You understand nothing. Don't you see that they even have cannons? Li Mao became even more confused. If they already had cannons, it would be even harder for us to attack the hill. Yuan Shu gave him a scornful look and continued. Now that Gomu Ridge has been surrounded by my 100,000-strong army, there's no way for those people up there to escape. Once we take Gomu Ridge, we can seize all military weapons from the Han forces. At that point, both the technology for making cannons and that close-range explosive technique will be ours. Months ago, when Luo Hong returned early to Luoyang, Sima Lan had already ordered the establishment of a cannon research institution with a group of people waiting to get started. However, during this period, they haven't been able to obtain cannon technology, so these people didn't know how to proceed with their work. If he brought back this technology, these people could quickly begin their studies and produce such weapons as fast as possible. Then not only can they be used against the Great Han, but also for subduing the various feudal lords. With these powerful weapons as a deterrent, no one would dare oppose Sima Lan when he ascends the throne and declares himself emperor. Understood. Yuan Shu turned to Li Mao and others. Understood. Everyone nodded. Though said so, without taking the hill, everything remains but a pipe dream. Spread the order down. Spare no expense in attacking the hill. Yuan Shu once again dispatched the order to Yu Dian and Li Jin. Because the battle wasn't progressing, they personally went to supervise the front lines. They originally wanted to give the soldiers a rest. There were too many casualties. In just half a day, they had lost over 10,000 men. If they continued like this, 2 regiments wouldn't be enough. But before they could withdraw the troops, they received Yuan Shu's order. The soldiers had no choice but to grit their teeth and continue advancing uphill. Atop the mountain, Linghu Lingfeng divided the soldiers into 2 parts, one fighting while the other rested. The captives on the mountain handled logistics and took care of the wounded. Linghu Lingfeng promised them that if they obeyed orders after the battle, they would have 2 choices. One is to join the Great Han as a soldier. The other is to return home and retire from warfare, promising never to harm civilians again. Regardless of either option, they'd still be allowed to live. Under the intimidating force of LV Bu and Mo Ba, the captives were very obedient. Equivalent to having 3 teams, handling the situation proved relatively easy. The more urgent Yuan Shu grew about capturing the hilltop, the less progress his forces seemed to make. Before they knew it, 2 days had passed. They suffered heavy losses but managed to capture only the first step of Gomu Ridge. And soon after, LV Bu personally led troops to retake it. For 2 days, they made no real progress. Report. A messenger hurriedly ran to Yuan Shu, panic-stricken. Great General, Master of Divinity. The main force of the Han army has already passed Tongguan and is advancing rapidly toward our position. Yuan Shu clenched his teeth. So fast. He turned to Qiao Rong and said, we must capture the hill before they arrive. To take Gomu Ridge, he had insisted on continuous attacks for 3 whole days. Losing troops was a small matter. What truly maddened him was being unable to acquire the cannons and grenades right in front of him. Qiao Rong understood his thoughts and recognized the value of cannons and grenades. After some thought, he said, let Fan Xin take command of an army of 10,000 men to defend Hebei City. Moreover, let's summon reinforcements from Hedong and Hongnong. Both Hedong and Hongnong each had 5 armies, despite their own separate duties. But currently, the technology of cannons was the top priority, everything else could wait. With the combined forces of 5 armies, plus another 10,000 under Fan Xin, they should be able to hold off the Han army for a little while. General, Grandmaster, such abrupt troop movements might trap us directly into the Han army's ambush, Yang Yu warned. But after some thought, Qiao Rong shook his head. From the speed of the Han army's march, they're far more hurried than we are. Clearly, they're concerned that the Han forces on Gomu Ridge might be annihilated by us, so they rush here for support without any preparation. Hence, they're likely traveling lightly, probably even neglecting to bring food supplies. It appeared clear to him. This was typical bait and ambush strategy. Perhaps if they utilized this opportunity well, they could accomplish 2 goals at once, acquiring the technologies for cannons and grenades, while destroying the Han army's main force. Though spoken so easily, Yang Yu still felt it was irrational. He wondered why the Han forces on Gomu Ridge did not retreat. He obviously had plenty of time to fall back to Tongguan, but chose such a perilous place instead. It seemed almost like a fisherman deliberately throwing bait into the water, luring fish onto the hook. But all of this was merely his conjecture. At this moment, Yuan Shu and Xiao Rong were solely fixated on acquiring the cannon-making technology and would definitely not entertain such an absurd hypothesis of his. So, the words caught in his throat and never made it past his lips. Lin Mu led an army of 30,000 troops across Tongguan and swiftly advanced towards Hebei County. En route, he learned that Fan Xin had taken command of 10,000 men to garrison Hebei County, and that the stationed armies from Hongnong and Hedong were also moving in their direction. Clearly, they intended to send heavy forces to intercept them. He immediately guessed that his fishing strategy had succeeded. Spread the word down. Say that LV is our great Han war god, and will rescue at all costs. Also, under no circumstances can we allow a single cannon to fall into enemy hands. After receiving the orders, each unit of the Han army quickly disseminated the message. It wasn't long before the news reached Yuan Chu's ears. Upon hearing this, he and xuanhuan became even more determined to take the hilltop at any cost. The more the Han forces feared their capture of the hilltop, the more essential it seemed for them to achieve this goal. Yuan Chu ordered the armies of Hudong and Hongnong to head toward Hebei County as fast as possible. The Han have only sent 30,000 troops over here, which shows how anxious they are. This is the perfect chance to annihilate them. Li Mao exclaimed excitedly. He felt somewhat regretful that this credit would be snatched by Fan Qing. Ha ha ha, let them come without return. Yuan Chu laughed with great joy. He believed this was a gift from heaven. Otherwise, why wouldn't LV Bu retreat with his army back to Tongguan instead of hiding on the mountain? Xuanhuan also thought this was a heaven-sent opportunity, whereas Yang Yu always felt something wasn't right. In Hebei County, 11 legions of soldiers quickly gathered here. They received the order to rush over and support, aiming to intercept the Han army. However, what they didn't know was that the Han army had already set up a large net around Hebei County. Lin Mu was using these 3 legions as bait to lure them into the net. Then, they would be swept up completely. Chapter 410, swallow down an army of 110,000 in one breath. Because Yuan Chu's order was too hasty, the 50,000-strong army from Hudong and the 50,000-strong army from Hongnong, after entering Hebei County, did not know where to camp. The small county town simply had no strategic points to defend. Suddenly flooding with so many troops, they had no idea how to arrange them. The scene became very chaotic. It could be said that all they had was numbers. There was no method at all, like a loose pile of sand. The commander of Hudong, Zhang Kenchizi, and the commander of Hongnong, Luo Wei, could only send people to Hebei County to find Fan Qing. Whose unit are you? A group from Hudong was looking for a suitable place to camp when they found a patch of woods far away already occupied. In mid-August, the day still shone brightly under the sun. Their army had been in the sun for 2 hours already, busy rushing on their journey without even a drink of water. They thought they might rest in the woods, but upon getting closer, they saw it was packed with people, with no room to set foot. Therefore, the Hudong general felt somewhat irritated. We are from the 8th drum camp of Hongnong, ordered to camp here. Whose unit are you? The Hongnong general came forward. The Hudong general was slightly annoyed, gave his unit number, then turned around to search for another shelter. Such situations were everywhere within Hebei County. The units from Hudong and Hongnong were intertwined, mingling together, making it hard to distinguish between them for the time being. What they didn't realize was that the Xianzhen army had already hidden themselves amidst the chaos. While they were confused and exhausted, Lin Mo began his net-closing action. The Shui Dragon Cavalry led the charge, divided into several teams under the command of Lei Tong, Lei Yun, Lei Song, Jiang Chun, and other officers, cutting through the enemy lines, further splitting the originally chaotic army into numerous fragments. The already disorganized units completely lost communication. Soldiers couldn't find their own generals, and generals couldn't locate their men. Although there were people around, they weren't their soldiers and thus wouldn't follow their orders. Furthermore, the Xianzhen army also lurked among them, taking advantage of the chaos to slaughter scattered troops. Dressed in either Hudong armor or Hongnong armor, the Xianzhen soldiers created confusion, leaving the two armies unable to distinguish between friend and foe. Doubtful of each other, neither dared to approach. This situation provided more opportunities for the Xianzhen army. Damn it, we've fallen into their trap, Zhang Kenchizi realized upon learning that his army had been scattered by Han cavalry, with many losing contact. Clearly, the Han army had been lying in wait here while resting. But now these words were meaningless. He must quickly think of a way to withdraw, or else, at this rate, the 5,000 men he brought wouldn't last long. He had already witnessed the terrifying combat power of the Han cavalry just moments before. Just 30-odd riders managed to breach his force of over 2,000. As the supreme commander of the Hudong army, Zhang had dealt with the Han Empire multiple times. Facing the strongest cavalry of the Huns, he had never been as panicked as now. Pass down the order immediately. All units of Hudong must withdraw from Hebei County and regroup at Ruiqing. Zhang Kenchizi reacted quickly and abandoned the mission, fleeing right away. However, Luo Wei wasn't that lucky. He was still waiting stupidly for Fan Qing's orders, firmly believing that Fan Qing would definitely come to save them. As a result, his troops were driven by the Shui Dragon Cavalry to Fengling Ferry, encountering the main forces led by Lin Mo. His 50,000-strong army was almost annihilated. Some fled into the mountains, only to encounter wolf packs at night. Countless wild wolves surged out of the darkness, resembling ghostly devils. Luo Wei had his arm bitten off and was captured alive by Zhang Nong. Within a single day, the Hongnong army was nearly wiped out, with only a handful managing to escape back to Hongnong. Meanwhile, the Hudong army suffered over 50% losses, with the remaining forces retreating to Ruiqing. Of course, some were welcomed into the city under Fan Qing's cover, including Xiao Tian's 300 elite soldiers from the Xianzhen army. Hebei County was surrounded by the main force of the Han army. Yesterday, due to chaotic conditions, Fan Qing hadn't dared to exit the city arbitrarily. Now facing the main forces of the Han army, Fan Qing knew Hebei City would inevitably fall. After all, he only had over 10,000 men, and the city offered no significant defensive features. The Han army could easily break the gates without even needing large-scale weapons. Rather than waiting for death, he decided to take a desperate gamble and left the city with dozens of mounted warriors, issuing a challenge to the Han army. Fan Qing from Hunan is here. Is any traitorous general willing to fight me? If he could eliminate 1 or 2 Han commanders, he could rally his troops and break out of the encirclement. Facing Fan Qing's challenge, many generals on the Han side were eager to engage. After all, if someone could defeat Fan Qing publicly, they would claim the top spot on the ranking board, becoming the universally admired war god. Your Majesty, let me take the field. Gu Tuo's eyes gleamed fiercely with battle spirit. I also request a fight. Lu Qiong was equally excited. Both senior brothers, you've already accomplished so much. Can you give us a chance? Zhong Xinxiu walked between the two and blocked them behind him, then said to Lin Mo, Your Majesty, let me go. In the past, he definitely wouldn't dare to challenge Fan Qing. The first war god of the Great Han wasn't just for show. Lasting 10 rounds would be impressive. However, over these 2 months, not only had he consumed the KD soup, greatly enhancing his strength and physical attributes, but he also sparred with famous generals like Lu Qiong and Gitu, receiving guidance from Emperor Lin Mo himself, which rapidly increased his abilities. His spear techniques broke through to the intermediate level of the extraordinary realm. That's why he wanted to challenge Fan Qing to see how much he had improved. Defeating Fan Qing would be ideal, but even if unsuccessful, retreating unharmed was an option. You all stop arguing. Lin Mo waved to cut off their bickering and pulled out Dawnbreaker from his personal space. How about letting this honor go to the Emperor? What? Everyone was dumbfounded. Your Majesty, I don't think there's any need for this. Exactly. You intervening is no fun at all. You'd beat Fan Qing in a second. It's just a small fry like Fan Qing. There's no need for you to step in personally. Any one of us would suffice. They all knew Lin Mo's unfathomable prowess, and if Lin Mo defeated Fan Qing, the #1 position on the ranking board as the war god of the world would be uncontested. Less flattery. Am I itching my hand? And do you have objections? Lin Mo gave them an irritated glance. They quickly shook their heads. No objections. Absolutely no objections. Your Majesty, please feel free. Since Your Majesty has itchy hands at this moment, it's Fan Qing's misfortune. Whenever the Emperor had itchy hands, they suffered. This time, finally, they wouldn't be used as Lin Mo's punching bags. Everyone cast sympathetic glances toward Fan Qing. Chapter 411. Surrender to the Han Dynasty, and I'll spare your life. Are you Fan Qing? Lin Mo rode on his red rabbit, slowly advancing and walking opposite to Fan Qing. Holding the Dawnbreaker spear, Lin Mo looked at the towering figure in front of him, who resembled Lu Bu somewhat, a flash of approval crossing his eyes. What a mighty general. If Lu Bu hadn't drunk the body-strengthening soup, it should have been hard for him to subdue this person. Lately, Lin Mo's abilities had improved greatly, able to assess strength from the energy emitted by opponents. From that, he was comparable to the original Lu Bu. No wonder he'd held the top position on the general's chart for so many years. This kind of prowess deserved recognition. Should he bring this man into his service and give him the body-strengthening soup, then he'd become a second Lu Bu. A country with 2 war gods, surrounding barbarians would surely tremble in fear. Who is the one before me? Declare your name. Fan Qing asked, puzzled at Lin Mo. Because from head to toe, Lin Mo didn't look like a general at all. He wasn't wearing armor. The warhorse lacked protective gear. There was only a long spear. It seemed more like the heir of a leisurely noble family son. However, the energy emanating from Lin Mo caused Fan Qing's brow to furrow, making him not dare to show any sign of disrespect. Being the world's first war god didn't come merely from superior skill, but also through rich battle experience and never looking down on opponents. I am the son of heaven of the Great Han. Lin Mo saluted holding his spear. Fan General, your might is truly unparalleled. You are worthy of being called a tiger general of our time. I wonder, do you have any interest in serving my Han dynasty? Han Emperor? Fan Qing was shocked. Lin Mo personally showing up was something he never expected, a rare opportunity. With excitement overwhelming him, if he could either slay or capture the Han Emperor, the battle could end early. Yet, he had heard rumors about the depth of the Han Emperor's power, tales of him being a celestial being incarnate, with impervious abilities. Thus, he dared not be careless. But neither did he believe those rumors. In this world, how could there exist immortals? I admire your courage. The question is, do you possess the strength that would make me want to join the Han? Fan Qing pointed his blade at Lin Mo, his eyes burning fiercely. Then let's fight. Lin Mo smiled lightly and faced the challenge calmly. Once they started speaking, they clashed immediately, their steeds intermingling chaotically as hooves stamped everywhere. Their weapons constantly crisscrossed in dazzling exchanges. Within moments, dozens of rounds passed, both evenly matched without victory for either side. Onlookers on both sides watched in heated anticipation, drumming furiously to rally for their respective generals and emperors. Truly worthy of being the world's #1 war god, capable of enduring against his majesty for this long. In the Han army camp, Zhong Xinxiu felt secretly alarmed. Now he realized, even after drinking the body-strengthening soup himself, he still wouldn't be a match for Fan Qing. That man's prowess was simply too terrifying, possibly already reaching superhuman peaks, infinitely close to perfection. That's because his majesty is letting him off easy. Can't you see? Said Lu Qiong with a disdainful sniff. Still, Lu Qiong marveled at Fan Qing's power. Were it him instead, he doubted he could win over Fan Qing. Monsters, all of them monsters. Thinking of Lu Bu brought feelings of gloom. You're right, if his majesty were serious, Fan Qing couldn't last 10 rounds. Gu Tuo spoke deeply. They had first-hand knowledge of the emperor's might. Each training session left them beaten black and blue. Even when everyone fought together, they could not push Lin Mo to his limits. That demonstrated just how monstrously strong His Majesty was. After 58 rounds on the battlefield, both parties knew each other's true abilities. Lin Mo pushed Fan Qing back with a single thrust of his spear and joked, "Your blade has broken. Do you want to replace it?" Dawnbreaker had received system enhancements, integrating new elements. Now weighing 198 caddies and extraordinarily sturdy, even so-called divine blades were no match for it. Fan Qing's Cold Moon Saber, though a rare celestial weapon, bore several large dents from the collision. At this point, Fan Qing panted heavily, appearing calm outwardly but storm-tossed inwardly. Lin Mo's strength exceeded what he had imagined, horrifying in its sheer force. Each strike felt like a massive mountain pressing down, vibrating his entire frame. After dozens of rounds, his body felt almost disintegrating. Lin Mo could have decisively overcome him in a single push, but paused, giving him breathing space. Fan Qing understood well. It wasn't kindness but confidence that stopped Lin Mo. "No," gritted Fan Qing, bloodshot eyes glaring. "I admit you're strong, but I haven't exerted my full strength either." Really?" Lin Mo suddenly stowed away the Dawnbreaker, his smile broadening. Fan Qing was confused. What did that mean? Also, what happened to his weapon? Did it vanish? Is this sleight of hand magic? Suddenly, a golden glow appeared on Lin Mo's body surface, and the warhorse beneath him was also enveloped by the golden light. His body emitted a faint radiance, holy and inviolable, like a god of war in the heavens, untouchable. This scene blinded Fan Qing's eyes. At over 30 years old, he had never witnessed such an eerie occurrence. Could it be that the rumors were true, that he was truly a celestial being? "Please use your full strength. I will not counter." Lin Mo's meaning was clear. He wanted Fan Qing to shatter his golden bell cover. By now, his golden bell cover had reached the 3rd level, sufficient to resist forces weighing 10,000 caddies. From their earlier bout, he knew that Fan Qing's strength was around 3 to 5,000 caddies, so all-out strikes for 10 minutes might possibly break through his golden bell cover. Faced with Lin Mo's blatant disregard, Fan Qing felt angered. He was, after all, ranked first among generals, the war god of Deqian. "If you wish to die, then blame me not." Fan Qing swung his great saber wildly, attacking Lin Mo's golden bell cover with relentless fury. But no matter how much he struck, he could not break through the golden bell cover. His most powerful strike merely caused a ripple across its surface. After 2 minutes, Fan Qing wanted to give up. He finally recognized the gap between humans and deities. "So, you've been toying with me all along?" Fan Qing wore a defeated expression. "Submit to the Han Dynasty, and I'll spare your life. Moreover, you can retain your top position on the general rankings." Lin Mo looked at him calmly, his lips still curved into a carefree smile. In fact, Fan Qing's strength was stronger than he had anticipated. If he continued striking for 2 more minutes, Lin Mo's golden bell cover would have been broken. However, Fan Qing's mentality had collapsed. "How can I keep the #1 ranking if I've already been defeated?" Fan Qing was dispirited. He placed great importance on this top position. Of course, he also feared death. He just didn't want to admit it, hence the question. "Continue your attack," Lin Mo said indifferently. Fan Qing was unsure whether to believe him, and slashed at Lin Mo with only 2/10 of his strength. He had no great hopes, thus using minimal force. But as this slash landed on Lin Mo, there was a boom, and the golden light shattered. Lin Mo's defense had been breached. Chapter 412, Slaying Fan Qing, Xiao Rong retreats. Fan Qing stared in disbelief at the scene before him, but quickly grasped Lin Mo's meaning. He greatly admired Lin Mo. As an emperor, he had such grace. At this moment, he felt Lin Mo was more like a ruler of the land compared to that puppet from Deqian. However, after pondering for quite some time, he put away his broadsword and bowed respectfully to Lin Mo. "I thank you for your goodwill, but as someone born in Deqian, even in death, I will remain loyal. In front of national righteousness, personal life and fame are not worth mentioning. So, I cannot agree with you." This response made Lin Mo somewhat surprised, because earlier, he had noticed the fear in Fan Qing's eyes. Clearly, Fan Qing didn't want to lose the top title on the warrior list, nor did he wish to lose his life. Yet now, he firmly refused without any room for negotiation. Truly a man of Deqian, who in death becomes a ghost of Deqian. If you're so loyal to Deqian, why would you serve Simulan? Don't you know it is precisely Simulan's meddling in government affairs that has caused chaos across the land? Lin Mo let out a slight humph, becoming somewhat angry. Had it not been for Simulan muddying up the world, causing people to suffer endlessly, who would desire rebellion? Fan Qing fell silent for a moment, tightening his fists and said, "Regardless, Simulan remains the prime minister of Deqian." Of course, he knew Simulan harbored sinister intentions. However, as long as Simulan hadn't openly rebelled, he would remain Simulan's subordinate, required to follow Simulan's orders. "Haha, this is what you call the great principle you hold dear." Lin Mo chuckled coldly, shaking his head. "The emperor misjudged you." He was utterly disappointed with Fan Qing, once again activating his golden bell cover skill, brandishing the dawn spear, charging toward Fan Qing to kill him. "If he could not be of use to me, then destroy him." Fan Qing, knowing very well he wasn't Lin Mo's match, turned around and fled into the city. However, just when he reached the city gate, he realized it was closing. "Damn it, open the gates fast." Fan Qing evaded Lin Mo's pursuit while screaming towards the inside of the city. But the gates closed even faster, trapping him outside. "The city has already been taken over by my forces. You have nowhere to run. Surrender. This is the emperor's final offer." With his steed's strength, Lin Mo swiftly caught up to Fan Qing. If escape is impossible, dying in battle is fine too. Knowing there was no chance to escape Lin Mo's grasp, seeing only the Han armies surrounding him, Fan Qing reined his warhorse and charged toward Lin Mo. Seeking death, Lin Mo gave a cold shout, holding nothing back. He executed the Thunder Savage Barbarian Spear technique to its fullest potential, each tip of the spear carrying streaks of lightning, plunging toward Fan Qing's body. An evolved version of Thunder-moving Barbarian? Behind them, the likes of Tower Qiong were shocked. It seems His Majesty is truly enraged. A mortal how dare contend with a deity? Fan Qing is certainly dead. All advance forward. Seeing Lin Mo suppressing Fan Qing and the gates being under control, Sun Shuxing immediately commanded all troops to march forward. The electricity on the spear touched Fan Qing's weapon, making his entire body numb, severely limiting his movements. In barely more than 10 exchanges, Fan Qing was skewered off his horse by Lin Mo's spear. Lin Mo beheaded Fan Qing, breathing heavily. Although the evolved thunder-moving barbarian was extremely powerful, it had one drawback. It consumed immense strength. Especially in battles with strong opponents like Fan Qing, the consumption was even greater. To achieve a quick victory, Lin Mo had no other choice but to employ this move. After all, there were more than 10,000 enemy soldiers inside the city, whereas the entrenchment formation merely comprised 300 men. Should the conflict drag out, Lin Mo feared for Xiao Tian and others' safety. Meanwhile, atop the walls, Xiao Tian was locked in fierce combat with an enemy general. Many lives had been lost to secure the city gate control. Seeing Lin Mo slay Fan Qing, the Han army was swiftly advancing toward the city. He promptly ordered the gates to open and shouted to the remaining enemy within the city. Your leader has already been slain by our emperor. Now is your last chance to lay down arms and surrender. Your lives may yet be spared. I advise against futile sacrifice. Fan Qing dead? The soldiers defending the city couldn't believe it. That was the top-ranked warrior, the war god of Deqian. What person in this world could kill him? Initially, they thought this might be a ruse from Xiao Tian, but soon, panic spread along the wall. The war god is dead. The war god is dead. Fan Qing's death struck them with great shock, instantly stripping everyone of the courage to resist. Even the war god couldn't withstand. How could they possibly repel the mighty Han invasion? Almost instantaneously, many began laying down their weapons in surrender. A few who refused to surrender attempted to flee through other gates amidst the chaos. However, Hebei City had already been surrounded entirely. Escaping would only lead to certain death. Instead, those who stayed inside and surrendered their arms were the ones offered a way out. Everyone, I am not someone who enjoys killing. We are all descendants of Emperor Yin and Huang. As long as you surrender to the Han dynasty, I will not only guarantee that your lives will be spared, but also provide you with increased military pay. Your families will also receive better treatment. Lin Mo ascended the city wall, looking at the captives before him. The mighty voice swept across the entire city, reaching every surrendered soldier and civilian. They knew that it was this very person whose voice they heard who had slain the war god Fan Qing. Their hearts were filled with fear, eradicating any thought of resistance. Lin Mo defeated the 10,000-strong army of the Qin dynasty without breaking a sweat by using Lu Bu as bait. He recruited over 10,000 soldiers and killed the war god Fan Qing. Because he had personally beheaded Fan Qing, he would replace Fan Qing's position on the general rankings, becoming the #1 general and the war god of the realm. Before long, Yuan Shu received the news. How could this happen? Yuan Shu was greatly shocked. He couldn't comprehend how his assembled force of 11 10,000-strong armies, personally led by Fan Qing, could still end in failure. And what's more, a complete defeat. 11 10,000-strong armies almost wiped out. Even the strongest warrior, the war god Fan Qing, fell beneath the blade of the Han Emperor, enhancing his glorious reputation. We've been tricked. Xiao Rong sighed deeply. What an excellent stratagem. Although aware they had fallen for the ruse, Xiao Rong didn't feel regretful because Lin Mo used two baits that were utterly irresistible. First, Sima Jinxiang's severed head and Lu Bu's life. As subordinates of Sima, they naturally had to avenge their master. Even if it meant walking into a deadly trap, they must make the attempt. If they let the enemies defile Sima Jinxiang's remains without attempting to rescue them, they wouldn't deserve being called Sima's men. Secondly, the cannons and grenades. Even with a 1 in 10,000 chance to acquire the technology behind these weapons, they'd put in tens of thousands times effort to achieve that goal. The temptation was too great for anyone to resist. General, we should retreat. Continuing the fight might mean the doom of our remaining few 10,000s. Xiao Rong said with reluctance. After several days of fighting, they hadn't even climbed the first step of the mountain peak, and further persistence would likely yield no progress. Should the Han army counterattack, they'd be placed in a precarious situation. Thus, retreating now would minimize their losses. Chapter 413, The Three Blood Brothers of Kumu Ridge. Damn it, Yuan Shu roared with anger. They had been attacking for so long, and the enemies on the mountain were almost at their limit. Withdrawing the army now would be like using half your fortune to obtain a woman only to have her husband show up as you are about to consummate the relationship, forcing you to flee in embarrassment. Give me another half day. Yuan Shu was unwilling to let go. He wanted to try again. Because the Han army's resistance had clearly weakened significantly. As long as they pushed a little harder, they could succeed. Generalissimo, there is no time left. Xiao Rong quickly pulled him back and said, The Emperor of Han is cunning. What if he has other plans? I've heard that he has an extremely terrifying cavalry force which once defeated the 10,000-strong army of King Yong and Yongzhou with just 10,000 men. Besides, they also crushed the armies of King Wu and others. If this cavalry launches a surprise attack, none of us will escape. He felt that the strategy of the Han Emperor was too horrifying. It would be easy to fall into his trap. Thus, the best option was to retreat as soon as possible. A moment of delay meant more risk. The master nationalist is correct. Time has passed. Our efforts are in vain. Please, Generalissimo, withdraw the army immediately. Otherwise, not only will we face danger, but Luoyang and even the entire court will find themselves in peril. Yang Yu advised nearby. He had felt something was wrong from the start. Now he finally understood why the Han army had come to Kumu Ridge. It truly was a baiting game. Seeing this, the others all advised Yuan Shu to retreat as well. Clearly, those under him no longer wanted to fight. Yuan Shu had no choice but to give the order. Command Li Mao and Li Jin to retreat quickly. Due to heavy casualties in the Xio word camp, it had already retreated, replaced by Li Mao's forces. Everyone sighed with relief and promptly ordered the messengers to deliver the command. At this point, compared to several days ago, Kumu Ridge had undergone tremendous changes. There were craters everywhere on the mountain. Dead trees littered the ground, and bodies could be seen all over. A large number of trees had disappeared. Even the shape of the mountain had changed. After fighting until now, neither side had any ease. The attacking force suffered heavy casualties. Each advancement of 1 meter required countless lives to be sacrificed. The defenders' counterattack was exceptionally fierce, making their advance slow like a snail climbing a tree, progress only to fall back. Their best record was reaching the second step of the staircase. However, Lu Bu personally led a dare-to-die squad to engage them in fierce combat, forcefully driving them back down. The defending forces were heavily wounded. Out of the original 3,000 people, only a little over 2,000 remained. From the 1,000 wild soldiers, fewer than 300 were still alive. All the surviving soldiers were injured. Linghu Lingfeng had no choice but to arm the prisoners, allowing them to join the fray. Under normal circumstances, 3,000 men defending Kumu Ridge would be enough. But Yuan Shu, to get hold of the cannons and Lu Bu's head, spared no cost. He relentlessly sent waves of attackers 24 hours a day, leaving no breaks. This caused the defenders on the mountain to become completely exhausted, with many suffering fatigue. On top of excessive ammunition consumption, they had used up all their rolling stones. In order to conserve grenades and artillery shells, they allowed the Gan army to ascend several times. Each time, to drive the enemies off the steps, Lu Bu and Mo Ba took turns leading the dare-to-die squad into close-quarters combat with the enemy. Even this war deity had several deep cuts across his body. His clothes were torn, and his appearance disheveled. It's only the 7th day now. It seems we're going to disappoint His Majesty. Lu Bu stood on the hilltop with his bow, fully prepared for sacrifice. Even if they couldn't hold out until the 15th day, he was determined to fight until the very end. Rather die than let the emperor down. General Mo, you have fulfilled your oath by fighting alongside us till now. When the enemy attacks the mountain, I will commit suicide as penance to the emperor. At that time, you take my head to present to Yuan Shu. Perhaps, he will pardon you for past offenses. Linghu Lingfeng softly spoke. Because the remaining ammunition was limited, he knew they wouldn't last much longer. If the emperor couldn't arrive until after 15 days, they were certain to die here. This comment carried the weight of his final instructions. Hearing this, Mo Ba exploded with anger. What nonsense is this coming out of your mouth, General Linghu? Mo Ba has never been someone who fears death. It has been an honor to fight beside both of you gentlemen. Even in death, we shall keep each other company. He heavily pounded his chest with his hand, showing his determination. Linghu Lingfeng naturally feared that he might waver during the battle, thus he made this remark. This man had acted arrogantly for over a decade. His depth of thought impressed even Lin Mo. With one sentence, he managed to clear Mo Ba as a potential threat. Lu Bu did not know what he had in mind. Hearing Mo Ba's words, he directly felt immense heroism, extending his hand and suggested proudly, to be able to fight alongside you, General Mo, in this life is my Lu Bu's great honor. We three have gone through difficulties together. Why don't we right here, upon this ridge, make heaven and earth our witnesses, and form a brotherhood of different surnames? Mo Ba was overjoyed. It's my honor. Linghu Lingfeng smiled faintly and extended his hand, saying, General Lu's words deeply resonate with me. Though these two were much older than him, they both possessed the unrivaled strength to dominate the world. If they could survive, this relationship would greatly benefit the future of their Linghu family. Besides, Linghu Lingfeng genuinely admired these two men. Taking advantage of the brief respite, the three of them planted their weapons on the slope before fetching 3 bowls of wine, into which they dripped blood. Holding up the bowls of wine, they solemnly swore an oath. They then ranked by age, Mo Ba being the eldest, followed by Lu Bu as the second, and Linghu Lingfeng as the youngest. From that point on, the 3 sworn brothers of Kumu Ridge would be renowned throughout the realm. Something seems off. After finishing their brotherhood pact, Linghu Lingfeng didn't have time to rejoice. He frowned and approached the slope. What's wrong, third brother? Where's the problem? Lu Bu and Mo Bei stepped forward. Brothers, take a look. The enemy hasn't attacked for 15 minutes now. Linghu Lingfeng pointed down the mountain, frowning deeply. Previously, their rest periods were no longer than the duration of tea drinking. He immediately dispatched scouts to examine the enemy's movements from various angles. Before long, a response came back. General, the enemy is withdrawing downhill. Soldiers rushed forward one after another to report. Oh, everyone's hearts filled with joy upon hearing it. After continuous combat for several days, they might finally get a break. If we couldn't hold on any longer, why has the enemy suddenly retreated? Mo Bei asked, full of doubts. I think our emperor has arrived. Linghu Lingfeng's lips curled into a smirk as he spoke confidently. Report. Just at that moment, a soldier ran up, shouting, there are people rapidly climbing the mountain. What? Could the enemy have been deliberately confusing us? Quickly, take me there to check. Linghu Lingfeng, along with Lu Bu and Mo Bei, were all alarmed and hastened to follow the soldier. However, they spotted a familiar figure approaching. Bai Lang, don't fire the arrows, he's one of ours. Linghu Lingfeng hastily shouted to stop the archers, then prepared the rope for Bai Lang. Bai Lang swiftly ascended. Respectfully, you 3 generals have performed excellently, Bai Lang said. Not knowing why General Bai Lang has hurriedly climbed the mountain, Lu Bu inquired. Our Majesty's main army has already annihilated another major force of the Gan army. The Snow Dragon cavalry is heading this way. It appears the enemies have sensed something and plan to retreat. If the 3 of you still possess battle capabilities, you should immediately send out your cavalry to charge downhill, surely catching them off guard. Chapter 414. The Flying Bear descends. The Xuanhuan enters the world. After hearing Bai Lang's words, Linghu Lingfeng and his 2 companions' eyes lit up. The enemy has indeed withdrawn. However, our soldiers have suffered heavy casualties, and many haven't slept for days. Linghu Lingfeng was deeply concerned about his troops. With the current shortage of medicine, many soldiers' injuries were worsening. The main problem was exhaustion. Since the Qian army attacked the mountain, they hadn't rested properly. Some could even fall asleep while standing. They had held on until now solely through determination. No problem, you can take a good rest. His Majesty will arrive here tomorrow. Bai Lang smiled slightly and didn't press them. He had just come to check on the situation on the mountain. It was worse than he imagined. But just as he was preparing to go back down and block the enemies with the Silver Fox team, Lu Bu suddenly stood up and said, General Bai Lang, please tell His Majesty that we will immediately march down the mountain. All our war horses are fully energized. The Flying Bear army is still ready for battle. Mo Ba also declared without hesitation. Having held out this long, they wouldn't mind persisting for another half day. Upon hearing this, Bai Lang gave them an admiring look. If we win this battle, generals and all the soldiers should receive the greatest credit. After bidding farewell to the 3, Bai Lang quickly went downhill. He needed to inform the Snow Dragon cavalry and try to coordinate to kill more enemies. Meanwhile, he also had to redeploy the Silver Fox team to give them the most support possible. Lu Bu and Mo Ba hurriedly gathered the Xuanhuan Iron Cavalry and the Flying Bear Army. After removing those who had fallen or were severely injured, 212 Xuanhuan Iron Cavalry riders and 1,077 members of the Flying Bear Army came forward. Hearing that they would charge down the mountain to kill enemies, everyone was incredibly excited. Having been hit for so many days, they all had anger pent up inside them. Thinking about their fallen comrades, they suddenly felt no fatigue at all. They wanted to avenge their comrades. Including Lu Bu and Mo Ba, there were 1,291 in total, fully prepared, arriving at the mountain gate. At this moment, a powerful aura erupted from them, stunning the prisoners in the stronghold. Are these people even human? Just doing logistical work, they had already been exhausted during this period. And yet, after enduring several days of bitter combat, these soldiers could still burn with fighting spirit. Almost unbelievable. Open the mountain gate. Linghu Lingfeng shouted loudly, drew his sword, and sent off the cavalry. Then, he took all the remaining hand grenades and handed them over to the cavalry. Big brother, second brother, take all these hand grenades. His Majesty's reinforcements have arrived. There's no need to conserve ammunition anymore. The foot soldiers handed the hand grenades to the cavalrymen, holding their hands tightly, saying, Brother, beat those bastards for me. Revenge for our fallen brothers. Certainly return alive. I'll buy you drinks. At this very moment, whether they knew each other or not, they tightly gripped each other's hands. The ones left behind seemed to be passing their remaining strength onto their counterparts. Before, they were strangers, but this battle had turned them into intimate comrades in arms, close brothers who had shared misfortune. I am the great Han Xuanhuan Iron Cavalry, personally chosen by the Emperor. A Xuanhuan knight raised his Xuanhuan battle axe high and roared. His energy infected everyone, and they all picked up their steel blades. I am the great Han Flying Bear Army, and I want to live to see the Emperor. Kill. With Lu Bu and Mo Ba leading the charge, the great army rushed out of the mountain gate. From top to bottom, they swept down like an overwhelming torrent, commanding attention. Linghu Lingfeng ascended the mountaintop, ordering all the artillerymen, fire every single cannonball. Don't leave one. He would use the cannonballs to clear the way for his 2 brothers. Boom, boom, boom. The cannons continuously sounded, confusing the retreating enemy. Damn it, have the Han troops gone mad? Such dense bombing. Do they know we're retreating? Escape quickly. Find cover. Shit, we've endured so long to get here. I don't want to die on the retreat. Hurry up. The sound of cannonballs covered the sound of the hooves, leaving the enemies unaware that the Han forces had already surged forth. When they noticed, the lead Xuanhuan Iron Cavalry was already within a few hundred steps away. Not good. The enemy's cavalry is charging. Withdraw, quick withdraw. Don't you bastards just think about withdrawing? Organize defense to stop their cavalry. An astute enemy general immediately ordered them to halt the retreat and set up defenses. He knew that with cavalry charging at such speed, the momentum was terrifying. If they couldn't stop them, they'd be faced with a relentless force akin to an unstoppable blade slaughtering their ranks. Yet, in front of the fully equipped Xuanhuan Iron Cavalry, their resistance proved utterly ineffective. In a single charge, the xuanhuan broke through their defensive lines. The Flying Bear army pulled the pins on their hand grenades and forcefully threw them into the enemy ranks. Boom, boom, boom. Dozens of grenades exploded, instantly taking down a large number of enemies. They've gone mad. These guys are insane. Shit, run for your lives. They're just a pack of lunatics. Facing the hand grenades and the iron armor of the xuanhuan iron cavalry, the Qian army resisted symbolically for a moment before scattering in retreat. Despite their overwhelming numerical advantage, every soldier had lost the will to fight. Over this period, too many of their comrades had been killed by grenades, so the mere sound of explosions caused them to tremble uncontrollably, fearing it deep in their bones. Now, not only did the opposing cavalry have grenades, but they were throwing them more densely than when attacking the mountain. It seemed inhuman. After tearing through the enemy's defensive line, Lu Bu and Mo Ba didn't bother with the surrounding enemies. They pressed forward, intent on fully utilizing their momentum to completely scatter the opposition. Although the soldiers were weary, their horses had rested on the mountain where there was an abundant supply of fodder, ensuring that each horse was well-fed and brimming with energy. The xuanhuan iron cavalry consisted of top-grade warhorses, far superior to those of the Flying Bear army, and soon they began to pull ahead. Although Lu Bu noticed this separation, at this point, he couldn't halt and wait for the Flying Bear army. He simply shouted out a command for everyone to fight independently and continued charging ahead. At this point, the enemies were so terrified that they had no room left for resistance. Thus, splitting up proved even more effective in achieving greater battle results. Lu Bu unintentionally caught up to Li Mao's forces. Clearly not expecting the Han troops to dare charge downhill, Li Mao was caught off guard and beheaded with one strike from Lu Bu's halberd. Mo Ba also claimed several achievements, slaying numerous enemy generals. Their two units moved freely among tens of thousands of enemy soldiers. Upon hearing about this, Yuan Shu became furious enough to distort his nose. I let them be, and now they dare to come down the mountain looking for death. Get someone to quickly gather troops and annihilate them. He still had over 70,000 men under his command, and if he couldn't take the mountain stronghold, then this incident was unacceptable. Now they actually dared to challenge him by coming down the mountain. It was an outrageous insult. Yuan Shu immediately dispatched cavalry to encircle and suppress them. Moreover, he planned to capitalize on the absence of the Han main force to reorganize his army and attack Kumel Ridge again. But before he could execute his plan, one of his subordinates reported, the Snow Dragon cavalry was charging toward them. Chapter 415, Reward the Three Armies. Your Majesty, the xuanhuan iron cavalry should have 512 people, but only 213 are present. The barbarian army's 19th camp should have 1,000 soldiers, but only 333 are here. The 7th and 8th battalions of the Flying Bear army should have 1,500, but there are only 1,023 left. On xuanhuan Ridge, the three units stood neatly in front of Lin Mo, awaiting his inspection. Although everyone's face was covered with fatigue, their eyes lit up with excitement upon seeing Lin Mo. In the eyes of the Flying Bear army, a hint of tension could be seen. It was the first time they had met the immortal, the Emperor of Han, and such emotions were inevitable. Listening to the roll call, Lin Mo tightly clenched his fists. Well done, all of you. You deserve it. You are truly worthy as soldiers of our great Han. Everything you have done, every sacrifice, has contributed to building the military spirit of our great Han. Every person in Great Han, including me, is proud of you. The battle at xuanhuan Ridge was beautifully fought by you. Even though more than half of them were lost, in 7 days, they annihilated nearly 20,000 enemies. Such brilliant achievements were enough to shock all of Jiuzhou. In the annals of warfare, this would leave a profound mark. Because of their steadfast defense, Lin Mo was able to easily destroy the Hedong Commandery and Hong Nong army, taking control of the two commanderies effortlessly. It was due to their relentless efforts descending from the mountain that they inflicted heavy casualties on the enemy and cooperated with the Snow Dragon cavalry to wipe out the main force of the Gan army, resulting in the death toll of 60,000 enemy troops. They almost even captured Gan Dynasty's Grand General Yuan Shu. This battle inflicted significant damage on the Gan Dynasty. Now, the enemy trembles within Luoyang City, not only withdrawing all forces into the city, but also issuing edicts across the land to raise reinforcements to jointly oppose the Han Dynasty. The fear of the enemy is the highest honor for the Han army. An order: establish a military fortress on xuanhuan Ridge for training new recruits. Also construct a monument and museum of heroes to commemorate the remarkable accomplishments of this battle's warriors. Enshrine the tablets of all fallen heroes so future generations will know of their heroic deeds. Lin Mo looked around, deeming the location suitable as a training ground. With such history behind it, it can inspire and motivate new recruits. Follow the order. The accompanying civil officials quickly documented Lin Mo's words. Once Luoyang falls, these plans would begin implementation. At this moment, both the xuanhuan iron cavalry, the Flying Bear army, and the barbarian army were excited. Because everything they did received recognition from His Majesty, and anyone who participated in the war was bestowed the title of hero, a high honor for any soldier. Of course, this wasn't all. Lin Mo has never been stingy with his soldiers, especially those who have earned merit. The merits of the 3 battalions in this battle will double, and an additional 3 months' salary will be awarded. And you? Lin Mo approached the group of prisoners, who anxiously stared at him, bending down under his formidable presence, some even kneeling. Lin Mo lightly raised his hand, saying, "You needn't be nervous. I heard you put in considerable effort during this battle too. I grant permission for you to join the Han army, with no further pursuit of your past actions. Of course, if anyone doesn't wish to join the Han army, each person will receive 20 taels of silver as compensation. When the captured bandits initially heard the promise made by Ling Hu Lingfeng, they weren't particularly interested in joining the Han army. However, after witnessing the overwhelming strength of the Han army and the grandeur of the Han emperor, they now craved to become part of the Han army. They knelt down one after another, expressing their willingness to join the Han army. Considering their combat alongside the 3 battalions, Lin Mo allowed the 3 battalion commanders to select among them. The less capable would join the barbarian army's 19th camp, the more skilled ones would join the Flying Bear army, and the most talented few would be added to the xuanhuan Iron Cavalry. After all, the xuanhuan Iron Cavalry had stringent requirements for soldiers. If the standards aren't met, they wouldn't even be able to wear the armor and fail to display the full potential of the xuanhuan Iron Cavalry. Next, I give you all a task. Just as Lin Mo finished speaking, the soldiers of the 3 battalions immediately stood upright and looked at Lin Mo, awaiting the sovereign's command. Speak, your majesty. Through fire and brimstone, we shall advance without hesitation. The entire army shouted in unison. Lin Mo smiled faintly. My task for you is even more arduous. Eat well, drink heartily, and rest soundly for 3 whole days. The food and wine, I have already arranged them for you. Within these 3 days, you have no battle missions. Upon hearing this, cheers erupted among the crowd. Long live the emperor. 10,000 years. Compared to the joy of the Han army, on the Gan dynasty side, they hung their heads dejectedly, resembling defeated roosters. In court, Sima Lan severely criticized Yuan Chu and took advantage of the opportunity to remove several disobedient officials and generals. 20 legions. What kind of battle is this? In less than half a month, all 20 legions were wiped out like that. Sima Lan became enraged. After all, it took him several years of painstaking effort to gather these 200,000 men. They were the capital for his power grab and usurpation. Without those 200,000, even if the Han army were to suddenly disappear from this world, he wouldn't dare to rashly proclaim himself emperor. Premier, our only option now is to invite the feudal lords across the land to march on the capital and together deal with the bandit Han forces. Yang Yu suggested. Do I need you to tell me this? I've already sent people to contact the feudal lords in various regions. Sima Lan shot Yang Yu an irritable glance. At the moment, everyone irritated him. Even though Yang Yu belonged to the prestigious Yang family of Hong Nome, Sima Lan showed no quarter. Yang Yu inwardly seethed but held his tongue. Premier, before reinforcements arrive, we should withdraw all our armies back into the city and firmly defend. Otherwise, we will easily be picked off one by one by the Han army, Xiao Rong advised. Sima Lan's expression relaxed slightly. He immediately ordered the troops from Henan and Henei to retreat fully back to Luoyang city, leaving only 30,000 stationed at Fanshui Pass. With the western gate of Luoyang already fallen, the eastern gate must be secured. Due to their devastating defeat in Hebei County, the entire military garrison under the jurisdiction of Si Li was terrified of the Han forces. Thus, upon receiving orders, they hurried toward Luoyang as fast as possible. In less than 2 days, they had amassed a force of 200,000 strong within the city. To defend against the Han army's cannons, they specially reinforced the city gates, nailing thick layers of steel plates both inside and out. Even cannonballs might struggle to break through. At this point, Luoyang city was truly impregnable. Dr. Zheng Qi recommended seeking aid from the Xiongnu royal court. Although doing so would be akin to inviting wolves into the home, Zheng Qi believed the Xiongnu could do no more than cause some chaos. It was impossible for them to rule over the 9 provinces. Once the Han dynasty was destroyed, paying a price to make them leave would suffice. Some opposed Zheng Qi's suggestion, believing the Xiongnu were inherently savage. Asking for their help would bring immense calamity to the Central Plains populace. But Sima Lan now had one goal, annihilating the Great Han to preserve his current position. Hence, he promptly dispatched envoys to the Xiongnu royal court. Chapter 416, Sima Jinxin's concern. After Sima Lan sent out the edict to rally vassals, the various lords began hesitating. This was because the last time, they had suffered a crushing defeat and barely escaped with their lives. How could they run off again to meet their death? They already had psychological trauma from the terror of the Great Han and wanted to stay as far away as possible. The territories of those lords who perished in the Hanzhong battle were either in chaos or had been carved up by other lords. Those who survived did not want to end up like that. Thus, all the routes and excuses were found for the refusal to send troops. Even though Sima Lan promised numerous benefits, none of them were moved. Some lords even issued articles to denounce Sima Lan, stating that Sima Lan brought calamity upon the nation, truly being the mastermind. They said handing over Sima Lan's head to the Great Han could appease the Han Emperor's anger and make the Han army retreat. Facing these people's betrayal, Sima Lan was filled with rage. But he could only smash cups inside the Luoyang city while the Han army loomed menacingly nearby. At this moment, there was nothing he could do to those lords. The most powerful Hejin king received specific envoys from Sima Lan, but was also rejected. Sima Lan couldn't count on those lords. How is the situation with the Xiongnu? In court, Sima Lan suppressed his inner fury, pinning his last hope on the Xiongnu. At this moment, Sima Lan's mind started twisting. He not only intended to use the Xiongnu to destroy the Great Han, but also to wipe out the other lords as retribution for not coming to rescue him. Minister Prime, the Xiongnu king has replied. They are gathering their forces, and the envoy can arrive in the capital tomorrow. A subordinate responded. That's good. Sima Lan breathed a sigh of relief. He feared most that even the Xiongnu would not help him. As long as the Xiongnu were willing to act, with their powerful cavalry, dealing with the Great Han shouldn't be difficult. Jibo Zhao, you personally lead 3,000 cavalry to go to the ferry to escort the Xiongnu envoys to ensure their safe arrival in the capital. This matter is of utmost importance, and there must not be the slightest mistake. Sima Lan dispatched an experienced old general. With so many Han soldiers outside the city now, he wasn't feeling secure. Understood. Jibo Zhao accepted the mission. Father, I feel something's amiss. At this moment, Sima Jinshin walked in. This time, he didn't even bother to greet Qian Emperor sitting on the throne and went straight to Sima Lan. It was clear to everyone at this point what father and son were planning. They no longer felt the need to pretend otherwise. There were two reasons why they hadn't taken any action against the emperor yet. One, they were too busy handling the situation with the Great Han and had no time to deal with Qian Emperor. And two, Qian Emperor still commanded a royal guard army representing the highest combat power of the Great Qian dynasty, answering solely to the emperor. If they forced Qian Emperor to abdicate at this moment, the royal guards would definitely revolt. Since they needed these men at such a critical juncture, they had to stabilize the army. But making them move still required the personal order from the emperor. Sima Jinshin's words instantly captured everyone's attention, looking anxiously at him. Sima Lan asked, "What is it, Jinshin?" "Father, I think something strange about the traitor Han." Sima Jinshin frowned deeply, saying, "It's been so many days now, yet the traitor Han hasn't made a significant move yet. They seem to be mobilizing forces towards here, but if you really think about it, from Tongguan to Luoyang is a very short distance. Wouldn't they have reached by now?" "Perhaps they have other concerns," Sima Lan said nervously after hearing his eldest son's comment. Sima Jinshin shook his head. "Speed is crucial in warfare, father. If you were in charge of the traitor Han, having just achieved a great victory, what would you do?" This analogy darkened Sima Lan's face. "What does it mean when I say traitor Han?" Everyone secretly called him a traitor now, which word he disliked the most. If it wasn't his beloved eldest son speaking, he might have snapped immediately. Sima Jinshin was just getting too worked up in the moment and noticed his father's displeased expression, quickly apologizing. "Sorry, father. Your child was just using a figure of speech. Think about it. Under normal circumstances, you'd definitely aim to keep the momentum and directly attack Luoyang. But the traitor Han isn't doing that. Your meaning is, the traitor Han is plotting some kind of scheme?" Sima Lan probably understood what his son was trying to say and began to worry. Yes, according to the traitor Han's consistent style, the more things seem peaceful, the more likely something dangerous is happening. "We must remain extremely cautious," Sima Jinshin declared. After the Kumu Ridge battle, Sima Jinshin had gained a new understanding of the Han Emperor. He realized that the enemy he faced was more formidable than all the lords in the world combined. In recent days, he had kept an eye on every movement of the Han army and noticed that besides eating, drinking, and routine training, the Han army seemed quite complacent. Sima Jinshin absolutely wouldn't believe the Han army was becoming arrogant and negligent. It was quite clear that the Han army was doing this to mob them, and every time the Han army did something like this, it surely meant they were planning a bigger move. "What do you think the traitor Han is up to?" Sima Lan asked. The others also began to worry, because their interests were now bound together with the Sima family. If they lost this war, they would lose everything, even their lives. Some of them even started considering whether they should communicate with Great Han in advance to leave themselves an out. "Currently, we only have two places worth the attention of the traitor Han, Luoyang City and Fanshui Pass. I suspect the Han army is plotting for Fanshui Pass. Once they capture Fanshui Pass, it would be as if they've put Luoyang into a cage. They wouldn't even need to attack Luoyang City to trap us to death." Sima Jinshin's face was full of concern. Tongguan and Fanshui Pass were the two gates of Luoyang City. Tongguan had already fallen into the hands of the Han army. If Fanshui Pass were also lost, then Luoyang would become the fish on the chopping board, left to be slaughtered at will. Although Luoyang City had sufficient grain reserves to hold out for 1 or 2 years. Without reinforcements, it would make no difference even if they could hold out for 10 years. They would be like prisoners in jail, losing freedom and slowly awaiting death. The Han army only needed a small force to starve them out. They didn't need to attack Luoyang to conquer other commanderies. Though they knew the importance of Fanshui Pass, Sima Jinshin realized worrying was futile. Because including the Imperial Guard army, they had no more than 200,000 soldiers available. This number wasn't enough to securely defend Luoyang, let alone spare additional troops to reinforce Fanshui Pass. He could only hope that the 3,000 men guarding Fanshui Pass could stubbornly hold out like the 3,000 Han soldiers at Kumling. Chapter 417. The 16 counties of Yen and Yun. Send an order to the commander at Fanshui Pass, telling him to defend it with all his might. He is not to retreat a single step without my command. Sima Lan thought his son's concerns were reasonable, so he immediately sent someone to Fanshui Pass. He believed that as long as Fanshui Pass strengthened its defenses, the Han army should have no chance. After all, Fanshui Pass was known as the first pass under heaven, stronger even than the walls of Luoyang. Even if the Han army used cannons, they might not be able to breach it. "Father, I heard that in Liangzhou, the Ma family commands many troops. I suggest we bestow the title of Western Peace Marquis on Ma Sui. With this royal decree, he can officially take over Liangzhou and unify its forces at the fastest speed, putting pressure on the Han army." Sima Xin added confidently. "Approved." Sima Lan immediately instructed a scholar official to draft an imperial edict, after which Emperor Qian would only need to affix his seal. At Hanggu Pass, Lin Mo sat atop the city wall, taking in the magnificent scenery of the mountains and rivers before him. Since defeating Yuan Shu's army, he hadn't hurried to advance on Luoyang. As Sima Xin had guessed correctly, his target was Fanshui Pass. Once Fanshui Pass fell, Luoyang would be within easy reach. However, Fanshui Pass was easy to defend but hard to attack. According to reports from scouts, its walls were solid, and the gates had been reinforced. With the current firepower of Dongfeng cannons, only by concentrating fire on a single point for dozens of shots could they create a breach. But Lin Mo didn't intend to do that. Fanshui Pass held significant military importance. Destroying it would mean spending tremendous manpower and resources to rebuild it later, a waste. Unless absolutely necessary, Lin Mo wouldn't use this method. Therefore, these past few days, he had been making arrangements and was beginning to see some results. Report. A soldier suddenly ran up. What is it? Lin Mo asked. The soldier reported. From Luoyang comes news. The Qian dynasty has dispatched a cavalry force of 3,000 to escort Han envoys into the capital. Han. Lin Mo's eyebrows furrowed slightly, immediately understanding that Sima Lan was planning to be a traitor. He actually wanted to seek help from the mortal enemies of the 9 states, the Huns. Lin Mo's expression darkened. How can old villain Sima not know that the Huns are naturally bloodthirsty? If he lets them invade through the passes and move southward, countless civilians of the 9 states will suffer. Sun Shuxing also looked furious, pounding the wall railing. My lord, let me lead a troop of Deshui dragon riders to stop them and kill the Han envoys, Lei Tong said. It's probably too late. Lin Mo shook his head. They had deliberately hidden their movements to avoid being intercepted by the Han army. Now that they had entered the territory of Luoyang, they must have judged that the Han army couldn't stop them anymore, hence revealing themselves. Damn! Lei Tong slammed his fist into the wall, railing in anger. He had fought with the Huns for years. Though the Huns helped establish his young fame, they also brought him endless pain. Countless Lei family soldiers fell under the curved blades and bows of the Huns. His achievements came at the cost of the lives of countless Lei family soldiers. There was another reason why Lei Tong hated the Huns so much. When he was guarding the border, he personally witnessed the Huns using people from the 9 states as food. They herded 9 states slaves like livestock. Those already killed were made into dried meat. Such savage acts enraged heaven and earth alike. After that, Lei Tong swore to wipe out all the Huns and never let them set foot inside the borders of the 9 states. Despite countless border warriors shedding their blood to keep the Huns outside the gate, now Sima Lan planned to personally invite these wolves into the country. How could he not be angry? Summon the Silver Fox team. After thinking for a moment, Lin Mo said seriously. He did not want the Huns to tread inside the lands of the 9 states and was unwilling to see the people slaughtered by the Huns. Now, the only way to prevent this was to send the Silver Fox team to hunt down the Han envoys once they left Luoyang. In the imperial palace of Luoyang, the chancellor's mansion, Sima Lan didn't entertain the Han envoys in the palace. After all, selling out one's country wasn't something to celebrate loudly. Moreover, Emperor Qian seemed docile, obediently following his commands. In reality, Sima Lan knew very well that Emperor Qian despised him deeply and was just waiting for the right moment. Respected Chancellor Sima, I am Tilibo, envoy of the Xiongnu royal court. Upon receiving your signal for aid, our great king took it very seriously and immediately sent me to discuss with you, esteemed Chancellor. The Han envoy gestured, and several subordinates carried a box forward. This is a gift from us, the Xiongnu. It isn't anything particularly valuable, but it represents the great king's sincere intentions. Please do not reject it. Sima Lan was delighted, laughing quickly. How dare you say such things? For the king of the Xiongnu to personally deliver a gift shows his respect for me, Sima Lan, and this is an honor. Someone, select 100 bolts of the finest silk and 10 pieces of gold and silver artifacts to return as a gift to the Han envoy. As the representative of a great nation, he wanted to appear extremely generous. Talibo was delighted upon hearing this. The items Sima Lan mentioned were worth thousands of times more than what he had brought. Even if the negotiation failed, this trip to Luoyang would have been worthwhile. Thank you, Prime Minister. Talibo quickly placed his hand on his chest and bowed in gratitude. Sima Lan waved dismissively and asked, the esteemed envoy should know the reason why I summoned you. Does your great king intend to send troops to support me? He looked at Talibo with anticipation. Ever since he learned that the Han army was targeting Fanshui Pass, he had been so anxious that he couldn't sleep. He feared that the Huns might arrive too late, leaving him to face defeat. The cannons of the Han army were far too powerful, and he didn't want to experience their power firsthand. Talibo grinned and said, our great king stated that he is very willing to befriend Chancellor Sima. Now that the Chancellor is in trouble, our king naturally wishes to dispatch troops to support you. Sima Lan rejoiced and hastily inquired, how many soldiers does your esteemed country intend to provide? The Han army was incredibly formidable, and every unit of theirs possessed extraordinary fighting power. If too few Huns arrived, it wouldn't make much difference. Talibo continued to smile cunningly. That depends on how much sincerity Chancellor Sima can offer. Sima Lan immediately understood what he meant and slapped his chest, saying, please rest assured, esteemed envoy. I, Sima Lan, will never let your soldiers work for nothing. Regardless of how many troops you send, all provisions for your horses will be provided by me. Additionally, I will give you 1 million taels of silver as military expenses. How does that sound? Talibo shook his head. Chancellor Sima, as someone destined to inherit the empire, surely you won't be so stingy? What conditions does your great king have? Please feel free to speak. Sima Lan knew this amount wouldn't satisfy them, but he was willing to negotiate. However, Talibo's next words caused his expression to darken considerably. Talibo pulled out a map from his pocket. It was the map of Bingzhou and Jizhou. On it, there was a circle marking the 16 counties of Yin and Yun. Our great king said that if Chancellor Sima is willing to cede these 16 counties to the Xiongnu Empire, he will mobilize the full strength of our nation to help you destroy your enemies and ascend the throne. Chapter 418. What does the Xiongnu want? Shall we give it to them? Yinmen, Yunzhong, Lufan, Jiang, Lingxiu, Pinggu, Guangchang, Wangtao, Pingcheng, Lushi, Mai, Yingguan, Yuanping, Sangyu, Guaning, Pan County. 16 counties in the Yinyun region. It was equivalent to opening several gates at the national door of Jiuzhou, and the keys to these gates were in the hands of these wolves with ambitions. Upon hearing Tyerbo's words, many officials present turned beet red with anger. Yang Yu angrily said, "You dare to covet the land of our great Gan Empire." Zheng Ru remarked, "We treated you kindly, but you reveal your ambitious intentions and make such unreasonable demands, which is truly unacceptable." Zhang Zhongling stated, "The Xiongnu trying to take advantage of the situation and extort us. That's not going to happen." They believed Sima Lan would absolutely not agree to this treaty akin to selling the country for personal glory. Therefore, they showed no mercy towards Tyerbo. Some scholars even scolded him vehemently. However, Tyerbo always wore a smile on his face and was entirely unfazed by everyone's anger. He looked calmly at Sima Lan and said, "Prime Minister Sima, your current predicament is precarious. Without the assistance of the Xiongnu cavalry, there will be no place for your Sima clan within the vast territory of Jiuzhou." Then he glanced around. "Once Luoyang falls, what fate do you think awaits all of you ministers here?" After these words, everyone fell silent. They didn't want to become traitors who handed over the land of Great Gan to foreign races. But neither did they wish to end up as prisoners, facing the collapse of their families and loss of their lives. Facing the choice between personal interests and national righteousness, they seemed to lean more towards the former. "My king only wants the 16 counties. Great Gan has 14 provinces, vast fertile fields covering thousands of miles. Do you really care so much about this one small region?" Tyerbo, seeing their silence, grew more confident. "A small region?" The scholars in attendance inwardly sneered. If calculated by area, the 16 counties in Yinyun indeed add up to less than 2 regions. However, the geographical position of these counties was extremely important. They represented 8 major northern entrances. Should they fall into the hands of the Xiongnu, it would mean the 8 gates being thrown wide open. From then on, the lands of Jiuzhou would become the backyard garden of the Xiongnu. They could come and go as they pleased, and no one could stop them. Not only would the people of Jiuzhou suffer, but the stability of the court and the state would also be threatened. On any day the Xiongnu became discontented, their cavalry could reach Luoyang in a few days and surround the city. How could they possibly hand over such 16 counties to the Xiongnu? But Tyerbo's words forced them to consider themselves too. Because of their support for Sima Lan, they were branded as treacherous ministers. If Sima Lan ascended the throne smoothly, it would mean promotion for one person leading to advancement for all. They would all benefit from this alliance. But the immediate problem was they couldn't defeat the Han dynasty without the help of the Xiongnu. Sima Lan's dream of becoming emperor would be difficult to realize. If Luoyang fell, none knew how the Han would treat them. These so-called treacherous ministers. This matter is very significant. We need to seriously discuss it. Please allow our esteemed envoy to rest at the inn for a day, and we'll reply tomorrow. How about that? Just as everyone was locked in stalemate, Sima Xuanhuan spoke up. At first hearing Tyerbo's terms, he too felt angry, but upon calming down, he realized he had no real options. Even if the Xiongnu wanted the entire Bingzhou region, they would have to comply. Because agreeing to the Xiongnu's conditions meant the possibility of fighting for the whole world. Refusing the Xiongnu's demands meant losing everything. No problem. I await the good news from young Master Sima. Tyerbo smiled faintly, placed his fist over his chest, and bowed before retreating. After he left, the Prime Minister's residence erupted into a buzz of heated discussion. Everyone debated the pros and cons. Some firmly opposed handing over the land to the Xiongnu Empire, while others worried about losing everything they had. Neither side could convince the other, and the argument escalated. Sima Xuanhuan did not intervene, simply observing silently as they argued. After quite some time, Sima Lan finally could not bear it anymore and shouted loudly, "Have you all quarreled enough?" All the officials present immediately ceased talking and timidly looked at Sima Lan. At other times, all of you claim to be the backbone of the country, pillars of the court. Yet, when it counts, not one of you can be relied upon. Sima Lan rebuked them harshly, without hesitation. Embarrassed, they all lowered their heads in silence. "Master of State, do you have anything to say?" Sima Xuanhuan turned his gaze to Qiao Rong. Having already seen through Sima Xuanhuan's thoughts, Qiao Rong pushed the ball back, saying, "I believe the answer is already in young Master's heart. Why burden me further?" Sima Xuanhuan inwardly cursed this old fox, then said to Sima Lan, "Father, my lords, under the current situation, we can only accept the Xiongnu's terms. However, things aren't as bad as we imagine." Curious, everyone looked at him. A resolute general who opposed Tyerbo's conditions spoke up. "If we give all the national gates to the Xiongnu, how is this not catastrophic? May I ask young Master Sima, what could possibly be worse than this? Would you allow our territory of Jiuzhou to constantly be held at ransom by the Xiongnu, to the point where they can sway our imperial authority?" His words served as a reminder to the Sima clan. If they handed over these 16 counties, even if the Simas ascended to the throne and declared themselves emperors, their rule would be unstable. In the best-case scenario, they would always be under threat from the Xiongnu. In the worst case, they might become mere puppets for the Xiongnu. Sima Xian calmly explained. Commander Chao has overstated his fears. Consider this. How powerful is the traitorous Han dynasty? Can they be easily defeated by the Xiongnu? At this statement, everyone fell silent once more. The Han dynasty was extraordinarily strong. If the Xiongnu could easily defeat them, there wouldn't have been any need to seek their help in the first place. Even with the Xiongnu's assistance, it will undoubtedly be a bitter fight, General Chao Xingshi remarked. Chao General is correct, said Sima Xian. So, why don't we weaken the Xiongnu while using their help to eradicate the traitorous Han? Whatever the Xiongnu want, we just promise it to them. Once they've exhausted themselves defeating the Han, that's when we strike to eliminate them. At that time, the Xiongnu won't dare demand the Yinyan counties from us. Instead, they'll have to bow down and pay tribute annually to Jiuzhou. With a dark glint in his eyes, Sima Xian sketched out an ambitious plan in his mind. Hearing it, everyone began to warm up to the idea. Young master speaks wisely. This plan could accomplish multiple objectives. It's brilliant. Young master's wisdom surpasses others, making both the Xiongnu and the treacherous Han no cause for concern. Praises poured forth from the assembly. Master Gua, what do you think? Sima Lan sought Xiaorong's opinion. After all, Xiaorong was esteemed and respected. Gaining his approval would greatly reduce the resistance Sima Xian would face when executing this plan. Hack, hack, hack. Xiaorong suddenly began coughing violently, trembling as he leaned on a nearby pillar. Prime Minister, my health declines daily. I caught a cold recently, and my mind is clouded. Unable to contribute to major affairs, I humbly request to retire and enjoy the remainder of my years in peace. Chapter 419, The Qiao Family Daughter. When they heard that Xiaorong was pretending to be ill, Sima Lan and his father cursed under their breath, this old fox. It was obvious that Xiaorong planned to stay out of the affairs. If the Han army broke through Luoyang, he could also avoid a disaster. The Han troops would likely not bother an already retired old man. If the Han army was defeated, then the accusation of betrayal for luring the Xiongnu into the border would have no relation to him. With Xiaorong's identity and reputation, after the Sima clan inherits the throne, they would still need to invite him out of retirement. Since the national master is unwell, we naturally cannot force you. Sima Lan announced. Bring a carriage to send the national master back home. Even though they knew that Xiaorong was fleeing at the critical moment, Sima Lan and his father would not make things difficult for him. At least, Xiaorong did not oppose them. The next day, they summoned Tyre Biha to the chancellor's residence. Sima Jin sincerely stated, our Sima family wishes to form an alliance with the Xiongnu Empire for 100 generations. Thus, besides fully agreeing to all the conditions you mentioned yesterday, we are also willing to set up 10 additional border markets. From now on, Jiuzhou and the Xiongnu will have no customs barriers. Mutually beneficial trade will flow freely, as close as one family. Tyre Biha was surprised by this statement. He didn't expect the Sima family to agree so easily. This day, he had already prepared to reduce his demand from 16 cities to 10. After all, even he thought asking for 16 counties all at once was quite excessive. Who would have guessed that the Sima clan not only agreed to this outrageous request, but were also willing to sweeten the deal? He immediately realized that the situation might be more serious than he originally understood. The Sima clan was teetering dangerously, urgently needing the Xiongnu's rescue. Ironbite quickly became more arrogant. No wonder you're the eldest son. This kind of grandeur deserves my admiration. With you around, there is no doubt that the ruler of Jiuzhou belongs to the Sima clan. In that case, we entrust your esteemed envoy with this task. Please instruct the king of the Xiongnu to send reinforcements immediately. In the future, if we can achieve great endeavors, our Sima clan will surely repay handsomely. Sima Lan laughed heartily, enjoying Tyre Biha's words very much. Please rest assured, Chancellor. I will return to the grasslands immediately. In no more than 7 days, the iron cavalry of the Xiongnu will shake the mountains and rivers, Tyre Biha said arrogantly. It seemed as if the Xiongnu had already become the masters of Jiuzhou. Sima Jin immediately sent people to escort Tyre Biha out of the city, even sending 3,000 iron cavalries to guard them all the way to the Yellow River ferry crossing. They hadn't left the city for long when the national master's mansion saw Xiaorong gather his 2 sons and 3 daughters. Father, the Sima clan has reached an agreement with the Xiongnu. Not only have they agreed to hand over the Yinyan 16 counties to the Xiongnu voluntarily, but they've also opened up 10 trading ports. There will be no checkpoints between Jiuzhou and the Xiongnu. Trade and mutual benefits will continue without interruption. Zhou Mao said. The Sima clan really thinks they're the rightful owners of this country. Zhou Chao, the second son, sneered coldly, dissatisfied with what the Sima clan had done. Xiaorong waved his hand and said, Sima Jin is trying to lure a tiger to swallow a wolf, but I fear that in doing so, he might burn himself. That's why I feigned illness and came back home, severing ties. Father, if the Sima clan succeeds, how will our Qiao family stand firm in the capital later? Zhou Mao worried. He felt like his father was becoming more timid as he aged. Clearing ties now might save themselves, but it would undoubtedly damage the reputation and status of the Qiao family. Many families would surely climb above the Qiao family. Apparently, Zhou Mao and his brother Zhou Chao had different opinions regarding the attitude towards the Sima clan. Xiaorong shook his head and said, for our Qiao family, reaching further heights in our current position is extremely challenging. As long as I am here, the Qiao family will not fall. Therefore, what we should do is protect ourselves. For everything, we must leave a backup route. The 2 sons somewhat understood, their faces showing perplexity. Dare I ask, Father, Does this backup route you speak of involve the Han? At this point of silence among everyone, a young girl suddenly spoke. She was Qiao Rong's youngest daughter, only 17 years old, beautiful and extraordinarily intelligent. Although she was younger than Xiao Mao's daughter by 3 years, she was born when Xiao Rong was 57, from a servant. Because her mother bore her as the only daughter without adding male descendants to the old Qiao family, she was never officially recognized. Naturally, the status of this youngest daughter in the Qiao household wasn't high. As long as Qiao Rong was still alive, they called her Mississippi. If Qiao Rong passed away one day, she would likely be expelled from the house immediately. As soon as she opened her mouth, she drew discontent from Zhou Mao and Zhou Chao and others. They believed the old master had truly lost his wits. How dare he allow a secondary-born female to participate in such a crucial clan meeting? This had never happened before. You're speaking nonsense. Do you want to get us all killed? Zhou Mao loudly reprimanded Xiao Ruowei. But Xiao Ruowei remained completely unperturbed by everyone's hostile glares. In this household, she had never felt even a hint of warmth. Apart from her own mother, she had never considered anyone in this home her family. Though her performance had surpassed that of her own brother, she never received praise from the old master. She knew it was because she was a girl. Her intelligence could offer no help to the family's political career. Moreover, as the daughter of a maid, she wasn't even qualified for an arranged marriage. This time, the old man surprisingly called her in for discussion. Xiao Ruowei knew he absolutely didn't have any good intentions. She originally did not know what the old man wanted her to do, but after hearing their conversation, Xiao Ruowei finally understood. Speak. What do you want me to do? A pair of cold eyes from Xiao Ruowei locked onto Qiao Rong. When she mentioned Han earlier, everyone else showed anger, except this old man who remained unperturbed with no fluctuation in his expression. Therefore, she guessed right. Qiao Rong said, "You're smart. I need you to do something. If successful, I will elevate your mother to the position of concubine and grant her title and status. If failed, you must end your life without involving the Qiao family. Of course, your mother will also gain the recognition." Deal. Without hesitation, Xiao Ruowei immediately agreed. To trade her life for her mother's dignified existence. It was worth it. Do you not wonder what I ask you to do? Xiao Rong was somewhat surprised by this daughter. He had never paid proper attention to his youngest daughter before, but her behavior today genuinely impressed him. I know. Xiao Ruowei said lightly. You know? Xiao Rong paused briefly. At this moment, the others were all bewildered. They couldn't understand the cryptic communication between the father and daughter. Since you know, then I won't say more. Immediately take this letter to Hanga Pass. I don't care how you meet the Han Emperor, but under no circumstances should you reveal your real identity. Then, use every method possible to stay by the Han Emperor's side. Xiao Rong was slightly worried. Concealing her identity as a daughter of the Qiao family would make it hard for her to approach the Han Emperor. Even more so, it would be impossible to gain the trust of the Han Emperor. Yet, Xiao Ruowei's response remained casual. No problem. Chapter 420, suddenly gained a son and a daughter. Xiao Rong sent 2 guards to escort Xiao Ruowei, and they quietly left the city of Luoyang. Watching their departing figures, Xiao Rong felt somewhat uneasy. He always felt that this young daughter was not willing to be manipulated. Placing hope in her shoulders was indeed quite risky. But he had no other choice. It had to be done. In case the Han army broke through the walls of Luoyang and the Han dynasty replaced the Gan dynasty, Xiao Ruowei's existence could secure a chance for survival for the Qiao family. Father, are you really planning to pledge allegiance to the Han? The elder son and the second son were in complicated moods. In short, being from noble families, they looked down on Lin Mo, who originated from humble beginnings. The concept of aristocratic superiority was deeply rooted in these people, believing that ordinary individuals should be enslaved by them, serving their purposes. Regardless of how hard an individual strives, they would never be seen as equal to them, let alone surpass them. Even Mo Ba, from humble origins, was not favored by such people. Lin Mo, who originally was just a villager, would have even less chance to win their respect. For them to serve a commoner felt like a punishment worse than death. But Xiao Rong understood the wisdom of adapting to the situation. Looking at his sons who seemed bitter about their father's decision, he immediately scolded. When will you two ever rid yourselves of your arrogant ways? The former Emperor Gaozu rose from the rank of a village headman to accomplish greatness. Why can't today's Han Emperor rise from being a peasant to build an empire? He severely rebuked his 2 sons, and then explained to them that what he was doing was not to truly surrender to the Han, but merely to leave a fallback option for the Qiao family. Few people in the capital knew of Qiao Ruowei's existence. Even if someone knew about this daughter, no one had ever met her. Therefore, sending Xiao Ruowei to find Lin Mo was the safest move. If the Han defeated the Huns, Xiao Ruowei would be the hope for the Qiao family survival. If the Han were defeated by the Huns, Xiao Ruowei committing suicide would leave no suspicion towards the Qiao family. This was precisely the ingenuity of Xiao Rong. What he didn't know was that the intelligence he painstakingly arranged to send to Lin Mo was something Lin Mo already knew. The Silver Fox team had been stationed outside Luoyang City long before. The moment Tier Bo left the city with 3,000 cavalrymen and more than 100 guards, they began following him. However, given his formidable escort in Luoyang's vicinity, the Silver Foxes didn't dare act rashly. They trailed the Hun mission across the northern Mang Mountain and reached Mengjin Ferry. Drian soldiers escorted them to the riverbank, watching them cross the Yellow River before returning to base. Their extreme caution rendered the Silver Foxes powerless. Finding no opportunity to strike, yet bound by an imperial command to complete their task, even if we must chase them all the way into the desert, Bailang immediately ordered pursuit after they calculated the route of the Hun mission and learned that Sherman Pass in the Taiying Mountains was an inevitable crossing point. They arrived ahead of time, waiting outside the pass. This time, the entire Silver Fox unit, 36 men, was mobilized. They carried Juga crossbows, each man equipped with 3 hand grenades, and various weapons including concealed darts. Thanks to Bailang's meticulous plan, the battle lasted less than 10 minutes. Out of 107 members of the Hun mission, not a single person escaped. Yet, Bailang felt no joy, because he discovered he had been tricked. There wasn't even an envoy named Bo among the members of the Hun mission. That crafty fellow had chosen an impersonator from the very beginning, dressing himself up as a regular civilian and leaving He northward with just 2 guards, thus avoiding the pursuit by the Silver Foxes. Having lost their target, their mission failed. It marked the first failure for the Silver Fox team since its establishment. Bailang asked for forgiveness from Lin Mo. The interception of the Hun mission concerned the safety of countless lives, yet he had failed. He wished Lin Mo would permit him to commit seppuku in repentance. Victory and defeat are normal in warfare. Should every setback require the sacrifice of one of my generals, then who would fight for the Han Empire? Lin Mo waved his hands, not blaming Bailang at all. This mission's failure simply indicated the cunning nature of the enemy. Of course, the Silver Fox team also underestimated them. As punishment, I'll deduct a month's salary from you, Lin Mo said casually. Bailang had many achievements in battle and was an exceptional commander. Starting as a poor scholar, he had become a general who could lead independently. Lin Mo invested so much effort in nurturing him, and having finally cultivated such talent, he wouldn't destroy it easily. Besides, the Silver Foxes had things too easy for too long, which wasn't necessarily a good thing. Thus, this defeat might actually benefit them. Thank your majesty. Bailang felt deep shame. He thought the penalty was too light. But he could also feel the concern and expectations from the emperor. Here is a new mission for you. Find out as soon as possible what terms the Huns discussed with Old Macaque C. Lin Mo gave them a chance to redeem themselves. I'll have Qianzhou assist you. Only by knowing the terms of their discussion can we respond appropriately. Guarantee to complete the mission. Bailang clenched his fists. This time, success is a must. Congratulations to the host, gaining a son. The family welcomes a new member. Reward: 1 famous general recruitment card, 100,000 silver taels, and 100 boxes of carrots. Lin Mo's expression froze. His entire body went stiff. What's going on? Could it be that Churu has gone into early labor? Lin Mo couldn't help but worry. Currently, among his concubines, only Su Churu and Guyo are pregnant. But even if calculated at full term, Su Churu is only 7 months along. There's an old saying that 7 alive, 8 not. But with the current medical conditions, giving birth at 7 months poses great danger. Even with Kuang Liang and Kuang Zi by her side, Lin Mo could not rest assured. What is the matter, your majesty? Seeing Lin Mo's sudden rigidity and evident panic, everyone became tense. Especially Bailang kneeling in the hall felt uneasy. Prime Minister, I leave this here with you. I need to return to Shu capital once. Thinking about Su Churu possibly going into early labor, Lin Mo was filled with urgency to head back. Although leaving now might affect the morale, it wouldn't severely impact the overall situation. With Sun Shuxing and all the generals present, things should generally go smoothly. What if there's a risk to Churu? If he rushes back now, perhaps he can still save her life. Your Majesty, please have peace of mind. I will not betray your trust. Sun Shuxing, though curious as to what exactly had occurred in Shu capital, fully trusted Lin Mo. Since His Majesty left him behind, it clearly implied personal family affairs in Shu capital. Thus, there was no need to bring the army back. All he needed to do was to continue fulfilling the mission of campaigning against Dagon and give His Majesty a satisfactory response. After speaking, Lin Mo hurriedly walked toward the door of the hall. He decided to leave everything behind, travel light alone, and rush back to Shu capital as fast as possible without bringing anyone along. However, just as he reached the doorway, another voice resounded in his ear. Congratulations to the host, gaining a daughter. The family welcomes another member. Reward: 100 homing pigeons, 300,000 arrows, and 600 bolts of silk. Lin Mo stopped in his tracks. Another one? Chapter 4:21. Duga Shui and Lung Yi. Your Majesty, what has happened? Everyone looked curiously at Lin Mo. He seemed very anxious just a moment ago, but why did he suddenly stop? Moreover, his expression became quite peculiar. It's nothing. Lin Mo waved his hand and returned to his seat. 2 children appearing at the same time obviously didn't mean Su Churu gave birth prematurely. It made sense. All his women had consumed the body-purifying soup, making their physical qualities quite excellent. Besides, Kuang Zi always stayed by their side, so there shouldn't be any accidents. Currently, only Su Churu and Guyo were pregnant, with a 3-month gap between them. Guyo was only 4 months along, so their children could not have been born at the same time. If not them, who could it be? Lin Mo counted the women he had interacted with, and suddenly thought of 2 people, Duga Shui and Lung Yi. He had only interacted with these 2 women once, and it was also around the same time. If they were indeed pregnant, it should be around this period. However, it had been more than half a year since he last saw them, and he didn't know where they were or how they were doing recently. Lin Mo wasn't too concerned about the 2 earlier, but now that they carried his children, he worried about their well-being. Because in this world, being pregnant before marriage is a very serious matter. One's reputation could be ruined for life. And due to their special status, the Jingyi sect would certainly not tolerate their actions that sullied its name. The more Lin Mo thought about it, the more worried he became. Qianzhou, I'm here. Qianzhou rushed over anxiously. He sensed that something big was about to happen. Duge Shui and Lung Yi. Do you know these two? Lin Mo asked indifferently. Yes. Qianzhou nodded. Back when he was in the Jingyi sect, he used to be a kind of leader himself. Although Duge Shui and Lung Yi weren't in the same team as him, they had interacted before. And Qianzhou knew that Lung Yi and Duge Shui were ordered to clean up some trouble, aiming to kill him. It was Lin Mo who interceded on his behalf to send those two women away. A lot of time had passed since then, and Qianzhou wondered why Lin Mo suddenly mentioned them again. Do you know where they are? Lin Mo asked. Replying to your majesty, after we parted ways last time, they haven't shown up since. I speculate that they should be in the capital city. Qianzhou carefully responded after thoughtful consideration. The headquarters of the Jingyi sect is in the capital city. Core members without assigned tasks will return to the headquarters in the capital city to stand by. Capital city? Lin Mo frowned deeply, growing even more worried. If they were in the headquarters in the capital city, it would be impossible to keep the pregnancy and childbirth a secret. He learned from Qianzhou that the Jingyi sect was a sect on the surface defending justice, but in reality, served the imperial family. Moreover, they had specialized departments for interrogation, leaving no mouth unbroken if they wanted answers. Thinking about this, Lin Mo became extremely concerned. Your Majesty. Seeing how Lin Mo paid significant attention to the two girls, Qianzhou began helping analyze the situation as well. Duge Shui and Lung Yi, as core disciples of the Jingyi sect, should have many opportunities for training. Given the current chaos in the land, precisely during this crisis, they wouldn't possibly remain out of sight for such a long time. I suspect that something might have happened to them. As soon as these words were spoken, Lin Mo's eyes immediately became razor-sharp, akin to a sword revealing its sharp edge. You and Bai Lang stay behind. The rest of you leave first. Lin Mo's voice was low and deep, carrying an underlying threat. Upon seeing this, the others quickly departed. The remaining members remained uneasy. Inside the room, only the three of them were left. At just this moment, Duge Shui and Lung Yi respectively gave birth to a son and a daughter. Lin Mo's voice was hoarse and low. He disclosed this secret to them for two reasons: trust and assigning them this mission. Qianzhou looked at Lin Mo in surprise. This answer greatly shocked him. Pardon my boldness. Could they be the prince and princess of our great Han? Qianzhou shakily guessed. Lin Mo nodded. That's right. I have a premonition. Cold sweat streamed down Qianzhou's face as he reached his utmost tension. Your Majesty, if they are in the capital, they must already be under control by the Jingyi sect. Moreover, the identities of the prince and princess cannot be hidden either. Before Qianzhou finished his words, Lin Mo crushed a corner of the table. He seemed able to imagine a scene where a group of enemies surrounded his woman and child, wearing sinister smiles. Because in their eyes, those are bargaining chips. Lin Mo remained silent for a long while before speaking slowly. I must make a trip to Luoyang. Your Majesty, it's far too dangerous. Qianzhou and Bai Lang immediately opposed. Bai Lang clenched his teeth and said, leave this task to me. Even if I give my life, I'll surely rescue the two empresses and the prince and princess. I'll go with Bai Lang. Although Qianzhou wouldn't truly go all out, he still wanted to give it a try. Whether success or failure, it would count as repaying Emperor Han's kindness. Moreover, since he dared to agree, he had a plan to get out of the situation. After much persuasion, they finally managed to dissuade Lin Mo from going to Luoyang. After all, they couldn't yet confirm whether Lung Yi and Duge Shui were indeed in the capital, nor did they know if they were in danger. Rushing there blindly now wasn't a wise move. The best strategy was to take over Luoyang as soon as possible. All right, I'll leave this matter to you two. Let them investigate first. If they can't handle it, Lin Mo will personally intervene later. Mission guaranteed. I vow to protect the empresses and the prince and princess with my life, bringing them back safely to see your Majesty. The two accepted their orders and left. Lin Mo didn't meet anyone else. He first claimed the rewards for the birth of the two children. Hero General Recruitment Card. Randomly recruit a famous general from history, from the previous timeline. Recruitment probability. World-class general 1%, top-tier general 27%, second-tier general 70%. Even at the lowest, it's still a second-tier general. Homing pigeon. Messages can be delivered within a day, even over long distances. Oh, this is actually a pretty good communication tool. Lin Mo immediately took out a homing pigeon, wrote a letter, and sent it back to the palace in Shidu. After what just happened, he suddenly missed his wife and children. Unfortunately, the pigeons had weight limits, so he couldn't send back the gifts he bought for his children. Chapter 422. Both of the innate martial arts bodies are his children. Is this a coincidence? After releasing the homing pigeon, Lin Mo took out a black token from his portable space. On the front was written recruitment order, and on the back were the words, famous general. The specific usage only required infusing a thread of intention to activate it. Lin Mo wasn't new to using the system. Familiar with the process, he quickly mastered how to use it. As his intention was infused into the recruitment order, the token emitted a brilliantly bright light array, covered in abstruse inscriptions. Each word shimmered brightly. A moment later, ripples spread across the light array, and a shadow emerged from it. This man was dressed in white armor, head adorned with a silver helmet, around 30 years old, exuding a powerful demeanor. In his hands, he held a silver spear, with a hard bow strapped to his back. It was evident at a glance that he was a highly skilled general with both bow and horse. At first, he appeared somewhat unaccustomed, eyes slightly closed. After some time, he gradually regained composure. He slowly opened his eyes, and upon seeing Lin Mo, immediately stepped forward and kneeled on one knee. Beiping Gongsunzan pays respects to your Majesty. Gongsunzan. Lin Mo was slightly shocked. Even though he hadn't drawn the 1% chance of obtaining an absolute world-class general, summoning a top-tier famous general was still commendable. Gong Sunzan's martial prowess was quite impressive, being one of the few during the coalition of 18 warlords against Dong Zhuo who could go toe-to-toe with Lu Bu for more than 10 rounds and escape unscathed. Moreover, the White Horse army he established dominated the northern deserts, making them the nemesis of the nomadic tribes. The prototype for the Snow Dragon Cavalry came directly from his created White Horse army. Lin Wo had not expected to summon him, but perhaps it would mean finding a true commander for the Snow Dragon Cavalry. During his journey through time and space, Gong Sunzan had already been infused by the system with knowledge of this world. He also signed a contract with Lin Wo, pledging undying loyalty throughout his life, death without regrets. Upon sensing his energy, Lin Wo realized that Gong Sunzan was at the early transcendent level, stronger than an ordinary transcendent beginner. It seemed he was a double transcendent warrior. The White Horse general wielded his spear and bow with divine expertise, leading the Snow Dragon Cavalry in devastating battles across the northern desert plains. With Lin Wo needing to confront the Xiongnu, it seemed fate had summoned him just in time. Rise. Lin Wo gestured his hand. Recently, the probability of summoning famous generals has been increasing dramatically. If he could earn more rewards, Lin Wo led Gong Sunzan outside, where the guards stood bewildered, looking at Gong Sunzan. Who was that? They had always kept watch here and did not remember anyone entering His Majesty's room. When Qian Zhou and Bai Lang left, only the emperor remained in the room. Where had this man come from? Though full of questions, they dared not ask further. Lin Wo brought Gong Sunzan to the military camp, introduced him to everyone, and appointed him as the deputy commander of the Snow Dragon Cavalry. Since he had yet to accomplish any merit, replacing Lei Tong was not immediate. Later, Lin Wo provided him with 7 doses of the body refining soup. Inside a secluded alley courtyard residence in Luoyang City, a middle-aged man with a goat-like beard stood in the yard. Soon after, 2 old women, each carrying a child, exited the room. Lord sect leader, 1 boy, 1 girl, both very healthy. The old women showed great respect toward the middle-aged man and raised their arms holding the babies for the man to see. This person was indeed the sect leader of the Jingyi sect, Situ Qingyun. With a smile on his face, he observed the 2 children and picked one up in his arms. What adorable little ones. He smiled faintly and used his large hand to pinch the baby's tiny hand. However, as soon as his large hand touched the baby's small hand, he immediately revealed a look of shock. This is an innate martial arts body. Situ Qingyun carefully examined the child again. No doubt about it, an innate martial arts body. People behind him looked puzzled. Lord sect leader, what is an innate martial arts body? The so-called innate martial arts body refers to those naturally suited to practicing martial arts. Even without effort, when they normally grow up to 16 years old, their bodies can match even extraordinary level warriors. In other words, if they practice martial arts, it will be easy for them to enter the extraordinary realm. Situ Qingyun explained. He had only seen one such person in his lifetime, his master. Unfortunately, his master stayed stuck at the extraordinary perfect level for decades, never breaking through and eventually passing away. Everyone was amazed. In this world, there actually exists such an invincible physical constitution. They clearly understood how difficult it was for ordinary people to reach the extraordinary realm. Out of every 10,000 martial practitioners, it was remarkable to find even one extraordinary one. But this child, right from birth, had reserved a spot among extraordinary powerhouses. Truly, comparing people leads to despair, comparing goods leads to throwing them away. Let me take a look at the other one. Situ Qingyun handed the boy in his arms to the old woman and then picked up the other child. He simply wanted to examine these 2 children, with no other intentions. After all, these children had special identities. However, he didn't expect that the second child was also an innate martial arts body. Situ Qingyun's expression resembled someone who'd just seen a ghost. One rarely encounters even a single innate martial arts body in several decades. So why have 2 suddenly appeared today? Could it be that their father is truly a celestial being? Situ Qingyun's body abruptly trembled. In the past, he had dismissed this notion with disdain, but now, faced with the undeniable facts, he couldn't help but harbor doubts. It was incredibly rare for 2 innate martial arts bodies to emerge within the same day, and both belonging to him. Could this really be a coincidence? Ensure they are taken care of properly. Whether adult or child, there must not be any mistakes. You will be held accountable otherwise, Situ Qingyun instructed seriously as he handed the children back to the old women. Yes. The 2 old women carefully cradled the children in response. Lord sect leader, weren't we planning to take the children away? The left guardian of the Jingyi sect voiced his confusion over Situ Qingyun's actions. They were aware of the children's special identities and intended to use them as leverage. But why had their leader suddenly changed his mind? Let them stay here for now. Send people to guard them carefully, and under no circumstances should word leak out. Especially, Macaulay must never know. Situ Qingyun reiterated solemnly. Rest assured, Lord sect leader, I will personally keep watch here. The right guardian replied. Situ Qingyun nodded. This place is yours to manage. I shall immediately report back to the palace. He left the courtyard and climbed into a carriage. Inside, he changed into different clothes and directed the carriage to another alleyway. When he emerged again, he appeared as an aged eunuch, his eyes dull, without a trace of his previous vigor. Situ Qingyun switched to another carriage and returned directly to the palace. Though many were aware of the existence of the Jingyi sect, very few knew that Situ Qingyun was, on the surface, merely the chief eunuch in charge of the imperial kitchen. He was responsible for Emperor Qian's daily meals, having served 4 emperors during his long career. Within the palace, he carried a degree of recognition due to his age. Moreover, he never interfered in political struggles, his rank was low, and he wielded no real power. This prevented him from attracting any attention. Even Sima Lan, that cunning fox, was unaware of his true identity. After returning to the palace, Situ Qingyun unhurriedly prepared a few dishes for Emperor Qian and personally delivered them to Anhua Palace before the Emperor of Great Gan. Chapter 4:23. The Decision of Emperor Qian. Your Majesty, please come to dine. Eunuch Li Yun, the head eunuch of the imperial kitchen, ordered his subordinates to bring a table full of dishes. Today's dishes were somewhat special, all unfamiliar to Emperor Qian. Chu Ning. Master Li, where do today's dishes come from? Seeing a table filled with new and strange items, Chu Ning immediately licked his lips and sat down while rubbing his hands together. At this moment, he looked like a greedy foodie, completely devoid of any emperor-like demeanor. The young eunuchs beside him had long since gotten used to this. They wouldn't hesitate to curse in their hearts. Waste of an emperor, only cares about eating. How could they know that Chu Ning's apparent weakness, gluttony, and lust were all acts? Otherwise, he wouldn't have survived until today, let alone remain a puppet for more than 10 years. Replying to your majesty, these dishes are all from Shu territory. Allow this old servant to report the dish names. This one is Kung Pao chicken. This one is stir-fried pork with chili peppers. This one is Mapo tofu. Each time Chu Ning tasted a dish, Li Yun announced its name. He blocked the view of 2 eunuchs at the door with his body, then took out a letter from his sleeve and handed it to Emperor Qian. Emperor Qian quickly tucked it into his sleeve, the whole process lasting less than a second. Then the monarch and minister continued announcing dish names and tasting the dishes. Clearly, they had done this kind of thing more than once. The 2 eunuchs monitoring them outside didn't notice anything, continuing to disdainfully think of this emperor as merely a glutton. After announcing all the dish names, Li Yun respectfully stood behind the emperor, waiting for him to finish the meal. His eyes slightly closed, resembling an old eunuch close to collapse, as if even a gust of wind could knock him down. But no one knew that he was actually the strongest martial artist in the entire great Qian dynasty and the headmaster of the pure sect, Situ Qingyun. I am satisfied. Chu Ning ate roughly through a dozen dishes, patted his stomach, looking contented. Very well done, Master Li. Reward today's chefs on behalf of this emperor. Yes, sire. Li Yun hurriedly agreed. After the emperor left, he ordered people to clear the dishes from the table. However, they were stopped by the 2 eunuchs at the door. Wait, you can leave. We'll clean up here. Old man, what are you staring at? Do you have something to say? Upon seeing how much the emperor enjoyed his meal, they also wanted to taste the dishes from Han. One short and chubby eunuch waved his fists at Li Yun. If you dare to blab, watch me break your dog legs. Li Yun meekly replied. Both chief eunuchs, do as you wish. I saw nothing. After returning to the sleeping quarters, having eaten his fill, Chu Ning did not call any concubines to his bed, because he knew these concubines were spies sent by Chancellor Sima. Once everyone left, he took out the letter given to him by Li Yun. After reading its contents, he was elated. The 2 children of the Han Emperor? Sharp insight flickered in his eyes, utterly transformed from his earlier dining state. Old thief Sima, I will exterminate your clan. He tore the letter into pieces and threw it into the brazier, turning it into a wisp of flame. The next day during breakfast, it was still Li Yun delivering the meal. It was still Han morning delicacies, buns, fried dough sticks, shrimp dumplings, and soy milk. Emperor Qian ate very little, leaving most of it for the 2 eunuchs monitoring him outside the door. The more they ate, the longer the time he and Li Yun could stay together privately. Master Li, accompany this emperor for a walk. Chu Ning left a table full of delicacies untouched and went to the imperial garden with Li Yun. True enough, those 2 eunuchs monitoring them were lured away by the food. Over the years, they had already become accustomed to the emperor's weakness and Li Yun's humility, holding no suspicion against either of them. Your Majesty, Li Yun, seeing there was no one around monitoring them, bent over and reminded Chu Ning it was safe to speak. Grandfather Ya, inform the Han Emperor about the whereabouts of his prince being in our hands, Chu Ning said. What plans does your Majesty have? At this moment, he became Situ Qingyun again. A long time ago, Chu Ning had recognized him as his Yafu grandfather, and their relationship was akin to father and son. I want to cooperate with the Han Emperor. Chu Ning gritted his teeth, reluctant but resolute. As the Emperor of Great Qian, having to cooperate with the person who aimed to annex his own country, it was truly tragic. However, he had grown tired of his current life. Ever since ascending the throne at 9 years old, he had been under the control of Sima Lan, becoming a puppet emperor of the Sima family. He had even to endure Sima Lan staying overnight in the palace and sleeping with his own consorts. Yet after more than a decade of enduring humiliation, he never got the chance to turn things around. Instead, Sima Lan had managed to empty this court of power. When he first ascended the throne, there were still people who could counterbalance Sima Lan. But now, the loyal officials remaining faithful to the House of Qian could be counted on one hand. The entire court had already pledged allegiance to the Sima family, leaving Chu Ning with only 2 people he could trust, Situ Qingyun, the head of the Jingyi sect, and Ling Qiu, the commander of the royal guard. He had thought that the chaos in the realm would give him leverage through the feudal lords to overturn the situation. But Chu Ning discovered that this was also orchestrated by the old villain Sima. By controlling the court officials, Sima Lan's next step would be to purge all external forces. The feudal lords, blinded by their own interests, paid no heed to Chu Ning as emperor. Reviving the nation? Hopeless. Chu Ning had contemplated yielding the throne to Sima Lan, but at the thought of years of humiliation, he could not bear it. Even if it meant death, he wanted Sima Lan to perish with him. At an opportune moment, he had planned to rely on the strength of the royal guard and the Jingyi sect to take Sima Lan down with him. However, the appearance of the Han Emperor's two children gave him a better idea. Cooperate with Han. Situ Qingyun looked astonished at Chu Ning. Han's ambition is no less than that of the old villain Sima. He didn't want to eliminate Sima Lan only to replace him with someone even more terrifying who might control the court. Chu Ning nodded and said, I know. Han rose in power in just over a year and has aggressively dominated 18 warlords. Even Sima Lan's trained forces were easily defeated. Such a formidable power. Should our ancestor Gaozu return, I doubt even he could resist. In my view, Han replacing Qian is inevitable. I'm merely accepting destiny. Isn't this better than enduring endless bullying from Sima Lan and living in perpetual darkness? Situ Qingyun widened his eyes. Are you intending to hand over the world to Han? Chu Ning bitterly laughed. This world has long ceased being mine. When has it been up to me to decide? Your Majesty, we still have chances. Situ Qingyun tried to persuade, but Chu Ning cut him off. Yafu, I know you want to restore my kingdom, but there's no hope. Rather than giving the empire to Sima Lan and allowing him to continue harming the people, it's better to hand it over to Han. Weren't you saying the people under Han are quite well off? In just 1 year, they've recovered from disasters. Every household has surplus grain, and joy fills every corner. Isn't this precisely the world I've always desired? Chapter 424. Xiao Ruowei. Is this guy really a deity? Chu Ning's words left Situ Qingyun in silence. The emperor's disappointment reflected the incompetence of his subjects. Master Ya, it has been 12 years since I ascended the throne. For these 12 years as your emperor, I have never done a single thing for this land. Upward, I feel ashamed before our ancestors. Downward, I am unworthy of our people. My entire life has never seen me make my own decisions. I've always had to follow others' orders. Now that the control of this realm must eventually be relinquished, I hope that I can at least decide who should take it over. I want to do one thing right, something worthy of the people. Our ancestors will surely find us wanting, but Chu Ning hopes that this emperor of ours might at least play a small part. If he could pass the throne to the Han Emperor, at least, he would leave behind a good name for posterity. His Majesty is truly righteous. Situ Qingyun felt an immense pain in his heart after hearing the Dry Emperor's words. Your Majesty, we still have a chance. He clenched his fists and leaned toward Chu Ning, saying, we now have the child of the Han Emperor in our hands. We can use him as leverage to negotiate with the Han Emperor. Once they defeat the old scoundrel Sima, let them retreat their troops. In doing so, you may regain control of the court and mobilize the strength of the entire realm to resist Han. Chu Ning waved his hand dismissively. Master Ya, I've been controlled by others since childhood, and I deeply understand its bitterness. The sage said, do not impose on others what you yourself do not desire. How could I possibly impose this torment on 2 newborn infants? He grimaced, shaking his head. Even if the great Han retreats, do you think anyone under heaven would still listen to me? And even if I could command the world, would they truly be able to resist the Han? Your Majesty, Situ Qingyun wanted to object, but Chu Ning cut him off. It would only result in more bloodshed, causing suffering for the common people. During all these years of house arrest, I often pondered, if one day I could reclaim power, I would definitely become a wise ruler and let the people live good lives. Let the 9 states resonate powerfully across the seas, drawing homage from all directions. But other times, I thought, if only I weren't the emperor, how wonderful that would be. Without such heavy burdens, there wouldn't be so much pain, nor would I be kept prisoner here in the palace, being a mere puppet forever, unable to decide even when to eat or go to the toilet. Chu Ning grew increasingly agitated as he spoke. No one knew how many long years he had endured. Situ Qingyun's heart involuntarily softened. He looked at Chu Ning, listening quietly. Master Ya, I cannot be the wise ruler you seek. Even if I slay Sima, I still cannot fix this mess. As long as I remain on this throne, I will always be a puppet. Chu Ning didn't want to be a puppet anymore. He didn't want to remain just another piece on someone else's chessboard. He wanted to step out of this game of power and become an ordinary person. All he wanted now was to give this realm into the hands of a virtuous and wise ruler. I will follow His Majesty's every command. Situ Qingyun could sense his determination and ceased his attempts at persuasion. In fact, he himself had long lost faith. But because of his duty, he had to try his best for the emperor of the Great Dry Dynasty. Now that the emperor himself has given up, why should he bother persisting futilely any longer? Treat the wife of the Han Emperor well and ensure they face no threats. Moreover, dispatch messengers to contact the Han Emperor and inform them that as soon as they attack Luoyang, the royal guards of the Great Dry will readily open paths for them. Chu Ning declared. Xiao Ruowei brought Xiao Rong's letter to hang a pass. Commoners were not allowed to rest at Guangzhou, and Xiao Ruowei knew she had only one way to meet the Han Emperor, reveal her identity. Otherwise, she wouldn't even see a general capable of passing along her message. Therefore, as soon as she entered the pass, she dismissed the guards Xiao Rong had provided. Then, she strode directly towards the city tower. Halt! Xiao Ruowei was stopped by the guards. This is a military-restricted area. Civilians are forbidden entry. Miss, please depart immediately. Seeing that she was a woman, the guards were somewhat polite. However, their serious tone brooked no argument. Xiao Ruowei anticipated this outcome, yet showed no signs of panic. She addressed the soldiers. Please inform your commander that Ms. Xiao Ruowei daughter of the Jia family from Luoyang, has important matters concerning the lives of thousands upon thousands of people and seeks audience with Emperor Han. As she spoke, she pulled out 2 pieces of silver ingots from her waist and handed them to the 2 soldiers. Each piece weighed 5 taels, equal to an ordinary soldier's monthly salary. Miss, if you indeed have urgent affairs, we shall certainly report them. Please do not engage in such actions to offend the honor of the Han military. The soldiers resolutely rejected Xiao Ruowei's bribe. You stay here watching her, while I go report. After speaking, the guard on the left moved towards the city tower. Xiao Ruowei, upon seeing this situation, muttered in her heart. He wasn't rejecting the silver because it was insufficient, but truly refused to accept it. The soldiers of Han were indeed exceptional. In Great Dry, no soldier would reject 5 taels of silver. After all, she merely asked them to relay a message and not to betray their country. The stern rejection by the Han army made Xiao Ruowei realize the military discipline and decorum upheld in the Great Han. This was the backbone that soldiers should have. Moments later, an officer approached and sized up Xiao Ruowei before asking, "You claim you're from the Qiao family of Luoyang. Which branch?" Xiao Ruowei responded calmly without arrogance or humility, looking at the officer. "General, do you even know if there's another Qiao family in Luoyang besides ours?" "The master of statecraft Qiao Rong, what relation is he to you?" the officer questioned. "He is my father." "You are Qiao Rong's daughter?" The officer became cautious and quickly reported the matter upwards. Since Qiao Rong's identity was very special, his daughter's presence here was no trivial matter. Thus, soon Sun Shuxing learned of it. After confirming Xiao Ruowei's identity, Sun brought her to meet Lin Imo. What a beautiful girl. A pity that her gaze was cold, devoid of any emotion. Lin Imo carefully observed Xiao Ruowei. Regardless of whether her identity was genuine or not, her appearance had already drawn his attention. When he recruited Gongsunzan earlier, he thought that he should have claimed more rewards. Unfortunately, now at Hangu Pass, only soldiers were around. Finding a woman, let alone a beautiful girl, was difficult. However, one had actually come forward. Xiao Ruowei pays respects to His Majesty of Han. Xiao Ruowei said with icy tone, paying her respects. She introduced herself plainly, without emphasizing her affiliation with the Qiao family. Her tone indicated clearly to Lin Imo that she harbored discontent toward the Qiao family. It was likely due to being neglected at home. "Are you Qiao Rong's daughter?" Lin Imo asked curiously, adding playfully. "An illegitimate child, perhaps?" Xiao Ruowei was slightly startled and looked up at Lin Imo. Even in the capital, few people knew about her true identity. Yet, the Han Emperor managed to guess her background just by looking at her. Could this man really be a deity, capable of divining such secrets? Chapter 425. Your Majesty, please degrade the Qiao family to commoners. May I ask, Your Majesty, how did you figure it out? Xiao Ruowei looked at Lin Imo with great curiosity. She knew that there could be no gods in this world. Even legendary immortals were merely people with stronger powers. They couldn't have prescience. So she wanted to know which detail had revealed her true identity. Qiao Rong is the national master of Daqian, an exceptionally prestigious position. If you were his legitimate daughter, wouldn't all the major forces in the capital city be paying attention to you? Given the current relationship between Dahan and Daqian, would the national master's legitimate daughter dare to come see me? Lin Mo's use of dare carried 2 meanings. One was the worry about ministers of the Dryan Court, especially Sima Lan. If Sima Lan were to find out that Xiao Rong let his own daughter come to meet with the Han Emperor, it would amount to treason. Even if the Qiao family enjoyed the highest prestige, Sima Lan wouldn't let them off. The second meaning was that it was risky for members of the Qiao family to come to Dahang. Since before, Lin Imo had already beheaded a Dryan envoy. Xiao Rong wouldn't allow his legitimate daughter to take such risks, so the person sent must be his illegitimate daughter. I've heard that His Majesty the Han Emperor is extraordinarily wise, and today upon meeting you, I can see your reputation is well deserved. After hearing Lin Mo's explanation, Xiao Ruowei felt immense admiration. At the same time, she also developed a hint of liking. Because Lin Imo hadn't shown even a trace of disdain on his face when he learned she was an illegitimate daughter. Moreover, the Han Emperor was young, handsome, and dignified. There wasn't a girl who could resist his charm. Of course, this liking hadn't yet reached the level of love at first sight. It was more like how a boy might feel admiration for a pretty girl he sees on the street. Lin Imo not showing any prejudice toward Xiao Ruowei because of her being an illegitimate daughter made her feel quite satisfied. She didn't dare to expect anything more. There's no need to flatter me further. Just tell me what brings you here. Xiao Ruowei's unexpected appearance indeed startled Lin Imo somewhat, and he wished to understand Xiao Rong's attitude. If Xiao Rong's support could be obtained, capturing Luoyang would be easier. Xiao Rong has a letter for your Majesty's review. Xiao Ruowei pulled out a letter from inside her robe and handed it to a nearby guard. The guard then delivered it to Lin Imo. Since the letter had been hidden close to her body, Lin Imo still felt the warmth as he received it along with a subtle fragrance. Lin Imo opened the envelope and started reading. After a short while, his eyes became sharp and fierce. Damn! He struck the table fiercely with his fist, scattering ink and brushes everywhere. At the same time, everyone in the room was frightened by his reaction. They were very curious about the contents of the letter that had infuriated their majesties so much. Guards at the door grasped their swords tightly, keeping a vigilant eye on Xiao Ruowei. They thought it was her presence that had upset their majesties. These traitors all deserve to die. After finishing the letter, Lin Imo angrily slammed it down onto the table. Sun Shuqing curiously approached and picked up the letter to read it. Since they weren't in court, the formalities between monarch and minister were relaxed. Sima, the old villain. How dare you sell out the nation? Sun Shuqing was also deeply enraged by the contents of the letter. The usually carefree and easygoing man now had veins visibly bulging on his forehead. All the generals were highly curious, wondering what exactly the letter contained that had caused even the perpetually smiling prime minister to become this furious. Prime Minister, what does it say? Lu Qiong leaned in eagerly. Read it yourself. Sun Shuqing threw it into his arms. The others hurriedly ran over, crowding together to look at its content. After reading it, everyone was furious. Old villain Sima is a calamity to our country. He should be punished. We absolutely cannot let him succeed. Yinyun's 16 counties are crucial gateways to our nation. How can we let them fall into the hands of the Huns? The old villain really doesn't hesitate to sell our 9 territories. Although those cities and lands now belong to the greater Qin dynasty, in their eyes, all territory of the 9 provinces belongs to the Great Han. Thus, everything Sima Lan had done equaled betraying the land of Great Han. Besides, the Huns and the 9 provinces had warred for 1,000 years, causing unbearable suffering for the people. It was only after building the Great Wall that they managed to hold them back in the north. Now, however, they planned to hand over the 16 counties, providing a convenient route for the Huns' southern invasion. Could the generals present not feel enraged? Especially Lei Tong. These strongholds were protected by their blood and lives. Upon hearing that Sima Lan planned to cede them to the Huns, they wanted nothing more than to rip Sima Lan apart and eat him alive. Your Majesty, I request permission to lead the troops into battle. Let's bombard the walls of Luoyang open with our Dongfeng cannons. The matter must be proclaimed to the whole world. Let us denounce Sima Lan's crimes and expose his despicable nature. Let all people condemn him. The generals were extremely agitated, hoping to immediately invade Luoyang, seize Sima Lan, parade him around, and subject him to public execution. Lin Mo waved his hand, silencing everyone instantly. He looked at Xiao Ruowei and asked, "Do you know the contents of the letter?" Xiao Ruowei nodded her head. "I know. For such an important letter, Xiao Rong sent you to deliver it. He's truly a cunning old fox." Lin Mo let out a cold snort, roughly understanding what calculations Xiao Rong had in mind. Cunning old fox. The generals like Lu Qiong didn't understand the meaning behind this phrase. Sun Shuqing explained, "Let me give an improper analogy. Xiao Rong is trying to keep his options open, straddling 2 boats. When the time comes, depending on which way the wind blows, he'll fall on that side." He then glanced at Xiao Ruowei and spoke without any hesitation. "If the wind blows toward the side of Sima Lan, you would become a sacrifice." Upon hearing Sun Shuqing's words, Xiao Ruowei did not turn around. Her gaze remained fixed on Lin Mo as she said, "The wind will never blow that way. You have great confidence in the Great Han." Lin Mo chuckled softly. "Originally, I only had 5 parts of it, but after meeting your Majesty, my confidence has increased by another 5 parts." Xiao Ruowei wasn't merely flattering. Seeing Lin Mo made her genuinely pleased. Lin Mo was even more astute than she imagined. "Your Majesty, I would like to make a deal with you," Xiao Ruowei stated. Lin Mo asked, "What kind of deal?" "I hope, after you take over Luoyang, to degrade all members of the Qiao family into commoners," Xiao Ruowei responded. "Is this considered a request?" Upon hearing Xiao Ruowei's words, everyone raised their eyebrows slightly. This young girl must intend to seek revenge against the Qiao family. A faint smile played at the corner of Lin Mo's lips. "You want to save them?" Xiao Ruowei replied. Although the Qiao family belongs to a prestigious clan, they have assisted Sima Lan in doing many cruel and unreasonable things. Moreover, Xiao Rong's 2 sons are not smart people. If they were to serve in the Great Han government, they wouldn't survive for long. Degradation into commoners is the only method to save them. She knew that Xiao Rong's self-clever plan could not rescue the Qiao family. Only by being demoted to ordinary citizens, leading a simple life, could the lives of the Qiao family be preserved. Of course, Xiao Ruowei's actions also meant allowing the once lofty members of the Qiao family to experience the feeling of being looked down upon, to deeply understand just how unpleasant it could be. Chapter 426, Ruowei Miscellaneous Notes. Lin Mo thought that what Xiao Ruowei said made sense. Given all the things the Qiao family had done, the common people had long since grown to despise them. He assumed that the Great Han was not a place where one could casually come to deliver intelligence and expect it to absolve the sins of the past. If Xiao Ruowei hadn't appeared, after Lin Mo took over Luoyang, he would have certainly punished the Qiao family. Without a few heads rolling, public resentment couldn't be quelled. Xiao Ruowei obviously knew that the Qiao family could not escape punishment, so she actively requested Lin Mo to reduce the entire Qiao family to commoners. This way, both the crimes of the Qiao family could be punished, and the anger of the people could be appeased. At the same time, it could serve as an example to deter other noble families across the land. Lin Mo had figured out that Xiao Ruowei was a very smart girl. Added to her sweet looks, it was hard for people not to like her. Lin Mo asked, "Since this is a deal, what's your offer?" Xiao Ruowei took a few steps forward and pulled out a book from her bosom. "I will give this to your Majesty." Lin Mo gestured to Xiao Ruowei. "Bring it over." He assumed that Xiao Ruowei might pledge herself to him in marriage. But evidently, he underestimated this woman's capabilities. However, Lin Mo could acquire all the books in the world through his system. So, seeing that Xiao Ruowei produced a book, he wasn't too interested. Xiao Ruowei looked up and caught Lin Mo's gaze. Suddenly, she felt somewhat flustered, because Lin Mo's eyes showed no disguise for his admiration and possession of her. But Lin Mo spoke, and she had no choice but to gather her courage and step forward. The closer she got to Lin Mo, the more her breathing became rapid. In her life so far, she had never been this nervous. Do you seem to be afraid of me? Lin Imo noticed her nervousness and questioned her lightly. Xiao Ruowei's body slightly trembled, thinking to herself, that's right, I am not even afraid of death. Why should I fear him? With that thought, she relaxed a lot, but she still felt the pressure emanating from Lin Imo. After all, standing before her was the great Han Emperor who could claim hundreds of thousands of lives with just a snap of his fingers. What is this? Lin Imo pointed at the book in her hand and asked. It consists of some minor inventions by me. Please, Your Majesty, take a look. Xiao Ruowei handed the book to Lin Imo. As she bent down, her full physical development immediately became apparent. Despite having suffered various neglects and ridicule within the Qiao family, she had never lacked for food or clothing. At 19 years old, she was at the perfect stage of development. Even through several layers of clothes, one could sense her well-endowed figure. Another enchantress who could ruin a nation. Lin Imo muttered silently, then took the book from her hand and began to flip through it. Upon opening the first page, he heard the voice of the system. New book detected. Would you like to include it in the literary repository? What's going on? This book isn't in the literary repository? Lin Imo curiously asked the system. This book has not circulated on the market, thus it has not been included in the literary repository. Books in the literary repository must be those in circulation. This book was personally compiled by Xiao Ruowei and was unique in the world. Therefore, it was not previously recorded in the literary repository. Include it, Lin Imo said indifferently. In an instant, the book in his hands disappeared, stunning Xiao Ruowei beside him. Where did the book go? She became anxious. After all, it was the result of her work for several years. In recent years, she rarely attended gatherings among the nobility and seldom went outside. All her energy was devoted to this book. Could the Han Emperor usurp her achievements? But the Han Emperor didn't even look at it. He didn't know its content. How could he make an object disappear into thin air? Inclusion successful. Gained book, Ruowei miscellaneous notes. After hearing the system's prompt, Lin Imo immediately retrieved the book. The whole process lasted less than 3 seconds, making Xiao Ruowei wonder if she had imagined it. Ruowei miscellaneous notes. Lin Imo flipped open the book and started reading. The book didn't have a table of contents, but the purpose of the first article was clear immediately. The first chapter described water sprinklers. Large cities like Luoyang required regular maintenance and cleaning of streets, making water sprinklers indispensable tools. However, traditional water sprinklers were cumbersome, time-consuming, labor-intensive, and inconvenient to use. Xiao Ruowei upgraded the traditional water sprinkler, making each vehicle lighter and more convenient while increasing its water storage capacity. What used to require 7 operators now needed only 3, saving time and effort. The second chapter discussed weaving machines. Her improvements to the weaving machine were somewhat similar to what Lin Imo had designed. Although they weren't grand in scale, they were impressive as they were her own ideas. Further sections included rice milling machines, flour grinding machines, bellows cars, and more. The book was thick and detailed 16 such inventions and improvements. The more Lin Imo read, the more amazed he became. Many of these ideas he had never even heard of. Did you come up with all of these yourself? From Lin Mo's expression, Xiao Ruowei had already guessed that he was satisfied. She nodded, However, most of the things recorded here I already know, and they have already begun to be popularized in Great Han. Lin Imo took out a book from the literary repository, Tiangong Kaiwu, and handed it to Xiao Ruowei. She flipped through it and treasured it like a great find. Lin Imo said, this book may not be very useful to me, but it's worth more than the lives of those in the Qiao family. Let's say this. There are 16 inventions recorded, so I will pardon 16 members of the Qiao family. 16 people? Xiao Ruowei frowned deeply. The Qiao family was a super powerful house. The main branch alone had 50 to 60 people, and if you include the extended branches, there were 200 or 300 people. If you add the gatekeepers and servants, the numbers would just go up uncontrollably. This outcome was far below her expectations. With gritted teeth, she asked, what if I offered myself as a bargaining chip? Though she hated the Qiao family, she still considered herself a part of it, and she couldn't just stand by and watch them all die. That depends on how much use you can provide, replied Lin Imo without giving her a clear answer. I understand. Xiao Ruowei nodded, and then picked up the book, Tiangong Kaiwu. Could I borrow this to take a look? No problem. Given Xiao Ruowei's talents, giving her this book would likely maximize its potential. Xiao Ruowei truly liked this book. In the past, when she studied on her own, she always wanted to find reference books, but could never find suitable ones. This book gave her a lot of inspiration and made her feel as though she'd suddenly understood many concepts. Since she couldn't return to the capital now, Lin Imo arranged for her to stay at a quiet place temporarily. His subordinates must have been thinking strangely, because they directly sent Xiao Ruowei to Lin Mo's residence. Probably, within all of Hanggu Pass, only that place was truly quiet. As for Lin Imo, he continued discussing with everyone how to deal with the southern invasion of the Xiongnu. Chapter 4:27. The Xiongnu Empire. The Xiongnu of the current age differ from those in Lin Mo's historical knowledge. Lin Imo had never had the time to study Xiongnu history until Lei Tong provided him with detailed insights. The Xiongnu Empire was established even more recently than the Man Empire, existing for only 60 years so far. The present emperor of Xiongnu is merely their third ruler. One might say that he is a young lion, whereas the Dagon Empire is an aging tiger. Centuries ago, the Xiongnu were merely a small tribe, often oppressed by surrounding races. Later, a leader named Qi He emerged among the Xiongnu. Qi He was captured by the nearby Lai Rong people and became their slave when he was young. Later, the army of Dagon defeated the Lai Rong tribe and saved him. Afterward, Chi lived in the Dagon military camp as a horse caretaker. He spent 6 years in the Dagon camp, learning about the immense strength of Dagon. Eventually, he returned to the Xiongnu through a caravan and inherited his title as leader. Chi made a decision to ally with the Dagon Empire. At that time, there were many nomadic tribes to the north that frequently attacked Dagon's border regions. The most powerful were the Lai Rong, who even possessed the resources to form their own empire. Weary from these attacks, Dagon sought to cultivate a power on the grasslands that could suppress these tribes. Fortunately, an envoy sent by the Xiongnu Xuanhuan arrived at the capital city to discuss cooperation. The two sides agreed effortlessly and formed an alliance. Subsequently, with the strong military force of Dagon and guidance from the Xiongnu, after several years of warfare, numerous northern ethnic groups were eliminated. The Lai Rong retreated to the northwest region, while the Jia tribe fled 3,000 miles to the extreme cold of the northern lands. With this opportunity, the Xiongnu arose as the leading clan of the northern steppes. For the initial 20-odd years, the relationship between the Xiongnu and Dagon was close, with frequent exchanges. As Chi grew older, his ambitions swelled. Surrounding races had all submitted under the iron hooves of the Xiongnu, but there wasn't much wealth left to plunder. Unsatisfied with the current situation, he began harboring intentions toward Dagon. One year, the northern region faced a once-in-a-century cold wave, killing countless cattle, sheep, and horses. Many civilians froze or starved to death due to lack of food and heating supplies. Chi requested assistance from Dagon, but during this period, Dagon was undergoing royal succession turmoil with slight internal unrest, leaving them unable to focus on international affairs. Thus, Chi cited Dagon's breach of alliance and sent troops south, seizing dozens of cities from Dagon. They looted Dagon's resources and population. From that point onward, the alliance between the Xiongnu and Dagon was completely torn apart, beginning a centuries-long conflict. From former brotherly nations, they became bitter enemies. The Xiongnu were naturally cruel, and Lei Tong recounted many tales of their city massacres. Once captured by the Xiongnu, Dagon citizens were treated like livestock, corralled in pens. During prosperous years, men worked while women became tools of reproduction. In times of famine, all slaves served as their food supply. The Xiongnu treated Dagon women as gifts of favor. In remote tribes, Dagon women were even sold at fixed prices. In Xiongnu society, owning a female slave from Dagon would make someone envious. Owning a noblewoman from Dagon symbolized high status and identity. Because of this perverted and twisted preference, the Xiongnu frequently invaded Dagon. Xiongnu soldiers yearned to fight against Dagon because each battle earned them materials and slaves. They only needed to submit a small portion, keeping the majority for themselves. A single battle could enrich a family greatly, making such opportunities universally desired. Listening to Lei Tong's explanation, Lin Mo realized the hatred between Jiuzhou and the Xiongnu was nearly impossible to resolve. There was only one way to reconcile it: make one side vanish entirely from this world. Since this world's history differed from his past life, Lin Mo carried no mental burden, only responsible for his own people. Your Majesty, if Miss Qiao speaks the truth and the Xiongnu plan to invade en masse, the people of Qing, Yu, Bing, and Ji provinces will be doomed. It will lead to a great calamity, rivers of blood and piles of bones, said Lei Tong, growing increasingly agitated. Being a veteran commander familiar with the Xiongnu tactics, he understood their nature well. The mere thought of the Xiongnu invasion kept him sleepless at night. Sun Shuxing added, "Old traitor Sima is truly becoming more confused by the day. Doesn't he think that the Xiongnu would really give up 16 cities just for him? And once inside the pass, would they respect any treaties with him? He's getting old yet remains naive. It's clear that if the Xiongnu engage in battle with the Han forces, they would flee as soon as things turn unfavorable. What can Sima Lan do then? By that time, after sweeping through Bingzhou, the Xiongnu will retreat to the grasslands. The entire population of Bingzhou will suffer grievously. Such a foolish plan actually came from Sima Lan himself. The southern march of the Xiongnu must be stopped." Lin Mo clenched his fists tightly. At this critical moment to deal with Sima Lan, Lin Mo truly did not want to move his troops away. Moreover, to counter the Xiongnu cavalry forces would definitely have to be dispatched. Although Lin Mo had more than 10,000 men under his command, his cavalry added up to less than 20,000. The Snow Dragon cavalry consisted of 9,600 and more riders. The Swanee Iron cavalry numbered over 200. The Flying Bear army included a little over 1,000 men, and there were also more than 6,000 ordinary cavalrymen. If all the cavalry were moved, the assault on the Luoyang region would lose much of its mobility. But if the cavalry weren't all sent, it might be difficult to handle the Xiongnu. And Bingzhou wasn't even in his control. To cross over Bingzhou and fight against the Xiongnu was incredibly challenging. With insufficient troops, it simply couldn't be done. Lin Mo and everyone else discussed until dusk, but failed to come up with a good plan. As everyone's stomachs began to growl, Lin Mo dismissed them to return to camp and promised to reconvene the next day. After returning to his quarters, his evening meal was already prepared. Before the dining table, Xiao Ruwei stood by to serve Lin Mo. Although Lin Mo didn't know why she was here, having a beautiful woman attend to his dinner made him feel significantly better. After finishing the meal, Xiao Ruwei offered herself willingly for the night. Since she had already said she was willing to offer herself as a stake, naturally this also included her body. Lin Mo was exactly pondering how to tackle the Xiongnu when an offering arrived. There was no reason to refuse. Besides, after parting with Lingting and Chang'an, he hadn't been with a woman for quite some time. At this young age brimming with vitality, physiological needs required satisfaction. Afterward, before Lin Mo could claim his reward from the system, Xiao Ruwei spoke up first. Your Majesty, may I make another small request? She clutched the edge of the quilt, her eyes gazing tenderly at Lin Mo. Go ahead. Lin Mo, who had just received release, was in a pleasant mood and showed no sign of refusing her. I can serve you, but please do not bestow any title or status upon me. Allow me to remain an ordinary person. Would that be all right? Asked Xiao Ruwei. Why? Lin Mo was full of curiosity. Wouldn't ordinary people who receive the favor of the Son of Heaven jump at the chance to gain some form of recognition? Why would she instead beg him not to give her any status? Could it be? Those palace dramas about court intrigues are all lies. Chapter 428. Lin Mo, did I just get a power-up? I don't want the Qiao family to use this opportunity to regain power. Although Xiao Ruwei looked down on the people of the Qiao family, she knew that Xiao Rong and a few other clan members were skilled at playing political games. Once she became an imperial consort, the Qiao family would undoubtedly rise from the ashes and seize another chance to come back into power. After all, the Qiao family had numerous disciples and guest ministers. Once they gain a little influence, many people would rally behind them. If that happened, all her previous efforts would be wasted. Rest assured, the person I want to deal with will never have a chance to turn things around, Lin Mo said as he pulled her into his arms, his tone domineering yet gentle. You're mine now. You must give me children as soon as possible. The more, the better. Once we return to Shu capital, I'll give you your title. Haven't you always wanted to reclaim what was taken from you? At that moment, Xiao Ruowei's delicate body trembled. Was this what it felt like to be cherished? Because her mother was just a maid, she had no status in the Qiao estate, leaving her unable to truly care for Xiao Ruowei. So this was the first time she had ever felt such indulgence. A warm stream flowed from her heart through her entire body. She knew that as long as this man kept loving her, there wouldn't be anyone who could bully her. The originally indifferent and desireless Xiao Ruowei suddenly developed the notion of competing for his affection. Congratulations, host. You are now family with Xiao Ruowei. Family members +1. Reward: 100 cases of hand grenades, 30,000 stones of sweet potatoes, a pair of jade pillows for peaceful sleep. Upon hearing the system's rewards, Lin Mo felt somewhat disappointed. What he desired most, talented individuals and soldiers, did not appear. Fortunately, there were 100 cases of hand grenades, which could boost their current combat capabilities. After all, their resources had been drained before, requiring over a month just to produce 100 cases of grenades. Peaceful Sleep Jade Pillow. This item can make the user fall asleep peacefully, improving sleep quality. It can also heal the body, boosting both mental strength and learning efficiency. This is not bad either. Lin Mo casually stored it away in his personal space. He didn't intend to use it himself, but instead planned to give it to Lu Yun and Qin He when he returned to Shu capital. Or perhaps, when their child grows up and needs to study, he would provide it then. The next day, Lin Mo distributed the sweet potatoes to the various camps and sent the surplus to Yongzhou. There were still many displaced civilians there who needed to be settled, and these supplies would exactly address their urgent need. As for the hand grenades, they were divided among the soldiers in each camp. This equipment was easy to operate. Every soldier could use them without relying on artillery teams. If enough were available, Lin Mo might even distribute a few grenades to each soldier. Of course, to prevent the grenade technology from leaking out, Lin Mo ordered strict control by the camps. When not in battle, they had to be kept unified in the warehouse. Grenades would only be handed out during actual combat. On that day, after pondering the whole day again, Lin Mo and his group still couldn't think of a good strategy against the Xiongnu. Even though Lei Tong and Gong Sunzan were present, the Great Snow Dragon cavalry could easily handle the Xiongnu cavalry. But the problem remained: how to break through the numerous checkpoints within Bing province and enter the grasslands. It was likely that even before taking control of Bing province, the Xiongnu army would have already advanced south. By that time, it would be impossible to stop the Xiongnu from ravaging the 9 states of China. After finishing lunch, Lin Mo dozed off on the city wall. Suddenly, a system notification rang in his ears. Congratulations, host. You are now married to Zhao Gidai. Family members +1. Reward: 5 10,000 taels of gold, 3 32x monocular telescopes, and a pair of tiger fur boots. What's going on? Lin Mo was utterly confused. Who was Zhao Gidai? He went through all his memories and could not recall encountering such a person. And yet, inexplicably, they were now part of the same family. It didn't end there. Just a few seconds later, the system voice sounded again. Congratulations, host. You are now married to Li Yurong. Family members +1. Reward: 1 general recruitment card, 3,000 powerful bows, and 10,000 pounds of watermelon. Again, Lin Mo's eyes widened as he jumped up from his seat. System, are you kidding with me right now? Lin Mo quickly summoned the system for questioning. He clearly didn't know Zhao Gidai or Li Yurong. So how did he become part of their families? Isn't the condition to become a family related to, well, intimacy? However, the system ignored him and continued its announcement. Congratulations, host. You are now married to Zhen Fengwu. Family members +1. Reward: 3,000 wooden radish knives, 10,000 wooden spirit shields, and 1 general recruitment card. WT? Radish knives? System, you're absolutely messing with me. Hearing such rewards, Lin Mo immediately lost his cool. Why in the world would he need 3,000 radish knives? To fight enemies in battle? It was unlikely enemies would die, but maybe laugh themselves to death. To confirm whether the system was just joking, Lin Mo hastily claimed all the rewards. In the next second, All the rewards were transferred to his personal space. This is actually real? I'm not dreaming. Lin Mo was astonished, but even more at a loss. Gold, a relatively rare metal with some purchasing power. 32x monocular telescope, can see very far. Tiger fur boots, boots made of tiger skin, known for durability and comfort. Famous general recruitment card, randomly recruits a historical famous general from the previous era. Recruitment probability, world-renowned general 1%, top-tier general 27%, second-tier general 70%. Powerful bows, 5-dan bows that require immense arm strength to draw, with great lethality. Watermelon, a kind of fruit. Wooden radish knife, a small wooden toy with 0 damage capability. Xuanhuan shield, shields crafted from special materials, lightweight yet sturdy, suitable for infantry and light cavalry use. Famous general recruitment card, 3 people, and they've drawn so many good items. 2 general recruitment cards, as well as weapons and equipment, including such useful things as telescopes. If only we had some soldiers. Lin Mo looked at what he had in his hands and chuckled, greedily wishing for more. Congratulations, host. You are now married to Su Shu Tong. Family members +1. Reward, cotton wool anti-odor socks *10, 000, armor heating stones *10, 000, eggs *10, 000. Congratulations, host. You are now married to Su Shu Rong. Family members +1. Reward, superior warhorses *1, 000, silver tails 10,000, sensual undergarments *100. Congratulations, host. You are now married to Xuanhuan Ning. Family members +1. Reward, elite soldiers of the Great Qin Dynasty *3, 000, super soft non-injurious toilet paper *10, 000 rolls, 1 tael of silver. Congratulations, host. You are now married to Chinajiao. Family members +1. Reward, recruitment card *1, gentleman's umbrella *1, 000 boxes, invisibility cloak *1. Congratulations, host. You are now married to Jin Ximping. Family members +1. Reward, population increase *100, 000, reconnaissance hawks *10, hunting dogs *10. A string of rewards burst in Lin Mo's ears. Lin Mo was utterly bewildered, thinking to himself, am I glitched? Chapter 429, a nightmare for a group of Xiongnu. Looking at the row of rewards before him, Lin Mo suddenly realized that he was originally someone who excelled with natural advantages. However, he could not figure out why so many rewards had suddenly appeared. Regardless, I should claim the rewards first. Lin Mo no longer dwelled on the reasons. He believed that the system would not randomly give him rewards. The truth would eventually come to light. Lin Mo's gaze swept over the rewards one by one. Cotton anti-odor socks. Socks with excellent warmth retention and odor prevention effects. These were quite good. Lin Mo took out a pair to check and nodded satisfactorily. As soon as he put his hand inside, he immediately felt a warm sensation, truly outstanding in terms of warmth. The socks were also very thin, providing maximum comfort. If they replaced the soldiers' thick cotton socks, it would greatly enhance marching efficiency and reduce fatigue. Unfortunately, there were too few of them. Lin Mo stored this reward away. He would take it out as a reward when a team accomplished something or needed it in the future. Armor heating stone, a strange stone that continuously emits heat and can be embedded inside armor to make light iron armor effective against cold weather. Oh, seeing the introduction, Lin Mo was slightly surprised. Was this some kind of high-tech product like a heating pad? To verify the efficacy of the armor heating stone, Lin Mo immediately put on a suit of armor and placed a heating stone into the internal slot of the armor. There was no feeling at first, but within less than 2 minutes, heat started to radiate out. Moreover, it wasn't local heating. The warmth spread throughout his entire body. Soon after, Lin Mo began sweating profusely. Truly an excellent item. Lin Mo happily took the suit of armor and picked up the previous armor heating stone. In winter, it is extremely cold, making it inconvenient for soldiers to move with their thick cotton clothing and armor, naturally affecting combat effectiveness. With these stones, soldiers could fight wearing light armor in winter without being restricted by heavy padded garments, undoubtedly making their fighting power stronger than others. And in the cold northern regions, armies cannot march during winter. With the armor heating stones, Lin Mo could form an elite snow force. Chicken eggs, eggs laid by chickens, edible. Sexy underwear, fun underwear enjoyed by some gentlemen. Hint, when worn by women, it pleases others. When worn by men, it disgusts. Lin Mo. System, you're being naughty. Lin Mo felt speechless. As the esteemed emperor himself, did he need such things? Elite soldiers of the Great Qin, strictly selected and highly trained warriors. The elite soldiers of the Great Qin were even more powerful than the sunken army formation forces. An exceptional troop capable of riding horses and fighting as Zhao cavalry while dismounted, as well-trained Wei infantry. Out of 20,000 Qin soldiers, there were merely 1,600 elite Qin warriors. Yet, the system rewarded him with 3,000 in one go. Finally, something reliable. Holding the elite Qin warriors order, Lin Mo felt both gratified and excited. Still, the next 2 rewards, 10,000 rolls of toilet paper was fine, allowing him to treat his posterior a little better, but 1 tael of silver was perhaps too perfunctory. Following that, there was another recruitment order. Recruitment order, randomly recruit a historical figure from past history. Recruitment probability, legendary general 0.01%, first class general 0.29%, second class general 7.7%, third class and below 92%. Even regular recruitment orders can recruit legendary generals? Lin Mo felt a bit pleased. He had thought that ordinary recruitment orders could only recruit average generals. Although there was only a 1 in 10,000 chance, what if he got lucky? However, the following reward made Lin Mo somewhat speechless. Little umbrella, men only. Contraceptive device. A system for having numerous descendants and blessings. Giving me a contraceptive reward? What do you mean? Don't you care about results? Don't I deserve rewards? Besides, in this era, population equals productivity. Therefore, the little umbrella was entirely useless and should be destroyed. Invisibility cloak. Can render the wearer invisible when worn. Note. Usable only at night. Enhances effect. Reconnaissance falcon. A bird of prey suitable for reconnaissance work. Hunting dog. A dog with certain hunting skills and combat abilities. Lin Mo neatly organized all the claimed rewards. The ones to destroy were discarded, and the ones to use were employed. The 3,000 Qin elite warriors were temporarily left unsummoned, because they could be utilized as a surprise force to deliver a fatal blow unexpectedly to the enemy. Lin Mo returned to his room and summoned 3 recruitment orders with a single thought. 2 general recruitment orders, and 1 ordinary recruitment order. Lin Mo believed his luck had always been good. Who knew how much fortune he had accumulated by now? Thus, he injected his willpower simultaneously into the 3 recruitment orders. After a moment, the 3 recruitment orders emitted a strong light, and a luminous array appeared before him. As the characters of life advice appeared, ripples spread across the surface of the array. A shadowy figure stepped out of the array. Just like xuanhuan, he had already been modified by the system, becoming an integral part of this world. While retaining the abilities from his previous life, he lost all memories of it. Now in this world, his sole task was to remain loyal to Lin Mo. He knelt on one knee before Lin Mo. Your humble servant, Li Mu, pays respects to your majesty. Li Mu. Lin Mo's expression flickered with surprise as he stared at him wide-eyed. Could this be the man who led troops deep into Xiongnu territory, killing tens of thousands, wiping out the Yanlan tribe, defeating the Donghu, subduing the Linhu, and causing the Xiongnu Chanyu to flee at the mere sight of him, daring not to approach Zhao's borders for over a decade? Some said that when Li Mu died, so did Zhao. Clearly, he single-handedly supported the entire state of Zhao. His strength was admirable, and his character worthy of respect. Soon, Lin Mo confirmed that this man was indeed the first of the 4 great generals of the Warring States period. The god of war, Li Mu. The first prize made Lin Mo eagerly anticipate the next 2. For now, he gestured for Li Mu to step aside as the light array began to stir again. Not long after, another figure emerged from within. Like Li Mu, he approached Lin Mo and paid his respects. Your humble servant, Chen Tang, pays respects to your majesty. Chen Tang. Lin Mo's pupils contracted sharply, and his body trembled slightly. Another relentless master who dominated the Xiongnu? With just one imperial decree, he crushed the Xiongnu forces, cutting off the head of their Chanyu leader and hanging it on the city wall as a warning to the western regions, ensuring they never dared invade Han again. With xuanhuan already on board, along with Li Mu, handling the Xiongnu seemed more than sufficient. Now with Chen Tang added to the mix, Lin Mo couldn't help but feel pity for the Xiongnu. 2 extraordinary generals had already appeared. Lin Mo thought perhaps the ordinary recruitment order wouldn't produce someone quite as formidable. However, as soon as Chen Tang moved to stand behind him, ripples once again spread through the light array. The third person emerged. This individual was evidently younger than the previous 2. Dressed in black armor with a white cape, he looked only 18 or 19 years old, but his features radiated a heroic aura. One glance at him was enough to know this person was no ordinary soul. Lin Mo's heartbeat quickened. No way. Could it be another world-class general? Chapter 430. Troops dispatched to Bingzhou. Minister Huatsubing, pays respect to your majesty. A young man walked up to Lin Mo, his voice authoritative and full of vigor. Even though Lin Mo had been mentally prepared, upon hearing his name, his heart couldn't help but contract sharply. It was indeed him. General Hua, please rise. Lin Mo extended a hand to lift him up. In the previous life, Lin Mo was also a fan of Huatsubing and deeply admired this talented general. He was like a meteor streaking across the sky. Although brief, his brilliance left an eternal mark. The title, Sealing the Wolf at Jushur, became legendary, marking him as the most distinguished among generals. Through his actions, he demonstrated the power of the Han dynasty to all under heaven. Since then, there has been no court in the southern desert. His strategic foresight and courage were admired endlessly, and his fame endured for generations. And now such a hero had become one of his subordinates. Lin Mo would be lying if he said he wasn't thrilled. Gongsun, Lu Bu, Li Mu, Chen Tang, Huatsubing? System, you must really hate the Xiongnu. Thinking about these 4 people, Lin Mo couldn't help but offer a silent condolence for the Xiongnu. Not just the Xiongnu, but even the Xinbei Empire and all the northern tribes. Generals, do any of you have any good ideas on how to deal with the Xiongnu? Lin Mo pulled out some wine and meat from his personal space storage and sat down with the 3 of them, chatting as they drank and explaining the difficulties he currently faced. After listening, the 3 clutched their cups in thought. Not long after, Li Mu was the first to speak up. Your Majesty, the inspector of Bingzhou and the prefect of Yanmen are not allies of Sima Lang. They each have their own power bases and wouldn't let the Xiongnu pass through easily. Perhaps we can try convincing them. Back during the Mianxi summit, both the inspector of Bingzhou and the prefect of Yanmen had participated with troops. They were, in essence, local warlords who naturally wouldn't follow Sima Lang's orders without resistance. Logically speaking, As those who often fought against the Xiongnu, they should despise them. There's no way that Xiongnu envoys could pass through their territory unimpeded. Clearly, someone among them had been bought off by Sima Lang, where they held compromising evidence against him. I will immediately send someone to Bingzhou. Though knowing it was unlikely to succeed, Lin Mo still decided to give it a try. Who knows? It might awaken a sliver of conscience within them. At the same time, he would investigate the relationship between the inspector of Bingzhou, the prefect of Yanmen, and Sima Lang. From Ling Wunyan, Lin Mo had learned previously that the inspector of Bingzhou and the prefect of Yanmen were loyal supporters of the court and detested Sima Lang. However, their recent actions obviously didn't fit their characterizations. Lin Mo speculated that certain events had transpired after the failure of the campaign against the Han. If only he could find the critical point, then the chances of swaying these two individuals would greatly increase. Your Majesty, let me handle this personally. Suddenly, Hu Tsubing interjected. I'll lead 3,000 cavalrymen to Bingzhou, but we cannot allow Sima Lang to know. By bringing 3,000 men, he wished to declare his determination to resist the Xiongnu. If they agree, fine. If not, then it's war. Seeing his confidence, Lin Mo knew Hu Tsubing wasn't reckless, so he nodded and said, all right. Immediately thereafter, he stood up and led the three to the conference hall, summoning other generals as well. After making introductions, Lin Mo appointed Hu Tsubing as general of ruling the barbarians, commanding 3,000 Snow Dragon cavalry heading toward Bingzhou, with Gong Sunzan and Lu Bu as deputy generals accompanying him. Furthermore, he sent Li Mu as the commander-in-chief of the Right Army, assisted by Mo Ba leading 8,000 troops towards Mount Wanguo, and assigned Lei Tong as the commander-in-chief of the Left Army, with Chun Tang as the deputy general leading 7,000 soldiers towards Shimingwen Pass in Hunan. To support them, Lin Mo dispatched Lu Qiong as commander with 50,000 troops attacking Mengjin Harbor, Zhong Xinxiu commanding 30,000 troops assaulting Haiyan County, Ma Ying and Huang, who commanding 10,000 soldiers targeting Ping County. His aim was to give Sima Lang the impression that he intended to sever the Yellow River. The news soon reached Luoyang, and upon learning of the Han army's movements, Sima Lang immediately summoned everyone for discussion. Han forces have lain dormant for so long. Why did they suddenly rebel? And earlier, weren't they supposed to attack Fanshui Pass? Why move their main force north instead? What is the purpose of this? Sima Lang scanned his gathered officers, questioning them. Chao Xingshi replied, Haiyan, Ping County, and Mengjin, they're crucial river crossings. The Han army's attacks on these locations are meant to cut off the Yellow River and prevent the Xiongnu from moving south. Sima Jian agreed, nodding. General Chao makes sense. Preventing the Xiongnu from moving south. Sima Lang frowned slightly. Could the bandits of Han already know we asked the Xiongnu for assistance? Sima Jian confirmed. Father, the Xiongnu envoy encountered ambushes after leaving the capital. It was the work of the Han army. Dr. Zheng Qi, who suggested seeking help from the Xiongnu, smirked smugly as he said, Premier, it must be because the Han people fear the Xiongnu so much that they took such drastic measures to intercept the ferry points. Sima Lang nodded. Should the Xiongnu defeat the bandit Han, Dr. Zheng deserves great credit. Thank you, Premier. Zheng Qi flattered shamelessly. He continued, Prime Minister, we cannot let the Han people succeed. We should send troops to support Mengjin and at least secure one crossing point. Upon hearing Sima Lang's words, he was already eager to let the Xiongnu cross the river to attack the Great Han. However, his words were immediately countered by Sima Jian. No need. Sima Jian spoke. Before the Xiongnu move south, we cannot Fansun our forces. It won't be too late to deploy troops when they arrive. He intended for both the Xiongnu and the Han army to wear each other out. So naturally, he wouldn't weaken his own strength now. Zheng Qi dared not oppose Sima Jian and quickly retreated. How has the young emperor been these past few days? Sima Lang asked with a full smile, turning to one of his servants. Prime Minister, as always, he remains engrossed in games and pleasures. Lately, he has also developed a strong fondness for fine food, ordering the imperial kitchen to prepare numerous delicacies and sweets daily. Upon hearing this, everyone present revealed looks of ridicule. They thought inwardly, what a tyrant, beyond saving. Prime Minister, once the Xiongnu crush the rebel Han, you will surely ascend smoothly. It was Zheng Qi again, his face filled with flattery. Sima Lang replied with a fake smile and then added with great gravity. How can His Majesty neglect state affairs like this? Your Office of Censors must properly advise him. The few old foxes from the Office of Censors immediately understood that Sima Lang was trying to cover himself while undermining others. The emperor had never reviewed an important petition or made an important decision since growing up. All the power resided in Sima Lang's hands. Sending remonstrances through the censors would only pretend to fulfill their duty as ministers, while in reality, it would deprive the Son of Heaven of any chance to handle state affairs. This way, others would believe the emperor to be incompetent and ignorant, obsessed only with enjoyment and never considering the well-being of his country and people. Through such tactics, Sima Lang had thoroughly tarnished the reputation of Emperor Qian, severing his roots entirely. This much, Emperor Qian understood very clearly. Thus, he realized that even if Sima Lang fell, there would be no way for him to make a comeback. Both within and outside the court, no one believed in this foolish monarch anymore. Chapter 431. Qianzhou's Old Lover? It had been 2 days since Bai Lang and Qianzhou infiltrated into Luoyang, but the Jingyi sect remained extremely secretive, frequently changing their hideouts. Qianzhou hadn't visited Luoyang for a very long time. Additionally, having already been expelled from the Jingyi sect, he didn't know any of their new hideouts or contact points. So far, The two of them were still without any clues. Bai Lang couldn't help feeling anxious. The failure of the previous mission already made him feel unworthy in front of His Majesty. If this task was not completed well, he would be ashamed to face Lin Mo again. This matter concerned a prince and a princess. He wanted no delays at all. However, while he excelled at assassinations and special operations, gathering intelligence was something where he was nowhere near as capable as Qianzhou. Master, can you think of any more methods? The longer we delay, the greater the danger for the prince and the princess. Inside a tea house, Bai Lang became restless after meeting with Qianzhou. Qianzhou was also helpless. After taking a sip of tea to moisten his throat, he said, "Little Bai, I want to find them as soon as possible too, but Luoyang is so vast, with nearly 1 million people. We are trying to find a needle in a haystack." Luoyang's counter-espionage work had always been excellent, and they had failed to plant spies ahead of time. So, they were basically clueless about the city's intelligence. Even this covert operation involved immense risk. Do you have any trustworthy former colleagues? We could offer them more money. Bai Lang was grasping at straws in his urgency. Qianzhou angrily retorted, "Are you crazy? Revealing yourself at this moment is no different than committing suicide. What do you suggest then?" Bai Lang tightly clenched the teacup. Crash. He crushed the earthen teacup into pieces, startling those nearby. Qianzhou quickly apologized, giving Bai Lang a glance indicating not to get excited. "Let me think some more." He lowered his head and pondered seriously. In fact, he had an idea in mind already. However, it was quite risky, and he might die. Thus, at this moment, he was weighing the pros and cons. But just then, a voice suddenly sounded behind him. "Qianzhou?" Qianzhou's entire body shook. After disguising himself so well, someone still recognized him. Moreover, this voice was very familiar to him. At that moment, he faced sideways to avoid being identified and pretended not to hear, attempting to bluff his way past. Because if his identity was exposed now, all hope would be lost. Bai Lang, also a clever person, continued drinking tea as if he didn't recognize anyone named Qianzhou. "Don't pretend anymore. Even if you turned into ashes, I'd still recognize you." That figure stepped forward and slammed a sword down on the table before Qianzhou. A woman in her 40s glared furiously at Qianzhou. Qianzhou feigned surprise and deliberately lowered his voice. "Madam, are you calling me? I am not Qianzhou. Don't play dumb. Don't think a few fake mustaches will fool me. There are still debts I need to settle with you." The woman grabbed Qianzhou by the collar and pointed her sword at his neck. "I wasn't going to look for you, but here you come seeking your doom willingly. Fine then, let's settle both old and new grudges." "Correct. You can't beat me, so prepare to be flayed alive." Watching this imposing lady address Qianzhou as old woman, Bai Lang wiped sweat off his brow. He thought, "Old Qian, did you abandon her in the end?" Qianzhou looked utterly desperate, signaling continuously to Bai Lang with his eyes. When this woman gets violent, she could really kill someone. They had unresolved grievances between them, and now that Qianzhou had betrayed the Zhengyi sect and fallen into her hands, death would be better than life. Tortures such as skinning him alive would only be the beginning. More cruel punishments awaited. Bai Lang originally thought they were an old couple, teasing each other flirtatiously. But upon sensing the killing intent radiating from the lady, he immediately realized the gravity of the situation and instinctively touched the dagger at his waist. Upon entering the city, they underwent inspections. As such, the Silver Fox Squad's weapons were left behind. All he brought inside was a dagger bought for self-defense within the city. Yet the lady held a long sword, which posed some difficulty. Just as the woman prepared to act and sever Qianzhou's tendons, a young girl rushed out from behind her, urgently stopping her. "Master, please wait." "Qingji, why do you stop me?" The woman looked at her disciple, puzzled. The young girl appeared troubled, looking around and whispering into the woman's ear. "Master, have you forgotten our mission? He is currently the most favored person by the Han Emperor." Hearing these words, the woman's body quaked, and her complexion turned ashen instantly. She gritted her teeth, using a great deal of effort to suppress her murderous intent towards Qianzhou. "This is not the place to speak. Follow me." She glared at Qianzhou, then disdainfully glanced at Bai Lang and said, "Don't even think about playing tricks." Apparently, her sharp eyes had already caught Bai Lang's behavior. Qianzhou felt helpless. He knew that the two of them combined were no match for this crazy woman. However, what puzzled him was what Zhuang Qingji had whispered to the crazy woman earlier, which seemed to have stopped her from killing him on the street. After leaving some money for the tea, Qianzhou followed the woman with Bai Lang into a small alley. After many twists and turns, they arrived at a silk shop. This place was a new hideout for the Zhengyi sect. Is this a hideout or an interrogation room? Qianzhou felt relieved inside. He realized that the crazy woman wouldn't kill him right now. Once they reached the private room upstairs, the woman continued to glare at Qianzhou as if wanting to devour him with her eyes. "You two stay here." The woman snorted and left, leaving Bai Lang and Qianzhou alone in the room, while the girl named Qingji stood guard at the door watching them. Bai Lang quietly asked, "Old Qian, did you secretly watch her take a bath once?" "I didn't. What nonsense are you talking about?" Qianzhou jumped up like a cat whose tail had been stepped on, his old face turning bright red. Such a strong reaction. Could I be right? Bai Lang feigned shock. He was just trying to make a joke, but didn't expect Qianzhou to actually have done such a thing. Bai Lang instantly gave him a look of disdain, thinking, "Your tastes are quite unusual. Hey, don't look at me like that. I'm truly innocent." Qianzhou wanted to cry. His moral character might not be the best, but his taste was normal, wasn't it? Once, during a mission, he had been knocked out and thrown into a bush. When he woke up, he accidentally saw elder Sun Ru using the restroom. Since then, Sun Ru had declared she would gouge out his eyes and cut off his tongue. Wherever Sun Ru was present, he never had a good day. Unable to bear it anymore, he applied for a transfer to the Ezhou branch. And yet, how unlucky he was, running into this demon star again. Hey, since you're a man, why not just take responsibility for your actions? Bai Lang made light-hearted comments from the sidelines. Actually, he had a 1 in 10,000 hope that maybe Sun Ru could serve as a breakthrough point. Chapter 432, The Terrifying Strength of Situ Qingyun. Qianzhou, the sect leader wants to see you. After quite a while, Sun Ru finally returned to the room. However, her attitude toward Qianzhou was still icy cold, with eyes full of murderous intent. Though that incident happened years ago, she couldn't let it go. She maintained her chastity for 34 years. No one had ever seen her pure body. That disgusting man, Qianzhou, dared to lie down in the place where she relieved herself and watched everything he shouldn't have. Sun Ru had sworn to make Qianzhou's life a living hell. Nevertheless, as an elder of the Jingyi sect, she must prioritize the greater good. Personal honor was secondary. National righteousness came first. The sect leader said that Qianzhou's actions would affect the lives of thousands of citizens in the Great Qian dynasty and also endanger the safety of Emperor Qian. Thus, she could only temporarily suppress her desire for revenge. Sect leader, Qianzhou was a little nervous. Although he used to be like a department manager in the Jingyi sect, he had only met the sect leader once in his entire life. Only the core 7 elders of the Jingyi sect knew the identity of the sect leader. Being summoned by the sect leader at this moment was definitely not good news. What's wrong? Bai Lang noticed his tension and quickly asked. The sect leader has a nickname, the Invisible Nightmare. He almost never shows his face. Anyone he summons is usually someone who has severely violated the sect rules or committed unforgivable crimes. And after seeing him, these people disappear from the world completely. Thinking about the sect leader's methods, Qianzhou's voice started trembling slightly. That kind of fear came from deep within and was impossible to suppress. Brother, get ready. Qianzhou quietly warned Bai Lang as his last advice. What are you hesitating for? Do you want me to chop off your legs and let others carry you over there? Seeing the two had moved just a tiny bit, Sun Ru immediately drew her sword and scolded them. At this point, Qianzhou and Bai Lang mentally cursed every single one of her ancestors. But considering that this old woman might actually do what she threatened, Qianzhou didn't want to die without all his limbs intact and reluctantly walked out. They followed Sun Ru underground, through a long and dark underground passage, taking several turns until they finally reached an underground torture chamber. Seeing the tools of torture, Qianzhou felt his scalp tingle, his legs going weak. Since he'd used those instruments on others before, he understood how terrible they were. Over and over in his mind, he muttered to himself, "This is the Jingyi sect's torture room." Inside, panic gripped his heart even more tightly. "You few go prepare. Qingji, follow me." Seeing Qianzhou terrified with a pale face, Sun Ru felt somewhat satisfied. Although she couldn't harm him, she could at least frighten him. Prepare? What else? Qianzhou watched nervously as those underlings left. His heart raced faster. Enduring prolonged psychological torment, they finally arrived at a clean room. Standing at the door, Sun Ru addressed the inside. "Sect leader, I've brought them here. Come in." From inside, a strong and resonant voice echoed. Qianzhou had heard this voice only once, but remembered it very clearly. It belonged to the mysterious sect leader whose whole body was rarely seen. Sun Ru pushed open the door and walked in first. Having come this far, Qianzhou and Bai Lang had no choice but to follow. Inside the room, there was only one slim figure, facing away from them at the moment. Han Empire Brocade Uniform Chief Qianzhou pays respect to the sect leader. By now, Qianzhou realized that begging for mercy would be useless and decided to greet Situ Qingyun instead. He revealed his official status within Han Empire, intending to remind Situ Qingyun that he was now affiliated with the Han side and needed to think carefully before killing him. Situ Qingyun slowly turned around, returning once again to the appearance of a spirited middle-aged man. His outward look gave no hint of his unique identity. He glanced at Qianzhou and said coolly, "Do you intend to use the Han Empire to pressure me?" Qianzhou quickly bowed deeply. "I dare not. No one in this world can force you into anything." "Qianzhou, you've got some nerve. After betraying our sect, you still dare to come to the capital. Are you seeking to beg forgiveness with thorns upon your back?" Situ Qingyun's tone remained calm, but emitted an overwhelming presence. Inside the room, Qianzhou and Bai Lang were pressed by this authority and couldn't straighten up. So terrifying. Bai Lang thought to himself, this man's strength is immeasurable. Likely, apart from his majesty, no one in the world can match him. Even though surprised, Bai Lang clenched his teeth and tried his best to keep standing. Even though his strength was many levels below Situ Qingyun's, with sheer determination, he managed not to kneel. His face was bulging with veins, red as if bearing 10,000 gene stones. On the other hand, Qianzhou was already kneeling, because as long as Situ Qingyun approved, the pressure Qianzhou endured would be significantly less. Seeing that Bai Lang's strength was far inferior to his own, yet he managed to endure until now. Situ Qingyun's eyes flashed with a hint of appreciation. This was the silver fox of the Han Empire. Although his strength wasn't much, he did possess a proud spirit. As Bai Lang's vital energy surged, and he was about to spit blood, Situ Qingyun finally withdrew the pressure emanating from him. The two immediately relaxed, with Qianzhou kneeling on the ground and gasping for breath. But Bai Lang glared fiercely at Situ Qingyun, like a vicious wolf, showing no fear of the mighty beast before him. Courageous indeed. Situ Qingyun said, "You must be the captain of the Silver Foxes, Bai Lang. Now that you've fallen into my hands, what do you have to say?" Bai Lang swallowed the blood in his throat and gritted his teeth, saying, "If you wish to kill or cut me, just act." He gripped the dagger at his waist tightly, clearly not intending to surrender easily. In this world, death is the easiest thing. It's hard to survive. Situ Qingyun sat down and took a sip from the teacup on the table. At this moment, there was no sign of pressure around him. He seemed like an ordinary person. Not a single trace of martial artist energy could be felt from head to toe. This man possesses terrifying power. Bai Lang was astonished once more. Situ Qingyun gave him a feeling that surpassed even his majesty. Though he didn't want to admit it, the fact was that this person's strength exceeded the emperor's. You secretly infiltrated the capital for the sake of those 2 children, right? Situ Qingyun glanced sideways slightly and asked tentatively. This was because he was unclear whether the Han Emperor knew that Long Yi and Duge Shui had each given birth to a child for him. But if it was purely a military infiltration, why send the captain of the Silver Foxes as well as the embroidered uniform leader personally? Qianzhou's body trembled, his heart filled with utmost fear. But he still maintained a calm facade and pretended to be confused, asking, "Children? What children?" "You are indeed loyal to the Han Emperor." From Qianzhou's eyes, Situ Qingyun confirmed that his guess was correct. This somewhat irked him. "When you were under my command, did I ever see such loyalty from you?" "Enough." Situ Qingyun waved his hand dismissively and sighed deeply, saying, "I called the 2 of you here today not to make things difficult for you. Nor will I make things hard for Long Yi, Duge Shui, and those 2 children." Chapter 433, 3 Conditions. Situ Qingyun's words stunned Bai Lang and Qianzhou on the spot. They were already like fish on a cutting board. Should they, perhaps, no longer be deceived? Qianzhou immediately realized that this matter might still have a chance to turn around. Since Situ Qingyun knew about Long Yi, Duge Shui, and those 2 children, and he indicated that he wouldn't harm them, it showed he had other demands. He immediately asked, "Leader of the sect, may I inquire what your conditions are?" Situ Qingyun said, "My conditions are not for you. I need to see the Han Emperor." "You wish to see His Majesty?" Qianzhou raised his head in surprise. He had heard that Situ Qingyun never left the capital. Situ Qingyun stated, "Elder Sun Ru and Zhuang Qingji went to Hangu Pass looking for the Han Emperor, but he had already left. Now we cannot find where the Han Emperor is. I'll spare your life so you can lead them." After saying this, a sudden frosty expression passed over Situ Qingyun's face. The oppressive aura that had just dissipated suddenly surged again. "I hope after leaving the city, you can guarantee their safety. If one hair is missing from their heads, no matter how far away you are, I will surely kill you." With a flick of his long sleeves, a gust of wind was raised, making everyone unable to open their eyes. When they calmed down and opened their eyes again, they found that Situ Qingyun had already vanished from the room. Bai Lang and Qianzhou both consumed the body purification decoction, so their skills weren't bad either. Yet, they hadn't detected how Situ Qingyun had left. In the room, there were only them and the master-disciple pair of Sun Ru. Qianzhou didn't know why they needed to see the emperor, but at present, he could only take them along. "Senior son, when do we set off?" Although Situ Qingyun said he wouldn't kill Qianzhou, he was still very polite towards Sun Ru. It wasn't because his power was less than Sun Ru's. Rather, there was likely some guilt in his heart. After all, that scene was unforgettable for life. Sun Ru coldly said, "The situation is urgent, let's set off now." Although the True One sect's influence in the capital has been suppressed by Sima Lan, and isn't as good as before, the organization has existed for 1,000 years, and its strength is definitely not something Sima Lan could suppress easily. They have methods and channels to enter and exit the capital. After leaving Luoyang, Bai Lang quickly gathered the Silver Fox squad, because when they left Hangu Pass, Lin Mo was still there. At this moment, neither of them knows where Lin Mo is. However, the Silver Foxes belong directly to His Majesty, and they always maintain contact with him. From the Silver Fox squad, they learned that the Emperor led an army and was stationed in Xuanhuan Town, a small place in Guqing County east of Hangu Pass. The terrain there is relatively complex, beneficial for the troops to hide. Also, it's advantageous for issuing commands to various units. Bai Lang ordered someone to keep watching over Luoyang and wait nearby on standby. He then went with Qianzhou and the members of the True One sect to Xuanhuan Town. After seeing Lin Mo, the 2 truthfully reported their ordeal to him. "Your Majesty, it is our incompetence that we couldn't save the prince and princess, instead falling under others' control. We request your Majesty's punishment." The task failed again, and Bai Lang was overwhelmed with shame. While Qianzhou, after going through a close call, understood a truth. Loyalty to the Han dynasty brings security and a sense of honor. Previously, he always considered his retreat. If the Han dynasty faltered, he would run away. But now, he decided to follow the Han until death. "That's settled, I know. Bring the people of the True One sect here." After listening to the recounting of the 2, Lin Mo did not punish them. Actually, he had already prepared mentally. If Long Yi and Duge Shui were controlled by the True One sect, what kind of conditions would they put forth? Withdraw the troops? Even hand over the technology for making cannons? Withdrawing the troops could be considered, and the soldiers under his command would likely understand. However, this was already Lin Mo's bottom line. Handing over the cannon-making technology? Absolutely impossible. Once the Qin dynasty obtains the technology for cannons, it would make it much more difficult to wipe them out later. Countless Han warriors would die for this reason. Lin Mo would absolutely not damage the interests of the nation and the military for the sake of these 2 children. When he was still an ordinary person, naturally, his family was his center. Whoever dared to harm his family would have his entire family killed by him. Now, he was the ruler of a country. All the people in the entire country were his subjects. As he watched Qianzhou leave, Lin Imo muttered softly, I hope the True One sect doesn't go too far. Although he already knew Situ Qingyun's capabilities might surpass his own. If the True One sect dared to hurt his women and children, Lin Imo would certainly make these people regret coming into this world. Because he has a system, surpassing Situ Qingyun would not be a difficult feat. Master Sun Ru and Zhuang Qingji waited outside the door and were brought in soon afterward. Sun Ru of the True One sect, paying respects to the Han Emperor. Sun Ru's face remained cold. As an elder of the Jingyi sect, she is the most devout supporter of the great Qian dynasty. Now that the Son of Heaven is going to compromise with the Han, naturally, she has no good feelings towards Lin Imo. Of course, she wouldn't let her emotions affect the mission this time. No need for formalities. Lin Imo waved his hand and said, Elder son, we'll skip beating around the bush. Let's talk about your sex conditions. What will it take to get my family back in one piece? Since it concerned the lives of his loved ones, Lin Imo wanted to be straightforward and cut to the chase. Sun Ru looked at Lin Imo, who was younger than even her disciple, and was slightly startled inside. Rumors say the Han Emperor is young, but I didn't expect him to be this young. Could he really have started from nothing and achieved today's status? Could he truly be a legendary immortal? Seeing Lin Mo's direct approach, she followed suit. Our emperor has 3 conditions. If the Han Emperor agrees, you will certainly meet the people you wish to see. Only 3 conditions? Lin Imo had thought they would ask for the moon and the stars, proposing all kinds of impossible demands. But even if there are only 3, they must still be difficult to fulfill. Speak on, Lin Imo said calmly. The first, please mobilize the entire nation's army on the 16th day of the 9th month and attack Luoyang City. At that time, the royal army within the city will fully cooperate with the Han troops to annihilate the old fiend Sima. Sun Ru stood up straight with a bright voice. Lin Imo. He was utterly confused. Is this even a condition? Has the great Qian Emperor gone mad? Why would he help me conquer the city? Is the Qian Emperor planning to use my power to exterminate Sima Lan and seize control? But isn't that too risky? Would he really trust me so blindly, giving up the chance to unify the 9 provinces just for 4 family members? Though Lin Imo was shocked internally, he quickly calmed down and continued. What else? The second, we hope that during this assault on the city, you will destroy the Sima clan entirely, capture Sima Lan, and leave him to our emperor for punishment. Lin Imo nodded. And the last one? The third, we hope that the Han Emperor can accept our emperor's abdication, becoming the true ruler of the 9 provinces while treating the Chu clan kindly. Lin Imo. Qianzhou Bailang. Ministers. Chapter 434, A Trap? It can be understood to ask the great Han for help in exterminating the Sima clan, but asking him to accept the abdication of the imperial throne, what a ghost story is this? This ***king can also be considered as a condition? A trap, it must be a trap. Lin Imo really started to think. Is this the will of the Qian Emperor or Sima Lan? Could it be that the Jingyi sect has already been bribed by Sima Lan? Or are these 2 people spies planted by Sima Lan within the Jingyi sect? Everyone in this world is fighting for the throne, who would voluntarily hand over the throne. As long as the Qian Emperor hasn't gone crazy, there's no way he'd propose such a condition. Seeing Lin Imo not speaking, Sun Ru said indifferently. These are the 3 conditions proposed by my emperor. Does the Han Emperor not believe them? Shit, you old woman, you're insane. Do you want to die? Upon hearing her words, Qianzhou broke out into a cold sweat. Daring to speak like this to his majesty, you don't fear death, but I do. Qianzhou looked at Lin Imo anxiously. In case Lin Imo became enraged and killed Sun Ru, Situ Qingyun would definitely not let him go. Moreover, from a personal emotional standpoint, he didn't want Sun Ru to get hurt either. Fortunately, Lin Imo didn't get angry, but instead calmly countered. If I were to easily believe you, would you dare cooperate with me? I wouldn't. Sun Ru frankly shook her head. If the Han Emperor had no caution at all, she indeed wouldn't dare cooperate, and would definitely go back to persuade the Qian Emperor to abandon this idea. Because even if cooperating with the Han Emperor might not guarantee victory over Sima Lan, if the battle between Qian and Han ends in defeat, the Han Emperor could simply flee back to Shu land. However, what awaits the Qian Emperor will be catastrophic consequences. Lin Mo's response satisfied her greatly. Sun Ru took out a letter from her bosom and handed it to Lin Imo. This is personally written by my emperor. Please take a look, Han Emperor. Qianzhou wiped away his cold sweat secretly and quickly took the envelope, handing it over to Lin Imo. Lin Imo opened the envelope. The writing of the Qian Emperor was very elegant, obviously practiced meticulously. The content in the letter was similar to the conditions stated by Sun Ru, except that the Qian Emperor described them more sincerely, almost with an imploring tone. At the end, there was a blood fingerprint and the Emperor's private seal, not the Jade Seal. Because the Jade Seal was always under Sima Lan's control. If the Emperor were to use the Jade Seal, Sima Lan would surely find out. After seeing this, Lin Imo could roughly determine that this truly was a demand from the Qian Emperor and not a trap. Between the lines, one could sense the Qian Emperor's admiration and envy for Lin Imo. The Qian Emperor also wished to be a carefree emperor who could rule freely. Unfortunately, since ascending the throne at 9 years old until now, 12 years later, he had always been just a puppet. He hoped that Lin Imo could continue his dream, to become an emperor who loves his people like children, a majestic sovereign, to lead the 9 provinces to rise again and stand at the top of the world once more. Honestly, Lin Imo was deeply moved. However, belief aside, he wouldn't risk the lives of tens of thousands of great Han soldiers just based on a letter. There were still 10 days until the 16th day of September. He needed to confirm it once more. These 3 conditions the emperor can agree to, but I have a request, Lin Emo said to Sun Ru. Sun Ru responded, speak. Take Qian Zhou and Bai Lang back to the capital and arrange for them to meet the Qian emperor. Only after his own people confirm it personally, Lin Emo would feel reassured. Sun Ru immediately found herself in a bit of a predicament. This is probably quite difficult. The Qian emperor is closely monitored day and night by Sima Laozi. Even his meals and trips to the bathroom are watched. It's too hard to see him. Not to mention letting Qian Zhou and Bai Lang see the Qian emperor. Even Sidu Qingyun needs to be cautious when trying to see him. You must have ways. If you refuse, I'd rather withdraw my army than take this risk. Upon hearing Lin Emo talking about withdrawing his army, Sun Ru suddenly became anxious. She had also read the content of the letter and knew how much this opportunity meant to the Qian emperor. If the Han army withdrew, the Qian emperor would certainly fall into despair. Furthermore, Sima Lan would undoubtedly use this chance to force him to abdicate. At that time, awaiting the Qian emperor wouldn't be just a piece of white silk, but possibly a cup of poison. She didn't want her emperor to come to such an end. Perhaps it can be attempted, but success isn't guaranteed. Sun Ru gritted her teeth and said, success is a must. Lin Emo didn't give her any room for negotiation, making Sun Ru so angry that her teeth itched. Time is pressing. Depart after the noon meal. Lin Emo personally hosted a feast to entertain Sun Ru and her disciples. He also noticed Sun Ru's disciple, xuanhuan, who was exceptionally beautiful. Their combination reminded him a little of the duo, Extinction Nun and Zhuang, before her dark transformation. During the banquet, Lin Emo asked Sun Ru about the well-being of Dugu Shui and Leng Yi. Sun Ru did not conceal anything and told Lin Emo that less than 2 months after their return, the Jingyi sect discovered both women were pregnant. Since the Jingyi sect was engaged in intelligence work, the 2 girls not having their periods for 2 months could easily raise suspicion among others. After a doctor's examination, it was immediately discovered that they were pregnant. It wasn't hard to associate who the father might be. Situ Qingyun instructed them not to make it public, pretend ignorance, and gave them no tasks at all to prevent any accidents. Situ Qingyun's original intention was to use these 2 children as leverage against the Great Han. That's why Dugu Shui and Leng Yi weren't tortured but instead well cared for. However, Dugu Shui and Leng Yi themselves were completely kept in the dark. They still believed that the Jingyi sect knew nothing. After finishing the meal, Lin Emo personally escorted them out of the camp. Grandmaster Sun, you can return to Luoyang alone with them. Your disciple will stay by my side. I'll take good care of her. During the meal, Lin Emo had noticed the deep bond between master and apprentice. He didn't trust Sun Ru going back like that, so he wanted xuanhuan to stay as a hostage. This move was normal since there was no foundation of trust between the 2 sides. But when Sun Ru heard this, she reacted like a cat whose tail was stepped on, exploding instantly. Absolutely not. Leaving my beloved apprentice by your side, isn't that just like putting a lamb in a wolf's den? You're taking care? By the time I come back, the child probably would have been born already. Sun Ru took a deep breath and said, I'll stay as a hostage. Qingzhu, you take them back to the capital and find the sect leader. Master, xuanhuan felt warmth in her heart, but was worried about her teacher. Lin Emo was speechless. Are you really that distrustful of me? What kind of person do you think I am? Listen to me. Sun Ru put on a stern face and ordered strictly. Yes. Xuanhuan dared not go against her master's command, sniffed and bowed gently, looking fragile. She left with Qian Zhou and Bai Lang towards Luoyang, and watching their backs disappearing into the distance, Sun Ru felt some worry. On this journey, she truly wasn't sure if she could even see Emperor Qian again. Hopefully, the sect leader can come up with a good plan. Chapter 435, The Yinmen Gua Clan. Compared to Sun Ru, Lin Emo wasn't as worried. Because no matter whether this was a trap or not, Qian Zhou and Bai Lang would not be in danger. If this were a trap and Sun Ru and her people were under Sima Lan, then Sima Lan wouldn't risk alerting the Han army by killing Qian Zhou and Bai Lang prematurely. If the letter's content were true, then the Jingyi sect would do their utmost to meet his conditions. Although it might be difficult, if they couldn't even overcome this challenge, Lin Emo found it hard to believe their claim that they could dispatch the Royal Guard army for an inside-outside pincer move. Bai Lang and Qian Zhou said the sect leader of Jingyi sect had godlike powers, even stronger than Lin Emo. He'd served as the sect leader for decades with nobody knowing his real identity, indicating how skillful he truly was. Lin Emo believed that he would definitely allow Bai Lang and Qian Zhou to meet the Dry Emperor. The person had already disappeared from sight, but Sun Ru's eyes were still filled with worry. You don't seem to be concerned about yourself at all, Lin Emo teased. Sun Ru shot Lin Emo a cold glance without saying a word. Is she your daughter? Lin Emo asked curiously. Upon hearing this, Sun Ru immediately flew into a rage. Nonsense, utter nonsense. Reacting so strongly. Could it mean she was a love child? Lin Emo smirked. You now look like a mother watching her daughter leave home for the first time. It might sound convoluted, but it was easy to understand. Sun Ru's body trembled slightly, as if she also realized this. Excuse me for being impolite earlier. Once the Gan Kingdom is replaced, you can either kill me or do whatever you wish. Sun Ru's expression suddenly appeared somewhat melancholic. Oh, so she's one who doesn't fear death. Judging by this, Gan must hold a high place in her heart. Once Gan fell, she would abandon her life as well. Then Lin Emo smiled gently. If the Dry Emperor is willing to abdicate the empire, I will not only treat the Chu clan well, but also treat the loyal officials of the fallen Dry dynasty who haven't committed crimes accordingly. As an organization of the Dry Dynasty, the Jingyi sect naturally counted as old ministers of the Dry Dynasty. However, Sun Ru showed absolutely no interest. Where shall I rest? Lin Mo encountered rejection again and helplessly instructed the nearby soldiers. Arrange a tent for Elder Sun to rest. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. Because Sima Lan did not send reinforcements, Lin Mo's army effortlessly took over Haiyin, Ping County, and Mengjing counties, taking control of all the ferry ports. Although some small ports were still usable, they were suitable only for commoners and small trade convoys, not for large armies to pass through. He attacked these 3 crossings so conspicuously to attract Sima Lan's attention and let Hui Tsubing successfully enter Bingzhou. Of course, having these 3 crossings allowed Lin Mo to rely on the dangers of the Yellow River to prevent the Huns from advancing southward. At the same time, if he wanted to advance northward into Bingzhou, it would be effortless. By occupying the armies in these 3 counties, he cut off communication between Bingzhou and Luoyang, putting Bingzhou under immense pressure. In an emergency meeting held by the governor of Bingzhou and the prefect of Yinmen, Brother Gua, why do you think the Han army didn't attack Luoyang, but instead chose to occupy these 3 ferry crossings? What do they intend to do? Governor Ding Qiu was deeply intimidated by the Great Han. Back when they were driven around in Hanzhong, almost starved to death, trapped in Mount Taibai. After going through tremendous hardships, they managed to escape from the Han army's hands. Since then, every time he came back home, he silently prayed that the Han army wouldn't come to cause trouble in Bingzhou. But just after less than 2 months of peace, the Han army arrived. This happened much sooner than his worst expectations. Ding Qiu knew very well that Bingzhou's current strength was certainly no match for the Great Han. Even if the other party only sent 1 army, they could easily overwhelm them. Don't we see that million-strong force in Luoyang crumbles before the Han army like paper? Yinmen prefect Gua Chonghu said, Luoyang has gathered an army of 200,000 men. With its towering walls, it is extremely difficult to capture. Attacking Luoyang won't be the last battle for the Han army. They probably don't want to exhaust all their forces here, so there's an 80 to 90% chance they will attack Bingzhou first. After hearing this, Ding Qiu became furious, shouting loudly, they can't fight against Luoyang, so they come bully us. Where's the logic in that? Gua Chonghu gave a cold snort. Isn't that the way things go everywhere in this world? The current Han army is much stronger than it was in Hanzhong. Moreover, I heard that in their attacks on the provincial army, they used a new kind of weapon, handheld bombs called hand grenades, which are incredibly powerful. With this weapon alone, 3,000 men held off an army of 10,000 for nearly 10 days. If they were to attack us, wouldn't it be like spanking a son? Ding Qiu looked at Gua Chonghu and whispered, Brother Gua, our 2 families combined are certainly no match for the Han army. To save our lives, we may need to ask someone else for help. At this statement, a cold frost settled on Gua Chonghu's face. He knew what Ding Qiu was about to say, and immediately rebuked. Director Ding, I do not know why you have betrayed the Great Gan and gone to help the old traitor Sima. But if you think I would let the Xiongnu pass southward, it's absolutely impossible. His family, the Gua clan, had been guarding Yinmen for 3 generations. His ancestor, Gua Lin, was known as the Flying General. A poet even wrote a poem in his praise. As long as there is the Flying General defending Yinmen, no barbarian horse will trample the land. His great-grandfather, grandfather, and father all guarded this honor, and the Gua family never disappointed the people of Bingzhou. The reputation of the Gua family must never be ruined in his hands. Moreover, since childhood, Gua Chonghu had been influenced by his father and ancestors, deeply understanding national righteousness and the cruelty of the Xiongnu. On the day he took over Yinmen, he swore that as long as Gua Chonghu was still in Yinmen, not a single Xiongnu would step onto the lands of the Great Gan. Gua Chonghu, seeing that Gua Chonghu refused to give him any face, Ding Qiu immediately turned hostile. I'm not discussing with you. I am ordering you. As the governor, Gua Chonghu was merely the prefect of Yinmen, his direct subordinate. Traitor, do you think you're worthy to command me? Gua Chonghu coldly snorted, stood up, and prepared to leave. Bang! A loud noise sounded from behind him as Ding Qiu overturned the table, and countless axe-wielding soldiers rushed out from behind the screen and the door. Ding Qiu angrily said, if you don't obey today, you will die. However, Gua Chonghu was well prepared. He slowly drew his sword, turning back halfway, and saying, if you want to kill me, come ahead. Before coming to Shandong, he had already arranged everything for Yinmen. If he were to die, his son would take over Yinmen and continue blocking the Xiongnu from advancing southward. When he attended the Mianxi alliance, he entrusted Yinmen to his son. His son, Guo Wenyuan, known as the Yinmen Tiger, was now an adult and renowned in the northern desert, more than capable to take on this great responsibility. But he would absolutely not surrender without a fight. Report. Just as Ding Qiu was about to order the killing of Gua Chonghu, a soldier stumbled into the room, looking tense. Governor, a group of Han cavalry has been spotted outside the city, rushing toward Shandong. Chapter 436. Hui Tsubing prepares a feast, and Gua Chonghu's glorious achievements. What? Upon hearing about the Han army, Ding Qiu instantly turned pale with fright, dropping his weapon to the ground. It wasn't that he was cowardly, it was just that the shadow cast by the Han army was too great. Moreover, all the garrison troops of Shandong were terrified when they heard that the Han army was coming. Nobody knew who had leaked the news, but the civilians in the city were thrown into chaos, and there was an atmosphere of tension within the military camp. They were all units that had participated in the Hanzhong battle and deeply understood the horror of the Han forces. When they fled from Yongzhou, they had sworn that they would never want to face off against the Han army again in their lives. But just after making this vow, the Han army came charging forward. Heaven, are you mocking us? How could it be so fast? Weren't they supposed to be capturing the ferry crossings? Ding Qiu's voice trembled slightly. None of the other generals from Bingzhou beside him knew how to respond, as it truly was unexpected. Ding Qiu continued. Why have I received no information at all that the enemy has already appeared outside the walls of Shandong City? The generals looked at each other once more, not knowing the reason. But isn't this exactly how the Han army operates, so elusive and unpredictable? No one knew when the army that had originally attacked Yongzhou had appeared there. Ding Qiu asked, how many soldiers have come? They're a group of black armored cavalry. Each soldier has 3 horses, moving incredibly swiftly. Presumably, their speed surpassed even that of our scouts, which is why we haven't received any messages. The soldier's answer cleared everyone's confusion. Everyone. One person with 3 horses? One general from Bingzhou furrowed his brows gravely, his expression heavy with seriousness. Could it be the xuanhuan cavalry, the army that had silently crushed the entire force of Yongzhou without anyone realizing? At this statement, all the generals from Bingzhou present fell into panic. The army that had wiped out the Bingzhou force, rumor had it that they only had 10,000 cavalry, yet they successively defeated the tenfold armies of Yongzhou and Wu Wang's forces, displaying almost godlike power. What was most terrifying was that they had suffered barely any losses themselves, only hundreds of men. Upon hearing that the xuanhuan cavalry was attacking Bingzhou, fear gripped them all. Ding Qiu shouted in a panic, quickly, shut the city gates tight. Not long after, the xuanhuan cavalry indeed appeared outside Shandong City. There weren't many of them, just over 3,000 cavalrymen. Yet Ding Qiu was completely unsettled, worried that this might only be the vanguard force. Back then, when the Han army invaded Sili, wasn't the vanguard merely 1,500 men? To send 3,000 xuanhuan cavalry for an attack on Bingzhou surely meant they respected him, Ding Qiu, immensely. But what surprised them was that the xuanhuan cavalry didn't attack the city. Instead, they sent a messenger carrying a letter, inviting the governor of Bingzhou to step out of the city and converse. After reading the letter, Ding Qiu became even more anxious. Although its words were polite, every sentence subtly hinted at threat. Go out of the city? No, what if the Han army changes its mind? The Han army has a history of executing envoys. How could Ding Qiu possibly trust them? However, staying within the city and refusing the invitation would offend the Han army irreparably. Could the 20,000 men inside Shandong City hold out for how long? Just 1 hour, or maybe 2 hours? Ding Qiu looked back toward the generals, who immediately lowered their heads or turned away. In any case, none of them dared to make eye contact with him, fearing being selected. Seeing their reactions, Ding Qiu was furious. At this moment, he noticed xuanhuan, a man of proud spirit. His eyes spun, and he forced a smile while approaching. Brother Gua, what I said earlier was just a joke. Please don't take it to heart. I'll go. Before Ding Qiu finished his sentence, xuanhuan retrieved his sword and strode confidently towards the exit. Bring my horse here. xuanhuan understood what Ding Qiu wanted. He wanted to push him forward to investigate the Han army's intentions. And he himself wished to confront the Han army directly. Brother Gua, do you want me to send a squad of cavalry with you out of the city? At the gate, Ding Qiu had xuanhuan's people stopped. He was distrustful of letting xuanhuan leave with his own men. If they surrendered to the Han, things would get worse for him. Whether successful or not, I will report back to Governor Ding. xuanhuan understood what Ding Qiu was thinking. With a light snort, he departed the city alone. This bravery and confidence was unmatched among all the generals of Bingzhou. Ding Qiu's face turned grim, glaring darkly at xuanhuan's retreating figure. As xuanhuan exited the city, he gently spurred his warhorse toward the Han army. At this time, the Han army's commanding general had already set up a banquet within the formation, waiting quietly for his arrival. The gesture of setting up wine on the battlefield filled xuanhuan with respect. And when he saw the opposing general, a mere youth of 18 or 19 years old, he was astonished further. To be the leader of such an army at such a young age, this definitely indicated remarkable talent. Governor xuanhuan of Yinmen has arrived upon invitation. xuanhuan dismounted, walking forward confidently. Huatsubing stood up and clasped his fists. It's Governor Gua. Your name has been known to me for a long time. I am Huatsubing. This gentleman on my left is General Lu Bu, and the one on my right is General Gong Sunzan. He was courteous, introducing even Lu Bu and Gong Sunzan. Even though Huatsubing was the commanding general, he held great respect for Lu Bu and Gong Sunzan. Lu Bu. xuanhuan was inwardly startled at this. The name of Lu Bu had already shocked all 9 provinces, something xuanhuan heard frequently like thunder. Killing Sima Jianshi with 2 moves when Sima Jianshi ranked second in the general's list, his power surpassed Fan Qing, who ranked first, and everyone called him the war god of the Han dynasty. Such a mighty person actually stood behind Huatsubing? Who was Huatsubing? And who was Gong Sunzan? These names were too unfamiliar to xuanhuan, yet he dared not look down on them. Because Lu Bu also emerged suddenly without any fame beforehand. He suspected that Huatsubing was another great general hidden by the Han Empire for a long time. My name isn't worth mentioning. xuanhuan didn't dare to put on airs in front of these people. Just based on Lu Bu's capability to kill Sima Jianshi instantly, finishing him off would be just as swift. However, Huatsubing poured him a glass of wine and invited him to sit down for a chat. Governor Gua, don't be so humble. You have guarded Yinmen for 18 years and never let the Xiongnu cross a step into the 9 provinces. In the Battle of Dahan Mountain, you used 4,000 cavalry to crush 10,000 strong invading Xiongnu army. When you returned, only 300 out of your 4,000 cavalrymen remained. What a glorious sacrifice! In the battle at the horse trading field, you led 300 cavalrymen on a lone raid into the enemy camp, greatly defeating the left xuanhuan of the Xiongnu, forcing their retreat over 300 miles, saving 6,000 lives from the 9 provinces. What an impressive display! The battle at Neo Lake. Hua Tsubing recounted Guo Chenghu's magnificent achievements, admiration evident in every word. A frontier general guarding the national gate like this deserved the most respect. Of course, by narrating these remarkable achievements against the Xiongnu, he intended to express his admiration while reminding Guo Chenghu of the honor and mission on his shoulders. Guo Chenghu realized how much Hua Tsubing knew about him while he was hearing these names for the first time, which made him feel embarrassed. Ashamed, he said, "General Hua, there is no need to worry. As long as my family exists, the Xiongnu will never set foot in Bingzhou." He understood Hua Tsubing's intent, making the promise right there. It was both to Hua Tsubing and to himself. He, Guo Chenghu, would absolutely not betray the 9 provinces. Chapter 437. Appoint General Hua to become the governor of Yanmen. General Guo is indeed a man of integrity and honor in the 9 provinces. I, Chu Bing, toast you 3 cups. Hua Tsubing poured himself 3 bowls of wine, then raised the first one and drank it in one gulp. The first cup is in tribute to your family's long-standing defense of our nation's borders and protection of the mountains and rivers for 100 years. Next came the second cup. The second cup honors your righteousness. Lastly was the third cup. The last cup respects your unparalleled courage for attending this feast alone. Hua Tsubing did not know that Guo Chenghu was also in Shandong, so he specifically requested Ding Qiu, the inspector of Bingzhou province. However, Ding Qiu didn't come, obviously out of fear. Seeing Hua Tsubing's immense enthusiasm, Guo Chenghu was greatly moved, lifted his bowl, and drank it all at once. After drinking, his body immediately stiffened, eyes wide as he looked at the wine in the bowl. What kind of wine is this? Its fragrance is extraordinarily rich. Dagon lacked grain, so there wasn't much alcohol to brew in the first place. Moreover, brewing techniques were relatively backward, so most of the brewed wine was coarse liquor. The strongest alcohol he had ever tasted was Mare's milk wine seized from the Xiongnu, and though Dagon's coarse wine could be consumed up to 10 jin without intoxication, Mare's milk wine could only be imbibed up to 3 jin. But the wine before him was clear as water, yet fiery as fire. After drinking just 1 glass, it felt like swallowing a mouthful of flame, burning all the way from the throat down to the stomach. Yet it was like a huge boulder dropped into a lake. The dormant energy stored at the bottom was unleashed, and nothing could stop it. Ordinary wine emboldens people, but this wine releases boundless passion. Good wine, Guo Chenghu exclaimed. Producing such wine must require a lot of grain. Could it be that your Han dynasty already has surplus grain? Lu Bu laughed upon hearing this. Shall General Guo know? This is but the most ordinary wine of Han. The emperor's divine drunkenness is the ultimate fine brew. Guo Chenghu was speechless. This was only the most common wine? There's more, Lu Bu continued. The emperor possesses divine magic, which allows him to buy grain from heaven itself. In today's Han, there isn't a single person who starves. The emperor promises that all Han citizens can go free from taxes for a year. Military families will remain tax-free during service. Grain in the Han dynasty was simply the least valuable thing. After listening, Guo Chenghu didn't know what to say, feeling completely numb. Divine magic? It sounded absurd, yet he couldn't refute it. The Han dynasty certainly had policies to exempt citizens from taxes for a year. There were also rumors of birth allowances, labor rewards, and various subsidies. If Lin Mo could not buy grain from heaven and yet still collected no grain from the people, how would they sustain such a vast army? Truthfully speaking, Guo Chenghu envied these people before him. He didn't dare to think further, instead cutting straight to the topic. May I ask General Hua, what is your purpose in coming to Bingzhou? Hua Tsubing smiled slightly, revealing his intentions without reservation. Let me be honest with you. His Majesty heard that old traitor Sima conspired with the Xiongnu to sell out the 16 counties of Yanyan. I led the Snow Dragon Riders here to intercept the Xiongnu. Though we serve different masters, we are both natives of the 9 provinces. I hope, Governor Guo, you can offer some convenience by letting us pass through the border. Guo Chenghu was startled again. He hadn't expected Hua Tsubing to speak such words. In the face of ethnic conflict, personal grudges can be set aside. This was true righteousness. Old traitor Sima indeed plans to sell out the 16 counties of Yanyan to gain support from the Xiongnu. This time, the entire Xiongnu nation is heading south. I estimate they have at least 400,000 iron cavalry. Of course, the Xiongnu won't take only the Yanmen route. Putting down the wine bowl in his hand, Guo Chenghu drew a line on the ground and pointed toward the west. This is Yanmen, an important passage for the Xiongnu invasion. And this is Makong, another key fortress for entering the interior. I predict the Xiongnu forces will split into 2 routes. 250,000 troops will attack Yanmen, while 150,000 will invade Makong. As long as they capture these 2 cities, the 16 counties of Yanyan promised by Sima Lan will fall easily into their hands. As a seasoned general stationed at the border for a long time, Guo Chenghu had complete understanding of the Xiongnu's battle style. He could even calculate how many troops they would deploy. There were less than 30,000 soldiers under his command at Yanmen, and already facing 250,000 Xiongnu troops put tremendous pressure on him. Now, with the inspector of Bingzhou province having betrayed to Sima Lan, he wouldn't stand a chance at all. He would not be able to withstand simultaneous attacks from both fronts. Moreover, Yanmen was barren, and without supply support from Bingzhou province, he could not hold out for long. His presence at this meeting was also to probe the thoughts of Ding Qiu. Their Gua family had already prepared to share life or death with Yin Min. Hua Tsubing's words reignited his hope. How many men did you bring along this time, General Hua? Asked Gua Chenghu, his voice slightly tense. He would rather surrender Yin Min to Han than let it be taken by the Xiongnu. If Yin Min is lost, the people of Bingzhou, Yinzhou, and even Sili will suffer. All the hard work and effort put in by his Gua family for generations would be destroyed in an instant. And he himself would become a sinner against both his family and his country. 3,000. Hua Tsubing said with a smile. 3,000. Gua Chenghu was somewhat stupefied. He had made it clear that the Xiongnu would at least send 25,000 troops to attack Yin Min. With only 3,000 soldiers, what could they possibly do? We are the vanguard force. His Majesty has also arranged for a larger army to follow from behind. Hua Tsubing continued. Because there was no official pass order yet, the main force couldn't enter Bingzhou for now. After all, the Han dynasty wasn't planning on waging war against Bingzhou yet. If this unit were surrounded by the Bingzhou army, the situation would be extremely disadvantageous. Gua Chenghu didn't know about these details, but felt relieved upon hearing that reinforcements were coming. He immediately returned to Shandong City to inform Ding Qiu that the Han army had not come to fight them, but to head through the pass and face the Xiongnu instead. Upon learning that only 3,000 Han troops had arrived, Ding Qiu sighed in relief. He said to Gua Chenghu, Brother Gua, lead them through, so they can go out the pass. Gua Chenghu knew full well what kind of calculation the old fox was making. Ding Qiu must have thought that the 3,000 Han cavalrymen wouldn't stand a chance against the overwhelming Xiongnu forces, getting wiped out completely. Still, Gua Chenghu nodded and agreed. With the official papers allowing passage, he took Hua Tsubing and the 3,000 Snow Dragon Riders to Yin Min. However, Ding Qiu, fearing that Gua Chenghu might change his mind later, detained the 100 soldiers that Gua had brought along as hostages. Once they reached Yin Min, Gua Chenghu revealed Ding Qiu's scheming to Hua Tsubing. He said solemnly, General Hua, your Han Empire indeed puts justice first, and I admire this greatly. My family has faithfully guarded the national gate for the great Qin dynasty generation after generation, remaining steadfastly loyal. Yet today, I feel powerless to protect anything. So, General Hua, I ask you for one favor. Hua Tsubing replied. Governor Gua, please state your request. Gua Chenghu continued. I wish for you, General Hua, to take the position of Yinmin governor and resist the Xiongnu. The 3,000 soldiers of Yinmin and I are willing to follow your orders. He planned to surrender Yinmin to the Han Empire. After defending the national gates for so long, he finally lost hope in the great Qin dynasty. Of course, this was all thanks to Sima Lan. Under Sima Lan's influence, the Qin emperor became an inept ruler. Those who were once loyal to the Qin dynasty had long since lost faith in him. Now seeing how the Han dynasty dared to risk itself to fight the Xiongnu, regardless of their own peril, moved him deeply. Thus, he decided to surrender to the Han. He was willing to be called a traitor in exchange for the safety of Yinmin and the 9 provinces people. Chapter 438, Entering the Desert. Gua Chenghu's words surprised Hua Tsubing and his 2 companions. When he attended the Minchi alliance and campaigned against the Great Han, it was evident that he strongly opposed Great Han. But how much time had passed? Now he was willingly planning to surrender to Great Han. This change seemed a little too quick. Could he be testing them? Hua Tsubing didn't have any intentions of annexing Yinmin. His mission was to deal with the Xiongnu. Moreover, the Gua family had been in charge of Yinmin for 100 years, deeply supported by the people. They couldn't just be easily replaced. The inspector of Bingzhou, Ding Qiu, dared to take action against Gua Chenghu only because Sima Lan had ceded Yinmin to the Xiongnu. Hua Tsubing said, Director Gua, you don't need to doubt so much. We didn't come here for Yinmin. We'll rest in Yinmin for only one day and leave early tomorrow. Leave? Where are you going? Gua Chenghu asked nervously. His willingness to give up the position of director of Yinmin wasn't a test for Hua Tsubing and his group. Instead, he knew that only Great Han could save Yinmin and the people of Bingzhou at this point. Before he went to Hanzhong, he treated Lin Mo as another rebel king, referring to him as a bandit. After going to Hanzhong, he witnessed the might of Great Han and understood its policies, realizing that today's De Qian, compared to De Han, was like comparing a stone in a latrine to unpolished jade. A good bird chooses its tree carefully, and a wise minister selects his master well. Even before Hua Tsubing came, he had already thought of aligning himself with Great Han. Now, having been betrayed by the inspector of Bingzhou, the only way for the Gua family to survive would be this path. Of course, we're entering the northern desert to break the Xiongnu. Lu Bu laughed as he replied. They had already made plans along the way. Although they were only 3,000 strong, none of them looked down on the Xiongnu. They believed that 3,000 heavy cavalry would suffice to handle the Xiongnu. Gua Chenghu turned pale with alarm. Generals, please do not do this. To be honest, Ding Qiu exactly wanted you to enter the northern desert. The entire Xiongnu army has moved southward, with over 400,000 soldiers. If you rashly venture into the northern desert, the odds are overwhelmingly against you. It would be better to stay in Yinmin and help me guard the pass. Seeing that Hua Tsubing didn't want to accept the post of director of Yinmin, he no longer forced the matter but hoped that the 3 of them would stay behind. More manpower meant more strength. Hua Tsubing smiled and said, Thank you for your kindness, Director Gua. If we stayed, Ding Qiu would definitely seize the opportunity to attack you. Don't worry, we're not going there to face off directly with the Xiongnu. We'll just contain them. Gong Sunzan remarked. Once the emperor takes Luoyang, he will march north. At that time, it will be the nightmare of the Xiongnu. Although they were all very confident, they weren't foolish enough to engage in direct confrontation with the Xiongnu. Though Xuanhu still wasn't reassured, he knew now wasn't the right time to completely sever ties with Ding Qiu. Firstly, Yinmen needed stability against great enemies. Secondly, his 100 brothers were still in Shandong. Once relations became openly hostile, those men would inevitably be harmed by Ding Qiu. Well then, Xuanhu could only agree, then instructed his son Xuanhuan. Xuanhuan, you lead 3,000 cavalry and follow General Hua. Follow his orders strictly. 3,000 cavalry were the maximum troops he could spare. Son obeys the order. Xuanhuan responded. He was tall and robust, exceptionally skilled, having fought alongside his father since the age of 13. Now at 24, he was in the prime of life. Since childhood, influenced by his elders, he had made resisting the Xiongnu his lifelong mission. Though it irritated him somewhat to follow the commands of a stranger, he would resolutely carry out his father's orders because his father was the person he most admired. But soon, this feeling would change. On the early morning of the next day, Xuanhu had prepared ample provisions for them. Despite Huitzubing saying they didn't need it since they could sustain themselves, considering Xuanhuan and others, as well as Xuanhu's insistence, he had no choice but to accept it. General Hua, beyond Yinmen Pass lies 3 routes used by horse merchants. After crossing the border, Xuanhuan began to explain the situation to Huitzubing. The eastern route leads to Danhan Mountain. After passing Danhan Mountain, you reach the territory of the Xinbei. The central route leads to Chahulin Desert, which is also the boundary between the Xiongnu and the Xinbei. The western route leads to Yin Mountain. After passing Yin Mountain, you reach the Xiongnu territory. The Bai tribe of the Xiongnu is located at the foot of Yin Mountain. But the interior of the Xiongnu region is mostly steppe and desert, without fixed roads. Once inside the steppe and desert, we can easily get lost, and it's even harder to track down the Xiongnu. Historically, the Great Qin dynasty waged several large-scale military campaigns against the Xiongnu, relying on its immense national power to repel the Xiongnu. However, the Xiongnu were extremely cunning. As soon as they dived deep into the desert, the Qian army couldn't do anything about them. Because unlike Jiuzhou, the Xiongnu did not have fixed cities. When defeated, they fled, and it was impossible to chase them. The two countries had been at war for hundreds of years, and even the location of their capital remained a mystery to the Qian. Truly, they were completely helpless against them. So Xuanhuan suggested they could launch a surprise attack on the Bai tribe, and then set up decoy forces around Yin Mountain to slow down the Xiongnu army. However, Huitzubing shook his head with a smile. It has only been too soon since Sima Lan sought aid from the Xiongnu. Could the Xiongnu have gathered an army of 40,000 in such a short time? Xuanhuan suddenly realized this, his pupils shrinking as he was startled. That's right, the Xiongnu must have been planning for a long time. Ever since Lu Shantong's uprising caused chaos in Deqian, the Xiongnu had already started their plotting. After all, the area of the Xiongnu territory was roughly the same as Deqian, with numerous tribes scattered widely. It would take at least half a year to gather an army of 40,000. Yet just after Sima Lan asked for their help, their 40,000-strong army was already on the move. What else could it be if not long-term planning? Since it was a well-planned move, the Bai tribe, as the vanguard of the Xiongnu, must also have made ample preparations. Attempting a surprise attack now would likely end up walking straight into a trap. Xuanhuan looked at Huitzubing with hidden astonishment. He prided himself on understanding the Xiongnu, yet his thoughts still weren't as thorough as those of the young general before him, who was younger than he was. He finally understood why the Han Emperor had appointed this person as the commander. Huitzubing was indeed a capable leader. At this point, Xuanhuan immediately became much more humble. General Hua, since the Xiongnu are clearly prepared to invade southward with their 40,000 army, which must be near the border by now, what should we do? They only had 6,000 people. Stopping the invasion was out of the question, and there were no suitable terrains along the way to deploy decoy troops. Should they just stand aside and watch the Xiongnu roll through? Huitzubing said, your father mentioned that the Xiongnu would split their forces into 2 routes, the main force attacking Yinmen, and the rest going for Makin. His analysis makes sense, but it overlooks one place, Pingqing. He took out a map of the northern defense line and spread it on the ground. If I were the king of the Xiongnu, knowing fully well that the governor of Yinmen wouldn't surrender, I would send out a 3rd route to attack Pingqing. Pointing to a small border town in Yozhou's Dai Commandery, a faint smile appeared on his lips. Those wise eyes seemed to already see through the Xiongnu's plan. Chapter 439. Xuanhuan was somewhat shocked. Pingqing. Xuanhuan looked in the direction Huitzubing was pointing, utterly baffled. General Hua, Pingqing is just a small border town. There are no citizens living inside the city, and the defending army is only about 1,000 or 2,000 men. To reach Dai Commandery from Pingqing to the south, one must still cross the Great Wall. It has no value at all for the Xiongnu to capture this city. As a border general, he understood the cities along the line very clearly, as well as their troop deployments and military values. After all, they would frequently collaborate and maintain constant communication. Xuanhuan thought that it was because Huitzubing did not understand the situation of the border and was merely judging based on the locations marked on the map that led him to say such things. Otherwise, with Huitzubing's intelligence and wisdom, he would never make such a low-level mistake. However, Huitzubing still wore a smile. Pingqing is indeed an insignificant small town, and it has no value for the Xiongnu to take. But for the border defenders, it is equivalent to an eye. If the Xiongnu take it, it would be like plucking out one of the eyes of the border defense forces. The Xiongnu's next move will leave the border defenders unable to know in the first moment, and by the time they realize, it might already be too late. No, Xuanhuan shook his head firmly. If the Xiongnu attack Pingqing, Dai Commandery will certainly send multiple scouts to closely monitor every movement of the Xiongnu. They will still have full knowledge of the Xiongnu's next actions. What if the Xiongnu also deploy troops in Making, Songyu, and Pingshu? Huo Zubing asked with a smile. With the current strength of the Xiongnu, they could easily divide their forces and besiege multiple points. This time, Xuanhuan did not rush to refute. His eyes were fixed on the map, seriously considering Huo Zubing's what if. A few moments later, sweat began appearing on his forehead. If it happens as you say, it would be like the Xiongnu have pulled a curtain in front of Dai Commandery, completely covering its eyes. By then, Dai Commandery will be unable to obtain any news from outside the passes. The Xiongnu can attack through this curtain. The more he spoke, the more panicked he became. This was like beating a blind man. Disaster for Dai Commandery. General Hua, what should we do? Xuanhuan was extremely worried about Dai Commandery now, because the prefect Liu of Dai Commandery and their Guo family were old friends, and both families had guarded Dai Commandery for over 100 years. Moreover, if Dai Commandery falls, the Xiongnu will surely invade en masse, leaving the civilians of Dai Commandery to suffer greatly. As for Yuzhou and Jizhou, as long as Prince Hejian is there, the Xiongnu dare not act rashly. After all, directly confronting Prince Hejian does not align with the Xiongnu's interests. Once they raid Dai Commandery, they will surely descend westward through the Black Mountains to attack Bingzhou. Governor Ding Xiu of Bingzhou will certainly open the gates to welcome them, and by then, Yinmen will become an isolated island. Surrounded by tens of thousands of Xiongnu soldiers, it will be impossible to escape. The Xiongnu's plan is very meticulous, and their ambitions are great. But they absolutely wouldn't expect that at this point someone would dare to launch a sneak attack on their main camp. A very bold plan formed in Huo Zubing's mind. To capture the bandits, one must capture their leader first. He intended to find the Xiongnu king's camp and lead the troops to attack. If he could kill the Xiongnu king, the crisis would be resolved. Even if he couldn't kill the Xiongnu king, it would still intimidate the Xiongnu forces and prevent them from making hasty moves. Sneak attack the main camp. Xuanhuan was startled by his idea. General Hua, the Xiongnu have 40,000 troops. Exactly because of that, they won't guard themselves properly. Huo Zubing had an expression that implied he didn't take the Xiongnu seriously at all. Xuanhuan was speechless and quickly glanced toward Lu Bu and Gong Xuanzan, silently urging them to dissuade Huo Zubing. This guy was crazy. Leading 6,000 men into the encampment of 40,000 troops. What's the difference between that and walking straight into their trap? However, Lu Bu and Gong Xuanzan also appeared very relaxed. Lu Bu said, General Hua, let me handle this mission. 1,000 men will be enough. Xuanhuan felt dizzy. 1,000 men? Mad. These guys were all mad. Oh heaven. Father, you've dragged me into this. All right. Huo Zubing nodded after several seconds of contemplation. Xuanhuan almost spat blood. He already thought it was ridiculous to raid the camp with 6,000 people, and now 1,000 people? Was Huo Zubing serious? He originally thought Huo Zubing was intelligent and wouldn't do something absurd. Now, there was nothing more absurd than raiding the camp of 40,000 with just 1,000. Wait, even if they have no defenses, we don't know where the Xiongnu king's camp is. We can't just burst in and ask them, or search location by location, right? Xuanhuan thought that he must stop them somehow. He came to break the Xiongnu, not to die needlessly. Naturally, he also did not wish for Huo Zubing and others to die either. That's easy. Huo Zubing smiled faintly. Let's first find a secluded place to rest. General Guo, do you know any hidden places? Rest? Xuanhuan was entirely stunned. What kind of divine operation was this? However, as long as they weren't rushing to their deaths, that was fine. He knew this area like the back of his hand, and quickly led everyone to a forest. The forest was vast, large enough to accommodate tens of thousands of people, and it had abundant water and grass, enough for the horses to eat their fill. Huo Zubing was satisfied and ordered the army to rest here. Xuanhuan, however, was dumbfounded. Hadn't they rested enough at Yinmen? They'd only traveled less than 50 li and were resting again. They were cavalry after all. Huo Zubing said to his soldiers, Bring over the eagles His Majesty granted me. A moment later, several soldiers returned to Huo Zubing with giant eagles perched on each of their arms. Xuanhuan was greatly shocked. Eagles of such size were something he had never seen in the 20-plus years he had lived in Yinmen. The eagles were 4 feet tall just standing there, and their wingspans must have been 1 or 2 zhang. An eagle of this size could probably not only snatch a sheep, but even a small horse. Huo Zubing whispered something into the eagle's ear. Then those few eagles ascended straight into the sky and quickly disappeared from view. Xuanhuan was visually shocked again. Can those eagles understand what you're saying? Keeping eagles was the romantic pastime of men from Bingzhou. He also had one. Yet, despite having trained his eagle to be quite obedient, it still couldn't truly understand what he said. By obedient, it simply meant that it could follow some basic instructions and wouldn't randomly fly away. As for Huo Zubing, he was truly conversing with the eagles, and after listening, the eagles flew off, as if they were soldiers going to carry out an order. Too crazy. These eagles are divine eagles summoned by His Majesty from the heavenly realm. Not only can they understand what I say, but I can also understand their expressions. Huo Zubing smiled and said, These reconnaissance eagles were mystical rewards from the system, just like Limmer's sky howling dog. Once someone signs a contract with them, they can establish a soul communication. Moreover, they had a special feature where they could have 1 main contract and 5 secondary contracts. That meant a total of 6 people could communicate with them. These hunting eagles made Huo Zubing extremely confident in dealing with the Xiongnu, because he could observe every move of the Xiongnu at any time. Chapter 440. The 4 divisions of the Xiongnu. Huo Hua Zubing's doubt. Can he understand what falcons say? Guo Wenyuan clearly didn't believe such absurd claims. How could a human possibly understand animals? Hua Zubing said. Guo brother, how is your relationship with the commander of Dai Commandery? Guo Wenyuan hurriedly replied. We are hereditary friends. That's great, Hua Zubing said happily and told him. You should immediately send someone to Dai Commandery and inform them that the Xiongnu army will soon attack. Tell them to withdraw the troops stationed in Pingqing so as not to suffer unnecessary losses. Also, tell them about the collusion between Sima Laozui and the Xiongnu, asking them for help from King Hejian. Since the collusion between Sima Lan and the Xiongnu had not yet been publicly announced, King Hejian and the administrator of Dai Commandery should be unaware. Dai Commandery hasn't realized the seriousness of the situation. Their defenses will certainly not have been strengthened. Even though King Chu Hongxi of Hejian once led an army to fight against Han, he was still part of the royal family of Deqian, so it was impossible for him to watch idly by as Deqian land was occupied by the Xiongnu and its people massacred. If he knew the Xiongnu would invade Dai Commandery, he would definitely send troops to support. Even if they were hesitant to go beyond the Great Wall to fight against the Xiongnu, they could at least create some deterrent for the Xiongnu forces. And Hua Zubing could fully take advantage of this momentum. I understand. I'll do it right away. Guo Wenyuan quickly sent someone to fetch paper and writing tools, personally wrote a letter, and dispatched the fastest horses to Dai County. About 2 hours later, the sky echoed with a sharp eagle cry. A massive shadow appeared above the woods. The intelligence team immediately recognized it as their reconnaissance falcon and issued special signals to make them land. Other falcons gradually returned one after another. Through communicating with the reconnaissance falcons, Hua Zubing drew a map of the Xiongnu's troop distribution. At this point, the Xiongnu army was divided into 4 parts, one under Yin Mountain, one at Danhan Mountain, one near Pingqing, and the closest one was around Xinghua. Although the falcons couldn't describe the exact number of Xiongnu soldiers in each part, this was no problem for Hua Zubing. He pulled out a map and thought carefully for a while. The Xiongnu main force must come from this direction. He pointed to a desert northwest of Yinmen. Guo Wenyuan was completely bewildered. How do you know? Although Hua Zubing had clearly marked the 4 divisions of the Xiongnu, Guo Wenyuan still couldn't believe it was true. It's not hard for falcons to discover enemies, but after all, they're animals. They couldn't possibly describe enemy positions accurately like humans. It was just too ridiculous. You see, Danhan Mountain, Pingqing, and Xinghua. These 3 places, both near and far. If the Xiongnu came via the Yin Mountain route, their forces wouldn't have reached Danhan Mountain yet. Moreover, spies at Yinmen have been monitoring the Yin Mountain route all year round, and if there had been an army of 40,000 men passing through there, you'd have received the news much earlier. Listening to Hua Zubing's explanation, Guo Wenyuan silently nodded his head. You're right. They hadn't received any news of the Xiongnu up until now, which indicated that the Xiongnu main force hadn't traveled via the Yin Mountain route. If the Xiongnu really has split into 4 parts, how do you know where the Xiongnu king is? Guo Wenyuan asked next. This is simple, Hua Zubing smiled confidently. We only need to analyze what the combat missions of these 4 parts are to determine where the Xiongnu king is. Before setting out, they had discussed with Lei Tong and knew the combat characteristics and habits of the Xiongnu. Hua Zubing first pointed to the Xiongnu army at the Yin Mountain route. Having a large army here makes the purpose obvious. Yinmen has your Guo family guarding it, so the Xiongnu definitely knows it's tough meat. Thus, they won't spare small forces. However, they also know that Censor Ding Xiu from Bingzhou will help them, so they won't allocate too many troops either. I estimate it to be around 10,000. Next, his gaze shifted to Xinghua. This location lies between Dai Commandery and Yinmen, and it should serve as a contingency force. They go wherever needed. Therefore, this force mustn't be very large, likely between 3 to 5,000 people. Pingqing. Hua Zubing pointed his finger at Pingqing on the map and analyzed further. Pingqing only has 1,000 garrison troops, and the Xiongnu definitely know this. So they won't send many people to attack Pingqing. But they want to blind the eyes of Dai Commandery and blockade the nearby passes, so these forces will come from the group at Pingqing. As a result, the number of troops stationed here should be around 5,000. Upon finishing this sentence, Hua Zubing paused for a few seconds, his gaze falling on Danhan Mountain. Danhan Mountain is located at the intersection of Xiongnu, Xianbei, and Deqian, holding a particularly unique geographical position. Innumerable wars have occurred here. Whether it be the Xiongnu or the Xianbei, they both love to gather troops and launch attacks from here. Because Danhan Mountain has important strategic significance, it is equivalent to a stepping stone. Once Ma City is broken through, the invaders can advance straight into Dai Commandery and even the 4 provinces of Qing, Yu, Bing, and Ji. Historically, both the Xiongnu and the Xianbei have done such things. There was even an instance when they united and swept across the 4 regions of Qing, Yu, Bing, and Ji, all the way to Xuzhou. In that battle, over 300 civilians and more than 200,000 soldiers of Deqian perished. The ferocity of the battle was rare in history. It was also the most humiliating battle in the history of Deqian. Even though there were later famous generals who avenged the defeat, driving away the Xiongnu and the Xianbei, the wounds they left on the land of the 9 provinces lasted for more than 100 years. Danhan Mountain at least harbors an army of 20 myriads, Hua Zubing said, taking a deep breath. The main force of the Xiongnu is here, so the Xiongnu king must also be here. Are they going to attack Ma City? Guo Wenyuan slightly narrowed his eyes, exuding a killing aura. Dai Commandery and Yinmen are about the same. There are only 2 or 3 myriads of defending troops. If the Xiongnu gathers an army of 20 myriads to attack Ma City, and launches a surprise attack after having confused Dai Commandery's vision, then Ma City will have almost no ability to resist. Huitzubing furrowed his brow. His first thought was Ma City too, but upon careful consideration, something seemed amiss. If xuanhuan could quickly think this through, then the garrison of Dai Commandery would surely have realized it immediately as well, thus strengthening the defense of Ma City. In that case, all the efforts made by the Xiongnu at Picheng would be meaningless. Huitzubing did not answer xuanhuan, but instead focused intently on the map of the area around Ma City. The map only showed Dai Commandery and Yinmen. Areas east of Dai Commandery were not labeled. Huitzubing hurriedly asked, "Brother Gua, do you know what lies east of Dai Commandery?" Chapter 441, General Liu, General Gongsun. This place is left in your hands. East of Dai County, Xuanhuan asked doubtfully. That's Xiongnu County. Outside Xiongnu County are the lands of the Xianbei people. The Xiongnu shouldn't detour from there. War doesn't have shoulds and shouldn'ts, only whether it's worth it. Huitzubing corrected. All wars are for interests. As long as there's profit to be made, cross-border military movements aren't impossible. Huitzubing had Xuanhuan narrate the distribution of cities in Xiongnu County and its defenses. The Great Wall in Xiongnu County was built on by mountain, towering, and perilous. Further south was a formidable pass named Jiong Pass. Both Jiong Pass and Yinmen Pass were crucial passes against the barbarians. But between Bai Mountain and Danhan Mountain, there was a broad path. In order to fight the Xianbei, during the early period of the Gan dynasty, a city was constructed here, called Guangning City. Upon hearing this, Huitzubing was basically sure that all the small actions carried out by the Xiongnu outside Dai County were to cover up their intention to attack Guangning. Because once Guangning fell, Xiongnu County and Dai County would easily be obtained. Currently, King Hejian has a good relationship with the Xianbei. With the help of the Xianbei, he conquered Yuzhou. Therefore, there were almost no defenses set up at the border between Dagong and the Xianbei by King Hejian. In other words, Guangning didn't have much in terms of defending troops, and the Xianbei were currently embroiled in conflict with Goguryeo, focusing entirely on the eastern battlefield with Goguryeo. They absolutely wouldn't think that the Xiongnu would break their alliance and borrow passage through Xianbei territory. Even if the Xianbei knew, they couldn't do anything about it. First, the Xiongnu army was large in number. If the Xianbei blocked them, it could potentially lead to war. Second, their main force was tied down by Goguryeo, and they couldn't spare troops to stop the Xiongnu. Once the Xiongnu attacked Guangning, there would be no suspense. Brother Gua, how is your relationship with the defense forces of Xiongnu? Huitzubing asked again. There hasn't been much interaction. Xuanhuan shrugged, pointing out the separation by Dai County, plus different enemies faced, which meant little cooperation between the two. He only remembered that his grandfather seemed to have a good relationship with one of the governors of Xiongnu County. But that was decades ago. Xiongnu County had changed governors multiple times since then. It was certainly not feasible to try connecting through such old relations now. Sending a letter abruptly also wouldn't necessarily guarantee trust. After all, in the current situation where feudal lords ruled independently, each serving their own masters, they would naturally be suspicious of each other. So, what's the relationship between the defenders of Dai County and Xiongnu County? Huitzubing thought of a roundabout way. Xuanhuan responded hesitantly. Seems fine. Huitzubing said, all right, write another letter telling the commander of Dai County to persuade the defender of Xiongnu County to strengthen the defense around Guangning. I'll give it a try. Xuanhuan nodded and quickly went off to write the letter. After he left, Huitzubing turned solemnly towards Lu Bu and Gongsun Zan, saying, if we can't kill the Xiongnu king, then Yinmen, Ma City, and Guangning may not last very long. They weren't afraid of the Xiongnu's large army. However, finding and killing the Xiongnu king within 40,000 soldiers was an extremely difficult task. They still needed a perfect plan to make them abandon the invasion of Dagong. What do you suggest we do? Lu Bu asked. Right, we'll follow your plan. Gongsun Zan agreed. Huitzubing thought seriously for a long time, holding both Lu Bu and Gongsun Zan's hands, saying, General Lu, General Gongsun, I leave this place in your hands. If the ambush succeeds, retreat deep into the desert to the north. If it fails, retreat to Pingcheng to the south. Regardless of success or failure, deliver messages to General Li Mu and General Lei Tong. Upon hearing his arrangement, both were startled and looked at him. What about you? Huitzubing's eyes suddenly shone with fierce determination. I'm going to handle something even more important. Now isn't the time to tell you, as I'm not certain of success either. You'll know in time. Seeing his resolute eyes filled with grandeur, neither Lu Bu nor Gongsun Zan dared ask further questions. At this moment, their role was to give Huitzubing confidence. General Hua, before leaving, His Majesty said that whatever situation arises, you're free to take action. Even if the sky falls, he will help us hold it up. So go ahead and act without worry, leaving this place in our hands. Lu Bu firmly grasped Huitzubing's hand, saying with great excitement. He knew, the task Huitzubing intended to undertake at this moment must be of paramount importance and glory. Not long after, Xuanhuan came back. Huitzubing told him, Brother Gua, tonight General Lu will lead 1,000 men to ambush the camp. You divide your forces into 3, feigning attacks on Shengla and Pingcheng regions. General Gongsun will coordinate with you. After General Lu's operation concludes, immediately reunite the forces. Remember, if you have a chance to decisively defeat the enemy, strike. If there's any hesitation, immediately circumvent. We don't do things where we lose. Xuanhuan had no idea what had happened, and he looked at Huitzubing with a bewildered expression. However, before he could ask, Huitzubing directly jumped on his horse, leading 1,000 Dashua dragon riders to the northwest. What's going on? Xuanhuan was even more baffled. How could Huitzubing, as the main commander, just leave? Lu Bu patted him on the shoulder and smiled. General Gua, just do as General Hua said. His Majesty said that General Hua is a blessed general by destiny, and we should follow all his orders. Although Xuanhuan was still confused, seeing Lu Bu speaking this way, he decided to act accordingly. So, should we set off now? Xuanhuan asked. From their current location to Danon Mountain, it would take 4 hours of fast galloping. It was already late afternoon, so they'd arrive precisely for a midnight raid. Lu Bu smiled and said, not in a hurry, let's wait for our reinforcements. Reinforcements? Xuanhuan looked at Lu Bu in surprise. Did the Han army break through Old Man Ding's defenses and come over? You'll know in a while. Lu Bu gave a mysterious smile. About half an hour later, a sudden wolf howl came from the woods. Hearing a wolf howl on the grassland was common, so Xuanhuan didn't think much of it. However, Lu Bu smiled. They're here. Xuanhuan. He looked around but didn't see a single person. Where were the reinforcements? Dark shadows started emerging from the forest, coming from all directions without end. Prepare for battle. Startled by the sudden appearance of the wolf pack, Xuanhuan quickly mounted his horse. These wolves must be starving. How dare they appear in front of the army? The largest wolf pack he'd seen before usually consisted of 20 or so wolves. This was the first time he saw such a large-scale pack. Moreover, these wolves were much bigger than the ones he had encountered before, each showing sharp fangs and menacing faces. The Yinmen soldiers, who were being watched by the wolf pack, stood trembling with their body hair raised. Don't be afraid. These are our reinforcements. Lu Bu walked straight into the wolf pack. After a while, a few people emerged from among the wolves. General Lu, Commander Qian Yu has arrived to support per the Emperor's order. Where's General Hua? Chapter 442. Qian Yu leads the wolf pack in support. Lu Bu commands 1,000 cavalry to raid the camp. Hua General has another mission and has already left, Lu Bu casually explained, then continued. Your timing is perfect. Tonight I plan to raid the enemy camp. Please lend me a helping hand. Qian Yu immediately clasped his hands together. I am here by His Majesty's order to assist. I will follow all of General Lu's arrangements. Good, let's go. Lu Bu was overjoyed. With the help of these 4,000 wolves and his 1,000 snow dragon riders, it was as formidable as an army of 10,000 men. Meanwhile, Xuanhuan completely lost sight of reality. So many wolves obeying human commands? Since getting to know these few people from Great Han in just 2 days, he had experienced several paradigm shifts. General Gua, General Gongsun, the feast begins. Let us revel and enjoy ourselves. Lu Bu leapt onto his warhorse, holding the sky-piercing halberd, his battle robes fluttering in the wind with great passion. This journey, Lin Mo had provided them with 6 reconnaissance falcons altogether. Huitzubing took 2 away, while Lu Bu and Gongsun Zan each kept 1 for themselves. The remaining 2 were given to Xuanhuan. With the aid of the falcons, they could swiftly communicate and also promptly observe the movements of the enemy forces. It was equivalent to giving every unit a pair of eyes. After their farewells, Lu Bu led the Liao clan and the wolf pack towards the location of the Xiongnu central camp, guided by the falcons. With the falcon guiding the way from above, the large force easily maneuvered around the Xiongnu armies. The Xiongnu would never have imagined that the Han forces would launch an ambush on them at this moment, and moreover under such advantages. Because they made some detours along the way, it cost half an hour longer than expected. They were supposed to arrive at the destination during the first watch, but only saw the Xiongnu main tent at the beginning of the second watch. Ahead lies the Xiongnu king's camp. Leader of the 1,000 Yu clan, momentarily you shall direct the wolf pack to rush in and create chaos. When the flames arise, I personally shall lead the snow dragon riders into battle. If we manage to slay the Xiongnu king in this battle, our names will surely be celebrated for generations to come. Looking at the encampment ahead, Lu Bu felt not even a hint of tension, only immense excitement. In his eyes, these enemies were merely ants increasing his experience points. It was a merit that came too conveniently for him to pass up. Although Qian Yu was slightly nervous, seeing Lu Bu so confident stirred excitement within him as well. We'll do exactly as General Lu orders. At the start of the second watch, when everyone was sleeping deeply, Qian Yu, using the secret methods of the Liao clan, quietly directed the wolf pack toward the Xiongnu camp. Even though the Xiongnu had patrol teams and lookout towers, their vision was poor in the dark, unable to spot the wolf pack lying low in the shadows. Moreover, they were positioned at the core of a 20,000-strong army, surrounded by the Xiongnu forces on all sides. They would never think someone would dare to sneak attack their central camp, nor would they consider how effortlessly one could penetrate the outer layers of the troops. Under the guidance of several Liao warriors, the wolf pack crossed the camp fences. However, this enormous wolf pack was soon discovered by the patrolling Xiongnu soldiers. Who's there? Holding torches, the Xiongnu soldiers shouted loudly. In the light, they saw pairs of green eyes glowing. Wolves. The Xiongnu were very familiar with wolves, dealing with them generation after generation, considering the wolf as their racial totem. Seeing a group of wolves entering their camp, although surprised, they did not feel panicked. Seems like a bunch of hungry wolves who've gone astray into our camp. The patrol captain laughed, ordering his subordinates, go fetch a captive over here. Previously, they captured a group of Qian people. All right, subordinates responded with laughter. In their eyes, the lives of the Qian prisoners weren't more precious than wolves, so they planned to use them as bait for the wolves. Although, the alpha wolf didn't understand what they intended and let out a long howl, issuing an attack command. Several large wolves immediately pounced out of the darkness, throwing down those Xiongnu patrollers. Originally skeletal thin, ever since following Lin Mo, they ate fresh meat every meal. Moreover, Lin Mo mixed strengthening broth into their food. Strengthening broth worked effectively on humans as well as animals. After consuming the broth, the wolves' body size changed, growing from about 80 to 90 gene to 150 to 60 gene. Their strength doubled or tripled, and their claws became even sharper. Their biting power, stamina, and skin durability all improved. The wolf pack easily bit through the Xiongnu soldiers' necks, killing the entire squad of Xiongnu cavalry in mere moments. These wolves, like disciplined warriors, ignored the blood-soaked delicacies before them and continued searching for new targets. The wolves' howls alarmed the whole camp, lights igniting everywhere. Ambushed wolves surged into the camp from all directions, quickly resulting in cries of anguish spreading across the entire area. Wolves? Where did all these wolves come from? They've gone mad. Kill them quickly. Ah, save me. My leg has been bitten off. Awoo. The Xiongnu reacted quickly, and they were all elite soldiers. Although the wolf pack was ferocious, large in size, and powerful in strength, they were not numerically superior and were soon driven back by the Xiongnu. Faced with their enemies' shields and steel knives, the wolf pack also became afraid, hesitating to confront directly. Using their own agility and the darkness of the camp, they began to maneuver against the Xiongnu. Before the Xiongnu could figure out why the wolves attacked them, a fire dragon suddenly appeared outside the camp. Clomp clomp, clomp clomp. The thunderous hooves came from afar and drew nearer at great speed. Not good. There are enemies. The Xiongnu commander was the first to react, but before he had time to issue an order, he was killed by Nero. Charge in. Lu Bu put away his iron bow, swung his halberd to cut through the fence, and charged straight into the Xiongnu ranks. The Xiongnu were startled by the sudden sneak attack. They didn't know how many enemies had arrived because they weren't prepared for a raid at all. The Snow Dragon Riders charged into the camp under Lu Bu's command, killing anyone in sight. The tents inside the camp were set alight by their torches, and within moments the flames shot up to the sky. Facing the impact of the Snow Dragon Riders, the Xiongnu had hardly any preparation. On one hand, they had to deal with the Snow Dragon Riders. On the other hand, they needed to evade the wolf pack lurking in the dark. Surrounded on both fronts, they were overwhelmed. With several war generals being killed, chaos erupted throughout the Xiongnu camp. Like a flock of panicked sheep, they had no resistance against the massacre of the Snow Dragon Riders. Lu Bu swung his halberd to slay several men, then rushed straight towards the central command tent. Some Xiongnu noticed his intent and attempted to block him, but whoever stood in his way met death, one man or a whole group. At this moment, Lu Bu was like a demon god descending upon the world, unstoppable. In less than half a quarter of an hour, the places he passed through were already filled with corpses, countless Xiongnu soldiers having fallen beneath his weapon. Seeing how mighty Lu Bu was, the Snow Dragon Riders were greatly inspired, and even the wolf pack hiding in the dark grew bolder, frequently attacking. Under their cover, Lu Bu easily broke through the Xiongnu's defenses and reached the front of the central command tent. Xiongnu King, the flying general of Great Han, Lu Bu is here. Come out and die. Lu Bu spurred his horse and halberd toward the central command tent. At this moment, no one could stop his advance. Chapter 443, The Fury of the Xiongnu King, mobilizing 10,000 troops to annihilate the great Snow Dragon Riders. King of the Xiongnu, come out and die. Lu Bu tore open the tent with his spear, his roar shaking the entire military camp. The surrounding Xiongnu soldiers were terrified, their faces pale. They could only watch helplessly as Lu Bu charged in, wanting to rescue their king, but unable to move a muscle, as if frozen stiff. When the tent roof was lifted off, Lu Bu recognized the person inside. He was a middle-aged man dressed in fine silk robes, wearing marten fur, with a clean complexion, bearded, looking more like a literate scholar from Qian than a robust Xiongnu warrior. Though this man looked supremely noble, he wasn't wearing the royal robes or crown of the Xiongnu king, and there were no ceremonial symbols of the king within the tent. Lu Bu frowned deeply. You are not the Xiongnu king? The man was shielded by a group of guards, looking at Lu Bu and asking in fluent Qian language, how many of you have come, and how did you get here? The one about to die does not need to know so much. Lu Bu snorted, his face full of anger. After expending so much effort to break through, finding that the Xiongnu king wasn't here made him furious. Wait, the middle-aged man shouted hastily. I am the left virtuous king of the Xiongnu. Name your price. How much gold and treasure would it take to ransom my life? There is a rule among the Xiongnu. After being captured by enemies, you can buy your way out with money. Since killing him wouldn't gain them anything substantial, it might as well serve as a means to obtain something else. Seeing Lu Bu unmoved, the left virtuous king offered 10,000 war horses. Will that do? He knew that the empire of Qian lacked horses, and 10,000 horses would make any faction within Qian consider carefully. Lu Bu let out a soft laugh. Not interested. With that, he spurred his horse forward and killed anyone in his way. The guards quickly stepped forward to block Lu Bu's attack. However, with just a few strokes of his spear, Lu Bu slaughtered all of them. His overwhelming strength genuinely frightened the Xiongnu people. Keep in mind, the guards accompanying the left virtuous king were at least above the ordinary in skill. Among them, 3 were considered grandmasters. Even against an extraordinary general, they could have held on for a while. But before this ruthless individual, they fell in an instant. Just how powerful was he? The left virtuous king was also terrified. He was reputedly the smartest person in the Xiongnu, adept in stratagems, but now he could find no way to save himself. because Lu Bu had no intention of letting him live from the start. After slaying all the guards without mercy, Lu Bu didn't utter a single word to the left virtuous king regarding his pleas for mercy. With one thrust of his spear, Lu Bu severed the king's head. In his dreams, the left virtuous king never imagined that what he thought was the safest place would turn into his final resting ground. When the Xiongnu king initially tasked him with defending the central army, he gladly accepted the mission. Now, it was too late to regret, leaving him with nothing but tears shed to Lord Yama in the underworld. Upon seeing Lu Bu's brutality, the surrounding Xiongnu warriors dared not approach. With the death of the left virtuous king, they lost their leader and had no more heart for resistance. The left virtuous king is dead, flee. Spare me, Aya. Damn your ancestors die, Aya. I'll fight to the end, Aya. Amidst the chaos, those who escaped unharmed were able to save themselves, but anyone attempting resistance was like a moth drawn to the flame, either dying beneath the long knives of the great snow dragon riders or under the fangs of the wolf pack. The battle lasted until dawn when the rising sun revealed the Xiongnu camp stained red with blood. As the fighting ended, the wolf pack was feasting on the fallen bodies. The great snow dragon riders did not chase the fleeing enemy, but instead focused on collecting the remains of their fallen comrades. Unable to bring back their comrades' bodies, they couldn't leave them abandoned on the battlefield. Lu Bu ordered the digging of a large pit to bury both the fallen warriors and the wolves. As for the Xiongnu, either they became plunder for the wolf pack, or their corpses were left exposed in the wilderness. Lu Bu sent scout eagles to inform Gongsun Zan and xuanhuan, while the soldiers rested for 2/4 of an hour. Conveniently, the Xiongnu camp provided ample food and water, along with several war horses. Satiated and equipped with the horses, they set off towards the north. By the time the Xiongnu reinforcements arrived, all traces of the great snow dragon riders were gone. The news that the Xiongnu main force had been wiped out soon spread throughout the entire Xiongnu army. Know this, the main force had 40,000 elite troops, and at its very heart, it had been infiltrated and destroyed in one night, suffering heavy casualties. Even the wisest among them, the left virtuous king, had been slain and decapitated. This event severely impacted the morale of the Xiongnu forces. They had no idea how many Han troops had arrived, thus spreading panic across the ranks. All they knew was that the Han troops had moved north, hidden behind their lines. Thus, each Xiongnu division dared not act recklessly and continued advancing southward cautiously. Faced with such a situation, the Xiongnu king had no choice but to step in to calm the shaken morale. He gathered the generals and leaders of the various tribes to discuss their response strategy. Your Majesty, Sima Land's people say that the Han army has a cavalry force of great terror, named the Great Snow Dragon Riders. Each soldier rides 3 horses, and both men and horses are clad in iron armor. The riders who attacked the central army were probably the Great Snow Dragon Riders. Xuanhuan, the chief of the Su Fu tribe, said. He was responsible for receiving Sima Land's envoy, and since there were Sima Land's people in his camp, he knew more about the Han army than other forces did. What a powerful Great Snow Dragon Rider. The Xiongnu king was furious, punching the table hard. Before even sending out troops, they had suffered such a significant loss, which infuriated him. How could the Han army suddenly appear on the grasslands? Someone questioned. Could it be the Guo family from Yanmen impersonating the Han army? Xuanhuan replied. No, the Guo family is a prominent house. Your Majesty doesn't wish to confront them directly. If they wanted to launch a sneak attack, they wouldn't need to pretend to be the Han army. Moreover, the Guo family is now cowering within the Yanmen Pass and would never have the audacity to attack our forces. But the Han army isn't silly. To enter the grassland, they must first pass through Bingzhou. Could it be that Ding Xiu, the inspector of Bingzhou, broke his promise and colluded with the Han army? Kui Lei, the leader of the Sayinda tribe, asked suspiciously. Everyone found his reasoning logical and thus started speculating that Ding Xiu had betrayed them. However, within less than a day, they received a letter from Ding Xiu. He informed them that the great snow dragon riders had crossed into the northern desert and advised them to be cautious. This letter dissipated their suspicions about Ding Xiu, and they also learned that only 3,000 of the great snow dragon riders had entered the northern desert. 3,000 men, just 3,000 men. The Xiongnu king flew into a rage. 40,000 of his elite soldiers had been ambushed by 3,000 men, and they lost so disastrously that even one of his most trusted generals had fallen. Kui Lei, Zhezhen, Sumuerkin Shizudi. The Xiongnu king consecutively called out the names of 7 tribal leaders, ordering them to lead 10,000 soldiers to surround and annihilate the great snow dragon riders. Chapter 444. The Han Emperor and the Dry Empire exchange gifts. The Xiongnu king dispatched an army of 100,000 to wipe out the great snow dragon riders, while other troops paused their advance. Before eliminating the threat from behind, they dared not act rashly. After all, whether attacking Yumen or Dai Prefecture, there could be no mistakes. This delay gave Yumen, Dai Prefecture, and Shanggu Prefecture time to prepare. Prince Chihongxi of Hejian, upon learning of this, immediately sent his top generals to support Dai and Shanggu prefectures. He also communicated with the Xianbei people, informing them that the Xiongnu would soon invade their territory. Meanwhile, in Luoyang, under Grand Administrator Qingyun's arrangements, Qianxia and Bai Lang disguised themselves as eunuchs and successfully met the Dry Emperor. After their conversation, the two confirmed that the Dry Emperor spoke the truth. Moreover, as they were about to leave, the Dry Emperor took out the Imperial Jade Seal and handed it over to Bai Lang. In order to show my sincerity, here is the Imperial Jade Seal. I present it early to the Han Emperor. Bai Lang held the jade seal, moved with emotion. He knew that for the Dry Emperor to take it out as a gift truly meant he was no longer attached to imperial power. Your Majesty has shown great wisdom. On behalf of our Emperor and the common people across the land, I thank you. Although Bai Lang had always detested the Dry Emperor for causing chaos throughout the world, at this moment, he respectfully bowed deeply before the Dry Emperor. After putting away the jade seal, Bai Lang pulled out something from his pocket and said, Your Majesty, our Emperor also has a gift for you. He says this object can save your life in critical times. Upon hearing this, Qingyun became pleased, for what he worried about most was when the Han army advanced, Makalan might harm the Dry Emperor in desperation. He hurried forward, received what Bai Lang held, and delivered it to the Dry Emperor. Bai Lang pulled out a package, and inside, they saw a gray cape. Qingyun furrowed his brow. This item looked unremarkable and probably wasn't even worth an ounce of silver. Could it really protect the Emperor's life in critical times? Let me have a look. The Dry Emperor picked it up carefully, inspecting it. Its texture was rather ordinary. The material wasn't even as good as what the palace maids used to clean the floors. Puzzled, the Dry Emperor asked, May I ask what special qualities does this object possess? At this moment, Qianxia smiled beside him and said, Your Majesty, try wearing it. Out of curiosity, the Dry Emperor draped the cloak over himself, but felt nothing unusual. It was neither attractive nor warm, showing no particular characteristics. Just as he wanted to inquire Bai Lang and Qianxia further, he noticed Qingyun's shocked expression, filled with anxiety. What's wrong? The Dry Emperor questioned curiously. What do you see? On hearing his voice, Qingyun finally exhaled a sigh of relief. Now he realized that this gift from the Han Emperor was indeed a true treasure. It could make someone invisible, even concealing their aura. He himself couldn't detect anything at all. It was truly bizarre. Your Majesty, please take it off. Qianxia smiled as he spoke. What's the matter? The Dry Emperor still didn't understand its function. Seeing this, Qingyun bowed deeply to Qianxia and Bai Lang and said, Please convey my thanks to the Han Emperor. At this moment, Lin Ma left a deep impression on him. First, this item could genuinely save the life of the great Dry Emperor, resolving Qingyun's concerns. Second, Lin Ma was able to willingly hand over such a precious treasure, clearly demonstrating his broad-mindedness. Qingyun thus felt more confident in Lin Ma's promise. Lastly, having lived 76 years, already standing atop the peak of the world, and seeing much in his lifetime, Qingyun had never heard of any treasures on Earth capable of making someone invisible. Therefore, this item was undoubtedly not of the mortal realm, which strengthened his belief in Lin Ma being a deity. However strong he might be, he was after all only human. If Lin Ma were truly a deity, who then in this world could rival him? Your Majesty, this item possesses concealment abilities. Earlier, once you wore it, I stood right before you but couldn't sense your presence. It's indeed a rare treasure. Qingyun explained. Capable of invisibility? The Dry Emperor was greatly astonished, draping the cloak over Qingyun, who immediately disappeared from sight. It's indeed true. He immediately understood how this thing could save his life in critical moments. If Sima's traitorous actions grew desperate, he needed only to hide in some corner wearing the cloak, avoiding persecution. Could the Han Emperor truly intend to give such a valuable gift to me? The Dry Emperor felt somewhat incredulous. This thing was a priceless treasure. Bai Lang smiled. Your Majesty, rest assured. Our Emperor values his words, saying if he gifts it, there'll be no turning back. Moreover, our Emperor has many similar things. Many more. Both the Dry Emperor and Qingyun exchanged looks, utterly astounded by Bai Lang's words. At this moment, Qianxia faintly laughed. Master, what do you think of my current strength? Releasing all his energy, Situ Qingyun was immediately startled. I remember last year when you just defected, you were only at the beginning stage of master level. Has your strength already reached full mastery now? Given your talent, this process should take no less than 7 to 8 years. Could it be that Emperor Han has treasures that can rapidly enhance one's abilities? Qianxia did not hide anything and said, His Majesty indeed possesses such a treasure, called the tempering soup. Whoever drinks the tempering soup can have their physical abilities enhanced several times over in 7 days. Strength, speed, endurance, even mental power and perception will improve, and there are no limitations due to an individual's current level. The last sentence was obviously aimed at Situ Qingyun, because he knew that at Situ Qingyun's current strength, any improvement would be extremely difficult. For him, the tempering soup would certainly be highly tempting. Situ Qingyun instantly understood Qianxia's intention, but he couldn't suppress the agitation within his heart. It's getting late. You two need to leave. Situ Qingyun took a deep breath and had his trusted subordinates escort them away. They couldn't directly leave the palace. Doing so would definitely arouse others' suspicions. They could only return to the imperial kitchen first, then quietly slip out of the palace tomorrow when purchasing food supplies. Your Majesty, by taking out the heirloom jade seal, it might cause suspicion from Sima Lan. Situ Qingyun expressed his concern. Dry Emperor waved his hand. Emperor Han doesn't trust me, which is why he sent someone to meet me. The only way to dispel his doubts is through the heirloom jade seal. As for Sima Lan, there haven't been any major state affairs these few days, so Sima Lan wouldn't need the heirloom jade seal, thus he probably won't notice. Although it's somewhat risky, it's worth gaining Emperor Han's trust. Besides, Emperor Han returned this treasure to me, ensuring my life is secure. When saying this, Dry Emperor suddenly looked at Situ Qingyun. Confused, the latter asked, What's wrong, Your Majesty? Dry Emperor stated, This object can conceal the body and energy. If you wear it, Killing Sima Lan should be as easy as turning one's hand, right? After all, by eliminating Sima Lan and his faithful followers, they could avoid potential calamities caused by those people. Chapter 445. Li Mu's brilliant plan breaks Shandong. Lin Mo raises troops to attack Luoyang. In recent years, Sima Lan has kept many retainers and is surrounded by numerous skilled warriors. Even Situ Qingyun, whose power has surpassed the extraordinary, dare not guarantee absolute success in assassination. But if he can become invisible and hide his presence, with Situ Qingyun's abilities, he could kill anyone he wants in this world. However, this remains only a beautiful wish of the emperor. Situ Qingyun returned the invisibility cloak to the emperor and said, "Your Majesty, it might be hard to accomplish." When the emperor put the cloak on him earlier, Situ Qingyun had already sensed the flaw in the invisibility cloak. The concealment of the invisibility cloak was limited. The emperor, due to his lack of martial arts training, was only at the lower level realm, so his energy wasn't strong. Moreover, earlier, he did not redirect his own energy, hence outsiders couldn't sense it. If Situ Qingyun wanted to assassinate Sima Lan at the prime minister's residence, he would definitely need to use his internal energy. Once the internal energy flows, his presence will inevitably leak out. And real experts can judge someone's position entirely through their energy. Visibility doesn't significantly affect their judgment. Therefore, this cloak could only save the emperor's life and could not be used to carry out an assassination mission. Unless Situ Qingyun could lie in wait on Sima Lan's inevitable path and suddenly strike when Sima Lan passed by. Although this move would succeed, he would certainly expose himself and might even fail to escape. Unless absolutely necessary, they wouldn't resort to inferior tactics. Never mind. After listening to Situ Qingyun's explanation, the emperor realized he had been somewhat greedy. He carefully stored the invisibility cloak and then said to Situ Qingyun, "Grand Tutor, I'll certainly request a potion for body refinement from the Han Emperor once we see him." When Qianzhou introduced the body refining potion earlier, the emperor had noticed Situ Qingyun's interest. He knew that Situ Qingyun, being high-minded and proud, wouldn't ask the Han Emperor, so he decided to help obtain it for Situ Qingyun. Anyway, he had long lost his dignity as an emperor. Why should he hesitate? "Your Majesty." Situ Qingyun was deeply moved. The emperor said, "Of course, if you could serve the Han dynasty, even without my help, the Han Emperor would give it to you. I swear to follow your Majesty to death, without any second thoughts." Situ Qingyun quickly responded. The emperor waved his hand. "No need for such formality. I am tired, you may leave." "I take my leave." Situ Qingyun bowed respectfully and retreated. At the door, he sighed heavily. Originally, he had devoted himself fully to serving the emperor, ready to die without hesitation. But now, he felt a little wavering. The next day, Situ Qingyun secretly sent Qianzhou and Bai Lang out of the palace under the guise of purchasing food supplies with some eunuchs. After meeting up with Zhuang Qingji, they immediately left the city and headed towards Xiushan town. At this time in Bingzhou, Li Mu and Lei Tong learned about Lu Bu's 1000-ride raid that killed the Xiongnu's Xuanhuan and established his dominance in the northern desert. Now all over Bingzhou, people were talking about this event. The name of the flying general of the Han dynasty was respected and admired by everyone. Li Mu knew that the moment had come. He thus advanced along 2 routes with Lei Tong, approaching Shandong. Whenever they encountered resistance on the way, he broke through them with overwhelming force. In one day, he consecutively captured 6 cities. Within just 2 days, the various counties of Shandong were thoroughly intimidated. With minimal effort, he arrived at Huguan, the seat of the Shandong prefecture. Upon learning that Huguan was defended by 40,000 troops, Li Mu knew direct attacks were unwise. Thus, he came up with a strategy. He ordered Lei Tong's men to gather under the walls of Huguan during the day, plant banners, then stealthily withdraw at night. When they returned the next day, they planted more banners. After repeating this for 3 days, the area below Huguan was covered with Han military banners, making it appear as though a 100,000-strong army had arrived. Ding Qiu mistakenly believed that reinforcements of the main Han army had arrived and fled in terror. Leading his army of 40,000 troops, he escaped overnight towards Jinyang, the seat of Taiyuan prefecture. Without losing a single soldier, Li Mu took control of Shandong. In reality, they didn't have any reinforcements, just 18,000 men provided by Lin Mo. Li Mu did not chase after Ding Qiu, but instead left 2,000 men at Huguan and led the remaining forces straight toward Yinmen. In Xiushan town, Lin Mo was reading reports from the north in Shandong when a soldier suddenly rushed in. "Your Majesty, Mr. Qian has returned. Let them enter." Upon knowing they were safe, Lin Mo sighed in relief. Sun Ru, drinking tea nearby, felt the same way. Shortly after, Qianzhou and Bai Lang entered with Zhuang Qingji. Sun Shuxing and others also rushed over upon hearing the news. "Your Majesty, your servant has fulfilled his mission and met Dry Emperor." Qianzhou bowed quickly. Beside him, Bai Lang hastily pulled the jade seal of imperial power from his chest. "Your Majesty, this is the jade seal of imperial authority. Dry Emperor asked me to present it to you." Holding the jade seal in both hands, he presented it to Lin Mo. Oh, Lin Mo and the courtiers were surprised, while Sun Ru nearby was even more flustered. The jade seal of imperial authority represented the ultimate sovereignty of the empire. Could it be true? Had the Dry Emperor truly given up his throne to the Han Emperor? Sun Shuxing approached Lin Mo, carefully picked up the jade seal of imperial authority for inspection, and then gently put it down. "Your Majesty, this is truly the jade seal of the empire." Dry Emperor shows great wisdom and righteousness. He commands respect. Lin Mo sighed. He had not expected the Dry Emperor to be so agreeable. He thought that he would have to play the role of a villain, forcing the Dry Emperor to abdicate. Unexpectedly, the latter willingly ceded his throne and even sent the Jade Seal ahead of time. Having no doubts left, Lin Mo immediately issued orders to the entire army to march towards Luoyang. On September 16th, the agreed-upon date, Lin Mo's army of 130,000 soldiers surrounded the city of Luoyang so tightly that not even a drop of water could pass through. Another 6,000 troops were stationed on the inevitable road between Finshui Pass and Luoyang, preventing the commander at Finshui Pass from coming to their aid. Report. Urgent reports were continuously delivered to the Prime Minister's residence. Prime Minister, the Han army has breached the Changshui camp and is approaching the southeastern corner. Report to the Prime Minister. The Han army has broken into the Tunki camp and is nearing the northwestern corner. Report. The 8 commandants represent 8 frontline fortresses surrounding Luoyang, responsible for defending the areas around the city. However, in just half a day, all 8 camps fell one by one. Tens of thousands of soldiers helplessly retreated back inside the walls of Luoyang. This also meant they only had one final line of defense remaining. Of course, Sima Lan had anticipated this result early on. He had never planned to repel the Han army outside the city walls. Thus, the 8 commandants did not resist seriously. They were merely testing and dispersing the firepower of the Han army. It was effective, as the Han army lost quite a few cannons and grenades in breaching the 8 camps. Seeing ministers rushing frantically to the Prime Minister's office, Sima Lan waved his hand and calmly said, "Do not panic, the sky won't fall." Just capturing the 8 commandants, the Han army had used immense firepower. The walls of Luoyang were strong and fortified. The Han army surely wouldn't take them anytime soon. What about the Xiongnu? They should have entered Ji province by now. Sima Lan inquired. Reporting to the Prime Minister, the Han army blocked the rivers and ferries. We've lost several groups of spies, and currently, we have no news regarding the situation with the Xiongnu. Upon hearing this, Sima Lan became furious instantly. Useless. Since the Han army blocked the rivers, couldn't you find another way? Contact the Xiongnu immediately and order them to move south quickly. Though confident in the strength of Luoyang's walls, Sima Lan was concerned about delays. As long as the Xiongnu failed to come, he could not rest easy. You all return. After the Han army just conquered the 8 commandants' camps, they won't attack the city at this moment, Sima Lan told the crowd. He knew worrying now was useless. They must stay calm to steady everyone's heart. But just as his words ended, report. A general rushed into the room hurriedly. His face was bruised, purple in places, and there was an arrow sticking out of his shoulder. Great disaster has struck, Prime Minister. The Han army is fiercely attacking Wuhua Gate. Report, Prime Minister, the Han army is attacking the 4 western gates. Report, Prime Minister, Dongji Gate is under intense bombardment from the Han army. Report. More than 10 urgent messages came from various city gates almost simultaneously, reaching the Prime Minister's office. Only now did Sima Lan realize, this time, the Han army was serious. Chapter 446, Bombarding Luoyang. Emperor Qian says, this was your own request. Urgent military reports came in one after another, causing Sima Lan's scalp to tingle. Luoyang city has a total of 12 gates, and they were all under fierce attack by the Han army at the same time. What was going on? Could it be that the Han army fought without any strategy, without prioritizing anything? Something's not right. This doesn't feel right. Yang Yu frowned deeply and said to Sima Lan, Prime Minister, to simultaneously attack all 12 city gates of Luoyang, the Han army must deploy more than 100,000 troops. But the Han army only brought about 110 or 20,000 soldiers in total, which means they are using all their forces. Such an approach lacking any plan is not typical of the Han army style of combat. The Wei family, who were rivals with the Yang clan, coldly sneered. Isn't it better if the Han army fights without any method? What's not right about that? Turning around to Sima Lan, he continued. Prime Minister, it must be that the Xiongnu army has attacked, causing panic among the Han invaders. All we need to do is hold them off in this wave, and surely the Han army will retreat. Zheng Qi's eyes lit up with great joy and declared, what Vice Minister Wei says is true. We should prepare for a counterattack. When the Han army retreats, it will be our moment for vengeance and glory. Everyone chimed in, one after another, believing it was indeed the large Xiongnu army coming to their aid. They were not just calm, but also extraordinarily excited. Because the anxiety shown by the Han army meant they were afraid of being unable to resist. Therefore, as long as the Xiongnu arrived, defeating the Han army would not be difficult. At that point, Sima Lan would definitely seize the opportunity to ascend to the throne, while his followers and students would receive promotions, basking in endless honor. Big brother, what do you think? Though Sima Lan shared the same thoughts in his heart, he was more cautious, so he sought his eldest son's opinion. After some thought, Sima Xin said, whether or not it is the Xiongnu army that has arrived, we must give our utmost effort to defend the city, allowing no slackness whatsoever. You're absolutely right, Sima Lan nodded. Pass down the order, have all camps of soldiers fully commit to defending the city. Each city gate should be reinforced internally, and not a single enemy soldier should be allowed to enter the city. With 20,000 troops stationed within the city, as long as the city gates remained unbroken, the Han army had no chance of breaching the city. Prime Minister, the Han army's attacks are intense, and our soldiers are suffering heavy casualties. I have a suggestion, said the capital's defense commander, approaching Sima Lan out of concern for his own subordinates. Sima curiously asked, "What suggestion is that?" The capital's defense commander was a disciple of the Sima family, his loyalty beyond doubt. He simply stated, "Why don't we take advantage of this moment to deplete the royal guard's manpower?" Upon hearing this, Zheng Qi immediately agreed. Commander Ye's suggestion makes perfect sense. After this battle, the Han army will surely retreat, then there will be no other opportunity to weaken the royal guard. Sima looked at Sima Xian, who, after some deliberation, nodded. If that's the case, let's all go into the palace to seek audience with His Majesty. The royal guard was loyal solely to Emperor Qian, so for them to join the fight, it would require the emperor himself to issue the order. Sima led hundreds of officials from the court to the imperial palace, ostensibly to seek an audience with the emperor, but in reality, they hadn't even sent notice beforehand. Upon learning that the emperor was playing cricket in the imperial garden, they boldly rushed straight there. Emperor Qian had no idea what was happening outside, only hearing the sounds of artillery fire. Summoning a eunuch, he began a game of cricket, acting as if none of these events pertained to him. Good grief, Your Majesty, how can you find leisure in such times? Seeing the emperor's actions, the officials immediately expressed their disapproval. Grand Chancellor, why have you come? Emperor Qian paused, stood up, and gazed at Sima and others, asking, I heard explosions ringing out from all sides. What has happened? It's not yet time for New Year festivities, and it's still daytime. How could fireworks celebrations have begun already? Celebrations? Upon hearing this word, the officials couldn't help rolling their eyes. What kind of mind do you have, imagining the Han cannons as mere firecrackers, you foolish ruler? Though everyone cursed silently in their hearts, afterward, they felt rather pleased. They hoped Emperor Chu Ning was a dim-witted ruler, because such a ruler was easier to control. Your Majesty, traitorous rebels have gathered over tens of thousands of troops to attack the capital city, placing it in grave danger. The explosions you hear are not firecrackers, but Han cannons. The power of cannon fire is immense, making it hard for the city gates to withstand them. Our warriors are resisting to the death, yet suffering massive casualties, narrated Sima vividly and emotionally. For the safety of the capital city, for the sake of the great dry kingdom, we humbly beseech Your Majesty to immediately mobilize the Royal Guard army to assist in defending the city. Hearing this, Emperor Qian instantly shook his head. Absolutely not. The Royal Guards are my personal protectors. If you send them away, who will protect my safety? No, no way. Chu Ning vigorously waved his hands, his attitude firm and resolute. Upon hearing this, the officials were almost beside themselves with anger. At this critical juncture, you're still thinking of your own safety. If the city falls, how can you possibly remain safe? Your Majesty, old Minister Zheng Qi knelt down, hugging Emperor Qian's leg. Your Majesty, the Han traitors' attacks are extremely fierce, and our frontline soldiers can barely hold on. At this moment, the only troops available for deployment within the city are the Royal Guards. If you do not agree to send them, once the Han army breaks through the gates and charges in, no one will be able to protect Your Majesty's safety. This concerns the fate of the court and the safety of Your Majesty and all the citizens. We earnestly beg you to deploy the troops. We implore Your Majesty to send reinforcements. Except for Sima, all the officials knelt down, forcing Chu Ning. In the past, Chu Ning would have felt immensely displeased. But this time, he secretly reveled in it. Do not think I am unaware of what you all have in mind. He coldly snorted in his heart. Within the city, aside from his 20,000-strong royal guard, there were still 180,000 troops. With so many defending the city, it should never have been the royal guard's turn to fight. It was obvious that these despicable men intended to use the Han army's strength to deplete his royal guard. Since the 3-year calamity, the royal guard had not grown larger. Every loss was permanent. If they hadn't prearranged things with the Han army, this time the royal guard would surely suffer heavy casualties. Even after driving the Han army away, he would then lose his sole support in the city. Since that's the case, then send 3,000. Yes, dispatch 3,000 soldiers. Is that fine? As for my own safety, you ministers must consider it as well. Emperor Qian continued to bargain with them, putting on a good show. Zheng Qi pounded his chest and wailed, looking like someone disappointed in iron for not turning into steel. Your Majesty, our nation is on the verge of collapse. How could you still not understand? 3,000 men aren't enough. I humbly request that Your Majesty deploy the entire Royal Guard force to preserve the great Qian dynasty. Yi commander shouted loudly. General Yuan Chu declared, this is a critical moment for survival. Please issue the order to deploy the troops. Please issue the troops, Your Majesty. Faced with the pressure from the officials, Emperor Qian feigned much difficulty. After pretending to hesitate for quite some time, he finally agreed to deploy the entire Royal Guard force to support the 3 city gates most heavily attacked by the Han army. Your Majesty, let us set out now. General Yuan Chu said to Emperor Qian. At this moment, Sima Xian suddenly noticed someone who shouldn't be there beside the emperor. Frowning, he asked, Directorly, it is not mealtime now. Why are you here? Chapter 447. The Han army enters the city. Upon hearing Sima Jinqing's words, everyone stopped in their tracks, their gazes all shifting towards Sima Qingyun behind Chu Ning. It wasn't mealtime, so why would you, as the chief manager of the imperial kitchen, not stay there and instead come to His Majesty's side? At this moment, everyone expected an explanation from Chu Ning. Yet, Chu Ning acted as though he hadn't heard Sima Jinqing at all, pulling those few eunuchs back to continue playing cricket matches right in front of the assembled court officials. Such an incompetent act instead caused Sima to dismiss his suspicions about Chu Ning. If he helped Sima Qingyun explain, it might indicate there was a problem. Sima Qingyun slowly took out a cricket cage from his chest and said awkwardly, "This old servant, after a match with His Majesty, lost." He opened the cricket cage, revealing the cricket inside, which was completely still, missing one leg, and showing a ghastly death. Although there were flaws in his words, it was still a plausible explanation. With the Han army attacking fiercely now, Sima Jinxin didn't think much further and returned to Emperor Qian's side. "Your Majesty, it's time to go." To mobilize the Royal Guard army, Emperor Qian himself had to take action. Xu Ning, despite his reluctance, followed them, glancing back every 3 steps, saying, "Little Deng Zi, little Zhuo Zi, wait for me." After arriving at the military camp, Sima Jinxin instructed the royal guards to defend the city, and Emperor Qian nodded. Commander Ling Qiu immediately led 2 myriads of royal guards to the assigned defensive positions. Ling Qiu had already received orders from Emperor Qian, so there was no hesitation. After being used, Emperor Qian was sent back to the palace by Sima Lan. Zizimen was under heavy artillery attack from the Han army. Yi Shoubei brought 10,000 royal guards to Zizimen, relieving the previous forces. In less than half an hour, the previous army had suffered heavy casualties. He hoped that the Han army would increase its attacks next, focusing all firepower on the royal guards to deplete as many as possible. "Commander Ling, this place is entrusted to you," Yi Shoubei reminded him. "The Han army's attacks here are very intense. Commander Ling must guard the gate well and do not let a single Han soldier enter the city." Ling Qiu's expression was solemn as he nodded slightly. "Rest assured, I will certainly properly entertain the Han army." Naturally, Yi Shoubei didn't catch the underlying meaning of his words. Feigning excitement, he responded, "Then General, we leave it to you." After finishing, he found an excuse to leave. At Zizimen, only Ling Qiu and his royal guards remained. Ling Qiu climbed onto the city wall, following the agreed plan. He immediately raised 5 red flags in a conspicuous place. These kinds of flags were quite common, scattered all over the city walls. Neatly aligning the 5 red flags was their prearranged signal with the Han army. Sure enough, once the flags were raised, the Han army's attack weakened significantly. "Keep an eye on the other 2 gate situations. Notify me the moment our people have taken over the gates," Ling Qiu commanded. Looking at the wall battered by artillery shells, his heart quivered. As an outstanding general, he had experienced countless battles, but weapons like these were terrifying, something he had never seen before. Gazing into the distance where the cannons spewed flames, just one cannon shot blew dozens of soldiers off the wall. His pupils contracted sharply as he said, "The Han army possesses such formidable weapons. No wonder they are invincible." Previously, he questioned why Emperor Qian wanted to surrender to the Great Han, offering up his throne willingly. Now, he understood Emperor Qian's thoughtful intentions. Not long after, a subordinate came to report, "General, Dongwu Gate and Wuhua Gate have been taken over by our people." "Good." Ling Qiu nodded contentedly. Things were better than he'd imagined. No mistakes occurred. He originally thought they would need to slaughter their way through the city to seize the gates. Who would have thought that old villain Sima would send them there for defense? Perhaps it was heaven assisting the Han army. "Pass my secret order. Open the city gates. Welcome the Han army into the city." Ling Qiu whispered softly. He personally ascended to the city head, raising the central flag to signal the Han army. To make the royal guards suffer more losses, Yi Shoubei had relocated all his men elsewhere. Therefore, at this point, only the royal guards at Zizimen could open the gates without resistance. Seeing the wide-open gates, the outside Han army rushed inside immediately. Ling Qiu personally went down to greet them. Surprisingly, the leader of the advancing group turned out to be an old acquaintance, Lei Yun. Ling Qiu knew that Lei Tong served as a senior commander in the Han army. He hadn't expected to meet one of Lei Tong's trusted aides so soon. Lei Yun quickly dismounted and bowed. This subordinate Lei Yun pays respects to General Ling. The Lei family and the Ling family were old acquaintances. When the Han army attacked Shidu, they encountered Ling Qiu's younger brother, Ling Xiao. That Ling Xiao survived was due to Lei Tong's efforts. "Has Lei Tong arrived?" Ling Qiu asked. Although the Han army was very powerful, he only trusted Lei Tong. After all, the 2 families were very close, and seeing Lei Tong made him feel slightly more at ease. Lei Yun said, "The head of our family has gone north to deal with the Xiongnu. He asked me to send his regards to General Ling." As a soldier, Ling Qiu naturally understood that military orders are as important as mountains. With significant tasks at hand, he could understand Lei Tong's situation. After many twists and turns, he finally meets the Xiongnu again. After brief recognition, Lei Yun led his troops into the city. Following closely behind were the fierce generals of the Han dynasty, Gu Tuo and Zhong Xinxiu, among others. Without the hindrance of the city walls, they surged into the city like fierce tigers, quickly clearing the streets and occupying the walls. If someone dared to stand in their way, they would be dealt with by arrows from afar or crossbows up close. If enemies hid behind obstacles, they would be greeted with grenades. For a moment, cannons roared along the entire West Straight Gate Street, the formidable firepower keeping the Luoyang defenders under pressure. The reinforcements didn't even have time to figure out what was happening before they were blown away. A few brave ones tried to avoid the cannon fire and rushed to the front lines of the Han army. The Wudong flying soldiers in front, armed with steel knives, taught them lessons in no time. Seeing how cruel the Han army was, Ling Qiu and the royal guard were shocked. "Ling Qiu, are these still human beings?" "General, we are fortunate not to be their enemies," one of the subordinates remarked with lingering fear. If it were them blocking the Han army's path, the outcome would be unimaginable. "Yes, His Majesty made an intelligent decision." Ling Qiu sighed. By this time, The Han army had already seized control of West Straight Gate Street and both sides of the West Straight Gate Wall. More and more Han troops were pouring in. In the midst of the army, Ling Qiu spotted a man riding a fiery red warhorse, not wearing any armor. He was dressed in a white embroidered dragon robe, spotless, somewhat out of place amidst the battlefield. This man exuded an intangible aura of authority, and even from a great distance, Ling Qiu could still sense it. Around him were several other generals, and Ling Qiu immediately recognized his identity. The Emperor of Great Han. Chapter 448. Sima the old villain is desperate. What the hell? Where's Emperor Qian? Seeing Lin Mo entering the city, Lei Yun quickly put down his fight and went to greet him. He introduced Lin Mo to the commander of the Royal Guard Army. Your Majesty, that person over there is the commander of the Royal Guard Army, General Ling Qiu. He pointed to Ling Qiu, and Ling Qiu was also looking this way. Lin Mo rode up to Ling Qiu, greeting from his horse. Thanks for your efforts, General Ling. Ling Qiu quickly walked down from the city wall and saluted Lin Mo. Ling Qiu pays respects to the Emperor of Han. General, no need for such formalities. After a brief greeting, Lin Mo continued directing the battle. The personal presence of the Emperor on the battlefield stirred up madness among the Han soldiers. Everyone fought with all their might. It was as if they were facing cakes in front of them, each afraid that if they didn't act fast enough, someone else would snatch it away. Ling Qiu was concerned about Emperor Qian's safety and thus sought advice from Lin Mo. Emperor of Han, the Emperor is still in the palace. May I leave earlier? Though the people of Jingyi sect have secretly infiltrated near the palace, and Emperor Qian has Sidu Qingyun as a strong warrior beside him. Their numbers are far too few. Ling Qiu worried they may be unable to ensure Emperor Qian's safety due to being overwhelmed. Go ahead, General. Lin Mo sent someone to take over Zizaman. By now, the 6 gates along the western side of the wall were practically all in Han hands. With Lin Mo's permission, Ling Qiu immediately led his subordinates into combat towards the palace. Meanwhile, Yi Shoubei was commanding his men in street battles, having never imagined that right after he left, Ling Qiu opened the gate, effectively betraying him. Upon seeing Ling Qiu, Yi Zhilan flew into a rage. Ling Qiu, how dare you collude with the Han bandits? I will rip you apart. He held a spiked long mace and charged at Ling Qiu. Ling Qiu was worried about Emperor Qian's safety, had no interest in fighting back, and slipped away after a few exchanges with Yi Zhilan. However, Yi Zhilan was like an enraged wild beast, biting down and not letting go. Just then, Lei Yun and Gu Tu arrived just in time. General Ling, feel free to leave, we'll handle things here. Lei Yun then pulled out a hand grenade from his chest and threw it at Yi Zhilan. Knowing the power of the hand grenade, Yi Zhilan did not dare to block it directly and hurriedly sidestepped to avoid it. Boom! The hand grenade exploded behind Yi Zhilan, instantly killing 7 or 8 Luoyang guards. You want to die? Furious, Yi Zhilan galloped toward Lei Yun, ready to attack. His skills were already nearing the extraordinary realm, much higher than Lei Yun's. Naturally, Lei Yun was no match for him, but he showed no sign of panic. Because Gu Tu was by his side, and with this tough guy around, Lei Yun felt completely safe. Wanna die? You do. Gu Tu bellowed fiercely, smashing Yi Zhilan's head into pulp with one blow of his stick. Make it explode. Excited to see Gu Tu eliminate Yi Zhilan so easily, Lei Yun grabbed another hand grenade and hurled it towards Yi Zhilan's troops. The soldiers behind him also began pulling out grenades. Boom boom boom. The grenades exploded, scattering bodies all around. In an instant, a breach was blasted open. Witnessing the close-range destructive force of the grenades, Ling Qiu was utterly astonished inside. General Ling, go quick. Lei Yun reminded him. Okay. Nodding, Ling Qiu led the Royal Guard army quickly towards the palace. News of the various city gates falling soon reached Sima Lan's ears. When the officials heard the Han army had entered the city, they were almost frightened to wet their pants. It felt like the end of the world had come. Everyone's faces drained of blood color. Prime Minister, the Han army has attacked. What should we do? Doomed. The Han army will certainly not let us live. How about surrendering? Foolish. As soon as that official suggested surrender, Sima Xian drew his sword and chopped off his head. There are still troops within the city capable of short-ranged fighting. With our current situation, the big cannons used by the Han army have minimal advantage. We may yet win. Anyone speaking of surrender who disrupts the morale of our army will be executed without exception. Sima Xian shouted at the others, and then said to Yuan Shu, Great General, organize forces immediately to seal off all the streets and use civilian houses for ambushes and counterattacks. If necessary, burn the civilian homes to hinder the advance of the Han army. At this, Yang Yu immediately disagreed. Young master, commoners are still hiding in their homes. Burning the houses would likely harm innocent lives. Sima Xian angrily retorted. What times are these to consider those worthless commoners? Do you think some peasants are more important than our own lives? Other officials also criticized Yang Yu, calling him foolish when even life and death is imminent. These officials were willing to do anything to stay alive and cared little about anyone else's welfare. Whoever wants to survive, follow me to the palace. Sima Jinshin told his father that all the streets in the city were now blocked by the Han army, and the city was surrounded outside. At this moment, escaping to the countryside was not as safe as staying within the city. All they needed to do was take the officials hostage, and the soldiers from each unit would fight with their lives on the line. Moreover, the palace was a city within a city, with strong walls. After arriving at the palace, Sima Lan immediately shouted, Old 3, you lead 1,000 troops to capture the emperor. Worried about secret protection from the Zhengyi sect, Sima Lan sent a few experts from his entourage along secretly. They already knew that it was the Royal Guard Army that let the Han Army into the city, and the Royal Guard Army only obeyed Emperor Qian's orders, making it not hard to guess that this was Emperor Qian's doing. Sima Lan couldn't understand what benefits Emperor Qian gained by letting the Han Army in. Could it be he thought the Han Army would support him becoming emperor? That's right, the Dog Emperor has betrayed us. Kill him. As long as we take the Emperor hostage, perhaps we can make the Han Army retreat. At least the Royal Guard Army will follow our commands and help us fight the enemy. The ministers clamored, wishing they could devour Emperor Qian alive. However, old Sima insisted on bringing 1,000 armed men, turning the harem upside down, but still failed to find Emperor Qian. Enraged, he arrested all the eunuchs guarding the emperor and yelled, "What are you good for if you can't even watch a person?" The frightened eunuchs were shaking in fear. Losing the emperor was no small matter, but they were very sure. "Young master, your slaves actually saw the young emperor enter the bedroom, and during this period, your slaves never left. There is no way he could have escaped." The bedroom only had 2 doors, both front and back were tightly sealed by the eunuchs, and someone was even on duty at the windows. The floor was made up of a foundation of 67 layers of bricks, impossible to dig a tunnel to escape. Sima Jinxi knew that killing these eunuchs wouldn't be useful, so he ordered a continued search. Even if the entire palace had to be overturned, Emperor Qian must be found. As for himself, he hurriedly went to report to his father, Sima Lan. They didn't know that Emperor Qian was hidden inside the bedroom and hadn't moved an inch. Chapter 449, The City Falls. At this moment, Emperor Qian, Chu Ning, was hiding in a corner, trembling under an invisibility cloak. Although he knew these people couldn't see him, there were experts around, so he didn't dare move. Even the slightest breeze from walking could be detected by such experts. He only hoped that these people wouldn't find him and would soon leave to search elsewhere. Upon learning that Emperor Qian had disappeared, Sima Lan became furious. The palace was surrounded by his men so tightly that no one could slip through without being noticed. However, no one had seen Emperor Qian leave, or even anyone coming in or out. Therefore, Sima Lan was certain that Emperor Qian was still within the palace grounds. However, the emperor had no heirs, no favored concubines, and no favored ministers. In a short time, Sima Lan couldn't find a single person to use as leverage against the emperor. Even the concubines in the harem, including the empress, were lovers of Sima Lan himself. Emperor Qian had never touched any of these women, meaning threatening him with them would be utterly ineffective. The only one somewhat close to Emperor Qian was the eunuch supervisor of the imperial kitchen, Li Yun. Sima Lan decided to try his luck and ordered someone to bring Li Yun over. However, when his men arrived at the imperial kitchen, they found not a single eunuch. Not only was Li Yun gone, but all the other eunuchs and royal chefs had also vanished. Damn it! Sima Lan immediately realized that the people in the imperial kitchen were likely members of the Zhengyi sect. But realizing this now was too late. As the other city gates were breached, the Han army fully controlled the walls and gates. They had lost their best chance to escape. With senior generals like Yi Lan and Yuan Chu already executed, soldiers and officers who hadn't made it into the palace were quickly surrendering. Soon, Lin Mo led his troops to surround the palace completely. Under his powerful force, the defenders fell one by one. Lin Mo even dispatched part of his army to help extinguish fires for the citizens, taking care of the wounded and those who lost their homes. This action instantly earned the favor of the common people. Sima Lan had spent half a year smearing Lin Mo, but this single act effectively cleared his name. People aren't fools. They can tell who is good and who is bad. If the Han army were truly the devilish fiends Sima Lan portrayed, why haven't they massacred Luoyang yet? Instead, they're saving lives and offering medicine? Could your army, Sima Lan, do the same? Old traitor Sima, surrender. You've been surrounded. If you don't come out, I will send your families first. Lu Qiong approached the main gate of the palace. His soldiers brought forward many wealthy individuals dressed in fine silks. On the wall, Sima Lan immediately recognized them. His wife, concubines, clansmen, and 2 children stood in the middle. On either side of the Sima clan were family members of various officials. They managed to hide inside the palace, but didn't have time to take their families with them. Furious, Sima Jin shouted, "War between states shouldn't involve harming family members. Come after us if you dare." Grabbing defenseless old people, women, and children proves nothing. He wanted to provoke the Han soldiers to release the hostages. However, this tactic proved useless. After a brief discussion with Qian Zhou by his side, Lu Qiong seized Sima Jin's wife, Lady Lu, and said, "This wicked woman loves to abuse her servants, especially child servants. No fewer than 10 children die at her hands every year. Tell me, is she innocent?" Lady Lu had already lost control of her bowels, desperately crying toward the top of the wall, "Husband, save me. Master, save me." The few children behind her knelt on the ground shouting, "Father, save us. Grandfather, save us." "Shut up." Sima Jin was agitated and angry, yelling back, "As the family of the Prime Minister's house, you have enjoyed countless privileges and honors, and how dare you bow to these bandits? Mother, wife, children, you should rest in peace. One day I'll avenge you." Hearing Sima Lan's words, cries broke out among those below. Other officials' families also began wailing loudly, realizing that the Sima clan wouldn't even rescue its own kin, leaving them with no hope. Lu Qiong was somewhat disconcerted. He had merely intended to use these people as leverage for surrender, not to hold a trial here for the relatives of corrupt officials. There's nothing left to negotiate. Bombard the gates. Lin Mo stepped forward and ordered his subordinates to drag away the families of the officials, then pushed up 10 Dongfeng cannons. At such close range, they could lock onto their target perfectly. All 10 cannons aimed straight for the main gate. Fire! As the commander of the artillery, Jiang Ning, gave the order, 10 cannons fired in unison, instantly turning the main gate into shattered rubble. Charge! Mo Ba led the Flying Bear Army and the Iron Lion Cavalry at the forefront, rushing into the palace despite the heavy rain of arrows. Wu Ping followed closely behind with the peerless Flying Army, their full suits of armor ensuring that the arrows did them no harm at all. Under the overwhelming firepower of the Han forces, they quickly occupied the entire palace. Sima Lan, along with the officials who had stayed with him, became prisoners of the Han army. Ling Xiu rushed into the palace to find Emperor Qian. He was unaware that Emperor Qian possessed an invisibility cloak, and therefore he was greatly worried. But when Ling Xiu arrived at the emperor's quarters, he found a group of eunuchs surrounding Emperor Qian, with Li Yun, the supervisor of the imperial kitchen, at the front. Of course, Ling Xiu knew the true identity of Li Yun, the patriarch of the orthodox sect, Situ Qingyun. With Sima Lan's family and the 100 officials captured, the battle within the city soon neared its end, with soldiers choosing surrender one after another. Mo Ba also returned to take command of the Flying Bear Army. Fortunately, since the Flying Bear Army were cavalry and the previous defensive battles involved infantry, the Flying Bear Army suffered almost no losses. All 20,000 soldiers were still present. They had previously been indignant over Mo Ba's betrayal and defection, but now, they were all grateful for Mo Ba's return, because they had witnessed firsthand the brutality of the Han army. If Mo Ba hadn't shown up, it was likely the entire Flying Bear Army would have been slaughtered by the Han troops. Ling Xiu and Situ Qingyun escorted Emperor Qian toward the Fengtian Hall. In these past dozen years, Chu Ning had visited the Fengtian Hall countless times, but never before had he felt such anticipation as he did today. At this moment, Fengtian Hall was already filled with people, including not only the Han army generals and strategists, but also all the officials of Great Qian. However, the officials of Great Qian were kneeling on the ground, their hands and feet chained with iron. Meanwhile, Emperor Lin Mo of Han had already changed into new clothing, standing next to the dragon throne atop the high platform. Facing the dragon throne, which symbolized supreme power, Lin Mo showed no signs of urgency. Chapter 450. Execute Sima Lan. Exterminate the 10 traitorous ministers, and let the whole country celebrate. Upon learning that everyone was waiting for him, Emperor Qian couldn't help but quicken his steps. He entered the front hall through the back door of the Fengtian Palace, and saw his court officials kneeling all over the floor, while the Han generals stood impressively on both sides. Kneeling at the forefront was the old villain Sima, now shackled by a heavy iron chain. His face was full of terror, completely devoid of the arrogance he usually displayed before him. This scene was one he had fantasized about countless times in his dreams. To be able to realize it today was truly a cause for universal joy. The only regret was that someone else had helped him achieve this dream. As Qian looked away, Emperor Chu Ning noticed a remarkable young man standing beside the dragon throne. The young man looked no older than 17 or 18, yet he exuded an experience and steadiness that rivaled elders. On his person radiated an unsurpassed dignity. Even though Chu Ning was the emperor, he didn't dare to stare directly at him. At this moment, he felt as if he'd returned to the time when he was still a prince, facing his stern father, the previous emperor. Was this the emperor of the Han dynasty? Chu Ning felt inwardly surprised. Standing in front of Lin Mo, he instantly lost his imperial aura. This figure in front of him was the true master of the world. Lin Mo heard footsteps behind him, turned around, and saw Chu Ning. Their eyes met, as two emperors confronted each other. It seemed as if the air in the entire grand hall had frozen. Naturally, the Han generals paid no attention to Emperor Qian. They had followed Lin Mo in rebellion, having long since abandoned any respect they once held for Emperor Qian. In their eyes, Qian was nothing more than a puppet emperor, a corrupt ruler. They had only one emperor, Lin Mo. But the officials who were kneeling down grew anxious, wondering what benefits Emperor Han had offered Emperor Qian to make him willing to betray them. Could it be that Emperor Han was indeed going to help Emperor Qian seize power? If that were the case, would the soldiers who have fought so hard for the Han dynasty really agree? All our hopes are dashed. Sima Lan nearly fainted from anger and began yelling curses at Chu Ning. Chu Ning, why don't you just pass your throne to me instead of selling us out? For over 3 decades, I've served the state of Qian faithfully. In terms of seniority, prestige, or position, how do I fall short of the yellow-haired youth standing before me? Bull! Lao Qiong, standing in front, hearing his insults towards Lin Mo, kicked him immediately, knocking out 2 teeth, causing Sima Lan to faint on the spot. Seeing such ferocity from the Han generals, others fell silent, not daring to voice a single word. Chu Ning ignored them, pointing at the dragon chair and saying to Lin Mo, giving you the jade seal already shows my resolution. Thus, this position should rightfully be yours. I believe that under your rule, the great Qian will flourish, and the people will finally have a chance to shine. Please, your majesty, ascend to your rightful place. Chu Ning approached Lin Mo, kneeling down and inviting Lin Mo to sit on the dragon throne. Upon seeing this, the Han generals also knelt, shouting, please, your majesty, ascend to your rightful place. However, Lin Mo waved his hand dismissively with a gentle smile. You're still the emperor of the great Qian. Until the abdication ceremony is held, there's no reason for me to take this seat. Stepping forward, Lin Mo helped Chu Ning up and said, People always say that you're ignorant and lack virtue. I know that's just a misunderstanding. You simply haven't had the chance to display your talents. Today, the entire court, the 10,000 valiant lions within Luoyang City, all follow your orders. You are the sole master of the world. Lin Mo's voice wasn't loud, but it was enough for everyone to hear. Seeing Lin Mo's righteousness, the Han generals were deeply moved. People like Zhong Xinxiu, Huang Hu, and Mo Ba, who previously harbored guilt towards the great Qian, suddenly felt free of it. Chu Ning stared intently at Lin Mo, a glint of moisture appearing in his eyes. He never thought that Lin Mo would say something like that. This was not just a recognition of him, but also a chance to get revenge. Having been a puppet for over a decade, today, he could finally call himself the true emperor. Even if it were only for a day, it would be enough for him to do what he wanted. Chu Ning was deeply moved. Go ahead and do what you want without restraint. Lin Mo pointed at the imperial throne and smiled faintly. He was leaving the life and death of Sima Lan and these ministers in Chu Ning's hands. Firstly, this allowed Chu Ning to personally fulfill his wish, and secondly, it portrayed Lin Mo as magnanimous and generous. Though most of the ministers kneeling here were treacherous officials from the Qian dynasty, among them were renowned Confucian scholars and influential aristocratic families. If Lin Mo were to personally order their execution, it would surely invite criticism from those with ulterior motives. Now, by letting Chu Ning be the one to make the decision, the world could curse Chu Ning, but Lin Mo would remain unscathed. Regardless of whether Chu Ning chose to kill them or how many he killed, it wouldn't significantly affect Lin Mo, because restoring a broken statue is harder than smashing it and reshaping it anew. And yet, Lin Mo didn't need to take responsibility for breaking the statue. Chu Ning sincerely said, "Thank you." Judging these traitors who had humiliated him for over a decade and wreaked havoc on the country was his lifelong aspiration. In one breath, Chu Ning listed 80+ crimes of Sima Lan. By the end, his whole body trembled with excitement. He then ordered Sima Lan's bones to be crushed entirely, his body locked inside a prison carriage for 3 days of public humiliation, and finally, his execution by slicing into 1,000 pieces. The Sima family faced the extermination of all 3 clans. General Yuan Chu, despite being dead, could not escape punishment. Chu Ning ordered his corpse to be whipped for 3 days before being discarded in the marketplace so that the entire city's populace could vent their anger. Zheng Qi, who suggested conspiring with the Xiongnu, had his eyes gouged out, his knee bones removed, and was thrown into a cage in the market square, left for mosquitoes to bite and the commoners to express their fury. Chu Ning had 10 cages erected in the market square. In them, Zheng Qi, along with Chen Zhong, Chao Xingshi, Gui Xian, and 9 other corrupt officials and influential ministers had their limbs broken and were imprisoned there, kept alive day after day until they perished. Chu Ning wanted the common people across the land to see the consequences for those who harmed the nation. These 10 were called the 10 great villains by the people. Chu Ning intended for them to die in excruciating pain and be condemned by posterity forever. Despite the court being full of villains, after dealing with Prime Minister Sima Lan, General Yuan Chu, and the 10 great villains, Chu Ning felt much more relieved. He also understood that some were forced into corruption due to circumstances beyond their control. Others possessed extraordinary talents, and killing them would be a waste. He knew that Lin Mo giving him this power was also testing his ability. If he performed too brilliantly, it might provoke Lin Mo's suspicion. After enduring years of being a puppet emperor, Chu Ning had mastered the art of ultimate complacency and would naturally refrain from showing any wisdom in front of Lin Mo. Thus, he passed the difficult decision back to Lin Mo for resolution. Chapter 451. If you flee now, a captain can capture you. Your Majesty, I have already dealt with all those who have harmed the country. For the first time in my life, I feel so liberated. Thank you for giving me this opportunity, and the rest, I'll leave to you. Chu Ning stood up and handed the dragon throne back to Lin Mo. Even though he only acted as the true emperor for 2 hours, with these actions accomplished, he was content for the rest of his life. Lin Mo smiled faintly and no longer made things difficult for Chu Ning. He knew among the remaining individuals there were also those guilty of heinous crimes, but among them were several literary masters whose disciples were spread throughout the nation, wielding significant influence. If they were killed, it would likely provoke condemnation from scholars across the land. But who was Lin Mo? He certainly wouldn't succumb to such intimidation. Grandmaster Situ, since I've just arrived in the capital and know very little about the misdeeds of these people, could I ask for your help? Lin Mo turned to Situ Qingyun. Only then did everyone realize that the mysterious head of the Zhenyi sect had been present beside them all along. Situ Qingyun looked at Chu Ning for his approval. Chu Ning nodded at him and said, "There is only the Han Emperor now, not the Gan Emperor. Whatever the Emperor asks you to do, follow it accordingly." His words clearly implied that he did not wish for the Zhenyi sect to dissolve, and even less for Situ Qingyun's talents to be buried. Chu Ning wanted them to join the great Han dynasty. The Zhenyi sect was like a sharp blade that hadn't fully realized its potential in his hands. He hoped it would shine brilliantly in Lin Mo's possession. It would honor the silent dedication of all those in the Zhenyi sect who had quietly contributed to the state. Situ Qingyun murmured, "If the emperor needs old servants' assistance, please don't hesitate to give instructions." Next, Lin Mo began pointing out names from among the officials of Gan, asking Situ Qingyun to detail their crimes and merits for each person named. For those with unforgivable crimes, they were immediately taken outside the 5 gates and executed. In severe cases, entire families were exterminated as a warning to the masses. Lin Mo cared nothing for their reputations or fame. Whoever crossed his bottom line deserved execution. As for those who committed both crimes, yet also possessed merits, Lin Mo exercised discretion in their handling, either by stripping them of their official positions or exiling them to serve in the military. Among the over 300 officials of Great Gan, after several days of trials, 147 officials were ultimately beheaded. 36 families were completely eradicated. 209 others were dismissed from office. Dozens of lower-ranking officials, who had followed the orders of the Sima clan under coercion and had not committed grievous atrocities, were not held accountable. Some even received promotions as rewards. Lin Mo's clear distinction between rewards and punishments earned him the favor of all the officers and magistrates in the city. 14 families were exterminated, and both the Sima clan and the Yuan clan had their 3 generations wiped out. Though many lives were lost, Lin Mo resolved the matter swiftly with his decisive actions. Moreover, Luoyang was surrounded tightly, ensuring that no one could escape. As a result, the upheaval quickly settled down. Afterward, the commoners learned the truth. The treacherous Chancellor Sima Lan and 10 corrupt officials were all destroyed along with their clans. The news brought joy to the entire city. People took to the streets, singing and dancing, celebrating the rebirth of the nation. Soon, policies of the Han dynasty were posted everywhere in the streets and alleys. Upon hearing them, the people rejoiced even more. The dark times were finally over, and they had welcomed dawn. 7 days later, the Emperor of Great Gan convened all civil and military officials and prestigious figures in the capital to hold a ceremony of abdication at Xuanhuan Hall. There, the emperor formally transferred the throne to Lin Mo. From that day on, the national title changed to Han. Lin Mo became the first emperor of Great Han, changing the era name to xuanhuan. In order to stabilize social development and unify the nation better, Lin Mo still designated Luoyang as the capital. Luoyang was the economic and political center of the nation, centrally located in Zhongyuan, allowing its influence to radiate across the entire country. Upon officially establishing the Han dynasty, naturally, rewards for meritorious ministers were in order. The original members of the Great Han Army naturally required no explanation. All their contributions had been recorded by Lin Mo on a merit scroll, ensuring their recognition. As per the agreement, Lin Mo did not trouble the Chu family. Since Chu Ning did not want an official post, Lin Mo bestowed upon him the title of Duke of Anlu, granting him the fiefdom of Shu Du. Shu Du was Lin Mo's place of origin, where the local populace absolutely supported him. Moreover, local noble families had intricate financial ties with the Kailan Chamber of Commerce in Great Han, so all Chu Ning could do in Shu Du was live comfortably through his later years. Other matters were beyond his reach. Although Chu Ning had completely abandoned any political ambition, one must still beware of others. By doing this, Lin Mo assured not only his own peace of mind, but also that of his court ministers. To put Lin Mo at ease, Chu Ning didn't return to his fiefdom, but stayed in Luoyang City. Moreover, he returned the invisibility cloak that Lin Mo had given him. After ascending the throne, Lin Mo announced nationwide, offering amnesty to all rebel kings. At this time, accepting amnesty would ensure favorable treatment, and their acts of rebellion would not be pursued further. Should they refuse the offer, they could. However, once the forces of Great Han were sent, there would be no room for negotiation whatsoever. You want to surrender now? Sorry, never. As soon as the amnesty edict was announced, there came a response the next day. Your Majesty, Commander Ma Tong of Fan Sui Pass requests to surrender. Ma Tong was a close confidant of Sima Lan and had prepared to abandon his post after hearing about Sima Lan's extermination. But upon receiving the amnesty proclamation, he changed his mind. The might of Great Han was such that even if he fled to another feudal lord's territory, he would inevitably be defeated by the Han forces sooner or later. Surrendering now could absolve him from blame. Why not surrender? Although Ma Tong was not particularly talented, having risen to power through connections, he was the first force to submit to Great Han. Lin Mo naturally intended to keep his word. Spending 1,000 gold pieces to buy horse bones is how one attracts a steed that can travel 1,000 li. With Ma Tong setting an example, the governor of Nanyang quickly sent a petition to surrender. Chen Dai, inspector of Yenzhou, also submitted a request to surrender. After the death of the king of Puyang, Yenzhou remained in a state of chaos, with 3 factions vying for control. Among them, the weakest was Chun Dai, the inspector of Yenzhou. Both the governor of Dong Commandery and the Taishan bandits were much stronger than him. Knowing he could not compete with those two for control of Yenzhou, Chun Dai decided to surrender to Great Han, tightly embracing the support of the new dynasty. When he declared his allegiance to Han, both the governor of Dong Commandery and the Taishan bandits panicked and stopped pressing against him. The news quickly reached Bingzhou. Ding Xiu, the Tzu Shi, governor of Bingzhou, who had been hiding in Jinyang, had been waiting for the Xiongnu and Sima Lan to rescue him. However, instead of reinforcements, he received news of Luoyang being breached and Sima Lan's clan exterminated. There was also the news about the death of the Xiongnu xuanhuan. Looking at the amnesty edict delivered from Luoyang, Ding Xiu couldn't believe its authenticity. He gathered his men together to discuss their course of action. Gentlemen, what do you think? He asked everyone holding the edict. Everyone had already seen the contents of the amnesty. Sima Lan has been killed, the Gan emperor abdicated, and now the Han dynasty inherits the mandate. If we continue to resist, we will be branded as rebellious villains. My lord, surrendering to Han is our only option now, said Zhang Yang, the Baijiao, vice-governor of Bingzhou. However, Ding Xiu's son immediately opposed. Unacceptable. The Han must be using this amnesty as a pretense to eliminate opponents. To surrender now would mean walking straight into a trap. Zhang Yang replied. Ma Tong, commander of Fanshui Pass, was a close confidant of Sima Lan. After surrendering to Han, nothing happened to him. Why would Han trouble us and break their own promise? Ding Qiu's son, Ding Xingyan, said, Ma Tong did not fight against the Han, so naturally, he faced no issue. We have repeatedly challenged Han, and worse still, conspired with the Xiongnu. With these offenses, how could the Han Emperor possibly forgive us? Father, the entire province of Bingzhou may surrender, but you cannot. I believe escaping is the best course of action. Just as Ding Qiu was swayed by his son's words and prepared to flee with his family, a strategist stepped forward. He said to Ding Qiu, My lord, if you escape like this, any minor official could capture you. Now that Chancellor Sima has just died and his remnants are scattered, why don't you rally them under the name of Chancellor Sima and launch an attack on Luoyang? Chapter 452. Unfortunate Ding Qiu. Ding Qiu looked up and saw that the speaker was named Jiarani. This person had no official position, but because of his remarkable talent, he opened a private school in Bingzhou and gained some fame. Therefore, Ding Qiu recruited him as an advisor. Among all people in daily life, he was the one with the most ideas, so both Ding Qiu and Ding Xingyan were curiously watching him. By fleeing like this, could a chief of a watchtower actually capture us? Ding Qiu carefully pondered over this sentence. If he wanted to run away, he definitely couldn't flee together with the soldiers under his command. Previously, Ding Xingyan said those who offended Han Dynasty were the Dings, not the soldiers under their command. So if they were to escape, only very few would be willing to follow them. Moreover, with too many people, how could they possibly run away? The target would be too large. Once discovered by the cavalry of the Han army, it would be difficult to escape. Therefore, if he were to escape, he could only take his family with him. Furthermore, Ding Qiu was a civil official with average martial arts skills. His 3 sons had also inherited his genes, proficient in reading and writing but quite terrible at practicing martial arts. Hence, Jiarani's statement was accurate. One chief of a watchtower would be enough to capture their entire family. They couldn't escape. They absolutely mustn't. Mr. Jia, can you elaborate more on your suggestion? Ding Qiu felt interested in his advice. He was also an ambitious man. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been tempted by Sima Lan. And he wouldn't have abandoned national justice to collude with the Xiongnu. Jiarani said. At the moment, the Great Han has just entered Luoyang, causing fluctuations in public sentiment and instability in military morale. They have many things to do, and thus, there is no time to focus on issues in Bingzhou. Haven't you noticed that deserters from Chancellor Sima have not been chased down by the Han army? Those deserters are now floating around aimlessly. If you stand up at this time and give them a place to stay, they will undoubtedly be grateful to you and heed your commands. With these people, wouldn't it be easy to take advantage of the situation and retake Luoyang? Ding Qiu found his reasoning logical and immediately sent someone to contact the remnants of Sima Lan's forces. On the day when Luoyang fell, many armies escaped from Luoyang, fleeing to Hunan, Hedong, or even Shandong areas. With nowhere to go, they camped in the mountains. Ding Qiu's people quickly found them and personally went to meet them. The leading general was named Niu Ji, one of the 8 commandants, the commander of archers, who directly asked about Ding Qiu's purpose upon meeting. Director Ding, what do you want to do coming here at this moment? In their panic-stricken escape, they didn't bring much grain. Also, the troops lacked medicine, and most soldiers were injured. If Ding Qiu intended harm against them, their over 30,000 men might suffer more misfortunes than good. Thus, meeting with Ding Qiu, they were prepared for a fight to the death. Ding Qiu noticed their tension and hurriedly explained, General Niu, please don't worry, I'm here to help you. He immediately informed Niu Ji of his intention to consolidate the remnants, hoping for Niu Ji's assistance. Being one of the 8 commandants, the commander of archers, Niu Ji naturally held higher prestige in the Luoyang army compared to Ding Qiu. If Niu Ji helped raise the flag, other departments would surely obey orders. You want to attack back into Luoyang to avenge the chancellor? Upon hearing this, Niu Ji instantly became dumbfounded, barely escaping from Luoyang. Did you expect him to bring them back? He was about to reject immediately. However, his nephew, known as the king of guns in Hedong, Niu Xiu, stopped him with a glance. Uncle, Director Ding's words aren't wrong. Perhaps we should consider discussing this. After pulling Niu Ji aside for some discussion, when he returned, Niu Ji had already changed his mind. He agreed to help Ding Qiu gather the remnants. Within days, he assembled more than 600,000 men. Adding Ding Qiu's total assets, they barely made up a combined force of 10,000 soldiers. Jiarani said, Master, the Han army has exhausted their ammunition and supplies now. Though numerous in number, they are utterly exhausted and possess almost no fighting capability. Our teams, well-rested, are spirited and enthusiastic. We should cross the river and besiege the city as fast as possible. Delaying invites changes. He dispatched people to secretly scout Luoyang and confirmed the Han army was indeed resting after prolonged battles. Fighting for many days had left the troops and horses worn out. Additionally, Lin Mo had just ascended the throne as emperor. On one hand, he needed to stabilize the populace, while on the other, he had to guard against powerful families. He simply had no leisure time to look elsewhere. This gave Jiarani the impression the Han army was too preoccupied with its own affairs, making it the perfect time for a surprise attack. Ding Qiu, blinded by ambition, firmly believed in Jiarani's analysis. Consequently, he led a force of 10,000 strong across Mengjin Ferry and forcibly crossed the river. Your Majesty, the remnants of the Sima clan in Bingzhou, totaling more than 10,000 men, have split into 2 routes heading south toward Luoyang. Bingzhou's movements caught the attention of the true orthodox sect. Situ Qingyun promptly reported the situation to Lin Mo. Lin Mo retained the True Orthodox sect because their intelligence network was more complete than that of Shui camp. The True Orthodox sect belonged to the Shui camp, but Master Situ, Qingyun, and Chief Qianzhou of the Silver-Edged Shui were of equal rank. Many people within the Jingyi sect were discontent with being treated at the same level as their former traitorous subordinates, but Situ, Qingyun, had no objections. After all, by allowing the continuation of the Jingyi sect, Lin Mo had already shown them the greatest leniency. Moreover, while the Jingyi sect belonged to the Shui camp, it had independent authority. Situ Qingyun held the rank of second-grade official. Other than the Golden Edge commander and Lin Mo, he was not subordinate to anyone. With such generous treatment, how could he have complaints? The most important thing was that Lin Mo had given him what he desired most, Katy soup. Though he hadn't yet finished drinking all the Katy soup, he had already sensed a loosening in his cultivation realm. It was like an ancient stone sealed for too long, which suddenly trembled and revealed an upward rising posture. His current strength had reached the peak of the mortal realm. This time, perhaps he could make a decisive push towards becoming an immortal, the first immortal of this age. All of this was thanks to Lin Mo. His loyalty to Lin Mo was now just as unwavering as it once was to Chu Ning. Oh, who would have thought that a small fish wants to stir up waves? Lin Mo was somewhat surprised, but still didn't take Bingzhou seriously. Back when Li Mu led troops northward, they were scared off quite easily. Such courage and wisdom obviously weren't suitable for great achievements. Your Majesty, it's just a minor nuisance. Allow me to lead men over there and annihilate them. Lo Xiong volunteered. Not necessary, let them come. Lin Mo waved his hand. Launching an attack now would likely scare these people away. For now, hold back and create an impression of weakness. Once they get closer to Luoyang, strike suddenly and annihilate them in one fell swoop. Lin Mo certainly did not want them escaping again, so that he'd have to chase them all over the world. Bingzhou received the message, but the Han army showed no movements. Ding Xiu immediately rejoiced. Mr. Jia's predictions were divine. The Han army is indeed too preoccupied to deal with us. Pass down the order. The whole army will advance lightly equipped. Seize Luoyang as fast as possible to avenge the Chancellor. Soon, the 100,000-strong army arrived below the walls of Luoyang, and Lin Mo's side had also readied the entire army for an assault, absolutely capable of wiping them out in one go. But right as Ding Xiu gave the order to attack, a long spear suddenly pierced through his body from behind. As Ding Xiu turned around in disbelief, he saw his killer. It was Niu Xiu, the gun king of Hedong. For why? He tightly gripped the spear tip, struggling to ask. Ding Prefect, you really don't understand the Han army. Going against them can only lead to death. Niu Ji emerged and explained his plan. We intended to surrender to Great Han all along, but as a defeated force, we worried Great Han might not accept us. At this moment, you appeared. Since you're so loyal to the Chancellor, I'll send you off to reunite with him. And your head can serve as our token of surrender, achieving two goals in one action. After hearing Niu Ji's explanation, Ding Xiu realized he had been tricked. He wanted to use these scattered remnants to realize his own ambitions, never imagining that he himself was being viewed as a fat pig. Silly enough to come to Luoyang, it felt exactly like a pig strolling confidently into a slaughterhouse. Niu Ji held Ding Xiu's severed head and approached the city wall to offer surrender. Upon learning of this news, Lo Xiong, who was about to engage in a grand battle, became instantly bewildered. Chapter 453. Homemade explosive arrows. The Xiongnu were stunned. After meeting Niu Ji, Lu Qiong took some time to understand the logic behind it all. Ding Xiu sought out Niu Ji's help to attack Luoyang. Niu Ji turned the tables and tricked Ding Xiu into bringing his army over, then betrayed him by stabbing Ding Xiu in the back. He carried Ding Xiu's head along with an army of 40,000 troops and directly surrendered to the Han dynasty. Lu Qiong brought Niu Ji to see Lin Mo. After hearing their account, Lin Mo quietly gave a thumbs up. This guy is impressive. This reminded him of a popular saying from his previous life. The most skilled hunter often appears in the form of prey. Poor old Ding Xiu got the worst end of this deal and will likely die not knowing how he was betrayed. I have said before, as long as one surrenders willingly, I will accept it. Not only that, you've also contributed a great deal, so your past crimes are forgiven, and you remain the commander of the archers. Lin Mo knew that Niu Ji was a close confidant of Sima Lan and had done many wicked deeds in the past. However, since he chose to come over willingly and indirectly help reclaim Bing province, he could be considered meritorious. It was necessary to stabilize the people at this moment, so Lin Mo decided not to punish him. And this outcome was exactly what Niu Ji wanted most. As long as his current status was preserved, it's better than losing his life. With Niu Ji's troop joining, the Han forces, including the previous units, the newly recruited Royal Guard army, and the surrendered soldiers from Luoyang, now had nearly 300,000 men under their command. Lin Mo appointed Zhong Xinxiu as the main general, leading an army of 50,000 into Yenzhou to assist the Yenzhou governor Chen Dai in dealing with the governor of Dongjun and the Taishan bandits. He then dispatched Linghu Lingfeng as the main general, leading another 50,000 soldiers into Nanyang to launch an offensive against Jingzhou. At the same time, an order was given to Qintai stationed at Fuzhuai Pass to move east out of Fuzhuai Pass and attack Yong'an and Jiangling. With these two routes advancing, their goal was to seize control of Jingzhou entirely. Due to the death of the king of Xinya, Jingzhou was currently in chaos. The son of the king of Xinya inherited his father's army, but several generals betrayed him. The four commanderies of Changsha, Wuling, Lingling, and Guiyang all seceded and formed their own military force. The power of the new king of Xinye has been significantly reduced, making this the best time for an attack. However, since most of Jingzhou consists of waterways, deploying naval forces was necessary to take it. Fortunately, there was a relatively strong navy among the surrendering forces in Luoyang, which Lin Mo handed over to Linghu Lingfeng. Additionally, the previously rewarded Dreadnought-class warship was secretly given to Linghu Lingfeng. What Lin Mo provided to Linghu Lingfeng was the model of the Dreadnought-class warship. This model, once placed in water, would expand and transform into a fully functional warship capable of accommodating up to 3,000 men. The warship was equipped with 9 powerful Dongfeng cannons. With this warship at his disposal, Linghu Lingfeng was brimming with confidence. Besides, Lin Mo also sent Lu Qiong as the main general, Zhang Mao as the military strategist, to lead troops into Yuzhou. General Ling Wu led his troops from the south to support them. With 5 armies moving out simultaneously, their passage left no doubt about the might of the Han Empire. News of their campaign spread across the land, causing panic among the feudal lords. Commanderies and counties surrendered en masse. None dared to challenge the authority of the Great Han. For the southern front, the battles were largely straightforward victories, leaving little need for concern. What Lin Mo was most concerned with now was the war in the north. He knew that after successfully raiding the Xiongnu main camp, Lu Bu retreated deep into the grasslands where he joined forces with Gongsun Zan and Guo Wenyin to engage in guerrilla warfare against the Xiongnu army. Because they had reconnaissance falcons at their disposal, they always managed to discover the Xiongnu in advance. If the enemy numbers were small, they would set up ambushes and wipe them out. If the enemy was too large, they would immediately retreat. Thus, for over half a month, they had rarely suffered any setbacks while constantly keeping the Xiongnu forces confused. Enraged, the Xiongnu king gathered all his forces to annihilate them. Meanwhile, Li Mu's and Lei Tong's armies had already crossed the Yanmen Pass and were marching towards Xinhua. The only force yet to report any news was Hua Tsubing, who had ventured deep into the desert almost a month ago. There had been contact between Lu Bu and Hua Tsubing half a month ago, but recently, there had been no word. Some people said that taking only 1,000 cavalry into the desert was too rash. Hua Tsubing may have gotten lost in the steppes and been wiped out by the Xiongnu. But Lin Mo firmly believed that Hua Tsubing wouldn't fall so easily. Moreover, all the Xiongnu's attention was on Lu Bu and his forces, completely unaware that another army had quietly infiltrated deep into the Xiongnu hinterland. If they had known, they wouldn't have been wasting their efforts chasing Lu Bu around Dahan Mountain and Xinhua. The only thing Lin Mo was worried about was the weather. It was already October. The steppe froze early, and it might have started snowing in the north already. Xiongnu people grew up in this harsh environment and could endure it. However, the soldiers under Li Mu and Lei Tong would find it hard to withstand the biting winds of the steppe. This was why Li Mu and Lei Tong did not rush to join Lu Bu after arriving at Yanmen Pass. As for Lu Bu's side, heavy snow had already begun to fall. Lu Bu's men were fine because they all had a heat stone in their armor. Even at temperatures below 10 degrees Celsius, they wouldn't feel cold. However, Guo Wenfar and his soldiers struggled to endure the cold. At night, with the bone-chilling winds, they couldn't sleep. Even the horses couldn't take it. With no choice, Lu Bu was forced to order a retreat. They made a large circle and retreated to Xinhua, where Li Mu and Lei Tong awaited them. This allowed them to successfully escape the Xiongnu encirclement. However, the Xiongnu would not let them go so easily. The Xiongnu king angrily declared, "The steppe is not a place you can come and leave as you please." Upon learning that the Han army had retreated to Xinhua, he personally led an army of 150,000 troops to pursue them. What he didn't know was that Li Mu had already anticipated this and set a massive trap in Xinhua. When the Xiongnu king reached Xinhua after pursuing Lu Bu, suddenly tens of thousands of cavalry attacked from both sides. Among them were 6,000 Dashua dragon riders. The Dashua dragon riders circled around the Xiongnu formation without closing in. They simply raised their bows, aiming at the Xiongnu forces. The Xiongnu weren't bothered. A few men were nothing for them to fear. They also drew their bows, preparing to fire back at the Dashua dragon riders. But with one command from Li Mu, the Dashua dragon riders fired their arrows first. Arrows pierced through the sky. The Xiongnu were all expert archers. Arrows were no strangers to them. This time, however, they realized something was different about these arrows. The arrowhead seemed unusually thick. Before they could react, the arrows rained down. The Xiongnu hurriedly raised their shields above their heads. Their wide shields could effectively protect against arrows from horseback archers. However, once the arrows hit their shields, they exploded with a thunderous boom. Xiongnu cavalrymen were instantly turned into minced meat, and their horses and surrounding soldiers suffered the same fate. Boom, boom, boom. Explosions echoed one after another, like a storm of bombs falling from the sky. The mighty Xiongnu battle formation was shattered within moments. Tens of thousands perished in the explosions. The Xiongnu king was stunned and terrified. What the hell is that? Chapter 454. The dominant Lu Bu, the dominant snow dragon riders. Li Mu tied a hand grenade to an arrow. Although this method greatly reduced the accuracy of the bow and arrow, it dramatically increased the power. Lin Wo had given him 500 hand grenades in total, and he shot them all out at once, instantly stunning the Xiongnu cavalry with explosions. Those skilled Xiongnu soldiers who used shields to block arrows never dreamed that they would be blocking bomb arrows. The massive explosion not only tore open gaps in the formation of the Xiongnu army, but also startled the Xiongnu war horses upon hearing the explosions for the first time, causing them to lose control and panic-strickenly run wild. On the other hand, the Han side's war horses had long been accustomed to the sound of gunfire and were not affected at all. Take advantage of their disorder, crush them. Seeing the enemy already in chaos, Li Mu and Lei Tong personally led their subordinates in a charge. Even though their numbers were few, seeing the enemy's disarray boosted the morale of Huotou camp soldiers so much that even those wielding firewood sticks wanted to join the battle. How much more were the valiant warriors eager to fight? What followed was a tiger entering a sheep pen. Massacre ensued. 15 myriads of Xiongnu troops got severely beaten by Li Mu and Lei Tong, leading fewer than 20,000 men. Lu Bu and Gong Xuanzan also turned their horse heads around, rejoining the fray within the thick of the Xiongnu army. These two seemed to have some kind of built-in buff boost. Killing Xiongnu was effortless for them. Their performance left xuanhuan speechless. At first, xuanhuan could keep up with their pace. But gradually, he noticed himself getting farther and farther from Lu Bu and Gong Xuanzan. His forces merely moving fast couldn't catch up with their simultaneous fighting and chasing. However, xuanhuan wasn't one to back down. Having helped his father defend the Yinmen Pass since he was young, earning his reputation early, he naturally wasn't someone to boast without reason. Realizing he was being held back by his subordinates, he handed over command of the troops to his deputy general and chased after Lu Bu's group alone, joining him in killing enemies. Even though this wasn't his first time witnessing the combat ability of the Snow Dragon Riders, he still marveled at their prowess. Using both sword and bow, the Snow Dragon Riders maintained an impressive speed in eliminating enemies even without hand grenades. Facing these ferocious riders, the Xiongnu cavalry seemed like wheat stalks under the farmer's knife, cut down effortlessly in swathes. The snow and grass beneath were dyed red with blood. Still, xuanhuan knew that every drop was Xiongnu blood. Until now, not a single casualty had occurred among the 1,000 Snow Dragon Riders under Lu Bu's leadership, primarily because Lu Bu fought with unmatched ferocity, charging ahead in front of everyone. If the entire unit were compared to a flying arrow, then Lu Bu was undoubtedly its sharpest tip. His Fangtian spear cut into the enemy ranks as if entering no man's land. Xuanhuan witnessed 6 mighty Xiongnu generals surrounding Lu Bu. Among them were 2 whom he recognized as renowned commanders, ranked highly among the warriors of the Xiongnu Empire. These 6 people saw that Lu Bu would only rush headlong, judging him a mere brute, and thus decided to deliberately wait for Lu Bu. They thought that if they killed Lu Bu, they could turn the tide. Their assumptions weren't wrong. Unfortunately, they failed to kill Lu Bu. 6 against 1, how shameless. Xuanhuan shouted angrily in the Xiongnu language. He galloped quickly to provide support for Lu Bu. But before he could get there, the 6 dishonorable men already lay dead on the ground. Lu Bu didn't even look at them, continuing forward as if he had just slain 6 ordinary soldiers. Although he knew the ears of those 6 could exchange for plenty of Xianren, his goal was the king of the Xiongnu. Confirming that the 6 were truly killed by Lu Bu and not feigning death, xuanhuan was dumbfounded. He hadn't realized Lu Bu was this powerful. Before, he still thought he might not be much different from Lu Bu, which now seemed laughable in hindsight. If they were to really engage in battle, saying 3 rounds would probably be overestimating himself. The fiercer Lu Bu became, the more dominant the Snow Dragon Riders who followed him. This squad was the last of the 4 groups to launch an assault, yet in less than half an hour, they had charged farthest ahead. The Xiongnu had never seen such tactics, fleeing for fear that if they didn't run fast enough, they would never have another chance. Like falling dominoes, despite the Xiongnu king's efforts to steady his troops. While one flank might hold firm, another crumbled immediately afterward, and when that happened, General Gong Xuanzan was always lurking behind the rear lines ready to ambush. Thanks to the high-speed movement of the Snow Dragon Riders combined with the extensive spread of the battlefield and extended front lines, they seemed to be everywhere at once. The Xiongnu king had no idea how many Han soldiers were opposing him, feeling surrounded as if they were multiplying in number with every encounter. Messenger after messenger came to deliver dire news. One moment, the main general of the Black Wolf camp was beheaded, another instant the Kahisu tribe exterminated. Some units pleading for reinforcements, others requesting retreat. The Xiongnu king was at a loss. He knew that if he continued to stubbornly persist, the losses would be even greater. Thus, he ordered a full retreat of his forces. However, he had left a trick up his sleeve, knowing well that the Han people could not adapt to the cold weather of the desert. So he kept a highly mobile unit behind his bait. The battle raged on for a whole 3 days. Because they had failed to slay the Xiongnu king, Li Mu decided it was better to stop while ahead and promptly gave the order to withdraw. He knew advancing further into the grasslands might lead them into the Xiongnu's trap. The reason for their overwhelming victory at Shengla was partly due to the explosive arrows, but more importantly because the Xiongnu had no idea they were already there, leaving them completely unprepared. Now, the Xiongnu would surely have learned their numbers and prepared adequately. After counting the casualties, this battle resulted in the deaths of over 60,000 enemy troops, severely damaging the Xiongnu's main force. Because of the freezing weather, Li Mu ordered a withdrawal back within the Yinmen Pass, awaiting further information. The baiting strategy failed, leaving the Xiongnu king extraordinarily irritable. But at this point, he also didn't dare attack the Yinmen Pass. The Dai prefecture had fortified its defenses. The Shanggu area and the Xianbei tribes were now wary as well. Invading the Han Empire according to their original plan seemed impossible now. Moreover, he had learned of Sima Lan's death, and the empire had changed dynasties. With the harsh winter underway, prolonged combat would take a toll on his horses too. Thus, the Xiongnu king repositioned his troops at Danhan Mountain, sending emissaries to contact the Xianbei royalty while seeking out King Chu Hongxi of Hejian. He knew that Chu Hongshi's lineage was exceptionally pure. Even if the Qian emperor had abdicated, the throne should rightfully belong to him. The Xiongnu envoys informed Chu Hongxi that the Qian emperor must have been murdered by the Han emperor, who then put on a show of relinquishing power using a body double. They told Chu Hongxi that with the combined strength of the Xiongnu and the Xinbei, they could surely help him restore his kingdom. Moreover, the Xiongnu were no longer demanding control of the 16 counties of Yingyun. Their aid to the Hejian king was purely for revenge. King Chu Hongxi of Hejian was not foolish. Of course, he understood that once the Xiongnu breached the border, the common people would inevitably suffer. Then, he himself would become a hated figure, despised by both officials and civilians throughout the land as a sinner against the empire. To ascend the throne? If his reputation stinks so foully, how could he possibly ascend to it? The Xiongnu weren't as easily controlled as the Xinbei. Therefore, he decisively rejected the temptation offered by the Xiongnu king. As the Xiongnu king placed his final hopes on the Xinbei, struggling in vain, an urgent 800 Li Express report shattered his dream of invading the 9 provinces once and for all. Chapter 455. The Xiongnu king who wishes to cry but cannot. Bad news, great king. A message carried over 800 miles caught everyone's attention. Both the Xiongnu king and all the tribal leaders looked towards the messenger. What could possibly be worse than the devastating defeat at Xinghua? In that battle at Xinghua, they suffered heavy losses, but more importantly, they lost their courage to face the Han army. Now, just hearing the name of Lu Bu was enough to make the Xiongnu soldiers tremble with fear. That battle alone turned Lu Bu into a god on the grasslands. Everyone knew that the flying general Lu Bu killed 6 Xiongnu generals in one strike, shaking Xinghua. And there was also the white horse general Gong Xuanhuan, who, with merely 1,000 snow dragon riders, managed to press down tens of thousands of Xiongnu soldiers. Lei Tong's retaliation was even fiercer. His family spear techniques left the Xiongnu too terrified to fight back. Li Mu commanded from the front line, while Chun Tang encircled them from behind. The Xiongnu were crushed completely between this pincer attack. This battle cemented the divine status of these main generals of the Han army. Even Guo Wenyuan benefited from their fame. The tiger of Yanmen made the grassland Xiongnu tremble in fear. The Xiongnu king couldn't imagine any news that would be worse than the disastrous defeat at Xinghua. What causes such alarm? Could it be that the Han army has come? The Xiongnu king tightly gripped the armrests of his chair, his eyes flashing with an evil light. The failure at Xinghua was due to him being too aggressive, not knowing that reinforcements from the Great Han had already arrived. Now, he had a clear picture of the Han forces. Their entire strength was no more than 20,000 men. If they dared to chase them to Danhan Mountain, he would ensure they come, but never return. The Yeren tribe has sent word. They were attacked by a group of Han soldiers. Their tribal leader was slain, 300 defenders were wiped out, every official of the tribe slaughtered. The attackers were methodical, leaving no trace behind. They immediately withdrew afterward, indicating their goal was clearly not the Yeren tribe. The messenger said this with great speed. What did you say? The Xiongnu king, upon hearing the news, jumped up suddenly from his seat in shock. Is this message true? He grabbed the messenger and loudly questioned. Absolutely accurate, replied the messenger. Cursed. The Xiongnu king twisted his face. He had thought that all the Han armies were here, but he had never imagined that the Han army would dare penetrate deep into the desert and manage to find the area around Yeren Mountain. After all, his royal court was currently located in Alhulan, not far from Yeren Mountain. For this invasion of the Great Han, he gathered all the troops to Danhan Mountain, with the royal court protected by only about 3,000 soldiers. With the combat capabilities of the Han army, once they discovered the royal court, that meager number of defenders stood no chance. How did they find their way across the steppes? Could there be traitors helping them? Asked the Grand Marshal of the Xiongnu cavalry solemnly. The steppes stretched for thousands of miles without fixed roads. Even the various tribes of the steppe found it difficult to locate each other. Moreover, for people from Zheozhou who had never set foot deeply in the steppe before, how could they find Yeren Mountain? There aren't many people who know the location of the royal court, so it should not be a traitor, said the Xiongnu high priest. No traitor? Then is it divine eagles leading their way? The Grand Marshal insisted there must be a traitor. Otherwise, based on the knowledge the people of Zheozhou had about the steppe, it would be impossible for them to find Yeren Mountain. It might be purely by accident. A tribal leader speculated. They conjectured wildly, none able to convince another. Enough. Annoyed by the noise, the Xiongnu king roared loud. In the tent, it immediately became quiet. Regardless of how they got to Yeren Mountain, now they are a threat to the royal court of our Xiongnu empire. I believe the number of this Han force cannot be large. If we send cavalry back now for support, we will definitely arrive in time. Perhaps, we can eliminate this army, restoring some morale. They had mobilized all their troops for this invasion of Zheozhou, yet suffered consecutive defeats. Now, what they needed urgently was a victory to lift the army's spirit. Your Majesty is right. I suggest immediately dispatching General Cheng Ji with 30,000 troops to support the royal court. Additionally, to prevent them from escaping, we may send another force to lie in ambush at the foot of the Yin Mountain. If they are defeated by Cheng Ji, they will surely retreat through the Yin Mountains, suggested the Xiongnu Grand Cavalry Marshal. In the freezing winter near Yeren Mountain, they are bound to be at the end of their strength now. I think sending 10,000 troops back for support will suffice. As long as we hold the royal court, the Han army will succumb to wind and snow and become frozen statues. However, the Xiongnu high priest disagreed with the Grand Cavalry Marshal. Before the Grand Cavalry Marshal could refute, the priest continued. Our previous communications with the Xianbei have made progress. Now is a good opportunity to move southward. If we send a large army back now, first, it will cause the Xianbei to suspect us and abandon the idea of cooperation. Second, our troops will be insufficient as well. Reasonable. The Xiongnu king nodded. Although the royal court was important, this time he had bet everything, and if he failed, his dignity would be damaged. When that happens, the tribes would take the opportunity to stir up trouble, very likely causing the hard-won unification of the Xiongnu Empire to collapse. Thus, in a way, he could no longer retreat. He had to move forward despite everything. The Han soldiers are thinly clothed. Moving freely on the grasslands at this time is tantamount to suicide. So even if they discovered the royal court, they probably wouldn't have the strength to attack. Thinking this over, the Xiongnu king secretly exhaled with relief. The Han army that had surrounded them before at Xinhua also retreated due to the weather. Remember, the storms near Yanren Mountain were far fiercer than those around Danhan Mountain, and the temperature was colder still. Even thick cotton coats couldn't shield the Han army from the biting cold wind. Even if humans could endure it, most of their warhorses certainly couldn't. After much consideration, the Xiongnu king sent only 6,000 elite soldiers back to the royal court. They moved fast, able to reach it in just 3 days at full speed. Once the reinforcements returned, he continued actively communicating with the Xianbei people. This time, the Xianbei swiftly agreed, willing to allow them passage for invading Yuzhou and even providing cover. The reason the Xianbei king betrayed the king of Hejian was because the Xianbei's situation was very awkward. The northern areas where they were now located were extremely impoverished, offering no value for expansion. To the east lay the newly rising Goguryeo. Goguryeu's marriage alliance with Fuyu created a powerful pact that significantly pressured the eastern front of the Xianbei. On the western side was the Xiongnu Empire, while to the south was Yuzhou of the Great Dry Empire, neither easily antagonized by the Xianbei. His cooperation with the king of Hejian aimed to break through this stalemate and defeat Goguryeo and Fuyu. However, after returning from the failure of the 18 feudal lords' coalition against the Great Han, Chu Hongxi seemed like a different person. His focus shifted entirely away from Goguryeo. Months passed without progress, causing the Xianbei king to lose faith in Chu Hongxi. When the Xiongnu approached seeking collaboration at this point, the Xianbei king agreed without hesitation. Naturally, he wouldn't forget to take advantage of the situation, demanding 10,000 bows, 100,000 arrows, and 10,000 horses from the Xiongnu. With an arrow already knocked, leaving no choice but to release it, the Xiongnu king, for the greater cause, had to agree to the Xianbei's demands. As long as they breached the Great Wall and invaded Yuji, the rewards they would gain far exceeded the value of these items. However, as the Xiongnu king was sending someone to deliver the goods to the Xianbei, sudden terrible news arrived. Chapter 456. Lone Journey into the North Desert. Snow Dragon Cavalry tramples the royal court. Your Majesty, the Xianbei have agreed to let us pass through Guangning. They will provide cover for us. We can set off now. The envoy sent to the Xianbei excitedly returned to Danhan Mountain, bringing what all the Xiongnu considered to be good news. But thinking about how much they had been swindled by the Xianbei king made the heart of the Xiongnu king feel uncomfortable. These things shall be considered as stored with your Xianbei people. One day, I will reclaim them all with interest. His ambition was certainly not limited to the 16 counties of the Great Han. Annihilating the Xianbei tribe and annexing their land has always been a dream for the Xiongnu people. Spread the order down the ranks. The entire army marches on Guangning. Seize the whole Xiongnu region as fast as possible. Finally, they've waited for the breakthrough. The Xiongnu king was full of vigor and spirit. Ever since 5 years ago, his father was ambushed and killed by the Yanmin Gua family, the Lei family, and the Daizhou military reserve, causing a disastrous defeat for the Xiongnu army. Since then, they endured humiliation quietly and stayed far from the Great Han border. 5 years of restraint gave them this chance today to avenge their father's death. Moreover, if they could seize the 16 counties of Yanyun, loot resources and slaves from Bingzhou and Ji province, the Xiongnu Empire would inevitably see a great increase in national power. By then, the Xianbei would submit beneath the feet of the Xiongnu. Whether it's Great Qian or Great Han, they would not be able to do anything against him. With an army of 300,000 assembled, the Xiongnu king leapt onto his carriage, the top-grade Longzhu Mago, preparing to give the order to march, when suddenly a fast horse appeared before him. Report. Great King, urgent news from the royal court. The Xiongnu king paused, and laughed shortly afterward. Isn't this them telling me they've wiped out that Han force and are seeking my merit? These past few days, the shaman adept at observing celestial phenomena had already deduced the weather near the royal court. Snow would fall continuously for 3 days, accumulating up to 3 chi deep. In such weather, movement for both humans and horses would become difficult. Although this weather might delay Chengji's return for reinforcements, it would also restrict the movements of the Han forces. They even believed that the Han army couldn't survive in such harsh conditions. They must already be frozen into ice sculptures. This is delivered via eagle transmission. Please review it, Great King. The messenger didn't know what the contents were, but took out a leather scroll tube from within his robes and handed it over to the Xiongnu king. Eagle transmission? The Xiongnu king nodded. Under such weather, it was impossible for swift horse delivery of messages, hence only eagle transmission remained, an option known to be rather unreliable, which he understood well. Why was eagle transmission deemed unsafe? Because their eagles lacked intelligence, making training incredibly difficult. Their eagles were easily lured or misled. There were several instances during the Xiongnu Civil War when eagles misdelivered crucial information, sending their own military situation straight into enemy camps. Therefore, although the Xiongnu had frequently used eagles for delivering messages, sending critical intelligence this way was quite rare. Upon opening the message scroll, the Xiongnu king found something amiss almost instantly. All the text on this paper was written in blood. Panic surged within the Xiongnu king, an ominous premonition clouding his mind. Trembling, he opened the paper to find it unmistakably a letter written in blood. The 8 characters that started the letter were, "Respected father above, I am an unfilial child." When the Xiongnu king personally led the expedition, he left his eldest son at the royal court to maintain stability behind. And judging by the handwriting, it was definitely penned by his eldest son. On the morning of October 27th, the royal court was struck by surprise, attacked by more than 1,000 ironclad cavalrymen. The strength of the bandit army was extremely formidable, slaughtering 4 of our generals in quick succession. Leading the defending forces myself, we fought desperately but failed to withstand. The words were sparse, clearly written in haste. The crown prince reported being attacked by an unknown mounted unit whose strength was unmatched. It was as if killing their soldiers was as easy as slicing melons. Although they numbered 3,000 while the enemy was merely 1,000 strong, the outcome of the fight was virtually predetermined. They suffered slaughter. In less than an hour, all 3,000 defending troops were completely annihilated. The royal court fell, leaving the wives and children of the Xiongnu king captured. None of the families of the nobility, officials, and commanders of the Xiongnu were spared either. Writing the letter just before his death, he hoped that the Xiongnu king could read it and return early to rescue everyone. The letter did not mention Chengji and his 6,000 reinforcement army. Apparently, Chengji had not arrived yet. The Xiongnu king's hands holding the letter trembled violently, chest tightening, feeling as though choked with a mouthful of blood, causing him intense discomfort. He painstakingly planned for so long, finally beginning only for home to be lost. Upon learning of their family's capture by the Han army, the accompanying aristocrats and officials also turned pale with fear. Who led this attack? The commander-in-chief screamed nearly crazily, because the eldest prince's letter mentioned that his 2 sons were sacrificed in battle, killed by a fierce general leading the Han forces. No one could have ever imagined that the Han army would be so audacious as to dare infiltrate the heart of Xiongnu territory with merely 1,000 men. They also couldn't figure out how the Han forces managed to find the Xiongnu royal court. Now that their home was gone and the royal court of the Xiongnu Empire had been completely wiped out, continuing the southward invasion into the 9 provinces had become meaningless. Though reluctant, the Xiongnu king could only order a retreat. They were willing to give up the 16 counties of Yangyun, as well as the supplies they had given to the Xinbei. All the soldiers were now worried about their wives and children, concerned about their gold and treasures, leaving them with no heart for further fighting. They only wanted to return quickly to negotiate with the Han army. However, General Li Mu and Lei Tong had no intention of letting them go. "General, the Xiongnu army is retreating north." Their scout hawks had been watching Danhan Mountain continuously, keeping track of every move the Xiongnu made. At this point, they're actually retreating? Li Mu and Lei Tong exchanged glances, puzzled. Could it be that they didn't reach an agreement with the Xinbei? That shouldn't be the case. The Xiongnu already sent the goods to the Xinbei, and they accepted them, indicating cooperation has been reached. Lei Tong had been previously worried about Shanggu County, but after the gifts were delivered, the Xiongnu retreated. This maneuver left him utterly baffled. In fact, even the Xinbei were confused. "I think I know the reason," Li Mu said as he walked to the door and gazed towards the north. He remembered there was still one army deep in the desert. "Are you talking about General Huatsubing?" Lei Tong immediately caught on. The Xiongnu withdrew in such haste, not even taking back the 10,000 horses they gave to the Xinbei. Could it be that General Hua destroyed their royal court? Gongsun Zan joked with a smile. What was originally just a jest caused Li Mu to seriously nod in agreement, confirming, it must be the only possible explanation. If it's true, we absolutely can't let the Xiongnu leave so easily. Lei Tong clenched his fists tightly, his blood boiling. Haha, I've been waiting to strike. Lu Bu laughed loudly. He had been eagerly anticipating news from Huatsubing. Now that they're here, we can't possibly let them go without properly seeing them off, right? Gongsun Zan also looked eager. A determination to thoroughly punish the Xiongnu shone clearly on each of their faces. On the side, the father and son duo Guo Chenghu and Guo Wenyuan stared blankly at them. Generals, currently, in the northern deserts, winds and snow are rampant, and the cold is unbearable. It's inappropriate to mobilize troops under these conditions, Guo Chenghu advised. To him, venturing into the northern deserts in such weather was equivalent to suicide. Please rest assured, Mr. Guo, this kind of wind and snow will not stop us. Li Mu smiled faintly, his confidence even more evident. Chapter 457, The Great General of Statecraft. Can such a heavy snowstorm really be no problem for you? Li Mu's words left Guo Chenghu completely confused, thinking that these southerners must have never seen the snowstorms of the north. He had lived in Yanmen his entire life and deeply understood how cold the winters could be. He once saved a southern merchant caravan trapped in a valley by a snowstorm. Each person was wrapped in thick cotton clothing, yet half of them still froze to death. And at that time, the snowstorm wasn't even as severe as it is now. Seeing that Guo Chenghu didn't believe him, Li Mu just smiled faintly without further explanation. Because Guo Chenghu had only recently defected to the Great Han, Li Mu did not trust him completely yet. Therefore, he wouldn't reveal the secret about heating stones and armor. Send the order. The Snow Dragon cavalry prepare for battle. Gather 3 days' worth of dry rations and get ready to march. Li Mu commanded. As the army prepared, a reconnaissance falcon appeared over Yanmen. It brought news from Huatsubing. It's a message from General Hua. The messenger was very excited as he reported to Li Mu and others. Oh, everyone rejoiced and quickly gathered around. Upon reading the content of the letter, everyone was shocked. Hua Tsubing had defeated the Yanran mountain tribe, seized the opportunity to capture the Xiongnu court, killing over 3,000 Xiongnu soldiers, slaying more than 30 Xiongnu generals, and executing 3 Xiongnu princes. Now they were resting at the court, having captured 3,769 Xiongnu nobles and officials of all ranks. This one battle of theirs had wiped out the very base of the Xiongnu people. Haha, General Hua is truly brave and fearless. I guessed it right. Gong Sunzan admired wholeheartedly, his heart filled with excitement. Just 1,000 men had breached their court, capturing all the important figures. How could this not make one's heart race? At this moment, everyone felt immense pride in Hua Tsubing. No wonder the Xiongnu forces retreated so swiftly. We need to rush to support the court, Lei Tong declared resolutely. Absolutely. We can't let them harm General Hua, Chen Tang said sternly. He too was awed by what Hua Tsubing had accomplished. Let's divide our forces, Li Mu decided after pondering for a moment. General Lei, take 2,000 troops and rush swiftly to the Xiongnu court to support General Hua. We'll lead the rest of the forces, chasing the Xiongnu armies from behind to slow them down. The Xiongnu were currently worried about their families and their court, retreating hastily. Pursuing them now would yield double results. Generally, should we consult His Majesty first on what to do with the Xiongnu captives? Lei Tong asked. In his thinking, as long as they held on to these captives, the Xiongnu would definitely send envoys to negotiate. And these captives would serve as Great Han's bargaining chips to extort a significant amount from the Xiongnu. Historically, every northern campaign against the Xiongnu ended this way. It certainly was an issue worth considering. After serious thought, Li Mu finally said slowly, His Majesty handles myriad affairs daily. Now, he must be busy dealing with internal court matters. As his loyal subjects, how can we burden him further? In my view, the first thing you do upon arriving at the Xiongnu court is to execute all those prisoners. Execute them. Lei Tong and Guo Chenghu were shocked. These were all Xiongnu nobility, the core rulers of the Xiongnu. If they were all killed, the Xiongnu king would go mad with revenge. If they recklessly invaded Jiuzhou, the common folk there would inevitably suffer greatly. Generally, this matter has far-reaching consequences. Shouldn't we seek His Majesty's advice? Lei Tong was full of concern. Li Mu, however, laughed and said, General Lei, you are one of the earliest to follow His Majesty. Don't you know his character? Asking him now would only make things difficult for him. Even if we decide to execute them without consulting, the most that will happen is some punishment. But eliminating the Xiongnu nation means the Xiongnu race won't rise again within 100 years. Do you think it's worth it or not? Worth it. Lei Tong immediately understood Li Mu's meaning. Annihilating the Xiongnu nation was his lifelong wish. Even enduring a little punishment, or even dying on the desert battlefield, he wouldn't hesitate for a moment. Actually, this was the only way Li Mu could do under the current situation. With the terrible weather and difficult roads, transporting several thousand captives back to the homeland was already extremely arduous. Moreover, they had to face encirclement and interception from over 300,000 Xiongnu troops. So, the best solution was to kill all the captives. Generally, since we're going to kill the Xiongnu prisoners, why don't you simply send a message via the hunting eagle to General Hua? Why go through the trouble of sending General Lei over? Guo Chenghu asked, puzzled. Killing prisoners he could understand. Doing so could severely cripple the Xiongnu clan, wiping out their ruling class, thereby ensuring the Xiongnu would never have a court again. The entire Maobei grassland will once again return to an age of chaos, posing no threat to the Great Han border defenses. But if all that's needed is to send a letter, ordering Hua Tsubing to kill the captives and retreat lightly, wouldn't that suffice? Why bother sending Lei Tong with troops over there to take risks? He just didn't understand. Li Mu explained. If we let General Hua kill the captives now, the Xiongnu king would definitely react violently like a cornered dog. They would retaliate recklessly, bringing disaster not only to towns like Yanmin and Daizhou, but also causing war across all northern parts of Jiuzhou. As long as General Hua has the captives in hand, the Xiongnu people will spare no effort to rescue them. And we can exploit this, dealing another heavy blow to the Xiongnu. Then they won't have the strength left to seek revenge against the Great Han even if they wanted to. Upon hearing these words, Guo Chenghu felt profound admiration for Li Mu. This was truly the mark of a general who strategizes for the nation. It was sheer misfortune for the Xiongnu to have angered this group of fierce warriors. Guo Chenghu had a premonition. After this battle, the royal court of Maobei would likely never exist again. His family, the Guo clan, had always been enemies of the Xiongnu. All their glory stemmed from battling the Xiongnu. If he couldn't contribute in this war, there would be no more chances for his clan to achieve fame and honor. So he said to Li Mu, Generally, my son Xuanhuan is very familiar with the grasslands. Perhaps he could serve as your guide? Li Mu saw through his subtle intention at a glance, though it wasn't a malicious one either, so he readily agreed. After all, Guo Xuanhuan was also a formidable warrior. Just like before, Li Mu assigned him to Lu Bu's camp. The Snow Dragon cavalry quickly gathered, and Li Mu set off leading the troops out of the pass. Seeing that the soldiers had no cotton clothing underneath their armor, Guo Chenghu couldn't help worrying. General, there are many spare cotton outfits within the pass. Should we equip the troops with them? Though he knew each Snow Dragon cavalry rider was highly skilled, they were still human. In such cold weather, even extraordinary powers might find it difficult to endure for long periods. Still, Li Mu firmly rejected him, saying, no need. Thick cotton clothes would only slow down their marching and combat efficiency. Braving the wind and snow, they quickly disappeared into the vast desert. Chapter 458. From this battle onward, the court of the northern desert shall no longer have a king. Part 1. The howling wind and snow obstructed people's vision. Even the Huns who grew up in such an environment found it hard to bear. They advanced in formation with soldiers at the front using their bodies to block the wind and snow, paving the way for the main force. When they got too cold to endure, another group would take their place. Despite this, their progress was extremely slow. If it were summer, they could march 100 miles a day. But now, they had barely covered 30 miles in a day. Even so, some soldiers fell by the wayside. However, the Hun king, worried about the safety of his family and the royal court, ordered them to push forward regardless of the losses. Whenever the wind and snow lessened slightly, they would pick up speed. Such a military march had never been seen before, causing immense suffering for the Hun soldiers. Even the war horses suffered from the freezing temperatures, many dying or injured from the cold. Fortunately, the snow soon stopped, and although the weather remained cold, without the obstruction of wind and snow, their progress visibly accelerated. Moreover, there appeared a warm ray of sunlight in the sky. The Hun king thought this was surely the protection of his ancestors. He had no idea that Lin Mo had spent 100,000 taels of silver to change the weather. Although Li Mu did not bring up the matter of captives to Lin Mo, he reported his entire battle plan to Lin Mo through the Han army left at Yinmen Pass. Such a large military operation had to be known by the emperor. Lin Mo, learning about the severe weather in the desert, wind and snow battering the area, worried about his generals and soldiers, so he decided to improve the weather. However, since the northern desert was not Han territory, Lin Mo couldn't directly alter the weather in a foreign land. Fortunately, the system was quite humanistic, spending 10 times the normal price allowed for a one-time exception. The steppe was vast, and in order to modify the weather across the entire grassland, Lin Mo spent a full 100,000 taels of silver. Though somewhat expensive, Lin Mo didn't care as long as it helped the soldiers campaigning far away. The Han army sped up, but the xuanhuan cavalry moved even faster. With no more wind or snow hindering them, reconnaissance hawks quickly located the position of the Hun forces. After observation, Li Mu swiftly deduced the movement path of the Huns and identified their next inevitable route. The Huns never imagined that the Han army would pursue them despite the fierce winds, snow, and freezing temperatures. Thus, they only cared about hurrying on their journey, completely without any defense. Li Mu soon devised a combat plan. He and Jiang Chun led 3,000 soldiers ahead to lay ambushes. Lu Bu tracked the enemy from the left rear, while Gong Xuanzan followed from the right rear, and Chen Tang positioned himself at the center rear. As soon as the cry of an eagle was heard in the sky, the attack would begin. After a day of preparation, Li Mu arrived ahead of the Huns' inevitable route, leaving the Huns entirely unaware. Because they absolutely could not imagine that the Han army would dare to chase them. Nor did they anticipate that the Han army's speed could surpass their own. Therefore, they rushed unknowingly into the trap set by Li Mu. Although Li Mu had run out of grenades in previous battles, this time, he only brought the xuanhuan cavalry. The regular troops stayed behind at Yinmen Pass, but the 3,000 Zhuge repeating crossbows were still carried by the xuanhuan cavalry. The simultaneous firing of 3,000 Zhuge crossbows emptied an entire round of arrows in just a few breaths of time. 60,000 arrows transformed the leading Hun horsemen into pincushions, both men and horses. Trouble, we've fallen into an ambush. The Huns were shocked. At this moment, they felt an unprecedented fear. Not only were the Han weapons terrifying, but the unpredictable nature of the Han forces meant they always appeared when least expected, dealing massive casualties each time. Thousands of soldiers died in just a few breaths. Hun soldiers hurriedly reined in their horses, unwilling to advance further. Fire arrows! Fire arrows! The Grand Marshal of the Hun army stared at the mountain of corpses, screaming wildly. Only then did the Hun soldiers realize they also had bows in their hands and did not need to engage in close combat with the Han forces. However, their arrows were like tickling the xuanhuan cavalry. They could not penetrate the armor of the cavalry. While holding the Zhuge crossbow in one hand and the Xuanhuan longsword in the other, the xuanhuan cavalry stepped over the Hun corpses and charged toward them amidst the dense rain of arrows. Devils, they are a horde of devils. Seeing that their arrows couldn't harm the enemy, the Hun soldiers' hearts almost collapsed. Don't panic. Follow me and fight forward. The Grand Marshal drew his steel sword and led a detachment to counterattack. The Hun king also arrived, staring at the xuanhuan cavalry with fiery eyes. There are only a few thousand of them. Charge forward and trample them flat. But those who charged fast fell fast. Before they could get a clear look at the xuanhuan cavalry, they were killed by the first volley of crossbows. By the time the rest of the soldiers arrived, the xuanhuan cavalry had put away their Zhuge repeating crossbows and picked up their Xuanhuan battle knives to fight. For a moment, the sound of metal clashing filled the air as 3,000 xuanhuan cavalry engaged in fierce combat with tens of thousands of Xiongnu cavalry. Blood splattered everywhere. At the start, the Xiongnu were able to suppress the xuanhuan cavalry with their numerical advantage. But soon, they began to lose ground. Because they were wearing thick cotton robes, their movements were severely restricted. Generals of extraordinary ability could only display upper-level prowess. Moreover, their war horses were wrapped in cotton, making their movements stiff and unable to perform flexible turns or sprints. On the other hand, the xuanhuan cavalry wore only armor and tight clothing, no different from summer attire, leaving them essentially burden-free. Their actions flowed like clouds and water, killing without hindrance. Thus, despite being fewer in number, they still managed to overpower the Xiongnu. Damn it, how are these men and horses still able to survive in such cold weather while wearing so little? The Xiongnu were both shocked and angry. Their fighting capabilities were already inferior to the Dashualong cavalry, and now burdened by numerous constraints, they couldn't unleash their full potential. They were utterly frustrated. Take off your clothes. A large Xiongnu warrior tore open his cotton robe, revealing a chest covered in hair, with an embroidered wolf head that looked especially menacing. Unrestrained by the cotton robe, his grandmaster-level skills were fully unleashed, and he quickly felled one of the Dashualong cavalry. Other Xiongnu soldiers followed suit, stripping off their cotton robes and casting them aside. With this burst of spirit, they once again gained the upper hand over the Dashualong cavalry. Seeing this, the Xiongnu king and grand marshal felt somewhat reassured. After such a long battle, they were finally about to turn the tide. However, before the two could revel in their success for even 2 seconds, chaos erupted from behind them. Upon inquiry, they learned that they were under heavy attack by the Han army, suffering massive casualties. Chapter 459. From this battle forth, the northern desert will have no royal court. Part 2. After hearing the soldiers' reports of the situation behind them, the face of the Xiongnu king became extremely grim. The front forces had paid a huge price and finally achieved some effect, only for the rear to be attacked, making it nearly impossible to hold. The Han army had come too suddenly, catching them completely off guard, especially on their left defensive line. When the soldiers learned that the enemy's general was Lu Bu, they directly abandoned resistance, causing the entire rear line to quickly collapse, affecting all other camps. Now, the 20,000-strong army was already in chaos, suffering heavy casualties. The Xiongnu king summoned the great general of cavalry and handed over the command of the front lines to him, while he himself rode swiftly to the rear. With his arrival, the various camps at the rear gradually stabilized. Everyone listen up. Fight without your cotton clothing. The Xiongnu king personally stripped down and seized a large broadsword before rushing into the battlefield. The sight of snow-drenched Xiongnu warriors engaging in bare-chested combat ignited their bloodlust. They imitated their king and began stripping off their clothes. Some even used their strength to tear apart their cotton armor with sheer force. Carrying this determination to win, they immediately launched a counterattack against the Han army. In just one charge, the Han army was made to retreat in panic. At least in the eyes of the Xiongnu, the term retreating in panic could describe the scene. In fact, this was something General Li Mu had planned long ago. Their aim was to use psychological tactics based on the urgency of rescuing lives to engage in guerrilla warfare rather than engage in brute force conflict with the enemies. This was also known as the wolfpack tactic. When a group of wolves encounters a large prey, they cannot fight directly but must nibble away piece by piece. If the prey retaliates, the wolves pull back to avoid injury. When the prey tries to flee, they chase after and bite again, repeating until the prey falls. To preserve their own strength, each division's commander issued orderly retreats. On the battlefield, not a single corpse of a Han warrior was left behind, showing that the Han army retreated deliberately rather than being forced to do so. Although Li Mu also retreated, his losses were considerable. In order to delay the enemy and distract them, they held out for a long time. Of the 3,000 men, more than 600 were lost. This was the biggest loss that the great snow dragon riders had experienced since they joined the battle. They didn't have time to retrieve all their fallen comrades' bodies when retreating. Seeing them flee, the Xiongnu dared not pursue them. 1. The great snow dragon riders were too fast for them to catch up. 2. Their goal was to rescue their royal court. They couldn't waste time chasing. 3. Having taken off their clothes during the fight, now that the Han army had stopped fighting, they were trembling with cold. Some Xiongnu generals had been sweating profusely the moment before, and seconds later, they had icy armor formed on their bodies due to the temperature drop. As night fell and temperatures plummeted, over 10,000 undressed Xiongnu froze like dogs. They could only search everywhere for clothes to warm themselves up as soon as possible. Some were lucky enough to find cotton coats buried under the snow. Others could only find torn pieces of cloth, cursing, "Which idiot did this?" That night, over 3,000 Xiongnu froze to death. Additionally, tens of thousands of others caught colds. Those with mild symptoms could still push on, but those severely affected could only be dragged along. Helplessly, the Xiongnu king ordered the horses to be changed into sled-pulling oxen, transporting the tens of thousands of sick soldiers back. Considering that the Han army would surely still be lurking nearby, he could not abandon these soldiers. Abandoning them would mean killing them outright. They were, after all, the brave warriors of the Xiongnu. Of course, they weren't without any gains. At least they figured out why the Han army wasn't affected by the cold. Early the next morning, basking in the sunlight, the Xiongnu discovered a peculiar thing. "Great king, please take a look at this." A lower-ranking Xiongnu officer led the Xiongnu king to the corpses of several Han soldiers. "What's there to see?" The Xiongnu king didn't understand, wondering what there was to see about enemy corpses. However, as soon as he finished speaking, he realized something was off. Lying beside the frozen Xiongnu heroes who had become icicles, the Han soldiers showed absolutely no signs of frostbite. In fact, the snow beneath where they lay had melted. On such a bitterly cold night, how could their corpses melt the snow? Something was wrong here. Take off their armor. Dead bodies don't retain heat, and the Xiongnu king instantly guessed it had to do with the armor. Upon touching the armor, it was neither cold nor bone-chilling. It instead emitted a warmth. The Xiongnu soldiers promptly removed the Han armor. The Xiongnu king was excited, believing he had uncovered a major discovery. As long as the principles could be figured out, Creating similar armor could make them immune to the winter of the desert forever. However, after researching for a long time, they still couldn't figure out how the armor generated heat. The heat stones in the armor were not large, embedded within to radiate heat evenly. Unless you knew where to look, it was difficult to find them. Since they couldn't understand it, King of the Xuanhuan had to give up. After all, there were more pressing matters at hand. He kept one set of the dozens of armors collected from the ground and rewarded the rest to his warriors. Then, he continued heading towards the royal court. As for the soldiers who froze to death, they simply didn't have time to deal with them now. They could only remember their locations and send people back later once the crisis at the royal court was resolved. No sooner had they left when General Li Mu and his group regrouped at the site of the Xuanhuan frozen sculptures. Seeing the Xuanhuan fighters standing stark naked and frozen stiff like popsicles, General Lu Bu and others couldn't help but laugh. How mighty they were yesterday during their shirtless battles. Now they looked so ridiculous. Even General Li Mu felt surprised. The fact that the Xuanhuan had essentially caused their own deaths was something he hadn't foreseen. These 30,000 plus soldiers counted as an unexpected windfall. General, we found them. His men clearing the battlefield soon located the warriors that Li Mu had been unable to retrieve yesterday. However, by now, they too had frozen into ice statues, and their armor had already been stripped off by the Xuanhuan. It seems the Xuanhuan discovered the secret of our armor. Li Mu felt somewhat remorseful. There were fresh wounds on the bodies of the fallen soldiers, some even mutilated or eaten posthumously, a clear sign of mistreatment after death. Generally, you needn't feel guilty. The great snow dragon riders are prepared to sacrifice themselves for the country. Jiang Chen consoled him. Everyone was waiting for his next battle plan. Li Mu was naturally not indecisive. His sense of guilt toward the fallen soldiers only made him more determined. He ordered that the fallen warriors be buried before continuing to deploy his combat strategy. With reconnaissance falcons in the sky monitoring every move of the Xuanhuan, Li Mu repeated his previous tactics and flanked ahead of the Xuanhuan army. This time, though, he altered the order of operations slightly. Lu Bu and his team would launch the first attack from the rear, drawing the Xuanhuan forces to the back before Li Mu launched an assault from the front. Despite being a small adjustment, it proved remarkably effective. Encumbered by tens of thousands of wounded soldiers, the Xuanhuan's response was extremely slow, making them highly immobile. Though they had prepared themselves for this situation, they suffered heavy losses nonetheless. On the other hand, the great snow dragon riders also endured significant casualties. The farther north they went, the deeper the snow on the ground became. Though unbothered by the cold, thick layers of snow slowed down their warhorses' speed. Still, not a single soldier complained. Because everyone knew this was the best opportunity to annihilate the Xuanhuan. If necessary, they were willing to sacrifice the entire great snow dragon riders' corps for the victory. Chapter 460. After this battle, there will be no royal court in the desert to the north. Part 3. After 2 consecutive battles, the Xuanhuan had lost more than 1/3 of their forces. And on the great snow dragon cavalry's side, they also suffered over 2,000 casualties. Despite this, not a single member of the great snow dragon cavalry retreated. The fallen were buried where they fell, with their swords serving as their tombstones. General Li Mu ordered the injured soldiers to retreat first, but they refused to leave and continued fighting despite their wounds. The entire army was united in their hatred and determination to eliminate this persistent northern enemy for the newly established Han dynasty. Next, General Li Mu continued to employ wolfpack tactics, wearing down the Xuanhuan forces. To minimize losses, his attacks only targeted the outer flanks of the enemy, using the mobility of the great snow dragon cavalry to strike and then retreat swiftly without hesitation. For several days, the great snow dragon cavalry sustained few losses, though the damage inflicted upon the enemy was not as significant as before. However, Li Mu's goal was no longer merely to kill the enemy. He aimed to delay their progress, using the harsh weather against them. They were moving northward, where it grew colder with each passing day, especially at night when the biting cold winds pierced through even the heated armor of the great snow dragon cavalry. For the Xuanhuan soldiers, who lacked heated armor and sometimes even a complete cotton coat, the conditions were unbearably cruel. Every night, under natural circumstances, hundreds or even thousands of Xuanhuan soldiers froze to death. With each attack by the great snow dragon cavalry, that number multiplied by 10 or even dozens of times. At this point, any injury meant certain death for the Xuanhuan soldiers. For 7 days straight, the great snow dragon cavalry became the nightmare of the Xuanhuan. They dared not sleep at night and experienced hallucinations during the day. They remained constantly vigilant against the great snow dragon cavalry. By the time they reached the Alhalin region, what had once been an army of 400,000 Xuanhuan soldiers had dwindled to less than 200,000. Surprisingly, the Han army had not harassed them for the past couple of days. Great King, we've reached the royal court. This is the heartland of our Xuanhuan people. Perhaps the Han army is afraid and has all withdrawn. A commander, already mentally frayed by the harassment from the Han forces, said hopefully, "Do not let your guard down." The Xuanhuan high priest warned immediately. They had suffered too many losses along the way. Any carelessness could cost them their lives. Leave more scouts behind to report if the Han army appears. The Xuanhuan king, having endured much suffering, naturally would not lower his guard just because they had returned home. Moreover, he did not know whether the Han army that had attacked the royal court was still there. If it was, he would need to proceed with greater caution. Send out reconnaissance teams to investigate the situation in the royal court and confirm whether the Han army is still there. The Xuanhuan king dispatched a small unit ahead to scout the royal court. Previously, the Han army had consistently harassed them, so their sudden silence made him uneasy. Soon, the reconnaissance squad arrived at the royal court. What the royal court referred to was actually a large cluster of round tents belonging to the xiongnu, forming a makeshift fortress. Its outer wall was built of mud, offering rudimentary defensive capabilities. Compared to the fortified cities of the Han people, it might have seemed laughable. But in the xiongnu territories, it counted as a vast city. Though the xiongnu royal court relocated occasionally, it was not moved arbitrarily. Therefore, many nobles and higher-ranking xiongnu natives lived here. Apart from the guards, the population of the royal court totaled around 10 million. Cities with a population of 10 million were common in Jiuzhou, yet this was the only one among the xiongnu. 100 Commander, why is there absolutely no sign of life? From afar, the small unit gazed at the royal court but saw no trace of anyone, nor heard any sound. They dared not approach. The leader, 100 Commander, also couldn't discern anything unusual but knew something was off. He commanded his men, "Go take a look." Cursing their superior in their hearts but pressured into action, the subordinates cautiously approached the royal court. However, as soon as they neared, a shower of arrows killed them instantly. On the walls, the great banners of the Han army appeared, startling them completely. The reconnaissance squad panicked and hurried back to report to the Xiongnu king. The Han army is still in the royal court? Upon hearing this news, the Xiongnu king exhaled in relief. Right Xuanhuan king questioned, puzzled. "Great king, why do you wish the Han army to remain in the royal court?" The Xiongnu king explained, "If the Han army is still here, it means those within the royal court are unharmed, and there's still room for negotiation. If the Han army left, the people inside could very well have met a tragic end." Everyone nodded in agreement, finally understanding. Having clarified the situation, he immediately led his troops towards the royal court. But when they arrived, they found the gates of the royal court wide open and the interior eerily silent. There were no bodies or even bloodstains of the reconnaissance team members at the entrance. The Xiongnu king began to suspect that the reconnaissance team was lying, casting a questioning glance toward the 100 Commander. The 100 Commander was at a loss for words. "I just saw the Han army inside the city." He had clearly seen the Han troops, so how could they have vanished? Just as the Xiongnu king began to reveal murderous intent, Left Gilawang appeared and saved him. "Your Majesty, there are many hoof marks at the north gate. It seems an army has just passed through." "Escaped?" The Xiongnu king paused. "Enter the city immediately." He dared not be sure if this was a trick by the Han people, but his concern for his family's safety overruled all other considerations. Leading his troops personally, he rushed into the city. However, the wide streets were completely empty of people. The round tents on both sides were also devoid of life. No soldiers, no civilians, not even cattle or sheep. The entire royal court was eerily silent. The heart of the Xiongnu king raced with panic. To the palace. Leading his men swiftly toward the palace, they discovered chaos once they arrived. Most of the buildings had been damaged, and the treasury and inner storage had been plundered clean. Everything of value was gone, leaving nothing for him. Yet these material losses troubled the Xiongnu king far less than the fate of his concubines and children, as well as the ministers in his court. "Your Majesty, not a single person has been found in the city. The eastern quarter shows no one. The western quarter is also empty. Tens of thousands of Xiongnu soldiers turned the city upside down, yet no trace of a person remained. Generals and ministers who returned to their homes found them also plundered, and their families missing without a trace. There should have been at least 100,000 people in the royal court, yet not one was now in sight. The Han army must have abducted everyone. How could it happen so quickly?" One of the Xiongnu generals raged. "This morning, the reconnaissance team still saw them within the city walls, yet they were gone by the afternoon? They must have relocated the population early," said the Xiongnu high priest. "Why did they wait until we came before escaping?" asked the left Donghu of the Xiongnu, puzzled. If the Han army couldn't afford a battle and chose to move everyone out, why would they come back? That morning, they were guarding the royal court and killed the reconnaissance squad members. Could it be that they deliberately lured us into the city? Not good. This remark alerted the Xiongnu high priest. "Your Majesty, retreat from the royal court immediately." Screech. Suddenly, several sharp eagle cries echoed throughout the city. In the blink of an eye, a few giant eagles soared into the sky from various corners of the royal court, startling the surrounding Xiongnu soldiers. Preoccupied with searching for people, none of them noticed the eagles lurking on the rooftops. After the eagles took flight, waves of scorching heat swept across the entire city. With alarming speed, the royal court was engulfed in flames. Chapter 461. From this battle forth, there will be no court in the northern desert. 4. On fire. Quickly, put out the fire, hurry up. No good. The flames are too fierce, we can't control it. Hurry, evacuate the royal city. Soaring above the sky, the eagles looked down at the chaos of the royal court. They were naturally arranged by Huitzubing. At this moment, Huitzubing and General Lei Tong stood on a hill not far from the royal court, watching as the royal court was engulfed in flames. "General Hua, I now understand why you were appointed as the Grand Marshal for the Northern Campaign. Your wisdom and strategy are far beyond anything Lei has ever witnessed." This fire made Lei Tong completely recognize Huitzubing's talent, because according to his original plan, he intended to rest and recuperate within the royal court, leveraging the strength of the Han army to deliver an unexpected attack against the Xiongnu. But the Xiongnu people had nowhere left to retreat, and would undoubtedly fight back with all their might. Casualties were unavoidable. Yet Huitzubing arranged numerous flammable items inside the city. Without sacrificing a single soldier, he weakened the main force of the Xiongnu army. Such a sophisticated fire-based strategy earned him immense respect. General Lei, you're too modest. If not for your insistence on evacuating the civilians from the royal court, I wouldn't have thought of employing the fire strategy, Huitzubing explained with a smile. When he learned that Li Mu wanted him to kill those captives, Huitzubing believed that the Xiongnu were a savage and bloodthirsty race who should not exist in this world. Following the emperor's usual methods, it was clear they needed to cut off the root. Therefore, Huitzubing decided to exterminate the 10,000 citizens within the royal court as well. Though they were commoners, they were, after all, a foreign race, so Huitzubing had no psychological burden. But Lei Tong, who had been fighting the Xiongnu for a long time, could not bring himself to do so. He hated the Xiongnu because their soldiers frequently slaughtered civilians in Jiuzhou, using exceedingly cruel methods. Eating human flesh, raping women, their actions were no different from beasts. Lei Tong believed that if they slaughtered 10,000 innocent civilians, then how would they be any different from the Xiongnu? He didn't want himself to turn into a savage, bloodthirsty beast, nor did he want the Great Han to be criticized by the world. After all, it was impossible for the Great Han to eliminate every foreign race in the world. Facing these 10,000 innocent citizens, Lei Tong couldn't bring himself to take action. Thus, he let Lei Song lead 1,000 men to escort the 10,000 citizens towards the Yanshan tribe. As for those princes, nobles, and their families, Lei Tong showed no sympathy, executing them all within the royal court. The reason why the Xiongnu king and others couldn't find them was because they were all buried underground, and the ground was covered with dry grass, oil, wood, and other flammable materials, making them very difficult to discover. They've escaped, Lei Tong said, while looking in the direction of the royal court. Although the massive fire consumed the entire royal court, it wasn't possible to kill every Xiongnu soldier inside. This was also the reason why they remained here. A large group of Xiongnu soldiers burst through the flames. Some of them still had fires burning on their bodies. After leaving the city, they immediately lay on the ground and rolled, using the snow to extinguish the flames on their bodies. I wonder if the Xiongnu king was burned alive. But it doesn't matter anymore. After this battle, there will be no more royal court in the northern desert. Huitzubing confidently stated. After this battle, there will be no more royal court in the northern desert. Lei Tong muttered to himself. What a bold statement this was. After all, the Xiongnu had established themselves in the northern desert for 1,000 years. The Great Qian had defeated them several times, yet soon after they always managed to rise again. Thoroughly destroying them was no easy task. However, this battle might fulfill that grand aspiration. Send a signal to General Li. Let's settle this with the Xiongnu once and for all, Huitzubing said to the courier beside him. The latter promptly sent up reconnaissance hawks into the sky. Very quickly, they received a reply from Li Mu and his group. Without hesitation, Huitzubing ordered all his soldiers to launch an assault. A decisive battle began. The Xiongnu soldiers had just escaped from the inferno, hadn't even caught their breath, when they encountered a surprise attack by the Snow Dragon riders. Many didn't even have time to get on their horses, some hadn't managed to put out the flames on their bodies, and were mercilessly slaughtered. However, at this moment, those high-ranking officers of the Xiongnu believed that their families had been killed by the Han troops. With the destruction of the royal court and the 1,000-year-old heritage of the Xiongnu obliterated by the Han, everyone carried boundless rage, determined to fight to the death against the Snow Dragon riders. This epic battle raged, turning day into night, continuing from the afternoon straight into the deep night. The entire Arhelan region was stained red with blood. By nightfall, the Xiongnu people, suffering from night blindness, were practically blind. On the Han side, however, the soldiers' bodies had been strengthened by quenching soup, and their daily intake of rich nutrients improved their night vision much more than the Xiongnu. Also, the endurance of the great Han warhorses far exceeded that of the Xiongnu. Thus, when the Xiongnu were exhausted, the Han army maintained its peak fighting capability. With the assistance of wolf packs on the Han side, by nightfall, the battle had turned into a one-sided massacre. It wasn't until dawn the next day that the Han forces' offensive slightly lessened. The Huns quickly searched for their king, only to discover that the Han king had already perished amidst the chaos. Left Guli Wang was slain by Lu Bu, and right Guli Wang was captured alive by Gongsun Zan. Both the left Dadonghu and right Dadonghu were killed in action, with their bodies nowhere to be found. Attempting to turn to the chief priests for leadership proved futile. The shock coupled with exposure to the cold during the night left them unconscious with high fevers. Lacking a clear leader, the remnants of the Han army, under the guidance of several Gudu Ho, continued fleeing northward. With the destruction of the Han royal court and the complete slaughter of the royal lineage, they no longer had the strength to fight against the Han forces. As the saying goes, so long as green hills remain, one need not fear a lack of firewood. Their only option was to flee and preserve the seeds of their people, giving them a chance to regroup in the future. They assumed that with such adverse weather conditions, the Han army would surely cease any pursuit beyond this point. However, they underestimated the Han's determination. Even though the Snow Dragon riders had lost more than half their numbers after the series of major battles, the resolve of the generals to annihilate the Huns remained undiminished. Every single Snow Dragon rider soldier harbored no thought of retreat. Li Mu and Huitzubing split their forces and led expeditions to chase down and destroy the remaining Hun forces. Along the way, even though some Huns attempted to surrender, no one was willing to accept the capitulation of these executioners. Nearly 2 months of relentless pursuit ended when Chun Tang slew the last Gu Du Ho of the Huns by the shores of the Beihai Sea. Thus, the entire Han army was obliterated. Of the once formidable 400,000-strong force that sought to invade Jiuzhou, only a handful managed to escape, with almost no survivors. Out of the original 9,476 members of the Great Snow Dragon Cavalry who entered the desert, aside from the 1,000 stationed at Xuanhuan Mountain, only 2,452 soldiers remained. The losses exceeded two-thirds, making the toll extremely severe. Nevertheless, their actions served as a testament. Those who dare infringe upon our mighty Han will be punished, no matter how far they run. Dozens of ethnic groups across the northern steppes, upon hearing tales of the exploits of the Han army, trembled in fear without exception. Some tribes, in fact, actively submitted themselves as subjects upon the passage of the Han forces, offering up their cattle and women. Xuanhuan proposed the erection of an altar at Beihai Lake to sacrifice to heaven. First, it would console the spirits of the fallen and honor those snow dragon riders who perished in this battle. Second, it would announce to the world that the campaign against the Huns had been successful. This gesture would also demonstrate the military might of the Han dynasty to all. His suggestion received unanimous approval from Li Mu and the others. A suitable location was chosen on the Chaktu Mountain, where, with the help of the local Lingding tribe, they constructed a magnificent sacrificial altar. From that moment on, the various tribes south of Lingding pledged their allegiance. Moxibustion land now held no royal court, and the awe-inspiring might of the Han army radiated across the 8 cardinal directions. Chapter 462, Assimilation. The great victory of the Han army in the Northern Desert Campaign soon reached Luoyang. Upon hearing that the Xiongnu had been wiped out as a nation, jubilant celebrations filled the city. After more than 2 months of governance, the citizens of Luoyang and the entire Sili region had come to recognize the Han dynasty. The news of the great victory in the Northern Desert further imbued the people with a sense of belonging to the Han, making them proud to be identified as part of it. The Han dynasty had only just established its sovereignty, but already accomplished the unfinished mission of the Dagon dynasty, leading all citizens to feel immense pride at this powerful nation's rise. The officials of the Han dynasty took advantage of this moment to praise Lin Mo's administrative skills and military virtue. Poets likened Lin Mo to the greatest emperor ever seen in Zhuzhou's history. Even annaled Duke Chu Ning, who had remained reclusive from worldly affairs for so long, personally attended court to congratulate Lin Mo. Eliminating the Xiongnu was something each generation of his ancestors wanted to achieve but failed to do. This act would overshadow 1,000 autumns, truly a boon for all of Zhuzhou's citizens. From now on, the common folk of Zhuzhou wouldn't have to worry about invasions by the Xiongnu anymore. Having only been founded for more than a year, the Han dynasty successively annexed the Liao tribe, annihilated the Bo people, swallowed up the Man country, and now even wiped out the Xiongnu. No longer did the subjects of the Han dynasty need to live in fear near the borders. On the contrary, those who lived near Liao County and Man province benefited greatly from frequent trade between their regions, enriching their lives. Even Lin Mo himself was astonished at Xuanhuan's and others' great achievements. He merely wanted them to drive back the Xiongnu, never imagining they'd advance fiercely enough to reach the royal court of the Xiongnu, chase them as far as the banks of the Northern Sea, and ruthlessly destroy such a strong Xiongnu empire. With the fall of the Xiongnu Empire, 3 different voices emerged in the imperial court. Some suggested conducting a massive slaughter, cutting off the roots of this ethnicity completely. Others proposed driving away the Xiongnu, making them stay far from the Han borders. Still others suggested helping the Xiongnu establish their nation again, supporting a puppet ruler to govern them. Each suggestion had its own merit. Those advocating massacre believed that the Xiongnu were a savage and bloodthirsty race. While beaten hard now, within 50 or 100 years they could resurge. When that happened, the descendants of the Han would still suffer under Xiongnu raids and invasions. Such events had occurred more than once. Only by eradicating them could any lasting peace be assured. Truthfully, Lin Mo initially held similar views. But soon another voice convinced him this course of action was wrong. Advocates for expelling the Xiongnu reasoned that though the Xiongnu were cruel, their people were innocent. Slaying the 40,000 troops of the Xiongnu sufficiently demonstrated the might of the Han Empire. But massacring millions of innocent Xiongnu civilians, such actions would only be fitting of beasts. Wars between nations are conflicts erupting between rulers. Civilians are innocents. Zhuzhou has always been known as a land of civility, etiquette, and grandeur. If there's a challenge, we accept it. If there are enemies, we defeat them. There's no need to lose our humanity over mere precautionary concerns or to forsake the dignity befitting a great nation. If we now issue an order to massacre millions of Xiongnu civilians, future generations of the Han will bear eternal shame for the sins of their forebears. Moreover, the Xiongnu Empire was vast, populated by many tribes. Even if the Han threw its full strength into invading the northern desert, it could not exterminate this race entirely. If one cannot achieve the purpose of wiping out a race, why bother with such foolishness? There are many ways to eradicate future threats. Just chasing them away is sufficient. The third suggestion was to install a puppet leader, reasoning that rather than let the Xiongnu disperse and grow unchecked, they should be brought under control. Lin Mo favored this method most. However, he would not support a puppet leader, because doing so would merely be a temporary solution, incapable of addressing the root of the problem. All of you make good points. Combining your 3 approaches presents the best solution for handling the Xiongnu. Lin Mo spoke up slowly after observing enough debate among his ministers. Combine. The officials were somewhat puzzled. These 3 plans were conflicting with each other. How could they possibly be combined? Smiling, Lin Mo said, to rule a new race, merely enslaving or suppressing them isn't enough. They must be assimilated. Assimilation? The crowd felt unfamiliar with this term. Lin Mo then asked, think about it. What's the difference between Jiuzhou 2,000 years ago and Jiuzhou today? This question wasn't difficult for the present scholars who had thoroughly read through history and classics. Xuanhuan, head of the Yang family of Hongnong, answered, 2,000 years ago, the 100 races of Jiuzhou competed with each other. Our ancestors, the Divine Dragon Clan, joined forces with the Flame Dragon Clan to defeat the other races and become the masters of Jiuzhou. Later, the Emperor of Heaven divided the land into Jiuzhou, hence the name Jiuzhou. The one who divided the world into 14 provinces was Qian Gaozu. Like Emperor Heaven, he was also an extraordinary hero. Do any of you remember what happened to the foreign tribes back then? Lin Mo continued to smile as he asked his ministers. Xuanhuan replied, in 1,000 years, most of these foreign tribes have disappeared and assimilated with us into the people of Jiuzhou. The ancestors of all the officials present here might also be connected with those tribes 1 or 2,000 years ago. This statement was indeed true. Most of the foreign tribes had been assimilated, becoming part of the Jiuzhou population. The original people of Jiuzhou actually referred only to the Divine Dragon Clan and Flame Dragon Clan. However, the current people of Jiuzhou were descendants from the amalgamation of hundreds of tribes during that era. A few of those 100 races still exist today, like the Liao tribe, the Bai tribe, the Man tribe, and the Wuge tribe in the southwest. And there are the Yu tribe, Baishi, and Gaoshan tribes in the south. Although they've retained their customs, they consider themselves part of Jiuzhou now, completely integrated. Yang Yu added to his father's response. Indeed, like the Baishi, Gaoshan, and Yu tribes, these peoples were no longer distinct from the Jiuzhou population. When facing the Manchu, they too regarded themselves as Jiuzhou citizens. The great Dagon dynasty treated them equally without any discrimination. Lin Mo said upon hearing this, from now on, let's stop calling the Baishi, Yu, and Gaoshan tribes foreigners, because they are now members of our great Han Empire. In the future, let's call them minority ethnic groups, essential parts of our great Han. Everyone nodded, acknowledging it wasn't good to keep referring to them as foreigners. Minority groups, an indispensable part of the great Han. Minister Sha Xinglan, I thank your majesty on behalf of the minorities of the great Han. At this moment, a middle-aged man with thick facial hair suddenly rushed forward, bowing in gratitude to Lin Mo. He was the representative of the Baishi tribe, and Lin Mo's move signified great news for Baishi and similar tribes, raising their status to equal that of Jiuzhou citizens. Liao tribe, Man tribe, and other minority groups can all become part of our Jiuzhou family. So can the Xiongnu. With a confident smile, Lin Mo announced, I intend to build cities within the Xiongnu territories. While not altering their traditional way of life, I'll establish fixed oversight and governance stations. A portion of the stubborn will be dealt with severely, and the rest will behave accordingly. The brutality and bloodthirsty nature of the Xiongnu resulted from cultural influences and environmental conditions. If the etiquette culture of the Great Han could be introduced to the Xiongnu, combined with sufficient material support to maintain stability, pacifying them wouldn't be difficult. Besides, Lin Mo had his system aiding him. Before long, many statues would appear throughout the Xiongnu territory. Worshipping these statues would increase the Xiongnu's faith and sense of belonging to the Great Han. Furthermore, educating the next generation ensured that within 3 to 5 decades, the Xiongnu would fully identify as Han citizens, transforming into indispensable minority groups of the Great Han Empire. There were several important reasons behind Lin Mo's decision. The land of the Xiongnu was vast, and Lin Mo wasn't about to abandon such a large region. Even if it seemed useless now, leaving it for future generations would be beneficial. Moreover, if Lin Mo drove out or exterminated the Xiongnu, the same treatment would need to be extended to the Chang and Xianbei tribes. Then, who would raise horses for the Great Han? Such an approach was no different from closing off and isolating the country. Therefore, the best method was to conquer and rule them, making them part of the Great Han family. These minorities possessed unique advantages, which if well trained, could yield excellent soldiers for the Great Han. This was already proven among the Liao tribe and Man tribe, where the progress of Liao and Man warriors within the Han army was quite impressive. Lin Mo understood that a powerful empire must be diverse and inclusive. Only fools would insistently close the borders and exclude others. Lin Mo's proposal naturally earned approval from the ministers, each praising Lin Mo not only as a benevolent ruler, but also a wise emperor. Following this, discussions turned to how to construct cities in the northern deserts. This was no small task to accomplish easily. Chapter 463, Ascension. As Li Mu and his men annihilated the Xiongnu king and sealed victory at Tatu, Lin Mo also received feedback. In the mountain river map, there appeared the current territory of the Xiongnu. Lin Mo spent 100 taels of silver to have the original map of the Xiongnu Empire engraved. Stretching westward to Jinwei Mountain, eastward to Danhan Mountain, northward to the Northern Sea, and southward to the Yanmen Pass, the total area was roughly half of today's Han dynasty. It should be mentioned that after Emperor Chu Ning abdicated in favor of Lin Mo, Han inherited all the land of Great Gan, including the territories of the Laos, the Bo people, the present-day Manzhou region, and most of the lands of the 16 kingdoms of the southern barbarians. Lin Mo entrusted Wuge with governing Manzhou. This fellow did quite well. He had already conquered 9 of the 16 southern barbarian kingdoms by utilizing mercenary groups and the troops from Manzhou. Hence, the southernmost boundary of the Han territory had reached the South Seas, or the Erythraean Sea. When Lin Mo brought out the map of the Xiongnu, the officials were slightly astonished, but quickly returned to normal. In their minds, His Majesty was a deity. They immediately gathered together to discuss how to build cities within the boundaries of the Xiongnu. With established cities, they could better control the vast land of the northern desert. Since discussing this task in court would take too much time, Lin Mo handed it over to the civil officials. He gave them 7 days, during which they surely could come up with the most reasonable plan. After court was dismissed, Lin Mo went to visit his son and daughter. He had already brought Dugu Shui and Lung Yi into the palace, though he hadn't yet bestowed on them the rank of concubine since the empress of the palace had not yet arrived in Luoyang. Nevertheless, both children had been entered into the clan genealogy. The boy was named Lin Xuanhuan, symbolizing revitalizing the great Han. The girl was named Lin Qingshu, to grow up as a clear and graceful woman. During these 2 months, Su Churu and Guya had both given birth to 2 daughters each. Because they hadn't yet reached Luoyang, Lin Mo hadn't named them yet. However, after stabilizing the situation in Luoyang, Lin Mo sent the Wudong Flying Army and the Swanee Iron Cavalry ahead to welcome the harem and court officials. After all, relocating the capital to Luoyang meant transferring the bureaucratic offices and the harem. They had already reached Chang'an, so it wouldn't take long before they reached Luoyang. Lin Xuanhuan and Lin Qingshu were still in swaddling clothes, unable to speak, and therefore could not communicate. Lin Mo played with them for a while, but mainly kept the company of their mothers. After all, these 2 women endured much hardship giving birth under his unawareness. Moved by their sacrifices, Lin Mo decided to spend more time with them. When leaving, a eunuch came to report, "Your Majesty, Master Situ has emerged from seclusion." Situ Qingyun's status as a eunuch is false, but his physical body as a eunuch is real. Therefore, to conceal his identity as the head of the Zhengyi sect, Lin Mo appointed him as chief eunuch, responsible for ensuring the safety of the palace. After taking the body-refining soup for some time and gaining insights, he asked Lin Mo for leave to meditate in isolation. Unbeknownst to everyone, this meditation lasted nearly 2 months. Now, suddenly emerging, he must have made significant progress. "Where is he?" Lin Mo asked. "In the Divine Martial Hall waiting for you." As Lin Mo approached the Divine Martial Hall, he detected an immense power emanating from within. This power made even him feel uneasy. So powerful, Lin Mo was startled. This aura had already surpassed his understanding. At this point, Lin Mo himself was at the peak of extraordinary strength. For something to exceed his knowledge implied that this person's strength had transcended the ordinary, reaching beyond. What exactly that realm was, Lin Mo didn't know, because there was no one in this world who had reached such a level. "Your servant Situ Qingyun bows before your majesty." Situ Qingyun sensed Lin Mo's arrival and walked to the door to greet him. Despite Lin Mo previously saying that he, as the chief superintendent of the inner court, was exempt from kneeling, Situ Qingyun still knelt down upon seeing Lin Mo. "Master Situ, your face." All the surrounding eunuchs were stunned when they saw Situ Qingyun, because now, Situ Qingyun looked like a 30-year-old man, much younger than before. It was completely impossible to tell that he was actually over 70 years old, reverting to pristine purity. Lin Mo was also surprised. "So it seems you've opened new realms. Thanks to your majesty's great grace, granting me divine medicine, I have broken through limitations and stepped into a new realm. In this realm, one can mobilize the energy of the surroundings." As he spoke, Situ Qingyun demonstrated his abilities to Lin Mo. With just a slight movement of his finger, a stick from the grass began to float in the air. Object manipulation. Lin Mo was astonished. Object manipulation was no longer merely the technique of a martial artist. Could it be that he had truly ascended to the realm of immortals? System, what realms are above the extraordinary? Lin Mo inquired. Host lacks sufficient strength, permission denied. Unable to query at this time. Lin Mo. Your Majesty, my time is running out. I can only demonstrate this once, so please focus and feel it deeply. Situ Qingyun spoke hurriedly as he carefully demonstrated the art of object manipulation to Lin Mo. However, in Lin Mo's eyes, Situ Qingyun's movements were shrouded in a mist-like haze, visible, but not entirely clear. As for the weaker eunuchs and palace maids nearby, they had no idea what Situ Qingyun was doing at all. Before Situ Qingyun could finish his demonstration, his body began to float upwards, his feet leaving the ground. His whole person floated weightlessly into the air. "Situ, are you? Could this be ascending to immortality?" Lin Mo widened his eyes, staring at the scene before him. Situ Qingyun couldn't suppress his joy as he said, "It probably is." He hadn't seen anyone else ascend, so he wasn't completely sure. But the transformation in his body convinced him that breaking through into a new realm had brought great benefits. Since the breakthrough, there had been a mysterious force pulling him from the void. If he hadn't needed to convey something to Lin Mo, he would have ascended on the spot. Now, he could no longer resist that pulling force, and his body began to float upward. "Your Majesty's grace, I will never forget it across lifetimes. This departure today is not what I wish for." Situ Qingyun's body was already floating in the air and continuing to rise. Directly above him, the clouds suddenly parted, revealing a brilliant light that showered down onto his body. He was a man who repaid kindness. Otherwise, he wouldn't have loyally remained by the side of the former emperor. Lin Mo had shown him immense favor, and Situ wanted to stay and repay him. But apparently, this world could no longer hold him. "I ought to repay your Majesty, but alas, the heavens won't allow it. As I depart today, I shall surely wait for your Majesty's arrival in the upper realms. You might say I am stepping ahead, to pave the way and expand the territory for your Majesty." Situ Qingyun controlled his body to bow deeply toward Lin Mo one last time. Then, he vanished into the clouds surrounded by golden light. The clouds closed again, as if nothing had ever happened. But Situ Qingyun had truly disappeared. Once someone breaks through the extraordinary realms, must they ascend? Lin Mo gazed at the sky, lost in thought. Chapter 464. It's hard to be an emperor. Do not make this matter public. If anyone gossips and spreads it, everyone present will have to die. Lin Mo warned the eunuchs and then returned to the palace. Xuanhuan ascended, and if this news were to spread, it would surely cause a sensation. Lin Mo had to first figure out the rules of this world, so as not to leave prematurely one day when the Great Han was yet to be reunified. His children are still young and cannot shoulder such heavy responsibilities. After returning to the palace, Lin Mo earnestly comprehended what Xuanhuan had taught him. Thanks to his ability to simplify complex ideas, he quickly grasped them. The layers of fog before him were like transparent sheets of paper being peeled off one by one. The things beneath the mist became clearer and clearer. In just a day's time, Lin Mo could already briefly manipulate objects, and his realm had reached the peak of the extraordinary realm. More than that, he had even surpassed it slightly. Lin Mo felt somewhat fearful and dared not continue with his comprehension, quickly stopping himself. If he accidentally broke through and ascended, there wouldn't be enough time to cry. System, if I break through the extraordinary realm, will I ascend like Xuanhuan? Asked Lin Mo. If he ascended at this moment, all his previous efforts would be wasted. Moreover, he would have to start all over again. This mortal world hasn't been enjoyed enough yet. How could he abandon this splendid land and a group of beautiful wives? Yes, the system answered very directly, without any extra words. It seemed that the restrictions of this world couldn't accommodate people above the extraordinary level. But that was good, since there were no beings beyond the extraordinary realm. He, Lin Mo, who had reached the peak of the extraordinary realm, should be the strongest. Plus, with the Golden Bell Shield, there probably wouldn't be anyone in the world who could harm him. But Lin Mo was still unsatisfied and continued asking, is there a way for me to break through and still stay here? Before reaching the extraordinary realm, Lin Mo didn't feel anything extraordinary about it. Now, after making contact with it, he felt like he was in a scorching desert while the extraordinary realm was a cool pool, constantly luring him to jump in. The feeling of manipulating objects was quite pleasant. If only he could kill enemies by wielding a sword, it wouldn't be unworthy of everyone thinking of him as a deity. Also, controlling the flow of nature improved his perception of the surroundings by more than a notch, making his understanding of the environment much clearer. Even an ant crawling or a mosquito flying by could be clearly sensed. Such sensations were absolutely fascinating. There is. The system once again simply replied with a single word, saying no more. What method? Lin Mo felt relieved, having long become accustomed to the system's coldness. There are elixirs to suppress one's realm, treasures to conceal one's presence, and techniques that defy the rules of heaven and earth. There are many methods. Please put in more effort, host. Put in more effort? Lin Mo instantly understood what the system meant. It appeared these things couldn't be given directly to him. He could only rely on continuously drawing rewards to increase his family's welfare. However, whether he could draw the necessary items depended entirely on luck. In the next few days, Lin Mo could only divert his attention through busying himself, trying not to think about breaking through the extraordinary realm. A plan for the construction of a city by the Xiongnu took less than 3 days to materialize. At the residence of Minister of Works Kong Xian, there was an exceptionally talented feng shui master. Upon seeing the map, he immediately noticed a dragon vein. Luoyang was the dragon's head, Chang'an its neck, and Hanzhong and Jinyang formed its claws. This feng shui master circled in Ding, drawing a line northeastward, ending the dragon's tail right, where the ancient royal court of the Xiongnu stood. Including the body, the rear claws, and the tail, a total of 26 cities were circled. When the cities he marked were connected, they indeed resembled a divine dragon descending from the sky. Feng shui in this world was still quite prevalent, influencing everything from palace construction to building homes. People often referred to the principles of feng shui for guidance. Houses built without following feng shui not only risked ridicule, but might also face misfortunes such as financial loss, recurring illnesses, fires in houses, or infestations of pests. Feng shui was a peculiar force affecting every blade of grass, tree, person, and animal in this world. After reviewing Kong Xian's plan and listening to the feng shui master's explanations, Lin Mo thought it feasible. A total of 16 cities would need to be constructed. These 16 cities did not fully cover the entire Xiongnu territory, but with them radiating influence outward, the task was not insurmountable. Additionally, constructing roads between these cities would enhance both traffic and serve as defensive barriers. Once invaded, these cities could respond quickly to repel the enemy. Be it for military strategy or political stability, the plan aligned well with Lin Mo's needs. Next came the issue of how to construct these cities. Lin Mo appointed the Minister of Works to oversee the matter, with the ministries of revenue, military, and rights assisting. They could conscript laborers from the Great Han or recruit workers locally. If there weren't enough workers, they could also have the army capture more from outside. After all, there were still plenty of barbarian tribes surrounding the Xiongnu territories. Moreover, it wasn't possible for all the Xiongnu people to become obedient all at once. Those who didn't listen were simply the best source of forced labor. Lin Mo gave them a task. Within 5 years, these 16 cities must be built. Given the enormity of the project, the Ministry of Works did not dare to delay and immediately started preparations. Because once winter hit in the northern deserts, construction would be impossible. With only 8 or 9 months available each year, the timeline was urgent. Fortunately, Lin Mo had provided an extremely generous budget, along with comprehensive medical facilities and food supplies. As long as the pay was good, there would always be people willing to take on the job. The Ministry of Works enthusiastically initiated the city-building mobilization meeting, reserving the labor force from several surrounding prefectures and counties. This left the Ministry of Military quite troubled, because this move reduced their supply of soldiers. Personnel from the military quickly approached Lin Mo to voice their complaints. Currently, the Great Han was engaged in forefront warfare, and without fresh recruits, it was a highly dangerous situation. Your Majesty, the battle in Yenzhou has reached its most critical moment. General Zhong has requested 3,000 reinforcements from the military department to conduct the final encirclement of the Mount Tai bandits. But I can barely gather that many troops together. Minister of Military Chen Liang did not explicitly accuse the Ministry of Works of poaching resources, but his meaning was clear. While building the cities in the northern desert was a grand plan, the war at home remained equally important. Lin Mo massaged his temples, feeling the pressure build. As expected, trying to achieve everything all at once was never going to work. Taking too big a step wasn't necessarily a good thing. Take this token and mobilize troops from the eastern suburbs. Tell Zhong Xinxiu that if he can't eliminate the Mount Tai bandits within a month, I'll replace him. Lin Mo tossed the tiger amulet of the Qin Sharp warriors to Chen Liang. At the beginning, the campaign in Yenzhou went relatively smoothly. The governor of Dongjun was quickly defeated by Zhong Xinxiu and Chen Dai. Most of the Yenzhou territory was retaken. However, the Mount Tai bandits were difficult to deal with due to the complex terrain, causing Zhong Xinxiu to initially suffer some setbacks. Now, the battle was at a stalemate. The Mount Tai bandits were currently seeking assistance from Prince Hejian and Lord Mongshan. If an alliance were formed, the war in Yenzhou might shift in the opposite direction. That's why Zhong Xinxiu had shamelessly requested reinforcements from the military department. Your Majesty, the Mount Tai bandits are holding fort in a perilous location. A month may be too short. Chen Liang showed no sign of joy upon receiving the tiger amulet. Instead, he grew even more worried. These 3,000 troops were directly given by the emperor, but this did not solve the root problem. A month is enough. The war in Yuzhou will be over soon. If Zhong Xinxiu progresses slower than in Yuzhou, I'll replace him immediately. Lin Mo pretended to be angry and waved a hand, barely dismissing Chen Liang. But before he could catch his breath, another request came from the Minister of Revenue outside the door. Lin Mo's head immediately started pounding. Truly, being an emperor was not easy. Chapter 465, The Empress Arrives. Lin Mo knew that the Ministry of War still had troops to deploy. Although many soldiers had been lost in these battles, after the unification of the Yongzhou army and the military of Sili, the Great Han forces had grown to over 300,000. Apart from regular defense and the three armies dispatched for campaigns in Yenzhou, Yuzhou, and Jingzhou, more than 10,000 were left to guard Luoyang. The Ministry of War could still mobilize at least 30 to 40,000 soldiers. The reason Chen Liang came to him with complaints was nothing but to prepare for the future, fearing that if one day all troops were dispatched, the court might be left without any troops to deploy, which would affect the foundation of the country. Lin Mo understood his painstaking efforts, so he took out the elite warriors of the Qin dynasty that he'd always kept in reserve. Of course, the Taishan bandits were indeed a tough nut to crack. The Wudong Flying Army had gone to Shu capital to pick up people, and without suitable troop types nearby to deal with the Taishan bandits, only the Qin elite warriors were competent for this battle. As for why the Ministry of Households came, Lin Mo could guess even with his eyes closed. Spring was approaching, meaning it was time for spring plowing. The Ministry of Works had mobilized a large amount of labor force, which would face the awkward situation of no one to plow the fields. Agriculture was also a fundamental aspect of the nation. Lin Mo temporarily didn't come up with a good solution, so he avoided meeting them and sent the group of officials from the Ministry of Households away with a random excuse. But just as the Minister of Households and others had left, the newly promoted chief eunuch Li Zhong hurriedly ran in. Your Majesty. Li Zhong was the only adopted son of Situ Qingyun. Because Situ Qingyun had always used the identity of Li Yun, his adopted son followed the surname Li. Although this person's strength did not match Situ Qingyun's, and he was only at the mid-level of the extraordinary realm, his brainpower was no less than his adoptive father's. After Situ Qingyun ascended, Lin Mo promoted him to be the Grand Chamberlain. Who is it this time? Lin Mo was completely speechless. Couldn't he have a moment of peace? Li Zhong said, Your Majesty, the Wudong Flying Army has sent a message, saying that the ladies and officials have already arrived outside the city of Luoyang. This was good news. Lin Mo immediately changed clothes and led the Luoyang officials personally to welcome them at the city gate. He should have led all the officials himself for such an important event as moving the capital, but he was really unable to leave Luoyang. His personal welcome demonstrated both his importance placed on his subordinates and his longing for his wife and children. Standing on the city wall, Lin Mo could see a huge convoy far away. Luoyang's defenses were maintaining order, the main road had been cleared, and the citizens lined up on both sides. That's a tiger. People were amazed to find that leading the way at the front of the procession was actually a giant tiger. More surprisingly, sitting on the tiger's back was a young girl who looked not much older than a child. The girl had delicate features, her face like the most exquisite porcelain. However, so cute a girl held a long spear in her hand, a contrast with her innocent face that was quite incongruous, making people smile. By the side of the giant tiger, there followed a slightly smaller tigress. These were Lin Xiaohu and Lin Xiaohua. It seemed that in their absence, Lin Xiaohua had grown significantly. Behind them came 9 little cubs, looking fierce yet adorable. They were Lin Xiaohu and Lin Xiaohua's 9 children, who had grown considerably as well. Sister-in-law. From afar, Qin Miao saw Lin Mo on the tiger's back and excitedly stood up, waving to Lin Mo. Xiaohu, run faster. Nearly a year had passed since they last met, and Qin Miao missed him dearly, wishing she could rush to Lin Mo immediately. Though Lin Mo had ascended the throne as emperor, she still addressed him as sister-in-law, as usual. Lin Xiaohu, upon hearing her command, immediately sped up. He ran like a gust of wind, incredibly fast. This scene stunned the soldiers and civilians on either side. They all secretly wondered who this girl was, able to control a mighty tiger. And standing on the tiger's back, she remained as steady as on flat ground. In no time, Qin Miao reached Lin Mo, but seeing the 100 ministers around, she dared not lose propriety and quickly bowed to Lin Mo, Your Majesty. From her gaze, anyone could see her deep longing. Lin Mo nodded, giving her a slight smile. Facing all the officials and citizens of the city, he must not lose his dignity. The Son of Heaven personally welcoming them made this reception grand indeed. The officials from Shu capital were moved to tears, deeply touched. Lin Mo arranged a feast to entertain the officials. As for the inner palace, Queen Lu Yun would take charge. The palace had prepared quarters for the empress and concubines. What Lin Mo hadn't expected was that after some time apart, he found he had several new concubines. You all step forward, meet the emperor. In the empress's chambers, Lu Yun brought a group of stunningly beautiful women to Lin Mo. They were all young and charming, each possessing a noblewoman's grace. Unexpectedly, during this separation, Lin Mo found himself with a few extra consorts. Come closer and pay your respects to the emperor. In the empress's chamber, Lu Yun led a group of beautifully captivating women to greet Lin Mo. Each woman was youthful and possessed striking beauty, exuding the air of distinguished young ladies. Some curiously examined Lin Mo, others shyly lowered their heads, while still others were anxious and uneasy. Your servant Zhao Gi pays respects to your majesty. Your servant Li Yirong pays respects to your majesty. Your servant Jin Fengwu. Listening to their introductions, Lin Mo finally understood where the large batch of rewards had come from before. Apparently, while at home, Empress Lu Yun had taken it upon herself to select these consorts for him. At this moment, all the palace concubines were present. Empress Lu Yun, noble consort Qin He, Ling Wei, Wang Yuqing, concubine Guya, concubine Wu Yang, Huang Zi, and Su Chiru. Besides them, there were also the women yet to be formally titled, Duga Shui, Lung Yi, Sun Qiang, Qin Miao, Shan Mao, Yanzi, and Lingting. Additionally, Empress Lu Yun had selected the following consorts for him: Zhao Gi, Li Yirong, Zhan Fengwu, Su Shu Tong, Su Shu Rong, Qinhuan Ning, Chen Ajiao, Jin Xianping. In the Great Han Palace, concubines were ranked into 9 grades: Empress, Noble Consort, Concubine, Esteemed Beauty, Secondary Beauty, Beauty, 8 Daughters, Virtuous Lady, and Selection Maid. Among these 8, apart from Zhao Gi being exceptionally promoted to Beauty, the other 7 were Selection Maids. The reason Zhao Gi was specially promoted to Beauty was because her family had rendered great service. Her father, the governor of Yinping, when Lin Mo was campaigning against Luoyang, the Western Liang warlords colluded with the Southern Chang Kingdom to invade Yinping and Wudu. More than 60,000 soldiers had reached the border. At that time, Governor Zhao Xizhong only had 3,000 troops guarding Yinping. Alone, he traveled to the Southern Chang, reasoning with their king with his sharp tongue, persuading them to retreat. In doing so, he averted a war, ensuring the safety of the Yi province's people and guaranteeing that Lin Mo's eastern campaign would not be disrupted. Had the Southern Chang actually attacked, Lin Mo would have had to withdraw his troops, and the attack on Luoyang might have ended in failure. After learning about this matter, Lin Mo promoted Zhao Xizhong to general who pacifies the West, and directly conferred him the title of wise and brave marquis. Zhao Gi had grown up in Shu capital, known for her talents and filial piety. With her own abilities and her father's meritorious deeds, Empress Lu Yun's promotion of her to beauty was not only a reward to the Zhao family, but also a means to win hearts. As for the other 7, they would have to start as selection maids, only gaining opportunities for advancement if they performed outstandingly or bore an imperial child. Empress Lu Yun managed the entire harem very well, never giving Lin Mo cause for worry. After much time apart, Lin Mo missed them greatly. That evening, Lin Mo kept Empress Lu Yun, noble consort Qin He, Wang Yuqing, and Ling Wei by his side. Chapter 466. Your Majesty, for the sake of the Han Empire, please take a concubine. Your Majesty, do you have something on your mind? Lu Yun put on a plain-colored sleeping robe and sat beside Lin Mo. No one knows her husband better than a wife. After so long being deeply in love with each other, Lu Yun had become very familiar with Lin Mo. During their previous intimacy, she noticed that Lin Mo seemed distracted and immediately perceived what was on his mind. Military and state affairs are not something we as women should inquire about too much, but seeing your Majesty troubled over this, it is hard to ignore. We want to help alleviate your Majesty's concerns. Qin He also came over to Lin Mo's side and tidied up his disheveled clothes. Not knowing what to say in response, Wang Yuqing moved behind Lin Mo to rub her shoulders. Ling Wei even rarely offered to massage Lin Mo's legs. With all these beauties surrounding him, logically, Lin Mo should be incredibly happy. But humans are always insatiable. They seek perfection in every aspect. After becoming the emperor of the Great Han, Lin Mo wanted to improve the lives of the common people and strengthen the country. There were always many things on his mind that needed attention. Though the feudal lords at home were quarreling among themselves, they dared not make any rash moves due to the overwhelming military power of the Han dynasty. However, unifying the four seas wouldn't be an overnight accomplishment. Establishing cities in the northern desert would ensure stability for generations, protecting this land and preventing the Xiongnu from causing further trouble while securing the natural horse ranches here. As long as the northern desert remained firmly under control, the north would remain stable. Lin Emo never held the idea that women shouldn't interfere in political matters. On the contrary, when he was out leading campaigns, all domestic affairs, big or small, were managed by Lu Yun. One might say that aside from managing the palace, Lu Yun bore significant responsibility as a regent. Ling Wei, on the other hand, was the true commander of the embroidered uniform guard, responsible for overseeing national intelligence and managing information about all officials across the nation. Lin Emo trusted them and was willing to delegate authority to them. Naturally, Lin Emo could not refuse the goodwill of the four of them. He then recounted the series of issues he had encountered during the development of the Northern Desert. In the Battle of the Northern Desert, our most elite force, the Snow Dragon Cavalry, suffered almost complete losses. Naturally, we cannot abandon the hard-fought land easily. Building cities in the Northern Desert can permanently eliminate troubles from the north, even providing more extensive territory for the expansion of our great Han Empire. Therefore, we must firmly maintain control over the Northern Desert. Lu Yun first acknowledged the wisdom of Lin Mo's actions. She wasn't simply trying to comfort Lin Mo. She truly believed that the vast area of the Northern Desert was worth investing in and constructing properly. But the agriculture and warfare within the country are equally important. Qin, he added thoughtfully. The 3-year-long disasters of the past drastically reduced the population of Jiuzhou. Although there had been some recovery in this year, with newborns increasing more than the total of the last 5 years combined, infant growth requires time and won't mature within a few years. Hence, the Great Han still face severe issues related to population shortages. Perhaps your majesty could temporarily halt the wars and let the soldiers engage in farming? Wang Yuqing suddenly interjected. Not possible. Ling Wei immediately dismissed this suggestion. She explained, currently, the momentum of the Han army is strong. From the highest-ranking general down to the lowliest soldier, everyone wishes to achieve glory and establish their names. To ask the soldiers to farm now would be like pouring cold water onto a red-hot piece of iron. Once the spirit of the army wanes, it won't be easy to reignite it later. Moreover, the entire world now fears the might of the Han. Wherever the Han flag waves, enemies collapse without resistance, and many cities surrender without a fight. If we withdraw our forces now, it will give the enemies a chance to recover and gather strength. Resuming war in the future will then become exponentially harder. Among the 4 women present, Wang Yuqing knew the least about military affairs. Upon hearing Ling Wei's rebuttal, she stuck out her tongue sheepishly and fell silent. The Ministry of Works has heavy responsibilities, but there is no need to mobilize so many civilian laborers. Aren't there plenty of workers already available locally among the Xiongnu tribes? Lu Yun calmly remarked. Your Majesty, the Xiongnu are fierce, but making them participate in building cities may provide an excellent opportunity to subdue them. Lin Mo nodded approvingly. Indeed, he had granted excessive power to the Ministry of Works, which resulted in Minister Kong Xian disregarding practical considerations while conscripting civilian labor. Of course, this couldn't be entirely blamed on Kong Xian. After all, he wished to accomplish feats and quickly finish the grand project of establishing cities in the northern desert. Cut the number of people Kong Xian reported by 30%, and if there's a shortage, send him to Leitong. Lin Mo smiled slightly, pulling Lu Yun and Qin He into his arms. During my absence from court, you two have worked hard. If there's anything you desire as a reward, feel free to ask. The faces of the 2 women turned faintly pink, and Qin He continued. Your Majesty, I have a question for you. What is it? Lin Mo asked while looking at her. Did the Queen Empress select 8 concubines for you? Did the Immortal Master give any rewards? Qin He asked Lin Mo seriously, watching him. The other 3 also looked anxiously at Lin Mo. What Immortal Master? Lin Mo was momentarily confused, staring at them with bewilderment. Didn't you say that as long as you marry and have children, the Immortal Master would give you rewards? Did you not receive any reward? Lu Yun became anxious. She had spent a lot of effort to find those 8 beauties for Lin Mo. If there were no rewards, she would be very disappointed. Yes, not only did I receive them, but they were very timely. Lin Mo immediately remembered his bluff. He had referred to the system as an Immortal Master in front of Lu Yun and others. After a good while without mentioning it, he had forgotten. That's good. Lu Yun and the others sighed in relief and continued. Your Majesty, for the sake of the Han Empire, please take a concubine. Take a concubine? Lin Mo looked at the women with a strange expression on his face. What's wrong? Ling Wei asked. You are now the son of heaven of the great Han, the most honored emperor. Even having 3,000 beautiful ladies would not be excessive. Your Majesty is occupied with state affairs and has no time to think about these matters. It's our responsibility as sisters to take more care on your Majesty's behalf. Selecting consorts and taking concubines for the emperor is inherently the duty of the harem. The women spoke one after another, directly finalizing the matter. The next day, during the court session, Lin Mo deducted 1/3 of the people from the Ministry of Works. Agriculture in areas such as the Sili, Yuzhou, Jingzhou, Yongzhou, and Izhou regions must not be delayed. In order to help the common people rebuild their homes and restore the livelihoods of the people, Lin Mo even spent 5 million taels of silver purchasing many kinds of crop seeds from the system, directing the Ministry of Household Affairs to produce farming tools to ensure that the common folk could lease them along with oxen. Moreover, he established agricultural technology bureaus in every county to supervise agricultural production, prohibited land sales, and prevented land consolidation. Additionally, Lin Mo strongly promoted the imperial examination system, which was held once every autumn. Anyone could participate. This move broke the monopoly of the noble families over knowledge and official career paths, opening up political doors for scholars from humble backgrounds across the land. When this policy was announced, the first ones to go wild with excitement were the students from humble backgrounds gathered in Luoyang. As the capital, many scholars from humble origins came here seeking opportunities. Those with better luck could work as assistants in the noble households and obtain recommendations to enter government service. However, the majority had poor fortune due to their class. Although they possessed extensive knowledge, no one appreciated their talents. They could only make ends meet by doing odd jobs or telling stories in taverns, relying on tips from others to survive meagerly. These people were very much like the Beijing drifters in Lin Mo's previous life, living in dark days, chasing dreams. The emergence of the imperial examination system was like a ray of light, instantly illuminating their path ahead. Chapter 467, The Imperial Concubine Selection. Today, I've gathered everyone here to discuss an important matter. This matter is crucial to the fate of the Great Han Dynasty, and I hope that each of you sisters can contribute your share. In the harem, at Zhaohua Palace, Lu Yun summoned all the concubines of the harem. Of course, eunuchs and palace maids were not left out either. Though these people were of lower rank, some had their ways. Many things required them to get done. Hearing Lu Yun's words, everyone immediately became serious. Each of them widened their beautiful eyes to look at Lu Yun. Your Majesty Queen, please speak. As long as we can contribute to the Great Han, we are duty-bound without hesitation. Chen Ajiao took the lead in saying. Compared with other concubines, she was more lively. Moreover, others were born into noble families, while she was the daughter of a merchant, making her social standing lower than the rest. Therefore, she actively got along well with others, and if there was any way for her to help, she did so willingly. To ensure the prosperity of Great Han, our harem must accomplish two things. One is for sisters to live harmoniously together, said Lu Yun. The emperor is blessed by divine protection, and he treats all of us equally. Each of you has the chance to be favored. Therefore, no tricks should be played. If anyone disrupts the harmony of the harem, even if I don't pursue it, His Majesty certainly won't forgive her. With more people in the harem, problems naturally increased. To ensure harmony in the harem, necessary warnings were essential. Who among the emperor's women wouldn't want favor? I shall remember Your Majesty Queen's teaching. All the women fearfully agreed. The second point is that the harem needs more outstanding concubines to multiply for His Majesty. Lu Yun's expression softened as she stepped forward, holding Du Guxue and Leng Yi's hands gently, and said, The two of you grew up in the capital, right? You must be very familiar with it. Du Guxue and Leng Yi were meeting this Empress Queen for the first time, and they couldn't help but feel a bit nervous. After all, neither of them had been given formal ranks yet. Whatever the Queen desires to know, we will answer fully without reservation, Leng Yi quickly responded. There's no need to be so formal. Lu Yun smiled as she helped them up, saying, I just want to ask if there are women of great beauty and virtue who would make suitable additions to the harem. She then turned around, facing everyone, and continued, His Majesty is busy day and night with state affairs. We as consorts should naturally assist him. If any of you sisters know about exceptionally talented women, you may recommend them. I plan to select suitable individuals for His Majesty on the first day of next month. Upon hearing this, everyone understood what she meant. However, Zhao Guodi and others were quite puzzled. Why was the Empress so keen on helping the Emperor recruit more consorts? Wasn't she worried about losing his affection at all? Queen, I do know of two people. Ling Ting suddenly spoke from the back of the crowd. Oh, please say. Lu Yun showed delight on her face. Ling Ting's mind was pure. Unlike others, she wasn't scheming. Hearing that the Empress wanted to find new concubines for His Majesty, she immediately thought of the two beauties she had once met briefly. They are both in Chang'an. One is Qi Xian, the chess genius, and the other is xuanhuan, the book prodigy. His Majesty might have heard of their names, Ling Ting mentioned. With you added, Miss Ling Ting, that makes the three wonders of Chang'an. Ling Wei faintly laughed. Since she oversaw intelligence throughout the land, she naturally knew about Lord Lin's affairs in Chang'an. The reputation of the three wonders of Chang'an was not small. Once Ling Ting brought them up, Ling Wei instantly recognized who they were. You know? Ling Ting looked at Ling Wei with surprise. She didn't realize how capable Ling Wei was. Sister Wei, send someone to invite these two young ladies from Chang'an, said Lu Yun. Perhaps influenced by Lin Mo, they believe that all extraordinary women in the world should belong to His Majesty. Of course, what Lu Yun meant was inviting. If the chosen ones declined, she wouldn't force them. She aimed to create good outcomes rather than become a villainess. Encouraged by Ling Ting's suggestion, Leng Yi also thought of someone. In the capital city, there is a side daughter from the Qiao family, possessing remarkable talent and beauty. Due to an agreement between Lin Mo and Xiao Ruowei, the latter hadn't publicly revealed her identity. Thus, she didn't know that Xiao Ruowei had already become Lin Mo's woman. There is another. Opening the topic inspired Du Guxue as well. No longer reserved, she suggested. Zhuang Qingji, Sister Zhuang. Sister Zhuang is indeed excellent, Leng Yi agreed. Beijing, being the capital, lived up to its name. It was truly home to numerous talented women. Coldy Han and Du Guxue alone recommended 7 or 8 potential candidates. These recommendations included only those unmarried, though many talented women had already found husbands. Of course, some were married, but unfortunately lost their husbands early. A celebrated female talent in Beijing married, but soon became a widow, a tragedy that made many sigh. After several days of discussion between Lu Yun and everyone else, a selection scheme was finally determined. Since the time for the selection was not sufficient, it would only take place in Silai and Yongzhou, with nearby regions like Yanzhou, Bingzhou, Yuzhou, and Jingzhou included based on proximity. Because the soldiers were still fighting on the front lines, Lu Yun decided to conduct the concubine selection quietly, rather than making a big fuss about it. Even so, with no restrictions on social status or family background, many commoners dreamed of becoming relatives of the royal family and sent their daughters to the palace. Your Majesty, the number of candidates sent from various places far exceeds your expectations. There are too many. Shall we return those who came later? Eunuch Guocheng, responsible for this matter, had been extremely busy recently. Every day, hundreds of candidates were delivered to the palace, all needing his arrangements. Now, in the designated areas for the candidates within the palace, rooms originally meant for 5 people now housed 20, leaving no more space available. So many. Lu Yun was also startled by the numbers reported by Yu Guocheng. It seems I've acted too hastily. Your Majesty, there is still 1 day until the deadline. Let's prepare the neighboring courtyards for them to stay. Qin he suggested. The decree for the selection was issued by the Empress. If it were to end prematurely, it would harm her reputation. Yu Guocheng hurriedly replied. What the concubine said is correct. This servant will go arrange it immediately. Watching Yu Guocheng leave with his stout figure swaying, Lu Yun lightly smiled. Sisters, it looks like our task this time will be quite arduous. To be able to select talented and beautiful consorts for His Majesty is our honor. Everyone quickly responded. Another day passed, and Yu Guocheng, following the Empress's instructions, closed the registration channel. Although many were still queuing up outside the gates, the palace simply could not accommodate any more. Moreover, they had already missed the registration time, so it wasn't anyone else's fault. After the statistics were compiled, a total of 3,463 people participated in this selection. Among them were daughters of officials from the court, wealthy merchants from the capital, and daughters of ordinary people. Therefore, the selection was divided into 3 zones, and the first step was to verify their identities. Chapter 468. The Jingwu Allied Forces, Their Final Struggle. How is the Empress selection going? Lin Mo, holding the beauty Zhao Guoidi in his arms, began to chat idly with her. Zhao Guoidi was exceptionally beautiful, and both her character and knowledge were commendable. Lin Mo was very satisfied with her. Your Majesty, it has already progressed to the 3rd round. Zhao Guoidi still felt somewhat constrained in front of Lin Mo. So fast, Lin Mo was somewhat astonished. I remember it's only the 2nd day. He knew that the harem was hastily selecting suitable concubines for him to expand his royal family. However, he didn't expect Lu Yun's efficiency to be so high, reaching the 3rd round by the 2nd day. How is the situation? Lin Mo had no idea yet how many selected women were participating. He had been busy handling various military and political affairs and hadn't found the time until today, when he had finished agricultural policy discussions, to find Zhao Guoidi. He wanted to know if there were any particularly outstanding women among the 3,000 or more candidates. Even though marrying any woman would bring a reward from the system, Lin Mo discovered that the system seemed to be quite selective. If he casually married an ordinary woman, he feared the rewards would be minimal as well. Moreover, everyone around him now was extraordinarily beautiful. An ordinary woman wouldn't catch his eye. Your Majesty, Zhao Guoidi respectfully replied. 3 rounds have already eliminated 70% of the contestants. Her Majesty the Queen is deeply committed to this matter, personally overseeing all stages. Within a few days, they should be able to select women who will satisfy Your Majesty. Her restrained demeanor made Lin Mo feel both amused and exasperated. He wondered silently if he really looked that fearsome. Do you seem to fear me? Lin Mo asked teasingly. Zhao Guoidi quickly responded. This subject does not dare. Am I that terrifying? Lin Mo held her delicate face tenderly, showing a gentle smile. He asked, why did you agree to enter the palace initially? Given her evident nervousness, Zhao Guoidi was clearly not someone who voluntarily chose to join the palace. However, Lin Mo understood clearly that Lu Yun would never force anyone against their will. Because my father wanted me to enter the palace. Zhao Guoidi truthfully replied. For her, the commands of parents were equivalent to an imperial decree. Her father mentioned that entering the palace would both eliminate emperor's concerns about the Zhao family and elevate their social status. Additionally, he stated that Lin Mo was the only hero in the world. Well, with one sentence, her father's political ambitions were also revealed. But Lin Mo wasn't concerned. Officials without ambition weren't good officials. Chibi, Jingzhou, General Linghu, the Wu army and Jingzhou forces are stationed at Lukou. It seems they plan to make their final stand here. After receiving intelligence on the enemy movements, Nanyang Governor Qin Ji immediately reported to General Linghu Lingfeng. The campaign in Jingzhou initially went smoothly. With the help of Nanyang Governor Qin Ji, Linghu Lingfeng swiftly captured Xuanhuan and proceeded south, seizing Xiakou. However, this was due to xuanhuan preserving his strength. Although some battles took place, xuanhuan basically offered little resistance, retreating every time things turned unfavorable. Therefore, the foundation left behind by his father, Chu Dushuan, largely remained intact. Furthermore, Chu Zhen re-established friendly relations with King Wu, Chu Gingxiu. Chu Gingxiu realized that if the Han army succeeded in capturing Jingzhou, he would lose the Yangtze River as a natural defense. He lacked confidence in combating the Han cavalry and artillery. Hence, after deep consideration, he ultimately decided to send troops to assist xuanhuan, Chu Zhen. This battle concerned the survival of both Jingzhou and Yangzhou. Chu Gingxiu dared not hold anything back. He gathered 10,000 naval forces to meet at Lukou, combining with Chu Zhen's 10,000-strong navy into a formidable water army. They possessed over 300 towered warships, arguably the strongest naval force across all of Jiuzhou. On the Han side, they had only 60,000 soldiers. Although they had over 30 tower ships, the majority were smaller vessels known as guzi. Faced with the stringent defenses set up by the Jingzhou and Wu armies, Linghu Lingfeng truly had no good way to counter them. Gathering even basic intelligence proved exceedingly difficult. General Linghu, launching a strong attack at this moment definitely won't succeed. Why don't we establish a decoy camp here and have the main force detour through southern Lujiang? Qin Ji suggested. Though it would take a longer route, it was certainly better than directly confronting the enemy on the river surface. If the enemy didn't react in time, they could secretly raid King Wu's homeland, causing the 10,000 Wu soldiers to collapse without combat. They could seize the entire Jiangdong effortlessly. Impossible. Linghu Lingfeng swiftly rejected Qin Ji's suggestion. By preventing us from gathering information while guarding the south bank tightly, they've already taken the initiative. There are definitely spies on the northern bank line. If our main force departs from the camp, it's akin to opening the door and welcoming thieves in. If the southern army learns that we've left our current camp, they will definitely cross the river and attack Xiakou immediately. Once Xiakou is lost and our retreat is cut off, we'll be at a huge disadvantage. After hearing Linghu Lingfeng's explanation, Qin Ji was scared to the point of breaking out in cold sweat. If they were to really follow his suggested approach, the 60,000 Han soldiers might all end up perishing here. Or maybe we could call General Qin Tai back for help. Qin Ji pondered for a moment before adding. After capturing Jiangling, Qin Tai had led his troops to eliminate potential threats from the 4 counties south of Jingzhou, ensuring they couldn't exploit the opportunity to invade Shu. They hadn't brought anything suitable for water combat coming from Yizhou, and their soldiers weren't skilled in naval battles. Thus, attacking the 4 counties of Jingnan was better than staying by the river to fight. We'll wait a little longer. Linghu Lingfeng remained silent for a while, his gaze stretching toward the southern bank. At this moment, a gentle breeze blew in from the south. Chapter 469. The Envoy of Jing and Wu, the Scholar Xuanhuan. Report. General, the envoy from Jiangdong requests an audience. In the evening, the envoys Chu Gingxiu and Chu Chan arrived at the northern bank of the river. Even though their navy was much stronger than the Han army, their demeanor was extremely humble. General, with the battle about to begin, why do they send a delegation to us? What's their purpose? Qin Ji asked with doubt. Deliver a declaration of war? Both sides had already been fighting for so long. There was absolutely no need for that. Linghu Lingfeng smiled faintly and said, we will know their purpose after we meet them. Let them in. He folded up the military map inside his tent and waited for the envoy to arrive. Soon, several scholars walked in under the escort of soldiers. The one leading them was none other than Xuanhuan, the renowned scholar of Jiangdong. This person was well known in the literary world and also served as the vice president of the Yangzhou Academy, teaching many students. The Guo family was also a prestigious family in Jiangdong, one that even King Wu Chu Gingxiu would show 3 parts of courtesy towards. However, Xuanhuan's face bore no arrogance. Instead, he was very modest, greeting them proactively upon meeting, revealing his identity. I am Xuanhuan. I greet General Linghu. Although the Linghu family was also a major clan in Yangzhou, it still fell short compared to the Guo family. Yet, at this moment, Xuanhuan showed proper etiquette towards Linghu Lingfeng. Linghu Lingfeng hurriedly returned the gesture. Ding Guo, you are a distinguished scholar of Jiangdong. How did you suddenly come to my military camp? Besides Xuanhuan, there were also famous scholars from Jingzhou, Chen Kan and Deng Song, and famous scholars from Jiangdong, Quan Yong and Huang Qingyang. Such a high level of specifications left Linghu Lingfeng feeling somewhat flattered. Our visit today is to negotiate peace with you on behalf of King Wu and Prince Xinya. Xuanhuan was elegant and graceful, embodying a man of virtue. Linghu Lingfeng also knew about the influence of this person in Jiangdong. If he offended him, it would be like offending all the literati of Jiangdong. Peace negotiations? Hearing this made Linghu Lingfeng almost laugh. If it were anyone else, he would have likely driven them out by now. It was only because of people like Xuanhuan who allowed him to endure and continue talking. Ding Guo, Emperor Qian abdicated at Dongjiao, and our emperor inherited the throne, which has been acknowledged universally. By principle, you should all be my subjects of the great Han dynasty now. The only way to preserve your lives and titles is to submit to the Han dynasty. Our emperor is extraordinarily wise, appearing as a celestial being from outside, yet possessing great tolerance within. A talent such as Ding Guo who could organize heaven and earth, our emperor would surely honor and employ. Ding Guo, you should be someone who understands reason. Don't you hear the saying that those who go against the trends of the world will perish? Linghu Lingfeng didn't care what conditions the other party offered. He directly refused. Because the order he received was to take control of the entire Jingzhou. Thus, he could not accept any peace negotiation. No, Xuanhuan refuted. Commander Linghu, you are mistaken. Since ancient times, rulers are rulers, ministers are ministers. As citizens of Deqian, Han Emperor could serve and support the state, uphold the Qian dynasty. But he didn't. Instead, he rebelled, seizing power. This is a presumptuous act, despised by both heaven and man alike. My liege, Lord Wu, is of the royal family of Deqian. Jiangdong where he resides was originally land of Deqian. The Han Emperor took control of Luoyang but isn't satisfied, further intending to seize Jing and Wu. What's the reason behind this? As expected from the vice president of the Yangzhou Academy, he cited classic references and numerous examples to refute Lin Ma, though between words, acknowledging Lin Ma's rightful inheritance. Yet, his point was clear. He thought that the great Han should be content and not cause trouble for others anymore. Linghu Lingfeng naturally had the disadvantage debating with him. Unable to refute Guowan, his stance remained firm nonetheless. Dingguo, if following your logic, then the 9 provinces will forever be divided, and the common people will never live peaceful lives. Wars will never cease. I won't agree, neither will our emperor. If you came today merely to persuade me to withdraw troops, I can tell you clearly, impossible. Seeing the talks failing, Linghu Lingfeng stopped pretending and shouted loudly. If you desire tranquility, fine, first defeat the tens of thousands of armor behind me. Seeing his resolute attitude, Guowen helplessly shook his head. Commander Linghu, why do you insist on this? With the combined forces of Jing and Wu, over hundreds of thousands of naval forces lined up along the southern bank, do you think you stand a chance in conquering south of the Yangtze River? My liege does not want to worsen relations with the great Han Empire. That's why we came to inform you of the situation, hoping you'd retreat, avoiding the loss of tens of thousands of brave men from the Han dynasty, sinking uselessly in the river. Oh, Linghu Lingfeng coldly chuckled. From the tone of Dingguo, you seem quite confident of victory in this battle. How could a commander renowned for tactical skills fail to see such a straightforward battlefield? Chunkin replied earnestly. In their eyes, 20,000 seasoned naval soldiers against 5 to 6 10,000 poorly trained soldiers meant they could win their eyes closed. However, Linghu Lingfeng revealed a confident smile. If all of you are so confident, then why not just go to battle? Why come seeking peace? I already said, my liege does not wish to worsen relations with the great Han. We only ask for a division along the river, no interference from either side. That's why we came here for negotiation, hoping to avoid unnecessary bloodshed. Guowen emphasized again. I also said, whether it be Jingzhou or Jiangdong, they are all inseparable parts of the great Han. You have only 2 choices, surrender or die. A hint of coldness emerged in Linghu Lingfeng's eyes. Guowen and his group were quite angry. Dang Song angrily retorted. I always thought Linghu Lingfeng was a smart man, but after seeing him today, I'm greatly disappointed. Since you insist on fighting, let there be war. Quan Yong shouted in anger. As for naval battles, no one in Jiangdong fears anyone. His family included several famous admirals who represented the strength of the Jiangdong Navy. After being belittled by Linghu Lingfeng again and again, even Quan Yong's usually mild temper couldn't hold up anymore. Ha ha ha, since the day the Great Han raised its banners, we've been invincible in every battle. Such a small territory like Jiangdong dares to be so arrogant before us? Come, if you've got the guts, fight me now for 300 rounds. Linghu Lingfeng unsheathed his sword as though ready to challenge Quan Yong. Quan Yong was a scholar with mediocre martial arts. He certainly didn't dare to face off against Linghu Lingfeng, so he immediately backed down. But the more arrogant Linghu Lingfeng acted, the more they despised him. So scared now? Then please leave. No need for any farewell. Linghu Lingfeng waved his hand and returned to his seat, without any courtesy at all. At this point, he didn't care about propriety at all. Guowan and his team were speechless, so they could only bow and take their leave. General, what you just did. After they left, Qin Ji looked at Linghu Lingfeng with confusion. He had followed Linghu Lingfeng for a while now and knew him to be a capable strategist both in wisdom and bravery. But his behavior today truly made him look like a reckless brute. He didn't understand why Linghu Lingfeng acted that way. Don't be amazed, I deliberately wanted them to think I'm a reckless brute. Linghu Lingfeng lifted the curtain and watched the angry envoy from Jing and Wu depart, a satisfied smile appearing on his lips. Their reaction pleased him greatly. Chapter 470. Please, Your Majesty, lend me your aid. Upon hearing Linghu Lingfeng's words, Qin Ji immediately understood his meaning. You are deliberately showing weakness to slow down the enemy's advance. Using pride, arrogance, and conceit to cover up astuteness and intelligence, the enemy will surely let their guard down. They weren't very confident before coming here, but now, on their way back, they probably feel they have a tenfold chance of defeating the Han army. After all, most of the Han army consists of Shu troops and northern warriors, who are unfamiliar with water battles. The Jingwu Navy is the premier naval force across the 9 provinces. Attacking their weaknesses with our strengths, how could we not win? Bring me someone. Linghu Lingfeng shouted toward the tent's entrance. General, the guard at the door entered. Send an immediate message to His Majesty. Inform the Emperor that the combined forces of Jing and Wu will attack us tonight. Please, Your Majesty.